I was reborn as a hard little turtle, and unexpectedly, I was picked up by Sun Wukong at the beginning. The monkey took me to the 3 Stars Cave on Mount Fonsuan to apprentice and learn, but I was despised by Patriarch Bodhi as an ordinary mortal turtle, so he kept me in a pond in the mountains. Although the pond looked small, the space inside was very large, and there were many fish inside. As I entered the pool, feeling the abundant spiritual energy in the environment, suddenly a huge fish swam towards me. Bodhi ancestor, you tricked me. Just when I was feeling uneasy, a crisp lowly voice came into my ears. Hey, where are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? I was stunned, and it took me a while to confirm that the lowly voice was coming from the fish in front of me. So I opened my mouth to reply, but after a long time, I couldn't say a word, only making babbling sounds. It turned out to be a little demon who couldn't even speak. Are you new here? The voice of the fish came again, and I nodded. The lowly voice seemed a bit excited, and I finally wasn't the weakest. It excitedly wagged its tail, creating ripples. I felt a suction force in the water, and my body uncontrollably moved with the flow. The big fish immediately stopped, saving my life. Although your cultivation is low, since you are here, we are family. I will take you to meet other fish. It then introduced me to other aquatic creatures in the water and even arranged a place for me to stay with an old sea turtle. At this moment, the system sound rang in my mind. Ding! The almighty AFK system awakens. The almighty points are automatically increasing. Then I felt spiritual energy entering my body. I intended to quietly develop while AFK, but suddenly a huge monkey face appeared in front of me, and the monkey reached out its furry hands and grabbed me. Brother monkey, what's going on? I yawned, and the 2 short legs in front of me stretched out. Today the patriarch is going to give a lecture. I'll take you to listen. In a blink of an eye, we arrived at the main hall, where Patriarch Bodhi was sitting high on the Dharma platform, chanting words with a light and soul-shaking voice. I couldn't understand a word, so I simply activated the AFK mode in Monkey's arms. Ding! The host has activated the AFK mode. The host is listening to Patriarch Bodhi's teachings, and is automatically comprehending. I was stunned, as Patriarch Bodhi in the main hall continued to speak incomprehensible things, but I could feel changes in my body, my breathing rates slowly changing, and mysterious feelings arising. The surrounding spiritual energy rushed into my body, increasing my efficiency by more than double. The fluctuation of spiritual energy caught Patriarch Bodhi's attention, as he looked towards Sun Wukong's direction. Feeling shocked to see me, he could comprehend my great heavenly immortal technique with just one listen, indicating that I had underestimated this little guy, who must have extraordinary origins. Who arranged this pawn? Patriarch Bodhi became more curious about my identity, and the disciples in the main hall also felt the strange flow of spiritual energy. They looked towards Monkey, initially thinking he had comprehended the Patriarch's great heavenly immortal technique, but were shocked to see me instead. That ordinary turtle actually comprehended the great quality celestial immortal technique? How is that possible? I have been listening here for 3 years, but still can't grasp it. How could it comprehend it at a glance? Could it be that the Demon King is behind this? People were discussing one after another, and Monkey Brother, seeing everyone looking towards him, scratched his head in confusion. I have no idea about the changes outside, and now I am staring at the great quality celestial immortal technique in the heart method column, looking forward to the moment when the technique is perfected and completely understood. This is the practice of the Bodhi Patriarch. As the Bodhi Patriarch spoke, more and more spiritual energy gathered towards me, gradually forming a faint spiritual storm. Although not large, it was enough to surprise everyone. The speed of comprehension was unexpectedly fast. At first, they thought I was just lucky, so they entered the path. They did not expect that progress would still be so rapid after entering the path. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, the accumulation of universal points also accelerated significantly. Previously, it took a while for the points to increase, but now it would jump every few minutes. At this rate, I could have about 10 points in an hour, and the universal points were within reach. As time passed, the Bodhi Patriarch finished today's lesson. I glanced at the system panel and saw, Heart Method, Great Quality Celestial Art, Understanding interrupted by 35%, only 35%, a bit low. I looked at the system panel dissatisfied. I thought I could complete it today and hide in the pool, waiting for the time to become invincible before coming out. But now it seems that I need to listen at least 2 more times to fully comprehend the Great Quality Celestial Art. At this moment, the Bodhi Patriarch walked to Monkey's side and said with a smile, Wukong, let Master take a look at your little turtle. Then without waiting for Monkey to react, Lin Fawn was sucked into his hands. Monkey, in his lack of experience in the world, knew at this point that the change in the crowd had nothing to do with this turtle. He tensed up. Master, nothing will happen to this little turtle, right? No. Seeing that he was nervous about the little turtle, Old Man Bodhi smiled and said back, "Not only will he be fine, but he has instead gained a great creation and has already comprehended my great piece of heavenly immortal technique. Although it's still a bit far from being fully comprehended, but as long as you bring it over a few times often, you should be able to comprehend it completely in no time." When Monkey heard this, his heart was also happy for Lin Fong. At the same time, it also occurred to him that the little turtle's perception was so good, so when he learned the everlasting life method in the future, wouldn't he not have to worry that he wouldn't be able to learn it? Old Man Bodhi looked at it for a while, but it really made him discover something fishy. This little turtle had just absorbed so much aura that it had expected its body to go further. Even if it wasn't a spirit turtle, it should have been just short of a critical mass. But at this moment, his body was actually empty. Not only was there no change in cultivation, even the auras were absent, as if those auras had disappeared out of thin air. Waki, old ancestor Bodhi became more and more curious about Lin Fong. Lin Fong, on the other hand, was shrinking into his shell, making up his mind to be a shrunken head turtle. After looking at it for a while, Old Man Bodhi didn't see anything, so he simply returned Lin Fong to Monkey. No matter what secrets Lin Fong had, as long as it stays around, it will be exposed one day. Now it seemed that Lin Fong was even more important than he had thought before. Perhaps he was a rather important pawn placed down by some big shot. He might even be counted in on it, but the more he did, the less he could do anything rash. The great journey to the west is a great calamity, and the sky is clouded. So who knows which of his steps if he makes a wrong move will call for the killing of his own life. Monkey didn't think about it so much. He carried the little turtle joyfully out of the great hall and headed towards the mountain pool. Old Man Bodhi looked at his back, his eyes obscure, and in the large hall, there were a few disciples who were similarly looking over to Monkey's side, but most of their eyes were stuck on Lin Fong's body. It's a pity to give this kind of spiritual beast to a monkey. Might as well give it to me. So a few people chased after him towards Monkey. When Elder Bodhi saw this scene, his eyes twitched, but he didn't stop it. After Monkey came out of the great hall, he headed for the mountain pool. He was originally a macaque monkey. Walking in the mountains was simply like a fish in water. According to Lin Fong's words, it was as exciting as riding a roller coaster. Soul was thrilling but not dangerous. But this time Monkey didn't get more than a few steps out before a few shouts came from behind him. He had to grab a branch and swing. His whole body flew out like a swing. His body flipped a few times in the air and landed steadily on a large white rock. Lin Fong, on the other hand, only felt the heavens and earth spinning, and when it stopped there was a small star in front of his eyes. Monkey turned to look back. Several fellow disciples wearing Taoist robes and elegantly racing gods were flying over in their respective magic weapons. Monkey waited for them to arrive and immediately clasped his fists. Greetings to several senior brothers. The men were not polite. After one of them came down from a large gourd, he directly said, "Wukong, this little turtle is destined to be with me. If you give it to me, I will owe you a favor. If you have any trouble in the future, I will definitely help you out." Lin Fong skimmed his mouth humanely. "With me? That's something only those monks of the Western sect can say. Although the Buddha and the Tao of Buddhism are practiced together, but also take the strengths of the two families to integrate. This disciple has learned the shamelessness of the Western religion to the fullest. And the favor, it's a total blank check. If something really goes wrong, this kind of person is the most unreliable." Monkey was also stunned. Although he was not deeply involved in the world, he had a lively mind and quickly sensed something wrong in his senior brother's words. He clasped his fists and opened his mouth to refuse, but without waiting for him to speak, the elder brother to the side continued, "Wukong, don't listen to him, he's just trying to get something for nothing. He's not giving anything practical. He just wants your little turtle. Shameful. Not me. As long as you give me the little turtle, this bottle of Tony Dan is yours. This item calms the mind and concentrates the mind, and it also has a temporary strengthening of enlightenment. The next time Master is preaching, you just need to eat one in advance. Maybe you'll gain something, then you can set foot on the road of cultivation, and after a few years of cultivation you might be able to shed this disgusting monkey hair." The few people around him sniffed and looked at him with a look of contempt. Although that Tony Dan really did have those effects he said it did, it was minuscule. It was even less useful at all when used to comprehend the obscure and difficult to understand great heavenly immortal skill. He used it to swindle the Monkey King's little turtle, and you have the nerve to call the guy in front of you shameless? However, he was looking at Sun Wukong with an amiable face. That expression reminded Lin Fong of Monkey's expression when he was following him around. The same as the weird uncle. "Goku, what do you think?" Sun Wukong politely gave a hug towards them. "Several senior brothers, this little turtle is my companion, not my pet. I don't have the right to decide where he belongs, and I won't stop him if he wants to go with you." So the crowd looked at Lin Fong again. Lin Fong decisively grabbed Monkey's hand and turned around, pointing his little tail at a few people. Since the little turtle doesn't want to, there's nothing I can do. See you around, a few senior brothers. Monkey didn't even give the several senior brothers a chance to speak this time, and gave another hug towards them before turning around and walking away. A few leaps and he disappeared into the forest, and those few senior brothers looked at the direction Monkey left in, their faces not looking good. It's just a demon monkey that has opened its mind. What's the point of tugging? He just can't part with that little turtle. And rightly so. This kind of fae, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to part with it either. No wonder they say that the monkey is really smart. This thing is hopeless. A touch of loss appeared on all the faces of the people. Not really, one of the fellow disciples said with dismay. Who says you need that monkey's permission to get the little turtle? Didn't he say he took the turtle as a brother? Later, after he's gone, I'll go and catch the little turtle out and see how he stops me. Someone worried. That's not good. What's so good about it? Since that turtle doesn't have an owner, why shouldn't I have it? If you guys don't go, I'll go. Then he literally chased after Monkey in the direction he left. Seeing this, the remaining disciples, one by one, also chased after them. Since the monkey had already stated that he was not the owner of that turtle, why couldn't they take away the little turtle? No one wants to slip away with such a great opportunity in front of their eyes. And by now, Monkey had reached the pool. He placed the baby turtle in the pool. As soon as he entered the pool, Lin Fong felt that the surrounding aura immediately became different. With the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal skill, he was already able to feel the aura on his own, and the aura in this pool was more suitable for him to absorb compared to the one in the Great Hall. Perhaps the aura properties are different? Lin Fong remembered the novel he had read in his previous life. There was a division of aura attributes. Monkey nudged him in the back. Lin Fong wasn't annoyed at being interrupted in his thinking and lifted his head to look at him. You rest here, and I'll be coming over to see you when Master is preaching. Lin Fong nodded. He then swam down towards the pool. When he disappeared into thin air, Monkey stood up as well and headed toward his quarters. A few moments later, those disciples appeared at the pool. That stupid monkey is far gone. First things first, this time, each according to their ability. Whoever can take the first step to make that little turtle recognize his master. Who is his master? And no one else shall be competing for it. The crowd was silent, but one by one they all began to prepare. Some took out magic treasures, some took out talismans, and some directly intended to cast spells. Although they were different, the effects were the same. All of them were means to force the spirit beasts to recognize their masters. Although it was a bit of a big deal to use this tactic on a mortal turtle, but these people think it's worth it. Lin Fong went all the way down at this time and soon reached the bottom of the water. When Grandfather Turtle saw him, he smiled kindly and said, "It's been a bit too long in the sun. Come and hide in the mud pit. It'll do you good." Lin Fong happened to want to find a place to hide as well. He followed Grandpa Turtle to the bottom of the pool, still where he had slept last night. Lin puts his head down and goes in. Grandpa Turtle covered him with mud and sand. Lin Fong instinctively moved around, exposing his nose and eyes. The cool mud and sand quickly sucked the temperature away. Lin Fong only felt icy cold, just as comfortable as taking a cool shower in the middle of summer. He squinted in all his comfort. Grandpa Turtle covered him with one last handful of sand and buried him completely in the muck. This is how our turtle tribe lives, sunbathing all day, lying on the sand, day by day. As long as you persevere, one day you will be able to speak. Lin Fong responded by spraying up some sand through his nose. Just rest here. You won't be going up today. I'll be calling for you when tomorrow comes. Grandpa Turtle left with a smile on his face. When Grandpa Turtle leaves, Lin Fong plopped down in the mud and sand and opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fong Cultivation Level, second level of Body Forging, plus, points, non-universal points, 198. Taking a look at the panel, Lin Fong was very satisfied. He was already close to the 200 mark. He nodded at the cultivation. Universal points minus 30. Cultivation increased to the third sky of Body Forging. The system's voice came. Lin Fong's body grew larger once more. The turtle armor became even thicker. The patterns on it also had some changes, and claws grew out of the four little green short legs. That feeling is really awesome. When the transformation was over, Lin Fong shook his limbs. Feel the tight flesh. For some reason, a thought suddenly came into his mind. This meat should be chewy. He winced at the thought. How did I get such a horrible idea? Must have been brought down by the system. Lin Fong shook his head and threw the idea out of his head. Then looking at the 163 universal points left, he chose to continue to ascend. Universal points minus 40. Cultivation increased to the fourth sky of Body Forging. That familiar feeling reappeared, and Lin Fong was refreshed. At this point there are 123 universal points left. Lin Fong continued. Universal points minus 50. Cultivation increased to the 5th sky of body forging. There are only 73 universal points left. Or continue. Universal points minus 60. Cultivation has been raised to the 6th heaven of body forging. It was only when he reached the 6th level of body forging that Lin Feng finally stopped. He no longer had enough universal points to upgrade. And at this moment, he had changed radically from just a moment ago. His body became more than twice the size of the previous one, and his shell was even smoother than the previous one, with 3 rows of barbed bumps on it, which made him look particularly unpleasing to the eye. All 4 of the little short legs had claws on them as well. Lin put it on the stone at the bottom of the pool and tried it out. Straight away there were 3 scratches and he didn't feel the slightest resistance. It's too strong. Compared to before the enhancement, Lin Feng was stronger by more than a star. He could probably fight 200 of his previous selves right now and still finish. Hang up. Must hang up. Lin Feng's movable short legs rubbed themselves in the sandpit, burying themselves in the sand, and then turned on the hanging mode. Ding! You are on hang mode. Merit technique great grade heavenly immortal technique, skinny, detected. Hanging acceleration in progress. You can still play like that? Lin Feng's mood was instantly pleasant. He plopped down comfortably in the mud and sand, yawned, and gradually drifted off to sleep. At this point, poolside, a few disciples were fishing for fish inside the pool, and there were many aquatic spirit beasts placed next to them. Where the hell is that little turtle? I've been fishing here for half a day and it's all fish. Not a turtle in sight. One of the disciples grumbled. Don't say it. Isn't it the same on my side? You guys are lucky that you have the sentinel beast decision to use, but I can only have a few scrolls that I can't use easily. Someone returned the favor, and the rest of the disciples were burying their heads in the turtle. They did not think of going into the water to fish, but can not do. This pool of its own heaven and earth. People rush into it is likely to come out. Grandpa Turtle looked at the few people on the pool and was a little surprised. Why would the disciples of the sect come here to fish for spirit pets? Can't figure it out. Never mind. I'd better warn the juniors not to let them play in the upper level of the pool, so as not to be fished away. Grandpa Turtle turned around and swam downstream. With his movements, the aquatic races in the pool that were not willing to give people as spirit pets all swam towards the lower level of the pool, and the aquatic races in the upper level were all of a sudden reduced by half. So a few people fished and fished and fished. How come you can't get any more? I'm afraid I'm not spooking the fish in the pool. Bad luck. Fishing for a bunch of crap. As some people spoke, they dumped the fish they had previously fished into the pool again, while others simply left with a black face, not caring in the least about the fish on the bank. When all these people are gone, Grandpa Turtle poked his head out of the water and looked in all directions. After making sure that a few people were indeed far away, he surfaced and greeted the turtle clan as they pushed all those banked fish into the pool. Hundreds of turtles that looked similar to Lin Feng climbed ashore. He followed the example of Grandpa Turtle and clumsily pushed one fish into the water with his body. Those fish that were originally half dead on the shore became alive when they got into the water, nodding thankfully towards the turtles and swimming towards the depths of the pool. Wait until the next day. Lin Feng detached himself from the hanging state. Name, Lin Feng Cultivation, 6th Heaven of Body Forging, plus. Points, non-universal points, 156. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this night's harvest. He remembered that yesterday he only had around 100 when he hung around for a night, and with the addition of the great piece of heavenly immortal technique he had increased by 50%. This value would definitely increase in the future when the great heavenly immortal technique was comprehended more. Lin Feng directly tapped on his cultivation without saying anything. Universal points minus 70. Cultivation has been raised to the 7th heaven of body forging. Lin Feng's body changed once more. Marvelous power was transforming his body, upgrading his physical quality in all directions. When the ascension was over, Lin Feng watched as his cultivation level increased. He nodded again. Universal points minus 80. Cultivation has been raised to the 8th sky of body forging. At this point, there were only 6 universal points left, which was no longer enough to be boosting. He stood up and shook the mud off his body, revealing a slightly grimy body. Grandpa Turtle swam from a distance, circled around him. You're progressing so fast. Your body has already changed significantly. You're one step closer to becoming a spirit turtle. Perhaps in a short while. Lin Feng couldn't speak for the time being. All that could be done was to nod towards Grandpa Turtle. Ha ha ha, come up with me. You need to get more sunshine for your body to become better. Lin Feng swam up after him. As he swam, he noticed that the fish around him were all in a bit of a hurry, far from their previous gracefulness, and many of them had injuries on their bodies. Is this a gang fight? Since Lin Feng couldn't speak, he naturally couldn't ask anything. Wait for the water. It's the same boulder as before. After Lin Feng climbed up and plopped down beautifully, Grandpa Turtle dug into the water. The warm sunlight poured down from the air, and Lin Feng felt that his body was rapidly warming up. the icy coldness subsiding and turning into a warm feeling. Lin Feng yawned, intending to hang up and take a nap, but just at this time, a surprised voice suddenly came from the distance, which Lin Feng seemed to have heard somewhere before. So you were here, now I've caught you. He opened his eyes and saw a large net that came down towards him. What's the situation? A large net fell from the sky. Before Lin Feng could react, it covered his entire turtle. A huge pulling force came. By the time Lin put him back to his senses, he was in the net, and there was a very large face in front of him, not bad looking, full of complacency between his looks, looking in a good mood. I didn't realize I was so lucky, just thought I'd come over and take my chances, and I actually ran into you. Lin Feng also recognized the other party at this time. It was one of the group of people who had shamelessly approached Monkey yesterday to claim him, and I didn't expect them to give up, but actually killed them. Now that's trouble. Lin Feng, of course, immediately struggled, but the net didn't know what it was made of, and the more he struggled the tighter it contracted. Before he could struggle a few times, blood marks were strangled from his 4 short legs. Don't struggle, just be a good spirit pet. If you are successful in your cultivation, can I still treat you poorly? The man said in a kind and gentle manner. Lin Feng ignored him. In this world, Monkey is the main character, and this guy is not even a passerby. He didn't even want to follow Monkey, let alone this roadie. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't listen to persuasion, the man stopped persuading. He tore off his hypocritical face and stared at Lin Feng with sinister and greedy eyes. What's so great about that monkey? It's just a demon that was born to do evil. If you follow me, could you be any worse than him? Ungrateful thing. His name is Jinbutsu, from a small country in the West Nuga continent of the royal family. Since childhood to accept is the Buddha's words. The Buddha said that all beings are equal, but does not include the demon race. The demon race is well behaved and naturally vicious. In the Western Nuga continent, the demon race had a low status and was an existence that everyone shouted at. That's why he looked down on Sun Monkey from the very beginning. Even when Bodhi Laozu took Monkey as his disciple, he looked down on this demon race of unknown origin. Demons deserve to be trampled underfoot, to hide in the deep forests and languish. Monkey was like that, and so was Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was beneficial to him, so he gave Lin Feng a chance to be accepted by becoming his spirit pet. But Lin Feng refused. Jinbutsu pulled out a talisman from his storage pouch. It's useless even if you don't want to. When I use this talisman and forcibly take you as my spirit pet, at that time, your life and death will be at my whim. You won't be able to obey even if you don't want to. Lin Feng struggled even more intensely. Jinbutsu had already begun to activate the spell. The talisman was gradually glowing while emitting a marvelous fluctuation, and Lin Feng could only feel a pain in his head, as if something had exploded in his head. He instinctively felt danger and wanted to move away from the talisman, but caught in the net he could do nothing. Done. Am I really going to become his spirit pet and obey his orders from now on? Of course Lin Feng was unwilling. As a third-grade young man who had received a 21st-century education, he had a free mind and was most resistant to forcibly swaying other people's destinies. But he can't do anything now. Lin Feng was in despair. Jinbutsu looked at Lin Feng, who was not struggling, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph, bastard thing, having to use my means to be obedient. Looks like I'll have to work on you a bit after I recover you. I'll let you know. Before Jinbutsu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a roar of anger that came from behind him. What are you doing? He was startled, and the talisman in his hand was even more bright and dark, almost interrupting the talisman's spell casting because of it. Jinbutsu was annoyed in his heart and turned his head to look. Then he laughed, for the visitor was none other than Monkey. He looked at Monkey proudly and laughed. Yo, isn't this Master's son? How come he has time to come here to the pool for a break? Is it possible that Master has already comprehended all the things he spoke about yesterday? That's good enlightenment. At Mount Lintai, Bodhi's ancestor preached only 4 times a month. The remaining time is all arranged by the disciples within the door. And within the rules, there are no taboos. Most disciples would choose to go back to the retreat after listening to the sermon to digest what they had gained and expect a breakthrough. And those disciples who have already mastered the great heavenly immortal technique will choose to cultivate the method after all. Gongfu was the foundation, and Dharma was the means. It takes strong roots to have a majestic foundation that allows one to go farther, while the Dharma door is the means of exerting strength. Some top-grade Dharma doors are even able to allow people to exert power far beyond their own strength. Sun Wukong listened to Bodhi Laozu's sermon for the first time, and if he gained a lot, he should certainly be in seclusion. But he's here now. That's why Jinbutsu thinks he should have nothing to gain. This statement, naturally, is also the opposite. At this moment, Monkey didn't care what he meant by his words, but instead looked nervously over to Lin Feng's side. He stepped forward, trying to snatch Lin Fong from Jinbutsu's hands, but it was dodged by Zenbutsu. He had been practicing under Grandmaster Bodhi for more than 2 years, and although he hadn't completely comprehended the great piece of heavenly immortal technique, he still had some Dao skills, and Monkey was no match at all. What did you do with him? Monkey's eyes were glowing at this moment, and he could already tell that Lin Fong was not in the right state. Jinbutsu looked at his glowing eyes, and without reason, his heart tightened, as if he was being stared at by some flood beast, and when he reacted, his back was already in a cold sweat. When he reacted, a few moments of irritation grew in his mind. Can't tell? That's right, even if it's enlightened, it's still just a wild monkey. Where has it seen this kind of aptitude? Then I'll tell you better. Jinbutsu sneered. I have already activated the Imperial Beast Talisman, and in a short while his sea of consciousness will be forcefully planted with my brand. From now on, his life is at my mercy. He's going to do whatever I tell him to do. Monkey had moved on at this point. This was the first time he had gotten angry since his birth, and he just felt a fire burning in his heart, wanting to let it out. Let go of him. Monkey growled and charged towards Jinbutsu. Jinbutsu looked at the monkey that looked like a wind tiger and did not dodge, stretching out a hand, slightly lighting up a light, surprisingly wanting to use a hand to block Monkey's charge. Soon, he knew he was wrong. It is so wrong. Monkey in not cultivated, but that is also Manhwa mending stone after hundreds of thousands of years of breeding out of the heaven and earth. He was born with the spell of fiery eyes, which allowed him to see everything in the world, and his physical strength alone was more powerful than the average heavenly immortal. Monkey doesn't know how to use his powers, though, so he usually doesn't look very godlike, but in a violent rage, Monkey's strength was exerted to a small extent. Just this very small portion was not something that a Jinbutsu, who had only just cultivated for 2 years, could block, so he was given a bump without incident. Lin Fong, who was grasped in his hand, also flew up into the air and fell down from the open net. Monkey caught Lin Fong in one hand. At this time, Lin Fong had only just gotten rid of the control of the Imperial Beast Dharma Decree, and his head was dizzy. It was all a bunch of mush. Turtle, how are you doing? Monkey saw that he looked drained, so he shook him twice. Lin Fong was even more dizzy. If turtles could vomit, he'd be afraid he'd have thrown up everything he'd eaten in the last month together by now. Solely his body didn't have a mechanism for vomiting. Only after waiting for a while did Lin Fong's head finally regain a few moments of thinking ability. He looked up at Monkey. Monkey immediately laughed. It's good that you're okay. Just now when I shook you and you didn't move a muscle, I thought you were stupid. Monkey laughed heartlessly, looking innocent, but in Lin Fong's eyes, that was stupid. You're the one who's stupid. Your whole family is stupid. As soon as this thought appeared, Lin Fong thought that Monkey was transformed by the heaven mending stone, so if he had to find a mother for him, it would only be Saint Manhwa. So he added, the saint is not to be blamed. You are a generous man. Don't ever find fault with me. Monkey was happy to see Lin Fong in great spirits, but some people are not happy. Jinbutsu. He was knocked away by Monkey in one go, which was a strange shame for him who had always looked down on the demon race and had a high heart. That's why he immediately pulled out his offensive weapon after getting up from the ground. It was a long sword, with a blood-red blade and a turquoise hilt. It didn't look like a proper weapon in any way, but Lin Fong only took one look before withdrawing his gaze. Young man, using weapons against Monkey. You're afraid you don't know how to write the word death. Not to mention the fact that Monkey's physical strength was not something that could be harmed by an ordinary magic weapon, and Subhutu would not let Monkey receive any damage. At the very least, not in Spirit Mountain. Sure enough, before this battle could be fought, Jinbutsu's expression changed and he put his weapon away, and then Subhutu doesn't come out of nowhere. He stood in the void, looking at the two with a serious expression. Monkey also collected his anger at this time, and very obediently bowed towards Subhutu. Master. Jinbutsu also bowed towards Subhutu. He said evilly, Master, Master's son's wild nature is untamable, and he charged at me for no reason. It's really too detestable. Please make a decision. Master. After hearing this, Bodhi Laozu looked over to Monkey's side again. What do you have to say? Monkey clasped his fists and said, Master, Master Jin intended to harm Little Turtle, and in a moment of haste, I injured him. Then Old Man Bodhi looked over to Jinbutsu's side again. Is that what he said it was? Jinbutsu looked a little flustered and said, Master, this Little Turtle is not a spiritual pet of Sun Shur-di. I am delighted to see it and want to accept it as a spiritual pet. In the midst of Subhutu's eyes, Yanbutsu's words became lower and lower. Lin Fong raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. Make you arrogant. To make you feel good about yourself. Let's see how you end up now. With Monkey's identity, even if he is really wrong, Bodhi Laozu will not necessarily punish him. Not to mention that Monkey is right, with Bodhi Laozu backing him up. Jinbutsu will not die this time, but also take off layers of skin. Elder Bodhi looked at the two and pondered for a long time. Sun Wukong, you are naughty and mischievous by nature. How dare you strike out to harm your fellow disciples? You are punished to go to the Bible pavilion to copy books for 3 months. Jinbutsu had a look of surprise on his face. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. What is this? Bodhi Laozu actually sent Monkey to the Tibetan scripture cabinet to copy the book in March. This script is not right. Wait. Hidden scripture. Lin Feng immediately thought of a certain possibility. He looked towards Old Man Bodhi, and it just so happened that Old Man Bodhi was also looking towards him. So Lin Feng decisively shifted his gaze, and all of this was taken in by Old Man Bodhi. Jinbutsu looked at Monkey in triumph. Humph. Now you've suffered. As a demon, you should learn to pin down your tail and be a demon. Do you know that in our western Nuba continent, you demons have the lowest status, and are nothing more than food in addition material for refining magic treasures? Monkey bowed his head, his hand hanging down in a death grip. Yo, what? Still unconvinced? Saying you're wild and untamable isn't wrong. Jinbutsu looked at his clenched fists with a sneer on his face. Old Master Bodhi was all set to leave. When he heard these 2 words of his, he stopped again. Jinbutsu, provoking fellow disciples, and being impatient. You will be punished to face the wall for 3 years at the Seo Cliff. Jinbutsu's face was ashen. This thoughtfulness cliff was a Jedi in Lingtai Mountain, and from time to time, thunder would fall, making the environment particularly harsh. Living in a place like this for 3 years is a living hell. After saying that, Old Man Bodhi left. Jinbutsu glanced resentfully at Monkey and Lin Feng, and also turned around to ride his magic weapon away. After everyone had left, Monkey put Lin Feng back into the water. Little turtle, during the time I'm not here, remember to protect yourself, and when I return, I'll teach you the art of eternal life. After Monkey said this, he turned around and left. Lin Feng floated on the surface of the water, looking at his back, and a moment later, drilled into the pool and disappeared. He made his way down to the bottom of the pool. At this time here has already gathered a lot of water tribe. Densely packed, a glance cannot be seen. The change of heart above was naturally seen clearly by the aquatic race in the pool. However, they were all the lowest class of water tribe, and when 2 divine disciples clashed, they could only hide in the pool, expecting that they would never be affected by it. Lin Feng didn't blame them for standing idly by, facing Jinbutsu. Even if they all went on, they would still be sending them to their deaths. Grandpa Turtle swam over at this moment and touched the wounds on his body with his fins, and Lin Feng's wounds then quickly healed. Son, that's the way the world is. Don't complain. The current world is the world of the human race, and our demon race is just going to be bullied. In the future, in the encounter of those people, avoid a little bit on the line, can save their lives, live happily on the line. At least here is still considered safe. There will be no one wants to give us a cramp. Never think of revenge. Those powerful demon clans can show off for a while, but in the end, which one of them is not being jerked around? The bones are ground into powder for you. Lin Feng didn't say anything. This time it wasn't that he couldn't speak, it was that he didn't want to. He silently buried himself in the sandy soil and then turned on hang mode. Grandpa Turtle looked at his back and sighed. Everyone disperse? This matter is over today. Do whatever you need to do in the future. All the aquatics scattered. The Lolita-voiced big fish that Lin Feng had encountered for the first time, however, curiously swam towards the place where Lin Feng was lying on the sand. She just shook her body twice, and the curling current lifted up the mud and sand, revealing Lin Feng, who was buried underneath and hanging out. Hey, wake up! A crisp voice rang in Lin Feng's ears. With such a turn of events, he was naturally kicked out of hang mode by the system. What for? Lin Feng didn't have the good sense to say. Are you friends with that monkey up there? What's his name? He's so handsome. Is he short of spirit pets? The big fish is like 100,000 reasons why. Lin Feng was in a bad mood, so he didn't want to pay attention to her. Woo! Big fish had a hurt look on his face. Are you guys close? I get the feeling he's nervous about you. Lin Feng was still silent. The big fish then thought that Lin Feng couldn't speak at all, so she became even more depressed. She shook her body and whirled around Lin Feng's head, swimming while still muttering there. I also want a gaijin who can protect me too. I think he will be the greatest hero in the world. The greatest? Big hero. Big fish was talking seriously, but Lin Feng was listening because he wanted to sleep straight away. Who doesn't want a hero to protect them? But a lot of the time the only person you can count on is yourself. Iron sharpens iron. After this experience, his pursuit of power was even more determined. That old cunt, old Bodhi, must have watched the whole thing happen the entire time, but he waited until Monkey was furious and the two sides fought with real fire before he stepped in. The attitude is practically obvious. Old man Bodhi didn't care if he lived or died. and even couldn't wait for him to die, as long as it was within the rules. As long as he could ensure that nothing happened to Monkey and that he couldn't be directly implicated, he was actually happy to see Lin Feng get captured. As for the subsequent punishment of Yanbutsu, it was only because of his outburst in the last few sentences, and hiding out at the Sivon Cliff for 3 years was just the thing to avoid a head-on confrontation with Monkey. As for Monkey, Hidden Scriptures is a great place, maybe if he copied and copied. He copied out a big gift pack of Gongfu secrets containing the earthly 72 changes, plus a copy of the Somersault Cloud, the essence of the great piece of heavenly immortal technique, or something like that. He was the only one, alone, licking his wounds at the bottom of the pool. Since the beginning, Bodhi Laozu had never treated him as one of his own, and the only one who had truly treated him was Monkey. Lin Feng's eyes became resolute even as he thought about this. After the big fish had spoken for half a day, he saw that he looked listless, and thought that he was holding a grudge over what had just happened, so he didn't say anything further. Never mind. You stay well. I'll go first. She used her tail to cover Lin Feng with sand and then swam towards the distance. Lin Feng raised his head to look at her before shrinking back and adjusting his position for himself, lying comfortably on his back. After what happened just now, there was a delay of half a day. It was afternoon by now. He's going to grab a hang-up. Anyway, living in a place like the pool where the aura was abundant, there was no need to eat, and without the worry of eating, all that was left for him then was to sleep. A little bit of time passed. When it was early the next morning, Lin Feng woke up from his sleep. He had accumulated 205 universal points. Achievements have been remarkable. Hanging out in a place as rich in aura as the pool, with the possibility of a blitz, coupled with the acceleration of the great piece of heavenly immortal technique, allowed him to gain universal points at a terrifying rate. Name, Lin Feng cultivation level, 8th level of body forging, plus, points, non-universal points, 205. Lin Feng stretched and smiled in satisfaction as he tapped on his cultivation. Universal points minus 90. Cultivation has been raised to the 9th heaven of body forging. The familiar feeling surfaced again. An inexplicable power surged from his body, helping him strengthen his body in all directions, making him even stronger. Lin Feng stood up and shook the mud off his body. He looked up to the sky and whistled. Grandpa Turtle also swam over it this time and circled around Lin Feng twice. You're the most talented little fellow I've ever seen. And in such a short period of time, you're already on the verge of becoming a spirit beast. Nice. Really nice. Lin Feng felt the changes in his body and was also excited. The feeling between the 8th heavenly body forging and the 9th heavenly body forging was completely different. The previous realm breakthrough gave him the feeling of an accumulation of power, whereas after breaking through to the 9th sky of body forging, what he felt was a change from quantitative to qualitative. It was as if something had changed in his body, but he couldn't figure out what. It's weird, but it's also wonderful. He carefully comprehended the difference and realized that he seemed to have become more spiritual. Body, soul, all of it. It was a difficult feeling to articulate, but that's how he felt. What is the principle of this? Could it be that after absorbing the aura for a long time, it will be gradually assimilated by the aura? Then if one cultivates to a high level, wouldn't one completely become one with the aura, give up the physical body, and ascend with the soul? Lin Feng's little head drifted through the cultivation system and the novels of his previous life. The more I think about it, the scarier I feel. If one really had to give up their physical body and become one with the aura of heaven and earth, what difference would there be between that and being dead? However, he was only a small rookie who hadn't even become a spirit beast right now. Thinking about this was tantamount to mediocrity. So he gave up after thinking for a while without a clue. Grandpa Turtle saw him come back to his senses. Isn't it marvelous? Lin Feng thought about the feeling he had just experienced, and he nodded. Grandpa Turtle laughed. I was just like you back then. I thought it was marvelous. That's how all of us in the demon race came to be. You have to memorize this feeling, because this feeling concerns every breakthrough you make in the future. And as you get higher in your realm, this feeling will become more pronounced. And those great powers of our demon race, when they raise their hands and feet, they are full of spiritual charm. Some travel thousands of miles on bare ground. Some wave their hands to fill the sky with dark clouds, and others can bless all the people and know yin and yang, life and death. It's all the wonders that come from this spiritual rhythm. Grandpa Turtle was gushing, but when these words fell on Lin Feng's ears, they became, cultivation is the evolution of life, absorbing aura and fusing it. When a living being possesses enough aura, it creates a spiritual rhythm. Spiritual charms can infect the surrounding aura, bringing about different effects depending on different attributes, and others can bring about some marvelous abilities. It's a world of auras. Lin Feng felt that it made sense and nodded seriously. Grandpa Turtle, seeing that he was listening so attentively, spoke even more vigorously. But those are all afterthoughts. You're still young. The main thing to do is to condense the demonic Dan. With the demonic Dan you'll be able to absorb the spiritual chi more efficiently. And then you'll be able to learn from the humans and open up the body's orifices little by little. What our demon race cultivates is the demon body on one hand, and demon power on the other. The only way to go far is to do everything. Lin Feng thought for a moment. For some reason, he thought of the system's evaluation of him again. And then he thought of Jin Buzo's words. In the Western Nuga continent, the demon race has a low status and can only be relegated to the plate. Getting stronger. Lin Feng suddenly somewhat understood what the system meant. In this world, if he couldn't become stronger, those seniors were his forebears. When he thought that he might also become a dish in the future, the meat taken to cook, the bones to make soup, and after the soup, maybe the tortoise shell will also be taken to people to refine divination spells. He shivered all over. Never let that happen. Lin Feng looked at the system. Name, Lin Feng race, turtle, evolved, system tip. It is recommended to choose evolution after opening the system mall. Cultivation, 9th heaven of body forging, plus, breakthrough. Points, non-universal points, 115. Lin Feng froze. After his cultivation broke through to the 9th heaven of body forging, the system panel actually changed so much. Not only could the race evolve, even his cultivation could break through. But that plus, what does that mean? Lin Feng looked at the plus sign. Could it be that the forging realm is still moving up? 10th weight? 11 heavens? 12 heavens? Lin Feng thought of the treatment of the protagonist in the metaphysical novels of his previous life. It was obvious that he could break through in the 9th heaven, but he had to pursue some kind of perfect foundation building. So after a series of opportunities, crises, and a lot of hard work, he succeeded in building the foundation perfectly. After shocking a series of bigwigs, it's not much of a stretch. The protagonist would still be crushed by all sorts of geniuses, and even in some novels, the perfect foundation building that had succeeded after 1,000 years of hard work became lousy in the later stages. Lin Feng looked at that plus sign and had a sense of vestigial. He was a little excited. Although the so-called perfect foundation building in the novel was of little use. If you want to raise a tall building, the foundation must be solid. Lin Feng felt that he could still try. It was nothing more than delaying the breakthrough for a few more days, and he had plenty of time to delay anyway. Lin put a click on the plus sign. 100 points off the jackpot. Cultivation has been raised to the 10th heaven of body forging. A force that was fierier and more aggressive than even before burst out from within his body, constantly eroding his flesh. This time he wasn't getting high. He was hurting. Incredibly painful. He felt as if there was a monster in his body tearing at his flesh and blood. At the same time, the temperature of his body increased dramatically, and the water around him was vaporized into air, white bubbles enveloping his entire body. Grandpa Turtle also panicked a bit when he saw this turn of events. It was the first time he had seen such a turn of events, and he thought that Lin Feng had gone off the deep end and made a mistake in his cultivation. He rushed to help him heal with his own spiritual energy. It was somewhat useful at first, but soon Lin Feng's body became redder and hotter, devouring Grandpa Turtle's spiritual energy and continuously growing itself. Grandpa Turtle had no choice but to cut off the connection with Lin Feng. After a short contact, he also realized that there was a very strange power in Lin Feng's body. This power was forcibly strengthening Lin Feng's body in a brutal way, and it would even devour other spiritual energy to replenish its own loss. But Lin Feng's life wasn't in danger. It just hurt. The commotion here quickly attracted quite a few aquatic races, who all looked curiously at Lin Feng, who was wrapped in water vapor. Grandpa Turtle, what's wrong with him? One of the turtles asked curiously. Probably breaking through. When he succeeds, he should be a spirit beast, and then he'll be able to talk. Grandpa Turtle explained a sentence. The crowd all quieted down, lying not far away waiting for Lin Feng to finish his breakthrough. Lin Feng felt like a piece of charcoal at this moment, surrounded by fire. Even in the cold water, there was not the slightest bit of coolness. There was only hot, boiling hot. He struggled desperately to find a cool place to cool the fire. But where is the cool place around? It was at this time that a thought suddenly occurred to him. Hang up. Lin Feng has never hung up in this situation, and he's less than okay, but there's no other way to do it now, so he can only beat a dead horse. Hanging mode activated. Lin Feng's body and mind felt a long-awaited relaxation. Ding! Detected system breakthrough in progress. The hang-up assistance ability is on, and will correctly guide the host's body to evolve. Ding! Detected that the host has the great piece of heavenly immortal technique. Changed the direction of evolution. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Feng froze for a moment. Then he felt that after the heaven and earth aura merged into his body, it began to flow unceasingly along a familiar vein, precisely the route of the great pin heavenly immortal technique that he had comprehended. But it usually runs slow when hanging out. But this time it was running very fast, so fast that it gave him the feeling of speeding through the Akuma Mountains. and as the great piece of heavenly immortal technique operated, the aura around the pool was swept over by him, forming several bands of aura in the water that hovered in front of the crowd. Everyone looked at the colorful bands of aura and found it new. Grandpa Turtle, however, saw the signs. This is the great grade heavenly immortal technique? He had lived the longest in the pool, and had even been the spirit pet of one of the disciples of Lingtai Mountain, only for that disciple to later change his spirit pet and set him free. That was why he recognized the great piece heavenly immortal skill that all the disciples of Lingtai Mountain cultivated. Although this dharma was not the strongest dharma, it was all-encompassing, teachable, and suitable for all living beings to cultivate. Ru Lin placed in the great hall to cultivate, and what coalesced was the aura storm. And in the middle of this pool is the colorful band of aura. This is the great grade heavenly immortal technique? A water tribe made a surprised sound. Although the rest of the aquatic races didn't make a sound, the way they looked at Lin Fong became envious and valued. Having learned the great grade heavenly immortal skill, then one's achievements in the future were bound to be not low. Maybe in this tiny pool of theirs, they could really produce a big transformed demon, or a higher demon king, demon emperor, or something like that. Grandpa Turtle, then can he hand over and teach us the great piece heavenly immortal technique? There are young walleye that innocently inquire. Grandpa Turtle shook his head. This great piece heavenly immortal technique can only be understood, not transmitted in words, and although he has learned it, he knows it, but not the reason for it. I had the honor of listening to my ancestor speak once back then. It's a pity that the enlightenment was so poor that nothing was memorized, and my master was the same at the time. He thought of the years that had passed and his eyes filled with remembrance. And how did he learn to do that? A water tribe asked curiously. I guess that monkey brought him to listen to it. What a good understanding. He understood it in one sitting. Grandpa Turtle looked at Lin Fong with envy inside. The rest of them also looked at Lin Fong, thinking about how long it had only been. Lin Fong was already on the verge of becoming a spirit turtle. That's too fast of an improvement. So Grandpa Turtle, is he a flood fae? I don't know. Grandpa Turtle shook his head. And what does Grandpa Turtle know? Ha ha, I know he's probably close to the end of his breakthrough. Everyone should pull back. Why? The young aquatic's last word, before he could even get it out of his mouth, he felt a wind cut through his body, but it was in the water. Where the wind came from, it would have to be an aura fluctuation. A very strong aura fluctuation burst out from Lin Fong's body. All the aquatics retreated towards the back. Those colorful aura bands floating in the air were also stirred up with the aura fluctuations and escaped in all directions, making Lin Fong's breakthrough this time even more powerful. Countless spiritual lights flowed through the water, creating a splendid scene. The aquatic races present had never seen such a scene before, and could not help but look dumbfounded. Grandpa Turtle looked at Lin Fong with an expectant face. A moment later, the bubbles stopped boiling, and as they diminished, a dark green figure emerged. All aquatic eyes converged. They held their breath and concentrated on Lin Fong, who was gradually revealing himself. But when the bubbles all dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, Lin Fong didn't become even bigger and more imposing as they had imagined, but instead, he became the same again as when he had only come to the pool. Nope, even thinner than that. At this moment, there was not the slightest difference between Lin Fong's appearance alone and those mortal turtles in the creeks and rivers. Once again, he changed back to the way he was when he first crossed over. How did he get like this? I don't know. It feels weaker than before. Did the breakthrough fail? Why don't you go over there and ask? At this time, Lin Fong exited the hanging state, and the burning sensation quickly receded from his body, and was replaced by a familiar cool sensation, as well as an incomparably fulfilling sense of power. He moved his limbs. The physical strength was secondary. It's mostly that feeling. That feeling that Grandpa Turtle said was incredibly important felt a bit more pronounced to him than it had just been, and a closer physical realization seemed to capture something special. The cultivation level of the 10th sky of body forging allowed him to open the door to a new world. Compared to just now, his perception of aura was even more pronounced. In the past, he was only able to perceive aura by hanging onto it, and later on, he relied on feats, but now he was able to perceive aura fluctuations on his own without relying on either of these methods. Lin Fong tried to raise one of his front paws. A marvelous feeling lingered in his heart as he felt as if he could manipulate the aura of heaven and earth. He then wanted the aura of heaven and earth to condense on his claws. Then, an aura appeared out of nowhere. The spirit light was like a remnant of a candle, rising and falling over his claws, and although it was very faint, it was so dazzling in front of Lin Fong's eyes. This was the first time he had manipulated the aura of heaven and earth, and the surrounding aquatic races all noticed this, and they were all a bit surprised, because manipulating aura was an ability that only spirit beasts had, and to manipulate it this easily, it had to be a highly gifted spirit beast, but Lin Fong was clearly still just a mortal turtle. Grandpa Turtle also slurped and circled around Lin Fong. That's weird. All that noise, and actually no breakthrough. And without breaking through, you have the ability to manipulate the aura of heaven and earth. What a strange turtle. Could it be a foreign species of heaven and earth? It looks like this little pool of ours is really going to produce a transformation demon. Lin Fong dispersed the aura in his hand and grinned towards Grandpa Turtle, revealing a mouthful of small white teeth. Opening his mouth, but he still couldn't say anything. It seems one must break through the spirit turtle before one can speak. Lin Fong was a little depressed. Grandpa Turtle thought he was depressed because he hadn't become a spirit turtle, so he patted him on the head. Don't worry, I have faith in you. You'll definitely become a spirit turtle before long. Lin Fong smiled towards him again. He looked at the system panel. Name, Lin Fong cultivation level, 10th day of body forging. Points, none universal points, 15. It's really a long way back. However, Lin Fong felt that it was worth it. The effect of the 10th heaven of body forging was far beyond his imagination, and the deeper the base, the higher the achievements and the stronger the power he could achieve in the future. In this world of the Western journey, which might be the counterpart of the flood, Lin Fong felt that no amount of power would be enough. Heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants. Travelers like him are the variables. Now, also on the old man Bodhi is a little interested in him. If you really feel that he is bullish with lightning, was noticed by Hong Jun, in a slap to death, is not the death of the wrong. Lin Fong yawned and prepared to hide in the sand for a while longer. There's no telling what's going on up there, so don't go up there in the sun anytime soon. Without Monkey, if he's on the receiving end of something, there's no one to save him. Grandfather Turtle saw that he looked tired and thought that it was caused by the fact that he had just made a breakthrough that consumed too much of his mind, so he didn't bother them. Everyone disperse? Don't stay here. Leave him alone. The water tribes scattered. The Lolita-voiced big fish looked curiously at Lin Fong's position and swam over to Grandpa Turtle. Grandpa Turtle, is he really a heaven and earth fae? Grandpa Turtle shook his head. No? The Lolita-voiced big fish wondered. I don't know either. Grandpa Turtle laughed. Who cares if he isn't? As long as he's still him, isn't it? Is he not one of us because he's a heaven and earth fae? As long as we're in this pool, we're all family. The lorikeet-sounding big fish was thoughtful. Afterwards, all the aquatic races went away, and Lin Fong was able to hang out in peace and quiet and hang out for the rest of his life. It was getting dark. Monkey was sitting alone in the cache, copying a book. The scriptures in the Tibetan scripture hall were complicated, and he was a monkey, so naturally he was bored to death copying them. So he looked towards the surroundings, and after seeing that there was no one, he threw the pen away, stretched out comfortably, and lay down on the ground to doze off. When he woke up from his nap, he was hungry again. His nose twitched, smelling the fruit on the offering table. Monkey also does not care who is offered on the offering table. Pick up the fruit on it and start to eat. Eat up and pick fat and thin. Some feel not good. Eat a bite and put back. When he was full, he patted his stomach and began to look for something to play with in the huge cache of scriptures. But there's nothing but books here. There's not even a human figure. All Monkey could do was to read. And soothsaying that he was born with a persistent wisdom, he was uneducated about many things, and strange ideas often popped into his head. The words in the books were all recognizable even though he hadn't studied them. And the book is told in a strange way, not very understandable to read. But also let Monkey found some strange books. The book is recorded in the book are some deep and difficult to understand, cloudy things, although he read a half understand, but think more can understand the reasoning. Then he realized that the contents of this book were actually similar to the things that Old Man Bodhi had taught. So Monkey became more interested. He came to Lintai Mountain to learn the art of longevity. After learning the divine immortal laws, one can have the opportunity to learn that even more profound art of immortality. He studied the hidden scriptures alone, and then he realized that this place was simply a big treasure trove. All the knowledge he needed was here. In conjunction with Mr. Bodhi's last Dharma talk, Monkey's comprehension of the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique progressed at an appalling rate. Seeing this scene, Old Man Bodhi, who was hiding in the shadows, nodded his head in satisfaction. Monkey's natural talent amazed him, although it wasn't as good as Lin Fong. This little guy, it could be ranked first among those of his disciples who were inducted. Plus Monkey was gifted and intelligent, and he could understand a lot of things at a single point. Unfortunately, a personality that is too jumpy and mentally unstable is a big no-no. But then Bodhi Laozu thought of the Westward Journey program. He sighed. If he didn't see his jumpy personality and extraordinary roots, how could he have been chosen to be the protagonist of the journey to the West? Old Man Bodhi looked at it for a while longer, then turned to leave. But instead of returning to the Great Hall, he came to the mountain pool. This place is originally a small world that he opened up. Originally thought of catching some big demons and locking them up for viewing, but then it was forgotten. And some disciples liked to release their water spirit pets here in the earlier years. These water spirit pets live in harmony. Over time, it has multiplied from one generation to the next and has become what it is now. He looked toward the middle of the pool. Lin Feng just quietly hid in the mud and sand and dozed off. Elder Bodhi's brows frowned slightly. Lin Feng's appearance seemed different than what he had seen before, but there was a lot more spiritual charm in his body, and it hadn't amounted to much more than a spirit beast. He made a move with his hand. Lin Feng then quickly floated up from the pool. Ding! Due to external influences, the host is about to exit the hang mode. Please prepare yourself. Lin Feng just froze. Then he was kicked out of the system. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at his body that was constantly floating upwards. Naturally he struggled desperately, but it was of no use. Soon he was floating from the water into the air. It hovered in front of Old Man Bodhi. Lin Feng instantly didn't move. Old Ancestor Bodhi scrutinized Lin Feng, and then he discovered something very interesting. Instead of condensing the demon pill, he instead compressed all the heaven and earth aura into his body, quenching his body with the aura and raising his body to the level of a semi-spiritual body. That's a good law. No wonder the figure has changed back to basics. Lin Feng was listening to the clouds. These were all automatically operated by the system when hanging up, and had nothing to do with him. But Lin Feng's enlightenment had once again amazed him. It was because the method Lin Feng used was precisely from his great piece of heavenly immortal technique. However, he had only said it once, and hadn't gone into the depths, but Lin Feng had used it directly, and had even managed to cultivate his body into a semi-spiritual body. It's simply a mind-boggling thing. Although Lin Feng couldn't understand Old Man Bodhi's words, he knew that his forging body 10th heaven was estimated to be really powerful. Old Man Bodhi looked at him very seriously. In his heart, he was wondering who Lin Feng had arranged to be the pawn that came in. Lin Feng looked at Old Ancestor Bodhi's bright and dark eyes and shrank his neck in some fear. He was really afraid that Old Ancestor Bodhi would have an impulse and pinch him to death directly. Solely, Old Man Bodhi just looked at him for a while and released him. After Lin Feng landed in the water, he swam towards the depths of the pool. That's all. Lin had gotten used to the life of hanging out at the bottom of the pool with nothing to do, and when he could break through, he would just break through. And the water clans in the pool had gotten used to his occasional screams accompanied by white bubbles all over his body. Until 2 days later, Lin Feng woke up from hanging out. He looked at the panel. Name, Lin Feng Race, Turtle, Evolved, System Tip. It is recommended to select Evolution after opening the system mall. Cultivation level, 13 Heavens of Body Forging, Breakthrough. Points, non-universal points, 236. Hanging around day and night for this period of time had allowed him to increase his universal points by almost 300 or so a day, and minus the ones used for breakthroughs. He now had over 200 left, and the cultivation is always followed by the absence of that plus sign. In other words, this was already the peak of the body forging realm. Lin Feng felt so good about himself right now. His body changed very much compared to before, although his body size didn't change. The turtle shell was greener and more crystalline. From a distance it looked like a jade carving swimming in the water. The entire turtle exuded a sense of spirituality. One would think he was extraordinary just by looking at him. And he was extraordinary. His cultivation had broken through to the 13th level of body forging, allowing his fleshly body to almost be considered to have left the mortal coil and reached the level of a spirit body. This was something that quite a few becoming spirit beasts had failed to do. Spirit beasts refer to premature life with the ability to freely manipulate the aura of heaven and earth, rather than physically transforming into a spirit body. Normally only a transformed demon can have a complete spirit body, but Lin Feng was still at the forging realm. He nodded at the cultivation. 200 points off the jackpot. Cultivation breakthrough to the spirit beast realm. That familiar feeling reappeared, and all the surrounding auras began to stir. Countless auras converged towards Lin Feng. He felt like a balloon that was constantly being blown up, and all of these auras finally converged at the location of his dantian, gradually forming a golden orb, which was initially in a gaseous state, and later compressed into a liquid, and then a solid state. During this process, the aura was still transforming his body a little bit. In the end, quite a bit of aura converged on top of his tortoise armor, finally forming a special golden pattern. Lin Feng watched it all, feeling every boost of power within his body. Insanely, he felt like he was in a new world. There was also a qualitative increase in his perception of the aura of heaven and earth, allowing him to see the world more clearly, in a way he had never seen before. In his eyes everything in heaven and earth seemed to be made of aura. The 5 elements of aura formed the fundamentals of this world, and the yin and yang auras maintained the balance of this world. Everything is related to Reiki. But soon, he broke from that state. He moved his limbs. A feeling of fulfillment that he had never felt before lingered in his body, and he felt like all his life had turned over to a new side. A completely different side than before. Name, Lin Fong. Race, Turtle. Cultivation level, early stage of Yundan mental technique, Great Pin celestial immortal technique, skinny. 35% in comprehension interruptions, skills, none. Natural avatar, alternation of reality and void points, none. Universal points, 36. Lin Fong was a little dazed when he saw that he had an additional talent aptitude. Alternating between void and reality, allows the host to shift between void and reality. Can't be harmed when transforming into void. Visible but untouchable. Voiding mode consumes a lot. Lin Fong was a little excited. This skill is good. It is simply a life-saving and invincible skill. With this, he's not afraid of being caught in the act. Grandpa Turtle senses the commotion and swims over to see what's going on. When he saw Lin Fong, who was covered in spiritual rhythms and had golden lines painted on his back, he was also shocked in his heart. Although it had long been guessed that Lin Fong would be different, but when he saw the change in Lin Fong, he still couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. This is a spiritual body. Your talent is really good. It's the strongest I've seen in this life. I was uncertain about whether you could cultivate to transformation before, but now it seems that as long as you're willing to put in the effort, transformation is definitely not a problem. Grandpa Turtle was genuinely happy for him. Ha. This is also luck on my part, Lin Fong said with a smile. Grandpa Turtle wasn't surprised why he could talk. As long as they reached the spirit beast realm, they all could talk. You've just broken through now. You need to consolidate your cultivation. Embody the difference in yourself. This will be very helpful to your cultivation in the future. Lin Fong nodded obediently. After Grandpa Turtle left, he began to experiment with his natural aptitude. He found that under the voided state, his consumption was enormous, and at his current level, he could at most maintain the voided state for about half a minute. And in this state, it was as if his entire being was disconnected from the world. Could see him, but couldn't touch him. Lin Fong was excited. It was only half a minute, but it would get longer later when the cultivation level came up. This skill is really fragrant. He all thought about when he fought someone later. Others stabbed at him with their swords, but couldn't hit him, while he could hurt them. Hey, there is no fear of being hunted down in. Lin Fong was croaking when the system beep sounded again. Ding! The host to break through the spirit beast stage. The system mall is unlocked. The points system is unlocked. The host can exchange points for things in the system mall by submitting with heaven and earth aura. It's on. Lin Fong immediately called out the system panel. Below the host panel, a new panel appeared, none other than the system mall. There were many commodities listed on it, and the price was marked on the back of each one, and each one made Lin Fong salivate, but the price made him shy away from it. Celestial Emperor Tripod, the Xian Huang Twilight Chi fused with the 9-colored Immortal Tripod and the All-Mother Chi Tripod to form it. Price, 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 points. The Boat of Creation, built by an ancient powerhouse modeled after the Boat of Creation, containing a small world within. Price, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999 points. The Beginningless Bell, the Beginningless Emperor's proof of the Tao artifact. Price, 999999999999999888888 points. Sanqing Sword, a magic treasure refined by the 3 Qing blades. Price, 98888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888 tales, waiting for the top magic treasures from the classic novels of his previous life. All of them were listed in the system mall, and he even saw the foreign flames and soul bones. It was a pity that this world was not suitable for cultivating soul skills, but it was a foreign fire that could be tried. On scrolling down, there's more variety of stuff. He even saw something like a good sword, a curry stick, and other things that only existed in the classic anime of his previous life, many of which were very powerful. I don't know if it's because of the different painting styles, but the systems are all lined up. Looking at these powerful weapons and magic treasures, Lin Feng couldn't wait to exchange them all and arm himself to the teeth. But alas, the bag is shy. Looking at the fact that he still had 0 points right now, Lin Feng could only push the idea down. He continued to browse the system mall. When he saw something, his movements suddenly stalled. Shin Turtle Bloodline allows the host to obtain the Shin Turtle Bloodline, and upwards it can evolve into Shin Wu, Dragon Turtle, Heavenly Immortal Turtle, Void Turtle, Ghost Turtle. Good stuff. With the bloodline, his base could increase again. Lin Feng looked away. Gen 2 Turtle Bloodline. Price, 5,000. The price is quite affordable. At the very least this isn't desperate compared to the ones that don't move a bunch of zeros. The next step is to like points. Anything that contains aura can be exchanged for points. That, Lin Fong looked at the pool full of water in front of him as he fell into a state of thought. System, is it okay if I exchange half a pool of water? System reminder, it has to be something that the host has to own in order to submit exchange points. Possession? Lin Fong thought for a moment. Then he sucked a sharp gulp of water into his mouth. System, is it okay if I redeem this sip of water? System, host's redemption is successful. Points plus 0. 1 inch it worked. Lin Fong hastily drank the water in the pool one sip at a time, adding points one at a time. 10 minutes later, Lin Fong rubbed his somewhat sore mouth and looked at his system panel. Name, Lin Fong Race, Turtle Cultivation Level, Early Stage of Yundan Mental Technique, Great Pin Celestial Immortal Technique, Skinny. 35% in Comprehension Interruptions, Skills, Non-Natural Avatar, Alternation of Reality and Void Points, 16. 2 Universal Points, 36 inch. This is no way to go on. We still need to think of another method. Lin Fong gave up. He closed the system panel, moved his body, and swam towards the water, intending to check on Monkey. When he was out of the water, Lin Fong looked towards the surroundings. Seeing no one, he quickly got out of the pool. Monkey had brought him here a few times before, and he remembered the general direction. Waiting until he reached the main hall, and looking for the location of the hidden scriptures, Lin Fong advanced in the direction of the Great Hall. It was already noon, and the birds and flowers in the Lingtai Mountain. Everywhere, you can see spirits and monsters who have attained Taoism traveling through the woods or stopping in front of some buildings. They were all curious about Lin Fong's arrival and watched towards him. Lin Fong ignored them and buried his head in his walk. Suddenly, an oriole landed on a tree branch not far above his head. Hey, are you the turtle that made 2 of the old ancestors' disciples fight? Lin Fong ignored her. When Oriole saw this, she was not annoyed to the point that she continued to surround him. Where are you going? I can lead the way. Lin Fong stopped and looked at her. Can you lead me to the Monkey King? This one's easy. The oriole hovered above his head and chirped. He was punished by the ancestor to copy the scriptures for 3 days. And now it's the last day. Are you going to go get him? Sort of. Lin Fong thought about how he had still caused Monkey to enter the hidden scripture pavilion. You guys are really close. I heard that you were still brought up the mountain by Immortal Master Sun. You guys even know about this? Oriole looks like a heartless one. Of course, now the whole mountain's elves and monsters are spreading the word again. First that there were 2 immortal masters who fought over a mortal turtle, and later that you were brought to the mountain by Immortal Master Sun. One of these days I'll just hide and watch. But you've changed so much now that I can't even recognize you. But our demon race doesn't recognize people by their looks either. Your scent hasn't changed. It still smells so good. Oriole spoke and licked her lips. Lin Fong felt a vicious chill for no reason. And when he looked back, there was only a dull and lively Oriole. An illusion? Forget about it. The 2 of them talked and walked towards the hidden scriptures. The 2 soon arrived at the hideout. Orihime didn't go in. She wasn't qualified to enter the place, so she had to be sent to the door. This is the important place of Lingtai Mountain. We are not required to approach it in ordinary times. Even those immortal disciples need a handwritten oracle before they can do so. You can go and ask the gatekeeper first. Never go hard. Before Orihime left, she gave a somewhat uneasy admonition. Lin Fong nodded. After the oriole flew away, he came alone to the front gate of the courtyard of the hidden scripture pavilion. Only he looked left and right, but he didn't see the so-called gatekeeper. Just then, the 2 stone lions at the entrance suddenly moved, their 2 pairs of stone eyes looking soulfully his way, and their bodies swayed with them. It looks as if it's been inactive for years. As the 2 stone lions moved, countless amounts of dust fell from their bodies. Dusty. 2 huge lion heads came up to Lin Fong. What are you doing here, little one? This is no place for you. Get out of here. The male lion kicked him with his paw. I came to find Monkey. Is the Monkey King? Lin Fong struggled to get out from under his claws, then shouted out. But the stone lions still blocked him from entering. No one can go in without the oracle of the ancestor. If you want to see Immortal Master Sun, you'll have to wait for him to come out. But it's not long now. It's only 5 or 6 hours. 5 or 6 hours? Lin Fong thought about it for a moment. It was only a dozen hours. It's not long. It's just a matter of a moment if you hang up. So he laid down on a rock in front of the gate, intending to hang out through the long wait. The 2 stone lions saw it and didn't stop it. But when the lion cub at the lioness's feet saw Lin Fong, a few moments of curiosity passed through his eyes. It broke away from its mother's paw and came up to Lin Fong, first sniffing, then jumping back violently, making a defensive move. And after seeing that Lin Fong didn't react, it started circling around him again. At this time, Lin Fong had already entered hang-up mode. The system took over his body. The great piece of heavenly immortal technique operated automatically, and between one breath and the next, the surrounding aura began to converge towards this side. The two stone lions guarding the gate saw this with undisguised surprise in their eyes. The great heavenly immortal technique. This is a gong method that was passed down to the disciples by their ancestors. Where did this little turtle learn to do that? After associating him with coming over to find the Monkey King, the two stone lions couldn't help but think of some previous rumors from the mountain elves that a small turtle had caused a fight between the two immortal masters. Mo was the little turtle in front of him. That's odd. A little turtle that could comprehend the great heavenly immortal skill was bound to have achievements that were not low in the future. If it could be taken as a spirit pet before it grew up, it would definitely be a help in the future. Now it seemed that the battle was won by Immortal Master Sun. At this moment, the little lion had begun to bare its teeth when it saw that Lin Feng hadn't moved, as if it was thinking about which place it should get its mouth off from. Seeing this, the lioness immediately took it back. By the time the night is over, Lin Feng woke up from his hangout where the environment wasn't as good as the pool, and even with the boost from the great piece of heavenly immortal technique, he had only grown by 142 points. With the 36 points left over from before, he now had 178 points, but not enough to break through to the next realm. So little. I also don't know how many universal points are needed for the next realm. It seems like the world is invincible when you hurry up. Lin Feng stretched his back and looked in the direction of the hidden scripture pavilion. Hello? Let me ask if Monkey is out yet? He asked politely as he walked up to the two stone lions. The male lion, whose attitude was still bad before, piled up a smile at this moment. The attitude is much better than before. No, the hour is quite enough. I wonder what has delayed it. Lin Feng frowned slightly, partly because of the stone lion's attitude, and partly because of Monkey. He knew Monkey's nature, and it was impossible to be idle. Copying books in the Tibetan scripture cabinet was simply hell for him, and it was still 3 days. So it was reasonable that he should have come out long ago. So how could he have stayed in there for a long time? Could something have happened? Lin was relieved to be tightened. He glanced at the two stone lions guarding the gate and figured they wouldn't let him in. So he looked at the courtyard gate again. Woo! It's getting late, so I won't bother you much. I'll leave first. He turned and walked away. The stone lion couldn't figure out why he suddenly had to leave when he had waited until now. But he didn't stop him. After all, his legs were long under his feet. He got back on his feet again. Lin Feng walked out a long way, and then suddenly came back this way, making a big circle to the side of the courtyard. There's only a high wall here, and no one is in the way. He activated his natural aptitude of alternating between reality and illusion, and his entire person became illusory. Stepping forward, he easily passed through the wall. The high wall in front of him was as if it didn't exist. Plan to pass. Lin Feng looked at the high wall behind him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. This Bodhi old ancestor was still too vigilant. He thought that there would at least be a formation defense or something here to hold him back, but he didn't think it would really just be a wall. This is a cheap shot. Go find Monkey. Lin Feng raised his long head and looked at the tower-like building in front of him and stepped forward. Not many people come over on weekdays to the hidden scripture pavilion, so naturally there is no one there. He naturally doesn't have to be hiding anything here. Just what he didn't notice. After he pierced through the wall rippled in a circle. It wasn't that there was no protective spell formation here, but the spell formation couldn't hold him back. The alternation of reality and falsehood was far less useful than he seemed to be. At the same time, old man Bodhi, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, with a slight blankness in his eyes. His divine sense looked across the great hall to the hidden gold pavilion. There's a little turtle there trying to crawl. The several hundred-meter-long square was exhausting for him to climb and he was out of breath. Odd and strange. This little turtle actually broke through. And the body has actually reached a spiritual state. A turtle that possesses a spirit body at the impregnating Dan stage. This foundation is comparable to some little ones with demonic beast bloodlines. Ha! The secrets are really coming together. Lin Feng still didn't know that old man Bodhi was secretly observing him. He was climbing. At this point this small courtyard doesn't look big from the outside. How come the space inside is so much bigger? It's simply more than 10 times bigger than the outside. Exhausted. I can't. Take a break. Lin Feng plopped down on the white jade steps, feeling like he was a ruined turtle, breathing heavily, too tired. This is simply no place for a turtle. Since crossing over, he had never had so much exercise. All day long he just ate and slept, living a small life, but now he experienced the pain of such days. It's too painful. No, definitely don't spend all your time hanging out in the future. Make sure you take some time to work out. It's necessary to have a good body that is fit as a fiddle. At the very least, when you encounter danger and run away, you can run a few more steps and not be left in last place. Lin put a dark thought in his mind. After resting for a while, Lin Feng continued on his way. One alabaster step up. For little short legs altogether, the head stretched out a long time. The little tail is also a flick, as if in the short legs to cheer. Looks cute. Finally, Lin Fong climbed to the front of the hidden scriptures. The door in front of him didn't close, leaving a modest gap for him. He tumbled over the threshold and fell inside. The turtle shell is still facing down. Lin Fong for the first time experienced the pain of the turtle in the previous life. The shell turned over. For small short legs hanging in the air. No focus point. Cannot use the force. What to do? As a former human being, Lin Fong felt that a living person couldn't let his urine suffocate him. After a moment's thought, he keenly spotted the only thing on his person that could touch the ground. It's his BBB. Lin Fong stretched his head out, in and out, and when it touched the ground, in a violent force, the turtle shell shook twice, but did not turn over. If you can't do it once, then do it more often. So Lin Fong was on the ground, using his own beep beep beep, one force at a time. The body began to sway rhythmically. The wobbling grew. Almost there. At a certain instant, Lin Fong lashed out, as if releasing all the power in his body, and his body felt a heavenly rotation as a result. It fell heavily to the ground. By the time Lin Fong came back to his senses, he had already flipped over. Lin Fong began to look around. When he saw a certain place, he suddenly froze there, his entire mouth growing in shock. Monkey was sitting cross-legged on the ground at the moment. There were all sorts of books scattered around him. These books recorded many words that Lin Fong couldn't understand. Monkey was surrounded by these books, sitting calmly, a unique flavor leisurely and deep between one breath and one inhalation. The hair on his body all swayed continuously with his breath, looking like water waves. And what shocked Lin Fong even more was that countless spiritual lights from all around converged on Monkey's body. At this point he's like a big light bulb. The Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique has ascended? Lin reassured. Although his comprehension of the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique was only skin deep, he did have a clear understanding of how each stage of the technique manifested. At this point, Monkey had been able to condense out the aura. Apparently it has been boarded. Did you really give me a little food? This old man Bodhi was awesome. In such a short time, he was able to make Monkey ascend to the top. It was simply divine. Monkey has a jumpy personality. To be able to comprehend the Great Heavenly Immortal Technique in such a short period of time, it was also cultivated to the level of denizenship. Old man Bodhi obviously didn't put in a lot of effort. And of course it had something to do with Monkey's natural talent. As the protagonist of the journey to the West, Monkey's natural talent is surely nothing to sneeze at. I wonder what level of cultivation Monkey has reached now. Guess it shouldn't be too bad. Being born with an immortal body, it shouldn't be difficult to raise one's cultivation to the ghost immortal, or even human immortal realm after comprehending the great heavenly immortal skill. Lin Fong watched as Monkey couldn't wake up for a while. He then hangs out here at direct. Ding! The host is in hang mode. It has been detected that the environment the host is in is an aura-rich environment, and after hanging around for 5 minutes, he will enter the doubled reward state. Lin Fong froze, with the system taking over his body. Lin Fong's body, too, began to operate the great heavenly immortal technique. The same mysterious fluctuations came from the same place, as if two water ripples collided together. Lin Fong's side was constantly adjusting his fluctuations, and gradually it could be linked to the fluctuations on Monkey's body. So Monkey drove Lin Fong between one breath and the next. The spiritual light that had originally converged on Monkey's body actually split off a small portion to sink into his body. Lin Fong looked at this scene and also felt pleasantly surprised. Universal points +2, universal points +3, universal points +4. Universal points +10, universal points +10. Whereas the universal point used to jump 1 at a time, the universal point now jumps 10 at a time. Unfortunately it goes up to 10 and then stops going up. Looking at a little bit of the aura that was shunted over by the system, Lin Fong smiled. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be able to wool-gather monkeys. This is beautiful. Lin Fong was wool-gathering when Monkey, who was originally calm, sensed something a little off. He felt as if he had linked to something, or rather, something forced its way into his circulation. So he slowed down his gong method, opened his eyes, and saw Lin Fong, who was lying on the side, drawing the gathered spiritual light from his body little by little. Monkey scratched his head, a little confused as to how this was done. Although Lin Fong was absorbing all the spiritual light that he hadn't come to absorb yet, he wasn't sure if anything would happen. So he stopped running his gongfu. Without Monkey to gather his aura, he naturally lost his doubling reward. Lin Fong had no choice but to retreat. Then he saw the big face of Monkey. Monkey, you're awake? Lin Fong was excited. Monkey was also surprised and laughed. You can talk, and your appearance has changed. Much more beautiful than before. Like a piece of jade. He put Lin in the palm of his hand. Looking at Lin Fong's jade-like turtle shell, the corner of his mouth indisputably stayed in tears. Lin Fong felt a vicious chill. What brings you over? Monkey came back to his senses and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, a little embarrassed. So he had to find a topic to divert from what had just happened. I broke through the embodied Dan realm and am now a spirit beast, Lin Fong said proudly, especially looking at the shock on Monkey's face. Anyone who can shock a monkey. He's kind of reached a life achievement here. Monkey felt happy for him and laughed. No wonder it's gotten prettier. So it's already a spirit beast. You're progressing so fast. But it's not even close to you. Lin Fong thought about how Monkey had just managed to gather so much spiritual light between one breath and one inhale. A pang of discouragement was felt. You have a system yourself, but you still can't beat Monkey. This is also luck for me. Monkey scratched his head and smiled somewhat heartlessly. Ancestor told me to copy books. I found it too boring, and there's nothing to play with here, so I can only read. As I read, I gained a new understanding of the words of my ancestors, and then I wanted to experiment. Just like that. I don't know how it happened, but my comprehension of the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique became very deep, and according to the records I should have ascended to the top by now. That said, he would have been tempted to call Monkey the Master of Versailles if he hadn't been sure that Monkey wasn't showing off, pretending to be invisible. Brother Monkey, what realm are you in now? Lin Fong asked curiously. Well, Monkey stroked his chin and made a state of thinking, saying, it should be to the human immortal realm. I feel like I had a big breakthrough in the middle, so I guess I've stepped past the ghost immortal. It's really a human fairy. Lin Fong had felt before that Monkey's cultivation must have rubbed off on him this time when he entered the Tao. I didn't think it would be possible for him to guess. He directly crossed over the ghost immortal and achieved the human immortal realm. Now Monkey, among those disciples of Bodhi ancestor, the realm should be at the top of the list, and it is estimated that the actual combat power can ask for the first place. Lin Fong was just thinking about it. Monkey looked like he suddenly thought of something, and he snapped. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. Lin Fong looked at him with a nervous expression, like an ant on a hot pan, and couldn't help but ask, Brother Monkey, what's so tense? Monkey grimaced and said, Ancestor told me to copy the book. I was so focused on reading that I forgot about it. What if the ancestor finds out and kicks me off the mountain? Lin Fong's heart, which had only been raised, was lowered again. To drive people away is definitely necessary, but definitely not now at this time. Monkey has only just now learned the Great Peace of Heavenly Immortal technique, and there are still 7 years to wait after that, and he still has to learn the 72 changes and the somersault clouds. It's only when all this is learned that you'll be kicked off the mountain. Monkey, just don't worry, the ancestor must. He shut right up before he could finish that sentence, because Ancestor Bodhi didn't know when, but had already arrived in front of him, still so immortal, condescending and floating in the air with his immortal aura. Monkey saw this and was honest. Wukong, 3 days have passed. Have you written the scriptures I asked you to write? Monkey stammered. Seeing this, the ancestor went on to say, You monkey head, you are stubborn by nature. I had wanted to use the 10,000 volumes of scriptures in this hidden gold pavilion to help you cultivate your body and temper your nature. Unbelievably, you disobeyed the correction and made my book depository look like this. Monkey kept his head down, not daring to speak. Lin Fong, however, bristled. It wasn't even you who arranged this. Otherwise Monkey could have learned the Great Peace of Heavenly Immortal technique so quickly. I'll be damned if the book hasn't changed. Ancestor Bodhi was still rambling there. After speaking for a while, he then paused for a moment, seemingly pondering what to do with Monkey. Monkey tensed. However, I heard Ancestor Bodhi say, I know. It must be that this little turtle has misled you and prevented you from practicing properly. I will take this little turtle away. If you dive into cultivation, I will return it to you later. Lin Fong, what's that got to do with me? I just got here, and you this day after. It decent? But old man Bodhi didn't care about that. He grabbed with his big hand and was about to take Lin Fong away. Lin Fong felt a familiar suction. At the moment of crisis, he instinctively turned on his innate divine ability to alternate between reality and falsehood. In that instant, it was as if he had entered another world, and although old man Bodhi could still see him, he could not capture not even his breath. What a subtle divine ability. No wonder my spell couldn't stop you. Old man Bodhi stopped his technique and observed him with interest. Monkey had wanted to plead for Lin Fong, but now that he saw that old man Bodhi actually couldn't help Lin Fong, he also became interested. He grabbed Lin Fong with his hand, only to have his fingers go straight through his body. What a strange spell. Monkey instinctively used his fiery eyes. Finally, he was able to see something clearly, and he realized that Lin Fong actually wasn't in the same place. His body was literally disappearing into thin air, but he could see that there was an image of him in the same place. What's going on here? Monkey scratched his head, a little puzzled. Old man Bodhi was in a higher realm than him, and even though he didn't have fiery eyes, he could see the subtlety of Lin Feng's spell, voiding itself for self-preservation. It was rumored that there was a spirit beast in the flood world called the Void Beast. This natural aptitude was the symbol of the Void Beast. They come and go without a trace, can hide in the void, large or small size. It is difficult to capture, and even if it does not want you to see, even if it stands in front of you, you may not be able to find it. However, the Void Beasts had a hard time reproducing, and the race was small in number. Could it be that this little turtle had the bloodline of a Void Beast? Half a minute later, Lin Feng had to lift his virtualization state, and his entire body fell on the ground tiredly, panting heavily. Monkey tries to step in and check it out, but Old Man Bodhi had already taken a step ahead and sucked Lin Feng into his hands. Monkey had to withdraw his hand and look over to Bodhi Old Man's side, saying, "Master, what's wrong with him? The talent avatar was overused. It's fine to rest for a while. It's okay." Monkey patted his chest in relief. Old Man Bodhi scrutinized Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrunk into his turtle shell, intending to be a shrunken head turtle. After waiting for a few moments, he poked his head out to look, and then he saw that Old Man Bodhi was still staring at him, with a rakish smile on his face. Lin Feng stiffened his head and pulled out a smile. "Ancestor, what are you looking at me for?" Ancestor Bodhi didn't say anything either. He just stared at Lin Feng as if he wanted to see through his entire turtle. Monkey also looked towards Lin Feng. A few moments later, the ancestor checked him all up and down, and determined that in his body, there was no special bloodline whatsoever, and that he was a downright mortal turtle. Not only that, but his meat is extremely tasty, full of aura, and has an excellent taste. For ordinary cultivators, especially for cultivators who have just set foot in cultivation, it is not a great tonic earthly delicacy, but that still doesn't change the fact that he is a mortal turtle. A mortal turtle that awakened the top life-preserving divine skill of the flood. On what grounds? Old Man Bodhi couldn't figure it out. "Master, is there something wrong with the little turtle?" When Monkey saw that Old Man Bodhi was staring at Lin Feng and didn't say anything for half a day, his heart, which had only been lowered, lifted up again. "Nothing. He's good. Exceptionally good." Old Man Bodhi looked at it for a while before putting Lin Feng away, and very kindly, he said to Monkey, "His situation, I have to work on it during this period of time, and I will return him to you after some time." With that being said, Monkey had to nod. Okay then. Lin Feng, who didn't know what he had been put into by the Bodhi ancestor, couldn't move, but he could hear the movements outside, and his heart was cold. "Monkey, hold on a little longer. What if I'm taken away by Bodhi Old Man? In case I give a cut bar chop." But he couldn't say anything. One could only watch Old Man Bodhi take himself away. "It's over." Monkey watched the ancestor leave. After the ancestor disappeared with a whoosh, he scratched his head and looked at the wretched hidden scriptures that were all over the floor, as well as the unfinished scriptures. Think about it. He put the scripture back in its place and then walked out of the scripture collection. When Lin Feng was released, he was already in the ancestor's room. Ancestor Bodhi scrutinized him. Those sharp eyes made Lin Feng a little scared. Shrinking his neck and taking a few steps back, looking at Lin Feng's wimpy appearance, it really seemed like he was just a very ordinary turtle. But an ordinary turtle was able to come over with the monkey to pay homage to the master, was able to comprehend the great heavenly immortal skill, was able to reach the embodied spirit realm in just a few days, and also comprehended the Void Beast's innate magical ability, the transformation of void and reality. There is a devil in everything that happens. Old Man Bodhi was finally unable to sit still. He had sidetracked Monkey this time and brought Lin Feng out alone, just to find out what the hell he was. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng landed in his palm. Look at the big face close at hand. Lin Feng was flustered. Ancestor, I'll feel embarrassed if you look at me like that." "Ha!" He laughed dryly. But it didn't do any good. Old Man Bodhi's eyes flickered a few times, looking at Lin Feng's entire person more thoroughly. In his eyes, Lin Feng's entire body was being seen through as if he was seeing through, his body appearing semi-transparent, the roots of his meridians showing up, and the flow of energy in his body was even clearer. But as before, there was still nothing wrong. So he stepped it up. This time it wasn't just looking at his flesh, it was scrutinizing his soul. It's still normal. This result caused Old Man Bodhi to feel a bit surprised. There was no difference between this inspection and the previous one. Lin Feng had only 2 words from the inside to the outside. From his body to his soul, mediocrity. But it was such a mediocre little turtle that did something extraordinary. Old Man Bodhi's brows furrowed. Afterwards, incomparably powerful divine soul power surged out from his body, aiming straight at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was lying in the heart of Old Man Bodhi's hand, intending to be a shrunken head turtle, suddenly felt as if a needle had gone in his head and was constantly stirring. Lin Fong had a splitting headache. Or no, with a soul as pure as a child just born? Old Man Bodhi looked at Lin Fong. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that this little turtle in his hand would be the kind of person with a pure heart and simple mind. Is it hidden deep? Or am I really overthinking this? The great calamity of the journey to the west will begin. And at this time, the heavenly mysteries are chaotic and unsearchable, and the mind of heaven is unpredictable. In the unlikely event that there really is such an extra little turtle, several thoughts flashed through Old Man Bodhi's mind, and Lin Fong had already fainted from the pain. Even so, Old Man Bodhi still didn't let him go again, checking him a few more times to make sure that there really wasn't any problem with his soul at all before letting him go. Sun Wukong is the main character of the journey to the west, and he makes sure that Monkey grows up well. During this time, anything that could possibly pose a threat to Monkey must be eradicated. But Lin Fong, he suspected that Lin Fong had a problem, but there was no evidence, and Monkey was extraordinarily nervous about the little one's well-being, making him a dilemma. Keep it for now and see. By the time Lin placed in woke up, a day and a night had passed. The sun was bright. Lin Fong stood up from the ground and shook his head, which was still a bit dazed, and it took a while before he finally recalled all the previous events. The pain from before, when the soul seemed to be torn apart, was still fresh in his memory. He couldn't help but shiver as he thought back. It's too painful. Never want to come back a second time in my life. After his status was almost restored, he looked towards the surroundings, seeing Old Man Bodhi, who was suspended in the air meditating behind him. Now that you're awake, leave. Even though Old Man Bodhi's eyes were closed, it was as if he could see what was going on in the room as he casually spoke. Lin Fong didn't dare to disobey. He took short steps toward the gate. It took nearly 10 minutes of walking before he finally tumbled over the threshold and fell in the courtyard. It was at this moment that he breathed a sigh of relief. With some security. At the very least, it was no longer in the same room as Bodhi Old Man, although it was just across the room. No way. Weakness is the original sin. If you don't want this to happen again, there is only power. It was something he had long understood. Hang on. Hang him for dear life. I'm going to hang quietly and amaze everyone. Lin Fong crawled outward while muttering continuously in his mind. Thinking so, it was as if he had already seen the sight of achieving sainthood in the future. Stepping on the flood, and slinging the Sudoku. The mood was much more cheerful. But walking, he couldn't walk. A fresh scent reached his nose. Lin Fong smelled it with his nose and immediately felt relaxed. Even the depression in his heart was much less. He looked in the direction the aroma was wafting from. Only a small white flower bloomed above the lawn in the courtyard. The aroma is exactly what it gives off. The small white flower that grew in the yard of the old Bodhi ancestor. Even if it looked ordinary in appearance, not much different from the wildflowers on the side of the road, it was certainly not simple. So Lin Fong decisively shifted his direction towards the small white flower. He was going to earn a point before he left. If he were to put it aside in normal times, he would definitely not dare to so blatantly pull the wool over Old Man Bodhi's eyes. But not today. Today Lin was relieved to be angry, and anger makes people irrational. Without a moment's effort, Lin Fong walked to the front of the small white flower, and then looked at the small flower condescendingly. Snap! Lin Fong slapped down, and the little flower was instantly flattened by him. It's like stepping on an ant. He looked towards the location of the room, where Old Man Bodhi was still resting with his eyes closed, looking old and relaxed, not paying the slightest bit of attention to what was going on over here. So Lin Fong took a direct bite. System, exchange, ding. Host redeems 1 spirit flower, plus 20 points. The system's voice rang out. Lin Fong skimmed his lips in some disappointment. It's only 20 points. It was simply not enough to stuff your teeth, and it was a drop in the bucket from redeeming the Xian turtle bloodline. He looked toward the perimeter again. There were also quite a few small white flowers growing on this grass, each of them emitting a tantalizing aroma, as if a flirtatious lady was teasing his nerves, making him want to swallow them in one bite. Forget it, a mosquito leg is also meat. As many as there are, come as many as you can. And from today on please call me the little prince of hot hands. Lin Fong started picking flowers in the grass, one after another. Each one gives him points ranging between 20 and 30. After Lin Fong finished picking all the small flowers in an entire lawn, he checked the system panel. Points, 793. The harvest was great. Lin Fong was instantly happy. At this rate, it might be possible to round up the points for redeeming the Xian turtle bloodline today. So his eyes went back to the other lawn. Lin Fong turned his gaze to the other lawn. It was green and vibrant, with a lot of small flowers growing in the tender green grass, each of which gave off a fragrance that attracted a lot of butterflies and bees flying around. What a vibrant scene! Until Lin Fong broke in. In front of these small grasses and flowers, Lin Fong was like a behemoth. His power is unrivaled. No matter if it was a spiritual flower, spiritual grass, or a butterfly, or a bee, there was only death and escape in front of his powerful strength. On this lawn, he is the absolute power that controls life and death. With a single step, a spiritual flower died prematurely. With a casual shake, the other soil tumbled, and the spirit flowers that struggled to grow were uprooted without resistance, turning into countless crumbs of sustenance in his mouth. The spirit herbs were stunned. If they had a mind, they would have marveled in their hearts. This turtle, as terrifying as it is. The system's voice kept coming out. Lin was relieved. He looted the spirit flowers even more vigorously, making the entire lawn a mess. Ancestor Bodhi in the room frowned slightly. Still, it didn't bother him. He would like to see what kind of ghost this little guy can get for him today. Around is just some useless flowers and plants. Let him hobbling is. Trying to recover is just a matter of minutes. Just don't move those flowers he so carefully cultivated. After all, these flowers, that can be his explicit property, are used to fill the door. If Lin Fong ate it, he could only move a few out of the small treasury to replace it. Although it's not a big deal, but if he can't use the small treasury, he still doesn't need to. After all, the great journey to the west. In order to protect himself, he must be prepared for everything. Lin Fong was still happily picking flowers. When this patch of grass is picked, he'll go to the next one. After an unknown amount of time, the grass in the Bodhi ancestor's yard was given a hokey pokey by him. During this period, Ancestor Bodhi wanted to make a move to stop it several times, but each time he thought that stopping it now would not be a lost cause, and all his previous efforts would be lost. So he stiffly suppressed the impulse in his heart. It turned out to be hard to get all the lawn that Lin Fong had hobbled. Ancestor Bodhi was so angry in his heart. What had been a vibrant, fairy tale-like courtyard was now in tatters. The lawn is full of uprooted pits. The spirit soil is seen everywhere. The spirit grass is not known how many were trampled to death. The spirit flower is not born all bad Lin Fong's poisonous hand. Lin Fong, on the other hand, was looking at the system panel. Points, 6832. Beautiful. The beauty in Lin Fong's heart was simply too good to be true. It was true that the greatest pleasure in life was wool gathering, and only wool gathering could make him happy. Now he was able to redeem the Xian turtle bloodline, but he wasn't going to change it now. After all, there was another Western world's #1 kind-faced and black-hearted absolute powerhouse in the house, and after leaving out his natural aptitude, this old guy gave him a big inspection from the inside out. The kind where his soul wasn't even spared. If you were to obtain the Xian turtle bloodline in front of him, Lin Fong felt that this old undead, there was a real possibility that he could cut him up, chop him up, and directly slice him up for study. So until you have the strength, you must be meticulous, only enough met, to be able to live in this world. This was a truth that Lin Fong had newly realized in addition to his strength. Low profile is the way to go. Lin Fong closed the system panel and looked towards the surroundings. He's looking for his next target. The next time he came over, he didn't know when it would be, and he was going to glean and take what he could this time. Only he turned around and didn't find anything to take with him. So he looked above the pool in the courtyard. Old Man Bodhi's courtyard was huge. Not only is there a lawn, a rockery, a corridor, and a pond, but there is also a stone mountain enshrined in front of the main gate, on which the words heaven and earth are carved. Lin Fong walked to the edge of the pool and felt the aura in the water. It was okay. It's better than the mountain pool. He wasn't thinking about the water, though, but rather he was looking at the few lotus flowers growing in the water, as well as the one lotus seed pod. I don't know the species of this lotus, obviously not the lotus bloom season, but the bloom is so good, and the past so long time, don't see the petals closed, definitely not ordinary goods. Lin Fong plunged into the water with a jerk, swam to the lotus flower, and climbed up with great difficulty, lying directly in the lotus flower. He took a bite out of it, at a lotus flower about his size. Ding! Points plus 100 inch. He had only taken a bite when the system's voice came through. Lin Fong just froze. Good stuff. This stuff is much better than those spirit flowers. He took one bite at a time. While eating, he also looked over to Bodhi Ancestor's side, and when he saw that there was nothing moving, he put his heart down. In fact, if he wasn't afraid that the ancestor would find out, he could have just yelled out for redemption, and then the system would have automatically absorbed these spirit flowers without him having to go through the extra trouble. Unfortunately, in front of the ancestor, he didn't dare to make a move, and at that moment, the ancestor in the house, seeing that he actually rained down on Lotus, frowned once again. This turtle is getting loose. If it weren't for the monkeys, wouldn't the old man have tolerated you until now? Ancestor Bodhi watched as a lotus flower was swallowed by him, and a good lotus flower was soon only half left, feeling that he really couldn't go on like this. At this rate, Lin Fong's bottom didn't try to find out. His little yard was about to be lost to Ho-Ho. As soon as he thought that, his figure instantly appeared behind Lin Fong. Lin Fong, who was continuously eating the petals, quickly noticed the shadow behind him. He turned his head just in time to see the black-faced Bodhi ancestor. So the action stopped momentarily. That, ancestor, you're awake from your nap? Lin Fong spat out the petals in his mouth and put on a good boy look, smiling and looking over to the ancestral master's side. Ancestor's mouth twitched as he looked at the lotus flower that he was hawking. He glared at Lin Fong. Lin Fong was glared at by him. This old man isn't thinking of settling scores, is he? Is it too late for me to spit out everything I've eaten? Lin Fong was in a state of apprehension. Old man Bodhi retracted his sight, and with a flutter of his big sleeve, Lin Fong's entire body flew up, and flew higher and higher, transforming into a shooting star in the sky. Lin Fong looked at the small courtyard that kept moving away. Goodbye, Lotus. I'll miss you, suckers. Just after thinking about it for a while, Lin Fong stopped missing his lotus, because the wind in his ears was getting louder and louder. A lot of clouds appeared all around him, and Lingtai Mountain became smaller in his eyes, and I don't know how high. If he fell, he wouldn't be able to carry it even if he was a turtle. I don't know if cats are okay either. In this life and death situation, countless thoughts popped up in Lin Fong's mind, and among them were some strange ones. I think I'm a bit of a protagonist. Am I going to die like this? The wind was still whistling in his ears, but Lin Fong's thoughts had already radiated out. How long have I been traveling? Is this what it takes to die? Bodhi old man inappropriate son. Actually settling scores after the fall. Too hateful. When I die, he might make up something about me. It must be that I first said that I stole the spiritual flowers in the courtyard, and then after that I accidentally fell, which caused this accident. With Monkey's current nature, he would most likely believe it. When the time comes, will he build me a grave? This incident might make Monkey even more determined in his quest for immortality and power. And I wonder if he will be even stronger than he was in the original story when he returns from his studies. This may be the last of the residual heat I'll ever play. Does that make me the shortest traveler? If there was some sort of crossover league that was running a list of the most humiliating crossovers, I'd probably be on the list, if not at the top. Does that count for history? Just as Lin Fong was thinking, his body had already begun to descend towards the ground. It's a lot faster than going up there. The wind whistled. Lin Fong looked down and realized that the landing location was actually a mountain pool, killing him and actually choosing this location. It seems to be trying to get to the stomach in one step. Excessive. As Lin Fong was thinking, he suddenly thought of a problem. All of his previous thoughts were based on the premise that Old Man Bodhi was going to kill him. If Old Man Bodhi doesn't want to kill him, instead, do you really want to send him home? That meant that Old Man Bodhi felt that this height was not a threat to him, but the current Lin Fong obviously couldn't withstand this height. That is to say, there is something that he ignored, so that Bodhi old man has confidence in him. What could that be? At the moment of life and death, Lin Fong's brain worked frantically. The virtual reality is transformed. Yeah, that's the one. The void transformation is immune to all damage. It's not just energy, it's even physical. But he only has half a minute to use it and has a long CD after using it. And after using it once before, he hasn't recovered from it yet. Lin Fong did some calculations. He could be in use for up to 5 seconds now. For those 5 seconds, he was invincible. Make good use of these 5 seconds and he'll escape this crisis. One mistake and he's gone. Lin Fong stared at the pool below. The calm surface of the water continued to zoom in his eyes. The moment he was about to fall into the water, he turned on the reality shift. So he slid silky smooth into the water without feeling the slightest impediment or the slightest splash. However, the moment he entered the water, he felt that the resistance around him had obviously become much greater, and his speed was slowing down a little bit. Until he was about to hit the bottom, he finally stopped falling. Lin Fong immediately unlocked his virtualization state. Tiredly, he fell toward the bottom of the water. When he touched the bottom, he let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down among the gravel at the bottom of the pool like a spent turtle. This time, a shadow swam in the distance. The big fish was walking in the water, and when she saw Lin Fong in front of her, she suddenly lit up. "Ha, you're back? Everyone searched for you for a long time after they realized you were gone, and asked the people outside the pool, and they said you went to the cache. Did you come back from Immortal Master Son?" Lin Fong was so tired at this time that he didn't want to pay any attention to her, but the big fish just wouldn't go away, circling him and talking constantly, like 100,000 reasons. It annoyed Lin Fong to no end. All I could think about was getting rid of her quickly and hanging out for a while. He didn't have the heart to say, "I didn't come back from Monkey. I was thrown out of his yard by the ancestor." Ancestor's yard? Thrown out? Big Fish looked shocked, but then she burst out laughing. "You're so funny. How could a character like the ancestor look at us? and to personally send you back is even more impossible. Believe it or not. Lin Feng yawned and said, after tossing and turning all day, I'm exhausted. I'm going to get a good night's sleep. When he finished, he began to lie down on the sand directly where he was. Now his skill of lying on the sand was getting more and more skillful. Within a few moves, Lin Feng's figure could not be seen in the same place. Only a small, modest bulge remained. Seeing that he was really tired, Big Fish didn't bother him anymore. She glanced at the bulge in front of her, but in her mind she was thinking, did he really come out from the ancestor? Only the thought had risen before she dismissed it. How is this possible? Ancestors such a lofty existence. They can look at a glance from afar. It is already a blessing cultivated in 3 lifetimes. More cannot dare to think. Thinking about it, she faded away. Lin Feng hid under the mud and sand and could finally hang out in peace. Wait until early the next morning. Lin Feng awoke from his sleep. He stretched and checked the system panel. Name, Lin Feng. Race, Turtle Cultivation, Early Yundan, Plus, Mental Technique, Great Pin Celestial Immortal Technique, Skinny. 35% in Comprehension Interruptions, Skills, Non-Natural Avatar, Alternation of Reality and Void Points, 7498 Universal Points, 1052. Lin Feng was very satisfied when he saw the values on the panel in front of him. Although the process was a bit thrilling, the harvest was still very fruitful. He then opened the system mall and found the Xian Turtle Bloodline. Gen 2 Turtle Bloodline. Price, 5,000. Redemption. Lin Feng spoke directly. He then had his points reduced by 5,000 to 2,498. Ding! The system space is opened. The required items have been deposited into the system space. The host can check it by himself. The system's voice came into the ear. Lin Feng opened the system space again and saw the Xian Turtle Bloodline. It looked to be a band of azure-colored light that glowed faintly in space. Lin Feng looked at this band of light, and without reason, a sense of closeness arose, and with it, the urge to eat it. Xian Turtle Bloodline allows the host to obtain the Xian Turtle Bloodline, and upwards it can evolve into Xian Wu, Dragon Turtle, Heavenly Immortal Turtle, Void Turtle, Ghost Turtle. Lin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, System use. The host uses the Xian Turtle Bloodline. The system panel has been updated. As the Xian Turtle Bloodline entered his body, Lin Feng felt like his body was going to be torn apart. That feeling of pain to the bone made him give up thinking in a split second. His body was icy cold. Cold sweat was pouring out, and after holding on for less than half a minute, he had already fainted from the pain. Although he fainted, the system's transformation didn't stop. A metaphysical power kept entering his body, invading his flesh and blood meridians. A little bit changes his body, change him from top to bottom, inside and out, all around. Countless amounts of blood emerged from his body, replaced by an even more powerful bloodline. The bloodline belonging to the Xian Turtle, which festered in his body, constantly washing his flesh and blood. I don't know how much time has passed. When Lin Putin woke up, he opened his eyes to see a huge fish mouth, right in front of his head. Lin Feng was taken aback. Crap! What the hell? He was so shocked that he took several steps backward and didn't stop until he hit something hard. Lin Feng shook his small tail that hurt from the impact and looked back. Then he saw another big face. Grandpa Turtle, why are you here too? Lin Feng scratched his head and said with some confusion. At this moment, he had recognized the head behind him as that of Grandpa Turtle's, and the fish head directly in front of him as that of Lori Sound Big Fish. He had just woken up and was a little confused, so didn't recognize it. This scare, in turn, opened up the mind to everything. You're finally awake. Grandpa Turtle circled around him with a hint of scrutiny and approval in his eyes. I didn't expect that after you broke through the spirit beast realm, you actually triggered the return of your bloodline. If it wasn't for Fish Xiaolu's early discovery, we wouldn't have even known about it. She was so nervous when she realized you were bleeding out, Grandpa Turtle said while laughing. The smile was odd. When the lowly-sounding big fish, also known as Fish Xiaolu, heard this, some slight blush rose on his narrow cheeks. I'm not nervous about him. It was just out of friendship and seeing all the blood he was bleeding. I thought I'd get everyone to come over and help. Fish Trail's voice got lower and lower. Lin Feng also realized at this time that the aquatic races in the pool had actually converged over. That everyone. He smiled and snorted. Then, the surrounding aquatic races swarmed towards him unanimously and surrounded him. Lin Feng was taken aback. What are you doing? No. Flax Falls. Oh no. Where not? The aquarians held him down and began to stroke him on his shell. Is this the Gentoo turtle? That's a nice shell. How come I don't have such good luck with bloodline return? You think you're a little turtle. He's an existence that can comprehend the Great Grade Heavenly Immortal Technique. Can you comprehend the Great Grade Heavenly Immortal Technique with this brain? Alas, a genius is a genius. The little turtle will definitely be able to become a transformed great demon in the future. right? Transformation? I think it's possible for a great demon. The crowd touched it while still whispering somewhere, looking at him with envy in their eyes. Lin Fong hid in the turtle shell and shivered. Seeing this, Grandpa Turtle shooed the crowd aside and said, "Alright, you guys are scaring him. Stop it. There's business to be done next." The crowd then stopped, hearing that there was business to be done. Lin Fong also poked his head out of the turtle shell. Grandfather Turtle swam to him and smiled amiably. "Now that you've broken through the spirit beast realm, then you should also have an official name. If you don't have a name, I'll give you one. You'll be called Turtle." Lin Fong, Grandpa Turtle. "I have a name." You have? Grandpa Turtle, who was planning to give Lin Fong a name, swallowed back the words that came to his mouth and looked at Lin Fong with an incredulous expression. Normally this kind of mortal turtle shouldn't have a name even if it's spiritually intelligent. Does he have an owner? After thinking about how talented Lin Fong was, Grandpa Turtle felt that this was a great possibility. I don't know what happened in the middle of this to separate him from his master. Seeing as he sleeps all day, I guess he should be meeting his master in his dreams. Grandpa Turtle couldn't help but think of the great days he and his master had back then. A little touchy-feely for a moment. Lin Fong looked at Grandpa Turtle, whose eyes were glistening with tears and froze on the spot, and thought that he had made Grandpa Turtle angry. So he felt a little bad in his heart. But it can't be helped. He does have a name and isn't about to change it. Especially since Grandpa Turtle named him, with the word turtle at the beginning of his name. It doesn't sound good to call him anything. Forget it. A moment later, Grandpa Turtle finally came back from his former lofty days, and he looked at Lin Fong with soft eyes. Lin Fong always felt that the eyes were docile. "And what is your name, child?" Grandpa Turtle asked. "Lin Fong." Lin Fong said very seriously, "Forest of forests. Indulgence of indulgence. I was born to be a little angel who indulges in the forest." "God. Shit?" Big Fish's puzzled voice rang out, saying, "What the hell is that? Can I eat it?" "Ha!" Lin Fong gave her a disgusted look. Then it suddenly occurred to him that fish seemed to have some that actually ate Shang. Did. Lin Fong looked at the lowly-sounding big fish in front of him with a look that turned out to be, "You being such a fish, Xiaolu." Although the lowly-sound big fish didn't know his mental activities, he could also tell that these eyes of his weren't good eyes, so he glared at him fiercely, his two cheeks bulging with anger. "Lin Fong?" Grandpa Turtle chimed in and said, "It's like a personal name. It's okay, but I think it still sounds good for Turtle Gue. You think about it? It's still a little upset." Lin Fong, on the other hand, rejected it outright. "Boy, what kind of turtle is this? Ba 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 ba. What the hell kind of name is that? Can you please name a normal one? Even if you call me Wang Tsuehua, it's better than Turtle Gue, right? That Grandpa Turtle. I have a name here, and it's still pretty important to me. I'm not going to change it. Your kindness is appreciated." Lin Fong looked at him with an embarrassed face. Although Grandpa Turtle was a bit reluctant, he didn't insist when he saw Lin Fong's resolute attitude. "All right, then, as you wish." With those words, he walked away a little lost. While walking, his mouth was still muttering, "Could it be that the name I obtained is really so unpleasant? It's obviously quite catchy. Turtle Gue, which expresses both race and the word Gue, to express a bit of nobility. Ugh, youngsters these days really don't appreciate it." Lin Fong. After Grandpa Turtle left, the aquatic races, which had originally dispersed, all came together again. This time they didn't have the excitement they had before. They were all more restrained, and each of them looked at Lin Fong with a big smile on their face. "Ringo, awesome. You're number one for daring to refuse Grandpa Turtle's name." A water snake swam up to him, tied a knot with its tail, and stiffly tied a thumb out for him. Strength is honored in the flood world. Lin Fong was strong. Even though he had been here for a short time, he should still be called brother. Lin Fong sniffed, and a few moments of curiosity arose in his heart. Grandpa Turtle, enjoy naming people? He did not say okay. As soon as he said it, everyone's expression became odd. It was called a difficult to say. Male silent female tears. Male. Words. Ringo. Don't mention it. The water snake pointed at itself with its tail and said, "Do you know what I'm called? What's your name?" Water snake said bitterly, "My name is Snake Huiran. This name is okay." Lin put at first listen to this name is not a problem Huiran, which does not listen to good well. Although some earth, but also not unacceptable. But add the word snake and it's a different story. Snake Whalen, the socialite. The corners of his mouth twitched, and in the end, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Socialites, socialites. Ouch. I can't. I'm going to die laughing at you. Water Snake looked at him with some grudge. When Lin Fong had laughed enough, he thought about his name Turtle Gue and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately he didn't let Grandpa Turtle name himself. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Oh brother Lin, how did you suddenly have your bloodline return? Do you have some secret recipe? A fathead fish came over and looked at him with an expectant face. Lin Fong certainly didn't have a secret recipe. What he has is the system. The biggest, big bug in the world. The golden finger. The necessary aid to go to the top. After seeing Monkey's unbelievable speed, Lin Fong's confidence in the system plummeted. What the hell? It's still no better than a monkey. Poorly reviewed. System. Hundreds of words omitted here. But of course Lin Fong couldn't just say that he owned the system. So he could only think of an excuse to muddle through. Ha, I don't know. It's just kinda sparse and it's done. And it's not much of an upgrade. Just a little bit. I think it's okay. Well, the Shin turtle bloodline is just like that. I'm a turtle who actually doesn't value strength or anything. And I don't have much of a quest for it. I don't like strength. And I don't need it. The happiest time of my life was when I first met everyone. I was carefree in those days. Now you are surrounding me. And although you seem to be close to me, in reality we are rather estranged from each other. I think that's bad. Between our water clans, we can't just talk about strength, but we also have to put love and justice. After his call, everyone cringed, recalling the meaning of his words. Then one couldn't help but nod. That's a great thing to say. Already do not know how long have not seen this kind of do not care about the strength of the high and low, only pay attention to the love and justice of the demon race, is simply a phoenix-like existence. His image in the minds of the people rose. Even old ancestor Bodhi, who was secretly poking and watching this side, was a bit moved when he heard these words. In his heart, he thought highly of Lin Fong for a few moments. In this world where strength was honored, it was indeed a rare thing that there were still such sentimental and righteous people. Just, Lin Fong? Lin Fong's name caused old man Bodhi to be a bit surprised, but he didn't feel that the name was given to him by Master Lin Fong. He thought that was Lin Fong's name. It's just that his nativity surely wouldn't be so earthy. It would be a homophone change. Old Bodhi ancestor was a little excited. After so long, Lin Fong was finally revealing himself. He felt that he was one step closer to figuring out Lin Fong's bottom line. What could it be? The Lin store? Lin? One by one. There was a name that floated through Bodhi old man's mind, but none of them have ever heard of it. He used his divine power to trace the cause and effect of these names again, and the answers he got were all zero, which meant that these names did not exist. Wrong guess? Did he use his real name? Old man Bodhi looked up the name Lin Fong again. It turns out that the karma line for this name is surprisingly short and only implicates the baby turtle. And it's really the only name the baby turtle has. Which means it's really a name he just came up with. I can't believe it's true. Old Master Bodhi withdrew his divine ability and became even more confused. How could you take a name so human-like if you hadn't been in contact with humans for so long? But if he's been in contact with humans for so long, how could he not have a name? In addition, when he was checking his karma, it made him discover another interesting place. The little turtle's karma was only from this life, and actually did not have any from his previous life. And there is only one kind of person who has no past life karma. Monk. Because they dedicate everything they have to the Buddha, they can be free from karma. Could he be a hidden hand of the Buddhists? If that's true, then my attitude towards it needs to change. Old man Bodhi felt that the little turtle was really becoming more and more mysterious, as if it was a treasure that couldn't be dug up anyway, with something new every single day. He was getting more and more interested in the little turtle, looking at a kind of water tribe and a kind of pose everyone is drunk I wake up alone style of Lin Fong. Old man Bodhi felt the need to test the waters, so as he twirled his fingers, Fish Xiaolu suddenly realized that Lin Fong had become special, like the brightest star in the crowd, and an inexplicable feeling was born in her heart, feeling that Lin Fong was very kind. She wanted to just quietly look at Lin Fong, wanted to stay with him, wanted to be good friends with him for life. Lin Fong, who was enjoying the adoring gazes of the people around him, felt a vicious chill for no reason. A feeling that there are always unruly people who want to harm me was born. He looked around warily toward his surroundings and didn't notice any danger. So a long sigh of relief. It should be an illusion. He then looked towards the crowd of aquatic races still gathered in place and coughed lightly. Ahem. I'm also just an ordinary little turtle. No different from everyone else. Even though I'm really good, people still don't worship me. This will only drive a wedge between us. I really didn't want this. So the crowd looked at him with even more admiration. Seeing this, Lin Fong let out a slight sigh. Maybe people like me will just have to live their entire lives without finding a true friend. If this is a curse, it's downright cruel. Crowd Aqua. Okay, I know everyone wants to be close to me for a little while longer, but I've had a long day. Everyone just leave for the day. Anything at all. Early tomorrow please. Lin Fong waved his hand. The aquatic clans left with a regretful look on their faces, but Lin Fong's towering image took root in their hearts. After everyone had left, Lin Fong let out a slight sigh of relief. If they didn't leave before, Lin Fong wouldn't even know what to say. Just then, "Hey, are you done?" a voice rang out behind Lin Fong, startling his entire being. Lin Fong turned around and saw a familiar large fish. "It's you? Why aren't you leaving yet?" Fish Xiaolu's cheeks were flushed at this time, and the two big watery eyes fluttered around at a loss for words, as if it was a young girl in love. Of course it would be nice to ignore the fact that her body is hundreds of times larger than Rin's. "Are you free for that? I'd like to treat you to watercress." Lin Fong, eating watercress? Lin Fong looked at Fish Xiaolu, whose cheeks were scarlet. Yeah, he can eat watercress. This is the Lingtai Mountain, a place of immortals. The water flowing is spiritual water. The ground is covered with spiritual stones. The trees are spiritual arts. The grass is spiritual grass. And the flowers are spiritual flowers. Then the water plants growing in this spirit chi-rich pool must not be mortal either. He now opened the system mall. It's totally possible to redeem some of the goodies on the mountain. He thought about how he had swallowed water one bite at a time earlier, and as a result, he had only managed to get a dozen points after spending 10 minutes. Going to pull the wool over the ancestors' eyes and being beaten out of them. Lin Fong felt like he was completely guarding the treasure mountain without taking it. It was really stupid, but it's okay now. Fish Trail's words woke him up. "Lori, yuck, no, Fish Xiaolu, you're really my best friend. Let's hurry up and go eat water plants." Lin Fong's two eyes were glowing and he couldn't wait to look at him. Fish Xiaolu looked at Lin Fong with some doubt. Don't understand how he got excited. But when she heard Lin Fong say that she was her best friend, she also promised to go eat watercress together. Fish Xiaolu's heart once again gave birth to an inexplicable feeling that had never existed before. Very excited, very apprehensive, and there was also some shyness. The feeling made her panic. It was like a deer in the headlights. In his own chest, her face reddened even more, and a hot, burning sensation was searing through her body, making her swing her fishtail restlessly. A fish and a turtle swimming in the water. Fish Xiaolu sized up Lin Fong from time to time. In her eyes, Lin Fong, whose body was tiny and not as big as her fins, was so adorable, with a small green turtle shell that looked like it was made of jade and a greenish brain that looked like a bean. "Hey!" Lin Fong looked at the giggling Fish Xiaolu with some confusion, not quite sure what she was giggling about. Soon, a fish and a turtle came to a place with plenty of water and grass, a thin and long water plants, like a big tree constantly growing upward, as if a often band floating in the water. There are a lot of them. From a distance, it really looks like an underwater forest. However, in Lin Fong's opinion, the water plants here were more like bamboo in the mountains, thin and long, and there weren't many branches. It also had some glowing spores growing on it that looked like seeds of water plants. There are also a lot of aquatic people living in this aquatic forest. They lived and died in this watercress forest, which nourished them and to whose prosperity they contributed. The two of them were weaving their way through the watercress forest. Lin Fong also saw a sink with many transparent eggs underneath the leaves, and in each egg was a small life. A few of them even moved, apparently close to being born. The mothers of these eggs stand guard. Seeing Lin Fong approaching was very wary, but his attitude towards Fish Xiaolu was still considered good. In this watercress forest, Fish Xiaolu's popularity seemed to be really good, and many of them didn't give a damn about Lin Fong, but instead were more polite to Fish Xiaolu. "Hey, I was born here. They're all my friends now." As if she could read his mind, Fish Xiaolu casually explained. Lin Fong took another look at her huge figure, and in comparing it to the figures of those small fish in the watercress forest, it didn't look like a species in any way. His disrespectful look was quickly noticed by Fish Xiaolu. Two very large, very watery eyes glared at him in dismay and swam somewhat gamely away from him. Mouthfuls of, "I don't want to, but people just can't lose weight. I don't know what's wrong with this body. It grows flesh even when I drink water. Other people don't have to eat all day. I can't stand to be hungry without a meal. It's so infuriating." Boing boing. But after she swam for a while, she saw that Lin Fong couldn't keep up, slowed down some more. Oh, female fish. After Lin Fong caught up, the two came to a place in the water where the water plants were the thickest. The water plants that grow here are thicker than in other places, and each one is lush and green, making it look extra appetizing, juicy and delicious. This is it. Fish Xiaolu approached one and directly bit off a leaf, eating it beautifully. Crisp juices emerge from the broken parts of the water plants. That's the flavor. I don't care how long I eat it. I can't get enough of it. She took another bite on a branch of watercress, biting off a handful with one bite. The inside of the hydrilla is a jelly-like soft tissue and the outside is a hard skin. Lin Fong also found one and took a bite. It was a moment of clarity. It does taste good. It has the feeling of drinking grass juice again and with a slight sweetness to it. It just tastes great. Ding. Points +5". The voice of the system is never late. The water plants in Lin Fang's mouth also disappeared in an instant. It doesn't add up to much, but that's only one leaf's worth of points, and there are hundreds of such leaves on a water plant, plus the branches. Lin Fang felt that the amount of points that could be gained from a single water plant was around 1,000, and water plants are simply inexhaustible here. This would be very messy. There was no need to take any risks when eating water plants here, and it was also not a lot of points. It was simply a holy place for Lin Fang to brush up on his points, and that's just the mountain pool. How many more goodies will there be in the whole of Mount Spiritus? Lin Fang felt that his previous thinking was too rigid, and that he just knew how to hang up all day long. Hanging is important, of course, but the gains that can be made are fixed. It's like working hard every day for a fixed salary to support yourself. It's not much of a problem, but it's impossible to get rich. Only by doing this for decades can there be a significant gain. But earn points. It's more like working on the side. On the side. As the saying goes, a horse can't get fat without night grass. If you want to realize economic freedom and rapidly expand your strength, you can't just have to hang around and think about how to make extra money. When he had finished collecting all the good things on Spirit Platform Mountain, he would exchange a whole bunch of dangling things at that time. Even if one's strength was low, the heap would still be able to pile up those people. But until you have absolute strength, you still have to be meticulous. It mustn't be at the attention of Old Man Bodhi. This time, he was lucky to escape, but the next time is not certain. It is not possible to say that that time will be cut bar chopped by Bodhi Old Man. It was just that Lin Fang didn't know it yet. At this very moment, Old Man Bodhi was watching him, and took the liberty of messing with his wife. Lin Fang nibbled on the water plants with one bite and one leaf was converted into points by him. Still, although the system can be directly redeemed, but after all, this is the spiritual terrace mountain. Bodhi Old Man may at some point in the mood to come, and peep his hand. What if we find out he can collect things through space? Still, this is an issue that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. It's too much of a hassle to keep taking bites like that. Lin Fang ate the water plants while pondering in his mind how exactly this problem should be solved. It's always so one bite at a time. Even if he could stand it, his gills couldn't. He does not want to one day, to train himself into the national face. After all, handsome or to be and he is a turtle. The national face of the turtle. It's scary to think about. A little bit of time passes. Fish Trail became extra focused once he got into his eating groove. A very long watercress with more volume than her entire fish rose, wiped his somewhat green mouth. Fish Xiaolu patted his bulging stomach and smiled with satisfaction. 8 points full. Then she looked towards the surroundings, trying to find Lin Fang's position, but she didn't see Lin Fang's figure. After looking around, it was only then that I found Lin Fang on top of a bare piece of watercress, eating leaves. There you are. After finding it, she looked at Lin Fang excitedly. For some reason, it was as if Lin Fang saw little stars in her eyes. The look as if she had found some very important treasure. Lin Fang thought he might have misread it. I didn't realize that even though you're a small turtle, you're a big eater. Will it become as big as me later? Fish Trail looked at it with interest. For Lin Fang to be able to eat food that was much larger than his size, Fish Xiaolu wasn't surprised. After all, she often did the same thing. Maybe, Lin Fang said with a clear conscience. Unlike Fish Xiaolu, he didn't really eat them, and these leaves were recharged by him, so he doesn't get fat from it at all, much less grow in size. But in order to take care of Fish Xiaolu's mood, he still decided to spread this panic, so that he could also fool Fish Xiaolu into taking him to other good places in the pool in the future. When Fish Xiaolu heard his words, the smile on his face grew even wider. The current Lin Fang is good at everything, but he's just too small. But that's okay, he's such a good eater. He'll get big one day. Fish Xiaolu's cheeks reddened even more as he thought about it, and the whole fish became squirmy, looking just like a young girl in spring. But this look feels extra weird on a fish. Lin Fang gave her a strange look. Not feeling well? He thought about how the big fish had just eaten more watercress than her entire fish, and thought it was only right that she should be uncomfortable. Make her greedy. Now that's a bad meal. Do you have a stomach ache? Lin Fang felt that as a friend, he still had to relate to Fish Xiaolu's health. After all, a healthy fish trail is the only thing that can lead him to scour the pool for treasure. You could have thrown up some of it if your stomach hurt, and I don't know if fish have the ability to vomit, but if they don't, you'll have to eat something to induce vomiting. Lin Fang was serious. Fish Trail, however, was stunned. She blinked and looked at Lin Fang, but her mind was thinking, is he relating to me? Heartfelt, but with that there was also a strong sense of shyness. Hey, people aren't anymore. People, just, you're annoying la 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 la. People ignore you la 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 la. Fish Trail's attitude instantly did the trick. She didn't really know what that feeling and behavior meant, but Lin Fang felt like he couldn't take it anymore. He was concerned about Fish Trail's health out of friendship. Fish Trail, however, is disgusting here. Nuts. Lin Fong no longer paid attention to Fish Xiaolu and focused on the system panel. Points, 3478 added 980. This harvest far exceeded his previous expectation of around 1000 points for a water plant. So after looking at what a water plant could give him, it was around 2000 or even more. After all, the main trunk is certainly more nutritious than the leaves. It looks like points are not a concern. With enough points, Lin Fong started searching for what he needed in the system mall. After all, money clutched in the hand is of no use at all. It must be spent. All the resources are transformed into real capital in order to live gracefully in this increasingly harsh environment of survival. To hang on to the flood later, he has to work harder. Hey, what do you think we're going to do now? Fish Path asked expectantly. She felt like eating her meal. That's definitely next on the list of things to do is to go on a diet and take a walk. Then wait until after dark. Don't think wrongly. Fish Xiaolu just simply wanted to sleep with Lin Fong. The two of them lying inside a pit, sleeping together. Well, Lin Fong gave it some serious thought. One of the things he felt was most lacking right now was a lack of knowledge about this world's cultivation system. Bodhi Laozu spoke of the immortal Dharma, the direct counterpart to the ghost immortal, and upwards to the human immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, golden immortal, and the Dala golden immortal, and the cultivation system under the ghost immortal. He doesn't talk about it. Lin Fong's current cultivation level was the embodied Dan realm. According to the realm division in the immortal cultivation novels of his previous life, he could probably have a Gene Dan realm. In many novels, it is considered a party of experts. Not to say that they dominate the party. No matter what place they go to, they can mix a good life. But here, he's a brother. A younger brother who had only just stepped into the threshold of cultivation and learned to speak. That's why it was very important for him to figure out the division of the realms before he became an immortal. At the very least, you know what you should be practicing upwards. Know how far you are from becoming immortal. Why don't we go find Grandpa Turtle? I have some questions for him. This was different from what Fishkill was thinking, but as long as it was put together with Rin. Okay. The two men swam toward Grandpa Turtle's location. At this time, the Bodhi old ancestor in the room withdrew his divine sense that was secretly peeping, recalling Lin Fong's previous wood-like performance in his heart. His brows wrinkled slightly. Could he really be a Buddhist? Am I wrong about him? No. Traveling to the west is a big deal. You can't just jump to conclusions so easily. Several thoughts drifted through Old Man Bodhi's mind before gradually falling into silence. Just then, a stream of light attached to a divine thought drifted into his room. After Old Man Bodhi received it, his expression rose unnaturally. It's the fall of chaos. This Ling Tai mountain of mine is located in a remote area, but it's still not peaceful. I just hope that this time it won't cause any trouble. As Old Man Bodhi spoke, what was in his mind was the Monkey King. There was a strong look of concern in his eyes. I don't know what kind of turmoil this one will bring to the entire three realms. I just hope it doesn't affect him here. Lin Fong and Fish Xiaolu quickly found Grandpa Turtle who was sleeping on his back on the sand pile. Grandpa Turtle! Grandpa Turtle! Fish Trail swam over and shouted twice. Grandpa Turtle was indifferent and remained on his back, huffing and puffing. Seeing this, Fish Xiaolu very skillfully bit a piece of watercress and tickled Grandpa Turtle's nose twice. That's skillful action. Obviously it was not the first time he had done this. Grandpa Turtle's nose soon began to twitch abnormally and with increasing amplitude. Seeing this, Fish Xiaolu immediately pulled Lin Fong to hide to the side. Achoo! Grandpa Turtle sneezed a big sneeze and opened his eyes blankly, with a slight daze in his eyes, and subconsciously dug his paw in his nose, pulling out half a water plant. Fish Trail! A shout with anger echoed in the middle of the pool, waking up a number of small fish. Fish Xiaolu was embarrassed to come over at this time. Grandpa Turtle, you wanted to see me? Grandpa Turtle gave her an exasperated glare. Fish Xiaolu immediately put on a scared expression as she swam backward, her eyes looking at Grandpa Turtle with fear. Grandpa Turtle went soft. Say, what is it that you want from me? Hey, Grandpa Turtle is the best. Seeing that Grandpa Turtle didn't blame her, Fish Xiaolu immediately said with a pleasing face. Grandpa Turtle, on the other hand, looked at her without a good look. Okay, and you're disturbing my sleep? Fish Xiaolu laughed embarrassedly again. She also stopped talking nonsense and got straight to the point. Grandpa Turtle, this time it's not me who's looking for you for something. It's Lin Fong who wants to see you. Grandpa Turtle looked at Lin Fong again. You two came together? Yeah. Fish Trail nodded. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with little stars as she looked at Lin Fong. Then Grandpa Turtle's look would become odd and laugh. Oh haha, Grandpa Turtle understands. The thing between you youngsters. Lin Fong looked at Grandpa Turtle, somewhat unsure. However, the most important thing right now was to figure out the division of realms under immortalization. Grandpa Turtle, I came over this time to ask about the division of realms. The division of realms before becoming immortal. Do you know about it? So that's what this is about. Grandfather Turtle laughed. Now that you've learned the great heavenly immortal skill, it's not impossible for you to accomplish something in the future. In that case, I'll tell you about it. You are now in the spirit beast realm. This is the name of our demon race. In the division of the human race it should be called the embodied Dan realm. During this period of time you have just condensed your inner Dan. You are still very fragile. When you are able to mature the inner Dan conception, it is the realm of becoming a Dan. That is, the human race's Gene Dan. I used to hear my master say that in some of the small countries of the human race, Gene Dan is already a big deal. So many Gene Dan juniors will still say something like, one Gene Dan in the belly. My life is up to me and not up to heaven. Even the great Luo golden immortals can't transcend their destiny. A mere Gene Dan Jr. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Grandpa Turtle spoke and shook his head. Lin Fong thought about it. Although the Gene Dan in the novels of his previous life did have some immortal qualities, it really wasn't enough to put aside in the world of the journey to the west, especially since it appears that there really are saints here. But since there is a Gene Dan stage, then upwards, is it not? Yuaning, merging, crossing the robbery, and finally becoming immortal after the robbery, failing to be a loose immortal. So Lin Fong laughed. Grandpa Turtle, then on the way up isn't it that the Dan shatters into an infant, then merges into a monastic body, crosses the threshold to become an immortal, and when it fails, it disintegrates to become a loose immortal. Grandpa Turtle, however, shook his head, and looking at him gravely, he admonished, where did you get all these theories? All of them are fallacies. Lin Fong was confused. I can't believe it's wrong. Grandpa Turtle continued to admonish in a serious manner. This inner Dan is the foundation of your way of becoming a Taoist. It is the embodiment of all your cultivation. If it is shattered, if it is broken, then the cultivation will be scattered. If it is broken, then it will die. Where does the Dan shatter into an infant? I don't know who gave you this, but this person must be trying to hurt you. And what about the transmigration? The military dissolution? It's even more nonsense. Do you know how many people become immortal every day? If you need to go through some kind of thunder tribulation to become an immortal, then wouldn't the whole world be struck by thunder every day? Everywhere. Are you trying to tire out the thunder god? Or the thunder god and mother of lightning? Although Lin Fong wanted to retort, but there was no way that Grandpa Turtle's words made so much sense that he actually couldn't pick a single fault. This world is the thunder god and the electric mother, the god of thunder and the god of water, the river bow and the dragon king. These gods and goddesses are in charge of climate change on Earth. If you really need to cross the tribulation to become an immortal, then I'm afraid that the people in the thunder ministry of the heavenly court will all be busy people, and will not have any time to rest. Moreover, the last time Monkey became immortal, he didn't see any thunderbolt descending, so it did seem that he was wrong. Grandpa Turtle saw that he had a good attitude in admitting his mistake, so he said a few more words. As for Yuaning, I have heard of it. It's said that the Dharma of that elder Taishang ancestor can transform the three purities with one breath. When disciples under the door cultivate, they can't do what the Taishang elder ancestor did, so they separate and conceive their own Yuan Shen into a baby, and then after a few decades of careful cultivation, when the Yuan Ing grows up, it is the second Yuan Shen. This is just a kind of Dharma, completely different from our realm division. If everyone could possess the second primordial spirit, Old Master Taishang's Ichi transformation of the three purities wouldn't be a top-tier Dharma. Lin Fong also felt that it made sense. It looks like some of the theories from the previous life can't be applied rigidly and are prone to accidents. Then, Grandpa Turtle, what is the realm after becoming a Dan? Lin Fong asked curiously. After becoming a Dan, it is the Spirit Sea realm. Grandpa Turtle smiled and said, after reaching this realm, you will need to open up a new Spirit Sea in your body, with the same effect as your current Dantian, and to open up 9 in a row. By then, when you add your Dantian, you will have 10 Dantians. Isn't that great? Lin Fong thought about it for a moment and thought it was really good. 10 Dantians, with a large capacity, stored more spiritual energy, and when the time came to mobilize more spiritual energy, his life-preserving divine skill would be able to last a little longer. Then isn't there still 10 Jindans? Grandpa Turtle, however, shook his head and said, there can only be one Golden Dan. But the fact that those Dantians can store spiritual energy that you've purified with your Gene Dan isn't inherently different. Lin Fong nodded thoughtfully. In fact, he had long ago discovered that the so-called Gene Dan was a spiritual power purifier. What was stored in his Dantian was still spiritual energy, but after the purification of the Golden Dan, a qualitative leap had occurred. What about after the Spirit Sea realm? Lin Fong wanted to know more. Grandpa Turtle smiled and said, "This is going to involve the cultivation of the body and the soul on the way up. We learned the orthodox immortal dharma, so spiritual power, body, and soul, all three hands must be grasped, and all three hands must be hard in order to be able to do so. The spirit sea realm is already considered the peak of aura. At the top it's all about developing the body's potential and constantly strengthening yourself. This realm is called the divine hidden realm. In this realm, if one is lucky, one can trigger a body alienation and gain special abilities, or awaken an ancient bloodline, and others can open their body's mizang and gain incredible abilities. This assumes, of course, that your body has that potential." Lin Feng was mesmerized by what he heard. And what if it doesn't have that potential? Then you can only simply strengthen yourself. But don't be presumptuous. If you strengthen your body to the extreme, you can be just as terrifyingly powerful if you get some killing means, like Neza of that heavenly realm, with 3 heads and 8 arms, and all his magic treasures and skills. He's not the heavenly general with the highest battle power in the heavenly realm, but he's definitely the heavenly general who kills the most enemies and kills them the fastest. Even Yang Jian, the god of war, can't compete with him in this regard. Immediately in Lin Feng's mind appeared the image of Nezha holding a large pile of magic treasures with 3 heads and 8 arms, charging into a group of minions and then spinning, killing a mountain of corpses. He nodded with a look of recognition. Neza is totally a war machine, and after the body is strengthened to a point, on the way up is to the soul. This realm, we call it the spirit rhythm realm. And Elder Tai Shang's one breath transforms 3 purities as the top dharma in this realm, bar none. Even our ancestor Bodhi's 72 transformations can't compare to it. After passing the spirit rhythm realm, you can proceed to become an immortal. And the so-called immortals are, to put it bluntly, a way of metamorphosing when life is strong to a certain point. In addition to this, the way of life enhancement is also divided into devils, demons, spirits, ancient races, gods, ghosts, and so on. Only these are ultimately not the right way. Lin Feng was thoughtful. If the so-called gods and goddesses are just another form of life, then it makes sense that Monkey could leap from ghost immortal to human immortal in one fell swoop. In terms of Monkey's life form, he was afraid that after he was born, he had already reached the level of an immortal, and after that, he cultivated the great piece of heavenly immortal technique to turn all of his own reserves into strength, so naturally his cultivation skyrocketed. Unfortunately, I am a mortal turtle. If I had been a dragon, phoenix or something like that when I was reincarnated, I would have become an immortal by now. After listening to what Grandpa Turtle said, Lin Feng is considered to have opened his eyes. His heart is even more surging. He can't wait to become immortal as soon as possible, and he even began to resent his own origin. Unfortunately, these can only be thought about. The thought that there were so many realms above him and that becoming an immortal was only a mere step through the door of cultivation. There are more realms above, and there are saints after the Dala. Some of the small pride Lin felt in his heart was struck down and dissipated. Grandfather Turtle swam over at this time and patted his head, comforting him. Don't ever be presumptuous. You were able to cultivate to the Yundan realm in such a short period of time, and also awaken the Xian turtle bloodline. I believe it's not impossible for you to become an immortal after cultivating for a few hundred years. Fish Trail also cheered from the sidelines. I'm sure you can. At the same time, there was some sense of crisis in her heart. If she was still a small demon after Lin Feng became an immortal, then the distance between the two would grow farther and farther after that. She felt the need to make an effort. You can't eat when you want like you used to. It must be eaten every day, even when you're full. Eat until you're stuffed. As long as she ate enough, her cultivation would rise, and she shouldn't be much slower than Lin Feng in terms of speed, maybe even a little faster. With the two of them cheering him on, Lin Feng also regained his confidence. It's not like he cares about time anyway. He'll live for a few hundred years just long enough to escape the West. By that time Monkey might have followed some bald guy on his journey to the West, and he would have just escaped the great calamity of the journey to the West and become a dashing immortal on Earth. Looks like a long way to go. After Lin Feng and Fish Xiaolu came out from Grandpa Turtle's place, he then began searching the mall for ways to become stronger. Since his mind had dispersed out, Lin Feng felt that his previous self was really too stupid. Opening the mall, he actually only went to look at feats, and exchanged things only for a Xian turtle bloodline. Doesn't it smell good to change potions? This thing is the #1 cultivation cheat in all the worlds. June C. How many of the corner of the pre-strength win week are knocking potions become stronger? Lin put in a search in the mall. Instead, he really found a lot of good stuff, and it's cheap and good value. In the end, he selected a bottle of Yuan Lingdan, the effect of which was that it would allow one to gain twice as much spiritual energy as usual for the next 2 hours. Double your experience card. This was Lin Feng's understanding of this elixir. After bidding farewell to the reluctant Fish Xiaolu, Lin Fong quickly exchanged one and swallowed it. Points 100. Although he felt some curiosity in his heart about Fish Xiaolu's weird attitude before he left, it was still more important to cultivate right now. Lin Fong began to hang up. The body spontaneously operated the Great Grade Heavenly Immortal technique. The surrounding auras began to swarm into his body. Universal points +2, universal points +2. Ding. Trigger blitz. Universal points +20 from time to time. The sound of the system came from Lin Fong's ears. A smile appeared on his face. The effect of this Yuan spirit pill was really good, so that he could gain twice the number of universal points he had before, and he had accelerated a little bit further from becoming an immortal. The night was silent. Wait until the next morning. Lin Fong checked the system. Universal points, 467. That's a full 400 points more than before. And that's just for one night. Wouldn't it be 800 points if it hung around all day? Lin Fong felt satisfied. The rate at which you can gain universal points has increased once again. He was one step closer to becoming immortal. Let's start with a small goal. To become a god. With so many universal points in hand, Lin Fong did not immediately increase his cultivation level. He opened the system mall again. Search for something that hides cultivation. The system mall immediately listed a whole bunch of things. Sky covering cloth, it can cut off the view of heaven. Price 76. 000. 000. 000. Confirmation is something you can't afford. Search for something under 3,000 points. The items quickly became quite a bit less, leaving only a dozen or so for Lin Fong to choose from. Cease to rest pill, can isolate breath for 1 hour. Uncheckable below the divine immortal realm. Price 3000. 1. Skybreaker, magic treasure can be activated to conceal breath. Not detectable below the divine hidden realm. Price 2800 inch. After Lin Fong checked around, he found a problem. These magic treasures and pills and the like were low in price but also weak in efficacy. But he was facing Old Man Bodhi, so it was obvious that they were not a little bit useful. And the ones that were useful to Bodhi Old Man, he couldn't afford. Depressing. Lin Fong looked at the system mall with some depression. Although he was sitting on a huge 3,478 points, he couldn't afford anything. This is too fucked up. Suddenly, just when he was bored and planning to close the system mall and continue hanging out, his movements stalled. He found an item. Masking spell, can temporarily mask some fluctuations. Price 1800 inch. This seems okay? Since he couldn't block the prying eyes of the Bodhi Old Ancestor, it wouldn't be enough to make the Bodhi Old Ancestor try not to pay attention to his side. And with this he would be able to feel a bit more at ease when he made his breakthrough in the future. As long as he doesn't screw up later. And Old Man Bodhi, with his day job, would sooner or later realize that he had forgotten him, the little turtle. At that time, he would be able to rest assured that he would be able to live inside this pool until the time he became a god and invincible. Of course this masking spell was cheap enough. It's what he can afford. Lin Fong looked around and purchased one after realizing that there weren't any other options. Points 1800. Points available. 1. 678. The masking spell appeared in the system space. Lin Fong took something out. The masking spell formation was an array plate looking thing, black in color and felt like stone in his hands, with quite a few inscriptions and patterns clutched and carved on it. Lin Fong didn't recognize it anyway. He followed the method given to him by the system and used his own spiritual energy to catalyze the spell formation. The spell soon lit up with light. Spiritual energy traveled around the spell formation, finally forming a mysterious pattern. And the moment the pattern took shape, spiritual energy gushed out from the spell formation, forming an invisible cover around Lin Fong. Lin Fong sensed it slightly. He then had a rough idea of the spell. The working principle of the spell formation was similar to electromagnetic interference. But here, spiritual power was used. Using the outwardly released spiritual power to cancel out Lin Fong's own spiritual power fluctuations, Lin Fong stored a portion of spiritual energy into the spell formation to ensure normal operation for 10 hours. He then proceeded to prepare to break through the realm. Name, Lin Fong. Race, Genta Cultivation, Early Yundan, plus, Mental Technique, Great Pin Celestial Immortal Technique, Skinny. 35% in Comprehension Interruptions, Skills, Non-Natural Avatar, Alternation of Reality and Void Points. 1678 Universal Points, 1467. He nodded at the cultivation. 500 points off the jackpot. Cultivation broke through to the middle stage of Yundan. The surrounding spiritual energy began to frantically converge towards Lin Fong's side. But strangely enough the spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly disappeared when they approached Lin Fong's surroundings. And there was likewise no fluctuation at all on Lin Fong's body. Aside from the aura going a little out of the ordinary, everything was so calm. Nice. Lin Fong was still satisfied with this masking spell formation. Massive and raging spiritual energy converged towards his body, but it became mild after entering his body. That familiar power surged. Lin Fong couldn't help but hum out in comfort. His body was becoming stronger, and the inner Dan in his dantian was gradually becoming mature. The form of the inner Dan was more solid and more efficient in transforming spiritual energy. A moment later, the familiar power subsided, and Lin Fong's cultivation was raised to the middle stage of Yundan, and the inner Dan in his body also glowed yellow. Although it wasn't gold, the color was close enough. Lin Fong looked at the system panel again. Cultivation level, middle stage of Yundan, universal points, 967. It won't add up? Lin Fong's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that it takes 1,000 cardinal points to break through from the middle stage to the late stage? It's gone up a little too much, hasn't it? It looks like the increase in the number of universal points I've gained, and the consumption required for cultivation has also risen. After becoming an immortal, I'm afraid I'll need a massive amount of universal points. It looks like there's going to be a faster way to get universal points, Lin Fong thought as he closed the system panel. Just as he was planning to hang up and try to ascend to the late stage of Yundan today, a familiar shout suddenly came from above his head. Turtle, are you there? Lin Fong looked stunned, then began to swim towards the top. Little turtle, come out quickly. The ancestor is going to speak the Dharma today. I'll take you there to listen. Monkey crouched at the edge of the pool, looking at the calm water and scratching his head. Why isn't it out yet? He was thinking about jumping into the pool and checking it out. Right at this moment, Lin Fong surfaced, his 4 short legs kicking in, and swam towards Monkey. Monkey had a smile on his face when he saw him. You're finally out. Ha! You've gotten stronger again? A golden light flashed from Monkey's eyes, discovering the inner Dan that had already tended to mature in Lin Fong's body. He held the little turtle up and placed it in the sun to examine it. Under the sunlight, Lin Fong's jade-like tortoise shell is crystal clear, with golden lines emerging on it, and it looks like it sells really well. Monkey looked at him, and suddenly his heart fluttered. Little turtle, do you want to come back to the mountain of flowers and fruits with me? Don't. Lin Fong refused without even thinking about it. What an international joke. Just him, following Monkey up the mountain. In following Monkey down the mountain? If he really did that, he would be completely out of touch with Monkey even if he was completely out of touch with Monkey. And being swept up in the great journey to the west would definitely be the nail in the coffin. He can't afford to be tossed around in this small body. So it is absolutely impossible for him to follow Monkey down the mountain. Even if he jumped from here and died outside, there was absolutely no way he could follow Monkey down the mountain. Monkey was puzzled when he saw how dryly he refused. He thought that the little turtle would readily agree. After all, the two of them were also considered to be on the same boat to share life and death. And after coming to the Spirit Terrace mountain, the two of them were also the closest to each other. He scratched his head. Are you having a bad day? Lin Fong didn't answer him, for being completely at a loss as to how to answer. Hearts are made of flesh. Monkey was good to him. Of course he knew that. But because of this, let him go follow Monkey to his death. That's never going to happen. How many demons and devils died when Monkey made trouble in heaven? How many of the 72 cave demon kings survived? It looks like Monkey is in the limelight, but how much bloodshed is behind it? Lin Fong watched Journey to the West when he was a kid, but he didn't have the guts to really let him go through it all. If this really goes back with Monkey, when he fights the heavenly court, he rushes upwards and is directly slapped to death by an immortal. There is no place to talk about it. Forget it. I'll take you to the place where the ancestor is lecturing first. The time can't be delayed any longer. Monkey saw that Lin Fong didn't say anything, and as time passed little by little, he could only take Lin Fong away first. Lin Fong looked at Monkey who was running in the mountains, and sighed slightly in his heart. Monkey, it's not that I, Lin Fong, am not righteous. It's really too dangerous to follow you around. Consider me greedy and ungrateful. The big deal is that I'll find a chance to divulge some heavenly secrets to you in the future, and it'll be considered a favor to you. Lin put a silent thought in his mind. Monkey led him and soon arrived at the Great Hall. The disciples under Ancestor Bodhi's seat had all arrived early as well, sitting on the futons below, discussing something in groups while the ancestor had not yet arrived. Lin Fong looked towards them with some curiosity. Hey, why isn't Ancestor coming over so late today? Usually when we arrive, the ancestor would have been here long ago. Don't you know yet? There's a big shot here today, and the ancestor is entertaining him. Big man? Erlang Xian Shang Jinjuan of Gojianku. The conversation between the two attracted quite a number of disciples, and when they heard the name Erlang Xian Shang Jinjun, one by one, they all couldn't help but gasp out in astonishment. Lin Fong was also shocked in his heart. Erlang Shun, what did he want to do by coming over to Lingtai Mountain at this time? Wouldn't it be for the West? Lin Fong was in the midst of his rambling thoughts. Only Monkey looked at the crowd with blank eyes. He hadn't heard of who Erlangshan was at the river filling port, so naturally he didn't understand why all these people had a very shocked look on their faces. Then why did Yang Jian suddenly come to our Lingtai Mountain? Yes, my Lingtai Mountain has always shunned the world and not fought with others. How could I attract a killing god like Erlangshun? Some timid disciples were already worried, and a few of the bold ones looked at them with disdain. Hey, it's still not for that Yang Chan. Yang Chan. It was another name that Lin Feng was familiar with. The sister of Erlangshan, the third virgin mother, Xinxian's own mother, and the owner of the Pauline lamp. You guys don't know yet, right? That Yang Jian's mother was sunburned to death by the 10 golden crows. Yang Jian killed 9 golden crows in a rage, and he's already had a complete falling out with the heavenly court. I'm afraid that I came over this time because I want to arrange Yang Chan in our Lingtai Mountain. It's about settling the family down. The crowd was shocked to hear this. This Yang Jian's arrangement looks like he really intends to fight with the heavenly court. But even if he is invincible in terms of force value, can he beat the heavenly court with the 200 grasshead deities and the 6 monsters of Plum Mountain? No one is optimistic about Yang Jian. There was no telling how the 3 realms were going to be shaken up again this time. If you ask me, this Yang Jian is also a character who actually dares to openly resist heaven, which is simply a model for our men. Some people were infected by such reckless behavior and clapped their hands. Some people think about it more. Even if Yang Jian is not good, he is still recognized as the first god of war in the 3 realms. If he falls out with the heavenly court, the 3 realms will be in turmoil, and how many people will be devastated as a result of the Great War. Without the heavenly court to maintain order in the 3 realms, how many demons and devils will take advantage of the situation? But did Erlangshan do wrong? Most chose to remain silent. This heavenly court doesn't look like a good thing either. Actually bullying people's orphans and widows. Make it look like the soldiers under your command are going to revolt. This Yang Jian sounds like a character. I like it. And in the future, Lao Sun, will also become a great hero like him. Monkey, who had been listening on the sidelines, suddenly interjected at this time. Although he didn't know who Yang Jian was, he heard that the other party was avenging his mother's death. And it's still antithetical. In his heart, he had a not-so-small favor with this Yang Jian, the god of war, whom he had never met before, and even felt that he must get to know him well if he had the chance in the future. Lin Feng skimmed his mouth when he heard that. You won't feel that way when he takes a dog and chases you around like you're a grandson. Monkey's voice was loud. Many people gazed over. When they saw that the one who spoke was the sharp-tongued monkey, a disdainful expression appeared on each of their faces, and many of them sneered out. Just you? Laughing me to death. A wild demon who only worshipped under the door after his ancestors' enlightenment, still wants to become a character like Erlangshan? Ha ha ha, that's not the way to put it. Those who don't know have no fear. This senior brother of ours is still cute. Also, what does a wild monster know? And yet, there is no need to talk to him in general. The crowd's undisguised mockery echoed in the great hall. Anger also surfaced on Monkey's face. His character itself carried a strong sense of untamedness. It was just that he was bent on goodness and acted on the principle of being good to people in Lingtai Mountain. But it didn't mean that he was good at bullying. Lin Feng looked at Monkey's ever-clenching fists and felt some anger in his heart. What are you talking about? He shouted it right out loud. Perhaps for his own peace of mind. Or perhaps to repay Monkey's friendship. He chose to step forward at this moment. The crowd's sneers stopped and they all looked at Lin Feng. Monkey was also confused. All the fire in his heart was scared back by this cry from Lin Feng, and he looked with a dumbfounded face towards Lin Feng, who was struggling to poke his head out with his 2 claws picking at the collar of his Dao robe. Lin Feng crawled out of Monkey's clothes with his 4 little short legs. With gravity, he rolled to the ground. The turtle shell spinning on the ground, stopping and stretching his neck to turn himself over. Then he looked angrily at these disciples in front of him. Don't be dog-eyed. You're all disciples of the ancestor. We're all equal. If you guys mock Monkey today, how do you know that Monkey won't soar to the sky and become that character who is on par with Yang Jian in the future? Monkey's perseverance in seeking the way is definitely no less than Yang Jian's. Do you know how much Monkey has suffered and how much he has been tired in order to find the Spirit Terrace Mountain? You don't know. You only talk about it. For you guys, I just want to say one thing. Humph. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Lin Feng said all these words in his head. The disciples present were all shocked. One by one, they looked over to Lin Feng's side, and one by one, they were dumbfounded. But the next moment, the sound of laughter, even louder than before, echoed in the great hall, and the crowd looked at the 2 demons as if they were looking at fools. And 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, laugh me to death. Ha ha ha, is cultivation a matter of suffering? Heal, qualification, resources, connections, gongfa, all these things are not available, and you still want to become a character like Yang Jian. Yang Jian is the nephew of the heavenly emperor. What are you? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Lin Fang looked at the crowd and frowned slightly. He crawled back in silence. Monkey held him in his arms and looked at Lin Fang with a touched expression. No one looks up to him at Lingtai Mountain. The disciples who could cultivate in Lingtai Mountain, any one of them was a person of distinguished status outside, and Monkey looked out of place among them. Turtle was the first to speak up for him, and the first to identify with him. His heart was filled with emotion. Little Turtle, don't worry, I'll never let you down. You're right. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the monkey. Lin Fang was just trying to make himself feel better inside. He didn't think it would actually produce such an effect. Looking at Monkey's eyes that were full of true feelings, the guilt in his heart instead grew stronger. Did I do something wrong? Lin Fang's heart was slightly shaken, but he quickly squashed those slight shakes again. Even if he follows Monkey all the way to the black, what can he do? The journey to the west is the great calamity of heaven and earth, a script written by the heavenly Tao, and Monkey's destiny should be to go and step on the shattered Lingxiao, and he should go to the west. Can he still give Monkey drama and change his fate? Can't. If everything is predestined, why bother to cling to it and add to your own and others' worries? Is it fun to realize in the end that it's all just an illusion? Heaven's ways are hard to defeat, and fate is hard to predict. What can he do? He's desperate too. The more important reason, of course, was that he was afraid of death. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Not bad, not bad. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd have a hard time believing that this is coming from the mouth of a little demon. A voice broke through the sneers of the crowd. Everyone unanimously looked toward the doorway of the great hall. Ancestor Bodhi's figure had appeared there at an unknown time, and at his side stood a man dressed in silver-white armor and black robes, with a handsome and plump appearance, and an eye mark erected on his brow. Erlangshan. All the disciples looked to Erlangshan's side, no matter who. At this moment to see this three worlds renowned Erlang Xiansheng true gentleman. The eyes are a piece of small stars, simply with the fans to see the idol almost. Even Lin Fang couldn't help but look twice more. This is the living Erlangshan. If you don't look at it more now, God knows it will be a monkey's age to look at it later. Only Monkey, still the same. There was only recognition in his eyes, not any admiration for Erlangshan because of his great force or his fame. There was only recognition of the man. Erlangshan didn't bother to look at any of the people in the great hall. Instead, he walked straight to Lin Fang. Lin Fang glanced at old man Bodhi who was following behind Erlangshan and immediately shrank his neck and hid in the turtle shell. Pitiful. I'm just pretending. How did you even lure this guy over here? If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended this. Old man Bodhi gave him a deep look. In fact, he had some feelings about what Lin Fang had just said, and even felt as if he hadn't really gone a little too far in letting Sun Wukong off the hook. When Yang Jian saw Lin Fang hiding, he thought he was scared by himself, so he looked to Monkey. After realizing that the other party was a monkey, but was wearing the Taoist robe of an initiated disciple, Yang Jian's brows furrowed. Is this your little turtle? No, no. Monkey waved his hands repeatedly, afraid of being misunderstood. This little turtle is my friend. His words I love. Yang Jian spoke again. Monkey, however, scratched his head, not quite understanding why this guy was talking strangely, with that condescending detachment that he disliked so much. His words are fine with me. Ha! Yang Jian laughed softly twice and crossed over him towards the very front of the hall. Those disciples around who were originally red-eyed when they saw Yang Jian taking the initiative to strike up a conversation with Monkey couldn't help but sneer at this scene. With the ancestor right beside them, they didn't dare to laugh out loud. Monkeys are monkeys. They don't know how to seize such a good opportunity. Why doesn't Erlang God strike up a conversation with me? I've heard that Erlangshan is especially righteous to his subordinates and brothers. If I were you, I would definitely take this opportunity to worship Erlangshan as my righteous brother. If I can get close to Erlangshan, I'll be able to walk sideways in the three realms in the future. A faint murmur spread through the crowd, and in the eyes of the crowd, Monkey, who was so ignorant that he failed to take advantage of such a good opportunity, did not feel the slightest bit of remorse at this time. He saw the ancestor walk up to the main hall to begin his teachings. Then he placed Lin Fang on the ground beside him, and then sat down with his knees crossed, with the appearance of listening attentively. Ancestor lectures are most important. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. One day, he would show all those who had once looked down on him the might of his Monkey King of Mount Huagua. A seed took root in Monkey's mind. If Lin Fang knew that it was his words, 30 years river east, that had made Monkey have the idea of resistance for the first time. I'm afraid that he would be so angry that he would spit out blood. When the crowd was ready, the ancestor began to speak. Ancestor Bodhi spoke of the great Tao and taught the great piece of heavenly immortal technique, and the crowd listened with rapt attention. Lin Feng began to hang up. Monkey sat beside him, his eyes slightly narrowed with a natural expression. And as the ancestor explained, the great piece of heavenly immortal technique in his body began to operate. Countless spiritual lights coalesced out around him. Such a scene could only be achieved by a handful of people in the entire grand hall. When the surrounding disciples noticed the change in Monkey, they could not hide the shock in their eyes. This monkey has actually condensed a spiritual light? This is the sign of the great heavenly immortal technique's ascension. This aura is still so much. How did he comprehend it so quickly? This is only the second time he listened to the lecture. Is this enlightenment? Really a monkey? I don't believe that the district demon race, the district monkey, is actually stronger than me. Monkey was indifferent to the voices. He was always immersed in the sound of Ancestor Bodhi's great Tao. And when Lin Feng, who was hanging up, heard it, he was so relieved physically and mentally. He was even more excited and happy than he was when he was praised by these dog-eyed disciples. Let you all look down on Monkey. Now you know how powerful it is. One cultivates for a few years, but it's still not as good as Monkey's results for a few days. Let's see how you guys still have the face to say Monkey can't do it. Lin Feng was being crooked. The system detected the aura on Monkey's body, so it automatically tuned his breathing to the same frequency as Monkey's, and then pulled Monkey's aura over. When the crowd saw this scene, they were even more amazed. Crap, that little turtle can also condense spiritual light? Am I blind? Illusion? This is definitely an illusion. Even if this monkey is okay, how come the little turtle is okay too? Fake. I don't believe it. Ancestor Bodhi was still preaching the Dharma, but when he saw the disorganized thoughts of the disciples below, his brow wrinkled in disbelief. It would be fine if it was usual, but today when Yang Jian came over, they still had this ugly look, disgracing the face of Mount Lingtai, so he stopped preaching. Don't talk about it. When the crowd heard the ancestor's booming voice, one by one, they finally realized that they had lost their temper, and they all shrunk their necks and closed their mouths. When order was restored, the ancestor added, except for Sun Wukong, the rest of you copy the Tao Te Ching 1,000 times, and I'll have to check it in the next lecture. There was a wail from below, but with a sweep of a look from Grandmaster Bodhi, everyone shut their mouths. A little bit of time passed. When Ancestor Bodhi spoke this, he didn't know how much time would pass. Set aside the usual. After the people listened in, they would feel that the sound of the great Tao echoed in their ears, and the whole person seemed to be in a dream world, where the great Tao was right in front of them, but they were separated by a layer of mist. By the time they start fighting the mist, it doesn't feel like a long, slow time. It's just that today, a significant number of people were distracted. They looked at Monkey who was sitting at the end, the spiritual light on his body continuously converging, gradually forming a light curtain around his body, setting off the whole person as if he were a god, and in their hearts, they had a bad taste in their mouths. If Monkey was a human race, even if it came from a bad background, they wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But he was a demon on the other hand. It's a demon from a lowly background that only does evil. The more they thought about it, the more they felt bad, and the more unbalanced they felt in their hearts. Why is it that a demon can condense a spiritual light, while they, the pride of heaven, still can't get the hang of it after years of hard cultivation? It's not fair. It's definitely not his real skill. He must have had a strange encounter. Those who were unwilling to admit that Monkey was better than them and still looked down on him were speculating about him with the greatest malice, the fire of jealousy burning in their hearts, making them feel incomparably tormented. Could it be a strange encounter there? Could it be the collection of scriptures? The crowd suddenly thought of Monkey being punished by the ancestor for copying books from the Tibetan scripture cabinet earlier. They were still happy at the time, thinking that this wild monkey, even if he got lucky and was admitted by the ancestor, he still can't change that shrewish character. Sooner or later something is going to happen. But wait for Monkey to come out of the hideout. Everything has changed. It was as if he had turned on a hang-up in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and his comprehension of the great heavenly immortal technique had become so profound. How can this be endured? These people looked at Monkey with not only jealousy, but also greed. A miraculous encounter that could make a monkey comprehend the great peace heavenly immortal technique to the realm of ascension would definitely be more effective if they were the ones to use it. It was a waste for such a strange encounter to be obtained by him. The wonder is mine. This thought surfaced in everyone's mind, and their eyes changed and became eager to try, and all of this was seen by the Bodhi ancestor. But he still didn't care. What he needs is an unruly monkey, and now this character has pride, but no arrogance, and may even feel a bit of purity of character. Would a monkey like that go and fuck over the dome? The answer is no. So he must indulge his disciples even more. Only then can Monkey awaken the wildness in his heart in the midst of the suppression, so that he can better embark on the road to the west. After the ancestor finished his speech, he said a few polite words to Yang Jian and the two of them left. Monkey also woke up. After this ancestor's lecture, his comprehension of the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique had made a new breakthrough. He was already gifted. It was only the first time I had listened to a lecture before, so I was a little out of my depth. But after a few days of study in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, that layer of window paper was pierced, and his comprehension of the great heavenly immortal technique rose. Monkey is like a sponge now. Every word spoken by the ancestor brought him a lot of inspiration. Monkey felt his mind float from one idea to the next, each one requiring him to think carefully. He now wanted to go back to his room and retreat. After he had digested everything in his head, he believed that he would have a deeper understanding of the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique. When the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique was comprehended, he would be able to learn something else. There were many disciples on Lingtai Mountain, and although he was an initiated disciple, there were also ancestor direct lineages above him, 9 in total. These are the people who have been handed down divine powers by the ancestors, and every single one of them has already cultivated into an immortal. Monkey felt that if he worked hard for a while, he might be able to become a direct descendant of the ancestor as well, and then he would be able to be taught the divine abilities by the ancestor's hand. This is the divine power of the ancestor. It's not comparable at all to those low-end feats in the hidden scriptures. Monkey's mind floated back to those feats he had seen in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and he was familiar with memorizing every single one of them, and he could even recite them directly, word for word. When we get to the mountain of flowers and fruits later on, we'll be able to teach it to the monkeys and monkeys. The great heavenly immortal technique is too profound. They shouldn't be able to learn it, but these shouldn't be difficult. Monkey scratched his head and saw that the ancestor had already left, so he planned to leave as well. He knocked on Lin Feng's turtle shell. Lin Feng, who hung up until he fell asleep, was kicked out by the system, and this sleep naturally woke up. He looked around with a blank expression. Then you see the hairy-faced thunderbolt monkey overhead. Lin Feng yawned. Monkey, finished speaking already? Sleeping so happily. You're really going to be a pig. You little turtle. Eating and sleeping all day long. Sleeping and eating, but this cultivation has skyrocketed. Could this be some special technique that allows you to cultivate immortality in your dreams? Lin Feng thought about it for a moment and felt that it was pretty much the same. Hanging up and sleeping is not just dreaming of immortality. Lin Feng felt that this system of his was really too good. It was simply a must for lazy people. Every day is just sleep to kill the boredom. When he woke up, he received the results of the system, and then it was just a mess of points on his cultivation, and his cultivation rose miserably. Monkey saw that he was still a little confused. Just take him in your hands and mesh him in the collar on one side. Lin Feng's quick eyes and hands grabbed his collar, which kept him from falling in. I'll walk you back. Oh, Lin Feng felt that he should also make a trip back to the pool to take a look at the harvest this time, and in the meantime, level up a bit, and strive to break through the implicit Dan realm in the next 2 days. Both were planning to go back to the retreat. Without realizing it, there were a few disciples whose eyes were always on the two. When they saw that Monkey was planning to leave, they surrounded him, and although the remaining disciples saw it, they all chose to ignore it. After all, Monkey was a demon. Monkey looked at the men, his eyes alert. He pressed Lin Feng into his arms with his fingertips. Hide. Don't come out. Then he said in a hard tone, several senior brothers, why are you blocking my way? After a few people surrounded Monkey, the leader, Feng Pei, showed a gentle smile as he looked at Monkey. It was as if he had come to give him warmth. Don't be nervous, senior brother son. We don't mean any harm. Monkey looked at Feng Pei's smile, and the vigilance in his heart didn't decrease in the slightest, but also increased. Then please make way for a few senior brothers. I have business to attend to. Monkey wants to go, but these people just won't get out of the way. Several senior brothers. What exactly do you want? Don't you think that my old son is easy to bully? Monkey's eyes glazed over. He was not what he used to be, and a walk around the hidden scripture pavilion not only gave him a new knowledge of the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique, but also allowed him to learn many spells. There was no lack of powerful killing methods in this. Senior brother's son has misunderstood. Feng put opinions Monkey's tough attitude. The smile on his face gradually cold. We just want to know how senior brother's son's comprehension of the great heavenly immortal technique skyrocketed overnight. Did he not get some treasure in the Tibetan scripture pavilion? After he asked this question, the remaining few people were also looking at Monkey with anticipation. Monkey, however, frowned slightly. What baby? I just spent a few days reading in the cache and suddenly I got the hang of it. Although I have not been practicing for a long time, I also know the truth that one part of the cultivation is one part of the harvest. This cultivation can have no shortcuts to take. And this kind of thing, such as strange encounters, I don't believe in it. There's nothing wrong with that. Granted, Monkey is somewhat of a dragon pride template, but he did earn everything he has. Going out to sea to visit the immortals is a life of 9 deaths. It's not just talk. As one who had floated on the sea with Monkey, Lin Fong was very vocal about this. No food, no water, no one at sea. Even if they didn't starve to death or die of thirst, if they didn't have the willpower to do so, sooner or later they would go crazy. But these are never represented in the novels and TV series. It's still the same when you come to Lingtai Mountain. Lin Fong still remembered that in the TV series when Monkey had just arrived at Lingtai Mountain, he was ridiculed by the ancestors' disciples, and he was still being ridiculed 7 years later. How much heartache did Monkey have during this period? It's hard to learn the law. With the avatar, he was finally able to make a spectacle of himself in front of the disciples for once, but he was driven out of Mount Lingtai by the ancestor. How much heartache does Monkey have in his heart? But he still chose to accept everything in silence. Bow your head and bow to the master's grace. Monkey may be an extraordinary monkey, but he is definitely not the hero of a cool article. He has his own thoughts and his own pursuits. But these people did scoff at Monkey's words. What's a penny for a pound? I think he just doesn't want to share the wonders with us. You're nothing but a wild monkey. Where did you learn to know the ancestors' great piece heavenly immortal technique? And how dare you lie to us? Humph. I'm speaking to you in a nice voice. Don't give your face away. When these people saw that softness would not work, they planned to come in hard. A few people even pulled out their magic weapons. Fong Pei's eyes were cold and even showed a hint of killing intent. He came from a noble background. His parents were both at the level of heavenly immortals, and the demon race was either as a mount or a beast to be killed for meat in his opinion. Even some great demons who had attained the Tao were nodding their heads when they saw him. Monkey actually dared to not give him face. It's a death wish. Around is just a demon. Even if it is killed, I guess the ancestor is not too much blame. If this guy is not confessing, don't blame him for his death hand. It's just that it took everyone by surprise. Just as they were about to make a move, Monkey actually made the first move. Without warning, he punched Fong Pei directly across the face. The punch came out of nowhere. Fong Pei didn't even expect Monkey to actually take the lead, so he wasn't the least bit prepared. A body comparable to that of a golden immortal, paired with a punch from the heavenly immortal realm, even if no spells were used, it was already able to kill these selfless disciples. But at the last moment, Monkey stayed his hand. One punch. Fong Pei's entire face was deformed. The body made a parabola in the air, threw out a nosebleed, and fell to the ground. By the time Fong Pei was climbing up, his handsome face, already completely unsightly, was simply broken. Feel the hot pain on your face. He's crazy. Kill him for me. He barked. Didn't care in the slightest what punishment the ancestor would have after killing Monkey. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Monkey to relieve his anger. Lin Fong listened to the sounds outside that gradually intensified. His heart was also nervous for Monkey, although he knew that Monkey would probably be fine. But that kind of nervousness in his heart was still unavoidable. The rest of them saw that Monkey not only disobeyed, but actually dared to make a move. One by one, the fire came up. Coupled with Fong Pei's shouting, the eyes of these people looking at Monkey became dangerous. Then, and they regretted it. The physical body that was comparable to that of a golden immortal made them feel like they were hitting a lump of iron. And no matter what attack hit Monkey, it was painless. And they can't stand it when Monkey hits them. It was a total one-sided crush. At first they were confident, thinking that with their large number of people, they would be able to force Monkey to tell them about the strange encounter. Now all they could think about was how to not get knocked down by a punch from Monkey. Monkey is expressionless, one punch at a time. And this devastating scene was seen by some of the disciples who hadn't left yet, and a deep shock arose in their eyes unanimously. Monkey's cultivation and force value shocked them. This junior apprentice brother, who was usually unassuming and had only been here for a short while, was actually so strong. At this time, the most shocked will be the number of Fong Pei. He had never looked down on Monkey, thinking that he was a wild monkey with a lowly background. But it was this wild monkey that was now whisking him away like a rabbit. His heart was not only shocked, but also humiliated. Even at this moment, Monkey almost crushed him into dregs. He still despises Monkey, and still maintains that ridiculous sense of pride and self-esteem in his heart. Only when Monkey had one foot on him, his pride was shattered. Lin Fong raked at Monkey's collar, looking at the other party's reddened eyes, sinewy forehead, and the slight glint of water in his eyes. Ugh, glassy-hearted. How dare you cultivate immortality with that kind of mental quality? It's like a flower in a hothouse. At this moment, the people who attacked Monkey all fell down, and Fong Pei was ruthlessly stepped on by Monkey. The dirty soles of the shoes came into close contact with his face. Fong Pei struggles to get back to his feet, but Monkey gave him another hard stomp. Fong Pei has only impotent rage. The people around them were a little too happy to see this scene. Senior brother son, let's be forgiving. You really shouldn't have insulted senior brother Fawn like that, a soft young girl in a long lavender dress said as she looked at Monkey with timid eyes. Monkey just looked up and glared at her, and the young girl was scared and backed away, and her face went pear-shaped. Such a soft and cute girl was scared to tears by Monkey, and instantly a few male disciples came over angrily towards Monkey's side. Only they withdrew their eyes one by one after being glared at by Monkey. Monkey's fighting strength just now, they are witnessed. Pity is important, but plainly pissed off Monkey, inevitably a beating. Monkey looked at Fong Pei at his feet with a disdainful smile on his face. He kicked the dead dog like Fong Pei to the feet of the purple long-skirted girl. Give it back. Where the weak girl has seen the scene of beating to death. See the face full of blood, has been beaten into a pig's head of the Fong Pei, to the frightened is the color of the flower. Ah! A scream cried out from her mouth. Those who didn't know thought Monkey had done something to her. Monkey, on the other hand, just ignored her. After he kicked off Fong Pei, he turned around and walked away without a care in the world. And as he did so, he also pulled out his ears impatiently. It seemed to dislike the young girl for being noisy. Fong Pei, who was lying on the ground, braced himself and made his way up from the ground, turning his head to look at Monkey's side. He etched Monkey's back into his brain, then leave without a word. As for those who had been hit by Monkey with him, they had long ago run away while they weren't looking. After the young girl had recovered from her shock, she likewise looked at the back of Monkey, who had already walked away, and likewise imprinted that back, deep in her mind. When the people around him saw Monkey go, they boldly came forward to comfort him. Senior sister, don't be afraid of that monkey, he's just a wild monkey, he doesn't know anything, it's just a fluke that he got the creation. Now he's so rampant. Sooner or later, someone will clean him up. That's right, next time he dares to come, I'll protect you, and me, even if this monkey is powerful. As long as we join forces, hanging him out to dry won't dare to do anything. The soft girl gave them a look. Although he knew in his heart that most of these people's words were just words, he still put on a very flattering expression on his face and made a distant bow towards the crowd. Linger thanks the several senior brothers for their care. You're welcome. Several senior brothers waved their hands towards her with a bashful expression. After they saw that Linger seemed to be really simple and easy to coax, some small thoughts in their hearts rose up. Just don't wait for them to make a move. Then I heard Linger say first, Linger was overly frightened today and is a bit tired. I'm going to go back and rest first. Goodbye several senior brothers. When he finished, he turned away. Several senior brothers swallowed back all the words that came to their mouths before they could be uttered. When Monkey came to the mountain pool, he pulled out Lin Fong and put him in the water. Brother Monkey, you beat up someone in public today. I'm afraid they won't stop afterward. Lin Fong looked at Brother Monkey with some worry. He's seen this kind of thing a lot. Hit the little ones and come the old ones. These guys can get a whole lot of people involved behind them. It's fine. If they dare to come, I'll beat them all back. Monkey clenched his fist, as if he didn't feel intimidated, and gestured twice more. The wind of the fist scraped Lin Fong's face a little. This golden immortal's body could be said to be Monkey's important capital to gain a foothold in Ling Tai Mountain. But Lin Fong was still a bit uneasy. The value of force in the burst. There will always be a way to deal with him. Monkey returned from his studies back in the day, but did not still let the two ghost messengers to hook the soul. If Monkey's physical body was destroyed by someone at that time, Monkey would be dead. Some tactics are indefensible. Monkey saw that he was still worried, and for a moment he didn't know how to allay his concerns, so he had to change the subject. You honestly tell me, Lao Sun, that phrase 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth is poor, really you say, not from their herd? Lin Fong froze for a moment. I don't know what made Monkey ask that all of a sudden, but he dutifully replied, hey, that's really what it looks like. I can't say such a thing. I've read a book before, just before you caught me, called Fuck Over the Vault, and this quote is one of the things the hero in it says. Fuck over Cthulhu? Great name, sounds dominant. Monkey came to life. Little turtle, tell me about this book properly. Good. Lin Fong nodded and said, however, I'm not called Little Turtle. I have a name. It's Lin Fong. Monkey, don't you ever call me Little Turtle again. Lin Fong? Monkey recited, then nodded dryly. All at your service. Lin Fong was also dry, and directly opened his speech. That being said, somewhere in that eastern Victory Divine Prefecture, there is a city of Yuten, and in the city there is a large clan named Shao Clan, and the head of the Shao Clan has a son named Shao Yan, who is our protagonist. This Shao Yan was originally a heavenly pride, and at a young age, he was the #1 person in the younger generation of Yuten Chang, but I don't know why, but he later had a physical condition. No matter how much he cultivated, he couldn't retain a bit of his spiritual energy. and even his original spiritual energy continued to disappear. So much so that the name of genius no longer existed. The genius who fell from the altar, like a comet falling. Those who flattered him, envied him, and worshipped him in the beginning all came over to throw stones and ridicule him wantonly. Xiao Yan has been subjected to a lot of blank stares and has tasted cold and warmth. Until 3 years later, Lin Feng didn't go by the original text of Dry over Cthulhu. Many of the settings in it needed to be changed. Like fighting chi had to be changed to spirit power, magic cores had to be changed to inner pills, and so on. But the main story structure, he didn't change. Monkey was mesmerized by what he heard. When he heard that Xiao Yan had been subjected to cold eyes in the family, and even his closest father was disappointed in him, his heart was also quite bad. Solace had a childhood friend to keep her company, and there seems to be something more to this childhood friend. When he heard that Nalan Yenran had publicly humiliated Xiao Yan and wanted to withdraw from the marriage, the clan elder not only did not stop it, but instead helped outsiders humiliate Xiao Yan. Fire rose in Monkey's heart, and his tail flicked up impatiently behind him. And when Xiao Yan shouted out the classic phrase 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't kidnap the youth, the previously suppressed emotions were finally released. Monkey only felt a surge of relief, thinking that a man should be like Xiao Yan, even if he is facing the powerful Yunlan sect, facing the distinguished status of Nalan Yenran, he still does not fear the slightest, still determined to hit the other side's face. What a relief! Waiting for Lin Feng to finish the first part of the plot of the Dry Dome. In addition to Monkey, there were quite a few spirit beasts squatting around, and even the pool had quite a few aquatic creatures popping up. These were all attracted by Lin Feng's story. At this moment, seeing that Lin Feng actually didn't say anything, they're not happy about it. The point of this card is also too pitiful. Xiao Yan had only finished shouting 30 years of River West, 30 years of River East, and actually stopped speaking. What the hell is going to happen the rest of the way? Everyone at this time that was called a scratching heart, hating to quickly know what exactly would happen next and whether Xiao Yan would be in any danger. Ringo, what happened back there? Come on, brother Lin. We are all turtles lying down in a pool. You can't pit people like this. Right, tell us quickly, what exactly will that Nalan Yenran do? She shouldn't have killed Xiao Yan with her in a fit of rage. Monkey was also looking at Lin Feng with an expectant face at this moment. Xiao Wu, Lin Feng, you quickly speak to the back. After that Xiao Yan finished, what exactly happened? Originally, Lin Feng was going to not tell, to want to know how the aftermath, and listen to the next decomposition. But look at how enthusiastic everyone is, and Monkey has spoken, and so he had to move on to the back of the story. After that Xiao Yan finished speaking, naturally, the whole place was in an uproar, and the elders of the clan accused him of not knowing the rules, which was to push the Xiao family to the brink of extinction. After reprimanding him, he went to pander in front of a junior, Nalan Yenran. When the crowd heard this, they felt that Xiao family elder was simply not a thing. This is too shameless. Other people have come to the door to humiliate, actually still look very happy. Other people hit the left face. They will pass the right face. Simply too cheap some. In his heart, he looked down on these clan elders even more. Hearing that after sending away the people from the Yunlan sect, his father Xiao War pulled Xiao Yan into the study for a secret talk. The sincere feelings between the two people touched the hearts of the crowd a little, and Xiao Dyer's silent guardianship, not leaving her behind, also allowed the crowd's original angry emotions to be well released. As the story develops, Xiao Yan's cultivation steadily increased with the help of Pill Elder. After a few strange encounters, he's also got the strength to not be a vegetarian. At this time, Xiao Yan, who had already transformed his body, returned to the family to participate in the family competition. Those who had once looked down on him were all ruthlessly cleaned up by him. Another big climax. The mountain elf beasts gathering around them were growing in number. The crowd was mesmerized, especially after hearing that Xiao Yan had finally proved his strength in front of the family, causing his father to be impressed with him and shutting up those who questioned him. The crowd's emotions were high with the drama. Monkey was trembling with excitement. He felt that he and Xiao Yan were too similar, the same being looked down upon and the same hard work. After hearing that Xiao Yan had finally succeeded against all odds, a deep sense of substitution arose in his heart, as if he had incarnated as Xiao Yan and shone brightly in the great family competition. Monkey felt the blood in his body start to burn. He was actually inexplicably hot, and Xiao Yan's unconquerable character had deeply infected him, making him feel that this was how a man should be. However, Lin Feng was not speaking. He stuck the plot after the family competition and thought about patting himself on the back. How is this going to work? So after Lin Feng smiled and said, "Everyone, it's getting late today, so why don't we just go back to our own homes? And if there's time in the future, we'll split it up next time." After that, the crowd then blocked him. Lin Feng subconsciously shrunk his neck as he looked at the group of ferocious spirit beasts in front of him. What do you want? Then, Ringo, just be kind and say some more don't take this break with you, brother Lin. If you don't say anything, I won't leave today. I'll stay here. What the hell is going to happen after this? You can't help it. The spirit beasts that had been so fierce just a moment ago were all looking at Lin Feng with a look of kneeling and begging for more, like the readers who hyped up their previous life. Lin Feng, who was a man in two worlds, actually enjoyed the pleasure of being urged to change his work by readers in the other world. Don't tell me. It's pretty cool. Especially in this case. There is monkey. Being urged to work by the monkey. Lin Feng can't even think of a thing. Still, he wasn't going to be talking about it. After all, it was getting really late, and he was a very disciplined person, hanging out and sleeping every day without fail, trying to improve his cultivation. Whenever you get bored, look for fish trails to get some water plants. Living a self-disciplined life of eating, drinking, sleeping and sleeping, with a girl to keep him company. It's kinda beautiful when you think about it. I know what everyone is thinking, and I understand how everyone feels, but it's really too late today, or tomorrow. Tomorrow I will definitely give you the next talk. Lin Feng explained towards the crowd. Once the crowd heard about tomorrow, they found it acceptable and dispersed. Lin Feng, be sure to come over tomorrow. I'll look for you in the morning. Monkey looked at him and said seriously. Sure. Lin Feng waved his hand. All he wanted now was to get rid of these people quickly. As for tomorrow, oh well, tomorrow is tomorrow. Big deal is that it's going to be talked about some more down the road. However, due to the times being so far back that he had some vague memories of the book Dry Over Cthulhu, he didn't know how much longer he could still be talking about it. After everyone had left, Lin Feng swam towards the water. When he got underwater, he found a sandy spot and buried himself. Then the masking spell formation was set up again. Name, Lin Feng. Race, Genta. Cultivation level, middle stage of Yundan, plus, mental technique, Great Pin Celestial Immortal Technique, Skinny. 69% in comprehension interruptions, skills, none natural avatar, alternation of reality and void points, 1678 universal points, 2068 compared to before. There were a full 1,000 more cardinal points. Sure enough, the strongest cultivation cheat is still Monkey. The spiritual light condensed by Monkey was a high-quality spiritual energy, and even if he only absorbed a little bit of it, it would be enough to convert it into a massive amount of universal points. He nodded at the cultivation. 1,000 off the universal point. Cultivation broke through to the late stage of Yundan. The surrounding auras began to madly surge into his body. Familiarity resurfaced. The inner Dan in his dantian was like a black hole that was constantly devouring aura, and the color of the originally yellowish inner Dan got darker and darker. A golden pattern appeared on his inner Dan. Looking at the golden lines, Lin Feng knew that he had broken through and stepped into the late stage of Yundan. Next, as long as he kept warming the inner Dan, causing the golden lines to grow until they spread throughout the entire inner Dan, completely transforming the inner Dan into a golden Dan, he would have stepped into the realm of becoming a Dan. It was also the so-called Gene Dan realm of the human race. Still, at this moment, the aura kept pouring into his body. Not only is the number not decreasing, but it is vaguely increasing somewhat. The abundant spiritual chi kept pouring in towards the inner Dan, causing Lin Feng's inner Dan to undergo some unknown changes. A new golden pattern emerged on the inner Dan. Lin Feng froze. Grandpa Turtle had said before that this golden pattern was a Dao mark. A mark left behind by a person who unknowingly stained the Dao after practicing the Dao. The most one can do is one strip, and he actually had two. Then, without waiting for the shock to end in Lin's mind, a third golden pattern emerged once again. The fourth way. The fifth way. It didn't stop until the ninth course. The aura gradually stopped. When everything was calm, Lin Feng looked at the inner Dan in his dantian that was illuminated with 9 golden lines and scratched his head. That's kind of the protagonist template for me. He wasn't surprised. 9 is the extreme of the number. In the novels of his previous life, the protagonist would always be involved in various ways with the number. Although at first, Lin Feng was still a little apprehensive, wondering if something had happened to his inner Dan, but then he didn't feel that way, and even had this little thrill in his heart. It's full of trope literacy. If placed in the novels of his previous life, he could not guarantee that this was some kind of supreme inner elixir that was perfect for building the foundation in 1 out of 10,000. If there was an old-timer or something, it could still shock him for a moment. Once the breakthrough had occurred, Lin Feng looked at the inner Dan suspended in his dantian with an excited expression. Follow the formula in the novel. He definitely has his own unique characteristics with this inner alchemy, and absolutely dangling. At that time, he would be able to use this different inner elixir to achieve unrivaled combat power in the same realm, and even kill his enemies across levels. It's a little exciting to think about. Lin Fong hurriedly experimented, but he experimented for half a day. But he didn't experiment with any effect. The endo was still the same endo. Only after breaking through the late stage of Yundan, his transformation of spiritual power had another boost, and he was able to better mobilize spiritual power, transform it, and absorb it. Could it be that I'm going about it the wrong way? Lin Fong tried a few more methods one after another, but there was still no effect. There was something he couldn't figure out. So he decided to ask Grandpa Turtle tomorrow. Maybe Grandpa Turtle knows something. After all, he is also a turtle who has been out and about. As for today, sleep, sleep. Lin Fong yawned and buried himself back into the sand. Then hang mode was turned on. The moon was gradually rising, and the sky was bright with stars, as if they were beads falling from a jade disc, dotting the dark purple curtain. Soon the moon set and the sun was high. Lin Fong also snapped out of his hang-up as he yawned, for little short legs stretched out. Great sleep. Time to go find Grandpa Turtle. Lin Fong shook his somewhat dazed head and lazily swam forward. It didn't take long to get to the sandpit where Grandpa Turtle lived. Grandpa Turtle happened to be awake as well. After he saw Lin Fong who had come over, a few kind smiles appeared on his face. What brings you boys to? Ha! Getting stronger again? But when Grandpa Turtle saw that his cultivation had increased again, the smile on his face was instantly replaced by shock. That's how long it's been. He actually broke through again. Grandpa Turtle. That's why I'm here today. Lin Fong spoke about the inner elixir. After hearing this, Grandpa Turtle's face became a little taut with laughter. Ha ha, so it's this thing You do think well. That inner Dan is quite divine. Lin Fong got energized when he heard this. Really? So, Grandpa Turtle, what exactly do you think is so divine? This, actually you have already experimented out yourself Grandpa Turtle deliberately bought a hint and did not immediately reveal the answer. I know, Lin Fong recalled, and didn't really find anything marvelous Seeing that he really couldn't think of anything, Grandpa Turtle couldn't help but remind him. It's your elevated spiritual power transformation ability. This? Lin Fong thought about it and didn't think it was anything marvelous. Grandpa Turtle, you're not kidding? Do I have to joke? Grandpa Turtle asked rhetorically. Young people need to keep their feet on the ground. Don't always think that you can reach the sky in one step. It's not like the world doesn't have such things, but it's not something everyone can have. And when they have it, they don't always keep it. Just now, listening to what you said, your ability to transform spiritual energy from the inner Dan is already similar to that of the Changdan realm, which is somewhat similar to your so-called transgression realm, but a small fight in the realm of embodied Dan. Even if it does give you the ability to cross the border and kill your enemies, what's the point? It's still unbeatable in front of the immortals. Lin Fong lowered his head at his words. He thought about it for a while, and felt that what Grandpa Turtle had said was really good. That immortals in this world were only just starting out, and that all below immortals were mole crickets. What's the use of a mole's battle power being as strong as it is? His blind pursuit of any invincibility in the same realm was like an ant working out. No wonder Grandpa Turtle laughed. And I don't know where you get all these strange ideas in your head. Grandpa Turtle gave him a look, then yawned. Do you have anything else? If not, I'm going to take a nap back. Grandfather Turtle rubbed himself comfortably in the mud and sand, burying himself in the cool sand with a look of enjoyment on his green turtle face. Lin Fong left somewhat despondently. When will you become an immortal? In reality, this 9 stripes golden Dan of his was still of some use. At the very least, it's still very attainable among many small secular countries. Which family? If a cultivator with 9 lines of Gene Dan came out, then as long as he didn't die young, the family would inevitably come out with a supreme powerhouse of the spirit sea realm 100 years later. However, this 9 lines golden pill was a bit inadequate when placed on Lingtai Mountain, where there were more immortals than mortals. The environment determines the eye. Grandpa Turtle had seen many gifted people, so he didn't think that Lin Fong's Gene Dan was anything strange or weird. The truth is that there are too many perverts on this Lingtai Mountain. Lin Fong returned to his pit to lie down with some loss. Looked at the system. Universal points, 1, 698. After a night's time, his universal points had increased by more than 600 points. The pool's bludgeoning damage, combined with his Yuan Lingdan, and the fact that he had already comprehended 69% of the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal technique, allowed him to now gain 600 cardinal points in a single night's time. But it's not enough to break through. Cultivation, late stage of Yundan. It seemed that he still needed to work a little harder and hang on hard, trying to break through to the realm of becoming a Dan earlier, and then he would be able to open the Spirit Sea. I heard Grandpa Turtle say that the Spirit Sea realm has a bonus to absorbing spiritual energy. The larger the spiritual sea opened up, the more spiritual energy would be devoured in cultivation. and some people who had developed to the extreme in the spirit sea realm practiced as if they were immortals who swallowed the haze and drank the dew, and between one breath and the next it was the clouds rolling in and out. There are even some horrible ones that can create a vacuum of aura in a place for a short period of time. Lin Feng felt that he could make an effort. But, always feel like you're forgetting something? Forget it. If you can't think about it, just don't think about it for a while. System, hang up. The host enters hang up mode. The system will take over the host's body. Lin Feng was planning on taking a nap. Ding! Due to external uncontrollable factors, the hang mode has been cancelled. Please prepare the host. Without waiting for Lin Feng to fall asleep, a system beep once again came from his ears. What's the situation? Lin Feng was kicked out by the system. Then he saw a whole bunch of aquatics surrounding him. Ringo, you should update. Lin Feng, that dry over Cthulhu. What the hell is going to happen next? After the family competition, is Xiaoyan going to look for Nalan Yanran to withdraw her marriage? And who the hell is that medicine old man? The water tribe is so hyped up. Lin Feng had never imagined that he would actually be rushed home one day, and a bunch of demons. So, everyone's up so early. Lin Feng laughed dryly. Not too early. I didn't sleep at all last night. All I could think about was what would happen next. Me too. I was trying to sleep, but I froze. What the hell is going to happen next here? I'm really curious. A group of small demons looked at him eagerly. Those faces all had fatigue and dark circles under their eyes. A very weak look. Obviously they hadn't even gotten a good night's rest last night. Lin Feng also didn't expect that this dry over vault would actually be so hot in the other world. Should I say it's worthy of the Great Gods Classic? When Lin Feng saw how enthusiastic the aquatic tribes were, he had no choice but to dismiss the idea of hanging up. Then we'll go up and continue. He headed upstream. The water clans immediately followed him with joy and swam towards the top. When Lin put up, he found that the area around the pool was actually surrounded by living beings, with a bird standing in a row on the tree, and all sorts of small animals sprawled on the ground. There were even a few tree demons standing quietly. When Lin Feng came out, they turned their heads in unison and looked at him. Lin Feng was a bit confused. That's an awful lot of people. Several times more than last night. Are they all here to listen to the book? Lin put out. After waiting so long, it's finally time to hear the rest of the story. I've been looking forward to this for so long. So let's get started. Is the story really that good? I'm telling you it's absolutely great to hear. And it's a shame not to hear it. Stop talking. Ringo is about to start. Don't disturb him. All be quiet and listen to the book. I've been waiting here since last night. Me too. What a coincidence. The crowd immediately murmured when they saw him come out. Everyone up so early? Lin Feng was stared at by so many pairs of eyes, and his heart was a little hairy, so he wanted to liven up the atmosphere. But the crowd did not speak. Lin Feng was a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry to keep you all waiting. I really talked too late last night. You see, accidentally this slept through. The crowd remained silent. The awkwardness quotient in the atmosphere skyrocketed. Everyone should be waiting impatiently. So I'll get started. The crowd finally responded. Hurry up and start. Ringo, I've waited for the flowers. Lin Feng looked at the crowd and, for some reason, suddenly had the feeling that he was a reading tool person. He began to go down to the bottom. What follows is Xiaoyan leaving the family and beginning his rise to power. Naturally, there were many strange encounters during this period. The crowd was mesmerized. The spirit beasts that had come here earlier were also attracted by the contents of the dry overturning of the dome of the sky, and they all quietly listened to Lin Feng's narration. Here in the mountain pool, a very strange phenomenon is then created. Countless mountain spirits gathered here. Foxes and tigers and leopards stayed together, and a few deer lay next to them. Surprisingly, there are a few of them. Meanwhile, in the spirit platform mountain, after Yang Jian left, Yang Chan was left behind. She was unfamiliar with life here, plus she had just died of her mother and was depressed, so she thought of taking a walk in Lingtai Mountain, all as a distraction. Behind him was a powdered female doll. Fairy Yang, slow down. The girl doll carried her skirt and followed Yang Chan, but Yang Chan didn't want to pay attention to her. Or to be precise, Yang Chan didn't want to pay attention to anyone right now. Just as she walked, Yang Chan realized that something was wrong in Lingtai Mountain, so she stopped her steps. The little girl didn't pay attention, and with a slip of the tongue, she bumped right into Yang Chan's back. Ouch! The little girl was knocked to the ground. Yang Chan was also a little embarrassed and blushed slightly as she helped the little girl up. Are you okay? It's fine. It's fine. I have rough skin. Fairy, don't look at me as small. I'm already in the ghost immortal realm, and I'm about to break through the second turn. Yang Chan saw that she was indeed fine, so she put her heart down. Mingyue, before I came here, I heard second brothers say that this Lingtai mountain is blessed with a great spirit and great people, but this way, how come it feels like this mountain is cold and quiet? Manhwa scratched her pilled head, also with a puzzled face. Back to Fairy's words, this I don't know. Usually this mountain is full of elves and monsters, but today I didn't see a single one. Weird. Yang Chan was thoughtful. Just then, she suddenly heard a subtle sound in the distance. Do you hear anything? What's that noise? Manhwa was a bit bewildered. Then she listened with her side ear and also vaguely heard some sounds from the distance, as if someone was talking. Could the sound have something to do with the spirit animal being gone? Should we go over there? Janchan was a little curious. Manhwa thought about it for a while, and felt that there shouldn't be any problems in the Lingtai mountain. Okay. The two men sought out the sound and went over. After passing through the forest, a modest pool of water came into view. Countless elves and monsters gathered here, all staying quiet. Even some of their natural enemies were honest. The crowd was so intoxicated that they didn't notice the arrival of the two. Janchan's eyes looked to the center of the sperm. It was actually a small turtle. He was at this moment lying on his back on a large stone in the pool, mouthing the talking book. Yang Chan's eyes flickered twice. A little curious. Do you recognize this little turtle? Mingyu looked at Lin Fong and cocked her head for a moment before coming up with, could it be that little turtle of Uncle Sun's? Senior's son? Yeah, that's the monkey. Manhwa pointed at a hairy-faced thunder monkey in the group of elves. He's the ancestor's new entry disciple. He's only been here for a short time and has only heard the ancestor speak twice, but he's already comprehended the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique to the point of ascension. Unfortunately, because of being a demon, it's not very popular among the ancestor's initiates. I also heard that he had clashed with other initiates before. Yang Chan followed Akatsuki's finger and looked over. Sure enough, I saw a monkey wearing a Taoist robe and covered with golden fur was squatting on a rock, using his feet to tickle his neck. Cindy Young. She didn't move to avert her eyes and look over to the little turtle's side. Fairy, you mustn't mess with this monkey. It said that he's wild and untamable, fierce, and when he clashed with other disciples before, his hands weren't light. Akatsuki looked at Yang Chan worriedly. Janchan didn't say anything. It was only in her mind that she thought, although this monkey is a bit unconventional, but to be able to comprehend the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique to the point of ascending to the top in such a short period of time, his enlightenment and talent are considered to be outstanding. Even when placed in the three realms, it is second to none. What story is that little turtle telling? Yang Chan looked over to Lin Fong's side. I don't know. Akatsuki shook her head blankly. She also didn't know what Lin Yu was preaching about that could actually attract all the elves and monsters from the mountains and even keep them at peace. That's so weird. Fairy, let's just wander elsewhere. Just stay here. Yang Chan looked at Lin Fong on the boulder with interest. She realized that the story seemed to be pretty good. She didn't want to leave, so Akatsuki had to stay with her. The two men listened to Lin Fong talking about books. At this time, Lin Fong's story had already proceeded to the story of Xiaoyan discovering the clues to the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame and coming to the territory of the Snake People clan to explore it. As the story progressed, the crowd got nervous, especially after hearing that Xiaoyan was actually frightened by the Snake Queen's aura. His heart clenched. They've been listening for ages. Substitute yourself into the story early on. And Yang Chan and Mingyu had only just come over and had not yet subbed themselves in. At this time, when they heard Xiaoyan being scared silly, they just felt that he was such a wimp and somewhat amused. Fairy, this what's his name Xiaoyan is so timid that he was actually scared silly by a breath. Akatsuki murmured. Janchan smiled and shook her head. I don't suppose you've been down the mountain much? Today's human race is not like the ancient times, born to win and weak not to mention. There are also practitioners monopolizing the qualifications for cultivation. Not everyone is qualified to cultivate immortality. That's not what happens when those low-end cultivators run into a demon king. Yes? Akatsuki cocked her head with a small question mark on her face, but she quickly burst out laughing again. Hey, Sister Yang Chan knows so much, even some of the worldly things. You must have traveled a lot. Unlike me, I've been working as an odd job disciple at this Lingtai mountain since birth, and I haven't even been down the mountain. Yang Chan's expression was a bit strange. Her eyes deepened, seeming somewhat sad and memorialized. Finally her eyes became determined and she smiled as she rubbed Akatsuki's little head. I'll show you out later when I get a chance. Yeah, the little girl is simple-minded. Not seeing the dissimilarity in Yang Chan's eyes, her face was filled with joy. The two men continued to listen. As the plot develops, the two are drawn in, and that magnificent world unfolds in front of them, with powerful foreign fires that mesmerize them. They were also quiet. Lin Fong had been speaking for an hour and a half before stopping and not speaking. The crowd that was still immersed in the story came to their senses, and one by one, they all looked over to Lin Fong's side. That's all for today. If you all want to hear it, be early tomorrow. The crowd immediately wailed. "Oh brother Lin, you're my brother. Please say more. It's only 1.5 hours. It's too little. It's totally not enough to listen to. Ringo, I'll give you the baby. You go on." A toad saw that Lin Fong was going to leave and became anxious, actually spitting out a spirit herb from its mouth. "Baby?" Lin Fong immediately stopped walking. It was just that he looked at the spirit grass on the ground that was full of slime and was a bit disgusted. But it's a law. His points needed to be exchanged for genius geomancers, and instead of going through the trouble of picking them himself, it would be better to collect a wave in this way and let these spirit beasts pick them for him. In the entire spiritual terrace mountain, no one should know the location of the genius treasure better than them. Even. Do you have anything else? The toad spat out another bead, still full of slime. "Do you think this stuff is okay? Don't you have anything here that doesn't come with slime?" Lin Fong really didn't want to touch the spirit bead with his short legs. Toad was a little depressed. His natural aptitude can take things into his stomach, but they stick to slime. He didn't feel anything himself, but other spirit animals basically can't accept this. Knowing this, Toad took the spirit beads back again and said, "I have some more at home, so wait and I'll go get them for you." With that, he was gone. Lin Fong placed his sight on the remaining spirit beasts. "I know people are enjoying my books, and that's something I'm happy about, but I can't spend all my time on this. I have to make time for practicing. In my opinion, cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current." The spirit beasts didn't say anything. Yang Chan's eyes flickered for a moment as she subconsciously murmured, "Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back." That's a good saying. Monkey, on the other hand, was thoughtful. "So with that said, I think if people still want to hear it, shouldn't they show it?" A treacherous smile immediately appeared on his face. The spirit beasts thought about it for a while, and they all felt that there was nothing wrong with it. If they wanted to get something, they needed to give something. Living in the jungle, they knew more about the law of survival. "I'll get my stuff. I'll go too. I remember I still have 2 spirit ginsengs at home." The spirit beasts that had gathered together just a moment ago all dispersed at this moment, and the scene of them running around was quite spectacular. After the spirit beasts had all left, only Lin Fong, Monkey and Yang Chan, Mingyue, were left at the scene. Just now, all the people gathered around were spirit beasts, and Yang Chan and Mingyu, who were standing at the very back, were not conspicuous, so Lin Fong and Monkey did not notice the two. At this time, the spirit beasts were all gone, and the two were exposed. Monkey didn't bother with these two. Lin Fong, however, looked twice more because Yang Chan was just too beautiful, just like a fairy. "Little Lin Fong, what you just said is really good. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Just like when I, Lao Sun, went to break into that water curtain cave. If it wasn't based on an impulse, maybe I wouldn't be able to get in, and I wouldn't be able to be the Monkey King. Ha ha." Mingyue on the side thought he was going to say something great, but he didn't realize it was to be the Monkey King, so he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter caught Monkey's attention. Monkey looked back and bared his teeth toward her. "What are you laughing at, kid?" Immediately, Mingyue stopped laughing and covered her mouth with a stunned look on her face. Yang Chan rubbed Mingyue's pilled head and comforted. "Don't be afraid. He's just scaring you and isn't going to do anything to you." Akatsuki wasn't so scared after all. Yang Chan smiled, looked at Monkey's side and asked with a smile, "Is he your pet?" He was naturally referring to Lin Fong. No. Monkey hurriedly waved his hands. "He is my friend, a friend who shared life and death with me. The two had spent some time at sea and had shared a life and a death. So it's a brother? Bro?" Monkey didn't understand the word at first, but soon the meaning of the word came into his head and he danced around happily. "Yes, he's my brother." Lin Fong was inexplicably a little weak when he heard this. The last bit of fear in the heart of Mingyu, who was on the side, saw this comical sight of Monkey, and the last bit of fear in her heart vanished, and she even wanted to laugh a little. She realized that Monkey wasn't as scary as the legend. Naive and a little cute. Lin Fong stared at Yang Chan, while in his heart, he was curious about her identity. When did Spirit Terrace Mountain have such a good-looking fairy? He actually hadn't even seen one. Did you really spend too much time at home? It seems that in the future, we need more time to come out and stroll around. After all, collect treasures to exchange points. Cannot just point to a pool to fish. The whole Lingtai Mountain is a treasure. Of course, cannot let go. Thinking so, he walked over to Yang Chan. "Fairy, you're so good-looking. Can you tell me your name?" "My name is Yang Chan. You're cute-looking too." Yang Chan smiled and touched him on his jade casing. It was cold and topsy-turvy to the touch. Yang Chan. Originally, Lin Fong had already begged for adoption, begged for hugs, begged for kisses to say a few words, But when he heard this name, he was so scared that he swallowed it back again. Yang Jian's sister? F***ck. Spirit Terrace Mountain isn't that small. How come it's such a coincidence? Lin Fong immediately shrunk back. This one is already married and has a future locked up in Manhwa, waiting for another hanging wall to save him, and he remembered correctly. Now both Yang Jian and Yang Chan should still be wanted by the heavenly court. It's just as easy to die hanging out with this fairy. Might as well follow monkey. At least for these 7 years, it was still safe to follow monkey, and there were still auras to glean. Yang Chan was originally touching it and felt that this little turtle was so good. Not only could it tell stories, but its mouth was also so sweet, and it felt so good in her hand that she wanted to take it as a spiritual pet. But when the turtle backed off, she swallowed her words. I thought he was so close to this monkey that he should be reluctant to go with anyone else. What a lucky monkey. Yang Chan thought for a moment and pulled out a brocade pouch from her storage bag. Just now, I heard you say that there will be a fee for listening to books in the future. This is even my fee. It's a storage spell, not really something expensive. She used a spell to shrink the brocade pouch and then tied it around Lin Fong's neck, and a little touch on his head in the process. Does that count as groping the gue? Lin Fong had no reason to come up with this thought, and then felt that he was being taken advantage of. Woman. However, obtaining his storage bag still made him ecstatic. With this he would be able to gather supplies more conveniently, and there would be a way to explain it when converting it into points, without having to hide it. How is this going to work? I've already lifted the ban on it, so you can just draw a new one. Let go of your divine sense and spiritual energy to go in. Lin Fong did as he was told. The virtual image of a brocade bag appeared in front of his eyes, and the way to operate it surfaced in his mind, using his divine sense to draw a pattern on it. And if he wanted to open it in the future, he would need to draw the pattern again. And since others didn't know what the pattern he drew was, naturally they couldn't open his pouch. So this is the ban. It's just a combination lock. Lin Fong suddenly had the feeling that he couldn't look straight at the prohibitions in the immortal cultivation novels of his previous life. Previously, when reading, I felt that those protagonists draw all kinds of prohibitions, but as a result of their own place, how to feel just like that. He thought about it for a while, and finally wrote a sentence on it. Heaven did not give birth to my little turtle, and traveling west for ages is like a long night. This password guarantees that no one will be able to figure it out, unless there is a traveler. While he was painting the ban on the brocade bag, Monkey kept looking over to Yang Chan's side. At Janshan turned her head Monkey and grinned a silly grin. You're the sister of that Yang Jian, what's his name? Yang Chan was a bit disgusted by the sight. There was a feeling that she was being treated like a monkey, and the fact that it was a monkey that was looking at her made that feeling even stronger. What are you looking at? Didn't see anything. Monkey withdrew his eyes when he saw that she wasn't happy about it. I thought to myself, this girl follows her brother's nature and is quite domineering, and I was thinking of letting her introduce her. Maybe I can get to know Yang Jian, but now it seems to be out of the question. Still, he was a little disheartened, so he looked at Yang Chan with burning eyes, very seriously. Ahem, my name is Sun Wukong. Although I'm not very famous yet, I will definitely not be worse than your brother in the future, so you must remember me. Yang Chan was dumbfounded. What did he say that for? Not worse than my brother, and to remember him. Did. Yang Chan's eyes snapped open. On the other hand, Mingyue on the side had an expression of having been given a fright and looked at Monkey dumbfounded. Lin Fong wanted to touch his chin, but he couldn't reach it. When did Monkey brother become so brave? To actually dare to confess to Yang Chan with such a straight ball? It's just super brave, isn't it? But in that case, wouldn't there be nothing left for old Lu? Or is Xinxiang originally Monkey's child? Lin Fong was taken aback by this thought of his. Xinxiang splits the mountain to save his mother. Although it is not as important as the western journey, but it is also so that the new heavenly bars can come out. Xinxiang's final forceful chopping of Huashan did bring out the new celestial stripes. If Yang Chan and Monkey got along, then there would be nothing for old Lu to do in the future, and there would be no story of Xinxiang splitting the mountain to save her mother, and the new heavenly rules could not come out. It's against the laws of heaven to operate. Solely Yang Chan had little interest in Monkey and she gave him a hard stare. Denizens, she shouted and left. Mingyue also blared fiercely at Monkey. Humph, bad guy. Actually bullying sister Yang Chan. I'm going to tell the ancestor. Monkey, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. What did I bully? I just want you to remember me and mention me more in front of Yang Jian. How is this still angry? When Monkey saw her getting farther and farther away, he was a little anxious, and he couldn't help but shout, don't ever forget me. Remember, you must. Before he could finish, Yang Chan flew away with a royal wind. Monkey scratched his head. Why are you leaving so fast? I haven't finished talking yet. He turned back. seeing the serious-looking Lin Fong. Brother Lin Fong, why do you have this expression? Monkey ah, Lin Fong said in a serious tone, you mustn't get too close to Yang Chan. The women under this mountain are tigers. It's scary. Tiger? Could she be a tiger spirit? Motherfucker? It's not right. I observed that her breath is smooth. Although she looks like a human, there is a very powerful force in her body. Her bloodline power is very strong. It's not like she's just a tiger spirit. Monkey was at a loss. Just don't get too close to her anyway. It's not like I'm going to hurt you. Lin Fong had the fear of leaking the information, and did not dare to give him the Pauline lamp to tell the story again. Okay. Monkey lowered his hand and agreed to come down. At this time, the spirit beasts that had left before all returned, their hands still holding countless exotic treasures. Lin Fong looked at the various geniuses and geomancers in front of him, and his two green bean-sized eyes were glowing. He directly put everything into the brocade bag. System, exchange. Then the heavenly treasures that he had only just put away and hadn't even warmed up yet, bizarrely disappeared in the storage bag congregation, turning into points. Ding! Points plus 2087. A beautiful voice rang in Lin Fong's ears. He was in a wonderful mood. Another 2,000 points came in. With this amount of money, he would be able to exchange for more Yuan Lingdan. At that time, the universal points would be able to rub up, and breaking through the spirit sea realm would be just around the corner. Ha ha, I'll move on to the next part then. Since the money was already in place, Lin Fong naturally had to dutifully serve the mountain elves and work hard to tell the story of drying up the dome of the sky. Solely after he cultivated immortality, his memory became very good. Plus with the prodding of the heavenly materials, Lin Fong recalled quite a few episodes one after another. For a short time, there's no worry about getting stuck in the text. The crowd listened with even greater intoxication. A little bit of time passed and soon it was evening. Lin Fong looked at the sky. Stopped. It's very late now, so all of you leave for now, and if you still want to hear it, you can come over early tomorrow morning, and I'll be there on time. The crowd was a bit enamored though, but it did seem a little late now, and a number of them hadn't had a good night's rest since last night. I've been in an exuberant mood today after another day of listening to books. Relax at this point. Exhaustion then surfaces. Ringo, you must be early tomorrow. I can't. I have to go back and have a good sleep, so I can get enough energy and listen to Little Turtle's story properly. This book is so interesting. I don't realize how much time has passed. I thought it had only been a while, but I didn't realize a whole day had passed. It's weird. I actually listened to it in peace. What do you guys think is going to happen next? I think Xiao Yan is going to rise. He will definitely bring his clan along with him. The ancestor once said that when one man wins, the chickens rise, and that's how it is. That's what I thought. The elves in the mountains were still excitedly discussing the book as they walked, all over again. When they left, Lin Fong also yawned a bit tiredly. He was also a little tired after a long day of talking about books. After saying goodbye to Monkey, he dove into the pool with a jolt, found a random spot, and with 2 tugs of his foot, stepped himself into the cold sand. Turtles are cold-blooded. Even if he had redeemed the Shin turtle bloodline now, he was still a cold-blooded animal. Being in the sun all day today had made his body a little parched and his whole turtle became groggy. There's a feeling of heat stroke, and at that moment the cool sand covered his body, drawing the excess heat away from his body surface. The ice-cold sensation made Lin Fong feel comfortable. That dryness was also diminishing at a rapid pace. Lin Fong's mood was relaxed with it. The whole turtle was lying lazily in the mud and sand, and the little nose kept spraying out mud and sand to prevent the breathing hole from being blocked. System, exchange Yuan Lingdan. Points 100. Lin Fong swallowed the Yuan spirit pill, and then he entered hang-up mode. Then he fell into a deep sleep, waiting until early the next morning. Lin Fong woke up from his sleep and stood up, shaking the mud off his body and stirring up a pool of water. He looked at the system. Name, Lin Fong race, Genta cultivation level, late stage of Yundan, plus, mental technique, Great Pin celestial immortal technique, skinny. 69% in comprehension interruptions, skills, none natural avatar, alternation of reality and void points, 3665 universal points, 2372. The effort was not wasted. His cultivation was finally able to break through, and it wasn't in vain that he had hung around hard for the past 2 nights. Pull out the masking spell. Lin put a point on the cultivation. 2,000 points off the jackpot. Cultivation breakthrough to the Chengdan stage. A tremendous amount of spiritual energy stormed through Lin Fong's body. His inner Dan began to roar non-stop. Lin felt a huge shock as an indescribable feeling echoed through his heart. It was as if he could hear the sound of his blood flowing, as if he could see the meridians all over his body, could see the energy swimming in his body. Vibrant energy coursed through his body week after week, sustaining his life. His vision was drawing up a little. Now not only could he see himself clearly, but even his surroundings became different in his eyes. Green vitality, blue water flow, blood red life, brown soil, pure white spiritual energy. Countless colors make up this colorful world. Lin Feng looked dumbfounded. Buzz! His brain shook once more, as if pins and needles were sticking out. The sensation made his brain go into a trance with him, a kind of weightlessness bubbling out. By the time he came back to his senses, he was back in the pool. Everything just now seemed like a dream, but Lin Feng knew that it was something that had really happened. It was a superb state of energy perception. It just doesn't last too long. The Dan completion realm allowed Lin Feng to open a new door, allowing him to have a clearer perception of the world. He could easily capture the flow of aura. Feel the aura in the current. That is a basic substance that makes up things, but it is fundamentally different from the so-called atoms, which are add-ons that give items spirituality. Everything has a spirit. He had thoughts of what Grandpa Turtle had said about spirit rhyme. After spirituality reaches a certain point, spiritual rhythm will arise, and the more spirituality there is, the stronger the spiritual rhythm is. The stronger the spiritual rhythm, the higher the affinity for aura. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Feng was satisfied. Now he was finally able to defend himself, though the Spirit Terrace Mountain is filled with immortals. However, amongst the spirit beasts the realm of becoming a Dan was not bad. At the very least he was not at the bottom of the heap anymore, and in this mountain pool, he has become the second best. The first master is Grandpa Turtle. His cultivation level was Spirit Sea third turning, which meant that he had opened up 3 Spirit Seas, but his 3 Spirit Seas weren't big, so he could only say that they were okay. But this could already give him a place among the spirit beasts of Lingtai Mountain. Lin Feng thought about when he would break through to the Spirit Sea realm. At that time, he would be able to walk around in the Spirit Platform Mountain, and he wouldn't have to worry about being bullied by other spirit beasts. He was just thinking about it. Something pushed against his own turtle shell. Lin Feng stretched his head out and turned it behind him to look. Without knowing when, Fish Shellu had already arrived behind him and used his fish mouth to lightly tap on his turtle shell a few times. What for? I've broken through into the Dan realm. Fish Shellu looked at him with a bright smile. She hadn't looked for Lin Feng in the past 2 days. She was just eating non-stop, planning to give Lin Feng a surprise after her cultivation breakthrough. Aren't I great? Fish Shellu looked at him with an expectant face. Lin Feng was being stared at by such a gleaming gaze, so of course he didn't dare to say it wasn't awesome. So with a clear conscience, he said, well, it's especially awesome. Lu, you're really great. I'm simply impressed with you. You're excellent. Lin Feng also habitually stretched out his hand as he said this, trying to give a thumbs up, but he forgot he was a turtle. So the action was a bit like reaching out to try to pull the fish trail, but the legs were too short and the reach wasn't as long as the head. Fish Shellu also didn't expect Lin Feng to be so enthusiastic. Her face went red for a moment. You're obnoxious. Actually trying to hold hands with someone. Despite saying that, she handed over the fins on either side of her body. Then, she realized she was too big for her body and too small for her fins. A fish, a turtle. One stretched his short little legs, trying to make a thumbs-up gesture, and the other struggled to stretch his fins, trying to pull on the other's hand. But both failed. Very much a failure. No matter how hard Fish Shellu tried, it was impossible for her to extend her fins beyond the confines of her body. And although Lin Feng's 4 little short legs had claws on them, they had no joints. They are inherently incapable of doing what they want to do. Lin Feng retracted his hand and looked at the sharp black claw in depression, while the Fish Shellu was constantly arching her head against the mud and sand, trying to dig a gully out so that Lin Feng could touch her fins. Just wait a minute. Fish Trail's big head poked out of the mud and sand. What for? I've also broken through into the Dan realm. Ah! Fish Path looked at him with some surprise. That was fast. She thought that she was already fast, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to actually break through to the realm of Cheng Dan as well. Faster than her. A sense of crisis and fighting spirit once again rose in Fish Shellu's heart. The food is not enough. It's not bad. It's slow enough. Lin Feng thought about how he would have delayed a lot of work if it wasn't for the sake of talking about the book. He was probably already working on breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm by now. However, good fortune and bad fortune came hand in hand. Although Lin Feng had been delayed for too much time, he had also obtained quite a few spiritual flowers and herbs and earned quite a few points as a result. Speaking of books, Lin Feng suddenly thought that he seemed to have promised to read today. As a result, after waking up, he forgot about this matter, focusing on the breakthrough. Plus after chatting with Fish Shellu for so long, I'm afraid that the spirit beasts up there are waiting impatiently. Lin Feng immediately shivered. In his previous life, he was also a bit of a reading enthusiast and knew what happened if an author dragged out his work, especially after the reader also paid. Daisy set power drills are light. He remembered that when he hadn't traveled yet, He had heard of a foreign author who had been directly subjected to a frantic output by crazy readers with mortars in the back due to long delays in publication and a bad attitude. That scene was old and tragic. Lin Fong didn't want to be the next one, so he hurriedly swam upstream. I'm not talking to you. I'm going to talk about the book. Seeing this, Fish Xiaolu also hurriedly followed behind. And due to the physical advantage, Fish Xiaolu's speed can be much faster than Lin Fong. Seeing Lin Fong still there with 4 small short legs dog paddling, directly using his head to top him up, then Fish Trail shot upwards like a sharp arrow. Wow! Under the bright sunlight, under the gaze of countless spirit beasts, Lin Fong was toppled out of the water by Fish Xiaolu. Fish Trail fell back heavily. Lin Fong, on the other hand, landed steadily on the boulder by the pool. Ha ha ha, sorry guys. I've slept over again here today. It's really because I practiced so late yesterday that I was too tired and ended up losing track of time. I'm really sorry. The crowd was a little upset that he was late though, but hearing that he was doing it for the sake of cultivation, and thinking about what he had said before about going against the tide, it felt that Lin Fong really had a heart of sincerity when it came to cultivation. This kid, it's pretty hard. Some of them who had heard of Lin Fong's deeds also felt that Lin Fong's ability to cultivate to such a level in such a short period of time was really not just due to his talent. His current cultivation level and his own efforts were also inseparably related, especially Fish Xiaolu. Both eyes were filled with little stars. It's true that hard-working male turtles are the most handsome, although she had never seen Lin Fong cultivate, but slept to see a lot. But this still did not prevent her from worshipping Lin Fong. This is probably love. Never mind. Just speak quickly. It's a bit irritating, but let's just forget about it since you're doing it for the sake of cultivation. I've waited for my flowers, so I can't afford to be delayed. Speak up. Speak up. Lin Fong compensated with a smile and hurriedly was starting to tell the story. As the story unfolded, the story about Xiao Yan unfolded before the eyes of the crowd, and they were once again immersed in it. And in the meantime, in another part of the Rindai Mountains, a few initiates were gathering together, seemingly plotting something. We've been observing for several days here, and it seems like there's really nothing special about senior brother Sun. Could it be that his sudden advancement in realm is really based on his own strength? One of the short disciples said. I don't think so. Maybe it's hidden. Another sharp-tongued one said disdainfully. That idiot Fong Pei, his previous behavior has already alerted the snakes. If it were me, I would have hidden the wonders for a while first, but if senior brother Sun doesn't take it out, we won't be able to find it, so we can't just keep staring at him. So what's the solution? These people were just like those people from Fong Pei before. They all wanted the wonders in Monkey's hands. It's just that Fong Pei beat me to it. However, because of this, these people who originally despised Monkey and also intended to rob him openly, saw clearly Monkey's strength and turned into tracking and surveillance, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. So the monkey really didn't do anything out of the ordinary? Someone said in annoyance. It can't be said that there isn't. In the past 2 days Sun's senior brother has always been running to the mountains. At this time, someone suddenly thought of this matter. He just thought before that monkeys usually like to run blindly all over the mountains. It is not something special, and he did not go to any hidden places, so he did not care. When asked at this point, it was said, mountain running? The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Do you guys think that Monkey could have put something in the mountain? That can't be right. Someone frowned. If there's a treasure in this mountain, could it still be hidden? This is not certain. If the treasure is dusty, even if it is placed in front of us, I'm afraid we can't find it. Maybe that monkey is in the hidden scripture cabinet to get a piece of dusty treasure. Maybe that monkey really did hide something in this mountain? The crowd was silent. Their breathing became heavy. That's a big possibility. After all, the other party was just a wild monkey. Even if he had opened his spirit and comprehended the great grade heavenly immortal technique, his intelligence would not necessarily be as high as that. This kind of thing is really done. Any idea where this monkey has gone now? It seems like it's just going into the mountains. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go in too. We might even bump into it. The crowd immediately moved towards the mountains. Mount Spiritus is not too big and not too small, in which caves and skies abound, although from the outside, but only a few mountains only, but really to be in it, we'll find that this mountain is surprising, and one of the valleys, a water pool, may be hidden aside of the cave, but after all, the people have been living in this mountain for several years. It didn't take them long to spot Monkey. A few people didn't dare to go there rashly, so they all landed in front of a large rock not far away. What's this guy doing? The crowd was also a bit puzzled when they saw the sight in front of them, as well as Monkey, who was quietly squatting on one of the rocks and listening to a book. So someone asked, but no one has an answer. Why are all these spirit beasts gathered here? Could it be that in the pool in the mountain, there's some kind of treasure, and they're all waiting for it to come out? Not like that. Hey, you guys, what's that little turtle standing in the center doing? The crowd looked over. Then they saw a little turtle that seemed to be pointing out something, giving the surrounding spirit beasts a run for their money, accompanied by a few shouts of approval from time to time. Is it a meeting? The crowd listened sideways. Then, one looked at each other. Seems like a tell-all? Hey, it's really true. What kind of book is it? How good can it be? Well, seems kinda interesting. The crowd just listened for a while, and then stopped a little. And the book seemed really good. This what's-his-name foreign fire is pretty powerful. Is it hard to believe that it's some kind of special genius treasure? I wonder how it compares to that legendary Samadhi fire. There was also that medicine old man, who had actually lasted for so long with just his soul, clearly not weak and erudite, helping the protagonist quite a bit. I wish I had such a mentor and friend. Unconsciously, the crowd had been captivated by the contents of the book. They'd even forgotten what they'd come over for this time. And so it went until the afternoon. The spirit beast sect once again sent up quite a few heavenly materials and treasures, which were all over the mountains anyway, and not worth much money. Lin Feng, on the other hand, once again pretended to pocket the things and converted them into points, then dismissed the crowd. Monkey didn't leave. He turned his head in one direction. There were two other little girls standing there before, and by now they were gone. Monkey was a little despondent. He hadn't finished what he said last time. I don't know if Yang Chan can understand him, and whether she will mention him in front of Yang Jian. Lin Feng crawled over with the look of a man who had been there. With great difficulty, he climbed up to Monkey's shoulders and then stomped on them twice. Ugh, this sky is the end of the world. So why fall in love with a single flower? Monkey, trust me, you'll definitely be able to meet a lot of female goblins in the future. Each one of them is skillful and seductive, and can toss you around. So let's not think about Yang Chan, he intoned. Monkey, however, was confused. What single love for a flower? I don't understand. You're still pretending. Seeing Monkey's stiff upper lip, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows towards him and said tartly, "You dare say you're not interested in that sister of Yang Jian's?" Monkey was even more baffled. Why should I be interested in her? Still not admitting it? I just like to let her introduce me and Yang Jian to each other. After all, there are not many people who can convince my old grandson. Her brother is not bad. My old grandson wants to be a brother with Yang Jian. It was Lin Feng's turn to be confused. He looked at Monkey's sincere eyes to make sure he wasn't joking. Monkey, what? You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Monkey scratched his head, somewhat puzzled as he grabbed Lin Feng by the hand. Little turtle, I, Lao Sun, have no grudges against you. Why are you cursing me? Lin Feng, Monkey, don't you know that those words of yours can be very misleading? Misunderstanding? Yeah, that Yang Chan probably thought you were trying to molest her. Me? Molest her? Monkey also had a surprised look on his face when he heard this. Lin said reassuringly, "Are you surprised what you're doing? You're not the one who did this." Monkey only reacted to everything that happened at this time. No wonder that Yang Chan would be angry. Then this isn't bad. I still want her to introduce me to Yang Jian. Now let's not talk about being brothers with Yang Jian. I'm afraid he'll come after me if he knows about this. Lin Feng thought for a moment. It was something he wasn't really sure about. Though Monkey is the main character of the Great Western Robbery, no one dares to move for the time being. However, Yang Jian now has a relative, Yang Chan, who is his soft underbelly and his scales. If Yang Jian really knows what Monkey has done, who can guarantee that he won't disregard the great journey to the west in a fit of rage? This one really hangs. It looks like I, Lao Sun, will have to explain to that Yang Chan's sister. Monkey was there talking to himself. Lin Feng was also looking at him and playfully said, "Monkey brother, tell me the truth. Do you really have no thoughts about Yang Chan at all? What could my old grandson have in mind for her? She has no hair on her body and no tail on her ass." This. Lin Feng really didn't expect such an answer. Forget it, let's talk about this matter later. Monkey spilled. I'll go back first. I've been listening to you talk about books for a while now. I've somewhat wasted my cultivation, so I need to step up my efforts. Lin Feng also nodded and said, I'll have to step up my game as well. Let's work together. The two went their separate ways. Monkey, of course, went back to diligently cultivate his great piece of heavenly immortal technique, striving to be recognized by the ancestor and be accepted as a direct disciple to teach the Dharma of eternal life. Lin Feng also had to go back to hang out and sleep, striving to cultivate into an immortal one day earlier. When the two left shortly afterward, the crowd that had been immersed in the story gradually came back to their senses. They looked at each other in disbelief as they looked at the water in the mountains that had long been empty. Where are the people? It's probably gone. Be confident and remove the maybes. So what do we do now? Someone then asked. Go back. There's always a chance of catching this monkey when you come over here later. When you have a chance to catch him. The crowd had to fight their way home. The crowd walks on. Hey, what do you guys think of the book today? Nice. Cut. A book spoken by a turtle has mesmerized you guys? We are immortal disciples. The purpose of our cultivation is to become immortals. These things are just playthings. That monkey loves this stuff. And it just gives us the possibility of overtaking it. Fair enough. When I go back this time, I'll cultivate hard. And when the next time the ancestor speaks the Dharma, I'll make that monkey look good. Aspirational. The crowd was talking as they left. Wait until the next day. Lin Feng had arrived early this time, lying on the boulder and basking in the sun. When the crowd had all arrived, he began to speak. The spirit beasts were listening with great interest. Monkey did seem a bit distracted today, and every now and then he would look over to where Yang Chan was standing. On the side, Akatsuki looked at him with some disgust. Sister Yang Chan, this guy is really a thief with a heart of gold. Just like this he still dares to mouth off about how he won't be inferior to Erlang Jinjun in the future. It's really ridiculous. Sister, don't let him fool you. Manhwa was a senior little fan of Erlangshan, so naturally she didn't take kindly to the outspoken monkey. Yang Chan's expression was still calm, just listening to the book quietly. Well, be quiet and listen to the book. When Akatsuki saw this, she had no choice but to keep her mouth shut, while the crowd was all quiet and listening to the book. At a boulder not far away, a sneaky figure hid and listened sideways. The person is naturally one of the disciples who followed Monkey yesterday. He hadn't wanted to come, but he really wanted what happened behind him afterward, so he came over, thinking that no one else should come over. That way too, no one would know he had been here, and he could satisfy his curiosity. Just at the right time when he was listening in fascination, there was a sneaky figure in the distance, coming this way. When he heard a loud noise and looked backward, he saw his companion from yesterday. The atmosphere was awkward. The two men looked at each other in disbelief. For a moment it was all a matter of words. Ah, what a coincidence. Ha ha ha. Yeah, what a coincidence. Why did you come over too? I came over here to follow the monkey, not to try to listen to the book, resulting in a night of no sleep, so much so that I walked here in a trance. Ah, ha ha, I'm here to follow the monkey too. So stalking together? Well. The two men exchanged a few moments and then began to listen to the book in earnest. Then, what are you guys doing here? Another voice came from behind the two. The two were startled and turned their heads towards the back before they saw a man standing behind them, his eyes scrutinizing them. You guys aren't coming over to listen to the book, are you? This. The two were thinking about how to explain when they suddenly realized a problem. What are you doing here? And so the man's look of embarrassment went up. The two immediately understood. That together? The man looked away and walked behind the stone in silence, and the three men listened together with their ears to the side. Just then, another person arrived. He looked at the three men who were lying behind a rock, listening to a book. What's the situation? The three of them didn't feel awkward at this point. There was even a sense that as long as I wasn't embarrassed, it was someone else who was. Coming. Old boy? Come on over and listen. This is about to be the best part. The man walked over with an embarrassed look on his face, and soon also listened intently. All the embarrassment in his heart gone. Just like that, one by one. By the end of the day, everyone was actually there. The more people there were, the less awkward they became. And not only were they not awkward, they let themselves go a bit. It's a great book. Yeah, the content is so fascinating. Obviously it's a story of a mole's struggle, but it's just something I want to hear. I want to know now when that Xiao Yan will be able to go to the Cloudlawn sect to withdraw from the marriage. I can't wait to hear that part. I can't wait either. A little bit of time went by and soon it was time to finish again. A few people left reluctantly. After Lin Feng packed up his things, he saw their backs and paid more attention. Was that group there before? Monkey followed his line of sight, his eyes immediately alert. These several encounters had made him not have a good impression of these so-called fellow disciples, and when he saw these people sneaking around, he naturally thought of them as bad guys. I don't know, but you pay more attention, so you don't fall for them. Just don't worry, I'm not as good as you in combat, but when it comes to escaping and saving your life, you're definitely no match for me. In this regard, Lin Feng had absolute confidence. His transformation of reality and falsehood could be considered a life-saving technique. Monkey dropped his heart and walked away. After he left, Lin Feng also jumped into the pool. He found a place to bury himself. There was no telling how many universal points would be needed to break through from the Changdan realm to the Spirit Sea realm, so he would have to hurry up and save up. When he reached the Spirit Sea realm, he would be able to store more spiritual energy in his body, and by then the time of the virtual real transformation would be longer. getting rid of the previous dilemma of using 5 minutes and CDing for 2 hours. Lin Feng was about to hang up when it suddenly occurred to him that it seemed like he hadn't seen Fish Xiaolu all day. And I wonder what she's doing. This thought popped up in Lin's mind for no reason. Then he felt a little ridiculous about how he suddenly cared about that lowly fish. He yawned and hung up to sleep. And in another part of the pool, a huge fish was nibbling away at the water plants in the bountiful mounds of water, her stomach bulging and her mouth burping, but still she didn't stop eating. And the weird thing was, no matter how much she ate or how much she braced herself, her body suffered. Even though she had already eaten food that was dozens of times larger than her body, she still didn't burst into flames. Instead, the aura on his body grew stronger. Xiaolu, hiccup, you have to cheer up. You mustn't be left behind by Lin Feng. Partition Fish Trail finished the last of the water plants. Then satisfied, he slapped his fins on his rolled belly and dropped to the ground to wait for digestion to finish before starting a new wave of eating. As Fish Xiaolu was lying down, she suddenly also missed Lin Feng a little, so she swam towards Lin Feng. But when she saw the sleeping Lin Feng, Fish Xiaolu didn't disturb him, but quietly lay on his side. The two just lay together and slept. It wasn't until the next morning, when Lin Feng woke up from his sleep, that he saw Fish Xiaolu. Ha! Why are you here? Lin Feng shook the dust from his body and then checked the system. Cultivation level, Dan complete realm universal points, 1, 545. It still doesn't work. It looked like he still needed to save up for a few more days before he could break through to the Spirit Sea realm. But it should be soon. He had a premonition that he would be able to break through to the Spirit Sea realm in 3 days at most. Shall we go up? Fishpath stared at him with two large, watery eyes. Yeah, Lin Feng didn't think much of it, but the next moment, he regretted it. Sloppy, Fish Xiaolu directly topped him upward, and he only felt that the current around him was sinking. And then, the sun suddenly brightened. In that blinding sunlight, a fat fish scurried out of the water on top of a turtle. Lin Feng fell onto a rock. He rolled over. Then there was the sight of Fish Trail hanging half his head above the water. I'm going to head back. I'll see you tonight. Lin Feng shook his head. See you tonight. Monkey, who was squatting on one of the rocks catching lice, saw it and smiled broadly, pointing his finger at him with a burst of scratching. Hey, brother Lin. It looks like the peach blossoms on my old son's side aren't blooming, but the ones on your side are blooming quite vigorously. Lin Feng blushed. Don't be ridiculous. She's still young. Oh, is she small? I think she's quite big, but you're much smaller compared to her. My old grandson is curious. You and her. He. Monkey stopped talking. The spirit beasts present were all old Jianghu. Of course they knew what Monkey hadn't said. They couldn't help but put a smile on their faces and looked at Lin Feng with eyes that revealed flirtation. After all, Fish Xiaolu was hundreds of times Lin Feng's size, especially after the cultivation breakthrough. The body was even more massive, having reached hundreds of times. Lin Feng was really small compared to her. Bah! This monkey is so nasty. Mingyu had a small red face, spat in disgust, and then said, he knows quite a lot. His heart is really dirty. He definitely didn't do this kind of nasty things in his spare time. Monkey was not happy to hear this. I say to Fairy Moon, my old grandson was born and bred with persistent wisdom. All these things ran into my head on their own, not something I experienced on my own. Akatsuki had a look of disbelief on her face, and Yang Chan's eyes did twinkle when she heard this. Ever since the last time she went back, she'd been curious about the monkey, so she'd made a point of checking it out. All that is known is that he is a spiritually petrified being, but a spirit born of a stone should not have been born of a host of wisdom, unless that would have been his memory, or rather the memories of being that spirit stone before he had a godly mind. The memory of the rock, however, does not last long. It seems that the stone that birthed him is by no means extraordinary. These thoughts flashed through Yang Chan's mind, and she suddenly felt curious about Monkey's origin. What kind of a stone was it that could have spawned the monkey in front of her? Lin Feng's face turned even redder when he was teased in public. Tell the book. He was a little exasperated. When the crowd saw him start talking about the book, they all quieted down one by one. Lin Feng still spoke down. The disciples who had come over to listen to the book last time had all arrived this time, and they were still traveling in pairs. Not at all as awkward as before. Not only that, but they called a whole bunch of disciples to come along and listen. Is the book really as good as you say it is? I don't think so. How good can a book spoken by a little turtle be? Many people are still skeptical. If these people hadn't patted themselves on the back and assured them that they'd be holding their breath if they didn't come, they really wouldn't want to waste that time. Just listen and you'll see. It's guaranteed to please you to no end. Yeah, how could we lie to you guys? After you hear it, you will know. I can guarantee that after just one listen, you will love this book. A few more people had a good time persuading him. It took these people to dispel their doubts. but with a whole bunch of disciples coming over. That boulder naturally couldn't be blocked, but they didn't try to be in hiding this time. After 2 days of listening to the book, they want to stand upright and listen too. The story of the dry run through the vault continues. After listening for a while, the crowd's minds were also captivated by the story, and they became intensely curious about this world of foreign flames. The story, it seems okay, more than okay, the speech is really good. This one called Xiao Yan, his cultivation is not high, but doing things is too cool. Exactly. But don't you guys think he's a little too lucky? I also think it's more or less outrageous. It's a bit unreasonable for him to be able to turn such a dangerous situation into a good one, and to be able to benefit from it. It's not impossible. I've heard that there are great chakras in this world. These people are blessed with good fortune, and they often turn out well when they encounter danger. I've heard of people like that too. A bunch of people were there talking. It wasn't exactly loud, but with so many people saying it together, it couldn't have been any less loud. The spirit beasts in front of them that were quietly listening to the book were a little too much to handle. A few grumpy ones glared back. However, when they saw that it was an ancestor disciple, they all turned their heads around again. They couldn't afford to mess with them. Hey, how dare they stare? Shut up and listen to the book. Humph. If it weren't for the listening, let's see if I don't catch them and give them a stew. A few disciples said a few words in defiance. The crowd gradually quieted down and listened attentively to Lin Feng's book. That said, it was another day. By the time the sun was about to set, Lin Feng stopped, and the spirit beasts present were all used to it, so there was no need for Lin Feng to say anything else. So they just served everything for the day and left separately, and the group of disciples didn't leave. The head of the group came this way with a smile on his face. Monkey looked at the men with a wary face. What do you want? He had also noticed this group of guys a long time ago, and at this time, when he saw them surrounding him, naturally his heart tightened. Don't misunderstand, senior brother son. We just came over to hand over our stuff. With those words, the man in the lead pulled out a spirit flower. Just picked it randomly on the side of the road on the way over. A 10-year portion of Ursus officinalis. This stuff isn't considered good. There is a sea of Ursus flowers on Lingtai Mountain. Monkey looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng of course came to the rescue. Anyway, this thing he does not use himself. Directly convert it into points. Even if it is poisonous, it cannot poison him. Then take it. The crowd had pulled out everything they had prepared. Lin Feng took all these things and put them into his brocade bag. Since you've accepted the things, then you must speak properly in the future. Little turtle, never stop speaking halfway. The man in the lead said with a smile when he saw Lin Feng accepting the things. Lin Feng felt a vicious chill for no reason. He had the illusion that if he dared to drag his shift, the guy in front of him would waste himself. Lin Feng was taken aback. Did I die again? When the men left, Monkey left as well. Lin Feng leapt from the boulder into the pool and found a spot under the water, burying himself in the mud and sand. Feeling the cool mud and sand, his entire turtle felt fluttered up. Enjoying a moment of peace and quiet, Lin Feng's thoughts spread out. He suddenly thought of Monkey's words this morning, in thinking that after he came to the mountain pool, it seemed like he really did walk with Fish Xiaolu the closest. Moreover, Fish Xiaolu's attitude towards him seemed to be a little too good as well. An image that Lin Feng couldn't see straight emerged in his mind. As good as Fish Kotaru's lowly voice is, he's still a huge, immense fish that doesn't match him at all. No, this matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Lin put in his mind. But what's the solution? Wouldn't it be too awkward if he went over directly to ask Fish Xiaolu if she liked him? And it would easily lead to misunderstandings. What if Fish Xiaolu thought he was confessing? That's even more of a wash. And would it make Fishy sad if he refused? That would instantly bring the relationship between the two down to freezing point. Countless thoughts floated through Lin Feng's mind. He finally decided to hang up first, and anyway, he couldn't think of a good way, so he could think while hanging up. Just shortly after he hung up, Lin Feng then yawned deeply and then quickly fell asleep. Time, too, passed quietly as he slept. Wake up! When it was early the next morning, Fish Xiaolu woke up Lin Feng, who slept like a dead pig, as usual, to prevent him from being hunted down by countless readers because he was late. And in the midst of the system's forced interruption of the hanging service, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He saw the familiar large white tail. Well, this fish would be very tasty if it was braised, and the head could be stewed, with some tofu in it, and the fish bones would be made into peppery salt, so it wouldn't be wasted at all. A jumble of thoughts flashed through his mind. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth were indisputably drooling. It had been a while since he crossed over, and he hadn't had much of a chance to eat a hot meal, though it was said that he didn't need to eat now. Hanging out every day and relying on the extra energy could support his body. But the craving is there. When he thought of all the delicious food in his previous life, Lin Fong became more and more gluttonous. He stared straight at Fish Trail. Why are you looking at me like that? Fish Xiaolu was a little shy from his look. Lin Fong was pulled back to reality by these words, and his entire turtle shivered. Ha ha, it's fine. It's not like I just got up this morning and I'm a little confused. Lin Fong snorted. So are you going up there now? Fishpath looked at him with some anticipation. Of course I'm going up, Lin Fong replied without even thinking. But the next moment, he regretted it, because after he said this, Fish Xiaolu arched him up with his head with an excited face, and then rushed upwards with great speed. Soon, Lin Fong was toppled out of the water and landed on a rock, and the faces of the crowd of spirit beasts that had long been accustomed to seeing this scene could not even find the slightest bit of shock. When Fish Trail saw that he was safely ashore, he dove back in with a jolt. Lin Fong started talking about the book. More disciples came today than yesterday. Those disciples who had finished listening to the book yesterday, when they went back, they were incredibly excited and enlisted the book to everyone around them, and had to drag them over to listen to it. These disciples who had never heard of it were skeptical at first, but after Lin Fong began to tell the story, their minds were drawn in. Over the next few days, the number of disciples who came over to listen to Dry Over Song Dome increased, and it developed to the point that even some of the miscellaneous disciples would occasionally steal a moment of laziness and come over to listen for a while. Once there were more of these people, Lin Fong's income increased. Every night when he collected his things, Lin Fong's face was all smiles. Monkey was a bit wary of these people at first, but then after seeing that they really didn't mean any harm, he put his heart down. The days just went by, until the day of the ancestors' sermon. On this day, as usual, Ancestor Bodhi came to the main hall early. Looking at the empty hall, he frowned slightly. Normally, although he came quite early, there were quite a few diligent disciples who would come over early and wait in the middle of the main hall. What's going on today? Ancestor Bodhi decided to wait a bit and then give these disciples a good reprimand. It is important for them to understand that they cannot be lazy in their practice. It was just that he had waited for a long time, but he didn't see a single disciple come over. Ancestor Bodhi was somewhat unable to sit still. The disciples went there? One is late, perhaps lazy, but everyone's late, so something must have happened. He began to sweep the entire Ling Tai mountain with his divine thoughts, and soon he found where these disciples were. With just a thought, his figure appeared in the mountain pool. At this time, Lin Fong was still talking about the novel. The people and spirit beasts around them listened obliviously, and no one at all noticed the ancestor who had suddenly appeared behind them and was already very angry. What are you doing here? The ancestor's voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Many disciples were subconsciously shrinking their necks, and there was a fearful expression on their faces, especially after they turned their heads and saw the furious ancestor. Oh no! Today is the day of the ancestor's lecture. I got so carried away listening to the book. I can't believe I forgot. It's over. Ancestor, spare my life. This is all because that little turtle compelled me. I was also confused for a moment and actually fell into his path. At this moment, all the disciples panicked. This was the first time they had seen the ancestor angry. It was horrible. There were even people who shamelessly put the blame on Lin Fong. Although some of them didn't want to dry out Sung Dome, they were even more unwilling to face the furious ancestor. The ancestor's eyes scanned the crowd. When he saw Monkey, there was even more anger in his eyes. And after seeing Yang Chan, a slight dismay appeared in Ancestor Bodhi's eyes. Other people could not resist the temptation and wasted their cultivation. But Yang Chan had a resolute mind and was never a person who could be easily tempted. How come it's here too? Yang Chan, tell me what's going on. Yang Chan was named, and the eyes of the crowd immediately converged over. That's Yang Chan? I have been paying attention to her these past few days. I only thought that she was as beautiful as heaven, and that she carried with her a sense of nobility. I didn't realize that she was actually the sister of the Erlang god, the niece of the Jade Emperor. A mistake. I've been so busy listening to stories the last 2 days, I haven't even bothered to get close. It's beautiful. What do you guys say if this fairy Yang has her eye on me? Wouldn't I be rich? Erlang Shen's brother-in-law. It's overbearing to talk about it. Many of these disciples had light shining in their eyes. Yang Chan gave a general account of what happened. After listening, Ancestor Bodhi only felt that it was unimaginable. What magic was in the book that Lin Fong, this little turtle, was talking about that actually made his disciples forget to come over and listen to the Dharma? With a wave of his hand, Lin Fong's body levitated. This again? Lin Fong watched in horror as he approached towards the Bodhi ancestor at a rapid pace. It finally landed steadily in the palm of the Bodhi ancestor's hand. Hey, ancestor, what a coincidence. Oh, why don't I find that coincidental at all? Ancestor Bodhi stared at him with a leathery smile, a strange coldness flashing in his sharp eyes, as if he was thinking about how to chop Lin Fong up. Lin Fong scrunched his neck quite submissively. 2 dry laughs. Hey, Ancestor, what are you staring at people so much for? People get shy. He stared at his two green bean-sized eyes and tried to make a very cute expression. Ancestor Bodhi, I asked you what book are you talking about? Fuck over Cthulhu. Lin Feng answered truthfully. At this time he didn't dare to spread a little bit of panic, or else God knows what kind of things old man Bodhi would do. It wasn't like this old man had been trying to get him killed for a day or two. Never give him the slightest excuse. Try overthrowing the vault of heaven? Old man Bodhi repeated, saying, then tell me the same thing. I'm afraid this one is a bit. You don't want to talk about it? Old man Bodhi's eyes instantly sharpened. No, absolutely not. Lin Feng hurriedly shook his head and said, the main reason is that this story is a bit long, and I can't finish it in a day's time. So, it's okay, just tell it. It was nothing more than some time, and Ancestor Bodhi could still afford to wait. And, Ancestor Bodhi suddenly waved his hand, and a light blue curtain of light enveloped the surroundings. As the curtain of light rose, Lin Feng gave birth to an illusion. He didn't know why he felt this way, and he couldn't even figure out what the illusion was. It's a feeling anyway. I have incorporated this place into a small world. The flow of time inside is 10 times slower than outside. You have plenty of time to tell this story. Okay. Lin Feng had to tell the story from the beginning again, and those who came over later, who hadn't heard the previous story, were also deeply attracted by the story Lin Feng told. The crowd ebbed and flowed as the story progressed. Quite a few people had mesmerized expressions on their faces. Old man Bodhi just listened silently, not saying a word. Lin Feng observed his expression and determined that he shouldn't be able to get himself killed anytime soon, so he put his heart down and focused on his story. As the story progresses, a grand world unfolds in front of Bodhi's ancestors, and Bodhi's ancestor was even more concerned about the meaning expressed in this story. He looked deeply at Lin Feng. A little bit of time passed. Lin Feng was still talking, but his face was already a little tired. He wasn't a perpetual motion machine after all. He would still get tired. But the next moment the ancestor pointed his finger remotely, and a green light shot into his body. Lin Feng immediately acted as if he had eaten a 10% pill. The fatigue of his body was swept away. His spirit was as good as if he had eaten stimulants, and all the debuff had disappeared. What is it? That's too good an effect. Wouldn't this be a full status recovery skill if used in battle? This six you Bodhi old man with your thick eyebrows. I didn't realize you were still a support. Lin Feng said the words over and over again, many distracting thoughts drifting through his mind. In the time that followed, old man Bodhi released that light green mist from before a few more times for Lin Feng to help him recover some of his strength, until Lin Feng stopped talking about today's content. That's what I've been preaching about these past few days. Lin Feng looked at Ancestor Bodhi. Ancestor Bodhi pondered for a moment. He suddenly looked over to Monkey's side and asked, Goku, come on, what do you think after hearing this story? The crowd's eyes went to Monkey. Monkey scratched his head in confusion. He clasped his hands together and respectfully said, back to the words of the ancestor. The apprentice feels that this book is very well written, and after listening to it, the apprentice feels that there is a flame burning in his heart, and his entire fighting spirit is ignited. In the future, my disciple will be like this Xiaoyan, not fearing the dangers of the world and all the powers, battle the heavens and the earth in style. The more Monkey spoke, the more excited he became, and by the end of his speech it actually made him utter a sense of intent. The whole monkey was inexplicably ablaze. Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded as he looked at the unfamiliar monkey in front of him. This doesn't taste right. Why do you feel that the current monkey brother has already had a few moments of the Qi Tian de Sheng? I shouldn't have lifted a stone and smashed my own foot, should I? Monkey wouldn't have listened to my flim-flam and then gone to step on the Lingxiao, right? No, it can't really be like this. Old man Bodhi was, however, satisfied with this answer. Today's monkey is finally a few points of untamed. According to this development, in the future to attack the heavenly court is not something that may not happen. Old man Bodhi looked at Lin Feng again. He was now becoming more and more unable to understand Lin Feng. Previously, he had thought that Lin Feng had been arranged by someone to come in and sabotage the trip to the west, but after observing him for so long, he hadn't seen anyone contact him. His daily routine is quite regular. It's all about eating and sleeping, and now it's straight up with a book that puts the monkeys on the right track. Did he come over to help the West? Is it really the handiwork of the Buddhists? It suddenly occurred to old man Bodhi that there was indeed a golden tortoise in the Buddhist sect. Could it be that this Lin Feng was the offspring of that golden tortoise? However, this idea had only popped up before it was dispelled by old man Bodhi himself. He had given Lin Feng a full body and soul examination before. Even his soul hadn't been spared. He was a complete turtle, not a little bit special, though later on, he somehow awakened his natural aptitude and bloodline. However, Ancestor Bodhi was still confident in his perception. Lin Fong was being stared at by the ancestor's gaze. His heart was already tense to the extreme. If he could go back in time, he definitely wouldn't be saying anything about 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. It was already not an easy life. On the contrary, he often bounced around in front of Old Man Bodhi. It's a death wish. However, to his surprise, Old Man Bodhi did not give him a hard time, and after moving his gaze away, he swept a circle towards the disciples. Come back with me. The others all lowered their heads, not daring to meet the ancestor's eyes. Lin Fong let out a slight sigh of relief. Then his body levitated, traced a parabola through the air, and landed in a furry hand. Lin Fong looked at the hairy-faced thunder monkey in front of him, and an infinite sense of security surged in his heart. Monkey is truly a man who brings security. The crowd reluctantly followed Ancestor Bodhi back to the main hall. Lin Fong also followed Monkey over. Ancestor Bodhi sat on top of the great hall, his eyes sharply scanning the crowd, and all of them subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to meet the ancestor's eyes. The atmosphere gelled. Just when everyone thought that Ancestor Bodhi was going to raise an offense, begin to speak the law, everyone looked at the ancestor with a surprised expression. The ancestor, however, wasn't bothering with these people, but instead began to preach the Dharma on his own. Obscure and difficult to understand great principles coming out of his mouth. The crowd had to start listening carefully. Monkey is the fastest to enter the realm of forgetfulness. Lin Fong also began to hang up. Ding! The host is in hang mode. Ding! The host is listening to the teachings of Bodhi Elder and is in the process of automatically comprehending them. Great piece of heavenly immortal technique comprehension plus 0.1%. Lin Fong yawned and quickly entered dreamland. During this period of time, he has been focusing on talking about books to earn points, and he has not been hanging out properly, so it's a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to hang out for a while, and he can also be lazy. The ancestor lecture still continues. Soon, everyone in the Great Hall entered the realm of oblivion. They all had mesmerized looks on their faces. I don't know how much time passed, but the ancestor's voice stopped. The crowd also came back to their senses. The ancestor had disappeared at some point. Monkey detached himself from the realm of forgetfulness, and the great piece of heavenly immortal technique that was functioning on its own came to a halt, and the spiritual light that had gathered on his body escaped one after another, floating in the air like dots of starlight. That was a great scene to watch. There weren't many people in the entire Great Hall who could do this, but in addition to Monkey, there was another one today. Yang Chan also slowly opened her eyes, the spiritual light escaping from her body attracting her attention. That's nice. She had an innocent smile on her face that only a small woman could have. Many of the disciples who were paying attention to her looked dumbfounded. She, on the other hand, glanced towards the monkey and realized that the monkey was also glancing towards her, and the two of them tacitly misplaced their gazes. Hey, Janshan's looking at me. A fat disciple sitting next to Monkey had an excited face towards Red. Nonsense, clearly looking at me. A disciple beside him was instantly displeased. The two men argued. Lin Fong also woke up from his hangout and looked somewhat disgustedly at the two people arguing beside him. Spoken like it's really looking at you guys. He opened the system. Mind technique, great pin heavenly immortal technique, introductory, plus, finally getting started. Lin Fong also noticed a plus sign. There was a guess in his mind. But this was obviously not a good place to experiment. It would have to be said after returning to the mountain pool. Then he looked to Monkey. Monkey at this time is from time to time to look at the many disciples surrounded by the attentive Yang Chan. The doings can really not be like the latter-day Chi Tian de Shang. Ugh, sinning. Monkey also noticed Lin Fong who had woken up. As soon as he did, he grabbed Lin Fong and put him in his collar. Lin placed a precise grip on Monkey's collar the moment he fell, stretching his neck to expose his head. Then he looked over to Yang Chan again. Go over there if you want to. It's not that I, Lao Sun, don't want to disturb Miss Yang and the others. Lin Fong, hashtag, I'll be damned if I believe you. Forget it. If Monkey went up at this time, it might just be the right time to relieve Yang Chan. And then I'm afraid that the two of them would be even more involved. The two just kept waiting. But the people around Yang Chan hadn't decreased at all. At first Yang Chan was patient and chatted with these people. It's just that it's been a long time. Even she was a bit annoyed, especially when she looked at the way these people were sympathizing. It was at this time that she saw the lingering monkey, so she brightened up. I'm sorry, Janshan has things to do, so excuse me for a moment. She nabbed a Hail Mary towards the crowd. Then it came towards Monkey. The crowd had the intention to stop them, but they didn't have the guts to do it, so they could only watch as Yang Chan walked up to Monkey with a smile on her face. Hello again. Monkey looked at Yang Chan, looking a bit formal. He thought about the last misunderstanding. By the way, you left before I finished what I said last time, and I wanted to talk to you. At the mention of this, Yang Chan's face also turned a little red. He said to himself, Why is this monkey talking such nonsense? In order to prevent Monkey from saying any nonsense in the meantime, she directly took Monkey's hand and headed out. This is not the place to talk. If you want to talk, we can talk in another place. This scene caused the disciples present to look dumbfounded. What's the situation? When did this monkey get so close to Fairy Yang-chan? It's a lie, isn't it? Looking at the backs of the two people walking away hand in hand, everyone present had a look of disbelief and shocked eyeballs. Yang-chan pulled Monkey all the way to the far end. Only after coming to a secluded place with beautiful feng shui and pleasant scenery did he stop. Sorry for taking your cover earlier. Yang-chan looked at him with some embarrassment. That's nothing. Monkey, still with that dumbfounded expression, said, can you loosen your hand first? It's quite uncomfortable to keep holding it like that. The air froze in the moment. Yang-chan then realized that she had actually been holding Monkey's hand. Ah, no. Sorry. Yang-chan's face was all red at once, and she hurriedly loosened Monkey's hand. Monkey, on the other hand, laughed unconcernedly. It's okay, I don't mind. It's just that I'm a little uncomfortable being held by you, so don't do it next time. Cindy Young. Lin Fong was dying of laughter. Even though these two were a sinful relationship, how come it felt like they were somewhat of a good match? By the way, I haven't finished what I told you last time. Monkey looked at Yang-chan very seriously, trying to explain what happened last time, telling Yang-chan that he didn't mean it that way, but wanted her to help introduce Yang Jian to him. Just as he finished his words, he was interrupted by Yang-chan. Don't you say another word. I know what you mean. Jian-chan felt shy. She thought Monkey was planning to confess his love for her. Her heart panicked as she looked into Monkey's serious eyes. How do you keep getting involved with this monkey? And all on your own accord. Now it's even taking him away in public, or brought to such a remote place. Yang-chan's heart already had a few moments of regret for pulling Monkey over to cover the bag. No, this matter must be explained clearly, or else my old son's worldly reputation will be ruined. Seeing that the explanation was not clear, Monkey also got a little anxious. Yang-chan, on the other hand, didn't have much heart to listen to him. She just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Let's just forget about it. I'm going to leave now. See you next time. Yang-chan was about to leave after saying that, but he was stopped by Monkey. Monkey said in a huff, I want to tell you that I don't. Whoosh! A cracking sound interrupted Monkey's words. The sweaty hairs on Monkey's back stood on end, and without saying a word, he directly lunged forward and held Yang-chan underneath him. Yang-chan was shocked. Just as he tried to resist, he heard a strange buzzing sound. A huge axe was stuck in a large tree next to the two men. The axe handle was still trembling. Yang-chan's pupils suddenly shrunk. She recognized this weapon, and she had been chased by the owner of this weapon when she was fleeing with Yang Jian before, not expecting that the other party had actually infiltrated Lingtai Mountain. It seems the Jade Emperor still refuses to let them go. The gentle as water Yang-chan's heart lit up with flames of hatred. Monkey, on the other hand, immediately climbed up from Yang-chan's body and then looked around vigilantly. His hand molded toward his arms. Lin Fong was gone. Because of the monkey's sudden action just now, it caused Lin Fong to fly out of the monkey's body without catching it, smashing heavily on a rock. Monkey, I'm fine. Lin Fong rolled up from the rock. Seeing Monkey looking around, he returned the favor. Monkey looked in the direction of the sound and put his heart down when he saw that Lin Fong was fine. You kids hide first. Don't ever come out. Lin Fong obediently hid in the grass. His small stature, coupled with the fact that he was green all over, made it impossible to find him anywhere without looking closely after he landed in the grass. And beyond the grass, Monkey and Yang-chan looked vigilantly at the direction the axe flew over. Yang-chan, what's the situation? The Jade Emperor sent over to kill me. This Jade Emperor's old man is interesting. Killing his own sister is not even a problem. He actually wants to kill all the people. Why in the world? Jian-chan didn't answer, but someone else answered for him. A tiger spirit strutted in the distance. Why? Because her mother was married to a mortal, and gods cannot be with mortals, so they must die. Not only their mothers, but even these sins will die. The tiger spirit looked at them condescendingly. It was as if the two were already meat on a sticky board. The anger in Yang-chan's eyes increased. Monkey's eyes rolled back in his head, and he smiled. This human and god can't fall in love with each other is a novelty. How come I, old son, haven't heard of this rule before? Do you tigers know who makes the rules? The tiger spirit looked at Monkey with disdain. There's no harm in telling you. This rule was set by the Queen Mother. Monkey scratched his head. This man and God can't love each other. How come the Jade Emperor old man himself took a wife instead? It's not possible that he's the only one with a wife in the whole heavenly court, right? The tiger spirit wanted to say something else, but didn't know how. Monkey continued. This Jade Emperor's old man is also too selfish. So he's the only one in the entire heavenly realm who can get a wife? Then wouldn't the entire heavenly court be a whole lot of bachelors? What if the Jade Emperor doesn't keep an eye on him one day and his own daughter-in-law leaves the house? Ha 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 ha. Monkey laughed a lot. Yang Chan on the side couldn't help but let out a laugh as well, but quickly curtailed her laughter. The tension in Lin Fang's heart subsided quite a bit when he saw this. This tiger spirit didn't know at first glance that villains die from talking too much, and he actually dared to say so much in the face of a great chi master like Monkey. Wait a minute, it must have died a horrible death. I wonder when old man Bodhi will come. Isn't it already on its way? While Lin Fang was caught up in his thoughts, the tiger essence was already enraged. He had to give this monkey, who didn't know the heights of heaven, a little bit of a lesson, so that he would understand what it meant that the might of heaven could not be violated. The tiger spirit lunged towards Monkey, but it was deftly avoided by Monkey, and Monkey grabbed a branch with his tail and jumped up at once. Hey, stupid, really stupid, can't even catch this, come and catch me instead. If you can catch me, I'll be at your disposal, how about it? Monkey crouched on the branch of a tree, and heaped a burst of taunts on the tiger spirit. The anger in the tiger's elaboration increased. At this moment he had completely forgotten about the task of killing Yang Chan and only wanted to tear this monkey in front of him apart. With a growl, he gave chase towards Monkey's side. Seeing this, Monkey dodged backward, weaving his way through the trees with his dexterity. The tiger spirit was in hot pursuit. Yang Chan was a bit confused when she saw this scene. Lin Fang reacted violently and shouted towards Yang Chan. Fairy Yang Chan, quickly go find the ancestor and ask him to come over and save Monkey. Yang Chan also reacted, sucking Lin Fang into her palm as soon as she did. Then put it close to your body. You hold on. I'm taking off. Lin Fang only felt that he fell into a warm embrace. The surroundings were soft, fragrant, and quite elastic, and Monkey's embrace that was all hairy was a world of difference. Okay. Lin Fang grabbed Yang Chan's collar with his claws. Yang Chan flew in the direction of the Bodhi ancestor with a single wind-powered technique, and at that moment Monkey was flying through the woods. After counting the time, he felt that he had almost pulled a safe distance away. He landed on a boulder and waited for the tiger spirit. The tiger spirit panted and ran over, glaring at Monkey. You run. Why don't you run? Monkey squatted on a rock and looked at tiger spirit with interest. You're one of the Jade Emperor's old men? Then do you know Erlangshan? At the mention of Erlangshan, the anger on the tiger spirit's face intensified. Obviously he should have suffered a considerable loss at the hands of the other party before. Hey, it looks like you recognize it. Then quickly tell my old grandson how many moves you lasted in your opponent's hands? I want to know how far is the distance between myself and him? The tiger spirit looked at him and sneered. Just you, a monkey, want to compare yourself to Erlangshan? Although I, Tiger Vigor, look down on Erlangshan, he is indeed very strong. I once lost at his hands in just one move. And you, I'm just a move away. The tiger essence pointed at Monkey, and the sneer at the corner of his mouth gradually turned into disdain. A monkey? Ridiculous. One move. That is indeed strong. Monkey looked at Tiger Vigor and weighed the strength between the two, thinking about how likely it was that he would be able to solve his opponent in one move. Tiger Power, however, didn't give him much time to think. A wave of his hand. The axe stuck in a tree in the distance then turned into a stream of light and flew over this way, landing in his hand. Fuck me. He leapt up and slashed down towards Monkey's head. Monkey hurriedly jumped towards the side, and while he was in the air, he pointed his finger remotely at Tiger Power. Set. Tiger Power's movement stalled, but after Monkey landed, he regained his mobility. It really doesn't work. This guy's strength is still very strong. With my current strength to try to solve him would have to waste some means. If only there was a divine weapon. While Monkey was thinking about it, Tiger vigorously swung an axe already. He made a trip backward, bending his waist into an arch. The axe grazed past his body, the sharp blade of the axe just a few centimeters away from Monkey's body. Set. Monkey shouted again. Tiger Dolly's body was once again frozen in place. He soon broke free of Monkey once more, but once he was able to move, he found a hair-covered fist zooming in front of his eyes. Snap! Monkey punches Tiger Power with a volley of punches to the face. The tremendous force, as well as the impenetrable fist hit Tiger vigorously flew out backwards. It seems that my old grandson isn't very weak either. Tiger vigorously stood up from the ground and wiped his nose. His hands were full of blood. He looked at Monkey angrily, and many black chi also surfaced on his body. You made me do it. I wasn't going to use my full strength here. As his power was liberated, the surroundings became eerie. The originally immortal and bright Lintai Mountain also seemed to have turned into a ghostly and eerie place all of a sudden. At this moment, Tiger Dolly's body was covered in black smoke, and there were some dark purple lines on his exposed body, shining with a strange light. Finish you off before old man Bodhi notices. With a flash, his figure disappeared from Monkey's eyes. Monkey's pupils suddenly shrunk. His crouched body on the rock swung violently toward a swing, and one leg had swept out toward the back. And the tiger spirit that had originally appeared behind Monkey actually disappeared once more. This time he appeared where Monkey was originally facing. An axe wheeled toward Monkey. Monkey was caught off guard. The entire person was swung out, crashing through countless large trees, his body plowing a deep furrow in the ground, startling countless flying birds and raising 10,000 feet of dust. Monkey finally fell on a large rock before he finally stopped, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Without waiting for him to stand up, Tiger Spirit appeared in front of Monkey like a flash. He glanced at Monkey's intact abdomen. Surprise flashed in his eyes. If it was an ordinary spirit monster, even if it had cultivated into an immortal, facing the axe he had just used, it would have already been cut into two ends. This monkey actually blocked it with his flesh alone. Unbelievable. Very nice flesh. Pity. Monkey looked up at him and laughed. Your tiger skin is not bad either. Are you interested in pulling it off and making me a kilt? Another axe from the tiger spirit. Tough talk. I wonder if your body is as hard as your mouth. Monkey Head's 5 fingers were like hooks, grasping the ground, staring up at Tiger Spirit, saying, your grandpa is hard everywhere on me. Why don't you try? There was more anger in the tiger's elaboration. A few axes chopped down towards Monkey, splitting him and making him spit out blood. Although he was born with a set of copper skin and iron bones, but the internal organs are still relatively fragile. Tiger Spirit, a few axes chopped down. The body is fine. The internal organs cannot stand some. Monkey staggered to his feet, thinking about how he was going to win. Humph, can't hold out? When the tiger spirit saw that he looked like he was half dead, a smug smile finally appeared on his face. Just with you. You still want to compare yourself to Yang Erlang? Go to hell. He leapt up and slashed down towards Monkey's head. At this instant, Monkey's 2 eyes suddenly released a dazzling golden light, and a golden talisman surfaced in front of him, blocking the tiger spirit's axe. The tiger spirit's pupils suddenly shrunk. He recognized the talisman. It was the talisman of his ancestor. His first thought was that ancestor Bodhi had already come, and he was in trouble. Don't worry, the ancestor didn't come. Monkey stood up from the ground. His eyes still lit up, but not as strongly as before, but the golden eyes appeared to sanctify his entire monkey. It's a talisman I drew myself. Originally, I wanted to use it as a bottom card just like that Xiaoyan. I didn't expect to be forced out by you guys, and hit so hard, Monkey said as he stood up. Who the hell are you? For some reason, the tiger spirit looked at this monkey in front of him, looking straight into his eyes, and actually developed a few scruples in his heart. Who am I? Monkey's mouth pulled into a bloodied thief smile. Then he charged towards the tiger spirit, and as he did so, he hissed, your grandfather. I am Sun Wukong, the monkey king of the beautiful monkey king of the water curtain cave and the mountain of flowers and fruits. A talisman lit up behind him. Thousands of talismans wrapped his entire body and transformed into a huge fist that smashed towards the tiger essence. The tiger essence looked at the huge fist, his eyes filled with horror. In an instant, Monkey had arrived in front of him. Tiger essence could only come to cross his arms in front of his body and block the move with his arms. No surprises there. His entire body was knocked out by Monkey and fell to the ground. And after Monkey threw this punch, his entire body stood on the ground, his mouth gasping for air, and his arm was dripping with blood. His eyes remained fixed on the fallen tiger spirit in the distance. That hurts. What Lin Fong said wasn't bad. This undercard really can't be used easily. The consequences are too great. But fortunately, it was still me who won. Right after he said those words, Monkey's pupils suddenly shrunk, because in his eyes, the tiger essence, who had fallen to the ground a moment ago, suddenly struggled to stand up from the ground at this moment. A jade pendant on his chest broke and slipped off his chest. Almost thought I was really going to die. Luckily, I have a protective treasure given down by the heavenly god lord that blocked the fatal blow for me. He struggled to his feet and picked up the huge axe he had taken off from the ground, dragged the giant axe to Monkey. Monkey, you're really quite powerful. You actually almost made me. Tiger power. Turn over in the gutter. But unfortunately, the one who wins in the end is still me. Tiger vigorously strained to pick up the giant axe. Just now, Monkey hurt him very badly, and the huge axe that was originally used like an arm. At this time, it was hard to pick up. Go to hell. Monkey was off his feet at this point and could only watch this axe fall. But just this instant, a white light descended from the sky and landed in front of Monkey and Tiger Vigor. A huge force then bounced Tiger Dolly out, but not waiting for him to fall, the force imprisoned him in the air. Tiger Power is trying to fight it off. The next moment, the force broke his limbs. Tiger Dolly could only levitate helplessly. The white light faded, and Bodhi Laozu's figure appeared in front of Monkey. and with him were Yang Chan and Lin Feng. Yang Chan was heartbroken when she saw Monkey, who was covered in wounds. She rushed forward to help Monkey. I don't know whether Monkey was intentional or not, but he actually got off his feet and couldn't stand up at this moment, and the whole person fell into Yang Chan's arms, with his head resting on Yang Chan's chest, and fell into a coma. By the time Monkey woke up, 2 days and 2 nights had passed. He opened his eyes, saw an unfamiliar beam. Here is. He sat up and looked around towards his surroundings, realizing that he didn't recognize this room. And looking at the decor, it was much nicer than the one he had. Could it be the ancestor's room? He also remembered that before he passed out, he seemed to have seen the ancestor arrive. And then what happened is forgotten. All I remember is that I should have physically collapsed, and then my head hit a cloud that was quite soft, bouncy, and smelled good. Thinking of the fragrance, Monkey seems to smell the fragrance that was glimpsed at that time again. Not as if he really smelled it. Just as Monkey was still wondering how the smell could have appeared here, Manhwa came in with a small beak, carrying a water basin with a reluctant face. What the hell? I can't believe I was asked to take care of that dead monkey. If he hadn't saved Sister Yang Chan, this fairy child wouldn't have served him. As she walked, she muttered there, but once she saw Monkey, who was sitting up from the bed, her whole body froze in place, her eyes wide. Monkey was looking at her too, somewhat confused as to why she was looking at herself with this look, so he held up a hand with a very kind smile and said, "Hi, hey you big head." Akatsuki gasped at the fact that this guy was actually in the mood to laugh. Do you realize how dangerous it was? Don't try to be strong if you don't have the ability to do it yourself. Being beaten so badly, but also involved this fairy boy to serve you for the past 2 days, rubbing your body every day. You have so many hairs on your body. Rubbing it is very troublesome. As she spoke, she set the water basin down. Try the water at the right temperature? Ha! Monkey was a little confused. What? Do you know how to wash your feet? Put your feet in. Monkey dutifully put his foot in it. The water was just the right temperature. Warm water covering his entire foot, and the warmth dispelled all the cold as if everything had settled down. Monkey's tail started wagging with pleasure. Cool. Well, it's especially cool. Humph. I've been serving this foot washing water for not 100 years, but 80, and not one of them has been dissatisfied. Akatsuki was still a little smug. Monkey shuffled his feet to himself, ignoring him. Akatsuki, however, suddenly clapped her hands. By the way, I'm going to tell Sister Yang Chan this news that you've woken up. She must be very happy. With that, she ran out of the house. Monkey looked at her back and scratched his head, somewhat not quite understanding how this matter of him waking up had anything necessary to do with Yang Chan being happy. He wasn't idle as he shuffled his feet. Curious, he glanced toward his surroundings. Then he saw the turquoise jade-like shell of the turtle on the table, and a small tail that drooped out. Ah, so little brother Lin Feng is also here. Hey, still asleep. It's sunrise. It's so lazy. Monkey thought of the days before when the two had been adrift on the water. At that time Lin Feng also ate and slept. Slept and ate. Exactly the same routine as a pig. At first he thought Lin Feng was a nocturnal turtle, but later he realized that he was a sleeping turtle. However, I should thank little brother Lin Feng for being able to escape by chance this time. He vaguely remembered hearing Lin Feng's voice before he passed out. I think he should be the one to bring the ancestor here. On top of that, he seemed to have heard a voice before he passed out, but couldn't recall whose it was. The turtle shell on the table levitated with a wave of Monkey's hand. Lin Feng, who was hanging out, was also instantly kicked out by the system. What's the situation? Lin Feng hadn't understood what was happening. As his body floated in the air, his head and limbs were stretched out, and his head was still looking 360 degrees in all directions. Then he saw Monkey, who had woken up. Monkey, you're awake? Lin Feng had a face of surprise, and his 4 little short legs were still constantly picking at the air, like he wanted to get to Monkey's side quickly. Soon, he was sucked into the palm of Monkey's hand. Lin Feng looked at Monkey excitedly and said, Monkey, you have been in a coma for 2 days. Finally woke up. If it is not the ancestor who said that you are not much of a problem, I thought that you were going to die. What would I do if you died? You say? Monkey looked at him, and his eyes were full of joy. Don't worry, brother Lin. Old son, won't die that easily. I won't die until I become the strongest. Until I've stood at the top of this world, and have a taste of this world. This passage is slightly familiar. Lin Feng thought about it for a moment, and felt as though he had said this passage in his previous talk about drying out the vault of heaven. I didn't expect Monkey to give it a direct use, and the bottom line is that Monkey seems to actually have the ability to do this. By the way, little brother Lin Feng, what exactly happened after I passed out? Monkey asked suddenly as if he had thought of something. Nothing happened, Lin Feng said. I was there with Yang Chan to invite Ancestor Bodhi. By the time we arrived, the ancestor had already finished the fight. You were covered in wounds and staggering, and then, you passed out. Yeah, you're in a coma. This sentence Lin Fong repeated to one side, and his mind wondered if he should tell the scene. In the end, he thought it would be better to leave it at that and just spring for it and leave it at one. Was Jianchan there? Monkey suddenly asked. Right. Lin Fong nodded, his eyes a little averted. Fortunately, Monkey wasn't asking for more. Lin Fong continued. Monkey brother, you were not able to see at that time. The way that ancestor got angry. It was really too terrifying. It was simply the sight of the mountains and rivers changing color and the world ending in anger. I was beside myself. As for the tiger spirit that was chasing you, it was killed by the ancestor himself. The souls are detained. Monkey was listening from the side, looking at the palpitating look on Lin Fong's face, thinking that it must have been very spectacular for a figure like the ancestor to make a move, but it was a pity that he didn't see it. And where is the ancestor now? It seems like they went up to the heavenly court, saying that they want to give you an explanation. Lin Fong said with some uncertainty. So there's nothing wrong? No problem. Lin Fong hemmed and hawed. Although Ancestor Bodhi isn't considered the top group among the great powers of the three realms, he is still the strongest group of existences under the saints. As long as the saints don't make a move, there's nothing wrong with it. That's good. Monkey put his heart down, but suddenly he thought of another problem. Little brother Lin Fong, how do you know the ancestor so well? Even he, the one who was a disciple, didn't know exactly how strong the ancestor was, so how was this little turtle so sure of the ancestor's strength? Ah, this. Monkey, isn't your focus a little skewed? Is this the time to be concerned? Lin Fong's little brain worked frantically, and a solution was soon found by him. I guessed. Guess? Monkey looked at him with a skeptical expression. Yeah, I'm sure I'm guessing. An existence as powerful as the ancestors. Of course, only an invincible person under the saints would be able to be worthy of his status. Lin Fong spoke nonsense without blushing. Monkey still believes it. Oh, so you guessed. It made me think you knew something about it. Lin relaxed with a sigh. He was about to say something else when he did. At the doorway, Yang Chan, who was dressed in purple, with a shapely figure and even more beautiful looks, exuding charming charms all over her body, barged in. Tears glistened in her surprised eyes when she saw the waking monkey. Fast forward, but there was a lurch in his step as he walked to the bed. You're okay. Yang Chan originally had a whole bunch of words to say to Monkey, but when she actually saw him, this was all she could say. It's okay. Monkey moved his body twice and felt that he had recovered quite well. Lin Fong was envious when he saw this scene. It's so meaty. With steel bones, fiery eyes, and still high attack power. Monkey was born to be a warrior. It's okay, Jan Chan added. Then she lapsed into silence. She didn't say anything, and Monkey had little desire to talk to her. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Lin Fong, as a turtle who came over, is too familiar with this situation now. Monkey's clueless youngster, Yang Chan's rich young lady, plus a heroic rescue. If something doesn't happen here, it's all sorry for the readers. But Lin Fong wasn't going to let these things happen. He can't stop the journey to the west from taking place, but he can still do it for the Polonia lamp. So Monkey, where were we? Lin Fong broke the silence between the two. You said that the ancestor went to the heavenly court, intending to seek justice for me. Right. Lin Fong continued. In fact, the ancestor's handiwork is more than that. As far as I know, two of the ancestor's direct disciples have already descended from the mountain to swat down that tiger spirit's forces. I guess it's almost time to come back at this point. Then we'll have to thank people more when the time comes. Monkey hemmed and hawed. Then, he looked at Yang Chan. Ahem. That Lin Fong brother why don't you go out for a while? I have some things I want to say to Miss Yang Chan. Hearing this, Yang Chan's face instantly turned red, especially when she noticed Monkey's unabashed gaze. Her face grew redder and redder. Lin Fong also looked at each other in disbelief. A little confused as to what Monkey is up to? Can't really want to have something with Yang Chan. Lin Fong was a bit anxious. Monkey, if you really like women, you'll have plenty in the future. There are many female goblins on the road to the west, and a sister-in-law is waiting for you. If you don't like these sirens, then the 7 fairies set in the peach garden are better than Yang Chan. This Yang Chan is really untouchable. When the time comes, you can't let Xinxiang call you dad. And if you abduct Yang Chan, aren't you afraid that Erlangshan will chop you? Could it be that in Journey to the West, Erlangshan and Monkey fought so fiercely that it was actually because of this incident? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Fong's head, and while he froze, Monkey had gotten a little impatient. All that monkey business is showing a bit of its true nature. Brother Lin Fong. Brother Lin Fong. Lin Fong. Stop. I'm going. Lin Fong really couldn't stand the sound of him making a racket in his ears, and even had the feeling of when this monkey had turned into the Tang monk. The room he left in silence, leaving this heterosexual, inhuman monkey, alone and sad. We promised not to part, to be together all the time, but you fell in love with someone else and threw me out alone. Lin Fong hummed a tune that only he alone could understand and took a step towards the door. It was a pity that his legs were too short, and after a few dozen steps, he had only gone out a distance of less than a meter. So Monkey and Yang Chan waited there in silence. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Fong finally reached the threshold, and he gasped and rolled over it. Ho ho ho! Finally walked out. This must learn a flying art in the future. Can't use walking anymore, too slow. After saying that, Lin Fong even glanced back at the two of them. Don't you worry, give me a quarter of an hour, and I shall certainly disappear before you. Monkey, Cindy Young. Snap! The door to the room was windlass and closed right behind him. Lin Fong looked at the closed door and skimmed his lips. Why do I always feel like this western is getting more and more weirdly drawn? Shouldn't be my problem. Lin put in the door, casually found a corner lying down. Intends to hang out for a while. Anyway, this is Yang Chan's small yard, a world of its own. Usually no one comes over. Do not have to worry about any danger. And the room. Yang Chan lowered her head and was very apprehensive in her heart. Monkey, on the other hand, stared straight at her and said in a sincere tone, Miss Yang. Aha. Yang Chan gave a thin, mosquito-like that I want to explain to you. That thing last time, it's really a misunderstanding. I didn't mean it that way at the time. That's something that Monkey always says. The heart is kinda cool. Yang Chan's face, however, turned even redder. You don't have to explain. I know what you mean. Man, definitely neither wants to admit it. Understandable. You know? Monkey froze. He then said, You already know. I told you that it must be Lin Fong who thought too much. My words at that time weren't much of a problem. In that case, there was a lurch in his tone. Genshin's mood became more tense and apprehensive, as if there were trails rattling about. Will you introduce me to your brother? Cindy Young. What a situation. Yang Chan was confused. My brother? Yeah, I look up to your brother a lot, and I especially want to be friends. No, brothers, so the reason I asked you to keep me in mind last time was because I was hoping you'd help introduce me. So that's what happened. Genshin felt like she was going to die of embarrassment. If there had been a crack in the floor, she would have gotten in already. It's so humiliating. I can't believe I thought that I would think that. Luckily the guy hadn't reacted yet and didn't realize what was going on in my mind, so it wasn't too humiliating. Yang Chan took deep breaths, desperately trying to adjust her emotions. So you saved me because of that, too? No. Monkey waved his hand and said, My old grandson mainly disliked that tiger spirit's arrogance, and even more so, he despised the Jade Emperor's old man's practices. It's just a relationship. What's the big deal? And make something about man and God not being able to love each other. In my old grandson's opinion, people may be weak, but their hearts are full of light. And this world is the world of all races. No one is more noble than anyone else. The demon race hides in the deep mountains and eats the sun and drinks the dew. The human race settles in the fields and works at sunrise. The gods may be high and mighty, but they are still a part of this world. If there were no gods to regulate the whole world, there would be many disasters in this world. There would be floods, droughts, fires, and so on. And if there are no more people, the gods are broken and cannot remain high. Other races have their own roles to play in this world. Monkey's eyes twinkled. It was as if he had seen that barbaric era through the 10,000 miles of river, when the heavens and earth had first opened up, when everything grew, and when countless innate beings flourished in this world, finally determining their own positions. Countless races have made the world what it is now. With these words, he said that Yang Chan froze. She'd never thought of it that way. The gods were high and mighty, something that had been burned into her brain. But in Monkey's language, the gods and goddesses are just a part of keeping the world going, not special at all, and even needing the offerings of the human race. But she couldn't pick out the faults in that statement. But for some reason, another phrase suddenly came to her mind. People and demons can't love each other. This is a phrase widely circulated among cultivators in the mortal realm. Doesn't it sound similar to the fact that humans and gods can't fall in love with each other? On her way to be hunted down, she had also heard of a golden mountain temple in which a presiding officer named Fa Hai was the most revered of the words, and wherever someone fell in love with a demonic spirit, he would take the person back to be sensitized with Buddhist scriptures. If only the world was really like you say it is, Jan Chan muttered. The sound is very small. Monkey's ears twitched, but he didn't hear too well. What did you say? Nothing. Jan Chan shook her head. By the way, did you come up with all this stuff on your own? Not really. Monkey scratched his head and said, as I've said before, strange ideas are always popping into my head. and this is one of them. Oh, Yang Chan responded, not speaking. She didn't say anything, and Monkey wasn't really interested in talking to her. In his opinion, talking to Yang Chan was not as interesting as catching lice on his body, even though he didn't have any lice on his body. A few moments later, what are your plans for the future? Yang Chan suddenly said. Of course it's to become a man who wants to stand on top like your brother. Monkey hemmed and hawed. When I learn the method of longevity, gain divine powers, and cultivate mana, I'll go back to the mountain of flowers and fruits. The mountain of flowers and fruits? It's my home. I'm the Monkey King there. The Monkey King of the waterfall cave on Mount Huagua. Monkey King? Jen-chan bared her teeth and laughed. While Monkey looks okay, with human aesthetics, and the word beauty clearly don't go together. Right. I'm considered a jade tree among the monkeys of Mount Huagua. When I just popped out of the stone, Lao Sun, was with this face, mixed into the monkey's inside, and after that, by being the first to enter the waterfall cave, I became this Monkey King. This title is not self-appointed by Old Sun. Rather, the monkeys and grandchildren, gave it to my old grandson. Monkey's eyes were full of memories. It's been a long time since I've been back, and I wonder how those monkeys are doing? I promised them that I would learn the art of eternal life, so that every one of them, monkeys, would live forever and never die again. Yang Chan looked at the naive monkey and was suddenly a little touched. She was about to say something when she did. The door to the room opened. Lin Fong poked his head in towards the inside and said, it's not that I want to disturb you guys, but the ancestor is here, and I think it's inconvenient to have him waiting outside. Bump! He was then hit by something. The door to the room opened wide. Ancestor Bodhi's figure appeared in the doorway, his expression still solemn, as usual. Seeing this, Monkey quickly got up and bowed towards the ancestor. Apprentice, thank you for your ancestor's help. Ancestor Bodhi glanced at him, then at Yang Chan on the side, and suddenly opened his hand, suspending a golden talisman in his palm. Did you draw this? Monkey looked at the talisman and a playful smile immediately appeared on his face. Hey, this was indeed drawn by my apprentice. How did it get into Master's hands? Master, give it back to me. He reached for the talisman, but it was taken back by Ancestor Bodhi with a flip of his hand. Then do you know the name of this talisman? Monkey scratched his head. Could think it's called some kind of Poly-Yang transformation talisman. Apprentice also saw it occasionally in the Tibetan scripture cabinet, and then thought that this talisman could be stored in the dantian, and the more the number, the more powerful it is, which is not bad, so I thought of using it as a base card. Ancestor Bodhi looked at him again. You've learned everything in the cache? Monkey shook his head honestly. No, the hidden scripture pavilion is packed with thousands of things, and an ordinary person who goes in there and learns for 30 to 50 years may not be able to learn all the things inside. Although my disciple is a little smart, he doesn't have such a natural talent. Old Master Bodhi was very satisfied with Monkey's modesty and continued. Then how many % of those spells have you actually learned? 99%. The smile on Monkey's face grew even wider. Bodhi Dharma. So do you want to go into the cache once more? Monkey. Hey, Master. Disciple, this is not for you to joke. How you still take it seriously? This cannot be done really. Cannot be done really. But Ancestor Bodhi didn't look like he was joking. Granted. The cause and responsibility for this is not yours. You saved Yang Chan, so you have made a merit. But you fought with that tiger spirit, and beat the Lingtai mountain in a pandemonium. How many flowers and plants died because of you? That's why the master felt compelled to punish. Monkey was in a daze. You can still play like that? It's true that a master is a master, and an apprentice can never play with a master. While Lin Fong heard these words, he had a twinkle in his eye. Is this because Monkey is too weak and is planning to upgrade him to a lower level? Or do you see something wrong between Monkey and Yang Chan and plan to break up the lovebirds? Or both? Lin Fong's eyes became deep as he looked at Old Man Bodhi. If it's the former, that's fine, but if it's the latter, doesn't that mean that Bodhi Laozu still knows about the plot of the Pauline lamp? Then he looked at Monkey again. Ugh, don't listen to the little turtle, and this is not retribution. Let's get you laid. Lin Fong moved his limbs, looked at the sky, counted the time, and felt that if he set off now, he should be able to get to the pool before dark. Little turtle, come along too. Lin Fong stepped away, Lake slightly stopped and turned his head to see Old Man Bodhi looking his way with a kind face. Pit me again? Following Monkey on his way to the hidden scripture pavilion, Lin Fong could never figure out what he was doing by putting himself in there. Couldn't Old Man Bodhi be planning to give himself a promotion as well? It's not like he needs it. Is there a way to screw yourself? Lin Fong felt that this possibility was high, very high. While he was thinking about it, he heard Monkey's voice from above come through as well. Brother Lin Fong, when you say that the ancestor let me enter this Tibetan scripture pavilion, Shouldn't he be wanting me to learn more? But I'm done learning. And why pull a punish name? Can't figure it out. About this, Lin Feng had some guesses. It shouldn't be time yet. Although he didn't know why it was like this. In the journey to the west, Grandmaster Bodhi hung Monkey out to dry for 7 years before teaching him anything. And in combining that with what Grandmaster Bodhi was doing now, he suspected that it wasn't that Grandmaster Bodhi didn't want to teach, but that he couldn't. Not until then? Again, Monkey didn't quite get it. I've heard it said that when a master selects a disciple, he always examines him for a period of time. Maybe the ancestor isn't satisfied with you yet, but he's worried that something will happen to you in the future. So he's giving you a small opening. Monkey scratched his head, still a little confused in his eyes. Is that so? It must be like that. Lin Feng patted Monkey's furry chest. Ancestor can have any bad thoughts. He's just worried about us. That's right. Monkey nodded. Ancestor could have something bad in mind. The two men laughed and moved on. Monkey was genuinely happy, while Lin Feng was sneering. When the two arrived, the stone lion at the entrance revealed a smile upon seeing the two. Again? Miss us so soon? Monkey, Lin Feng. The lioness on the side glared at her own male lion and laughed towards the two. Immortal Master Sun, don't be general with him. He's been here for a long time and wants to say more when he sees someone. The ancestor has already explained it down. So you can go in now. No one will disturb you for these 3 months. Monkey gave a hug toward the two men. Then I'll be obliged to you both. Immortal Master Sun is too polite. This is all what we should do. You guys just stay inside. We will definitely watch it to death. The lioness said smilingly. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. That's not nearly as good as the previous one. The gate opened slowly. The two of them walked into the long-awaited cache before the door snapped shut. Looking at the closed door, Monkey pulled Lin Feng out of his arms and placed him on one shoulder. Let's go inside. It's going to be boring this time when it's 3 months in a row. Lin put on his shoulders and stood firmly, picking at his clothes with his nails. Then said, Monkey, are there a lot of spells in this hidden scripture? It's a lot. Lin Feng's eyes all began to glow as he said. Then, Brother Monkey, can you teach me? Sure. Can you learn it? Though, Monkey looked at Lin Feng with some confusion. Lin Feng looked at him defiantly and said, there's still no spell in this world that I can't learn. There's only spells that I don't want to learn. The system is in your possession and you have no fear. The hanging wall was actually myself. Pretty confident. Monkey scratched his head, thinking that Lin Feng had learned the ancestor's great piece of heavenly immortal technique before and had comprehended it earlier than even he had. It was just that his progress afterward had been a bit slow, but the natural talent and enlightenment should be pretty good. He had learned all of these spells, not that he wouldn't be able to teach them. Then I'll teach you some. So what do you want to learn? Lin Feng thought about it for a while and said, wind riding technique, flying technique, air dancing technique. Anyway, as long as you can fly and don't have to be walking on 4 legs. Monkey was going to say that running on 4 legs isn't slow, but he suddenly thought of Lin Feng's 4 little short legs, so he swallowed the words back down. Then you can learn the transported man. Transported man? It's the 5 elements transportation technique and the yin-yang transportation technique, which allows you to vanish into the 5 elements of yin and yang. And you can also use the transportation technique to manipulate the 5 elements and cast some spells, but they're all just small spells that aren't worth mentioning. Can that fly? Lin Feng was most concerned about this right now. I can't, but it's not a problem to travel. And the 5 elements of the recluse art is more suitable for life preservation. If you learn the yin and yang recluse art, it's even more secretive. I remember that you don't have a very strange natural aptitude. You're talking about a reality shift? Yeah, that's the one. Monkey grinned. The principle of the 5 elements transportation technique is to take one's own 5 elements and use the flow of the 5 elements of heaven and earth to achieve the effect of shifting one's position. I was thinking that if it was combined with that natural aptitude of yours, it should work well. Lin Feng thought about it and said, then learn this. Monkey laughed even harder. Brother Lin Feng, don't worry. Learning this definitely won't let you down. I can give you a guarantee. After saying that, he pushed the door of the room of the hidden scripture pavilion open. It was still empty inside, with countless books neatly arranged on the shelves. It seems like it's quite a bit bigger than the last time I came here. Monkey looked at the hidden scripture pavilion in front of him and said with some doubt, let's go in. Lin Feng said. Monkey walked into the middle of the hidden scriptures and casually flipped through the books on the shelves. Soon, he found the book that recorded the 5 elements transportation technique. This is the book. Monkey handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the words that looked like earthworms crawling in front of him and couldn't understand any of them. This should be an ancient seal. Can you read? Lin Feng shook his head and said, why don't you read it to me? Monkey, I think I should be able to learn it if I listen to it a few times. It's okay. Monkey opened the book and began to read aloud. Lin Fong immediately entered hang-up mode. Ding! The host is in hang mode. Ding! The host is listening to Sun Wukong's narration of the 5 elements transportation technique and is in the process of automatically comprehending it. Ding! 5 elements transportation technique comprehension plus 1% it really can. Lin Fong immediately put his heart down. Monkey read aloud the 5 elements of transportation carefully, and soon finished all of the book. He looked toward Lin Fong. Ding! Comprehension terminated. Skill, 5 elements transportation, skin. Comprehension interrupted by 18%. Lin Fong detached himself from the hanging mode. He glanced at the system. It's okay. According to this, if you recite it 6 times, you will be able to completely comprehend the 5 elements transportation technique. Well, I feel like I've comprehended quite a lot of things, so if I do it 5 or 6 more times, I should almost be able to get started, and after that I'll be able to practice on my own. Then I'm reciting it 5 times. Monkey began to recite again. Lin Fong hurriedly entered hang-up mode again. Ding! The host is listening to Sun Wukong's narration of the 5 elements transportation technique and is in the process of automatically comprehending it. Monkey recited the 5 elements of transportation 5 times in a row before stopping. He looked at Lin Fong expectantly. How do you feel about yourself now? Lin Fong looked at the system. Skill, 5 elements transportation, introductory, plus, it feels so good. Skill activation. Lin Fong's body turned into a stream of light and drilled into the ground and disappeared. Instead, in Monkey's eyes, a very distinct curve of energy could be seen, constantly traveling through the dirt as if it were a fish swimming in the water. The Earth Escape Technique. Brother Lin Fong, you've really learned. Snap! Lin Fong's body popped out of the ground. Monkey, I told you I'm gifted, and my enlightenment is unprecedented. You still don't believe it. Humph! Lin Fong hummed arrogantly. Monkey scratched his head and said, Oh brother Lin Fong, then can you try to use the 5 elements transportation technique after opening your natural aptitude? That one was never tried. When Lin Fong said he would do it, his body once again burrowed into the ground. Only this time, with Monkey's eyesight, it was hard to see clearly where Lin Fong was. Oh sure enough. Alright, brother Lin Fong, you can come out now. Lin Fong popped out of the dirt once more, deactivating the virtual reality conversion mode in the process. Monkey, what's wrong? It's nothing. It's just that brother Lin Fong's natural aptitude in conjunction with the 5 elements escape technique is really a top spell for stealthy escapes. Even I couldn't detect your whereabouts just now. Even you can't see it? Lin was relieved. Monkey's eyes that are on fire. Even if he hadn't walked in the old lord's alchemy furnace yet, his insight was still very strong. If even he couldn't detect it, then Lin Fong's 5 elements transportation technique, it would already be able to avoid most of the probing methods in this world. Then won't you be able to go wherever you want from now on? Lin Fong was happy. At the same time, he was genuinely grateful to Monkey who had handed him the 5 elements transportation technique. Monkey, thank you so much. No need. We are brothers. Monkey he smile, full of care waved his hand and said, and I didn't do anything. It's just that last time I saw this 5 elements transportation technique, I think it's very suitable for you. Turns out Monkey thought of me last time. Lin Fong was even more moved. Well, Monkey, we'll always be brothers. Hey. Monkey heatedly smiled and said, you familiarize yourself with the 5 elements transportation technique first. I'm going to read for a while. This time the ancestor didn't punish me for copying the scriptures, so I can have enough time to read. Lin Fong obediently found a corner to lie down. He opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fong race, Genta cultivation level, Dan forming realm, plus, mental technique, Great Pin celestial immortal technique, introductory, plus, skills, 5 elements of transportation, introductory, plus, natural avatar, alternation of reality and void points, 7684 universal points, 4867 system evaluation. Congratulations on finally evolving from a 6-0 product to a 6-something product. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Although you are still a defenseless small cricket to this world, the system is as toxic as ever. However, Lin Fong was in a good mood, especially when he looked at the 2 columns of points and universal points on the system panel. He suddenly had the feeling of $1 million wrapped around him. After a moment of self-indulgence, Lin Fong focused on those 3 plus signs. A plus sign had appeared since the last time the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique was initiated. And now that the 5 elements transportation technique was initiated, another plus sign had appeared. That most likely meant that as long as it was an introductory skill, Lin Fong would be able to upgrade it with universal points. After all, universal points are everything, but he didn't have many universal points in his hand. The last time he broke through from the late stage of Yundan to the Chengdan realm, he had used 2,000 points. This breakthrough was definitely going to be more than 2,000 points, and after the breakthrough, he wasn't sure if he could still break through with the remaining 2. Moreover, the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique, as a technique imparted by the ancestor, was equally not bad. That's a lot of cardinal points compared to what's needed. If he did the math like that, although he had close to 5,000 universal points, he couldn't afford to use them at all. 3 choices? Lin Feng's eyes swept over the 3 for a few moments. In the end, he decided to choose the Great Peace of Heavenly Immortal Technique, because it was the ancestor's technique, and even more so, the technique Monkey practiced, so he definitely couldn't go wrong by choosing this one. Universal points -2, 500. The Great Heavenly Immortal Technique has broken through to the minor achievement realm. Lin Feng's head hurt. Countless knowledge appeared as if out of thin air, forcibly uplifting his comprehension of the Great Heavenly Immortal Technique. It took a while before he could barely digest the knowledge. Lin Feng looked at Monkey. Monkey was sitting on the ground with his knees crossed, holding a book in his hand and a quill pen pinned to his ear, scratching his ears and shaking his head in a mesmerized manner. Lin Feng didn't disturb him, moving his somewhat stiff body, and plopped down once more. I'm sure it's still the same old thing. Hang hard. All-purpose points are king. Everything else is just talk. However, before entering the hang-up, he pulled out another Yuan Lingdan and took it. The double experience card could not be wasted. There are still plenty of points left anyway. System, hang on. Ding. You have turned on the hanging mode. The system will temporarily take over your body. You will be unable to act for the time being. The system will automatically absorb the heaven and earth aura for you. And when danger comes, you will automatically exit the hanging system. The system's voice came again. Lin Feng, on the other hand, yawned and quickly entered dreamland. The Great Peace of Heavenly Immortal Technique operated on its own. The aura in the surrounding space was madly surging towards Lin Feng's direction, and the amount of aura was increasing. And the aura that was too late to be absorbed formed a layer of auric mist that drifted around Lin Feng. From a distance, it looked as if an immortal beast was gulping down clouds with auspicious clouds accompanying it. Monkey, who was reading, noticed the unusual flow of aura in the space. He raised his head and glanced towards Lin Feng's side. Brother Lin Feng has actually already cultivated the Great Heavenly Immortal Technique to the minor achievement realm. This enlightenment is indeed strong. No wonder he was able to comprehend the 5 elements transportation technique so quickly. He withdrew his eyes and continued to enroll in the book. At that moment, the Bodhi ancestor who was peering into the room and watching every move in the Tibetan scripture pavilion was shocked. Unlike Monkey, as the founder of the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique, he was well aware of Lin Feng's realm. Although Lin Feng had comprehended the Great Heavenly Immortal Technique during the first lecture, his progress wasn't considered fast, and he had only barely gotten started after 3 lectures, although the speed was already fast compared to other disciples. But it was much slower than the Monkey King. It was just that how could he not expect that Lin Feng had only just started and actually became a minor success so quickly? Wasn't even listening to him preach. It doesn't make sense. The ancestor was puzzled in his mind at this time. He couldn't figure out how Lin Feng's Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique was progressing so quickly. And then there's that 5-element recluse. Can a technique that can be included in his hidden scriptures be simpler? He actually got started after only 6 listens. Lin Feng had no idea about the spying of the Bodhi ancestor. He was still hanging out peacefully, and the Bodhi ancestor continues to peer in. Part of the reason why Lin Feng and Monkey were locked up together this time was because they wanted to see what Lin Feng would do without outsiders, so that he could determine Lin Feng's purpose for coming to Ling Tai Mountain. A little bit of time just went by. By the time Lin placed in woke up, it was already the next morning. He slept for a full day. Monkey had woken up by now, and after a night of cultivation, his cultivation had refined a bit more, and he was one step closer to the earth immortal realm. Lin Feng yawned and stretched his 4 little short legs out towards the surroundings. When he had moved his muscles, he opened the system panel. Universal points, 3964. Just one night's cultivation had actually caused his universal points to approach the 4,000 mark once again. Lin Feng did a rough calculation. This hangout had allowed him to reap a full 1,600 plus universal points. The harvest cannot be small. This was in addition to the bonus of the Great Peace of Heavenly Immortal Technique, the doubled effect of the Yuan Lingdan, and the spiritual light that Monkey had pulled over from last night's cultivation were the reasons why he had reaped so many mana points. Cultivation level, Chengdan Realm, plus, Heart Technique, Great Heavenly Immortal Technique, Minor Completion, Skill, 5 Elements Transportation, Introductory, plus, it's amazing that mind tricks can't be added on. Lin Feng was a bit surprised, but then after thinking about it, he felt that it was quite reasonable. The Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique was after all a technique passed down from his ancestor. If it was so easy to cultivate, then there would be something wrong with it. Definitely gets more esoteric the further back you go. It's nice to have a way to do it without having to practice. His eyes then wandered back and forth over the 2+ signs of the 5 elements transportation technique in the Chengdan realm. Which one to choose? Lin Fong was once again in thought. In the end, he decided to break through his cultivation to the spirit sea realm. 5 elements of transportation cried out. Lin Fong's idea was simple. It was the same idea he had before. After breaking through to the spirit sea realm, he would be able to store more spiritual energy, and his natural aptitude would be able to be used better, on more powerful skills, and longer-lasting blue bars. He decisively chose the blue bar. Lin Fong's consciousness tapped on the column of cultivation. 3000 off the universal point. The realm has broken through to the spirit sea first sky. Instantly, that unspeakable, but incomparably familiar power surged out of his body once more. It was as if an endless power transformed his body, forcibly opening up a space in his body that was similar to a dantian, but fundamentally different. The space is expanding. Soon, it went from being a small pond to a small lake, and at this point that mysterious power was already showing signs of fatigue, some of which was followed by a lack of strength. However, Lin Fong could see that the spirit sea that he had opened up still had room for expansion, and this room was not small. He was not willing to just open up a small lake. Lin Fong then began to spontaneously run the great heavenly immortal technique. Countless amounts of spiritual energy entered his body, and after being purified by the Jindan, it was transformed into pure spiritual energy that participated in the transformation of the spirit sea. This was the first time Lin Fong had broken through a realm through his own power. It's rusty though. However, under the vastness of the sea of spiritual power, the mysterious power that had originally shown fatigue gradually regained vitality. With the efforts of both forces, the small lake was widened little by little and turned into a big lake. Lin Fong, however, still felt that there was still a possibility of getting bigger, but at this point, whether it was his power or the power of the system, it was already a bit backed up, and the breakthrough was nearing its end. Ding! Is it time to consume all the remaining almighty points to continue the breakthrough? Suddenly, the system voice came. Lin Fong looked at the remaining 964 universal points, and he decisively chose to agree. Universal points could still be earned when they were gone, but if this opportunity for a breakthrough was missed, it would really be gone in the future. The cardinal points on the system panel quickly disappeared, and the mysterious power, which was still weak afterward, was suddenly like a chicken blood. The spirit sea that was as vast as a large lake continued to expand towards the outside. After a few moments, it had already taken the shape of a sea, and as far as the eye could see, Lin Fong's spirit sea was boundless, not knowing how long it was, not knowing how wide it was. But that's not even the sea. Lin Fong could clearly feel that his spirit sea was still the last little bit away from being complete. But it was this little bit of distance that was like a mote at this point. The mysterious power began to fade at this moment. Lin Fong no longer had any extra universal points, and the spiritual energy he himself had converted with the great piece of heavenly immortal skill into it was like a drop in the bucket. Even though he kept converting his spiritual energy, it still wasn't the least bit useful. One could only watch as the speed of the spirit sea's expansion gradually slowed down, while the borders around the spirit sea began to solidify. Once the curing was complete, Lin Fong would not be able to expand a bit. What's going on? Cold. It wasn't like Lin Fong was the main character. There is only one main character in this world, and that is Monkey. He was just an ordinary person who crossed over with good luck. Even if he got the system, it was impossible for him to replace Monkey and become the protagonist of this world. Not being the protagonist, he was faced with a situation where there was no chance of an accident. There won't suddenly be some carry-around, but unassuming item that will suddenly make a big impact and cross this final threshold for him. It wouldn't be possible for a high-ranking person to suddenly come running over, see his problem at a glance, and in the spirit of lifting up the latecomers and the fine virtue of being willing to help others, transmit a massive amount of spiritual energy for him. Never mind. This is actually good. It is said that when the moon is full, it loses, and when it flourishes, it declines, and that one must not seek too much fulfillment in all things. Lin Fong looked at the gradually solidifying spirit sea and finally decided to give up. Though reluctant, he really had no recourse, but at this very moment, a pair of large furry hands covered Lin Fong's turtle shell, and a special golden spiritual energy erupted from the palms of the hands, pouring into Lin Fong's body. Ding! External spiritual power sensed. Ding! Spiritual power is harmless. Ding! Feeling that spiritual power is helping the host to expand his spiritual sea. Please prepare the host. The system's voice echoed continuously in Lin Fong's ears. Lin Fong hadn't yet figured out why the system was telling him to get ready, and immediately after a soft sound rang out in his body. The sound was very faint, but it caused his entire body to jolt. Lin Fong's divine soul was shaken to the point of being unsteady. In an instant, his mind went blank, completely losing the ability to think, and in his body, the spirit sea that had gradually solidified was forcibly expanded by more than double. and finally exploded completely, transforming into an infinite sea. The invisible barriers were reinforcing, and finally became completely solid. Monkey withdrew his hand. Ding! The host has broken through the spirit sea realm, perfection. The number of universal points required for the breakthrough has increased. The system voice came once more. Lin Feng, however, had no time to care as he was carefully feeling the power within his body. Lin Feng felt the power within his body. The opening of the Sea of Spirit made his perception of aura more pronounced, and his body was further strengthened. Now, even if he didn't rely on his feats and system hang-ups, he could slowly guide the aura in the space into his body slowly just by relying on his perception of spiritual energy. But it's much less efficient than system hang-ups and the great piece of heavenly immortal technique. Lin Feng didn't care about that. He was currently using his mind to feel the aura in the space around him. Ever since Lin Feng had seen the entire world from the perspective of aura after his last breakthrough, this was the second time he had entered this state again, and it's much clearer to see than last time. Watching the richwood aura slowly flow through the building of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Look at the earth aura settling down in the walls. These auras in nature were not pure enough, and their structure was scattered. Yet they were rich in vitality, so they were much inferior to spiritual energy that was immensely pure and had a stable structure. But Reiki is more energizing than spiritual energy. As far as the eye could see, almost all of the aura was flowing. Even the precipitated earth aura was moving slowly, but rhythmically. Lin Feng suddenly lowered his head and looked at the dark blue spiritual energy that was slowly flowing in his body. It was a high-quality water spiritual energy with the characteristic of yin and cold. The great piece of heavenly immortal technique is neutral and calm. It will produce different spiritual powers according to the different physiques of the practitioners. As a Xian turtle, he had cultivated this water spirit power with yin and cold qualities that could freeze his enemies. Then he looked toward the side again. Almost stung my eyes. Monkey's body was covered in golden light, and his whole body was like a golden lump. It was the purest Gangjin power, regardless of quantity, purity, or energy quality. Monkey could finish off Lin Feng by a few blocks. That's sick. When will I ever have this much energy? Lin Feng had a face of envy. Monkey looked at Lin Feng, who was suddenly staring at him with a face of envy and drooling, and scratched his head, not quite understanding what he was trying to do. Brother Lin Feng, what's wrong with you? No, it's fine. Lin Feng came back to his senses and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. So how are you feeling now? Monkey asked with concern. He had just suddenly noticed that Lin Feng's state was abnormal, and seeing that he was at the point of breakthrough but had no strength to follow through, he kindly pushed him, not knowing if it was going to matter or not. After all, what was in his body was the power of Gangjin, and what was in Lin Feng's body was water spirit power. Even though gold begets water, no one can say if it will be a problem or not. I'm fine. Lin Feng detached himself from that state, moved his body, and an infinite amount of power surged within his body. It's just an illusion though, but he thought he could knock over a cow at once. That's good. Monkey dropped his heart. Seeing that Lin Feng was still familiarizing himself with the realm, Monkey didn't bother him anymore, but continued to read his own book, accompanied by lying on the ground with one foot cocked in the air, one hand propped up his head, the other holding a book. Lin Feng, on the other hand, found a corner and felt the movement of spiritual energy in his body. With the spiritual sea, the spiritual energy that was originally in the Dantian flowed down the meridians and towards the spiritual sea. In the spirit sea that was as wide as the sea, spirit power converged little by little. Soon, a small pool of water formed, but compared to the almost considered boundless spirit sea, it was simply like a drop in the bucket. Lin Feng did some calculations and felt that just to fill up this spirit sea, he would need almost 7 or 8 days of effort to cultivate without sleep. And this was still in a feng shui treasure like Lingtai Mountain. If it were placed among the secular under the mountain, this time would surely have to be extended indefinitely. Is there any faster way? Lin Feng was caught up in thought. 7 or 8 days is too long. Moreover, he had only opened up one spirit sea now, and he had to open up a total of 9. If the remaining 8 were all of this quality as well, it would take a long time, and a lot of energy, just to store these spirit seas to full capacity each time. Lin Feng obviously didn't have so much time to spend on storing spiritual energy. Got that time? Hang on, don't you? A moment later, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Why do I suddenly have a sense of vestigial vision? For some reason, this question he was asking now always gave him the feeling that he had seen the same situation there, and still have seen a lot of this. Is that where it was seen? Lin Feng muttered. Then it suddenly occurred to him that in the novels he read in his previous life, the protagonist was too deep, causing the energy required for cultivation to be much higher than others, and it didn't happen to be very similar to his current situation. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It's fiction, but it might work. He started thinking again about all those fictional protagonists and how they solved this problem. Then he realized that those protagonists were hard-packed. After experiencing several adventures, a large number of strange encounters were obtained. And relying on these strange encounters, those bit protagonists hardened their impossible breakthrough cultivation levels. Although Lin Fong didn't have any strange encounters, but he has a system. Lin Fong opened the system mall. In an instant, a wide array of goods appeared in front of him. He was now sitting on more than 7,000 points. And although he couldn't afford those things that he knew were powerful as soon as he heard their names, he could still afford some of the things that he could use at this stage. Soon he found an item at the right price. Spirit Source Pill can restore a large amount of spirit energy, available at the Spirit Sea realm. Price, 500 The price wasn't cheap, but for Lin Fong now, it was a very good deal. He didn't have that much time to build up his spiritual energy little by little. Lin Fong redeemed one and swallowed it. A little bitter. I don't know why in other novels, the elixir tastes so good that it is simply delicious to the extreme. And the flavor of each one to him is very difficult to describe. Not awful, but definitely not good either. Lin Fong swallowed the elixir, and then the medicinal power was transformed into spiritual power in his body. This spiritual energy could easily be transformed by the Jin Dan with hardly a little difficulty. The Golden Dan was running at full power. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged into the spiritual sea. Soon enough, the small pool of water turned into a lake. And finally, only after half of the entire spirit sea was filled with spiritual energy did it gradually stop. Seeing this, Lin Fong decisively ate another one. 1,000 points just gone. But it saved him several days of hard cultivation, allowing his spirit sea to completely build up its spiritual power. The moment the spiritual energy overflowed, the entire spiritual sea was agitated. The originally quiet spiritual energy began to rise and fall like a tidal wave. And in the process, the surrounding spiritual energy began to swarm into his body. It was only after he stopped running his gongfu that his spirit sea gradually regained its calmness. The spirit sea actually has such a function? Lin Fong was a bit surprised. At the same time, he had a new understanding of why the Spirit Sea realm was called the Spirit Sea realm. It's so bad that this Grandpa Turtle didn't tell me. Rinpoche muttered. Just how did he know that what Grandpa Turtle had opened up was nothing more than a few small ponds of water? And even if they were bobbing around, they would only be making some waves, and would not be able to reach the level of pulling in spiritual energy at all. He looked at the system panel. Name, Lin Fong. Race, Genta Cultivation, Spirit Sea First Heaven, Perfect, Mental Technique, Great Grade Heavenly Immortal Technique, Small Success, Skill, 5 Elements Transportation, Introductory, Natural Avatar, Alternation of Reality and Void Points, 6684 Universal Points, 0 System Evaluation, Spirit Sea Realm. Little Demon. You may be able to dominate in the mundane world, but you're just a younger brother in Spirit Terrace Mountain. Ugh, hard work for a little over half a month, and then back to liberation. That's too much of a misspend of 1,000,000 points. This was the first time he had completely zeroed out his almighty points after coming to Spirit Platform Mountain, leaving nothing at all. But feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body, Lin Fong felt it was worth it. After all, the length of the blue bar determined his durability, and a man had to be durable. It's time to start saving up for the universal points again. Lin Fong stretched his back, turned the system panel off. System, hang on. Ding. You have turned on the hanging mode. The system will temporarily take over your body. You will be unable to act for the time being. The system will automatically absorb the heaven and earth aura for you. And when danger comes, you will automatically exit the hanging system. The system's voice sounded again. The Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique slowly operated. Countless auras surged towards his body. The Jindan in his body also began to rotate non-stop, transforming the thin aura into thick spiritual energy. And the spiritual energy stored in the spiritual sea began to stir. More spiritual energy converged. Ding! Spiritual excitement is generated. Gaining universal points efficiency plus 0. 1 inch. Universal points plus 1. 1 inch. A voice rang in Lin Fong's ears. And it works like this. Lin Fong froze. I didn't realize there was an unexpected joy here. This is good. 1 spirit sea will add 0. 1. Then 9 spirit seas together. Won't it add 0? 9. It's basically kind of doubled. If you were to hang out in the mountain pool, with the blitz effect, and the accelerating effect of the Great Peace of Heavenly Immortal Decree, wouldn't it be faster for him to gain spiritual power then? Beautiful. Lin Fong yawned and quickly entered dreamland. A little bit of time passed. At the end of the night, Monkey yawned, casually dropped the book in his hand, and sat up and stretched comfortably, a thundering sound of sinews in his body. He glanced at the sleeping Lin Fong on the side and began to meditate on his knees. The spiritual energy in the air then swarmed towards his body like sparrows returning to their nests. Countless auras wrapped around his body. It is detected that the environment the host is in is an aura-rich environment, and after 5 minutes of hanging out, he will enter the doubled reward state. Lin Feng's Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique, which was originally operating slowly, also began to operate frantically at this moment as if stimulated, and subtle fluctuations came from it, gradually aligning with the fluctuations emanating from Monkey's body. Monkey drove Lin Feng's breath in and out, and the spiritual light that had originally converged on Monkey's body also slowly approached towards Lin Feng. Universal points plus 2, 2-inch universal points plus 3, 3-inch universal points plus 4, 4-inch universal points plus 11, universal points plus 11. Monkey, who was running his gongfu, of course felt the aura that Lin put on to steal from him, but he didn't bother. It was too late to absorb all this aura anyway, coalescing in front of his body. It looked gorgeous and pretty, but it didn't do much good. There was no talk all night. Wait until the next morning. Lin Feng woke up from his sleep, his 4 short legs stretched out, and a soothing babble escaped his mouth before he stood up and shook his head. When his head cleared, he opened the system panel to check. Universal points, 2068. Well. Lin Feng stared at the system panel in front of him with his small green bean eyes wide and deadpan. Didn't look wrong. It's 2000. How come so many? Lin Feng was shocked. Yesterday it was clearly over 1,600. But how did it grow to 2,000 today? Can't figure it out. But it's a good thing. Lin Feng beautifully closed the system panel. According to this situation to continue, soon his cultivation will be able to once again usher in a breakthrough. He looked toward the surrounding area. Monkey was the same as he was yesterday, laying down wherever he was, sideways, and crossing his legs, with one hand resting on his head, one hand holding a book, and a quill pen clipped to his ear. Every now and then, Monkey has to scratch his butt twice. Lin Feng looked at it for a while and got down again. It was boring in this Tibetan scripture pavilion, and there was no way for him to read a book to relieve his boredom like Monkey did. Only hang on. Hanging out makes people happy. Lin Feng once again entered hang-up mode. Monkey shook his head somewhat helplessly after taking a look. His brother is good at everything, except one thing. Too lazy. Just met that time. Still know to eat some of the fish he called before going to sleep. Now that the cultivation level had increased, there was no need to be eating. Simply sleep, sleep, sleep. All day long. The time spent awake didn't add up to half an hour, and the rest of the time was spent sleeping. But the cultivation was progressing at a rapid pace. If he had been diligent for a moment or two, he might have become immortal by now, right? Monkey looked at Lin Feng and scratched his head again. As he scratched and scratched, his stomach began to rumble incessantly. Monkey covered his stomach a bit helplessly. He had come to the Tibetan scripture pavilion for some days. He had been reading all the time. He didn't feel hungry, but just now, when he thought of the fish and meat that had come from the drifting sea, the cravings in his stomach started to stir. But there's nothing but books in here, so I can't be made to eat them, can I? Monkey was even more helpless. Logically speaking, with a cultivation level like his current one, he could already achieve the goal of eating the sun and drinking the dew, not eating the fire of the earth. But still, I feel hungry. It's not like you'll actually starve to death, but it's a bad feeling. Monkey was so upset by his stomach that he couldn't read, so he simply got up and walked out of the hidden scriptures. Outside the Bible pavilion was a neatly constructed white jade square, and in the square, 2 pools were constructed. In the middle of the pond, there are many lotus flowers, all of which are in full bloom at this time, as well as a lotus flower. And under the lotus flower, there is a big black fish, wandering in the pond. When Monkey saw this, he was just happy in his heart. First, I picked a couple of lotus pods from the pool and held them in my hand. Monkey took another look into the pool and saw that although these fish had an abundance of aura, they were still a bit short of opening their spirit. Master said that everything has a spirit, and those who open their minds have thoughts. This is not enlightened and is not considered an intelligent being, so I can't blame my old grandson. Monkey copped 2 large blackfish in his hand. As he was about to leave, it suddenly occurred to him that since there were lotus flowers and lotus pods, he thought that there must be lotus roots as well. So walked back again, started picking at the pond over and over. The original clear water pond. In a flurry of his pull, the water is all mixed up. The pool full of lotus is down. Drift, drift. When old man Bodhi saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. This monkey. When Lin Feng detached himself from the hangout, he suddenly smelled a very fragrant odor. It smells so good, what's it good for? No, it's so yummy. He subconsciously looked towards the surroundings, and his mouth was all full of saliva. It had been a while since he came here, although it was said that his cultivation had increased rapidly, and his body didn't need to eat. But as a traveler of the great celestial dynasty, Lin Feng was still a foodie by nature. The aroma of this long-lost food illuminated his foodie attributes. Lin Fong quickly noticed Monkey, who was squatting at the entrance of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, as well as the grilled fish in Monkey's hand. With an earth escape technique, he instantly moved in front of Monkey, popping out of the dirt. Lin Fong landed firmly on the ground. His eyes were dead set on the grilled fish in Monkey's hand, and after getting close to it, the distinctive fresh aroma of the fish made the cravings in his stomach even more rowdy, and his stomach grumbled along with it. Suck it, he gulped, then looked to Monkey. Brother, give me a bite. Monkey glanced at him from his crouch, and looking at the fish in his hand, which was nearly cooked, he graciously placed it in front of him. Here. Lin Fong immediately rejoiced. Thanks, Monkey. He couldn't wait to stretch his neck and take a bite towards the fish that was bigger than him. Then, he got burned. Ouch. So hot. So hot. Lin Fong immediately loosened his mouth. The little tongue spat out, kept flinging, saliva splashed all over the ground. The two little paws were still there, dog paddling, hands dancing. Seeing this, Monkey, who was squatting on the ground and continuing to grill the fish, his mouth also curled up into a smile. It was only after Lin Fong spat for a while that his little tongue finally stopped burning. Once again, he set his sights on the grilled fish. This time, learning from the previous lesson, he didn't rush his mouth, but blew on it first and waited to make sure it wasn't hot before taking a bite. Full of fish flavor. The delicate texture and light flavor of the fish explodes in your mouth all at once. It was so good that Lin Fong's eyes narrowed. He took a bite of the fish, his little tail wagging in happiness. After the fish were all swallowed, Lin Fong stared at the grilled fish in front of him with glowing eyes, then began to frantically gorge himself. Soon, a whole fish was eaten by him. Lin Fong patted the turtle shell with satisfaction. The only regret is that the feel of the turtle shell is not good, if it is shelved in the past when still a person. After eating and drinking, lying on the sofa and touching their own some small flab, but feel super good stomach, is also a kind of enjoyment. But, the fish is still missing some flavor. The flavors are on the lighter side, and even though it's grilled fish, it tastes a little like steamed. It would be nice to have some onions and ginger or something to deflavor it, and actually the best thing would be to put some barbecue seasoning on it. Lin Fong thought of those barbecue dishes in the night market stalls in the past. The ingredients weren't as good as this fish. One could even say it was a cloudy mess, but that cumin was really flavorful. Thinking of this, Lin Fong's mouth shed tears again without fighting. I also wonder if there's a seasoning like cumin here. Monkey looked at Lin put there to taste, and also looked like smacking his lips very greedy. The curiosity in his heart was hooked up. He put down the grilled fish in his hand and patted Lin Fong's turtle shell twice. Brother Lin Fong, what's that cumin you're talking about? It's delicious? Lin Fong turned his head to look at him, then said with an inscrutable face, this cumin isn't delicious, but he can give food a boost of flavor, especially barbecue type. Just touch a little bit. It's full of flavor. If you serve it with chile, the flavor is even more unmistakable. If you can add cumin and chili to this grilled fish, it will taste 100 times better. Monkey, you eat and want more. Lin Fong spoke vividly. Monkey listened with a craving, too, and kept gagging in his mouth. And do you know where you can find such things? Can't find it. Lin Fong said with some discouragement. This thing? I used to have a lot of it, whenever I wanted it, but now I don't have any at all. What about this? Cool. Lin Fong shrugged his shoulders. Monkey, however, was still a bit undeterred as he asked, you really can't find anything at all? Lin Fong shook his head, but as he shook it, his movements slowed, and the expression on his face became less absolute as a possibility occurred to him. I seem to have a bit more saved up. Monkey, I'll look for you. I'm not sure I'll find it. As soon as Monkey heard this, the loss on his face immediately turned into excitement, and the saliva in his mouth grew once more. There's no rush. There's no rush. Take your time finding it. And Lin Fong appeared to have opened his storage pouch, searching for something, but in reality, he opened the system mall instead. Since the things inside the system mall were all-encompassing, even the supreme magic treasures from many novels in his previous life, there might really be these worthless little things as well. Lin Yu sifted through the system mall, and it really made him look for it. Cumin, seasoning supplies, 1 pound, price, 0.1 points. System evaluation, I really didn't think you'd find this. Does cultivating immortality not smell as good as eating? Lin Fong, dry rice people, dry rice souls, dry rice are all people. System. The system shut itself down. Lin Fong joyfully exchanged a pound of cumin. Of course you can't have cumin alone. You also need chili powder, cooking oil, salt, onion, ginger, garlic, pots and pans, Orleans barbecue sauce, sriracha. As if Lin Fong had discovered a new continent, he bought and bought in the system mall. Like a tycoon, he came to order every single thing he could think of and bought them all. Anyway, the price was cheap and the quantity was still sufficient. Even if he purchased all of these things, It only cost him 2 points. The system is really a conscientious businessman. When Lin Fong placed these things in front of Monkey, Monkey was also confused. That's what you call a little bit more saved? That's a lot. Okay? He. I'm not afraid that I'll go out and starve. So I've brought just enough. And everything is still comprehensive. Lin Fong laughed, intending to budge through. Solitary Monkey didn't think much of it. And how does it all work? Monkey picked one out of the bag of ginger, sniffed it, and opened his mouth to take a bite. Then he froze. In Lin Fong's eyes, Monkey's body began to tremble unceasingly, and soon his face became unsightly, his eyes glowing with a hint of crystal. Crap! Monkey is actually crying. I actually made Monkey cry. I'm awesome. Bah! No! I'm done. Monkey wouldn't have killed and killed. Lin Fong panicked, especially after Monkey's face became more and more ugly. Monkey, calm down. In Lin Fong's terrified gaze, Monkey's 2 golden pupils were gradually covered in blood. Ah! Chewy! Monkey sneezed out a big sneeze. Lin Fong only felt a huge wind blowing by, and he was so scared that he ducked into the turtle shell. Only after the wind calmed down did he poke his head out of the turtle shell and saw that Monkey was rubbing his nose incessantly, seemingly choking on the ginger. Monkey, this stuff isn't for you to eat. It's flavored. Lin Fong hurriedly came over. He crawled over to the bag with the cumin in it, untied the string with his mouth, and then went to, this is the cumin. And that one over there is chili noodles. Monkey came up to the cumin again this time and sniffed it. Unsurprisingly, he sneezed once more, one after the other. Lin Fong was all helpless. I don't know why, but when Monkey saw anything new and strange, he would subconsciously sniff it with his nose, as if he was identifying the odor. But there are some things you really can't smell. Monkey sneezed and even sprayed Lin Fong in the face, so he started sneezing nonstop too, and the 2 of them had snot and tears running down their noses. It was only after a long while that the 2 turned back to the dirt and stopped, and one of them slumped down by the sink in the doorway, burying their heads in it. When the wash was almost done, he looked up. Brother Lin Fong, tell me honestly Lao Sun, that cumin is really spice? Yeah, I can guarantee that. Lin Fong's tone was sincere. This thing was indeed used to make spices. But who would have thought that Monkey wouldn't follow the rules? Monkey, this needs to be sprinkled on top of the grilled fish and the flavor will come out after a while. Monkey was a bit skeptical. Still, he grabbed a handful of cumin and sprinkled it on top of the grilled fish. Yes, that's it. It's okay to sprinkle more. The main thing is to sprinkle it well so the flavor comes out better. Lin Fong, on the other hand, was already looking forward to it. This grilled fish was so good with nothing on it. It would have tasted great with cumin. With the cumin sprinkled down, under the scorching fire, the fat in the fish meat penetrated out, and the fat and cumin intertwined together. A wonderful fragrance, along with the nuisance of the fish meat wafted out. Monkey sniffed and drooled involuntarily from his mouth. Gulp! It smells so good. Lin Fong smelled the familiar cumin flavor, and his saliva couldn't stop secreting and flowing out. Monkey, brush the oil and sprinkle the chili noodles. Seeing that the fish was almost ready, Lin Fong hurriedly urged it on. Monkey, under his guidance, clumsily brushed the fish with a layer of olive oil, then sprinkled the chili pepper evenly on one side. The roasted fish at this time was already very similar to the roasted fish in Lin Fong's memory already. It's also missing the scallions and sesame seeds. Even if the scallions are fine, why did you forget to redeem the sesame seeds? This would definitely smell better with sesame seeds. Lin Fong had some regrets, and the grilled fish in Monkey's hand was already grilled by now. He looked at the steaming hot grilled fish and smelled the aroma emanating from the grilled fish. His whole body was so hungry that he couldn't wait to take a bite. Monkey's eyes lit up and he took another bite. When Lin Fong heard the commotion, Monkey had already eaten half of the grilled fish. He was immediately anxious. Monkey, give me a bite. Just one. Monkey tore off the remaining half and handed it to him. Then he wolfed down the remaining half, and all that overflowed from those golden eyes was satisfaction. It's so good. It was the first time he had ever eaten something so delicious. It was numb and spicy, and had a very different aroma. And after a few bites, it felt like my tongue was going to be numbed off. But there was a very weird and smooth feeling that made the monkey want to eat more. Lin Fong looked at the large piece of bubbling, fragrant grilled fish in front of him, and he hurriedly took a large bite. That long-lost flavor turned him on, bite after bite. He didn't stop even when his little tongue was burned and spiced to the point of unconsciousness. Soon a grilled fish was split between 2 people. Monkey was sitting on the ground with a soothing look on his face, with a fish splinter in his mouth, reminiscing about the deliciousness he had just experienced. Lin Fong, on the other hand, was lying on his back, his 2 little short legs symbolically patting the turtle shell. Alas! I wonder when I'll be able to transform. It's just too inconvenient with these little short legs. Monkey turned his head his way. Brother Lin Fong, I didn't see that you actually still know how to cook, and it's also so delicious. That grilled fish just now. It's really the best thing I've ever eaten on a regular basis. That's not an exaggeration. Since he was born, Monkey has eaten wild fruits from the mountains. Of course it's not as good as Lin Fong's barbecue. Lin Fong was praised by Brother Monkey. That heart couldn't be any happier. A face full of smiles. He was very dejected. Monkey, I tell you this is nothing. You are not eaten other. Think of that: the plum vegetable buckle meat, brine cook fire roast, fried cake, small fried meat, snail powder, mutton soup. That's all a masterpiece. Hearing that there was so much more to eat, Monkey's throat moved and his mouth watered once more. So do you do it all? Monkey looked at Lin Fong with an expectant expression. Only this time Lin Fong made an expression of love. If it was in the past, Lin Fong might have been able to imagine ways to make some of the delicious ones from his previous life. But now his entire turtle wasn't as big as the bowl of snail powder. A coquettish woman can't cook without rice, and I just know how to do it. And really, if I were to do it, this body type wouldn't allow it. Monkey looked at his tiny form and deflated. Seeing this, Lin Fong comforted. Monkey, don't be discouraged. Although I can't make those things, but we still have fish. I can make these things for you in different ways. It's guaranteed to be both delicious and not too heavy. Monkey's eyes lit up. Really, Brother Monkey? Can I still lie to you? Lin Fong gave him a slightly aggrieved blank look. Monkey immediately cheered up. No lie. No lie. Let's do it quickly. All right. Lin Fong saw his monkey-like appearance. His heart was a little amused. The monkey at this time was really naive and cute, not at all wanting to be the later monkey that fought in heaven and earth. Monkey grabbed Lin Fong up as soon as he could and the two of them made their way to the edge of the pool. At this time, the sediment in the pond had settled down quite a bit, and the water in the pond had become quite clear. After the two people walked in, they could see a big black fish swimming in the pool water directly through the clear pool water. And the weird thing was that some of the fish had huge islands of body and mind bigger than the pond, but they still swam leisurely. It looks like this pond is also a small world. How many small worlds were there in this Lingtai mountain? And how did it feel like they were everywhere? Monkey has started going down to the pond to catch fish, and those big fish swam towards the deeper part of the pool after he went into the water, and in no time at all they were gone. Obviously not having suffered much at his hands. But Monkey wasn't supposed to be targeting these fish. Those fish are too big to handle. He picked out two medium-sized fish, picked one up in one hand and grabbed it out of the water. Those two fish were still trying to fight back. One of them opened a mouthful of sharp teeth and bit down hard towards Monkey's finger, before a mouthful of sharp teeth were shaken and all chipped off. And Monkey didn't feel a thing. Ah, you little fish actually tried to bite me. I'll eat you first later. Monkey skillfully disposed of the fish, then carried two fish that couldn't be more dead and walked over to Lin Fong. Brother Lin Fong, what about this fish? Lin Fong looked at the two fish, then smiled and said, one steamed, one braised. Then he commanded Monkey to bring out a pot, then went to other clear pools to get water, before putting the processed fish into the pot, putting onions, ginger and garlic, pouring the wine, and leaving it alone. Monkey started on the other strip. Lin Fong first asked Monkey to take out the frying pan, then poured oil on it. When the oil is almost hot, put the processed fish in and fry until both sides are golden brown. Lin Fong once again commanded Monkey to mix the juice. This is the soul of braised fish. Whether it's good or not depends on how well the sauce is mixed. Let's first pour soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and salt into a bowl, and add half a bowl of water and mix well. Monkey did as he was told, step by step, and the sauce was soon ready. And then just pour the sauce over the fish? No, it's still early. Lin Fong hurriedly stopped. We still have to start a pot to boil oil, pour the onions, ginger and garlic left over from making steamed fish before into the pot, and stir-fry the aroma. Monkey had to put the sauce down, then dumped the rest of the onion, ginger and garlic from earlier into the frying pan. Prickly, prickly, prickly. With the sound of frying, the scent of onion, ginger and garlic is fried in hot oil. Monkey smelled it and thought it smelled really good. I didn't realize that ginger, which tasted so punchy, actually smelled so good once it was fried in oil. Lin Fong, on the other hand, always stared at the frying pan. Seeing that the onions, ginger, and garlic in the pot had begun to blacken, he hurriedly said, hurry up and serve it. Monkey hurriedly served the onion, ginger and garlic. The only thing left in the pan was hot oil. His nose twitched, and as he looked at the onions, ginger, and garlic in front of him, which were fried golden brown and a little blackened on the edges, Monkey's eyes actually leapt a little. I don't know if it's any good. He picked up a piece of garlic and took a bite right out of it, and it actually tasted pretty good. Then he tried the scallions, which were also not bad. Finally Monkey looked to ginger. It was the thing that had suffered so much before, so he would have to be more cautious this time. He carefully picked it up, then put it in his mouth, took a bite, and his whole face instantly became wonderful. Although the ginger had already counted, the punch was still as powerful as ever. Monkey's eyes were red, spit out all the ginger in his mouth. Lin Feng saw this and silently skimmed his head. Ugh, what an idiot. Is such a monkey really the Qi Tian de Shang who will battle the heavens and the earth in the future? Why does it feel like I'm following a fake? Lin Feng couldn't even bear to look at it. After waiting for a while, Monkey finally subsided. Turning his head to look over his shoulder at Lin Feng, who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, his mood became even more depressed. It's so humiliating. Lin Feng forced himself not to laugh. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly smelled something odd, like the smell of something burning. Monkey, do you smell anything mushy? Monkey also subconsciously sniffed, and then he really smelled a pasty odor and frowned. I smell it too. The two men were wondering what the paste was when they suddenly thought of the hot oil in the pan. They immediately turned their heads. By now the hot oil in the pan is starting to smoke. How could I forget about it? Monkey quickly poured the prepared sauce into it. Monkey did as he was told. Jab. With a sound of water boiling, the temperature in the pot was dropping dramatically, and when the water in the pot wasn't boiling anymore, Lin Feng asked Monkey to put the fish in, bring to a low simmer and reduce the sauce over high heat. It didn't take long for the aroma of braised fish to waft out. When it was done, Lin Feng asked Monkey to sprinkle some more cilantro on it before serving it out on lotus leaves. Just when that steamed fish was also ready, Monkey, with his merciless iron hand, served this fish as well, not feeling hot at all, his face calmly placing the fish on the ground. The two stared at the two fish in front of them, wide-eyed. Monkey first cupped a piece of steamed fish in his hand and tasted it, then his eyes lit up. This fish is simple to make, but the flavor is so much better than just grilled fish, almost bringing out the original freshness of the fish. It's so good. Then he tasted another bite of the braised fish. Again, the eyes lit up. This fish was heavily flavored, not as light as the previous one, but still very tasty. Lin Feng saw Monkey's expression and his cravings immediately surged up. Monkey, give me a taste. Monkey tore off a very large piece of fish meat from both fish before placing it in front of Lin Feng. Lin took a big bite of the fish. Yummy eyes narrowed. It would be nice to have chopsticks to hold it with. Lin Feng ate the fish while thinking in his mind. However, it soon occurred to him that even if he had chopsticks, he couldn't use them well with that short leg of his. LOL. Still need to morph as soon as possible. It's great to be a turtle, but it's even better to be a human. Two large chunks of fish were quickly split between the two. Lin Feng touched his mouth, then stretched out one of his claws and picked at his mouth, removing all the fish meat that had been spread between his teeth. And Monkey took a fish splinter and picked his teeth at it. After the picking was poorly done, he began to clean up the scene, putting out the fire first, and then wrapped the fish bones in lotus leaves and threw them into the pool together. Soon these sank to the bottom. The fish at the bottom of the pool first went over and sniffed, then a light came on in front of his eyes, actually started fighting over those fish bones and minced meat. After doing this, Monkey stretched his back. After eating and drinking, my old grandson will continue reading. The ancestor has given us the favor of letting us come here to study, so we can't afford to waste the ancestor's good intentions. Ancestor Bodhi, who was observing every move here, was satisfied in his heart. But, is that fish really that good? A few moments of curiosity rose in Bodhi old ancestor's heart as he thought of the two men who looked like starving ghosts just now. Monkey turned and walked into the cache and sat down on his knees. After scratching his head, he picked up the book on the side and flipped through 2 pages before shaking his head and reading it again, occasionally scratching his ears for a while when he saw something profound. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly thought of something. He looked up to Lin Feng's side. Brother Lin Feng, I've also picked some lotus pods and lotus roots in the pool earlier. You can try them. Lin Feng was planning to go hang out, immediately stopped in his tracks when he heard the words, lotus and lotus roots? Lin Feng turned his head to look, really in the corner to see a few pieces of lotus leaves on some lotus seed pods and lotus root. Lotus root color crystal clear, actually vaguely through the jade color, as if it was carved from white jade. It's not mortal at first glance. It looks like the next points are in order. Lin Feng came over with a smile on his face. He tasted it first, and the flavor was really good, refreshing and juicy, and actually had a hint of sweetness. He looked at the lotus seed again, and couldn't wait to pick one out with his claws, plucking away the green outer skin to reveal what was actually a golden lotus seed. Lin Feng swallowed it in one mouthful, filling his mouth with a refreshing aroma. But soon, the refreshing aroma turned bitter and bitter. Fuck! Forgot to clean the lotus hearts. Lin Feng spat out all the lotus seeds in his mouth, his little tongue sticking out of his mouth, his whole face scrunched together. When Monkey, who was reading, saw this, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Then he left him alone. Lin Fong was bitterly uncomfortable and looked towards the surroundings, seeing the pool outside. Then he dodged and instantly transported himself to the pool of water with his earth escape technique, and began to gulp down the water, and even stuck his little tongue out just to swish around this pool of water. It took a while for him to clean his tongue. Lin Fong let out a slight sigh of relief before he planned to swim upwards, but a great shadow had enveloped him. Lin Fong turned his head to look and only saw a huge mouth and rows of sharp teeth in it. Crap! What the hell? Lin Fong immediately did a water escape technique and moved towards the side. At the same time, behind Lin Fong, a huge black fish took a bite, but it didn't bite anything, and it looked towards the surroundings with a puzzled look on its face. Noticed Lin Fong next to him. Although he didn't know how Lin Fong had gotten past, he still turned his head and charged towards Lin Fong. Lin Fong immediately executed the water escape technique to escape. The two were chasing and escaping in the pool, having fun in the pool. Although Lin Fong's speed was fast, he only moved a little bit of distance each time, purposely hanging on to the black fish. And the two men's behavior caught the attention of the remaining big fish in the pool. More and more big fish are joining the chase. Without realizing it, Lin Fong suddenly realized that quite a few big fish had actually converged behind him. Looking back, the figures of all the fish converged together, resembling an overwhelmingly large demon with a huge body, following closely behind him. Forget it. Lin put a flash disappear into the pool stone wall, reappeared already in the hidden scripture cabinet. He first redeemed all the lotus pods and lotus roots. Points plus 1006. It's okay. It looked like the lotus here was quite good. There were actually more than 1,000 points coming in. It was probably some kind of variety of quite high quality, but he didn't know anything about that either. And this scene was all seen by Old Man Bodhi. However, he just assumed that Lin Fong had put them away and didn't suspect that they had been redeemed. Lin Fong found a spot to get down, then opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fong. Race, Genta Cultivation, Spirit Sea First Heaven, Perfect, Mental Technique, Great Grade Heavenly Immortal Technique, Small Success, Skills, 5 Elements of Transportation, Introductory, Plus, Natural Avatar, Alternation of Reality and Void Points, 6763 Universal Points, 4159-inch Heart Technique and Cultivation. Actually still can't break through? Lin Fong looked at the column of heart techniques with some surprise. All you can add now are skills. No choice. But compared to the 5 Elements Transportation Technique, Lin Fong was more interested in raising his cultivation level. Once again, the 5 Elements Transportation Technique cried out, so Lin Fong had to proceed to hang up. Taking out a Yuan Spirit Pill and taking it, Lin Fong went into hang-up mode. Ding! You have turned on the hanging mode. The system will temporarily take over your body. You will be unable to act for the time being. The system will automatically absorb the heaven and earth aura for you, and when danger comes, you will automatically exit the hanging system. Ding! The host has ingested a large amount of aura substance and is in the process of continuous digestion. The universal points continue to grow. Lin Fong just froze. When I think of the fish I've eaten before, I can see what's going on. Forgot the system had this feature. There was no talk all night. When the next morning came, Lin Fong habitually opened the system panel. Mental Technique, Great Grade Heavenly Immortal Technique, Minor Completion, plus, Universal Points, 6782. Not bad. Another couple hundred points in from yesterday, and it looks like those fish are still tonic. He couldn't wait to click on the cultivation. Universal Points minus 6,000. The realm has broken through to the Spirit Sea's second sky. That familiar feeling once again surged out from within his body, and the strange energy continued to transform his body, opening up a Spirit Sea space within his body once again. And as the space forms, the spiritual energy in Lin Fong's first Spirit Sea space began to continuously surge towards the Spirit Sea that had only just opened up, under the mysterious power, as well as the massive amount of spiritual power added to it. Lin Fong's second Spirit Sea was expanding, from a pond to a lake, and in from a lake to a sea. It was much faster than the last one, and with the formation of the second Spirit Sea, the spiritual energy around the Tibetan scripture pavilion began to surge madly in Lin Fong's direction, and the spiritual energy in the Spirit Sea also stirred up. Lin Fong was like a black hole that was constantly devouring spiritual energy. Monkey was keenly aware of the abnormalities in the flow of aura. When he saw that the source of the devouring aura was actually Lin Fong, who was lying quietly asleep on the ground, a few moments of surprise passed through his eyes. Actually broke through again? How long has this been going on? It looks like brother Lin Fong's natural talent is really good, so it's not unlikely that he'll really be able to cultivate into an immortal in the future. Monkey thought about it, and thought that although immortals couldn't live forever, they could live for a long time, which was not bad at all. He observed for a while until Lin Fong's breakthrough ended, then he withdrew his sight. Lin Fong detached himself from the hangout. Standing up and moving his limbs, he carefully felt the power in his body. which felt more than twice as strong as before. How are you feeling? Monkey suddenly asked. Lin Fong shook his little paw, then laughed. He. Now I feel like I can kill 2 cows with 1 punch. Monkey froze for a moment, suddenly wanting to laugh a little. If they were ordinary cows, then Lin Fong of the Forging Realm should be able to kill quite a few of them. Spirit Sea Realm demons in many small places can already be called big demons. That is, demons that have become a climate, barely able to encircle their own. Yuck! Occupy the mountain as king. In the following time, Lin Fong once again lived a leisurely life of hanging out with nothing to do, occasionally catching fish and treating himself and Monkey. When he was able to break through, he would just do so. But what surprised Lin Fong was, for each of the next realm breakthroughs, the number of universal points required was 6,000. It didn't stack upwards like he thought it would. However, this was also a good thing for him, so that he would be able to break through the Spirit Sea Realm as soon as possible and step into the Divine Hidden Realm, and his battle mile would also be doubled. And so half a month passed. Lin Fong woke up from his hangover and moved his short legs. He yawned in a very human way, and stretched his front legs as if he were stretching. Lin Fong let out a heavy yawn. Shaking his head, he opened the system panel out of habit. Name, Lin Fong. Race, Genta. Cultivation level, Spirit Sea 5th Heaven, Perfect. Mental technique, Great Heavenly Immortal Technique, Small Completion. Skills, 5 elements of transportation, Introductory, plus, Natural Avatar, Alternation of Reality and Void Points, 10986 Universal Points, 3354 System comment, you have money. Aren't you going to buy anything? Landlord, Omega. Lin Fong naturally ignored the last sentence. Looking at the cultivation level that had already reached the 5th sky of the Spirit Sea, as well as the points that had reached 10,000, a feeling of complacency suddenly arose in Lin Fong's heart. At this rate, in having more than half a month, he would definitely be able to break through to the Divine Hidden Realm. Moreover, this Divine Zhang Realm also has the opportunity to get special abilities, develop the body Mizang, and gain incredible abilities. Lin Fong had some expectations. He purposely tuned in over 10,000 points. It was to change a bullish bloodline for himself before breaking through the Divine Hidden Realm. Allow your body to gain more developed potential. In this way, the chances of him opening his body's Mizang and obtaining special abilities would increase quite a bit. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. When Lin Fong saw that there was nothing he could improve, he lost interest and closed the system panel before looking over to Monkey's side. At this time, Monkey was not reading as usual. He sat here cross-legged, his eyes closed tightly, his expression calm, his body covered with layer after layer of spiritual light. From a distance, his entire body was glowing. At this moment, Monkey was like an immortal who had attained enlightenment. Strange? Monkey is actually still practicing today. Lin Fong found it unbelievable. After all, every day before Monkey had gotten up earlier than him, and by the time he woke up, Monkey was already holding a book and starting to read. There are a lot more books in the collection. Moreover, many of the original techniques had also seen subsequent and even more profound cultivation methods. These feats were mesmerizing for Monkey to watch. Not only did it allow him to see a lot of techniques, learn a lot of theoretical knowledge, and expand his horizons, it also gave him a new understanding of the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique. A stone from another mountain can polish jade. Monkey felt like a sponge, absorbing new knowledge. This feeling of getting better every day fascinated him. So Monkey was either cultivating or reading during this period of time, and only occasionally, when he felt upset, would he seek out Lin Fong to go eat a few grilled fish and relax with good food. And today, Monkey suddenly felt like he could break through. Just as Lin Fong was still thinking about what was going on, the aura on Monkey's body suddenly became disorganized. The spiritual light that had been quietly floating around Monkey's body suddenly spread out in all directions, and it was in the shape of water ripples, stirring out in a circle. It seemed that there was an invisible fluctuation in Monkey's body from the inside out, shattering these auras away. Lin put all viewed. The monkey at this moment was even more immortal, and a powerful aura burst out from Monkey's body. The aura was climbing higher. Lin Fong, who was guarding the side, immediately felt a powerful pressure. And the monkey in front of himself seemed to have become inscrutable, as if he was a towering immortal looking down on the living beings. Lin Fong suddenly felt that Monkey had become strange. However, when Monkey's aura reached its peak, it began to fall back without warning. Monkey's brow furrowed in response. After the aura had completely dissipated into nothingness, Monkey opened his own eyes, and there was a faint regret in those golden eyes. It didn't work. Monkey, your cultivation has broken through? Lin Fong came over. Monkey shook his head with some disinterest and said, No. Lin Fong stepped on his short legs and circled around Monkey. How he looked at him, he felt that Monkey was stronger than before by more than one level. The two had spent all this time together, eating and living together. It was safe to say that he simply knew Monkey like the back of his hand now. so it was easy to see how he had changed. Then Monkey, your current realm is peak human immortal, I guess. Monkey clenched his fist and felt the increased strength in his body, feeling that even though he hadn't broken through to Earth immortal, he was still considered to be a lot stronger than before. So try harder next time. Human, peak human immortal. Lin was relieved. He glanced deeply at Monkey, blinked, and asked, "You call this no breakthrough?" "Yeah, no breakthrough." Monkey nodded in a sincere tone, even if it was a bit puzzling. "It's true that I didn't break through to Earth immortal. Of course I didn't." Lin Fong, nice guy. It turns out that the so-called no breakthrough refers to not breaking through to the Earth immortal. Is this the gap between himself and Monkey? He was already proud of himself for breaking through a spirit sea fifth sky. Monkey broke through to the peak of human immortal, but felt that he hadn't broken through because he hadn't directly broken through to Earth immortal. Still sorry? Don't be so pretentious. Lin Fong stared blankly at Monkey with odd eyes. What are you looking at me like that for? Monkey scratched his head and looked at Lin Fong in confusion. Lin Fong withdrew his sight. Nothing. Then since you've broken through to the peak of human immortal, brother Monkey, shouldn't we celebrate? The corner of Lin Fong's mouth hooked into an evil smile. Hey, Monkey, on the other hand, scratched his head and said, eat fish? No, 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 no. After eating fish for so many days, let's change our tastes today and eat something light. Lin Fong shook his head and revealed a mysterious smile. Monkey frowned slightly. Light? Lin Fong didn't bother to explain anything, but instead led Monkey to the pool outside. Monkey, can you go down and pick a few lotus roots up? By the way, the lotus flower, and lotus leaves together are picked up as well. A few times before when the two of them ate fish, Lotus was directly glanced through the pool to be eaten by the fish. It's such a waste. So this time Lin Fong directly asked Monkey to bring everything up. Monkey did as he was told. Soon he pulled up a couple of large white lotus roots. Lin Fong took out the kitchen knife, sugar, salt, vinegar, soy sauce, and chili oil from the storage bag again. Under his command, Monkey skillfully washed and sliced the lotus root, before plowing the water in a pot and serving it to cool. Then start while mixing the sauce. When the sauce is ready, pour in the sliced lotus root that has cooled and continue to stir. When the mixture is well blended, and easy and delicious cold lotus root slices are ready. Monkey grabs a slice and eats it in one bite. The lotus root slices are crunchy and crispy, and with the spicy and sour sauce, you just can't stop eating them. Lin Fong also grabbed a piece and nibbled a small bite. The sour and spicy flavors paired with the crisp texture are a perfect match on earth. Lin Fong ate it one bite at a time, without a moment's effort. A whole lotus root slice was eaten whole by him, not bothering to wipe his mouth. He grabbed a slice and ate it. The two men sat on the floor and feasted. Soon the lotus root slices were divided among them. After eating, Lin Fong touched his mouth with a satisfied face. Cool. At this time, Monkey also had a satisfied look on his face, sitting on the ground with his knees crossed, his mouth reminiscing about the flavor he had just experienced. Lin Fong smashed his mouth twice before. Then the eyes went to the rest of the trimmings. Monkey, those things, do you still use them? Lin Fong pointed expectantly at those lotus pods, lotus flowers, and lotus leaves. No need. Then I'm welcome. Lin Fong walked over with a smile on his face, then charged all of these into points. Points plus 503, not bad. Monkey looked at what had disappeared with a little doubt and disbelief in his eyes. He always felt that this Lin Fong brother of his had some problems in his head. There's always going to be an interest in something that has little value, and it's also very precious in the brocade bag. And the smile on Lin Fong's face at this moment was even wider. That expression was just like getting something good. Monkey, let's go back. Okay. After Monkey packed up his things, he followed Lin Fong back into the hidden scripture pavilion. Hey, by the way, brother Lin Fong, that story you told before, the one about dry humping that Song Dome, what else happened behind it? That. Lin Fong scratched his head. It had been so long since he'd spoken. He'd forgotten where he'd been. Where were we? Well, Monkey also thought about it and said, it seems to tell about that Xiao Yan and a little lady called Yun Ji. The two were injured in the Demon Beast Mountain range, and Xiao Yan had to heal her to come. Speaking here? Lin Fong blinked his eyes. Why did he feel that something was wrong? Right. Then what happened to the two people back there? This lone man and woman are in distress here. If they are caught by enemies, I'm afraid their lives will be in danger. Monkey is still analyzing the plot in a serious manner. Lin Fong's mouth, on the other hand, twitched. Monkey, don't worry. They definitely won't be in danger of losing their lives. Even what? Monkey looked at him with an expectant face. Lin Fong did not know what to say at this time. After all, Xiao Yan had almost taken Yun Yun's first blood, and the next episode was too hot-blooded. He couldn't be asked to give Monkey a little bit of knowledge on which way to go. It's when two people suffer together, their feelings heat up, and in the end, Xiao Yan gets the beauty's heart. Lin Feng finally decided to use the spring and autumn brush technique. Give this episode a pass. Monkey didn't think much about it. As he said with some lack of interest, "It's not interesting. Lao Sun, thought that Xiao Yan would think back to what he did before, rising up in the midst of a crisis and killing all those people. I can't believe we're talking about feelings. This gentle land is a hero's mound. Xiao Yan is not wise." Monkey commented twice with great chagrin. Lin Feng smiled slightly awkwardly. After all, it's a literary creation. It can't always be a fight. This is the kind of storyline that readers love to read. Monkey still shook his head. My old grandson just don't like it. What's so good about women? If they can't live forever, after 100 years it's just a bunch of red-powdered skeletons. Lin Feng completely didn't know what to say. Monkey is simply a straight man of steel. After venting his mind twice, Monkey stabilized. So what happened next? Lin Feng began to speak backwards. With the development of the plot, a contradiction broke out, and Xiao Yan's situation is often perilous, but every time he can rely on strange encounters, means out of danger. It even gets a nice boost. And finally the big kill. Monkey listened with rapt attention, especially after hearing Xiao Yan defeat his enemy with a devastating means, causing the other party to issue that classic "The sun is as terrifying as this" remark. It was even more difficult to hide the excitement on his face. Lin Feng didn't expect that what Monkey was most interested in was actually the battle aspect of the bridge. For the bridge between Xiao Yan and several childhood sweethearts, they all showed a lack of interest. He even said that Xiao Yan was wasting his time. Wouldn't it be nice to have this effort and have a few more adventures to increase your strength? Should I say it's worthy of being the future Buddha? Lin Feng didn't speak for too much time this time. After only 1 hour he stopped and didn't speak. Monkey was listening in fascination. Lin Feng's sudden failure to speak made him a little anxious. Why don't you tell? Brother Monkey, it's already been an hour. We still have to cultivate today. Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly and said, although this dryad vault is good, we can't forget to cultivate because of it. Monkey looked at the sky and realized that a really long time had passed. He tapped his head. Egu, it's me, old son, who has been a Menglang. I actually forgot the time without realizing it. If not for your reminder, Brother Lin Feng, today's cultivation would have been delayed. Monkey immediately mended his ways and started reading. Seeing this, Lin Feng once again returned to his position and started hanging out for the day. The originally noisy Tibetan scripture pavilion had regained its quietness. When Old Man Bodhi saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly as he thought, this little turtle, could it really be that he came over to help me? One book of dry overthrowing the vault of heaven hooked up all the wildness in the monkey's heart. It's just that the title of the book is a bit bad, and the content is sloppy. After thinking for a while, Old Man Bodhi still couldn't figure it out. He felt it was better to keep watching, and besides him, many people throughout Spirit Terrace Mountain were also thinking about Lin Feng. Ever since Lin Feng and Monkey had been locked up in the hidden scripture pavilion together, the crowd could no longer hear the dry overturning of the vault. It was a tea time. They were so eager to know about that back storyline that they even deserted their cultivation. All day long, he was counting on his fingers to figure out when Lin Feng would be released. And in the mountain pool, the fish Xiaolu was a bit bored and spitting bubbles. The whole fish didn't look very energetic. Grandpa Turtle swam from a distance. Xiaolu, how? Not happy? Fish Path looked at Grandpa Turtle, then sighed. Grandpa Turtle, I miss Lin Feng. Grandpa Turtle suddenly laughed. Path has really grown up and knows how to worry about others. Fish Xiaolu's face slightly reddened, his heart filled with shyness. Grandpa Turtle, where did I? It's just that I haven't seen him for such a long time to casually ask. Just asking. Grandpa Turtle nodded. Except the face kept smiling and never stopped at all. Grandpa Turtle. Fish Trail was a little anxious. Grandpa Turtle finally stopped laughing when he saw this. Okay, Grandpa won't laugh anymore. It's not okay, you see it's still urgent. Fish Xiaolu didn't pay attention to him, but sighed, worrying more and more about Lin Feng's safety in her heart. Ugh, I also wonder if he will be aggrieved in the Tibetan scripture pavilion? Will he not have enough to eat and sleep well? Will he be lonely without me by his side? Lin Feng, who was hanging out comfortably, suddenly sneezed 3 times. Grandpa Turtle looked at Fish Trail that way, thinking this is not the way to go. So he said, you don't have to worry either. That brat Lin Feng, surely nothing can happen. Rather you. Don't you want to surprise him before he comes back? Fish Path turned his head to look at Grandpa Turtle. Surprise? Yeah, it's just a surprise. Think about it. It has been trapped in the hidden scripture pavilion for 3 months. After it comes out and sees the surprise that you have carefully prepared, is it very happy? This happiness, is it not impressed with you? Seeing that she was interested, Grandpa Turtle's face suddenly showed the smile of a weird uncle tricking a little girl. Fish Xiaolu nodded his head as he listened, his eyes glowing. So Grandpa Turtle, what am I going to surprise him with? She said impatiently. That's naturally the most precious thing you have, Grandpa Turtle said without even thinking about it. Just after he finished, he realized a problem. Fish Xiaolu was young and usually only lived in the pool, eating and sleeping and eating, and occasionally going crazy for a while. What's the most valuable thing she has? I'm afraid that Fish Xiaolu himself doesn't even know about this question. Sure enough, when he said this, confusion was written all over Fish Xiaolu's large eyes. My most precious thing? Grandpa Turtle, I don't seem to have anything valuable. It's a sad story. This. In fact, it is not necessarily your most valuable thing, as long as it is your sincere send on the line. The human race is not a saying. Thousands of miles to send goose feather. The gift is light. Thousands of miles to send a goose feather? What does that mean? Fish Trail doesn't understand. How could she, a fish that had always lived in a mountain pool, know what that meant? That is, whatever you send as long as the love is there. Oh, Fish Xiaolu thought a little more. Then Grandpa Turtle, do you know where the goose feathers grow? I'll go pick them too. Grandpa Turtle, quills don't grow. No, quills grow. Neither is it right. Goosebumps are not. Grandpa Turtle was almost sidetracked by the fish trail. He thought for a while before saying, goose feathers? They're hairs that grow on a creature called a goose. Just like the fish scales on you. Does that goose have a lot of hair on it? Fish Trail had a curious look on his face. It's quite a lot. The whole body basically. Grandpa Turtle had only finished the sentence when he suddenly realized something was wrong. By the time he looked at Fish Xiaolu's eyes visibly lit up, and his entire fish seemed to be filled with energy. So, Grandpa Turtle, where can I find the goose? Luckily, there are no geese in the mountain pools. Otherwise, Fish Xiaolu would probably be able to remove all the feathers from a goose's body. Goose? Not here. And gift giving doesn't have to be about goose feathers. Goose feathers are just a metaphor for saying that a very cheap gift can hold a very heavy sentiment. Is that goose feather cheap? Fish Path wondered. Then without waiting for Grandpa Turtle to speak, she added to herself, but I don't have any money either. So she was depressed again. Seeing this, Grandpa Turtle had to explain. It doesn't necessarily have to be with money. Just like how you've been concentrating on your cultivation lately, wanting to keep up with that kid Lin Feng. It's also a way to express your feelings. Yes? Fish Xiaolu was confused and said shyly, but I just don't want to be too far away from him. Grandpa Turtle looked at her with that expression and thought it was good to be young. That's just it. So I don't think you need to agonize over what to give away. Just cultivate hard, and when he comes out, it'll be a surprise to show the results of your efforts. You wish. When he sees that you've actually broken through to the Spirit Sea realm, he'll definitely be impressed. Fish Xiaolu thought of the last time she had broken through to the Chengdan realm. Lin Feng had complimented her. So she laughed. Aha, I'll try. Then she swam off towards the depths of the pool to find water plants. And Grandpa Turtle watched Fish Trail swim away, smiled and shook his head, then arched his hind flippers in the mud and sand, buried himself in the sand, and went to sleep. Being young is really good. Let these youngsters handle their own business. It didn't take long for Grandpa Turtle to fall asleep. Late night, in another part of Lingtai Mountain, the light was still on in Yang Chan's room. Mingyue looked at Yang Chan, who was sitting in a chair and was lost in thought. Her brows furrowed and her eyes were all worried. Mingyue, do you think the Monkey King is used to living in the Tibetan scripture pavilion? Accustomed to living. He a monkey. Before that he was sleeping in a tree. We're not accustomed to living. Mingyue skimmed her lips, still hating monkeys so much, even more annoying than before. Sister Yang Chan, you've asked 3 times today. I wonder what's so great about that monkey. I can't believe you're so worried about it. Yang Chan blushed and said somewhat shyly, cut the nonsense. I am just. He saved my life after all. Her voice faded. Looking at her like that, Akatsuki sighed. Even she could tell that Yang Chan was really moved this time. But that monkey is a monkey. If monkey was a person, even if he didn't look good, his cultivation wasn't good, and his talent wasn't good, Mingyue wouldn't be so offended. But what qualification does a demon have to be hung up on by Yang Chan? Sister Yang Chan, that monkey is a demon after all. And the reputation of the demon race isn't very good right now. But I'm also just a wanted man in heaven. Jan Chan added. It's not the same. Akatsuki was in a hurry. What's different? Yang Chan suddenly turned her head to look at the bright moon and said, I'm the niece of the heavenly emperor with a noble bloodline? But I never felt that it was any better. Yang Chan looked at the bright moon with some seeping eyes. I'd rather be just a normal kid from a normal family. If that's possible. I have a beautiful, gentle mother and a loving father. Big brother is strong-looking and has all the strength in the world. Father always said he could be a soldier in the future, and could be a marquis of 10,000 houses. Second brother is very good-looking, following his mother's example, looking like a scholar, but likes to practice martial arts. Akatsuki didn't say anything. Yang-chan didn't say anything after she said that. If it hadn't been for that day, she would have always been just a little girl loved by her whole family, not some Yang Jian's sister. But all of this is clearly impossible. Her mother was captured. Her father died. Her oldest brother died. All of them died in front of her, died protecting her, and she followed her second brother all the way to escape. Through life and death, all Ergo wanted was a family reunion, and her nominal uncle sunburned her mother. In a fit of rage, Ergo killed the 9 golden crows, but Chang'e blocked it and let the last little golden crow go. Later, she asked second brother why he listened to Chang'e and didn't just kill the little golden crow. Second brother said it was because of the greater good, for the sake of all the people in the world. Ridiculous. What have they to do with the lives and deaths of the people of the world? Why should they let the murderer go for the sake of the world? There were some words that Yang Chan had never told anyone, but it didn't mean she wouldn't think about it. The same bloodline as Yang Jian flowed in her body, and she had also witnessed the wreckage of her family's destruction. She knew better how much effort Yang Jian had put in to be able to release her mother. She had been naive once. Even after Yang Jian split the Peach Mountain and met his mother, he thought it would be nice for the family to live together from now on, but the mother died anyway. The second brother moved the entire Peach Hill in front of his mother to shield her from the sun. It didn't work. In the presence of the two, the mother dissolved into a bubble. That nominal uncle of theirs had never meant to spare them, not even their mother, and it was all just a tease. Every day they lived on Earth was a disgrace to the Heavenly Emperor. Oh, shame on. Manhwa stared at Yang Chan, a flash of fear in her eyes. She wasn't sure why Yang Chan suddenly lost control of her emotions. It's not clear to anyone. You know my favorite line from that story about Lin Fong? What? Akatsuki didn't hear clearly and asked. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. Yang Chan said word for word. She uttered a sense of solemnity. Akatsuki seemed to be infected by the words for a moment, and she shivered. The Yang Chan sister in front of me became so strange. Sister Yang Chan, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Manhwa looked at Yang Chan anxiously, but she didn't realize that in the depths of her eyes was the fear that couldn't be erased. It's always the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. After waiting for a few moments, Yang Chan finally regained her composure. She turned her head to look at the bright moon, revealing a quiet smile. I'm fine. I just thought of something sad. Is it really okay? Silly boy. What could I possibly have to do? Yang Chan rubbed her head and laughed. I'm Yang Jian's sister, the niece of the Heavenly Emperor, and now I'm the sitting disciple of Grandmaster Bodhi. So how can I be okay? Akatsuki saw that she was truly fine, so she let her heart drop. Sister Yang Chan, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and put out the lights and go to bed. Aha. Jan Chan nodded. Akatsuki cheerfully went to put out the lights. The lights went out. While Yang Chan did not go to sleep, she sat on the bed with her knees crossed and began to meditate and run her gong. But not the great Pin Tian Xian skill, but the 8-9 Xian gong. She practiced both dharma together and her cultivation was refined even more rapidly. Nowadays, no one knew that she was already a celestial immortal and was only one step away from being a golden immortal. This step was equally not difficult for her. After running the 8-9 Xian gong for a while, the aura on Yang Chan's body suddenly became a little unstable, and she hurriedly stopped running the gong method, a lot of sweat unknowingly seeping out from her forehead. Yang Chan covered her chest, panting, but feeling the cultivation level that had been refined by another point. The corner of her mouth curled into a smile, clenched his fists. Instead, her mind went to Monkey. I also wonder what his cultivation level is now. Shouldn't be as strong as me though, so she laughed even more, especially when she thought about how Monkey had foolishly lured away the assassins in the first place, and how he had disdained the Heavenly Emperor. The smile on her face grew wider and wider. Hidden scriptures. Monkey, who was practicing, suddenly sneezed 3 times for no reason. The aura of his body immediately scattered in all directions. The ocean of spiritual light, floating in the air, the light gradually became dimmer and dimmer until it completely dissipated into nothingness. What's wrong with my old son? Monkey rubbed his nose with a look of impatience. He looked toward the surrounding area, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The lights in the hidden scripture pavilion had automatically gone out, and Lin Fong was lying next to him, his head resting on the 2 short legs in front of him, sleeping on his back where he was. The corners of his mouth were still drooling. Barf, barf, barf. Yummy, so yummy. Monkey shook his head with some amusement. Brother Lin Fong, it's really true that even this sleeping doesn't forget to eat. He turned his head to the bright moon outside the door. A little homesick. I wonder how those monkeys and grandchildren of the mountain of flowers and fruits are doing. He's immortal now. I believe that before long, he would be able to be seen by the ancestor and teach the method of longevity. And then he would be able to go back and make every monkey live all the time. Everyone is happy together and alive in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Monkey looked at the moon in the sky and gradually got lost in thought. Wait until the next morning. When Lin Fong woke up, he suddenly realized that Monkey wasn't reading. He looked around again, and finally found Monkey, who was looking for a book. Under a bookshelf, Lin Fong appeared beside Monkey with a single vanish. Monkey, what are you doing here? Monkey turned his head to look at him, then said, looking for a book. I've already read all the previous ones. I'm looking for something different this time. Ancestors are really good at putting new books out so loose. 2. It makes me have to look for it one book at a time. Annoying. Lin Fong looked at the stacks of books on the ground and the art techniques recorded on them. His heart was on fire. Monkey, you're teaching me a few tricks. Monkey's hand, which was picking out a book, lurched and turned his head to look at him again. Then I'll teach you the yin-yang transportation technique. You can vanish yin and yang, and vanish yang to go up to the sky and into the earth. Without entering anything, vanish yin, you can enter the netherworld, and go in and out freely. You've already learned the 5 elements escape technique, and after learning these 2, along with your own void transformation avatar, there aren't many people in this world who can catch you. Lin Fong thought about it and a smile appeared on his face. Still, he wasn't satisfied. Monkey, I can't learn nearly enough escape skills. Can you teach some for combat? Fighting? Monkey thought for a moment. Then I'll teach you Dharma Heaven and Earth. Dharma Heaven and Earth? Lin Fong was certainly no stranger to this skill. Many novels in his previous life had blown this skill out of proportion. An ability to make people bigger. It's just a spell that makes you bigger, and it feels like it suits you. Monkey had a slightly odd expression on his face when he said this. In fact, the main reason why he taught him this ability was because Monkey felt that Lin Fong and Fish Xiaolu, in terms of size, were just too mismatched, so he thought to help out a bit. When the time comes, it's easy to run errands. Lin Fong didn't know what Monkey was thinking in his mind. Once he heard that Monkey was going to teach himself Dharma Heaven and Earth, he was so excited. This is good. I'm going to learn this. Monkey, hurry up and teach me. Teach me quickly. He's all impatient. Monkey looked at his eager look and said with some amusement, Brother Lin Fong, don't be in a hurry. After I, old son, find all the books, I'll give you that yin-yang transportation technique and Dharma phase Heaven and Earth. Lin Fong sniffed in a better mood. Then, Monkey, we have a deal. Good talk, good talk. Monkey began to look for the books in earnest, basically looking at each one and picking out the ones he hadn't read. Monkey, have you learned all these books? Lin Fong looked at the books that he had thrown away like trash. These can be very profound feats. Casually throw a book to the mortal world. That can cause a lot of bloodshed. Get one of the gongfu. Mortals practice diligently. You can open up a school to do the head of the mountain. But in this hidden scripture pavilion, these feats were only thrown around haphazardly by Monkey. Not that it would. Monkey scratched his head and laughed. Although I have understood the contents of this book, I haven't really practiced it, so I don't count it as knowing it. Then that talisman that the ancestor brought over that day, was it something you practiced? Lin Fong then asked. He thought of the conversation between the ancestor and Monkey that day. Right. As soon as Monkey collected a move, a golden talisman hovered in his palm. The talisman was made up of golden transparent rays of light all over the body, which looked mysterious and incomparable, as if it possessed great energy. Lin Fong looked a little dumbfounded for a moment. Monkey smiled and explained. I heard you say that Xiao Yan has many undercards, so every time he fights against someone, although he is quite injured, he is always able to turn danger into safety. So then the idea was to get yourself a base card as well. Lin Fong carefully examined the talisman. Monkey had read the entire collection of books in the Bible Pavilion before, and there must be something extraordinary about the feats that could be looked at by him. Brother Lin Fong, don't look at this talisman as ordinary and think lightly of it. There are a lot of doors in this talisman. When Monkey saw Lin Fong's curiosity, he couldn't hide the little showy thoughts in his own heart. So, Monkey, you give it a go. Monkey hemmed and hawed. Then with a slight movement of his fingers, several talismans surfaced. These talismans continued to rotate in his hand, and finally merged together to form a golden talisman sword, which looked like a small fish as it circled around Monkey's hand. Lin Fong looked mesmerized. Suddenly, the rune sword swept towards the distance. In an instant it was back in Monkey's hand. Crap! Sword immortal. Lin Fong was so dumbfounded. Monkey, this is too cool for you. Monkey hemmed and hawed and said, that's nothing, I've got cooler ones. Then he only saw him strangling the spell, and the talismanic sword suddenly dispersed and then gathered together again. This time it was directly forming a golden-colored spell formation. The phalanx was constantly running. A sight actually appeared in the center. Lin Feng fixed his eyes and realized that it was actually the scene in the mountain pool. In the scene, the fish Xiaolu was flooding her bulging belly under the water, and she had a water plant in her mouth, taking small bites. While eating, he also burped. This fish Xiaolu still so gluttonous. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Monkey turned his head to look at him with a look that seemed to say, "Who are you to talk about her?" After looking at it for a while, Monkey closed the spell. Lin Feng turned his head to look at him. This talisman is called the Gathering Yang and Harmonizing Talisman. Gathering Yang refers to its characteristics, gathering Yang and giving birth to a Yang attribute talisman, while harmonizing refers to the fact that it can biochemistry all things. It's like what I just demonstrated. This talisman, if there is only one, has a very weak function, but if there are enough of them, it can have many wonderful uses. And this talisman can be stored in the spirit sea and dantian just like spiritual energy. Usually look not show, but really to be a hand. Talisman with the heart. Casually a moment is thousands of talisman evening. Can be attacked and defended. Wonderful use. Lin Feng looked at the talisman and thought it was really good. This thing was practically $1,000,000, and it wasn't weak. So it was no wonder Monkey had chosen this technique as his base card. Then, Monkey, can I learn this talisman? This time Monkey shook his head. I'm afraid this won't work. I've eaten probed your spiritual energy before. It's a very in and cold water spiritual energy. And the Gathering Yang transformation talisman, which gathers Yang and disperses when it encounters Yin. You really aren't suited for this technique. Lin Feng was immediately depressed. Such an awesome Gungfu actually had no affinity with himself. It's so sad. Seeing his downcast expression, Monkey couldn't help but comfort him. You shouldn't be too disillusioned. Whether it's that yin-yang transportation technique or the Dharma phase heaven and earth, they're both extremely powerful techniques. An unusual person might have to study it for the rest of their life. And brother Lin Feng, you have excellent natural talent, so I'm sure you'll be able to get started soon. If you're willing to put in the hard work, you'll definitely achieve something after a few years of cultivation. Where can't we go in the greatness of heaven and earth then? Lin Feng also knew the truth that greed could not be chewed, so he stopped clinging to that talisman. Okay then. Then after Monkey had pretty much picked out the books, he brought a bunch of books with him and Lin Feng back into the hall of the scripture pavilion. Then I'll read you through this yin-yang transportation technique now. This method is even more profound than the 5 elements transportation technique, and it is quite difficult to comprehend. Monkey gave a word of caution, but Lin Feng was a bit impatient. Monkey, hurry up. When Monkey saw him like this, he stopped talking and started chanting the yin-yang transportation technique. It didn't take long to finish a book. Monkey looked at Lin Feng. Well, Lin Feng detached himself from the hanging state, then looked at the system. Comprehension interrupted. Skill, yin and yang recluse technique, fur. Comprehension interrupted by 12%, according to this situation. It might need Monkey to recite this secret book 7 or 8 times before Lin Feng could completely comprehend it and be able to use it freely. It probably needs to be read 7 or 8 more times. I'll read it 8 times then. Monkey began chanting again. Soon, 8 readings. Lin Feng detached himself from the hangout and looked at the system panel again. Skill, yin-yang transportation, introductory, plus, it's okay. Lin Feng felt that quite a few strange and weird things had sprung up in his head in an instant, and it took him a while to digest them all. In a nutshell, the so-called yang transportation is more like light transportation. Taoism is divided into yin and yang, and the biggest yang in all of heaven is the sun. After learning the yang transportation, wherever the sun shines, he can move at will and arrive in an instant. And there are also some small means of manipulating yang qi recorded in the yang transportation. There are also some means for the use of yang qi. Lin Feng stroked his chin and thought, after learning this yang transportation, I always feel like I can kick someone's ass in a sparring match in the future. And then again, have you ever been kicked by light? Without realizing it, the whole person has become lazy yet. The yin transportation, on the other hand, is more like the shadow transportation, used to disappear into places where the sun doesn't shine. And you can use it to escape into the netherworld, which is also considered an alternative way of escape. The mortal world cannot beat you. I fled to hell is not it? I feel like I've pretty much mastered it. It just might not be skillful. So you try? Monkey said. Yeah. Having only just learned the skill, Lin Feng certainly wanted to try it out. Even if Monkey didn't say this, he planned to test the speed of light first. Skill activation. Lin Feng's figure instantly disappeared in front of Monkey. So fast that Monkey couldn't react in time before he scurried out a long way, leaving only an energy path on the ground. That was fast. Monkey's pupils suddenly shrunk with emotion. Even he didn't see clearly how Lin Feng went out. By the time he reacted, All that was left in front of him was a long path of energy. However, Brother Lin is of the water attribute, so I'm afraid that if he uses the yang escape, there will be some discomfort, and I don't know if it's serious or not. Monkey muttered something in a very low voice, and at this moment, Lin Fong felt like half of his life was going to be gone. After opening the yang escape, his speed did reach an extreme, but he had poor control over it. When that speed comes up, it just doesn't stop. Even if he had contacted the yang transportation, the acceleration had already come up, and it was not an easy thing to make the speed go down. Moreover, without opening the virtual reality transformation, he was unable to penetrate the barrier set up by the ancestor. So Lin Fong was like a leather ball. In the middle of the cache, it kept bouncing around, and air friction is what creates heat, and the speed reaches a certain velocity that's enough to make air friction catch fire. Without a moment's effort, Lin Fong became a large fireball. If it wasn't for the fact that he was already at the spirit sea realm and his body was incredibly powerful, mortal fire couldn't harm him. Lin Fong was probably screaming in agony by now. After bouncing around for a while, Lin Fong's speed gradually slowed down, and finally, after a rebound, he shot straight back into the hidden scripture pavilion. Snap! Rin zoomed into a wall and set deep into it, but it finally stopped. Stop! Stop! Lin Fong uttered these words tremblingly. At this time, his head had already been given a bump into a piece of paste. Monkey doesn't even have eyes. It seems that this yang transportation is indeed not suitable for Brother Lin Fong. Lin Fong slowly slid down the wall and landed on the floor with a pop. He cried, the kind of crying that happens after a robbery. Seeing this scene, Monkey felt even more guilty in his heart. If it wasn't for himself, Lin Fong wouldn't have suffered so much. So with a wave of his hand, a golden spell formation made up of talismans hovered above Lin Fong. Countless golden points of light spilled out from the spell formation. When these points of light landed on Lin Fong's body, they directly integrated into his body, and a blast of coolness hit the area sprinkled with the points of light. In just a few moments of work, Lin Fong had no more back pain, his legs were not sore, and he was able to go up to the 5th floor in one breath. Hey, am I good? Lin Fong immediately turned himself over, lying on the ground and moving his arms and legs, feeling that he had indeed gotten better, and was even more energized than before. When Monkey saw that he was already fine, he put the talisman back away. Brother Monkey, this talisman of yours still has this function? Lin Fong was all excited. That's awesome. He was now becoming more and more fond of this whatsoever Poly-Yang transformation talisman of Monkey, but it was a pity that it didn't match with his attributes, so it didn't look like it was going to work very well. It's nothing. Monkey waved his hand and asked, just now, when you performed the Yang escape, did you have the feeling that your breath was unstable? Unsteady breath? No, I'm just too fast to control myself. I was thinking that if I stopped the Yang transportation, I would be able to stop, but it turned out to be a long story. That's good. Monkey dropped his heart. He then asked, so, the Yin transportation, are you still experimenting? Lin Fong thought about it. Although the experience of the Yang escape just now had made him a bit psychologically disturbed, he still wanted to try the Yin escape's ability. He felt he would not be able to sleep if he didn't try it. I'm going to try it. Okay then. Thinking that if the Yang recluse was fine, the Yin recluse must be fine too. Monkey agreed. Lin Fong activated the skill. His body instantly vanished into the shadows. Unlike the Yang recluse, the speed of the Yin recluse was not fast, or rather, the Yin recluse did not need speed at all. When he entered the Yin escape state, he himself arrived in a dark space in which there were countless portals, each of which unfolded towards him, and behind Lin Fong, there was also a portal. He chose a portal at random, and then he appeared directly in a shadow on the 2nd floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. This Yin transportation actually uses shadows as portals. So amazing. Lin Fong shuttled through one portal after another with a face of excitement, and his figure kept revealing itself in the various shadows of the hidden scripture pavilion. Moreover, during the process of shuttling, Lin Fong also realized that in the shadow space, the distance between portals was not the same as the distance between shadows in the real world. Like Lin Fong had once stuck his 2 small feet into 2 neighboring portals, but one of them appeared on the 3rd floor, and another one at the door. Instead, 2 portals that are far apart are close together in the real world. Lin Fong couldn't figure out how the distances in the shadow world were regulated, but that didn't stop him from having fun in this world. Just like Monkey thought, compared to the Yang escape, the Yin escape was more suitable for Lin Fong. After playing for a while, Lin Fong scurried out of the shadows next to Monkey. Monkey, this Yinzaku is so cool. He was still full of excitement. It looks like this Yin escape is indeed more suitable for you than the Yang escape. As Monkey said this, he picked up another book and said, enough fun. Then let's learn about this Dharma heaven and earth. Yeah, Lin Fong had a face of excitement. After a long time, Monkey closed the book in his hand. He looked over to Lin Feng's side. Learned? Lin Feng detached himself from the hangout and opened the system panel. Skill, Dharma Heaven and Earth, Introductory, already learned. His expression was slightly complacent as he looked at the skills in front of him, and a pang of emotion ran through his heart. It's not easy to finally have an attack skill. Never again a battlefield scum. No more getting hit by someone and not being able to fight back. Of course no one dared to beat him up in Spirit Mountain now. After all, he had a ton of fans. If anyone offended Lin Feng, that sea of fans alone would hammer the heads of anyone who messed with him. Monkey looked at his dejected expression and laughed. Try it then? Lin Feng, however, shook his head. Let's forget about this one. I'm afraid that if I'm too big, this place won't be able to take it. As he spoke, Lin Feng also glanced towards the surroundings, the corner of his mouth hooking up into a silver slutty smile. Monkey is a veteran driver and understands it almost in seconds. He spat. Brother Lin Feng, what you said is vulgar. Lin Feng, however, hemmed and hawed. Monkey, don't accuse me. I'm telling the truth here. This Dharma phase heaven and earth is just powerful. When the time comes, it'll be bad if I'm not careful and topple the entire Tibetan scripture pavilion. Monkey gave him a blank look. Forget it, if you don't want to use it, keep it as a base card. Lin Feng smiled even wider. Ignoring him, Monkey picked up a book on the floor and began to read. Lin Feng turned his head to look and realized that it was a sword technique. Swordsmanship? Monkey, you want to practice weaponry? It's an idea, but I haven't figured out what to practice yet. Monkey put down the book and scratched his head in some distress. During this time, he occasionally returned to two books that spoke of weaponry. Wanted to pick a weapon for myself as well, but looking around, he couldn't find the right one. You say this sword technique, no matter if it's a sword stance, or an imperial sword, it doesn't seem to be very suitable for my old grandson, and the sword technique as well, it always feels like it's missing a bit of flavor. Knives and swords, the most common weapons, whether in the mortal world or among the immortals. There are huge groups of people practicing, and the hidden scripture pavilion also had the most number of feats that recorded these two types of weapons. Monkey naturally wants to practice, but after searching around, he froze and couldn't find a suitable technique for him to practice. How about trying the stick? Lin Feng's eyes rolled as he carefully looked at Monkey. Stick? It was a weapon that Monkey had never thought of because he felt that the lethality of a stick was just too low. And why not a gun if he chose a stick? Guns also have more heads than sticks. Yeah, I think this is quite suitable for you, Monkey. Lin Feng hemmed and hawed, revealing a particularly harmless, just saying so expression, but his heart was extraordinarily apprehensive. This was the first time he had actively interfered with Monkey's fate. God knows what could go wrong. Tendo greatly you mustn't pay attention to the little one. The little one is just a reminder. And you see at this rate, Monkey might have to take 2 watermelon knives and chop from the south heavenly gate to the east road of Penglai. It's not like that. So I, Lin Feng, am doing all this to put westward journey on the right path. Tendo greatly, you can't give me small shoes. Lin put a prayer in his heart. Hearing his words, Monkey stroked his chin and said, the power of the stick is a bit low, isn't it? Moreover, if I choose a stick, I might as well choose a gun to make it affordable. And it comes with a tip. The reasoning is this, but I always think it's best to pick the weapon that suits you. Lin Feng looked at Monkey very seriously. For some reason, Monkey saw confidence in his eyes, as if what he was saying was the truth. So you're saying you think the stick is better for me? Right. Lin Feng was decisive. Monkey, however, frowned slightly as he felt that Lin Feng was too confident. Even he himself couldn't figure out what kind of weapon he was suitable for. And Lin Feng was actually so sure that a stick would definitely suit him? Don't say Monkey. Even old man Bodhi, who had been peering at the screen, frowned slightly. He also felt that what Lin Feng said was too absolute. Moreover, according to his several attempts, Lin Feng, this kid is hiding very deeply, and usually even more low profile. Suddenly so sure this time? There are cats. Old man Bodhi's spirit immediately lifted. After observing for so long, I finally got something. This time, I must see if you are a human or a ghost. Monkey, just try it. Guaranteed great value for money. Yuck. Guaranteed you won't regret it. Lin Feng was still following the good advice wherever he was. He really thinks that Monkey is suitable to use the stick. 7 years in Lingtai Mountain. Monkey did not learn anything. Near the end of the mountain, only taught 72 changes and somersault clouds. After that Monkey goes into the Dragon Palace to find the treasure. After getting the golden rod, he started to make a killing. Admittedly there is a reason why the golden hoop is very strong. But Monkey's ability to make the golden hoop so 6 is also due in no small part to his talent. Well, then, Monkey saw him insist and had to agree to come down. He then got up and walked towards the outside of the hidden scripture pavilion. He had already read many weapon-type techniques before. Among them was about sticks, so Monkey doesn't have to be on a mission to learn about it. Except he looked around outside and didn't find anything that could be used as a stick. That's not going to work well if you don't have it. Monkey was a little bitter. Lin Feng suddenly thought, Brother Monkey, since that Polyang transformation talisman of yours can transform into a talismanic sword, can it turn into a talismanic stick? This seems to work really well. Monkey thought about it for a while and realized that there was really room to maneuver. The characteristics of the Juyan Huaxing are that it is fully functional and can change its own shape according to the user's requirements. That's where the rune sword came from before. Now it was just a matter of turning the talismanic sword into a talismanic stick. With a single move of Monkey's collection, several talismans surfaced within his palms. These talismans then converged together and continued to elongate and combine, transforming into a golden talismanic stick. Monkey held a golden talismanic stick in his hand and subconsciously swiped the stick flower. For some reason, when he gripped the stick, he actually had a familiar feeling lingering in his heart, and brushed it more smoothly. Monkey started juggling sticks in the yard constantly. Each blow was powerful. Every stroke is a tiger. Soon, a gust of wind blew throughout the entire hidden scripture pavilion. The air was stirred and turned into currents that converged in the direction of Monkey's location, soon forming a wind tornado. While the currents around Monkey were so wild that they could already tear through a mortal's body. The sound of that cracking sound was like explosive thunder. The gusts of wind constantly slapped Lin Feng's body like a whip, and these winds seemed to be endless, slapping one after another. Even Lin Feng was somewhat unable to withstand them. And that's just the wind that Monkey is blowing. Lin Feng looked at the dragon scroll that was gradually becoming clearer, as well as the monkey in the dragon scroll. His mind was filled with shock. No wonder the Dragon King wants to mess with Monkey. The current monkey is just blowing a gust of wind, but the monkey who went to the Dragon Palace at that time was at his peak, so don't even think about setting off a huge tsunami. The entire Dragon Palace is definitely off limits. Where is this going to sue? I guess it's because the Dragon King wants to pay compensation, but he's afraid that Monkey will beat him up, so they tried to get the Heavenly Emperor to back them up, so that you can justifiably approach Monkey for subsequent compensation. But neither Monkey nor the Heavenly Emperor apparently paid him any mind. We all know the rest of the story. Lin Feng suddenly realized that the Dragon King is really real miserable. Baby is gone. Home is gone. Looking for the leader to sue the black. The leader is F***ket over. No wonder it's so honest back there. When it comes to this kind of situation, it's a human being who is honest. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was such a thing, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was really smart. Just at this time, he suddenly felt a suction. The next moment, his feet were off the ground. What the hell? Lin Feng looked up, and then he saw getting the dragon scroll, as well as the whistling talismanic stick in the dragon scroll, which was getting closer and closer to him. Fractured life. Dying. Lin Feng hurriedly moved his hooves and swam towards the distance, but it was in the air, not in the water, and he couldn't help it even if he scratched his legs off. Lin Feng looked up at the stick that was getting closer and closer to him, his eyes filled with despair. This is finished. In the moment of life and death, Lin Feng's brain was blank. All those skills he had learned were thrown to the back of his mind. He couldn't think of anything. He looked at the approaching stick, feeling the gusts of wind whistling in his face hit him like a slap in the face. Snap! Lin Feng was actually woken up by the wind. No way! Can't just leave it at that. I've traveled all through. Will I still die here? There's definitely still a chance. In a flash of lightning, Lin Feng's brain was racing, trying to find a solution. Phantasmagoria heaven and earth? Exclusion. You can't die fast enough with that? The 5 elements of transportation? Exclusion. If he hadn't flown up, an earthbender would have solved the problem. But he was now in the air, and there were no 5 elements in the air. And the key to performing the 5 elements transportation technique lay in the fact that one had to come into contact with the 5 elements in order to hide in them. That yin and yang recluse? The shadowy recluse is ruled out first. And again there are no shadows in the air. The shadows are all on the ground. Yang Tan? This one is fine. But Lin Feng couldn't control the speed. If he never lifted it, Lin Feng doubted that he would be too fast and cause another crossing. What else is there? Lin Feng thought hard. Suddenly he snapped to attention. The virtual reality is transformed. Sure enough, at the end of the day, it was still necessary to use this natural skill to save your life. The god who transforms reality into reality forever. At this time, Lin Feng was already very close to Monkey's wind tornado, so he decisively used the virtual reality conversion. His body instantly turned into a shadow. The talismanic stick slashed through his body, but didn't attack him. Lin Feng didn't even feel a thing. Even the wind force that had been constantly pulling him had subsided at this moment. At the moment of opening the virtual reality conversion, Lin Feng only felt that the wind had stopped, the clouds were quiet, the world seemed to be quiet, everything was so calm. Snap! Lin Feng landed on the ground. At this moment he was only a few steps away from Monkey, but he didn't take any damage. For the time being, he should be in a state of invincibility after turning on voiding. Haven't found anything that can attack his abilities yet, but it doesn't rule it out. And likewise, he who had turned on the virtual reality transformation was no longer able to interfere with the real world. He was like a turtle that was disconnected from the real world. Monkey still juggles his stick. He had entered the realm of forgetfulness at this point. If we go by the words of the mortal world, Monkey has become one with the human stick. The stick was already part of his body. It's an amazing feeling, like a weapon you've never used before. But the moment you grip it, you realize that this weapon was made for you, even with the stick flying. A never-before-experienced feeling of unrestrained joy blossomed in Monkey's heart. He wanted to run. He wanted to scream. He wanted to vent. Even when Old Man Bodhi in the peep screen saw this scene, he couldn't help but have a few unimaginable feelings in his heart. Really let this kid guess? I didn't realize that the most suitable weapon for Goku would be a stick. How did he do it? Bodhi old ancestor's heart more and more feel that Lin Feng is not simple. No past life after life even so. Actually also a word to break the Monkey King's best weapon. But the soul search can't find anything. Should we search again? Looking at Monkey's gradually brightening eyes, the idea gradually rose in his mind. He didn't act immediately, though. Even if they were to search Lin Feng's soul once more, it would be until 3 months later, after both Lin Feng and Monkey had been released, before they could start preparing. Lin Feng looked at Monkey, feeling the depletion of spiritual energy in his body. At this point in time, he had already opened 5 spirit seas, and they were all of perfect quality. Plus his dantian. This made his spiritual energy reserves, compared to other spirit beasts, a lot more, and the corresponding spiritual energy consumption would also be much slower. At this rate, it could probably maintain the illusory state for 7 or 8 days. Pity, this state does not restore psychic energy. Otherwise, wouldn't it be beautiful to keep it up all the time? Never mind, it's not so bad, just don't be greedy. Lin Feng shook his head and continued to look at Monkey dance stick. It had to be said that Monkey was really suitable for a weapon like a long stick. Anyway, Lin Feng couldn't dance with this kind of momentum even when he was in human form. After a moment, Monkey stopped. He was holding a talismanic stick and looked at Lin Feng with an excited expression. Brother Lin Feng, you're simply a god. I feel like the stick. It's just made for me. I don't know why picking up the stick was as if I could use it. Tricks that I've obviously never used before can be easily performed. It's an amazing feeling. Monkey subconsciously gripped the stick in his hand as he spoke. Why? It's not that you are the Monkey King. If the Monkey King doesn't use a stick, is he still the Monkey King? And there's a specialized martial arts waiting for you now. As Lin Feng listened to Monkey's words of praise and looked at his surprised eyes, the vanity in his heart was greatly satisfied. There are really not many people in this world who can be complimented by Monkey. Anyway, he followed Monkey all the way here. Except for Yang Jian. That rounds up a bit. He is equal to Yang Jian. Hey, I told you. Lin Feng also had a smug look on his face. Brother Monkey, you didn't believe me before. Now you have nothing to say. There's nothing to say. There's nothing to say. Monkey looked embarrassed and bared his teeth in a smile. Lin Feng also developed a sense of pride in his heart at this time. The reason why Monkey would use a stick as a weapon. But he gave the advice. And that one thing alone was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Right, Monkey, since this talisman of yours can turn into a stick, can it turn into something else? Lin Feng's eyes flickered for a moment, but his tone was extraordinarily serious. Could be. Monkey nodded. Brother Lin Feng, you're asking, this, could it be an idea? Monkey looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng just hemmed and hawed and said, Monkey, then can you turn the talismanic stick into something else in battle, such as making it bigger or smaller? Well, that's not impossible. But what's the point? Monkey was puzzled. Getting bigger, getting smaller, but it's just a matter of how many holds to use the talisman. He's very skilled at this and there are no technical problems. It's certainly useful. Lin Feng continued. Monkey, think about it. If you and someone else are fighting, if the stick suddenly gets bigger, wouldn't you be able to catch your opponent off guard? Monkey thought about it for a moment and realized that it was really true. The reasoning is simple. And he just didn't have his head on a swivel before. Now after being awakened by Lin Feng, there were immediately several different ways to operate. Like what shows weakness at first, then suddenly increases the number of charms. The sudden geometrical increase in power would surely startle the enemy and make them let out that soul-shattering, This sun is as terrifying as he is. Lin Fong saw him pondering. I couldn't help but continue. It's not just getting bigger that's useful, but getting smaller has the wonderful effect of getting smaller as well. Monkey, think about it. If you are holding a stick and hitting like someone else, he will definitely block, right? At this time, your stick suddenly becomes shorter, and the other person doesn't block it, and then suddenly changes back and catches him off guard. With the right maneuvering, you're sure to put people on the defensive. Monkey thought about it and nodded again. Too right. And we can think outside the box. Sticks can get bigger and smaller. Can't they also get longer and shorter and softer and, ahem, off topic. Monkey, Lin Fong adjusted his emotions and said, Monkey, you know about pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. When the time comes, let's first take out a small stick. The enemy will surely be contemptuous, thinking that this stick can be something great. At this time, you are making the stick longer at an extremely fast speed, and directly attacking the opponent's body. It definitely catches the other team off guard. I've already thought of a name for this move, and when the time comes, you'll just say, shoot him. God damn it. If you think it's not imposing, you can add, Bankai. Monkey was dumbfounded. I don't know what Bankai means, but it feels awesome, doesn't it? And when old ancestor Bodhi, who was frantically peering at the screen, heard these words from Lin Fong, he was also surprised for a moment. On the one hand, he was shocked by Lin Fong's pie-in-the-sky imagination. On the other hand, he was wondering what that Bankai meant. The swastika is of Buddhist origin. It is a symbol of good luck and good fortune. The Buddha's chest then has a swastika, which is auspicious and can gush out precious light, and its light shakes and has 1,000 colors. But what does that word solve mean? Is it decomposing, dissecting, disintegrating, falling apart? Break down the swastika? This word is printed on the chest of Buddha Ka, and by unraveling the swastika, are we going to give Buddha Ka a stab? What's that supposed to mean? Great disrespect. Old man Bodhi no longer dared to think about it. I'm afraid I'm going to blaspheme the saints if I keep thinking about it. This what's-his-name Bankai is so evil that he wants to do that kind of thing to Buddha. Could it be the catchphrase of some cult? Bodhi old ancestor heart was a shock. Hastily began to deduce the cause and effect of these two words. At this time the great journey to the west has only just begun. The heavens are not yet chaotic. With his cultivation is still able to deduce a little bit. But what puzzled him was that there was nothing. This Bankai, like Lin Fong's name, was something that had only just appeared. That's odd. Could it be, really, that this little turtle made it up? Old man Bodhi couldn't figure it out. Monkey thought about it for a while, but in the end, he still felt like not saying this what a swastika, because he also felt that this word, which really wasn't too good, was somewhat of a punchline to the saint. The word goes out the window. That line before about shooting him, god damn it, works. Lin Fong was indifferent. He merely thought that Monkey's infinitely prolonged golden rod was similar to Wikimaro Jin's Bankai in Shinigami, so just to spoof it, it's okay if Bankai doesn't say anything. But Monkey's expression suddenly became serious as he stared at Lin Fong. Brother Lin Fong, I don't know where you know this term from, but I think it's better for you to say less of this term in the future. It's easy to punch a saint. Lin Fong, however, was stunned. A saint? Can death still be associated with saints? Monkey saw the disbelief in his eyes and told him a little about the significance of the swastika in Buddhism, as well as the fact that the Buddha had a swastika right on his chest. Think about this word for a moment. It means to unravel the swastika, or liberate it, and the swastika itself means good fortune. And isn't liberating good fortune calling bad luck upon oneself? Plus the Buddha had a swastika on him. In the meaning of being more ruthless, wouldn't it be to victimize the Buddha? Lin Fong was confused. Does it still mean that? He suddenly thought of his previous life when the Reaper was on fire, and he didn't know how many people took the heel stick and just started yelling out Bankai, in pulling off all sorts of tricks. Now it's not even black history. It's death. It's scary to be uneducated. Lin Fong suddenly felt a deep fear of his former ignorance. Luckily, the previous life was a science-based country, and all the weirdness was bull. Otherwise he was going to be finished just based on that statement alone. But then, it occurred to him that this world was not the scientific world of his previous life. The world is about metaphysics. Fuck. I'm not going to be targeted by Buddha Ka already, am I? Lin Fong panicked. He felt a deep fear. This is finished, not yet out of the Ling Tai mountain. First will be Buddha Rulai offended. This is even the monkey cannot afford to mess with the ruthless Ah. If he is angry, he will give me a Dawei Tian. Yuck too. 5-finger mountain. Wouldn't I be wronged? Lin Fong hurriedly prayed in his heart. Buddha Rulai is good. Buddha Rulai is wonderful. Buddha Rulai croaks. Buddha. Ah. The little one is just confused for a moment. You have a great deal of generosity, but don't take it to heart. Monkey could see the trepidation on Lin Fong's face. and seeing that he knew he was wrong, he stopped scaring him. Brother Lin Fong, you shouldn't worry too much, though the saints are not to be deceived. But what is the status of a saint? Generally speaking, as long as you don't say the word again in the future, the Buddha will not get on your bad side. After all, it's a fall from grace to bother with you. To put it bluntly, he's too weak. Buddha wouldn't even put a little person like him in his eyes. It's like when an ant goes to argue with an elephant. Does the elephant really get angry? It won't. Not only will elephants not, they'll think ants are really funny. Not only were they not afraid of him, they actually had the nerve to argue with him. Lin Fong figured out this point. The big stone in his heart is sort of put down. Is always feel some small sadness in his heart. Is this being looked down upon? It's okay, I've got a golden finger. As long as I live with it, I'll be invincible someday. When that time comes, I'll light up everyone's eyes. Lin Fong relieved himself twice with a very cute spirit. Then his mood completely adjusted. And then he looked at Monkey and said, Monkey, then let's move on to the next point? Yeah. Monkey nodded. However, Brother Lin Fong, could it be that this talisman stick can still play tricks? He felt that what Lin Fong had just said was more than enough. What becomes big and small, long and short, and hard and coughing? He was also taken to the ditch by Lin Fong. However, he still felt that Lin Fong had practically utilized all the functions that this talismanic stick of his was capable of, so he shouldn't be able to play too many tricks anymore. Lin Fong, on the other hand, tilted his head with a proud face. So say ah. It's still good to be modern and have seen enough to be imaginative. It's an era of crushing. Monkey wouldn't have thought of any of this even if he was smart. Monkey, we all just said, think outside the box and be imaginative. This alone is not enough to bring out all the potential of the rune stick. Monkey's expression got serious when he heard this. Then you give it a go. Lin Fong cleared his throat, then said, Monkey, let me ask you, what do you think is the greatest characteristic of the talismanic stick? 1,000 changes. This monkey doesn't even have to think about it. All of Lin Fong's previous attentions were also designed based on this characteristic. Yes, it's 1,000 different things. Lin Fong's eyes lit up for a moment and laughed. Well, Monkey, have you heard of a saying? Only attacking and not defending. The world is unrivaled. Monkey froze again. Attack only. No defense. No one in the world? Seeing that he didn't understand the sentence, what it meant, Lin Fong had to explain it once more. The talisman stick is made up of countless poly-yang transformation talismans, and all of these talismans are under your complete control. Monkey, so can you manipulate these talismans and revert them into talismans in a short period of time before recolonizing them? That's certainly no problem. Monkey demonstrated it straight away. The talisman stick that was originally held in his hand instantly transformed into dozens of talismans. These talismans were suspended in midair within a half-meter distance around Monkey. But then the talismans polymerized into a talismanic stick. Then, Monkey, let me make an analogy. If you imagine this talismanic stick as a knife, and these talismans are all pieces of the knife, then do you possess a weapon that can split the blade at any time? Monkey nodded, but was still a little confused. So hypothetically, you're going to attack me and I'm going to block. Then is it possible for you to do something that scatters the talismans in that position of my block, but leaves the talismans elsewhere untouched? Make my block fail? Monkey nodded again. This time he got it somewhat. Some of them look like those retractable charm sticks you were just telling me about. This time it was Lin Fong's turn to nod. But this way is more direct, and based on the fact that the talismans can be separated. Monkey, you can also develop different functions, such as flinging the blade as a concealed weapon. If it can be used in combination with some of the spell formations on the talisman itself, the power is not bad in comparison. In that case, this talisman stick deserves the name of 1,000 variations. Monkey thought about it for a moment, and what a face of recognition. In fact, he hadn't really wanted to use the talisman to transform into a specific type of blade before, thinking that doing so would limit the talisman's own ever-changing characteristics. As a result, he heard Lin Fong say this. It was found that not only does it not limit, but it enhances the possibilities again. No wonder Brother Lin Fong has been talking about thinking out of the box and being imaginative. That imagination is so useful. Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. Monkey looked at Lin Fong gratefully. Lin Fong looked at his eager eyes and suddenly became a little embarrassed. These were not his ideas after all. He had only copied the moves from some anime in his previous life. Monkey, don't thank me. If you want to thank me, it's better to thank Director Crazy. Xiao Feng Prayer? Monkey thought that was a strange name, but thinking that he was the one who had shown him that the original stick could be used in this way, he gave a very serious thank you in his heart. Seeing this, Lin Fong added a sentence in his heart as well. I hope it's updated soon for season 4. When the prayer was over, Lin Fong turned his head to look at Monkey's side once again. so let's move on to the stick thing? Yeah, Monkey subconsciously returned. But after he finished speaking, he only reacted to what Lin Fong had said and was surprised again in his heart. Brother Lin Fong, haven't you finished yet? That's just where it's at. Lin Fong heatedly smiled and said, since we've finished with polymerization and disintegration, let's break up the 1,000 variations of this stick of yours. From a talismanic sword into a talismanic stick, then it should be able to turn into other weapons as well. Monkey nodded again. This one certainly does. What about if you can change your weapon to suit different situations when you make a move? Let's say, I block your stick with my sword, only to be met with a sledgehammer. Or maybe I'm going to fight you hard with a punch, only to have a finger tiger suddenly come out. Lin Fong's words were like the whisper of a demon, ringing in Monkey's ears. Monkey frowned slightly. This is better. I don't like to use this kind of trick. Although Monkey knew that if he did what Lin Fong said, his combat power could be furthered, but he didn't like to use such tactics. This. Lin Fong also didn't expect Monkey to actually answer him with dislike, but after a little thought, he understood. Monkey is still Monkey after all. He prefers honorable means, like the previous ones are okay, but this last one is indeed somewhat shady, especially that finger tiger. It's so shady. Others thought they were competing in a fistfight, but after exchanging blows, they were stabbed by a finger tiger. If Monkey accepted such tactics, then he would not be the Qi Tian de Sheng in his heart who fought in heaven and earth. Just don't use it. I actually don't like that tactic either. I just thought it could be done. Lin Fong followed Monkey's example and scratched his head as well. Monkey glanced at him, then shrugged. Anyway, I still have to thank you for this matter today, for giving me so many useful suggestions. Hey, it's all a piece of cake for me. Lin Fong was embarrassed by the compliment. Only his mind was shouting, inquest of more. There are not many chances to be praised by Monkey. One more time is one more time. If you are wrong about this village, there will be no more store. But Monkey really wasn't boasting. He moved his body and let go of his hand, and the talismanic stick transformed back into a talisman and merged into his body, rested in time to get back to reading. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the hidden scripture pavilion. Seeing this scene, Lin Fong also turned around and headed inside the hidden scripture pavilion. After both of them had left, the two stone lions at the entrance looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Phew, scared the hell out of me. Not to mention you. I was taken aback. The lioness squinted at her male and grunted through her nose. Humph. You usually brag about how great you are. Why are you wimpy now? The male lion had wanted to show off his prowess, but when he thought of the scene just now, both of his legs and stomach were trembling. It's a different situation. Who would have thought that immortal Master Sun would actually be so strong? That stick swinging out, just the sound of the air breaking would scare a lion to death. The lioness looked at his wimpy face and became more and more displeased in her heart. Humph. Goons. Fire rose in the male lion's heart as well. You don't wimp out. Who was the one who just had to lean into me? Trying to feel safe? The lioness stopped talking at once. She glared at the male lion, then raised one paw, a cold aura glinting on her 5 stone nails. You have an itchy skin? The male lion wimped out again. Okay, I'll stop. Okay? The lioness gave him a blank look and put her hand down. When the young lion saw this scene, his face wore a slight expression of helplessness. Daily noise. At this time in the hidden scriptures, after Lin Fong found a place to sit down, he entered the hanging state. From the moment he came in, he knew that he had come over to accompany Monkey in his closed-door contemplation. Of sorts. As for why Monkey is coming over, it was probably because this attack had startled Old Man Bodhi. After all, Monkey is one of the main characters of the journey to the west. If anything happens to him, do you expect Nuwa to still have a rock? When the time comes, the whole Western Great Havoc is in chaos. No matter whether it is the Western Buddhism, or those gods in the heavenly palace, I am afraid that they will all have a headache. That's why Bodhi Laozu dared to go and ask for a statement with a straight face. Of course, if that hadn't happened, Bodhi Laozu would have had the backbone to ask for a statement with the heavenly court. It just won't be so dry. And this time, he was put into the Tibetan scripture pavilion, but also wanted to let him avoid the wind. And in the meantime, use the gongfu in the pavilion to give Monkey a level up and increase his combat power. You can't see that there are a lot more profound techniques in the hidden scriptures. It's a pity that Old Man Bodhi is still not dry. If only I could turn out the Earthly Fury 72 changes, the Heavenly Dipper 36 changes, and the Somersault Clouds. That way I can still rub it in a little. Lin Fong let out a light sigh. Then it was time to hang out and fall into a deep sleep. It's useless to think so much. It's better to sleep well and try to enter the next realm earlier. And so, 3 months passed in a flash. Early morning, Lin Fong woke up from his sleep. He opened the system panel out of habit. Name, Lin Fong. Race, Genta. Cultivation, 9 Heavens of the Spirit Sea, Perfection, Breakthrough, Mental Technique, Great Heavenly Immortal Technique, Great Completion, Skills, 5 Elements Transportation Technique, Great Achievement, Yin Yang Transportation Technique, Great Achievement, Dharma Phase of Heaven and Earth, Minor Achievement, Natural Avatar, Alternation of Reality and Void Points, 268 Universal Points, 15863 System Evaluation, a Spirit Sea Realm Little Demon with Superior Strength. Although in the Spirit Sea Realm, you already have the qualifications to proudly look down on the masses, in the 3 realms, you are still a younger brother. That's a nice looking panel. Of course it would be nice to ignore that last system comment. The system is as toxic as ever. Looking at the 2 words breakthrough on his cultivation, Lin Fong didn't break through immediately, but closed the system panel. This period of sudden advancement had caused his points to deplete at a rapid rate. Although the 2 outside pools were supplemented with lotus flowers, but it's still not enough to make ends meet. In a simple sentence, Lin Fong was broke, but he didn't want to rely on the Xian turtle bloodline to break through the divine hidden realm. Just think about waiting to go out and save up a wave of points after exchanging a bullish bloodline. Before breaking through the divine hidden realm, strive to obtain special abilities, or return an ancestor and whore out a bloodline. Lin Fong stretched and turned his head to look at Monkey. Monkey is meditating. In 3 months' time, Lin Fong's cultivation had skyrocketed, 1 day at a time. But Monkey seems to be in a bottleneck. Since the last time he broke through to the peak of Human Immortal, until now Monkey had been staying at Human Immortal, unable to break through to Earth Immortal no matter how hard he tried, not to mention the Golden Immortals upwards. According to the unbelievable test, Monkey was at least a Golden Immortal when he came down from the mountain, and in his heyday, Monkey was definitely a Great Luo Golden Immortal, so Monkey still needs to keep working. At the very least, he would still have to collapse 2 great realms and reach the Golden Immortal before he could descend the mountain. Lin Fong counted the time and thought that 7 years would be enough. By that time, it was expected that he himself would have become immortal, and after that it would be up to him to consider whether to stay on Mount Lingtai or follow Monkey down the mountain. Lin Fong thought he would probably go down the mountain, but it won't go with Monkey. Too dangerous. Westward journey is, to put it bluntly, a one-line thing. As long as he avoids that route to the west, where in the world can he not go? And actually there is a safe zone in the west. That's the capital of the Tang Emperor. That's where the westward journey begins. If he really couldn't avoid the western journey, the big deal was that he would just head towards the capital after the western journey started. He didn't believe that the Tang priest would turn around and go back after leaving the capital to get rid of him as a robbery. During this time Lin Fong had all the time in the world, so he thought about it all more. He had even thought clearly about what to say to Monkey when he parted. "You're awake early today." Monkey woke up from his meditation and said hello when he saw Lin put in a daze. Lin Fong came back from his contemplation. He turned his head to look at Monkey and laughed. "Today is the last day. Well, we'll be able to go out tomorrow, so of course I'm going to get up early. Let's celebrate?" Monkey sniffed, and his heart was somewhat moved. Then celebrate. A monkey and a tortoise walked out of the cache and looked at the 2 ponds outside. Before coming here, these 2 ponds were ponds with crystal clear water, a large number of swimming fish, lotus flowers blooming, and lotus seed pods everywhere. But now, it's a stinker. The lotus flower is gone. The lotus flower is gone. Even the lotus leaf and lotus root are gone. The water was clear, but there were far fewer fish, and most of the ones that survived were large. Monkey crouched on the pond railing and looked down at the large black fish swimming in the lake. There are no more minnows. The smaller ones were eaten by both. What can we do about this? Monkey scratched his head in some distress and said, "Why don't we catch 2 big fish up here? Although they are difficult to handle, the meat is just as delicious." As a result, when he finished speaking, the big fish all swam downstream frantically. In no time at all, they all disappeared. Monkey was a little depressed at the sight. It did get a little greedy for a while, causing the fish here to be afraid of the 2 when they saw them. Lin Fong also sighed. It looked like the fish couldn't be eaten. Something light then? His eyes went to the lotus flowers in the pond, where there are still lotus flowers. In order to be able to replenish his points, he exchanged all the things that could be exchanged into points in the hidden scripture cabinet, and the first and foremost thing that he exchanged was the lotus flowers in the 2 ponds. In the pond now, there are just a few broken lotus leaves left floating on the water, and it's wilted. Seeing this scene, Lin Fong sighed again. "Dear, it looks like it can only be celebrated tomorrow when we go out. Us 2 brothers are celebrating." The tone was slightly smug. Last time, he had only eaten some small flowers and a few lotus leaves from Bodhi Old Man. He was then given a flick of his sleeve and flung out, almost scared to death. But today, he ho-hoed the entire 2 lotus ponds, and Bodhi Laozu didn't say a word. How can the heart be upset? His eyes went to Monkey beside him. It's true that it's safer to follow Monkey when doing bad things. Monkey is such a secure man to be around. Monkey, who still didn't know that Lin Yu was making him up in his mind, had some loss in his eyes and jumped off the railing with a flip. Ugh, it will have to do. The two men turned around and were about to head into the cache. But just at that moment, a soft white light lit up behind them. Goku! The familiar voice came and both men were jolted. Monkey quickly turned around and knelt down, while Lin Fawn was even drier, directly shrinking into his shell and being a very standard shrunken head turtle. Old Man Bodhi looked at Lin Fawn with some disdain in his eyes. Then he turned his head toward the pond. Some anger welled up in his eyes. 2 good ponds, just like that, had been hoovered up by 2 people, and it was going to take that little bit more of what he'd moved out of his little coffers to fill in the deficit. This was all the family money he had prepared to avoid the great calamity. Little turtle, I'll remember you. However, now was not the time to deal with this matter, and Ancestor Bodhi's eyes went to Monkey. Goku, do you realize your mistake? Monkey knelt on the ground and folded his arms, looking over to the ancestor's side. The disciple knows his mistake, so where did you go wrong? The ancestor continued. An apprentice shouldn't be greedy enough to eat the fish in the ancestor's pond. The ancestor let the apprentice come to the scripture pavilion because he wanted the apprentice to learn something, not crave for food. So how are you learning? Monkey looked embarrassed and smiled. Apprentice is ashamed of his ancestor's trust. Apprentice has only penetrated 90% of the mysteries of the books hidden in the pavilion this time. All seen through? Ancestor Bodhi's tone revealed surprise. Even he hadn't expected Monkey's enlightenment to be so good. He had put a lot of profound secret books into the hidden scripture cabinet this time. If an ordinary person, just one book would take a lifetime to comprehend. Only then would there be a chance to be able to comprehend it. But it only took Monkey 3 months to see through 90% of it. Not all of them have been penetrated. The disciple has only penetrated 90% of them, and there is still 10% that he has not realized. Monkey, however, was quick to explain. He had thought that the ancestor's line about seeing it all through was a misunderstanding. Ancestor Bodhi was also brought back to his mind by his words, and collecting his shock, he said, "Then, do you feel that you have made any progress compared to before?" The apprentice feels he has made great progress. So what do you think is all the progress? Ancestor Bodhi then asked. At this point, he suddenly got up the idea of testing. Monkey froze at his words, and in his heart, he realized that the ancestor was testing him, and his mood could not help but get excited. If he could pass today, he might be able to become a direct descendant of the ancestor. When the time comes, there will be a chance to be taught the law of eternal life. My disciple's cultivation has made great progress, and by viewing the thousands of feats and entering the Tao, my comprehension of the Tao has come a step closer, and my understanding of the world is clearer than before. Oh, then you tell me about it? Ancestor Bodhi also became interested at this time and looked at Monkey. Monkey organized his language a little and laughed. The disciple viewed the secret books in the pavilion and found that at the root of it all these books, they are all about what the Tao really is, including the ancestor's great piece of heavenly immortal technique as well, the so-called Kung Fu. It's just a use of the Tao that we've figured out based on our understanding of the Tao, and the word is everywhere. Some Gong methods have a shallow understanding of the Tao, some have a profound understanding of the Tao, and there are even many Gong methods that contain conflicting ideas, but these are the ways. The Tao embraces all things, gives birth to all things, and incorporates all things. Old Man Bodhi didn't expect Monkey to actually be able to say something like that, and his eyes couldn't hide his shock. Lin Fang was even more wide-eyed and open-mouthed at this moment. Was this still the Chi Tian de Shang he remembered who only knew how to fight? Monkey is actually so wise. These are not words that can be uttered by mere cleverness, they must be uttered only after a certain level of understanding of the way. The ancestor was also very satisfied. And what do you think about Buddha? The Buddha is compassionate and saves the world. But the world must not just wait for the Buddha to save it, all living things should be self-reliant. Instead of relying on the Buddha, you should rely on yourself. Monkey folded his arms and said only this. Ancestor Bodhi, however, frowned slightly and said, "So you think the Buddha is wrong?" Monkey shook his head and said, "The Buddha's original intention was to point out a clear path of salvation for the world, so that the world could be freed from the sea of suffering and reach the ultimate bliss as early as possible. But the hearts of the people are deceitful, and if there is no one to guide them, pointing out the path is just futile, not to mention the many temptations to fall along the way." Ancestor Bodhi's frown tightened. He felt that Monkey had touched that window pane. Just poke. He will then be able to understand the true meaning of the journey to the West. So he then asked, "So what do you think Buddha should do?" Monkey, however, shook his head at this time. The apprentice doesn't know. I don't know? Yes. The disciple is not a Buddha and does not understand how a Buddha thinks. Monkey's expression grew more and more pious. Instead, The Bodhi ancestor struck while the iron was hot. And what if one day you become a Buddha? Monkey's brow furrowed. He became a Buddha? His mind couldn't help but think about what would happen if he became a Buddha. The ancestor saw his silence and did not disturb it. A little bit of time passed. Monkey, however, never gave the ancestor an answer. Ancestor's face also surfaced a few points of disappointment. Perhaps he was a little too hasty. The monkey, after all, is still experiencing the great journey to the west, did not walk the path of the journey to the west, do not have to realize the true meaning of the heart. Lin Fong was also looking at it, anxious in his heart. Lin Fong was well aware of how much effort Monkey had put in order to become a direct disciple of the ancestor. He reads day and night. It's an ordeal for an active monkey. But Monkey endured. Not that he was born to be humane and aware of etiquette, but he knew very well that in order to become a direct disciple of the ancestor and to return with the law of eternal life, he would have to seize every opportunity. He worked hard to get stronger and studied hard. Just for today, Lin Fong's brain was once again hot. He wanted to help Monkey out. But how could he, a small turtle, get involved in such a high-class topic? Lin Fong was also in deep thought. In the end, it really did give him an idea of how to break the game. Although he knew nothing about such lofty knowledge, in his previous life he had read a lot of novels, including quite a few metaphysical type novels where the authors had expounded on their understanding of the Tao. He could have just carried it. While much of the reasoning, though superficial, cannot be said to be wrong, it just so happened that Lin Fong knew of a book that could explain the Bodhi ancestor with a sword. Ancestor, may I say something? Lin Fong suddenly spoke. Both men present froze for a moment, then turned their heads at the same time. Monkey looked at Lin Fong with some confusion, not quite understanding what he was trying to do by suddenly opening his mouth at this time. Instead, Ancestor Bodhi's eyes held some deep meaning. Then you'll have to come and say it. Ahem. Lin Fong cleared his throat, then confidently looked at the Bodhi ancestor, putting on a look of what another profound argument, confident as hell, and his actions made both of them take it seriously. Monkey simply wanted to hear what Lin Fong thought. Ancestor Bodhi, on the other hand, wanted to see what he was trying to do with his initiative this time. Lin Fong was full of energy. Ancestor, the disciple feels that Buddha is originally the way. A sentence, like a stone breaking the sky, echoed in the ears of the two men. This kind of boldness, counting the classics and forgetting the ancestors, confusing the Buddha and the Tao, caused both men to be shocked. Although Bodhi Laozu was a Buddhist and Taoist practitioner, but neither had he ever made such a treasonous determination. Both Lin Fong and Monkey felt the anger of Ancestor Bodhi, and both of them were a bit jittery. Lin was relieved that there was already some regret in his heart, but he didn't say anything. Monkey had helped him so much, he always had to help. This incident today was considered to be a little bit of repayment of Monkey's favor to himself, and Monkey was worried about Lin Fong's safety, thinking that if the ancestor does something in anger later, he must try to stop it. At least he must keep Lin Fong safe. But just as Ancestor Bodhi wanted to angrily rebuke Lin Fong, instead, it suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't gotten to the bottom of this little turtle so far. Could it be that there was some deeper meaning to his words? So Old Man Bodhi hardened his heart and suppressed his anger. Then tell me more about it. This statement, again, confused the two. I'm surprised you're not mad? Lin Fong stared at Ancestor Bodhi with his own small green eyes wide and full of doubt, unable to figure out why he was in such a calm mood. Even if you're not mad, you shouldn't be so calm. The ancestor saw him froze and couldn't help but urge him, and tell us your opinion. Lin Fong came back to his senses. He hurriedly said, returning to the words of the ancestor, I believe that Buddhism and Taoism have many similarities in their teachings, and both lead people to goodness. But that doesn't mean that Buddha is originally the way. Ancestor Bodhi then asked. Lin Fong had said this, so he wasn't hiding anything. The words just now were merely expressing that there is interoperability between the two. The next words are the key. Ancestor, what do you think of the relationship between Buddhism and Taoism? This statement put the ancestor's question in a daze. Buddhism's home base is in the western Oxus continent, while Taoism is in the eastern Shangshenzhou. The two have always been well watered. The relationship cannot be said to be much better, but also not as bad as it is. But if Lin Fong asked this, he was bound to have his deeper meaning. What could it be? Without realizing it, Ancestor Bodhi began to think down the line according to Lin Fong's thinking. Then something suddenly occurred to him. Westward journey. The journey to the west was a great calamity, no doubt, but it was also an important event in the great revival of Buddhism, which was able to begin preaching in the eastern divine continent from then on, and that's bound to clash with Taoism. And Buddhism was introduced into the East and was bound to absorb Taoist teachings in order to better evangelize. In this process, the localization of Buddhism is inevitable, and from this was born the doctrine of Buddhism, stripped of Taoism but retaining some of the teachings found in Western Buddhism. In this way the Buddha is originally the way. Which makes sense. This, old man Bodhi thought of many things in an instant. He looked at Lin Fang with undisguised shock and scorn in his eyes. This matter was not even clear to him, but this little turtle in front of him actually spoke the key to this matter in a single breath. Lin Fang had once again refreshed Ancestor Bodhi's perception. Even in his mind, he had already placed Lin Fang on the same level as him. Can see this thing clearly. He then realized that Lin Fang's identity was definitely not simple. At the very least, it's someone who knows the entire Westward Journey program, all the way down to the bottom. And there aren't many people like that right now. Even the participants, some of whom are still in the dark, know nothing, and continue to get away with being their own gods and goddesses. And more importantly, he doubted that this passage was deliberately said to him by Lin Fang. He himself was a Buddhist monk. It's a road that he's almost at the end of. It had been an unknown period of time since he had felt the sensation of cultivation progress, but today Lin Fang's words had given him hope that if it was really like what Lin Fang had said, the Buddhism that had been introduced to the eastern lands would eventually merge with Taoism and come out on its own path. So why shouldn't he take a page out of his book? A stone from another mountain can polish jade. Maybe the chance for him to take a closer step in his cultivation fell on this. At his current realm, every little bit of progress was precious, let alone a breakthrough in cultivation. When old man Bodhi figured this out, he looked at Lin Fang with somewhat complicated eyes, though more wary of him, but there was also some gratitude flooding through his eyes. Lin Fang and Monkey looked at the long silent ancestor. Both of them didn't know what the ancestor was thinking, but their hearts were apprehensive. Could it be that the words just now had irritated the ancestor? The thought surfaced in the minds of both men, and Lin Fang at this time suddenly thought, according to the record Bodhi ancestor also want a still Buddha and Taoist big brother. His own in front of him to say Buddha is originally Tao thing, is not a death. It's over. This time, even if Monkey opens his mouth, he may not be able to save me. It's like bouncing in a minefield. And it's the kind that bounces around like crazy and thinks it's too long. Lin Fang panicked, looking at the silent Bodhi ancestor. He felt that for the first time. He felt that death was so close to him. Goodbye, Monkey. Goodbye, Fish Trail, Grandpa Turtle, and all of you at Pools in the Hills. I'm about to leave this world. My time with you guys was short, but I felt happy. Don't miss me when I'm gone. I don't know where to start. Lin put in his heart had already said all his last words. He looked at Ancestor Bodhi as if he were dying, no longer intending to resist, lying flat. Slowly, he closed his eyes and waited quietly for death to come. But just at this time, the originally stationary Bodhi old ancestor suddenly moved. His lifeless eyes suddenly regained their sparkle. He looked over to Lin Fang's side. Lin Fang subconsciously swallowed his saliva, although he had already laid down flat. When death really came, no one had the certainty that they were ready. Monkey was anxious and opened his mouth intending to say something. However, old ancestor Bodhi spoke up one step earlier than him and said in a sincere tone, "Thank you, little friend, for your words of illumination today." He bowed towards Lin Fang. In this moment, time stood still once more. Lin Fang and Monkey both looked at old man Bodhi, who had bowed his hand towards Lin Fang, with a confused expression, not quite understanding what was going on. And old man Bodhi straightened up again after paying his respects. Little friend Lin Fang's words today are unforgettable to me, and I will also remember the kindness of my little friend for the rest of my life, as long as little friend doesn't do anything against my will in the future. From now on, little friend will be my guest at Spirit Platform Mountain. He's talking about me. This was treating Lin Fang as a peer. Lin Fang blinked his eyes, feeling a little confused in his head. What a situation. Is Master Bodhi stupid? Alzheimer's? But no matter what, he was now considered to have his crisis lifted, and he had also gained the favor of Ancestor Bodhi, becoming the guest of honor at Lingtai Mountain. One step to the top of life. Lin Fang's nervousness was completely washed away by joy. Ah, ha 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 ha, Ancestor, you're joking. I didn't do anything either. No, you've done enough, the ancestor solemnly said. Although I don't know your purpose for coming to Lingtai Mountain, nor do I know your followers, I do take your favor for what happened today. Later on, if I do achieve something, my friendship with my little friend today can be considered a friendship. When Lin Fang heard these words, although he was even more depressed in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. Good talk, good talk. He narrowed his eyes and gave an inscrutable smile. And this expression further allowed the ancestor to conclude that Lin Fang's heel was bound to be extraordinary. Maybe it really was on the same level of greatness as him. But where did he know that Lin Fang narrowed his eyes? But only because he didn't want old man Bodhi to see the bewilderment and panic in his eyes, while the smile at the corner of his mouth was an expression he didn't know what to use. As far as emotions go, there are not many ups and downs. On the other hand, it was because he had no idea what it meant to be owed a great favor by Ancestor Bodhi. This world is about karma and reincarnation. Lin Fong had planted the cause today, and in the future, Ancestor Bodhi would surely repay the effect. It's like one of those classical novels where the fox is saved by the scholar and then needs to repay his kindness by giving herself to him. He certainly didn't need Ancestor Bodhi to give his body to him. However, if he opened his mouth to ask the ancestor to do something, there was a high probability that the ancestor would agree. This could be even more precious than any genius or treasure. And when Ancestor Bodhi saw the hope of a breakthrough in his cultivation, his mood became even greater, and he even looked at Lin Fong with a much softer look. Monkey was looking stunned at this point. Monkey's mind went blank as he looked at the two men who were talking to each other. Where am I? Who am I? What am I going to do? What the hell is going on? Why can't I read any of it? Am I out of date? Or is the world changing too fast? A single question drifted through Monkey's mind, and he was practically skeptical. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Fong, Old Master Bodhi planned to go back to his seclusion and deduce the next direction of development after the Buddha sect's eastward journey. Before he left, he still made a point to emphasize twice that what happened today would be remembered for life. Those who didn't know thought he was holding a grudge. Lin Fong, on the other hand, still kept the same squinty-eyed smiling expression from before and sent Ancestor Bodhi away with a smile. And Ancestor Bodhi was in a great mood. He actually didn't use an instantaneous transfer, but instead left in a cloudy, immortal manner. The two stone lions guarding the doorway looked at the Bodhi ancestor floating overhead. Hey, child's mother, did you see that? See, it's not just the ancestor flying away. It's not like you haven't seen it before. No, what I'm talking about is that when the ancestor flew away, the corners of his mouth were tinged with a smile, his eyebrows with a grin, and his entire being seemed to be overflowing with joy. You're looking at it wrong. The lioness frowned and glanced at her male. What kind of person is the ancestor? He has already been happy and angry for a long time. How could he be smiling so obviously? And a whole lot of joy? Who would believe this when they say it? The lioness despised her own fool in her mind. The male lion was also puzzled, but he had really seen it before. Could it really be that I'm seeing things differently? It's not right. The lioness, however, said impatiently, who cares if he is or not? Even if the ancestor really smiled, does it concern you? Better focus on your door. Those two in there, they could be released tomorrow. So keep an eye on them. Got it. The male lion waved his hand somewhat impatiently, and at this time in the hidden scriptures, Monkey looked at the back of the ancestor who left with a face full of joy. His face was all shock. After the ancestor's figure had completely disappeared, he looked down at Lin Fong on the ground with curiosity and surprise in those eyes, as well as that lingering trace of doubt. Brother Lin Fong, what exactly did you say to the ancestor? Ancestor is actually so happy? Lin Fong, on the other hand, had an innocent look on his face. Brother Monkey, I really didn't say anything. In saying that, what I just said, you were not also present and heard it clearly. Honestly, I can't figure out what's going on with Ancestor right now. He had originally intended to follow some of the theories within the Buddha's original path and fool Ancestor Bodhi, but he had only begun this when he was interrupted by the ancestor. It really didn't say anything, but thinking about Ancestor Bodhi's expression just now, which had gone from shock to admiration, made Lin Fong always have the feeling that he seemed to have done a lot. Did I fake a pussy? A pussy that I don't even know what it is? This feeling of unknowingly putting on a show is not a good one, but it's not a bad one either. What was that about? Monkey frowned. Who knows? Maybe the ancestor is old and confused. Lin Fong shrugged. Monkey turned his head to look at him and said seriously, be careful what you say. Lin Fong, on the other hand, spat out his little tongue. Early the next morning, the door of the hidden scripture pavilion, which had been dusty for 3 months, slowly opened against the sunrise. Monkey and Lin Fong were just standing at the gate. The faces of the two people were filled with a kind of joy of finally being able to go out from this hellish place. Although there were many feats in the Tibetan scripture pavilion that could be studied by the two people, but staying for 3 months at a time, no one could stand it. Solace, finally made it through. From then on, the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to swim. The two men stride outside. At the entrance stood 3 creatures, 2 stone lions, plus a grandfather turtle. By the looks of them, they should be waiting for the two to come out. When the 2 stone lions saw them come out, they hurriedly bowed their heads and said, congratulations to Immortal Master Sun on his return from seclusion. Once again we have been waiting for a long time. Lin Fong, on the other hand, saw Grandpa Turtle at a glance. Grandpa Turtle. He took short, hairy steps and walked slowly to Grandpa Turtle, with a very surprised smile on his face. What are you doing here? Where's Fish Trail? Did she come? Lin Fong stretched out his neck and looked behind Grandpa Turtle, but only after he stretched it out. He suddenly realized that Fish Shaolu was a fish, so it seemed like he couldn't go ashore. Ha ha, Her Grandpa Turtle sounded a little odd. She's waiting for you at the pool. There's a surprise. Surprise? Lin Fong retracted his neck and cocked his head at Grandpa Turtle. You'll see when we get back. Grandpa Turtle laughed and bought a smile. Lin Fong didn't pursue anything and smiled. Then let's hurry back. Just as well. Grandpa Turtle smiled and looked over to Monkey's side, saying, Immortal Master Sun has only just finished his seclusion, compared to having his own matters to deal with, so we won't bother much. After saying that, he rested Lin Fong on his back with his fins. Lin Fong turned his head and waved his short legs towards Monkey. Monkey, I'm leaving first. Let's go. Monkey waved his hand indifferently and laughed. It just so happens that I, old son, have been suffocating here for 3 months, and now that I've come out, I naturally need to move my muscles. He moved his limbs and head. It crackled. Monkey clearly didn't say anything, but everyone in the room had the feeling that the sleeping lion had woken up. It was a lingering feeling of danger. Monkey laughed. With one long leap, he jumped straight into the clouds, and by the time he landed, he was already an unknown number of meters away. All the crowd could see from afar was a puff of dust rising into the sky, and the birds and animals that fled in panic. Grandpa Turtle, let's go. Lin Fong withdrew his sight and whispered, then you can sit tight. Grandpa Turtle smiled. Lin Fong didn't understand what sitting still meant at first. Could it be that when Grandpa Turtle walks, he can still be a gust of wind, and he can scrape people away? But soon, he learned what it meant to be a gust of wind. Grandpa Turtle took a big step forward, not fast at first, but soon the speed came up. That's surrounded by wind. The cold wind slapped against Lin Fong's head. Lin Fong was confused. From the first day of being a turtle, he hadn't thought it would actually be this exciting. This speed, is it really from a turtle? You crossed over from the tortoise and the hare, didn't you? As Lin Fong was thinking about it, he was so unsteady that he almost flew out of Grandpa Turtle's body. With a quick eye, he used the claws on his little short legs to hook onto the slit in Grandpa Turtle's back shell, which prevented him from flinging himself out. Grandpa Turtle is still running. Speed a ride. It quickly ran from the cache to the mountain pool. At the edge of the pool, Grandpa Turtle suddenly came to a sharp stop. Lin Fong was not paying attention and directly flew out from Grandpa Turtle's back, falling onto the boulders by the pool. Ouch! He let out a cry of anguish. Soul is not a big deal. Sea turtles were originally creatures known for their defense, and with his current cultivation level, bullets wouldn't necessarily be able to do much damage to him, let alone a fall. Lin Fong quickly plopped down, but no sooner had he seen something clearly than he felt himself leave the ground on all fours. It was a feeling that had mostly come along with furry sensations before, but this one was different. This one was a little cooler and still wet. Lin Fong stretched his head and looked back, then his eyes lit up. A very kawaii-looking round-faced little loli was grasping his turtle shell with her small, fat hands, and her two big eyes were still staring straight at him. She sized up Lin Fong, and Lin Fong sized her up, probably about a meter tall, maybe even a little shorter. The skin was fair beyond words, big eyes, baby fat little face, and long wavy hair with some exotic flavor. It's so tolerable. Lin was relieved that the old father's soul was burning brightly in his heart. This wouldn't be too happy if I were to abduct her home as a daughter. The little girl looked at him, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on her face, her white teeth showing, her eyebrows smiling into a crescent moon. Lin Fong felt his heart melt. Fish Xiaolu saw that Lin Fong had been staring at him in his heart, not to mention how pleased he was. Lin Fong had never looked at her like this before. Lin Fong, am I pretty? Fish Trail looked at her expectantly. Lin Fong immediately raised a small short leg. This was even a thumb. After all, trying to get him to make something like a thumb was a bit difficult for the turtle. From the bottom of his heart he said, lovely. Fish Trail laughed even more. Grandpa Turtle really didn't lie to me. You really liked the surprise. Grandpa Turtle, who was on the sidelines, bristled when he heard it. The expression was as if to say, when has Lao Fu ever lied to anyone? Still, seeing the two little ones getting along so well brought an old fatherly smile to his face before he ducked his head and dove into the mountain pool. Lin Fong also realized at this moment that he was still unclear about what the young girl in front of him was, and the other guy actually knew his name. What's your name, little girl? Why haven't I seen you before? Aren't you a little Taoist child from some mountain peak? Lin Fong looked at her suspiciously. The little girl blinked, then blinked again. Soon, with some moisture in her eyes, a sound of water boiling came out. Ooh-hoo, you don't recognize me. Lin Fong was also confused when he saw this scene. What's the situation? How come I didn't recognize you? We didn't just meet, and we haven't met before. Grandpa Turtle under the surface of the water looked at this scene, sighed softly, shook his head with a look of hatred, and then turned around and swam downstream. But he didn't point it out either. Children and grandchildren are blessed. Lin Fong surely has a way. When Fish Xiaolu saw that Lin Fong was dumbfounded and actually couldn't help the way she looked, a few points of dissatisfaction arose in her heart. Carrot, unhappy. I can't believe you don't even recognize me. Lin Fong was even more puzzled. Should I know who you are? Fish Xiaolu's eyes widened as if he had heard something shocking. Her eyes quickly reddened, like being aggrieved. The sound of boiling water. Once again, seeing that she was about to cry, Lin Fong hurriedly coaxed. No, how could I not recognize you? I was just joking for you. While he was talking, he was also thinking, who the hell is the little girl? You haven't seen it? Did I forget? It shouldn't be. I haven't been to much of anything, even though I've been in the Spirit Mountain for a short time. Lin Fong couldn't figure it out, and when Fish Xiaolu heard him say he knew, she stopped crying and looked at him with red eyes, aggrieved, prickly, sucked in his nose. Really? Of course it's true. Lin Fong nodded, revealing a strange uncle-like smile. You're so cute. How could I lie to you? And who do you think I am? Lin Fong stopped laughing. He didn't know who the little girl was there. The only other one he knew who was about the same size was that little girl. Akatsuki. Could it be that this little guy is one of Akatsuki's people? Come to fuck with me? Watching him remain silent, that sound of boiling water once again sounded. Fish Xiaolu reddened her eyes, pouted her small mouth, and looked at Lin Fong as if she was looking at a negative man. Lin Fong panicked again. He couldn't stand to see a child cry. It was both disturbing and heartbreaking. He thought about trying to beat a dead horse. You're from Akatsuki? Fish Trail froze, his voice ending abruptly. Lin let out a breath, thinking that he had guessed correctly. But in the next moment, the sound of Fish Xiaolu's eyes reddening and her head lowered as she boiled water lingered in her ears. Ugh! Scumbag! Lin Fong felt that he was wronged. The kind of wronged for the ages. How am I a scumbag? We are meeting for the first time. Can you be reasonable? But apparently, a crying woman is not reasonable. And this reasoning makes perfect sense at all times. Lin Fong had to keep guessing. Since it wasn't that Bright Moon's people, who could it be? Lin Fong topped off that ear-piercing sound, and his brain went crazy again. Suddenly, he noticed Fish Xiaolu's ears, which were actually fin-like, and a few fish scales on his neck. He looked carefully into Fish Kill's eyes again, feeling somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through Lin Fong's brain as he remembered the surprise that Grandpa Turtle had said. A thought lit up his mind. As if he had caught something, Lin Fong stared at Fish Xiaolu with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. Your fish trail? Even now, there was some foxiness in his tone. But the little girl really didn't cry this time. She twitched her nose twice, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and looked at Lin Fong aggressively. Finally recognize it? You see, you say this, as if I really can't recognize you. Lin Fong was not easy to get it right once. Immediately dejected up. Didn't I tell you? It's a joke. Actually, I already knew that. Just trying to tease you. And you actually ended up believing it and crying. Boing boing. Lin Fong laughed and pinched Fish Xiaolu's plump cheeks. Not to mention, it feels good in your hand. Really? When Fish Xiaolu saw how confident he was, he actually really believed a few points in his heart. Let's just say love makes you brain dead. Of course it's true. How smart am I? How could I not recognize it? Right off the bat. Lin Fong was even more dejected. Fish Xiaolu was completely convinced, and she hugged Lin Fong in her arms. Hey, I knew you'd recognize it. The smile is kinda silly. No wonder they say that a woman's face turns over faster than a book. This was crying just now, and now she's laughing with unbelievable joy. Lin Fong, however, let out a solid sigh of relief. He plopped down on the airfield and his little nose took a whiff of the fishy odor. Still, this flavor is correct. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth, and his head thought of those spirit fish that he had given hokum to this March. Fortunately, they all hadn't opened their spirit yet. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to eat them. Fish Trail's nose sniffed as well. Then she frowned and the smile disappeared from her face. She picked Lin Fong back up, then looked at him with incomparably serious eyes. Lin Fong was still enjoying the smell of fish on her body, as well as that girlishly soft touch, and it was still a bit uncomfortable to be picked up out of the cold, especially since Fishy Lu was still looking at him like that. Xiao Lu, what's wrong? For some reason, Lin Fong was inexplicably a bit vain. Do you have a fish out there? Fish Xiao Lu asked the words with incomparable grief, her eyes moist again. There's fish? Lin Fong, at first, thought that he had misheard. After realizing that Fish Xiao Lu wasn't joking, he suddenly had the feeling that heavenly thunder was rolling. What is this all about? No, Lu, where am I going to get a fish? It's not like you don't know that I've been in the Tibetan scripture pavilion accompanying Monkey in seclusion for the past 3 months? Fish Trail was still glaring at him. So, what's with the smell of fish? On you? And to say there aren't any more fish? Fishy odor? Lin Fong was confused again. His face was speechless. During this period of time, the two of them, he and Monkey, had nothing to do but grill some fish to eat, and it wasn't a normal thing to have some fishy smell on you. I thought you were going to say something, so that's what this is about. This is. Lin Fong just wanted to say something, but the words came out of my mouth and I didn't know what to say. Tell Fish Trail that he eats fish? No way. Absolutely not. Lin Fong felt that this kind of words were too cruel to Fish Xiaolu, and would easily cause a huge psychological shadow to her young mind. What's this? Fish Path asked, glaring at him. This. Lin Fong's brain began to work frantically again. Fish Xiaolu didn't rush him, just stared at him, quietly waiting for his explanation. A few moments later, Lin Fong really couldn't think of any good reasons. It's not like he's really a scumbag after all, so he was left with that only reason that came to mind. And it was extraordinarily lame. This. You smell it carefully. It's the odor of a male fish. Not sure if he ate male or female fish though, but there are definitely male fish. Male fish? Fish Xiaolu took another sniff, then said, it seems, it's really the fishy odor of a male fish. I told you so. Lin Fong was relieved to see that she really believed it. Look, you're misunderstanding. Again. Lin Fong just wanted to put in some extra effort to fool this matter right away, but just before his words left his mouth, he saw Fish Xiaolu looking at him with a very odd look. Lin Fong, I can't believe you like male fish. It was like she had discovered some amazing secret. Lin Fong, he suddenly had the feeling of spitting out 3 liters of blood. Fish Xiaolu stared at him with a tense face. His brows frowning was getting tighter and tighter. Lin Fong didn't even know how to explain. Say that you don't like male fish, and Fishy Path is sure to ask then why he smells like fish, and things go back to the beginning. But to say you like male fish, Lin Fong couldn't say it. And why say male fish when you can say male fish? For some reason, when Lin Fong thought about these 2 words, he could always think of some fish-headed monster. Those toned thighs, with their thick leg hair, seemed as if they were right in front of his eyes. Lin Fong couldn't help but hit a cold dope. Can't even die admitting that I like this kind of stuff. Here's the bottom line. But things can't be left unattended. Fortunately, at this time, a group of spirit beasts rushed over from a distance, and sort of relieved Lin Fong of his siege. They surrounded Lin Fong at once, then crouched around him, their eyes eagerly looking at him. Ah, Ringo, you finally come out. Ringo, do you know how I've been living these days? You don't know. I'm tormented. Ringo, what will we do without you? All of the spirit beasts looked at him pitifully, and there was even a pleading look in their eyes, as if Lin Fong was their savior, and a cry of Ringo confused Lin Fong. What's happening here? Did something big happen to Lingtai Mountain in these 3 months of my absence? And these spirit beasts then noticed Fish Xiaolu who was carrying Lin Fong, so fire rubbed off in their hearts. How dare they bully their Ringo? Don't want to live. Brother Lin, is this little demon bullying you? Don't be afraid. We'll take it out on you. Get Ringo down. Tai, where is the little demon? How dare to hurt my Lin brother? Not quickly ambush the law. I think you are young and uninformed, but also can let you a dog. Fish life. The scene was a mess. Everyone stared angrily at Fish Xiaolu. Fish Xiaolu had seen this kind of scene there, and when she saw them trying to grab Lin Fong, she subconsciously gave it to her arms. But this action angered the spirit beasts present even more. How dare you resist? What a newborn fry not afraid of the crocodile. Let's see how your grandpa crocodile eats your little fry. Negative. Simply looking for death. The spirit beasts all approached towards Fish Xiaolu's side, all eyeing him intently. Fish Path's little face was filled with fear, but she still didn't let go. All of this was done in the blink of an eye. It was basically a matter of 2 sentences, and Lin Fong didn't even have time to react. Seeing that things are about to get out of hand, he immediately shouted, "Stop it all." The spirit beast actually did stop. The spirit beasts that were still raging originally stopped in unison, and one by one obediently looked towards Lin Fong's side. Ringo, what's wrong? Ringo, do you have something difficult to say? Don't be afraid. Ringo, we'll do it for you. These spirit beasts were still clamoring. Lin Fong's heart, however, was like more than 10,000 Chao Nima running wild. These spirit beasts didn't know what was going on, but they all seemed particularly irritable today. How could he know that these spirit beasts hadn't heard the follow-up of that dry overturning of the vault of heaven for 3 months? Their hearts were so itchy that they were teetotal, just wanting to know what would happen next. If it weren't for the fear of the ancestors' chastisement, they would have wanted to rob the prison. Solely Lin put out at last. They still hold back there. For these spirit beasts, listening to the book is the most important thing. God stops killing God. Buddha stops killing Buddha. No, you've all got it wrong. Lin Fong spoke again. All the spirit beasts were a bit confused. Ah, a mistake? Have we got it all wrong? Ringo, you're not being held hostage? And this bold little demon hasn't thought of plotting against you? No way? Lin Fong, on the other hand, looked at them without a good mood and said, "You're all misunderstanding. We're having fun. It's a game. Can't you see? Games? Playfulness?" The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, all looking at each other. But then, they thought of something. It is said that some people seem to like some exciting games. It's not unlikely that Ringo is one of them. Instantly everyone's eyes turned wrong when they looked at Lin Fong. Ah, playful. We get it. We get it. There were even some resourceful spirit beasts that came up to Fish Xiaolu's side and laughed. This must be sister-in-law. Fish Xiaolu, who had been stunned a moment ago, couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth hook up when she heard the word sister-in-law. Ah, what sister-in-law or not? Calling people old. Fish Trail covered his face. Face is hot. When the crowd of spirit beasts saw her shyness, the mood became even more energized. Whistling and cajoling. Lin Fong was also a little embarrassed. What for? What are you doing? What's all this fuss about? Are you ashamed of yourselves? It turned out that he still underestimated the cheek of these spirit beasts. They actually spoke in unison, licking their faces and shouting, "No shame. What's there to be ashamed of? They're all 1,000 years old. What haven't they seen before?" Lin Fong. Forget it. He looked at the spirit beasts and felt the need to change the subject. What do you guys want with me? Listening to what you guys just said. Why do you feel like you're dying? Did something big happen? Is it serious? Is Lingtai Mountain no longer safe? Should we consider running away then? He was genuinely a bit confused. In broad daylight, a bunch of spirit beasts came over crying out. Anyone would be confused. On the other hand, Fish Xiaolu was staring at Lin Fong with a pair of big watery eyes, thinking about the way he had stepped forward just now, thinking about the way he had called off all the spirit beasts with a single word. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Hey, so handsome. A casual word could make all these spirit beasts stop. It's true that my male turtle is the most handsome. Fish Xiaolu's heart at this time no longer had the anger from earlier. There was only sweetness. After hearing Lin Fong's words, these spirit beasts also finally thought of their main purpose for coming over this time. Brother Lin, Spirit Mountain is fine. It's us who are not. We don't think life would be fun without your dry tumble vault. It's so boring without a book to listen to. Brother Lin, you've finally given the release. We can't wait. Just fulfill our longing hearts. Yeah, let's not waste any time. Let's get started. In an instant, the atmosphere turned scorching again. Everyone became impatient. They want to release. They want to vent. They want to know what the hell is going to happen next. They all stared at Lin Fong. Brother Lin, look, I even brought over what you wanted. We brought them all. I'm still adding the volume. Sincere enough. We also know that you must be very tired and worn out since you've just been released. Ringo, but we're really so eager to find out what's next. Ringo, do me a favor. Looking at the spirit beasts holding all kinds of geniuses and treasures, Lin Fong knew that he couldn't do it without speaking. He smiled apologetically towards Fish Xiaolu and said, "Later, after explaining it clearly to you, I still have to tell them the next part of the story on my side first." Although Fish Xiaolu was no longer angry, she still snorted in a very feminine manner. Turning his head, he tilted it back to look at the sky. Lin Fong scratched his head, thinking that women were really difficult. It's still Monkey who's good. Monkeys not only give warmth, but also security. Where to find such a good male monkey to go? But now is not the time to think about that. He looked at the already hungry spirit beasts around him and laughed. Since everyone is so supportive, then I can't let everyone down. In that case, then let's move on. By the way, the genius treasure can be put aside first. Lin Fong pointed at a large rock next to him. That's where Monkey was squatting before. But today Monkey wasn't expected to come. Plus Lin Fong was going to talk about all the things Monkey had heard in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, so he had commandeered this place for the time being. Long live Ringo. Great. Finally get to hear what's being said back there. Finally, I can hear it. The crowd rejoiced, then couldn't wait to place the genius geomancy on the boulder. That eager look, as if he was afraid that if he slowed down a bit, Lin Fong would fly away. Soon, the boulder could be piled up with genius geomancers, even more than any Lin Fong had received before, and a lot more. 3 months. They held it in for 3 months, just waiting for today. For this reason, these spirit beasts had accumulated a lot of genius earth treasures. The spiritual flowers and herbs that they had passed by before and didn't even necessarily take a look at were all carefully put away. And some of the spirit medicines that had not yet matured were even guarded by specialized spirit beasts, just waiting to pick them at the first opportunity after they matured, and then give them to Lin Fong in exchange for the qualification to listen to books. Lin Party looked at that full of genius earth treasures. The mood couldn't have been higher. How many points can this be exchanged for? Isn't he himself developed? Phi, greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to asterisk. Lin Fong immediately got excited. With a great sense of bravado not to vomit, must serve these listeners well. And Fish Xiaolu looked at the way Lin Fong was staring at the pile, his eyes glowing. Thought my own male turtle was so cute. She carefully placed Lin Fong on the rock and drizzled some water on his head. The cold pool water fell like rain, and Lin Fong squinted his eyes with pleasure. He then began to talk about the book. The crowd was also fascinated by the contents of the book. After 3 months, they once again heard the story of drying out the vault of heaven, and all of them felt in a great mood, and that feeling that had been suppressed for a long time had finally been released. Everyone listened as if they were mesmerized. A little bit of time passed. It wasn't until after the sun had set that Lin Fong stopped. The crowd came back to their senses, and there were still voices in their minds that were not finished. Still, they said nothing and chose to immediately. Bye Ringo. Ringo, see you tomorrow. Ringo, come over early tomorrow. The crowd greeted Lin Fong one after another, and Lin Fong responded to the crowd's words with a smile and assured them that he would definitely wake up early tomorrow. When the crowd had gone, Lin Fong and Fish Xiaolu were the only 2 people left at the scene. Lin Fong casually pocketed all the genius treasures on the ground and turned them into points. Ding! Points plus 3267 inch 3000 points came in. Lin Fong was in a happy mood. If there were a few more waves, he would be able to exchange a bullish bloodline, and then he would be able to break through to the Divine Hidden Realm. The Divine Hidden Realm was already beckoning him. Lin Fong closed the system panel, then looked over to Fish Xiaolu's side. It just so happened that Fish Trail was looking at him too. The two were wide-eyed. In the end, it was Lin Fong who spoke first, saying, "Why did you suddenly take shape?" I don't know. It's when I broke through the Spirit Sea realm and then transformed. This Fish Trail really didn't know. Her usual cultivation was to eat and eat and eat. She didn't even cultivate her gongfu. As long as she ate enough, her cultivation could rise one by one. When it doesn't go up, it breaks out naturally. The same goes for morphing. When it's time to morph anyway. Lin Fong, on the other hand, was a bit disappointed. He also wanted to take shape. However, after redeeming the Xian turtle bloodline, his potential increased quite a bit, so he hadn't shown any signs of transforming until now. It's a sad story. Lin Fong suddenly turned his head to look at Fish Xiaolu. You've reached the Spirit Sea realm. There was a hint of surprise in his tone. Right. Fishpath smiled and looked at him with expectant eyes. Hey, aren't I great? It's pretty awesome. Lin Fong nodded somewhat perfunctorily. He had a weird look in his eye though. I remembered that when I first met Fish Xiaolu, the other party was still a big fish. Which time it was, but only at the Yundan realm. It had only been a short while, and it had actually reached the Spirit Sea realm. He had the system on his side to rise up in such a short time. But what's in the fish trail? What are you looking at me like that for? At this time, Fish Xiaolu also noticed Lin Fong's strange expression. She was a little embarrassed. People get shy when you look at them like that. She covered her face, her cheeks flushed. Lin Fong retracted his gaze and laughed. It's just that I didn't expect you to actually progress so fast. You're almost catching up with my speed. Your speed? Fish Xiaolu blinked and looked at him doubtfully. You broke through too? Crap. Lin Fong pinched her face and said, You've made a breakthrough. Can I still stay put? Fish Xiaolu looked at him with even more admiration. Awesome. And what realm are you in now? Seeing Fish Xiaolu's adoring gaze, Lin Fong was in a good mood and laughed. It's nothing great. It's just the 9th heaven of the Spirit Sea. Spirit Sea 9. 9 heavens. Fish Trail was shocked. When Lin Fong was imprisoned, he was still only in the realm of becoming a Dan. He didn't expect that after just 3 months, he had not only crossed a major realm, but also 9 minor realms. Originally she thought she had been fast. There was even a little smugness, but after seeing Lin Fong's progress, she realized that her progress was simply worthless. That's shocking? Lin Fong looked at her dumbfounded appearance. His mood became even more soothing, and he thought, if you knew that I could have broken through to the divine hidden realm, of that I press not to break through, wouldn't you be even more shocked? Fish Trail is still in the midst of skepticism. Lin Fong suddenly asked, By the way, do you know what grade of Spirit Sea you opened up? Are there still grades in the Spirit Sea? Grandpa Turtle didn't say that either. Fish Trail asked rhetorically. No? Lin Fong looked at Fish Xiaolu. Seeing that she really didn't look like she was joking, he felt a little speechless. Grandpa Turtle is doing a lot of harm. Then do you know how big your Spirit Sea is? How old? Fish Trail still had a puzzled look on his face. Right. The Spirit Sea is roughly divided into 4 grades. Pool, river, lake, and sea, with the pool being the smallest and the sea being the largest. You're like me. That's 9 sea levels of Spirit Sea. Lin Fong didn't forget to put on a small beep when he gave Fish Xiaolu the science. Fish Xiaolu really looked at him with a face of adoration. Awesome. Lin Feng, on the other hand, waved his hand hypocritically and said, "It's nothing. It's really nothing. It's all the result of my hard work. If you work hard, you can do it too. So, what grade is your spirit sea?" "Exactly? Well." Fish Xiaolu's mind sank into his spirit sea. Her spirit sea was very different from a normal spirit sea. Although Lin Feng had always felt that his spirit sea was boundless, it actually had a border. It's just that his spirit sea is too big. It looks like it has no boundaries. But the spirit sea opened up by Fish Xiaolu was different. Her spirit sea was truly boundless. And in the center of the spirit sea, a huge black hole was slowly operating. The aura was digested from the stomach and then followed the meridians to the dantian. It is then quenched into spiritual energy by the golden pill. The spiritual energy would in turn follow the meridians into the spiritual sea, where it would be absorbed by the black hole and transformed into an even higher grade of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy will slowly run along with the black hole. It was like a sea of stars caught in a black hole in the starry sky, moving in a slow and orderly fashion. So Fish Trail's spirit sea doesn't even need a boundary as a bottle of becoming. It doesn't seem very big? Fish Xiaolu looked at the slowly functioning black hole in front of him, and then looked at the boundless space around him. A few doubts could not help but arise in his heart. Pool, river, lake, sea, what a thing. I don't seem to have any here at all, if I have to say it. Fish Xiaolu's eyes looked at which black hole again. As big as black holes are, they're still smaller than the ocean. It's even smaller than the size of the pool in the mountains. Fish Xiaolu had never stepped out of Lingtai Mountain, and even this was the first time she had stepped out of the mountain pool. So when she heard pond, she naturally used the mountain pool as a comparison. So there is something wrong with her judgmental standards. And when she saw her black hole, it was actually smaller than a mountain pool. The mood was suddenly very unpleasant up. Like, it's not as big as a pool. Fish Trail was in a low mood. After Lin Feng saw her lost expression, he also felt a little bad in his heart. Why do we have to talk about this for a reason? You see the problem with this non-chat. It's not a big deal. This is only the first spirit sea. There are still 8 waiting for you behind. As long as you are well prepared, you can definitely get a good spirit sea. I have faith in you. Lin Feng was like a big lullaby, and he was flirting with Fish Xiaolu for a while. Fish Xiaolu sniffed and nodded with vigor. I won't let you down. She thought of Lin Feng's 9 ocean-like spirit seas and felt that this was her goal. At the very least, to obtain an ocean-like black hole. Shall we go down first? Then? Aha! Fish Xiaolu hugged Lin Feng and plunged into the water with a jerk. The cold pool water instantly surrounded the two. After the white bubbles dispersed, what was presented to Lin Feng was the long-lost mountain pool. The two made their way down. On the way, countless aquatic races had seen Lin Feng, and he greeted Lin Feng enthusiastically, and Lin Feng responded with a smile. The two men made it all the way to the bottom of the pool before finding Grandpa Turtle, who was already lying in the mud and sand with only his 2 nostrils showing. Grandpa Turtle! Lin Feng shouted at the turtle grandfather who was lying on the sand. Grandpa Turtle didn't respond. Grandpa Turtle? Grandpa Turtle still didn't respond. Lin Feng looked at the 2 nostrils in front of him and thought that Grandpa Turtle might have fallen asleep. What about this? He scratched his head with a small paw. Seeing this scene, Fish Xiaolu decisively grabbed a handful of mud and sand and placed it on Grandpa Turtle's nose, plugging those 2 nostrils fiercely. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. It didn't take long for 2 jets of water to erupt from where Grandpa Turtle's nostrils were. The dirt was successfully given a spray away. Ah! Chewy! Grandpa Turtle sneezes loudly, and the dirt covering the area around his body was also swept around in an instant by the impact of the air wave that erupted from within. The waters around them were stirred up. Lin Feng and Fish Xiaolu took the brunt of the mud being sprayed on their faces. Ah blah 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 blah. There was a flurry of hand-wringing from 1 turtle and 1 fish, until the dust settles. Ah! Hashu! Grandpa Turtle rubbed his nose and looked up towards the surroundings with blank eyes. When he saw Fish Xiaolu, those 2 eyes were filled with anger. Path! Grandpa Turtle! I was wrong. When Fish Xiaolu saw that Grandpa Turtle was angry, he immediately was putting on a very naive and pitiful look, and his mouth was still saying words to admit his mistake. Grandpa Turtle's reprimand that was on his lips was immediately unspeakable. What again? Grandpa Turtle is the best. Love you. Fish Xiaolu immediately smiled with joy. Grandpa Turtle, however, shook his head without a good look. I'm being nice to you and I'm blocking my nose with mud? Hey! Fish Trail laughed in embarrassment. Grandpa Turtle, that. Lin Feng is looking for you for something. Oh, Grandpa Turtle glanced at Lin Feng again inside, having Lin Feng, forgetting Grandpa. Grandpa Turtle. Fish Xiaolu's face all reddened at once. Seeing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to change the topic and said, Grandpa Turtle, this is a good thing I found in the hidden scripture pavilion. and I specially brought it over to you. He pulled out 3 purple gold lotus seeds. It was 3 that he had managed to save. Grandpa Turtle also lit up when he saw these 3 lotus seeds that were purple gold in color and had a precious light emanating from them. Nice. Or you boys have a heart. Grandpa Turtle took the lotus seed and scrutinized it. Even if Lingtai Mountain was rich in supplies, the weeds on the roadside were all rare spiritual herbs. It's not even like there's no such thing as fairy grass, but purple and gold lotus seeds of this quality are still rare. After all, how could a lotus flower that could be chosen by Old Man Bodhi as an ornamental lotus and planted in a place like the Tibetan scripture pavilion be a mortal product? In fact, it really is a fairy plant. It's just that it's still young. If there is another few thousand years of gestation, it will be completely mature. At that time, it would have many wonderful uses, and it could even emit a purple gold light. Unfortunately, all of this was spoiled by Lin Fong in conjunction with Monkey. Uproot the lotus flower before it is even formed. He. From the time I came here, I have been taken care of by Grandpa Turtle in many ways. This 3 lotus seeds are considered my thanks. You're too much of a kid. Grandpa Turtle looked at him a little reproachfully when he heard this. Lin Fong giggled. He didn't say anything. Grandpa Turtle was really a good turtle to him. If not for Grandpa Turtle, he wouldn't have been able to integrate into the circle of the mountain pool so smoothly. It was Grandpa Turtle who accepted him, and Grandpa Turtle has taught him many of his abilities as a turtle. It allowed him to adapt to the body better. Looking at Grandpa Sea Turtle, who was playing with the 3 purple and gold lotus seeds, Lin Fong's heart was also very happy. In his heart, Grandpa Sea Turtle was like his grandfather. He was relieved. Grandpa Turtle will love this gift. But Fish Xiaolu nodded Lin Fong's head at this time. Where's mine? Yours? You're not prepared, are you? Lin Fong instantly panicked. He had only prepared a gift from Grandpa Turtle, and it was still 3 purple and gold lotus seeds squeezed from his teeth. Where to go to prepare a gift for Fish Trail? Sloppy. If he had known, he would have given them one by one. That way, he would have had 3 gifts, instead of giving them all out at once, resulting in nothing being available now. You're not prepared? Fish Trail glared at him. I don't know why Lin Fong was actually a little flustered. What to do? Looking at Fish Xiaolu's constantly puffed up cheeks and the furrowed brow, Lin Fong's head was racing. How is that possible? See, you don't believe me again. As if I would forget you. And what did you say about gifts? Fish Trail looked at him. This is not trying to give you a surprise. Lin Fong smiled sarcastically. Which one of you is like this? Having to ask people to give you a gift. Surprise? Fish Trail's eyes lit up. What kind of surprise? Surprises aren't surprises when they're said out loud. Yo, hey, so when are you going to give it to me? This. Lin Fong thought for a moment and said, in this case, close your eyes. I'll bring it to you later. Fish Trail obediently closed his eyes. Then Lin Fong walked up to Grandpa Turtle and lowered his voice. Grandpa Turtle, can you make a deal? Which purple gold lotus seed to return one to me? I save lives. Consider it a loan from me this time, and I'll be sure to return it next time. Grandpa Turtle looked at him calmly. Then, in front of him, he turned and ran out a long way. Lin Fong was stunned. He totally didn't expect Grandpa Turtle, who was highly respected and treated as his grandfather, to do such a thing. For the sake of 3 purple gold lotus seeds, he completely disregarded his death. Asshole, give me back my touch. Lin Fong, have you gotten better yet? Fish Xiaolu's voice came to mind behind him. Now is not the time to think about that. Still have to think of a way. Otherwise, the sound of boiling water is going to come back later. Just fine. Lin Fong could only drag. After waiting for a while, Fish Xiaolu asked again, is it ready yet? I can't wait. She opened her eyes. Then she saw Lin Fong, who was empty-handed. Nothing. Forget it. Fish Xiaolu's cheeks bulged as she blankly glanced at Lin Fong and said, I didn't prepare this time. Just remember next time. But don't forget. Lin Fong was a bit stunned. That's it? Nothing happened. None of the imagined non-compliance or sniveling. Just one sentence. And it's over. For some reason, in Lin Fong's heart, there was actually an empty feeling. He was a little bewildered. That. Lin Fong was going to lick his face and say, that's it. Then, love again are scattered there. Cough. Lin Fong is planning to just so lulled over the time. He saw the flash of loss in Fish Xiaolu's eyes. For some reason, his heart clenched. Who says I don't have any more? When Fish Xiaolu was about to leave, Lin Fong suddenly spoke. In this moment, he looked like a warrior. What? Fish Xiaolu looked back at him, then said, just don't hold on for dear life. It's already getting late, and I still have to get up tomorrow to tell the story. Come on, back to the pit with me now. Lin Fong, however, looked at her with a serious face. You don't believe me? Okay, I believe you. Fish Trail turned to look at him. so can you give me your gift now? Although the words were like that, her tone, her attitude, all told Lin Feng again that she didn't believe it. Lin Feng felt that he had been provoked. So he said, in fact, I wanted to teach you a spell as your gift, but it hurts me too much that you concluded that I hadn't prepared a gift before I even asked. Spells? Fish Xiaolu looked at him with some suspicion. Yes, it's spells. Lin Feng's tone was Ken, as if he really did intend to use the spell as a gift. Am I wrong about him? A slight suspicion rose in Fish Xiaolu's heart. She faltered, especially when he thought that it was all because of his own mistrust that almost caused a misunderstanding between the two of them. Fish Xiaolu's heart also gave birth to a strong sense of guilt. Lin Feng, Fish Xiaolu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. You don't have to say it. I really didn't realize that you were so distrustful of mine, but I'm a generous person. I'm generous. I won't bother with you. I'll give you the spell now. This matter is in the past. Don't mention it again to anyone. He didn't give Fish Xiaolu a chance to speak at all before he slapped the matter down. Fish Trail was speechless, and also felt that Lin Feng was so handsome, so manly, so open-minded. It's not even angry. What a wonderful man. And Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart at this time. It's always a muddle. So what are you going to teach me? Fishpath looked at him expectantly again. Teach what? It's not thought out. There are only 3 skills that Lin Feng knows now. 5 elements transportation, yin and yang transportation, and dharma phase heaven and earth. And all 3 of them are not good to learn, and belong to very profound spells. What would be good to teach? The 5 elements of transportation? No way. Unlike him, Fish Xiaolu didn't need to learn the water escape technique, while the remaining 4 weren't of much use even if he learned them. Fish can't use the fire escape technique. This is a valuable lesson summarized by countless martyrs. That's the yin-yang transportation technique? Lin Feng thought about the exciting speed and thought it was better to forget about it, or else something was bound to happen one day. Then there's only one option. Dharma heaven and earth. What I'm going to teach you is Dharma heaven and earth. A skill that can make one very large. Getting bigger. How big can it get? It is bigger than a mountain. And not only is it huge in size, but even its mass becomes bigger at the same time. And its every move has great power. And its combat power increases geometrically. Mass? Geometry? Fishpath cocked his head with a small question mark on his face. Can I eat? This is not edible. Let's put it this way. Do you know what 1 + 1 equals? Lin Feng asked casually. He planned to roughly popularize the doctrine of geometry to Fish Xiaolu, not asking for a deep lecture. Just let her understand what geometry was. Although fish trails are fish, but after all, it's a cultivated fish, so it should be understandable. It was just that Lin Feng's words had just fallen. He then saw Fish Xiaolu holding up 2 fingers, where he was breaking his fingers and counting. The little brow was furrowed in a particularly distressed look. Lin Feng. He suddenly felt a little hasty. After Fish Xiaolu did the math for a while, it looked like there was a result. She looked up in embarrassment and scratched her head. Uncertainly, she asked, is it equal to 2? Well, tough for you. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Let's directly impart the spells. Hey, I really am a genius then. Fish Trail laughed again. Well, genius. Special genius. I should never have had the slightest illusion about your basic education. Come with me. Let's change places. Find a place where no one is around, and I'll properly talk to you about the wonders of this Dharma heaven and earth. I don't know why, but Lin Feng always felt like a big liar who cheated little girls, especially seeing Fish Xiaolu's naive expression. This feeling is even more prevalent. Lin Feng shook his head and felt that he should be overthinking it. A man of such a pure character as him would never do anything to deceive a little girl. Yeah, must be overthinking it. Lin Feng led Fish Xiaolu to the large pit where he had slept. He looked towards the surroundings and after seeing that there was nothing, he beckoned for Fishpath to come over. Fishpath obediently swam to his side. Lin Feng took out that masking spell formation again, and after activating it, an invisible fluctuation enveloped behind the 2 of them, cutting off the prying eyes of the people around them. That's fine. Now no matter what I do, no one will ever know, Lin Feng said, but then he just froze. Why did it feel weird to say that? Like he was going to do something bad. It's obviously a serious matter. Okay, really? Fish Xiaolu's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng had no reason to panic in his heart. Not really. I can remove the spell formation at any time. This is directly mind-controlled. The bright light in Fish Xiaolu's eyes was obviously much less. She skimmed. That wouldn't be much fun. So let's get started on the spells quickly. Good yet. Lin Feng answered twice. It's not interesting? What's interesting? He couldn't figure it out. So much for not thinking about it. Lin Feng stabilized his mind and began to explain about the essentials of Dharma phase heaven and earth. After comprehending these skills, It was as if they were directly imprinted in his heart, and they were all at his fingertips. Unlike the great piece of heavenly immortal technique, which was learned, but not fully learned. It works, but can't figure out the principle. And as Fish Xiaolu listened to Lin Fang's explanation, she felt dizzy, as if there were a whole bunch of flies hanging around her head. The flies were still trying to get into her head. Fish Trail's head felt swollen. After a few moments, Lin Fang finally said all the essentials of the Dharma phase heaven and earth. He stopped and looked at the confused Fish Xiaolu and asked, "How does it feel? Did you understand?" Fish Xiaolu shook his head, looking a little forlorn. "Can't understand." "It's okay if you don't understand. I'll say it again. Listen carefully," Lin Fang said in a gentle tone. "Aha." With Lin Fang's encouragement, Fish Xiaolu mustered up his fighting spirit again. Then Lin Fang said it again. When he had finished speaking, he once again looked at Fish Xiaolu and said, "How was it? Did you get it this time?" Fish Trail, however, still lost his head and shook it. She looked at Lin Fang and said in a resigned tone, "Am I stupid?" "No," Lin Fang comforted. "When I first started learning, I didn't learn it either. It was only after listening to it many times that I comprehended this Dharma. So be it. It's okay if you can't learn for a while. You should memorize this Dharma first, and you'll definitely be able to remember it if you refer to it a few more times in the future." Fish Xiaolu looked at him with a touched face. "You're so nice." She moved towards Lin Fang's side. I'm good enough, but let's learn spells first." Lin Fang was a bit confused by her words, especially when paired with that look in her eyes. Why does it feel like the air has turned ambiguous? Illusion. Definitely an illusion. Yeah. Fish Path was lying on the ground, his figure reflected in his large eyes. Lin Fang smiled sarcastically. After he spoke the essence of the Dharma phase heaven and earth a few more times, Fish Xiaolu barely managed to memorize everything, and it was late at night. That's enough for today. We'll talk tomorrow if there's anything else." Lin Fang let out a big yawn, directly in place, with the two small short legs in the back digging a pit, buried himself in it, only revealing the position of the nostrils exposed to the outside. The cold mud and sand covered Lin Fang's body. Wisps of coolness penetrated his body, sweeping the agitation away. Lin Fang squinted his eyes comfortably. He arched in the mud and sand, shifted to a more comfortable position and lay back down, and was soon in dreamland. Fish Trail looked at the mud and sand arching in front of him. After looking toward the surrounding area again and realizing no one was there, it reappeared as a large fish. Phew! Fish Trail let out a long sigh of relief. It was the big fish form that suited her better than the human form. She slowly approached Lin Fang, then lay down beside him, and soon fell asleep as well, not knowing what she had dreamed about. With a bright smile on her face, a little bit of time passed. Early morning, when the sun rose, the spirit beasts of Lingtai Mountain awoke. They started a new day. The spirit beasts moved forward along the path between the trees, heading towards the mountain pool. The ranks gradually converge, from 1 or 2 spirit beasts at the beginning, to a dozen or so later on, to dozens and hundreds of spirit beasts. When the spirit beasts reached the mountain pool, no less than hundreds of spirit beasts had already converged here. The birds chirped and stood on the tree demon. The remaining spirit beasts also stayed in their own peace, waiting for Lin Fang to appear. "Hey, old brother, are you here too? This is the first day Ringo has spoken since he was released. I can't miss it." "That's a good point. I'm itching in my heart not to hear the follow-up to that dry overturning of the Vault of Heaven. I heard that Ringo could all talk about it for half a day yesterday." "Yeah, it's a shame that this was missed. This one can't be missed today." The spirit beasts had nothing to do. They all stayed in place and chatted, and their words were full of anticipation for the follow-up contents of the dry overturning of the Dome of the Sky. It was just that the crowd of spirit beasts had waited for a long time, but they still didn't see Lin Fang come out. "Why isn't this Ringo out yet? Couldn't it be that you're late? Be confident and remove the mojo, please." "So what now?" "Cool. Why don't someone go down there and rush it? Maybe Ringo is up to something." The crowd of spirit beasts were talking, not being able to hear the follow-up of dry overturning the Dome of the Sky. Their hearts were so agitated, so annoyed that they wanted to be angry. If Lin Fang was still staying in the hidden scripture pavilion, they could still wait, but now Lin Fang had released it. They also get to hear the dry tumble vault right away. People always become impatient when they are about to get something. Spirit animals are not people though, but they are very human. As time passed, the patience of the crowd of spirit beasts became lower and lower, and at that moment, the mountain pool. Lin Fang slowly opened his eyes and stood up from the mud and sand, shaking his body and shaking down all the mud and sand on the turtle armor. Oh, what a nice sleep. He stretched, and beside him, Fish Xiaolu woke up from his sleep. Ah, is it morning already? What a deep sleep. The sun is already overhead. She let out a sigh of relief as she looked at the light coming down here on the water above her head. Slept so late yesterday. Of course I'm up late. Lin Fong couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. He put away his 4 short legs that were stretched out and looked over to Fish Path's side. Remember what you were taught yesterday? He was a little worried that Fish Xiaolu would forget everything after a good night's sleep, so he wanted to do a surprise inspection in the middle of the morning. Remember to remember. But, Fish Trail wanted to say something. But what? Lin Fong frowned slightly and looked at her with some doubt. But aren't you supposed to be talking about books? I remember last night, when we left, you made a point of promising them that you'd get up early. Lin Fong, scared sigma, degree, it's over. Lin Fong looked at Fish Xiaolu with a horrified expression. He could already imagine the anger in the hearts of these spirit beasts that had been let off the hook. In his previous life, if any author dared to innocently cut off his work, the lightest thing would be the chrysanthemum set of electric drills, and the heaviest thing would be to go directly to the palace to become a eunuch. This is pissing off the public. You're not just remembering, are you? Fish Xiaolu looked at his flustered appearance and stared at him with suspicious eyes. How is that possible? Lin Fong stalked his neck and said, actually, I woke up a long time ago, but I just saw that you were sleeping soundly and didn't want to disturb you. A man can lose money, but he must never lose face. Fish Trail looked at him. Really? You don't believe me? Lin Fong looked at her seriously. Faith. So we're now to go up as soon as possible. Lin Fong said without turning red in the face, since you're already awake, you can't delay your efforts. After all, you've already promised them. Same old method? Fish Path looked at him expectantly. The old way? Before Lin Fong could react, Fish Xiaolu had already toppled him with one head. Let's go. The water around them was receding rapidly, with a burst of white bubbles, and a bright light zooming in front of Lin Fong's eyes. He felt his body fly, and the wind blew around his body. With everyone watching, Lin Fong was toppled out of the water by Fish Xiaolu. His body drew a graceful parabola in the air and accurately landed on the boulder. Snap! Lin Fong stood up from the stone. The surrounding spirit beasts had long since become accustomed to this scene. Even the relationship between the two was well known. After Lin Fong stood up, he looked at the people around him, then smiled and said, sorry, I'm really sorry. This is a bit of a late start today. I've kept you all waiting. The people around them were waiting impatiently though. But when they saw Lin Fong apologizing with a sincere attitude, the fire in their hearts subsided quite a bit. Hurry up. Waiting for the flowers. Don't waste your time. Just move on down the line. I can't wait. With a loud urge, Lin Fong began to speak the book. As his voice rang out, the noisy voices of the people around him gradually minimized, and they all obediently lay down on the ground, quietly listening to Lin Fong speak. As the content continues, the crowd once again enters that fantasy world that belongs to the Fey Fire. They followed Xiao Yan's steps and stepped onto that legendary path. The time passed just a little bit. As the setting sun hung in the sky, Lin Fong also stopped talking. He looked toward the crowd. At this time, the crowd had not yet detached themselves from his story, and all of the spirit beasts were squatting around him with mesmerized faces, and some of them even closed their eyes with a very intoxicated expression. A moment later, many spirit beasts came back to their senses. Ha ha, today is over. If you still want to listen in tomorrow, please be early. Lin Fong laughed, and these spirit beasts knew the rules well enough to place today's heavenly treasures in front of Lin Fong. When the spirit beasts have all gone, Lin Fong put everything away. Ding! Points plus 1842 inch, not as much as yesterday, but still a lot more than before. It looks like after 3 months of not coming out to talk about the book, the crowd's enthusiasm for the book has not only not diminished, but has increased. It's true that what you don't get is the best. After Lin Fong collected his things, he wandered back to the mountain pool. Fish Trail was already waiting for him. You're back. She looked over to Lin Fong's side like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. Aha! Lin Fong responded. Are you tired? Fishpath asked as she swam up to him. Not tired. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible to tire him out just by talking a little. Oh, Fish Trail, on the other hand, was a bit lost. She had talked to Grandpa Turtle today, and Grandpa Turtle had told him that this was how human women talked to their men, so she wanted to give it a try to see if Lin Fong liked it. As a result, Lin Fong's reaction was average. By the way, how well do you remember the spells you were taught last night? Of course I've memorized everything. Fish Xiaolu looked at Lin Fong confidently. Lin Fong, on the other hand, was a bit suspicious. He had a lot of experience with Fish's memories, and he had wasted a lot of effort last night in order to make Fish Xiaolu remember everything. So tell me. Yeah. Fish Xiaolu began to recite the contents of the Dharma Heaven and Earth. Lin Fong, on the other hand, listened silently. When Fish Xiaolu finished speaking, some surprise flashed across Lin Fong's eyes. He didn't expect that Fish Xiaolu had really memorized all of it. I'm smart, I guess. Fish Trail looked at him expectantly. Quite clever indeed. I think your memory should be considered top-notch among your kind, Lin Fong said without turning red in the face. Hey. Fish Xiaolu smiled brightly. She didn't doubt Lin Fong's words. In the next few days, Lin Fong's life gradually became regular. Earn points for talking about books during the day. Hang out at night to earn universal points. Occasionally, mention the practice of the fish trail. During this period of time, Fish Xiaolu was like possessed. Every day was spent pondering over the Dharma phase heaven and earth that Lin Fong had handed over to her. Meditate alone when you're not doing anything. If you don't understand anything, wait until the evening and come over to ask Lin Fong. Lin Fong also answered them all. With the efforts of the two of them, Fish Xiaolu's understanding of the Dharma heaven and earth was increasing day by day. At the very least, she was now able to understand what the Dharma heaven and earth was talking about. Lin Fong was also very accomplished at this. He felt like a teacher teaching his students, especially since this student also always looked at him with an adoring expression. Even more so, Lin Fong's vanity was bursting. A few days later, early that morning, Lin Fong opened his eyes from his sleep early. Monkey was already waiting at the pool. Lin Fong quickly swam to the surface of the water, then swam to Monkey and was grabbed in his hands. Today is the first time we've heard the ancestor speak since we came out. Wouldn't dare miss it. Monkey grabbed him and put one into his chest. Then Lin Fong was up and down again. The feeling was even more exciting than doing a roller coaster. The bumps were just not like that. But it's normal. Monkeys are monkeys after all. Monkeys rush. It's not going to be a bumpy ride. By the time the two arrived, there were already disciples arriving one after another. The last time they were late because of the book they were listening to. They almost made old man Bodhi furious. This time, they wouldn't dare to be doing that. When Monkey went in, there were still some people looking a few times towards his side. After all, during the time Monkey was locked up, he saved Yang Chan, and the ancestor was even more furious for his sake. The matter spread throughout the entire Lingtai mountain. It was just that even so, these people still looked down on Monkey in their hearts. Solitary Monkey didn't really care about these people's attitudes. If it was before, he might have thought about how he could fit into the circle of these people. All being disciples of the ancestors, we should all live in harmony or something. But since listening to Lin Fong's dry overturning of the dome, Monkey then has a whole new perception of what it means to be a human being. If these people look down on him, why should he go and put a cold ass on a hot face? You guys look down on my old grandson, but my old grandson still looks down on you guys. He's getting a take it or leave it vibe now, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, it felt good. Just like Xiao Yan, facing the injustice of the world, bravely rebel against the life of a free world. Let him aspire to. Lin Fong couldn't say anything good about this, but he couldn't say where it was bad either, so he just let it be. Monkey walked straight to his seat and sat down, didn't bother to look at anyone, and the men saw Monkey ignoring them and sitting down on their own. The mood was not so rosy all of a sudden. Think you're great because you saved Fairy Yang Chan? It's just a wild monkey around. Why get angry? This demon monkey won't be able to be pleased for long. Having offended the heavenly emperor, I'm afraid that there's no place for him to stand in these three realms other than the Spirit Terrace Mountain. I kind of see. This Yang Chan is a hot potato. Before the ghost is obsessed, but also as a piece of treasure. Fortunately, there is Sun Senior Brother. This matter gave us a head start. What's the goddamned point? Wild demon. A sound, if any, of discussion rang in Monkey's ears. Monkey frowned, but still sat cross-legged on the ground. Lin was relieved but a bit annoyed. Monkey, these people are a bit too much. Brother Monkey lowered his head, smiled and said, Brother Lin Fong, I remember one line in your story that is very interesting and especially suitable for a scene like the one right now. What's the word? Lin Fong froze. A book to dry out the vault. He's spoken hundreds of thousands of words on it. Long ago. I don't remember how much I said. If a dog takes a bite out of you, are you going to take a bite out of the dog? Monkey smiled even wider. Lin Fong smiled back, but the mood of the surrounding disciples, that was even more unpleasant. What does Monkey mean by that? They're dogs. Senior brother son. What does that mean? How dare a lowly wild monkey act recklessly here? What qualifications do you have? District Wild Demon. Don't be wild. Who are you calling a dog? I think you're the dog. These disciples began to speak out, and the words in their mouths became more and more unconcerned, but they only spoke but did not take any action. Appearing more or less colorful, Monkey raised his hand. A Polyang transformation talisman emerged in front of his fingers. Strange fluctuations came, and everyone present was unable to make a single sound, as if their necks were contained. Their foreheads were covered in sweat, and the Dao robes on their backs were already wet with sweat. In that one moment just now, they had never felt death so close to them, and it was as if this wild demon senior brother in front of his own eyes, who he had never looked up to, had turned into a juggernaut that could casually take their lives. With a slight movement of Monkey's fingertips, the talisman transformed into a talismanic sword. Lin Feng's eyes twitched. Before, Monkey needed several talismans for a talisman sword, but now he only needed one talisman, which was obviously another considerable improvement. This rate of growth and strength was horrifying. No wonder Monkey had that terrifying strength after only 7 years. The talismanic swords kept flipping in Monkey's palms as he swept his eyes over the crowd. No one dared to meet his eyes. Everyone's eyes became averted. Their pride, their courage, was gone in this moment. Monkey withdrew the talismanic sword, and the intimidating pressure, as if he was being held by the neck, was gone. He looked down at Lin Feng. Look, what's the point of getting angry with these people? I am now at the peak of the human immortal and will soon be an earth immortal. And this is still not the end of my journey. I will become a heavenly immortal, a golden immortal, and a great Luo golden immortal. But where will these people be when that time comes? Lin Feng stared blankly at Monkey. He thought this moment was too handsome for Monkey. With a wave of his hand, he rocked the house and was simply handsome. But the rest of the disciples obviously didn't think so. They feel humiliated. But this humiliation didn't come from Monkey's talismanic sword, nor from their own cowardice, but from Monkey's casual attitude. The kind of attitude that towered over them as if they were the ants. The nerves of these disciples were stimulated. A wild demon. Since the witch demon had disappeared, everyone was shouting at them, and the demon race, which was so low that it was in the mud, actually looked down on them. On what grounds? But Monkey told them on what grounds with the talismanic sword in his hand. Because he's strong. Because he has become immortal. But these people remained defiant and angry. Their inertia made it so that no matter how strong Monkey was, they would still despise him in their hearts just because he was a demon. Even if they don't say it now. But also think. Soon the Grandmaster came. Today he still looks like a very tall man. He was wearing a white Taoist robe. His hair was white. His beard was white. And his body was glowing with white light. So if it was a little brighter he could cause God. When they saw the ancestor come over, all of them stopped speaking. And behind the ancestor, followed Yang Chan. At this time, she didn't have her usual aura, and her expression looked a bit forlorn and sad. Monkey glanced this way. Yang Chan walked into the crowd. The disciples in the audience did not have the enthusiasm of the past, and each one of them avoided it. Even if Yang Chan was Heir Langshan's sister, the niece of the Heavenly Emperor. So what? Now that Heir Langshan and the Heavenly Emperor had completely fallen out, the Heavenly Court even sent someone to assassinate Yang Chan. It's not like we're looking for death. It's not good to get into trouble when you don't get the peony flowers. When Yang Chan saw this scene, she didn't say anything and walked straight towards where she usually stayed. She wasn't some naive little girl, following Yang Jian on the road to escape. What kind of world has he not seen before? But it was at this time. Sister Yang Chan, come and sit here. Lin Feng licked his face and looked at Yang Chan. Others don't know, but he knows very well that Yang Jian can't fight this battle at all. It ended up being a recruited end. At that time, the Heavenly Emperor would also crown Yang Chan as the three holy mothers in order to appease Yang Jian. Now that Yang Chan is in trouble, you guys don't send charcoal in the snow. By the time people become the three holy mothers of Manhwa, with the official recognition of the identity on the surface, in wanting to add to the icing on the cake, can be just don't even want to think about it. Lin Feng certainly wanted to seize the opportunity now. Brush more goodwill with Yang Chan now. And when Yang Chan becomes the three holy mothers of Manhwa in the future, she will surely have a lot of benefits. Yang Chan froze. She turned her head to Lin Feng's side. You're not afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you? Sister Yang Chan is so beautiful. I can't wait to be rare. Then he looked over to Monkey's side. Monkey, are you afraid? Monkey laughed again, baring his teeth, this time with some abandon. No fear. If that bullshit Heavenly Emperor dares to come to my old son's trouble, I'll follow that Yang Jian's example and go directly to the Heavenly Court and beat the shit out of him. The people around them all had snickering expressions. Just you? And fight in heaven? Dreaming? In the entire three realms, only Yang Jian has the backbone and ability to do so, and it's not necessarily a win. What are you? Sun Wukong, capable of comparing with Yang Jian? But Monkey really felt that way. After hearing about the two incidents of Yang Jian losing his mother and experiencing the assassination of Yang Chan, his impression of the Heavenly Emperor as a person was already terrible. Yang Chan looked at Monkey with a twinkle in her eye. Lin Feng struck the iron while it was hot. Sister Yang Chan, look, this is the first time I'm begging you. You can't not give me face. And it's been a long time since you've come to hear someone tell a story. Do me a favor. He licked his face and whined and so cute. Monkey looked down at him. However, at this time, Yang Chan was amused by Lin Feng's words and covered her mouth with a delicate smile. Ha! You little turtle. not very big looking, actually this kind of oily tongue. In the future, if the cultivation is accomplished, turned into a human form, I do not know how many little girls will be scourged. Lin Fong still licked his face and said, how could I? Am I such a person? People are very dedicated. Only like the likes of Sister Yang Chan. Yang Chan laughed even more happily and squatted down to reward him with 3 brain melons. Let's get you talking nonsense. Lin Fong covered his head with an aggrieved face. Nevertheless, Yang Chan sat by Monkey's side with a flourish. She turned her head to look at Monkey like she had something to say, but after opening her mouth, she didn't know how to say it. The words turned into a sentence. It's been a long time. Monkey was looking at the ancestor at the moment, with a particularly serious sort of expression. He didn't even pay attention to the difference in Yang Chan's demeanor. Ah, it's been a while, Monkey rambled back. Yang Chan looked at him with a somewhat lost look, and the words that came to her mouth were completely unspeakable. Lin Fong looked up at the two. Sighing softly, he said, alas, as far as Monkey's character is concerned, he is really good material to be a monk. After all, there is no woman in his heart. Seeing that Monkey really had little interest in taking care of himself, Yang Chan also turned her head to look at the ancestor. The ancestor sat in the main seat of the great hall and began to speak. The crowd was mesmerized by what they heard. Lin Fong also entered the hanging state. His body began to spontaneously run the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique along with his ancestor's voice. With his breath, the surrounding auras began to converge towards him crazily. The spiritual energy that was too late to be absorbed piled up around his body, turning into a mass of spiritual mist lingering around his body. And as the spiritual mist grew, a ray of spiritual light appeared. This was the spiritual light that Lin Fong had condensed on his own. Rather than absorbing Monkey's, he was happy in his heart. There was an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. The more the auras piled up, the more they grew. It ended up covering the area around Lin Fong's body. From a distance, it looked like Lin Fong's entire body was surrounded by white light emanating from the inside out, as if he was an immortal turtle that had attained the Tao. Yang Chan, who was sitting next to him, felt the strange fluctuation. She was distractedly looking towards Lin Fong. It was hard to hide the shock in his eyes. This little turtle is improving so fast. When we parted last time, he shouldn't have been at the stage of minor accomplishment. And I don't know what bizarre means he used to steal Sun Wukong's aura, but nowadays, he has actually been able to condense spiritual light on his own. 3 months to go from introductory to grand mastery. What a horrible enlightenment. Yang Chan suddenly became a little more curious about Lin Fong, Monkey's good brother. In the past, she only thought that Lin Fong was just a small demon who hadn't yet become immortal, and had only gotten to where he was today by falling for Monkey. Though he speaks a good book and is quite a smooth talker, but these are nothing more than small means that are not even trivial Taoist practices. In this world, strength comes first, before they become immortals. They are all ants. And Xian was merely standing at the starting line. Upwards was a much wider world. The more she learned about this world, the more awe she felt in Yang Chan's heart. But today, she suddenly realized that Lin Fong had been given the ticket to step into this wider world. The other disciples in the Great Hall also felt the strange fluctuations in the aura. They thought it was Monkey and Yang Chan at first, but when they saw that it was Lin Fong, their eyes were about to fall out. Turtle? This mortal turtle before he came to Spirit Stage Mountain had actually comprehended the grand completion realm of the Great Heavenly Immortal technique. All the disciples were shocked. Although they had seen Lin Fong condense spiritual light on his body before, but that aura was stolen from Monkey. His true realm is not high, but the aura on Lin Fong's body now was different. This was something he had condensed himself, which meant that his comprehension of the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique had reached the realm of great accomplishment. This is a great achievement realm. The disciples seated in the Great Hall began to be skeptical. Yang Chan was able to comprehend the Great Heavenly Immortal skill and quickly reached the grand completion realm, which they took for granted. Celestial Emperor's bloodline. It would be odd if it didn't stand out like that. Monkeys can behave like this. They don't look like admitting it, but in their heart of hearts they can talk themselves out of a couple of things. If Monkey wasn't so gifted, I'm afraid the ancestor wouldn't have seen him, not to mention taking in disciples. But what does Lin Fong have? One must know that when he came to Ling Tai Mountain, he was still just a mortal turtle. They, the descendants of immortals, the pride of heaven, actually couldn't even compare to a small turtle? Don't be such a blowhard. It's like a dream, isn't it? How is this kind of progress possible? Could it be that this little turtle is really the reincarnation of some ancient great demon? But I haven't heard of any particularly famous turtle-type great demons from the ancient times. It can't be that legendary giant turtle that mends the sky, the one who had his limbs chopped off to use as pillars to hold up the sky? Other than this, I can't think of any other turtle demon that could have this kind of enlightenment. I think it's this one too. This turtle is as terrifying as it is. The crowd was talking. Between words, He had already decided that Lin Feng had an extraordinary origin. Even if it wasn't that ancient giant turtle with its limbs chopped off, it should still be some particularly awesome heaven and earth foreign species. Because of that, they feel better inside. It was impossible for them to admit that they were inferior to a mortal turtle. So Lin Feng could only be a turtle with a noble birth, a noble bloodline, and even a noble past life. If Lin Feng knew what was in their hearts, I'm afraid I'm going to be very speechless. It's too pretentious. Is it so hard for you guys to admit that you're not as good as a turtle? Unfortunately, Lin Feng didn't know. Lin Feng, who was in the hanging state, was a bit bored browsing the system mall to pass the time, and in the meantime looking for any desired bloodline. The Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique had been greatly accomplished, and it didn't matter if he listened to the ancestors' teachings or not now. You can ascend the realm on cardinal points anyway. Rather, it was the issue of bloodline that had been bothering him. Xian Yu Divine Turtle can absorb moonlight and manipulate it. Price, 6,000-inch black water turtle, a fae of the northern heavy water. Can manipulate the northern heavy water. Explosive combat power. Price 9,800-inch canyon turtle, can manipulate the sea. Price, 5,300-inch. This one is instead the cheapest. Desolate turtle, large size, high defense, strong attack, slow speed. Price, 7,200-inch feathered turtle, the hatchling of the heavenly immortal turtle, with a wisp of immortal energy in its body. A mortal can extend his life by 500 years by eating one. Price, 18,000. Oh, it's a weaker version of monk's meat, and it's expensive, so only a fool would choose this bloodline. After looking at it for a while, Lin Feng had a rough idea of the bloodlines sold in the system mall. The bloodlines in the system mall were roughly divided into 3 categories: avatar, water control, physical fitness. Avatars are strange. Most of them belong to the natural aptitude of this type of bloodline, basically redeemed to intuitively have. That what feathered turtle is also among this category. Water control is a little simpler, in that you can control the water in this world, like the heavy water of the north underworld, the true water of the first heaven, the water of the yellow springs of the Bijou, the water of forgetfulness, the blood water of the river Styx. The last one is of the physical type. This type of bloodline did not rely on divine spells to attack others, but instead relied on their own physical strength. With greater strength, speed, and attacks, and their fighting and destructive power was amazing. But there are many drawbacks, such as the inability to combine strength, speed, and attack. Lin Feng was more inclined towards the water control type of bloodline. Next is physical fitness. As for the divine power, on the Lingtai mountain, the most important thing that is not lacking is the divine power. Lin Feng looked at it for a while longer. Suddenly, the fingers stopped and a light came on. Weak water turtle, heaven and earth foreign species, nurtured by weak water, can swim in weak water, manipulate weak water to attack enemies. Price, 10,000, non-evolutionary. This one seems to work. It can't evolve on the way up, but it's weak water. The weak water that the Buddha is rumored to be unable to cross. Ordinary immortals fell into the weak water, instantly lost their magic power, and could not even be saved. And weak water seems to be very strong. If he really redeemed this bloodline, then Lin Feng would be equivalent to having a powerful backer for nothing. To say that the only drawback of this bloodline was probably that it was not evolvable. But if there wasn't this restriction, the weak water turtle's bloodline wouldn't be 10,000 points. 100,000 would be possible. Overall, Lin Feng felt that this bloodline was still worth it. He looked at the system panel again. Points, 10248, just fine. The points earned from this period of time talking about books were just enough to redeem this weak water turtle bloodline. When we go back, we'll exchange our bloodline, and then our cultivation will be raised. Lin Feng was in a great mood. He was now sitting on tens of thousands of universal points, and the entire system screen was filled with plus signs. If it were before, he would have been happy to see this scene. Then there was a flurry of dots and dashes. It doesn't stop until after the point is no point. However, right now, because he wanted to change to another even more awesome bloodline after breaking through the realm, it led to a serious backlog of his universal points. Every time he opened the system panel, he always got an itch when he looked at the plus signs. No point in being uncomfortable. So now that he had finally found his desired bloodline, he didn't have to suffer through this ordeal. A little bit of time passed, and the ancestor finished his speech for the day. Lin Feng couldn't wait to get out of hang mode. Monkey also broke out of that metaphysical state, and when he saw that Lin Feng had also woken up, he grabbed him and then stuffed him into his collar. Lin Feng grabbed the collar with a quick eye and hung on. Monkey turned his head to Yang Chan's side. I'm going to send the little turtle over to the mountain pool next. If the fairy, I'll go with you. Monkey, drowned milk cans. He had wanted to say that if Yang Chan had something to do, she could leave on her own and he would not accompany her. but Yang Chan gave him a sentence and blocked it. Then go with them. Solely it's not a big deal. Jan Chan laughed. She was still so beautiful, and when she smiled she looked good like a blooming flower, making everyone who saw her smile feel a rush of moodiness. But no one ever dared to come up and talk to them again. One person, one monkey, and one turtle, just like that, left the great hall under the attention of everyone. Is senior brother Sun really not afraid of death? Beginners are not afraid of tigers. Ignorance is really scary. Sooner or later, I'll be killed by Yang Chan. Forget it, let's not talk about it. That little turtle, don't you guys have any ideas? A disciple lowered his voice. What idea? Someone frowned. Senior brother Sun is incredibly brave, so don't mess around. Someone cautioned. But there were more disciples who couldn't suppress their own greed. What do you say? That little turtle's heel is bound to be not weak. If we can take him as our own before he becomes immortal, we will surely have many benefits in the future. But Senior Sun is a nuisance. If we go together, can we take down Master Sun? The crowd was silent. Everyone stopped talking because the answer was obvious. Even if they all went together, there was no way they could be a match for that monkey. But to let them just miss out on this heaven and earth exotic species, no one was willing to do so. When the profits are big enough, the gods become irrational. Not to mention just a bunch of pampered second-generation immortals. What if we just take it by force? How dare that monkey kill us? Someone said through clenched teeth. Everyone's heart fluttered. Not with fright, but with greed. Right. As long as we are united, can that monkey head still kill us all? If he really wants to do this, the ancestor will not spare him. That monkey is still an animal, to put it bluntly. And when he sees our congregation, he will certainly not dare to play rough in front of us. And then he can only admit defeat. People are so strange. The one thing that everyone was afraid of, but aggregated together they weren't. So we're leaving now? No rush. Go over there now and you might even run into a monkey. Let's wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow monkey will definitely be practicing in his room. The chances of running into him aren't great. Yes. Then leave for the day. Tomorrow we'll practice. And we'll make sure that little turtle gets his hands on it. The crowd left in droves. In the meantime, Monkey and Yang Chan had arrived at the mountain pool. Because there was also a Yang Chan with him this time, Monkey was not flying through the air, but instead used a royal aptitude. The two people were like real immortals, stepping on the clouds and slowly falling down. Monkey placed Lin Fong by the sink. Lin Fong got off his hand and climbed into the pool. In the meantime, cultivate well. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Don't get up late. Lin Fong. Monkey, how come you've learned to rush the shift too? Monkey laughed and said, it's not because your book is good, brother Lin Fong, that I, old son, am all tied up in knots. Alright then, I'll be sure not to be up late tomorrow. Lin Fong was a little pleased. Monkey then turned to leave, and Yang Chan naturally followed him with a flourish. The two hadn't gotten very far out. Yang Chan, senior son, do you like Lin Fong talking about books a lot? Monkey, aha. Chan Chan, so where are we now? Monkey, it's getting to the episode where a snake demon named Medusa is beaten back to her original form. This Medusa is the king of snakes, but her heart isn't bad, and she's a bit cute after being beaten back to her original form. Ah, has so much been said already? I've been so busy cultivating for a while that I seem to have missed a lot of content. Yang Chan was a little lost. Yeah, the recent episodes are getting more and more exciting. It's really a shame that you're missing out in order to practice. Practice whenever you want. The book will be unlistenable if you miss it. Then does senior son want to tell me about what came before? Yang Chan looked at him with an expectant face. My house is pretty big. Monkey, no, I have to practice. I don't have time. Cindy Young. Well, alright then. Lin Fong floated on the surface of the water, looking at the two people's distant backs, shaking his head somewhat helplessly. Note to the world. Ah, note to the world. If Monkey had been enlightened, sinking would have been pregnant. Lin Fong sighed. When the two disappeared out of sight, he withdrew his eyes as well, yawned, and sank to the bottom of the pool with a jerk. The cool lake water wrapped around his body. Lin Fong used the two short legs behind him to pick his way through the mud and sand, burying himself in it. Cool mud and sand floated over his body and he squinted with pleasure. Then he set up the masking spell formation and opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fong. Race, Genta Cultivation, 9 Heavens of the Spirit Sea, Perfection, Breakthrough, Mental Technique, Great Piece of Heavenly Immortal Technique, Great Completion, plus, Skills, 5 Elements Transportation Technique, Grand Completion, plus, Yin Yang Transportation Technique, Grand Completion, plus, Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth, Minor Completion, plus, Natural Avatar, Alternation of Reality and Void Points, 10248 Universal Points, 19654 System Evaluation, a Spirit Sea Realm Little Demon with Superior Strength. Although in the Spirit Sea realm, you already have the qualifications to proudly look down on the masses, In the three realms, you are still a younger brother. Almighty Points was on the verge of breaking the 20,000 mark. Lin Feng opened the system mall again and found the item for the weak water turtle. Weak water turtle, heaven and earth foreign species. Nurtured by weak water. Can swim in weak water. Manipulate weak water to attack enemies. Price, 10,000, non-evolutionary, system. Redeem the weak water turtle bloodline. Points are cleared instantly. Ding! The system space is opened. The required items have been deposited into the system space. The host can check it by himself. The system's voice came. Lin Feng opened the system space and saw the weak water turtle bloodline. It looked like a mass of clear water, emitting a faint white light in the system space. System use. Lin Feng couldn't wait to speak. The host uses the weak water turtle bloodline. The system panel has been updated. As the weak water turtle bloodline entered Lin Feng's body, a powerful force erupted in his body, and he felt as if his body was going to be torn apart. Lin Feng's body began to crumble a little. Berserk power raged through his body, and a large amount of blood flowed out from his body. Lin Feng simply couldn't withstand such a force. The intense pain made him stop thinking and fall into a coma. But the bloodline transformation didn't stop there. As his body neared collapse, a metaphysical power emerged from the depths of his body and began to repair the previously damaged flesh. The power of the bloodline still continued to infest his entire body, even his soul. Little by little, it changed him. Between disintegration and repair, it was as if Lin Feng's body had reached a bizarre balance. A power called weak water was born in his body. When the first wisp of weak water appeared in his body, the outside of the mountain pool flashed with lightning and thunder, and the originally fairy-like Lingtai mountain changed into a scene of mountain rain in the twinkling of an eye. Old Man Bodhi was the first to notice the difference. His line of sight swept across the entire Spirit Terrace mountain, and he quickly locked onto Lin Feng in the pool in the middle of the mountain. Then, he was shocked. What the hell? This is the power of weak water? Old Man Bodhi was bewildered. It's the first time I've seen this in my entire life. He actually had the feeling that he had lived a long time. Last time, the Xian turtle bloodline can still be understood as a bloodline returned to the ancestors. The natural aptitude of the transformation of reality and emptiness. And it can also be barely said that his ancestor did not know how many generations and the void beasts have talked about love. But the weak water turtle. What the hell is this? This kind of creature doesn't even exist in the three realms. Okay? What's the deal with this little guy? Can't figure it out. However, unable to figure it out, Old Man Bodhi was still kind enough to patch up a covering spell formation for Lin Feng to prevent the inquisitions of those in the three realms who had a mind to do so. Heaven. Weak water, who was being bored out of her mind in the heavenly river and wanted to find someone to talk to, suddenly had a change in her divine clarity. Weak water, sigma, degree, is identical to, degree, what the hell? People seem to be becoming moms? But she is still a yellow girl. Weakness was confused. Inexplicably, she had become a mother and could clearly feel the birth of that little life. As if there was an invisible bond between the two. Weakness didn't care at first, but as the feeling grew stronger, she had to care, so she poked the little guy with her consciousness. Ha! Seems like a lot of fun. Weak water, who had stayed in the heavenly river all day, unable to see or play with anything, was suddenly excited. She was as happy as a child who has found a new toy. And with her fiddling with it all at once, Lin Feng, who was originally in a coma, gradually regained consciousness. Whoops, the head hurts. Am I in the sea of consciousness? Lin Feng, who had just woken up, was still a bit confused, but soon he felt a pair of large hands, groping and playing with his body, not sparing any part of his body. Scary. What's the situation? There's actually someone else in my sea of consciousness? Lin Feng was taken aback. He immediately thought of taking over. But soon, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. This didn't seem to be a takeover. After all, whose takeover is not a fight to the death? And finally the protagonist relied on the aura silk blood counterattack. Not only the soul is greatly increased, but also harvested a large number of Gongfu secrets and cultivation tips. And this one of his, why does it feel a bit like jerking a turtle? Hey, so funny looking. I scratch. Immediately, Lin Feng felt that his stomach was being scratched incessantly by those big invisible hands. Instead, it was painless and somewhat comfortable. It really doesn't look like it's a takeover. But what is that? While Lin put in a sigh of relief, this thought popped up in his mind again. Then, another possibility occurred to him. Could it be Grandpa Carry-On? I, Lin Feng, have traveled so far, and I'm finally going to be treated like a protagonist? Am I finally going to be on my way to the top of my life under my old grandpa's leadership and live the good life of smacking whoever I look at? Lin Feng's mind instantly surfaced countless sets about the old grandpa. He felt like he was finally on his way to the top of his life. The little pride that had been struck by Monkey's perverted rate of progress during this time bubbled up once again. As expected, I'm the main character. Lin Fong was a bit smug. And at this time, the other parties seemed to have finally noticed that Lin Fong had awakened. Ah, you're awake? Lin Fong, am I that insignificant? That. Senior, who are you? How did you appear in my sea of consciousness? Little one is terrified. Although there was some displeasure in his heart, his face still had to be more respectful. After all, this can be concerned with your future development. I'm your mom. Besides, you're not inconspicuous, but I was just jerking off a bit oblivious, so I didn't notice you were awake. Haven't jerked off in tens of millions of years. After all, that enigmatic voice echoed in Lin Fong's mind. But this sentence gave Lin Fong a whole lot of confusion. Mom, what does that mean? Senior, are you kidding? We've only just met. No. Enigmatic voice, I am weak water. You have my powering you. So of course you are my child. Good girl. Call mom. Mom? Lin Fong was even more confused. Weak water. Weak water actually appeared in his sea of consciousness and actually jerked him around. Jerking him around quite happily. Hey, that's good. Weakness answered happily when she heard his voice. Mom. Although it is not easy to become a mother, but at a glance it is not a bad thing. This sun is quite fun. Should be the sun. Confirm it. Then Lin Fong felt his little butt being touched by her. He immediately tensed and covered his ass. Pitiful. Weak water is a hooligan. Is there anything you can do about it? Broken throat, broken throat, broken throat. He. It's a boy. Not bad, not bad. My weak water lineage finally has a descendant. Weak water's voice sounded in Lin Fong's sea of consciousness. Lin Fong, on the other hand, had a grimace on his face. He stared at an expression that seemed as if he had been eaten up by a scum and then denied it, looking at the weak water in that unknown void. Don't look at your mom like that. Your mom is very powerful. As long as you follow me obediently, I'll make sure you eat well and drink well. Really? Lin Fong asked in a condescending tone. I, weak water, am also loud and clear in the three realms. Is there any reason for my words not to count? Weak water returned with great bravado. Then I have one condition. On what terms? Lin Fong said. I don't call you mom. I just call you sister. This. Weakness hesitated. If you don't want to agree, then I'll disown you and we'll part ways. Lin Fong said forcefully. Parents have a special meaning to Lin Fong. You can't just recognize mom to whoever comes along. This is shameless. Okay. Weakness finally agreed. She really didn't want to lose Lin Fong as a kindred spirit. Since her birth, she had been alone, and then after she was imprisoned in the Heavenly River, she was even more alone, and she couldn't even see a few people a year. It's hard to have a kindred spirit that you can jerk off to, but of course you refuse to part with it. Hey, weak sister. Weak water also smiled sweetly when she heard that voice of sister, and in her heart, she had a feeling that her own silly son was really obedient. Good boy. Lin Fong laughed. Sister, do you have any heavenly materials? I'm now practicing at Lingtai Mountain. My cultivation is so low. I often get bullied. So helpless. So aggrieved. Sister, are you heartbroken? Weak water. You think I'm some kind of idiot? Forget it. It's so hard to have a kindred spirit. You can't just impulse in to get it killed. And that's wanting favors? He. I also want to cultivate into an immortal, and then go to the heavenly court to look for you. Then I will play with you every day. At this moment, Lin Fong was like a scum. Weakness let out a sigh. There's no use having it. I can't deliver it. Lin Fong then remembered that weak water was still trapped in the heavenly court and couldn't get out, serving as a moat for others. That's too bad. He had a lost look on his face. The backing is there and it's powerful, but it's sealed. The pit. And at this time, the water department of the heavenly river. Canopy stood at the edge of the river, looking at the sparkling water in front of him. The wind is very noisy today. General, Shanghai is having a dance party tonight. See if it's exciting. He. The junior soldier at the side said with a slight lewdness in his excitement. The canopy marshal looked serious and glared at the little soldier. I, Heavenly Puff Marshal, am also well known in the three realms. Would I go AWOL just for the sake of lusting after beauty? After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the distance. General, where are you going? The reprimanded pawn asked in disbelief. Go to the toilet. Sister Weak Water, you've run away into my sea of consciousness. So wouldn't I have no secrets for you? It won't. Weak Water explained. I can only vaguely sense your thoughts. A lot of those flickering thoughts won't work. Only subjectively very strong thoughts and feelings will work. And for some reason, my perception is always intermittent. Like it's blocked by something. Oh, then I know. Lin Fong let out a slight sigh of relief. It looked like his own system was still very powerful and knew to block out some thoughts. In this way, there was no fear of weakness knowing his secret. Then, after another bout of cordial and friendly exchanges between the two, weakness unilaterally hung up the phone. Lin Feng's sea of consciousness was finally cleared. He looked to the system panel. Name, Lin Feng. Race, weak water turtle, non-evolutionary. Cultivation, 9 heavens of the spirit sea. Perfection, breakthrough, mental technique, great piece of heavenly immortal technique, great completion, plus, skills, 5 elements transportation technique, grand completion, plus, yin-yang transportation technique, grand completion, plus, Dharma phase heaven and earth, minor completion, plus, natural avatar, alternation of reality and void points, 248 universal points, 19654. Lin Feng looked at the close to 20,000 universal points, as well as the 1 plus sign, and could no longer hold back his inner urges. Cultivation breaks through first. Universal points -8,000. Cultivation increased to divine hidden first heaven. Lin Feng's body was beginning to undergo a radical change at this moment. The original turtle shell that had become more and more crystalline, like an icy emerald, because of the exchange of the weak water turtle was growing larger at this moment, and the patterns on it were starting to become dense. That feeling is so good. The long-lost feeling of relief spread all over Lin Feng's body, transforming his body in all directions. He's also gotten a whole lot bigger. After the transformation of his flesh was completed, that strange power had converged towards Lin Feng's heart, and it was as if he could hear the sound of his heart beating. The heart was beating louder and faster, and the speed of the blood flowing in Lin Feng's body became faster and faster along with it. It was like a river rushing through his body. Qi and blood are the fundamentals of a person's body. Strong qi and blood make the body strong, and weak qi and blood make the body weak. It was his heart that was transformed by the divine hidden first heaven. His heart was beating faster and faster, like a pile driver. Lin Feng even had the feeling that there was a flame in his heart, and this flame was getting hotter and hotter. Even the temperature of the blood boiled. Gulp, gulp, the temperature is getting higher. Lin Feng even had the feeling that the flames had spread into a sea of fire. No, I should say magma. And it's lava that's about to erupt. Bang! Before Lin Feng's could slow down, all the qi and blood in his body exploded out. A feeling of euphoria that I have never felt before. A red wolf smoke, invisible to the naked eye, rose up from his body, and the surrounding creatures felt an inexplicable shock. The gas and blood wolf smoke. This was a spectacle that could only be formed when massive amounts of qi and blood were gathered together. The moment his qi and blood exploded out, Lin Feng felt like he was about to be omnipotent. He's got power, speed, and good form. This feeling of a geometrical surge in strength was simply even more pleasurable than when he had broken through the realm before. Although most of the sensations were just illusions, the strength of him in the state of qi and blood wolf smoke had increased quite a bit though, but not to the horror of geometric multiplication. Just doubling, though that's scary too. And as the frequency of the heart beating gradually weakened, the qi and blood that Lin Feng had originally spewed out was also being withdrawn into his body little by little. Bang, bang, bang. The heart beat powerfully and the blood clattered, bringing more vitality to Lin Feng's body. Even in normality, Lin Feng's strength was a lot more powerful than before his breakthrough. This is because his body was so bad before. Although he had exchanged the Xian turtle bloodline, he didn't go out of the door on weekdays, either talking about books or hanging out, and hadn't exercised at all, let alone tapped into his body's potential. However, the divine hidden realm was a direct step forward, tapping out some of his body's potential. That's what made his strength grow so much. Lin Feng looked at the system panel again. Cultivation, first heaven of divine hiddenness, heart fire pass, plus, universal points, 11,654. There's still a breakthrough. Without saying a word, Lin Feng tapped on his cultivation again. Universal points -9,000. Cultivation increased to divine hidden second heaven. The system's voice came. The bizarre power that had only subsided a moment ago was once again spread all over Lin Feng's body. And that soothing feeling of constantly becoming stronger made Lin Feng unable to resist squinting his eyes. It's an obsessive feeling. His body had once again undergone a radical change. The body size became bigger and the turtle armor was thicker and looked more dominant. After the body transformation was completed, this strange power converged in Lin Feng's liver, which was the main wood, and the strengthening of the liver made the vitality in Lin Feng's body even stronger. And the liver begets the heart, which corresponds to the 5 elements of wood begetting fire. Lin Feng immediately felt that the flame in his heart burned with more distance and was rich in vitality. His strength increased once more. Lin Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and he was in great shape. He glanced at the system panel. Cultivation, Shenzhen second heaven, liver and wood pass. Universal points, 2654. He smashed his mouth twice. A little too much. 20,000 cardinal points seemed very much, but it didn't work at all, and it only took 2 bursts before it couldn't go up. Lin Fong closed the system panel and then put away the masking spell formation again. He was going to move his body around and try out the power of the breakthrough, but when he got up from the mud and sand, he suddenly realized that he was facing a huge fish head right in front of him, and there were aquatics all around. Lin Fong was already not surprised by this, even in the mood to greet them. "Good evening, everyone." Crowd Aqua. They were originally worried that Lin Fong wouldn't be able to get through this breakthrough, but now it seemed that the worry was superfluous. Grandpa Turtle had a big smile on his face when he saw him in such good spirits. "Ha ha ha ha, my mountain pool also finally has a great demon of the divine hidden realm. Little Lindsay, I really didn't misjudge you. There's good fortune. There's really good fortune." It could be seen that he was truly happy for Lin Fong. Right at this moment, in front of Lin Fong, Fish Xiaolu transformed into his human form, then grabbed him and placed him in front of his eyes to scrutinize him carefully, and finally smelled him with his nose. Still a familiar flavor. She laughed. "I'm still familiar with the recipe." Lin Fong rolled his eyes and kept struggling in her hands, his 4 little short legs constantly sliding in the air. Seeing this, Fish Trail put him down again. "Lin Fong, you're so big now, and it feels super nice. It's even prettier than before. I wouldn't have recognized you if the flavor hadn't stayed the same." She lay down in front of Lin Fong and tapped her finger twice on Lin Fong's back armor. Grandpa Turtle smiled at the sight. "Lin Fong, I didn't expect you to actually perform another bloodline return this time for your breakthrough. I can't believe I can't tell what kind of bloodline you've acquired this time. Strange and weird. Never seen a turtle like this before." Lin Fong smiled back. "I don't know what kind of bloodline it is. Probably some kind of unknown bloodline." The weak water turtle bloodline was his biggest card right now. Naturally, it can't be easily revealed. "It's fine. Whatever bloodline he is, just look good," Fish Xiaolu said with a mesmerized face. She didn't care if Lin Fong's strength increased. "Just think he's so handsome, even more so than before." "Handsome, Lin Fong. This little girl is somewhat interesting and has deep roots in your love. Why don't you consider it and leave a queen for my old and weak family?" A voice resounded in Lin Fong's sea of consciousness. "Sister Weak Water, you didn't leave." Lin Yu said in his heart. "Gone. But seeing as you're making too much noise here, I came over to check it out." "Oh," Lin Fong responded. But in his mind, he thought about how Weakwater's so one-sided calls had almost made his life non-existent in terms of privacy, and wondered how any of the protagonists put up with it. He was just thinking about it. "You're really not going to take it? I see that this girl has some aura, and it seems like she has some secrets in her body, and her cultivation is a bit abnormal." Lin was relieved and a little nervous. "What's not normal?" Weakness grinned straight up. "Yo, this is getting tense? Which I have." Lin Fong's face reddened, but he still asked. "Weak Water Sister, you give said this, friend of mine. In the end, what is the problem? Will there be danger? Don't worry about that. She'll be fine. And there is a great creation. I can't really see it from here though. If only you could bring her to Sky River." This Lin Fong also wanted to, but couldn't do it. "It's okay. As for the matter of going to the Heavenly River, it's better to wait until there's a chance later." Weak Water was optimistic about this. "To a point. That old man on Lingtai Mountain. I've heard of him. You're practicing here. Cultivating into an immortal is bound to be the nail in the coffin. And then you'll be able to come to the Celestial Court to ask for a job. Can one like me also enter the Heavenly Court?" Lin Fong was a bit surprised. Even on Lingtai Mountain, he could see the embarrassing position of the demon race today, not to mention the rest of the world. I'm sure that even if one cultivates into an immortal, a demon immortal will still have the lowest status among the 3 realms. But if it's true, it's a way out. Certainly not for the proper establishment, but it's not hard to go into heaven and be a little turtle in a pond for people to enjoy. Of course, we have connections here. I, Weak Water, can still speak my mind in the Heavenly Court." Weak Water's voice sounded again. However, the fire that had just arisen in Lin's heart was doused again by her words. "Or not. Go to heaven and be a little turtle. I might as well be here. At least there's a bunch of friends here." Weak Water was a bit lost, but still said, "Alright then, but after you cultivate into an immortal, you must come to see me. You can't forget." "Got it, Sister Weakness. Then you get busy. I'll leave first," Weakness said, and then she lost her voice. Lin Fong retreated from the sea of consciousness. By now Grandpa Turtle was gone, and Fish Trail was still dotting his back with his fingers, and drawing circles every now and then, with fondness in his eyes. Lin Fong stood up from the ground, and he moved his body. The surrounding aquatics all came together. "Brother Lin, you actually broke through again. That's too fast. Ugh, when will I be like Ringo? If I have half of Lin's." "No, 1/3 of his breakthrough speed. I'll steal a smile. Think about it even. Is Ringo something you guys can compare to? Everybody's talking in tongues. The eyes that looked at him were filled with strong admiration. In the eyes of these aquatic clans, Lin Fong was simply a relentless breakthrough machine, breaking through a realm for fun without moving. And this had only been here for how long? And he was already sitting firmly in the position of the first person in the pool in the mountain. There, like them, decades of cultivation rippled through. People are more angry than people. Brother Lin, what kind of cultivation method do you have? How did you break through so fast? Ha ha, I'm not much of a hard worker, Lin Fong said without a blush. I'm a person who has always felt that heaven rewards hard work, so when you guys didn't see it, I was cultivating hard. That's why I have such a cultivation level. Still, cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. You must work hard. I also believe that if you work hard, then there will always be a day when you will be like me. Ah ha 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 ha. After the crowd heard his words, they all felt that he really had a point. No wonder Lin was able to achieve so much. So he actually worked so hard. I used to think that Lin was gifted, but now I realize that Lin is still working so hard. To be gifted and still work hard is simply not letting people live. I'm going to get angry too. I declare that Ringo is my goal and I will work as hard as Ringo. Brother Lin, enough chatting, I'm going to go cultivate. I'm going too. I'll go too. Let's pair up together for a fellowship. Lin Fong didn't even realize that his words had actually made the aquatic races furious. But that's not a bad thing. Lin Fong, I'm going to go cultivate as well. You've broken through the divine hidden realm. I need to quickly break through the divine hidden realm as well. Fish Xiaolu said with full fighting spirit, then turned away, without a moment's effort. There wasn't a single aquatic around Lin Fong. The bottom of the dark mountain pool was once again calm, and all the aquatics had run off to practice. Lin Fong shrugged, then swam towards the top. When he surfaced, he climbed onto the boulder and shook his body. Drops of water fall like rain. After the water on his body dried up, he took a step and started running. Compared to the turtle crawling speed before, Lin Fong's current speed was just like flying. Run for a minute. He looked almost 10 meters away, his heart filled with excitement. He. Sure enough, I am the fastest turtle. Lin Fong looked at a large rock in front of him again, and he directly went turtle. Ka-ching! The boulder was directly hit by him with a tortoise crack. Lin Fong pulled his head out of the crack in the stone, and with an overexertion, he directly pushed himself out. Lin Fong fell heavily to the ground, but he climbed up and looked at the large crater in front of him that had been made by a blow to his head. What a smile you can't hide on your face. That's awesome. This brain of mine is barreling hard. This hasn't even been used for spells yet, and I'm already this powerful. So if I use spells, then I won't be outlawed to the heavens. Not a big pit though. But Lin Fong still had the feeling that he had the power to break monuments and rocks when he raised his hands and threw his feet. I fight. He came out hard with a Bruce Lee pose. Then he jumped up and kicked towards the rock that he had cratered. Ka-ching! The stone was a quarter of the way through his kick. The shattered stone made a graceful parabola in the air. Boom! The dirt was lifted by the smashed rocks. Lin Fong landed on the ground. He turned his back on the rock like a real man who never looks back at an explosion. Handsome posture and sharp eyes. The soul of martial arts in Lin Yi was completely ignited. I fight. I fight. I fight. He was like a small child who had just gotten a new toy, smashing furiously one after another at this big stone in front of him. The originally hard stone was unbearable in his hands, worse than tofu. Lin Fong, on the other hand, enjoyed the feeling of destruction. A large stone couldn't withstand a few strokes from Lin Fong before he hammered it into pieces. Lin Fong stood on the ground full of debris like a warrior. Then his form flickered away. For the next few hours, the rocks throughout the woods could be considered to be suffering, and anything with a bit of a head on it must have some marks on it. Some use their heads, some use their legs, and some use turtle shells. When he used the turtle shell, Lin Fong didn't forget to shout, "Watch my divine skill, Iron Mountain Leaning." Then, clanging against the rocks, people Xiao Yan Iron Mountain Leaning that are hitting people. He is hitting the stone, and played with a confidence. Anyway, in the whole forest, there was not a single stone that was his match, and all of them were crushed for him. After Lin Fong had had his fun, like a victorious general, he stood on the only intact stone in the woods with a face of solitude. Just my speed, just my strength, and my cute and charming appearance. If I were to travel to a random martial arts world, I'd be the #1 assassin, the kind that the emperor could fuck you over. When Jing Ke stabbed the king of Qin back then, if I could wear me, there was still something about 2 hairy legs. Lin Fong didn't find the rocks in this forest interesting, so he ran out into the woods beyond. Outside the woods, that was the main road in the Spirit Platform Mountain. Although Lingtai Mountain is called so, it is more than one mountain, but there are 3 mountains and 2 temples. one main peak and two secondary peaks, and on the main peak there is a Taoist temple, which is the residence of Master Bodhi. Normally, when Monkey and the others listened to the ancestors' teachings, they went to the Taoist temple on the secondary peak. The specifications here were a bit smaller than the main peak, but the buildings were much the same and still looked gorgeous and solemn. The path that Lin Fong was currently taking was the path to the main hall of the main peak. That's why he called it the main road. Of course he wasn't going to the main peak. When he traveled to the fork in the road, Lin Fong turned and walked into a fork in the road, which was going up to one of the secondary peaks. When the spirit beasts on the road saw him, they all greeted him warmly. Some are still there to persuade. Brother Lin, look, it's getting late. You'd better hurry back to bed. You have to get up early tomorrow. Lin Fong. But he would still respond with enthusiasm on the surface. Hello. I came out to run some errands and will be back soon. Ha ha ha. Long time no see. The little Oriole that had shown him the way when he was searching for Monkey earlier flew out from nowhere. Ringo, where are you going this late at night? When Lin Fong saw her, a smile immediately appeared on that face just when I was worried that I didn't know where to go. Here comes a guide. Did you know there were rocks there? Stone? Lin Fong nodded with certainty and said, yes, it's stone. The bigger kind the better. It would be better if it was harder. The bigger ones feel good in your hand, and the harder ones are more resistant to smashing. Oriole thought for a moment, then smiled. I know where it is. You come with me. She spread her wings and flew into the distance in a low-flying swipe from above Lin Fong's head. Lin Fong's figure instantly moved. The wood escape technique was activated, his body constantly vacillating between different trees. Oraheim glanced back and noticed Lin Fong following behind her. She then flew through the air without a care in the world. The two quickly arrived at a courtyard. Oraheim stood on the courtyard wall and Lin Fong appeared beside her with an earth escape technique. Ringo, look at that rock in the pool. Oraheim pointed ahead. Lin Fong followed the direction of her finger and looked. In the center of the courtyard, there stood a piece of crystal clear stone that was 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. If this stone had been in his previous life, it would have been worth an absolute old nose. Just selling it as jade would fetch a lot of money. This is good. Lin Fong looked at this stone that is 2 eyes shining. This stone looks big. Just will it be too brittle? After all, it's a crystal, so it's definitely not as hard as a rock. Ringo, that's where you're wrong. Oriole explained. This stone is a first-class hard. 2 years ago there was a bear blind man in the mountains went crazy. A lot of spirit beasts in the past cannot pull. I thought I'd have to wait for the immortal master. Who would have thought that blind bear himself barged in, hit his head on this rock, and was directly knocked out. But this stone, it froze and didn't do anything at all. Lin Fong also smashed his mouth twice after hearing this. A lot of spirit beasts cannot pull the blind bear. That is how much strength actually knocked out. The stone seems to be really hard. By the way, Ringo, you haven't said what you're looking for the stone for? It's not a big deal. It's just that I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so I thought I'd find a big rock to relieve my boredom. Lin Fong laughed and said, boredom relief? Does this rock also relieve boredom? Oraheim stared at him with an interested face. That's for sure. Lin Fong immediately became interested and said, why don't I give you a demonstration? Yeah. The Oriole flapped its wings. Lin Fong moved his arms and legs. Then with a flash he rushed to the stone. He didn't make a rash move. Standing in front of the stone, he first looked around, and after realizing that there was no one in this small courtyard, an empty courtyard, he put his heart down. Then his body started to get bigger, just like blowing up a balloon. In no time at all, he became as tall as this rock. The Oriole on the wall watched in disbelief. It's huge. Lin Fong looked at the stone in front of him and revealed an evil crooked smile before directly punching it. The entire earth trembled, but the boulder in front of him didn't move. Sure is hard enough. The Oriole on the side was also shocked when she saw the scene. Didn't he just come to Lingtai Mountain not long ago? Moreover, it was said that when he came over, he was still a mortal turtle, but he didn't expect that he would already have such strength today. This talent is truly terrifying. Lin Fong was not discouraged even though he hadn't finished an inch of his punch. Just now was just my normal punch. Next is my continuous normal punch. Ola ola ola. Woody big woody big woody. Lin Fong began to swing his fists non-stop at this boulder. A punch faster than a punch harder than a punch. Each punch can make the earth tremble. Not a moment's effort around the ground are beginning to crack, but the stone is still unharmed. Even the ground under the stone was unharmed. Lin Fong's fist swung on the stone as if it were a clay ox entering the sea. Sure is a pretty hard rock. He paused for a moment to lament, and Oraheim had already looked dumbfounded at this point. Every punch of Lin Fong after becoming bigger was extremely terrifying. I'm afraid that demonic beasts below the spirit sea realm wouldn't be able to carry even one punch. At the very least, she felt that she shouldn't be able to catch a punch from Lin Fong. but it is also consuming. Just a moment ago, the spiritual energy in one of Lin Feng's spiritual seas had already dissipated by more than half. And at this rate, soon one of his spiritual seas would be empty. Solely, he still had 8 spirit seas that were full. And there's a Dan Tian. This energy reserve was so overly abundant that Lin Feng didn't feel tired at all. Brother Lin, this ordinary punch of yours doesn't seem to work? Oraheim looked at the motionless stone and laughed. It's okay, regular punches don't work. I've got a serious one here. A serious punch? Oraheim wondered. Is that awesome? Then of course the old nose is awesome. Lin Feng laughed. Does Boros know? It was defeated in this move. As long as you use it, God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. And it only uses one punch. So awesome. Oriole was stunned. She didn't expect a serious punch to be such a powerful move. It's so awesome that you can fix God and Buddha in one move. And then there's what's his name Boros, who I don't know what he is, but he sounds like he's pretty good at it. Even Weakness, who was idly hanging up the phone to eavesdrop, gave a bluff. Boros? Don't know who it is though, but by the sound of the name, it always sounds so awesome. Only the strong can handle such a dominating name. Then Brother Lin, you must show me. I want to see it. I want to see it. Lin Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand. Take your time. Although this move is very powerful, I haven't acquired all of it. Only some of the skin, so of course the power won't be able to hit the gods and Buddhas. Oraheim was a bit disappointed, but she still asked, then how much can you cast now? Brother Lin? Double your strength at most. 1. Double. Once again, Oriole was stunned. So strong. What is this serious punch? It can actually double the strength, and it's only skin deep, so if you learn to do it completely, how much power can it raise? No wonder you can beat God and Buddha to death. Brother Lin, you quickly cast it to show me. She looked at Lin Feng with an expectant face. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes as his heart began to speed up non-stop. Knock knock knock. The speed is increasing, like a relentless pile driver, and as his heart continued to speed up, so did the blood flow in his body. Wow! The blood in Lin Feng's body began to boil. It was as if lava, not blood, was flowing through the veins. Lin Feng felt like a volcano about to erupt in his heart. Boom! The qi and blood power in Lin Feng's body violently erupted out when it was built up to its peak, and an incomparably thick qi and blood wolf smoke rushed out from the top of his head. In this moment, he felt omnipotent. Lin Feng snapped his eyes open, then swung a fist forward. Serious punch. Only just after this punch was swung out, the surrounding air was squeezed and turned into white airwaves spraying out in all directions. Oraheim also stared daggers at Lin Feng's fist. Just by looking at it, she could feel the power contained in the circle. That was a power only found in the divine hidden realm. I didn't expect the little turtle to actually cultivate to the point of divine hidden realm without saying a word. If this matter is spread out, I'm afraid that it will set off a great wave among the spirit beasts in Lingtai Mountain. So for this punch, Oraheim was even more excited. She gulped. The moment her fist made contact with the stone, it was as if she saw the air distort. Ka-ching! A crack appeared above the stone. Dawns of radiant spiritual rhythm escaped from within the stone. Ding! Rich aura energy detected. Superior quality. Is it recharging points? The system's voice rang out coldly. Lin Feng looked at these spiritual rhythmic rays floating in the air in front of him that looked so good that he chose to agree without saying a word. Never mind what these things are. The points are what count. And so the spiritual rhythmic light that was still floating in the air around him began to move towards him. In the end, he devoured them all. Points plus 5726 points available, 5974 crap. I can't believe it's over 5,000. That's a lot of points to worry about for a long time to come if you smash a few more. Lin, rest assured the fire is hot. He hurriedly looked over to Oraheim's side. Are there any more rocks like this? At this moment, Oriole was still immersed in the shock of Lin Feng actually really cracking open this stone, and suddenly being asked by Lin Feng. She instinctively nodded her head. There is, but, problems? Lin Feng's brows furrowed. Not really a problem. It's just that rock is on the main peak. The main peak, that's where Master Bodhi lives. Ringo, are you still going? Ah, in that case, forget it. Lin Feng wimped out, going to the ancestor's house to smash the stone. This is not the old man hanging himself too long. Forget it. I'm not too far off the 4,500 points. Oraheim looked at him and bared her teeth. Brother Lin, the expression on your face just now was so funny. Lin Feng bared his teeth toward her, but Oraheim wasn't afraid of him at all. Lin Feng's power was strong, but the air was her home turf. The two then found a few more rocks. The time had come to the latter part of the night. Ah, Brother Lin, are you still looking? Oraheim started yawning, and even when she was flying, she was swaying left and right, feeling as if she had been drinking fake alcohol. No more searching. You go home first. Lin Fong spoke up. Then Ringo, I'll see you tomorrow, and you go to bed early too. Remember to get up early tomorrow. Lin Fong, the hyping is always caught off guard. Got it. The Oriole flew away slowly. Lin Fong looked at the moon, which had begun to set from the sky. He continued toward the front. Anyway, so much time had already passed, and even if he slept next, he wouldn't be able to make up much time, so he might as well just stay awake. It's just a matter of staying up all night. Don't you think Lin Fong hasn't done it before? I think I was a little internet cafe prince back in the day. I don't know how long it's been. When the sky began to turn fish-belly white, Lin Fong yawned and began to walk back, and behind him was a mess of stone fragments. The coolness is really cool. Tired is also really tired. However, Lin Fong's spirit was not much affected. He had just experienced 2 breakthroughs and was in a good state. Just one night of no sleep would not hinder him at all. But, as he walked to the pool in the mountains, it was suddenly dark. Lin Fong looked up. A pair of large hands kept enlarging in his eyes, and the hand lines on them were clearly visible. Looking at the large hand that came from the wrong place, Lin felt bad in his heart. Whoosh! The 5 elements transportation technique was activated, and Lin Fong appeared on a stone aside in a flash, dodging the opponent's inevitable grab. His eyes were alert as he looked in the direction of the attack. There, Su Wei resentfully withdrew his hand. This turtle looks small, but the speed is not slow. It looks like you cannot do it the hard way. You have to outsmart it. He was not discouraged by the fact that the blow had not been scored. Instead, he revealed a warm smile and looked at Lin Fong harmlessly. Don't be afraid, little turtle. I mean no harm. Not only no. Instead, I'm going to give you a great creation. One big enough to change your life. Lin Fong looked at his mouth and sneered in his heart. Does this take me for a fool? Or just a dumb white girl who just got out of society? Do you really think I'm easy to fool? This is too unskilled to say. Here is a big fool. If put aside in the past life, on your level, I guess you can starve to death. But, maybe there's something in it for us. Let's hear what he wants first. Creation? Why can't I understand what you guys are saying? Lin Fong put on a very puzzled expression. Stupid and foolish. And seemed to be particularly easy to fool. Su Wei really fell for it. And the expression on his face became even more brilliant. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, as long as you know that following me can be beneficial. And it's more beneficial than you can imagine. He gulped, his eyes unabashedly greedy. This little turtle had already comprehended the grand completion realm of the great grade heavenly immortal technique. His cultivation in the future would definitely not be low. Cultivating into an immortal was already on the table. And with a bit of luck, an earthly immortal wasn't something that couldn't be thought of. If it could be tamed now, it would be one more powerful fighter in the future. The thought of him killing it later with a little turtle. Su Wei was just bursting with excitement. I'm sure it was right to leave early. The little turtle is mine now. And as for you pampered idiots, go eat dust. When I make a soul contract, even that monkey wouldn't dare do anything to me. After all, if anything happens to me, this little turtle won't be any better off. These thoughts quickly drifted through his mind, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter as he looked at Lin Fong. And as Lin Fong looked at him, his eyes likewise grew brighter. Turns out it was an attempt to trick me into leaving. Hey, you really think your turtle grandpa is easy to fool? Let's see how I'll whore him out for nothing. So he'll lose his wife and his army, and get nothing out of it. Lin Fong's eyes rolled and he looked at him with a confused expression, clueless with a touch of greed. What's in it for me? You obviously have both hands empty and you're trying to trick me. Su Wei watched as Lin Fong was already moved. His mood became even more agitated, and in order to dispel the doubts in his mind, he endured the pain and took out a porcelain vase from his bosom, and threw it far away to Lin Fong's feet. This is the elixir I have with me, so I'll give it to you. As long as you follow me, this kind of elixir will be available every day, and you'll be satisfied. He acted like he was very generous, as if he had a lot of that kind of elixir and didn't care about it at all, so he could just offer it to Lin Fong. Just the heart is already dripping blood like crazy. This was an elixir that he had saved up with great difficulty, intending to use it to break through the spirit rhythm realm. But as long as you take the little turtle, it's all worth it. Lin Fong, on the other hand, carefully walked to the porcelain vase, pushed the vase with his little short legs, and only after determining that there was no problem did he put his heart down. System, exchange, he said silently in his heart, and the porcelain vase instantly disappeared. Points plus 2396. What's inside this porcelain vase is still worth a lot of money. Earned. Immediately, Lin Fong was all smiles, and the way he looked at Su Wei turned warm. A proper delivery boy. When Su Wei saw his pills disappear, he thought that Lin Fong had given them to be received in the brocade pouch on his chest, and when he saw him accepting the things, the smile on his face warmed up. Are you still satisfied? Well, it's satisfying. But Lin Fong intentionally sold out. When Su Wei saw that he was actually going to make demands, some feelings of displeasure welled up in his heart as well, but he suppressed them. When you sign the soul contract, you'll still have to give it all back then. It wouldn't hurt to play it for you first now. What else is going on? It's not a big deal. It's just that I don't have any handy weapons here. Weapons? Su Wei sized up Lin Fong. You, little turtle. What more weapon? As if give you the weapon. You can use it. He looked at Lin Fong with a smile and advised. You can't hold a weapon like that. Ah, I don't care. If you don't give it to me, I won't go with you. And I'm going to go and tell Monkey that you've lost your conscience and are actually plotting against this harmless little turtle of mine. Lin Fong directly began to play the rogue, not giving him a chance to reason at all. Su Wei was somewhat speechless, but when he heard that Lin Fong wasn't going to follow him, he got nervous again. If he changed his mind now, wouldn't the elixir be for nothing? So what weapon do you want? What kind of weapons do you have? Lin Fong asked rhetorically. I'll use whatever you have. I'm not a picky person. Lin Fong revealed a very beaten smile. He's eating up Su Wei now. If he has the guts, he'll freak out. And if he does, that elixir will go down the drain. Su Wei looked at his beaten expression and was furious in his heart. But once he thought of his elixir, he forced himself to endure it. It's okay. Now that you've taken the plunge, you can't do it halfway. Once the turtle was taken care of, he could spit out everything he'd eaten. Su Wei consoled himself in his mind. Then how about this one? He directly pulled out his own saber. The long sword was filled with precious light, and at a glance, he knew it wasn't a mortal product. Lin Fong liked it after just one look. How can a man not have a good sword? This is not very good. You take it to me first. Lin Fong did not move and said. Su Wei thought that having come to this point, there was no harm in showing him. Just toss him the sword. This sword was longer than Lin Fong's entire body, so of course he couldn't hold it, and could only use his little paw to feel around on it one by one. Hey, not bad, not bad. The sword is really good. Lin Fong was satisfied. The sword has been given to you, so shouldn't you make a contract with me? Su Wei looked at him impatiently. At this point, quite a bit of time had passed and the sky was about to lighten. If he couldn't take Lin Fong, he would most likely be caught by the others next. This is not good. At that time, if everyone scrambled together, Lin Fong wouldn't necessarily go with him. Well, Lin Fong still didn't have an accurate answer. He took the opportunity to redeem the sword. Points plus 465, it's okay. Although it was much less than that bottle of pills, it was much better than those unrefined genius earth treasures, and it looked like it should be really precious. Su Wei saw that not only did he not agree, but he also took away his sword. The heart was so angry. Do you agree or not? After receiving so many things from me? If you still don't agree, don't blame me for being impolite. He stared at Lin Fong with a furious face. Lin Fong blinked. Innocently. What stuff? Where is there something? You're sick. Why are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? Su Wei. At this moment, Su Wei was about to blow a gasket. He really hadn't expected that Lin Fong would actually be so shameless. And now he was actually denying it. How dare you trick me? I want you to look good right now. He pinched his spell, intending to directly summon his sword and take Lin Fong down on the spot. Do you really think I'm kind enough to give you the long sword? I've been sacrificing this sword for a long time. Even if you put it in a brocade bag, I can still maneuver it. You'll be crying later. Su Wei's mouth hooked up a cold smile. Then, what's the situation? Why can't I feel my longsword? Where did my longsword go? Lin Fong had initially seen his bullish appearance and thought that he really had some bullish backhand, but after seeing his dumbfounded expression, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Ugh, life is like that, always up and down. It's okay. It doesn't matter if we failed this time. We can come back another time. You're always welcome here. Scatterbrain. Of course Lin Fong wouldn't let go of this opportunity to taunt him. He happened to have just broken through and wanted to find something to practice on. Smashing stones is certainly very cool, but this one in front of him is the disciple of Master Bodhi, and he has not yet become immortal, and his strength and cultivation are just right for him to practice. Although I don't know what method you used to shield my longsword, but if you think that everything will be fine just like that, then you've underestimated me. Even if I don't use my sword, I can still catch you. Let's see how I fix you when I catch you. He looked at Lin Fong in exasperation. Come on then. Lin Fong spat out his little tongue, and even turned to him with his little tail, wagging it vigorously. Su Wei saw that he was actually still so arrogant. Mentally, he was even more pissed off. But just at this time, a few haha laughs came from the middle of the woods. Ha ha ha, senior brother Su, you would actually be fooled by a turtle. I just can't help it. It's killing me with laughter. someone came out of the woods. Like Su Wei. This person was also wearing a Taoist robe and was a disciple of the ancestor. And after him, more and more people came out of the woods. All of these people are disciples of the ancestor. Lin Feng saw this scene, and then looked at Su Wei, and immediately understood. So it was a person who wanted to be the first. No wonder he was acting so eagerly. He looked at them, though, and his eyes lit up even more. One is a fight. A group is a fight. And it's nice to be able to move your muscles around a bit. Anyway, sitting on the transformation of reality in 5 elements yin yang transportation technique, he had absolute confidence in the skill of saving his life and escaping. And Su Wei looked a little gloomy when he saw these people. Su Wei, you kid actually tried to sneak away. Someone looked at him angrily. We had clearly agreed to work together. But it turned out that he actually took advantage of the darkness to strike first. Ha ha, it's not easy for our senior brother Su. He lost his wife and his army. So don't blame him. He's in this heart right now. Don't mention how sad he is. Someone looked at Su Wei flirtatiously. The crowd laughed. Su Wei was on the verge of exploding with anger in his heart. But he forced himself to endure it. Don't laugh at me either. This little turtle is slippery and ruthless. If you guys go on, you won't necessarily be as good as me. Others scoffed at this. Su Wei got screwed over. That's him being an idiot. They're different. Little turtle. As you can see, it's hard for you to escape today. Why don't you surrender to me and suffer less? I can swear that I will absolutely treat you well. Someone jumped right in. Lin Feng looked at him and said expectantly, then do you have something for me? The man hesitated. Su Wei's fate is still fresh in his mind. If he gives something to Lin Feng, it's definitely the fate of a meatbag hitting a dog. Let's sign the contract. And after that, I'll give you whatever you want. Nice guy trying to pull the wool over your eyes? Bah! Lin Feng directly spat towards that person. The disciples. Crap! What an arrogant little turtle. He simply doesn't put us in his eyes. Ha ha ha. I wouldn't agree to such blunt words if it were me. If you ask me, let's all just go in side by side and just take this little turtle down and see what he has left to be so goddamned proud of. Lin Feng's behavior directly angered the crowd. The people were urging their spiritual energy and strangling their spells, wanting to give Lin Feng a hard time. Slow down. Just at this time, Lin Feng suddenly called them to a halt. You guys wait a minute. Before you hit me, there's something else I want to say. The crowd stopped again. Scared to death? If you're afraid to die, be a good boy and sign the contract. No, you guys have misunderstood. Lin Feng explained. I just wanted to ask what strength you all are. If your strength is too high, it's not like I can't do it. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you and thought it would be okay to talk about strength. The weakest of us all have the strength of the Spirit Sea Realm. Scared? Lin Feng smashed his mouth twice. A little lost. Spirit Sea Realm. It seems to be a little low. At least it's an ancestor disciple. But it didn't become immortal? Once he said this, the faces of the disciples that were not looking too good. What's that supposed to mean? Do you despise us? It wasn't that there weren't disciples who had cultivated into immortality on Lingtai Mountain. But these people were all direct disciples of the ancestor. And they usually didn't interact with them. If the Spirit Sea Realm doesn't work, what about the Divine Hidden Realm? Someone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. How can you let a turtle look down on you when people are fighting for a breath of air and Buddha is fighting for an incense burner? Divine Hidden Realm? Barely. Lin Feng felt that this one should be stable. The Divine Hidden Realm doesn't even work. Do you still want the Spirit Rhythm Realm to be your master? No. Lin Feng hastily shook his head. Please don't misunderstand. It is only at the Spirit Rhythm Realm that I have the qualifications to be looked at squarely. One more thing. I'm not taking it personally. I'd say everyone in the room is trash. At this moment Lin Feng felt really good. It feels so good to pretend. And all those disciples around them were enraged. They stared at the little turtle in front of them, endless anger welling up in their hearts. At this moment, they no longer thought about how to sign a soul contract with Lin Feng. Instead, they wanted to kill him. They wanted to see this little turtle with an incredibly stinky mouth kneel down and beg for forgiveness. What's the point of wasting words with him? Everyone side by side. Su Wei directly pinched his spell, and several long swords converging with spiritual energy appeared around his body. And the long swords became more and more numerous. And in just a few seconds' time, there were already hundreds of them. These long swords formed by spiritual energy surrounded him like a long dragon. Crap! Ah! The sword fairy! This skill cowhide! Wait! Lin Feng shouted again at this time, but the disciples around him stopped paying attention to him. Go! Su Wei pointed with his hand and the long sword immediately shot towards Lin Feng. I duck! Lin Feng made a direct flash. When he reappeared, he had already reached a tree. Several long swords blasted at the place where he had just stood, shattering the boulder. Seeing this destructive power, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That's not bad power either. Ask Monkey sometime if he knows what this skill is. Don't you guys regret it? Let me say this first. It's not too late for you guys to stop now, or else I'm afraid I'll beat you to death later. Lin Feng just wanted to caution them, but the remaining longswords were already running towards his side. Boom! The longsword cut the large tree off at the waist, and Lin Feng had already appeared on a large tree next to him again. Yo! This turtle is quite fast. No wonder it dares to be so arrogant. What's the use of being fast? Can you still escape us? Fair enough. Did he not think that with the 5 elements transportation technique, he could play us in the palm of his hand? It's simply ridiculous. Disciple after disciple pinched their spells. A variety of skills smashed over towards Lin Feng like this. Crap! I'm hiding. I'm hiding. I'm hiding. At this moment, Lin Feng was dancing as if he was at the tip of a sword, weaving in and out of countless attacks, but none of them hit him. It was only then that the crowd realized that his 5 elements transportation technique was actually so skilled. This little turtle really does have a marvelous understanding, and the 5 elements transportation technique has actually comprehended this level, but he's mistaken if he thinks that's how he's going to escape us. The 5 elements transportation technique must be performed with the help of the 5 elements, so you must follow the flow of the 5 elements, and the 5 elements in the world operate in a regular manner, which is the biggest break in the 5 elements transportation technique. You won't get away with it. Everyone began to sense the flow of the 5 elemental auras around them, using this to sense Lin Feng's movements. Soon, they discovered Lin Feng's trail. It's now, when Lin Feng once again appeared on a tree. All before his eyes were colorful spells, each of which exuded a terrifying pressure. Boom! The big tree was directly blown to pieces. Even a large crater appeared in the ground, with dust and smoke. Humph! Finally caught the little turtle. Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant. When the smoke and dust cleared, the crowd fixed their eyes and saw Lin Feng flopping on his belly in the pit, his little tongue still coming out of his mouth and tilted to the side. It's a shame, but it's so cool. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. That little turtle is so beat up. Everyone had a heartfelt smile on their faces as they looked at Lin Feng, who had already broken. Really? Just at that moment, a voice came. Everyone was flabbergasted. Aha! They looked at the place where Lin Feng had just been lying, only to see that Lin Feng, who had just turned his belly, had actually woken up again, and it looked like there was nothing wrong at all. You're okay. Everyone had a very shocked look on their faces. Even if they had taken a hit from the attack just now, there was no way for them to retreat in one piece. This little turtle is actually fine. Humph! With your little strength, it's not enough to injure me, Lin Feng said in a very pretentious manner. It's so insular to have smoke and no injuries and not even know it. Oh, if we can't beat you once, we'll do it twice. And if twice doesn't work, we'll do it 4 times. Someone sneered, and the rest of them have been fist pumping. Lin Feng scanned the circle and sighed softly. Alas, heaven has the virtue of goodness. I was trying to persuade you guys to turn back, but it turns out that you guys are actually so insistent. So I'll just have to step in and teach you a lesson then. Lin Feng disappeared in a flash. Where is he? Can't see. How did this happen? At this moment everyone suddenly realized that they actually couldn't detect Lin Feng's traces. It was as if Lin Feng had completely disappeared into thin air. But the next moment, swish, Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared behind one of the disciples. The Dharma heaven and earth activated, his body rapidly enlarging before he threw a punch towards his back. The disciple who was attacked directly flew backwards. Lin Feng then disappeared once more before the crowd could react. But the disciples with quick hands had already blasted out their spells, and not only did these spells not attack Lin Feng, but they instead blew up one of their own. Fuck! How do you guys make a move? Watch this. Scared the hell out of me. Those disciples who were blown up by the spell immediately complained. If it wasn't for the fact that they were all carrying protective spells, this time would have been bad. The disciples who had struck out were also apologetic. They had just seen Lin Feng's figure and had struck out, completely subconsciously. Forget it. Pay more attention next time. But don't do that. Scared the hell out of me. The disciple who was blown up said as he got up from the ground. But when they all stood up, the sky suddenly darkened, and when they looked up, they saw a huge turtle shell hovering above their heads. Boom! Those disciples who had only just climbed up were crushed down again. Crikey! Solely Lin Feng didn't stay for too long. He just sat down for a bit before disappearing again. But without waiting for these disciples who had seen the light of day again to breathe a sigh of relief, countless spells once again came towards their side. Disciples! Another rant. By now a large pit had appeared on the ground. The disciples in the pit at this time, one by one, were also dusty. The protective spells on their bodies were considered to be completely scrapped, and one by one, they stared angrily at the disciples around them, and the faces of the disciples who did it were even more embarrassed. Why can't you keep your hands to yourself? Misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. We promise we'll never do it again, and we'll shoot more accurately next time. I'm really sorry. But as soon as they finished speaking, Lin Feng actually appeared once more. This time he didn't do anything. Those disciples who had already blown up their own people, then one by one, they all fled towards the surroundings, even using their milk strength. They didn't have their protective spells anymore, so this would definitely be too much for them to bear if they were to come at it. Ha! A disciple of the Grandmaster of the Hall, and this is it? Lin Feng had that beaten expression on his face again. This time he didn't even bother to talk nonsense with these people. He directly made a flash and rushed towards the place with the most people. I'll fight. When the disciples saw Lin Feng coming towards them, they were scared out of their wits and immediately scattered in all directions. I'll fight. While Lin Feng watched them escape, he became even more excited. Obviously there was only one person, but it was hard for him to hit a feeling of one person surrounding a group of people. He even wanted to shout a high rise, "You are all surrounded by me." The surrounding disciples who were not attacked, on the other hand, were strangling their spells. Countless spells fell towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, turned on the 5 elements transportation technique and the transformation of reality and disappeared into the dust and colorful spell light. When the disciple who had fled earlier saw this scene, it was an incomparable blessing. Luckily, it was a quick run, otherwise the spell would have gone to his head. After a period of time like this, all the disciples had a grimy look. Although they hadn't suffered any injuries, each of them was particularly wretched. Lin Feng, on the other hand, appeared on a large tree in front of them with a brush, still had that beat-up look on his face. Alas, I thought the ancestors' disciples were so powerful, but they turned out to be so unbeatable. I didn't even have to exert myself and you all fell down. The disciples looked at his arrogant and beaten expression. Angry is the root of the teeth itchy. They are bitter cannot say. Who would have thought that this little turtle's 5 elements of recluse art so strong and slippery? If you have the guts, don't use your 5 elemental spells and fight us for real. A disciple hissed in defiance. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was scoffing. Hey, the leg is on me. Why can't I use it? If you have the guts to bite me, you bite me? The disciples. It was the first time they had seen such a tricky opponent. Lin Feng's strength wasn't strong. After a few exchanges, the disciples had tried to find out that although Lin Feng was strong, he was only at the Divine Hidden Realm, and was still at the beginning of the Divine Hidden Realm. And there were several Divine Hidden Realm experts among them. Although there was no Spirit Rhythm Realm powerhouse, it was still easy to take down this turtle. But the problem was that Lin Feng was too slippery. Moreover, he kept burrowing into the crowd, leading the remaining disciples to attack their own people, causing them to be in a sorry state. In fact, from start to finish Lin Feng hadn't attacked a few times. Most of the injuries on their bodies were inflicted by their own people. Do you think this is tragic? At this moment, when the disciples looked at Lin Feng in front of them, although they were still gnashing their teeth in anger, they had already beaten a retreat in their hearts. They were in a terrible state and didn't have much battle power left at all. A big man can bend. A good man can break. If you stay young, you can get your revenge sooner or later. They have to hold back. They have to back down. And let this turtle be arrogant for a while. Let's see how long he can be arrogant. Even they have thought about it. When they leave, they will look for Bodhi Ancestor to complain, and say that the little turtle beat them. The means is particularly cruel. The attitude is particularly arrogant. If this sun is not removed, the spiritual terrace mountain will never have peace. Humph. I'll spare your turtle life for now today, but next time I run into you, I will never spare you. Yes, never forgive you. You're the lucky one today. I'll go first. I'm suddenly feeling unwell, and I'm going to let you off the hook. The men turned around, but just as they were about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of them in a flash, blocking their retreat. What else do you want to do? Do you think we really can't beat you? Don't give an inch. The disciples clamored. Although they couldn't beat Lin Feng for the time being, if they wanted to leave, Lin Feng couldn't stop them. I don't want to do anything. It's just that they want to see you guys about something. Lin Feng pointed towards behind them. By now it was light. The disciples followed the direction of his finger and looked back. Then they saw countless spirit beasts all staring at them intently. And these spirit beasts' eyes all carried deep hostility. When did these spirit animals come? Everyone was confused. Their attention was on Lin Feng's body just now. They actually didn't notice that there were spirit beasts surrounding them long ago. Ringo, are you okay? Dare to bully our brother Lin. I'm afraid he doesn't want to live. Don't be afraid. Ringo, we're here to protect you. The spirit beasts came a little bit closer. Even if the opponent was a disciple of the ancestor, they were not afraid at all. The disciples panicked. They looked at the normally docile spirit beasts that had opened their fangs. and their eyes couldn't help but carry a strong fear in them. What do you want to do? Get out! We are the disciples of the ancestor. You dare to disrespect us. Animal. The spirit beasts, on the other hand, seemed like they were turning a deaf ear, just pressing down their bodies, their mouths hissing in warning, their white fangs exposed, approaching them a little bit. Don't! Turtle, you make them stop. You animals. Stop. Quickly stop for me, before you do not stop. You. Lin Fang looked at the ancestor disciples who were so out of it that they were close to losing their inhibitions, shook his head slightly, and thought, Spirit Terrace Mountain is really a hothouse. If these people go outside, they won't even know how to die. These disciples drowned in the group of spirit beasts without any resistance and were wildly ravaged. Each and every one of them where there was still the Grandmaster disciple's air of the past. More than an aggrieved daughter-in-law. More than a daughter-in-law. After Lin Fang looked at it for a while, he felt that it was almost done. Stop. All the spirit beasts stopped at once. Lin Fang, on the other hand, strutted over to those disciples who had been beaten up badly. Have you served? The disciples, of course, were not convinced. Not only were they not convinced, they wanted to eat Lin Fang alive. Ringo, what to do with them? The Oriole flew down from the tree and landed on Lin Fang's back. Lin Fang looked at these disciples and his eyes suddenly lit up. Hand over all the good things you have on you. The disciples, of course, did not want it, but the spirit beasts around them bared their teeth one by one, making them have to follow. Soon, Lin Fang had a large pile of treasures in front of him. Let's all see what we want. Spirit beasts, you look at me. I look at you. Actually, none of them dared to come forward, and finally had to be hard-stuffed by Lin Fang to make them accept it. Lin Fang, on the other hand, put the rest away. Points plus 79812 crap. It added almost 80,000 points straight away. It's true what the old saying goes. Kill and burn with a gold belt. That's too cool. Lin Fang suddenly had such a large amount of extra goodies. His mood was naturally very good. He patted his chest and smiled. You guys don't have to worry. If there are any problems with this matter today, I'll resist alone. The spirit beasts, on the other hand, were all in a shared stance. Lin was relieved that he was touched. As for the disciples who had handed over all their worth, their hatred for Lin Fang had reached a whole new level at this point. This guy is simply evil. The devil. It is a presence that must be eliminated. If eyes could kill, then the current Lin Fang would have already been cut into 1,000 pieces by them. You'll kill us if you have the guts. You guys dare to humiliate us like this today. When we wait for the future, we will definitely thwart you. The ancestor will avenge us. As long as I don't die today, I'll make you all look good later. The disciples who were all already half dead were actually still talking tough. Snap! A rabbit spirit disliked the disciple lying next to him for being noisy, and directly came on his mouth, and that disciple immediately stopped talking. Lin Fang, on the other hand, looked at them with a smile. Don't worry, I'll take you to the ancestor's place soon. Bring it to the ancestor? The spirit beasts were all stunned. You've already been offended to this extent, and you're still going to the ancestor? Brother Lin, if we do this, won't the ancestor be furious? If you ask me, it's better to click it. A blind bear made a downward motion. Lin Fang glanced at him. If we really did that, I'm afraid the ancestor would really be furious. How can we kill people? He smiled and shook his head. Although these people are despicable and shameless, heaven has the virtue of goodness, so we still have to leave them alive. After all, this turtle is no devil. Lin Fang then led the crowd of spirit beasts in the direction of the main peak's main hall. Road. Oraheim asked, Brother Lin, are you really going to let them off just like that? I didn't say anything about letting them go. Oraheim froze. But didn't you say? Without waiting for her to finish, Lin Fang directly interrupted. Who says that bringing them to the ancestor will make them alright? Oraheim looked at him. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Those disciples who were being dragged by the spirit beasts on the other hand each had a disdainful look on their faces. Lin Fang actually wanted to bring them before the ancestor. That's good. Just go before the ancestors. Would the ancestors still favor him? A little turtle? At that time the ancestor's anger, and it's as a turtle can withstand. Lin Fang doing this is simply asking for death. Their great revenge. They all wanted to hurry up and get to the ancestor's hall in their hearts at this point. It's good when you get to the ancestor, without a moment's effort. Lin Fang led the crowd to the front of the main peak's main hall. It's just that the doors here are closed, and no one can possibly enter without the ancestor's approval. Just when the crowd was all at a loss, suddenly a brilliant white light blossomed before their eyes, and the figure of Ancestor Bodhi appeared in front of them. When the spirit beasts saw the ancestor himself, each one of them was so frightened that they were prostrate on the ground. The disciples, on the other hand, were as if they had seen a savior. Ancestors. Ancestor must do me justice. Just as the disciples were planning to accuse Lin Feng of his shameless behavior, Lin Feng suddenly knelt on the ground and let out a miserable hiss. The disciples were confused. What are you yelling about? Shouldn't we be yelling? We're the ones being bullied. Lin Feng glanced at them, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This stuff, whoever said it first. Even Ancestor Bodhi was confused. This guy. What are you up to now? Ahem. Then, if you and tell me what the grievance is, this ancestor will definitely uphold justice. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately called out. Oh ancestor, the little tortoise originally lived in the mountain pool. Life joy without bounds. Who knows that these people? He is brutal and unmerciful. Collusion together with the eye of the lawless. Wanting to take me by force. Fortunately, my friends came to my aid. Tragically, they were beaten and seriously injured. He said it with such a voice that it even rhymed in a special way. But when the surrounding disciples heard it, that one was about to vomit blood in anger. What do you mean? Take you by force? Please make it clear. Okay. It's easy to say that and get the wrong idea that we have any special hobbies. And it's obvious that we're the ones who got seriously injured. Okay? How can you defile someone's innocence? After Lin Feng finished speaking, he was winking again towards the surrounding spirit beasts. The spirit beasts immediately were understanding. Egu. Ancestor, this leg of mine hurts. I can't. I think I might have internal injuries. Put. Ancestor, look, I'm spitting out blood. A leopard spirit actually coughed out a mouthful of blood out of hard. It was also a bit of a ruthless person. I'm fine, but I'm scared. Ancestor, you have to do something for me. Ka-ching. A tree demon actually broke off one of its own branches. Ancestor. Look. I'm hurt. Nice guy. It's a wolf extermination. Lin Feng didn't expect the spirit beasts to be so cruel. He just wanted the crowd to act miserable. But judging by this, they were planning to be really miserable. The disciples. Be so shameless. It's even if Lin Feng is shameless. Why are you guys so shameless as well? How did all the spirit beasts, which usually looked quite nice and cute, become so strange and shameless? Lin Feng looked pitifully at the ancestor. Ancestor, look how miserable we are. You must do right by us. Boing boing. Ancestor. Okay, I get it. So is there anything you guys want to say? He looked to the disciples. The disciples also knelt to the ground in unison. Ancestor must do us justice. We originally lived in Lingtai Mountain. Life joy without bounds. Who knows the little turtle? He is brutal and unmerciful. Despicable and shameless sneak attack me. Want to. Lin Feng actually copied me. The disciples who were kneeling on the ground, on the other hand, were still speaking with gusto. Oh, whoever said this stuff is whose? Ancestor Bodhi listened to their accusations with an expressionless face. Well, I probably know the general picture of what happened. The disciples continued to look at him expectantly. Ancestor, but you must do it for us. Ancestor Bodhi's face was serious as he looked at these people, and his sharp gaze made the words in the mouths of the disciples kneeling on the ground unable to speak. The air seemed to have fallen into a freeze at this moment. Ancestor Bodhi didn't say anything, but the aura emanating from him was already capable of suffocating everyone. Each of you will be in seclusion for 3 months as punishment. Ancestors. Some people are not convinced. But just as he opened his mouth, the ancestor threw over a look that made him stifle his words, but he remained defiant in his eyes. The ancestor retracted his gaze and said in a cold voice, You guys said that Lin Feng sneaked up on you. So what do you guys want to do when you don't sleep in the middle of the night and are wandering around in the spirit platform mountain? Someone tried to retort, but they couldn't speak before they opened their mouths. They don't sleep. Of course they want to catch Lin Feng. Ancestor, we know we're wrong. Some disciples had already lowered their heads. The ancestor must have already known the cause and effect, and if they were to resist, it would be them who would be greeted with the ancestor's thunderous wrath. So the disciples are holding back for now. From today onwards, if I learn that something has happened to the spirit beasts in the mountain, I will expel you from Spirit Platform Mountain. The ancestor added. The disciples. And those disciples, now they wanted to cry. How spirited he had been in his deliberations yesterday. How wretched he was at this moment. I thought the biggest trouble in this operation was the monkey, but it turned out to be that they were brutally beaten by a small turtle. Brutal beating is not even enough. They were also bullied by the spirit beasts in the mountain, and came to the ancestor, and the ancestor did not make a decision with them. Don't be such a bully. But the ancestor didn't pay any attention to these people at all, and after reprimanding them, he looked over to Lin Feng's side. Little friend Lin Feng, are you still satisfied? Satisfied. Of course I'm satisfied. Lin Feng was certainly satisfied. Not only did Elder Bodhi do justice, but he also took care of the well-being of these spirit beasts. Even if these disciples ended their seclusion, they still didn't dare to retaliate. Not only did they not dare, but they had to carefully take care of the spirit beasts. After all, if something happened to the spirit beasts, they would all have to get the hell out of Spirit Platform Mountain. At this moment, the spirit beasts and disciples present all changed to a dumbfounded expression when they heard the phrase "little friend Lin Fong." The Grandmaster actually called Lin Fong little friend? Did I hear you wrong? No, I definitely heard right. But how is this possible? Especially those disciples. All of them had a look of heavenly thunder rolling down their faces. This is the Bodhi ancestor, the most powerful person in the three realms, the character that could be viewed by him as a peer. Which one of them was not a resounding character in the three realms? What is the virtue and ability of this little turtle? Lin Fong? For his part, the ancestor didn't care in the slightest about what was going on in these people's minds. After seeing that Lin Fong was satisfied, he also laughed out loud. Satisfied. Just after laughing, he looked at the disciples who were shocked to the point of stupefaction, and once again slapped his face. You guys aren't going back to your retreat? The disciples winced and immediately turned away. When all these people had left, the ancestor looked at Lin Fong again, his face once again resuming that amiable appearance. This face became, making the spirit beasts look at it. But soon, they didn't freeze, change shocked. Ha ha ha, since this matter is resolved, if little friend Lin Fong is fine, would you like to join me for tea? The ancestor actually invited Lin Fong to drink tea? What the hell? The surrounding spirit beasts looked at this with shocked eyes. They also couldn't figure out what kind of charisma Lin Fong had that actually made the ancestor put his foot down and befriend him on an equal footing. Tea? Ha? Lin Fong thought for a moment, and he looked at the spirit beasts behind him again. In the end, he shook his head. I'd rather not today. All these friends of mine have worked hard today as well, and I have to give them a speech next. I can't believe you even gave a refusal. No, Ringo, you don't have to worry about us, just go inside. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you actually don't agree with it. Brother Lin, Ringo, the book is off the table today. The spirit beasts all stared nervously at Lin Fong. Ancestor personally opened his mouth to invite you to tea. What a great face. What a great blessing. You actually want to refuse. How can I let you refuse? You guys. Lin Fong looked at them with a surprised expression. Aren't these spirit beasts usually as addicted to books as they are to life? What's going on today? However, since they had already said so, then Lin Fong had nothing else to do. So he agreed. Okay then. He looked over to the ancestor's side again. The ancestor made a gesture of invitation and the two walked into the Taoist temple. The spirit beasts all looked at the closed door curiously. What do you guys say about how Lin let the ancestor hold him in such high regard that he actually befriended him on an equal footing? It's too scary. When will I be half as good as Ringo? And I don't want more. Just half. I'll already be satisfied. Half? I'd be satisfied with a tenth. I don't think Ringo's future accomplishments will be low. I heard that in the North Club Island, the demon race to the strongest person can be called a great saint. Even the South Alimony, there are 6 great saints. You guys said Lin cannot also become a great saint in the future, So what's Lin going to be called if he becomes a great saint? The Great Sage of the Turtle? Everyone was speechless for a moment. And in the middle of the Taoist temple, Lin Fong was lying on the table, while across from him sat Ancestor Bodhi. Little friend Lin Fong, try my cup of tea. He personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Fong. Curls of green smoke drifted up from the teacup, and Lin Fong felt a mental shock just by smelling it. Good stuff. Lin Fong's eyes lit up as he plopped down on the mouth of his teacup and took a sip. The tea was hot, but it smells great just the same. After taking a sip, Lin Fong felt like his brain cells were going to explode with excitement. This tea is simply delicious. The energy in the tea was released in his body. Lin Fong actually felt a little bloated. His cultivation actually climbed to the peak of the divine hidden second sky in an instant, just one step away from breaking through to the divine hidden third sky. But at this very moment, the energies suddenly disappeared into thin air, as if they had been swallowed up by something. Ding! Universal points plus 7,000-inch Lin Fong froze. The effect of this tea was also too good, right? He didn't even hang up, but he was actually able to add universal points. Bull batch. But since you can add universal points, can't you also add points? Lin Fong took another sip, but this time he didn't swallow it and chose to redeem it. System, exchange, plus 10,000 points. Crap! Lin Fong was shocked. 1 by plus 10,000 points. What the hell? Is this Sincha? Ha ha ha. This tea of mine is bred on an ancient immortal tree. Just a piece of tender buds. It takes 1,000 years to pick. And the processing afterward requires extremely complicated procedures. That's what creates this unique flavor. But as good as this tea is, with little friend's realm you must not be drinking it. Otherwise there is fear of danger. However, Lin Fong wasn't even listening to old man Bodhi. His eyes were glowing at the moment. His eyes were already full of small money. 10,000 for this sip. And how much for that cup? Hair. This is a complete hair raiser. Since then, I'm a points person too. And completely points free. Lin took big gulps and exchanged them one by one. Looking at the ever-increasing amount of points, the two little green eyes were mesmerized into a crescent moon in excitement. Old man Bodhi looked at him, slightly shocked. How many sips has this been? I can't believe there's nothing going on at all. You should have broken through a realm even if you didn't explode your body, right? Where did all that energy go? Is it because this fairy tea of mine has expired? He took a sip of his own, and as his lips and teeth lingered, a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed through his body. It's not expired. Old man Bodhi stared at Lin Fong seriously. After Lin Fong drank for a while, he finally noticed old man Bodhi looking at him. Something wrong, old grandfather? There's nothing much going on. I just want to ask you what you feel after drinking so many sips of tea? Feelings? Lin Fong thought for a moment. The tea is good. It's fragrant. It's delicious. It's full of energy. It's probably the same as chewing on Hyunmai and drinking Red Bull Gahu. No? Nope. Lin Fong blinked. Making money. I don't know how to spend it. Left one. By the time Lin Fong hummed a little song and walked out from Ancestor Bodhi's Taoist temple, the sun was already shining brightly outside, and all the spirit beasts hadn't left, but were quietly waiting for him to come out. Monkey came over too. Lin Fong just lit up when he saw Monkey. Monkey, what brings you here? Monkey scratched his head and laughed. I went to the pool in the mountain, where I didn't find you, and there were traces of a fight around, so I followed the traces and found this place. I heard them say that you were very powerful, beating up a group of ancestor disciples by yourself? Hey, it was a fluke on my part. Lin Fong's mouth was modest, but his face was a proud look. In a flash he appeared at Monkey's feet, then climbed lightly onto his shoulders. Monkey, I'm telling you those disciples are too stupid, although they are very strong, but their fighting sense is too poor. Fighting is simply like a 3-year-old child. I will just drill into the middle of them and make them panic. Monkey listened carefully to Lin Fong's words, especially when he heard that Lin Fong had tricked them. He laughed out loud. Those guys deserved it. Even if the ancestor master doesn't punish them for their seclusion, so that I, old son, can catch them, I'll still make them look good for actually daring to hit on brother Lin Fong's attention. Looking at Monkey giving his face so much, Lin Fong spoke even more vigorously. Those guys weren't worth a damn. I didn't even have to exert much force before they played themselves out of the game. It's still poor battle sense if you ask me. Fighting on fighting. Have to fight before the first arrogant, and know that I will be to the pile of people. Also do not know that each pull away from the distance. To Lin Fong, these guys simply look like fledglings who had never fought before. If he ever stepped out of Lingtai Mountain, he would probably have his pants stripped bare. After Monkey laughed, he suddenly said, by the way, brother Lin Fong, there's a place I want you to go over with me. Yeah, Lin Fong agreed without even thinking. After agreeing, he then wondered, where to? The peach forest, where the ancestor told me to go to eat peaches. Peach Grove? Could it be? Lin Fong thought of the passage in the original where the ancestor asked Monkey after 7 years, when Monkey said that he didn't remember how long he had been in the mountain. He only knew that the peaches in the mountain were ripe and he had eaten them 7 times. It looks like it should be this peach forest. Lin Fong was a little excited. It wasn't a problem when I read the original, but now that the ancestor himself has spoken to let Monkey go to the peach forest to eat peaches, the peaches are bound to be extraordinary. Maybe it's another fairy. However, he took another look at the spirit beasts and was a bit stumped. Monkey, you see they helped me quite a lot today. Why don't you go first? And I'm not greedy. Just bring me over 1,000 or 800 peaches when you come back. Monkey, bring you 1,000 or 800. What else am I going to eat? It's fine. You go ahead and eat. Ringo, we'll listen to the book whenever we want. It's not like we're going to miss a day. Right. We're not bad at this. We can't delay your big event. Brother Lin. Ringo, you'd better go quickly. Only after Lin Fong had finished speaking, the spirit beasts all immediately shook their heads. The current Lin Fong was the guest of the ancestor, and he was also handed over by the ancestor on an equal footing, and had long since ceased to be the Lin Fong of the past, so how would they dare to delay Lin Fong's business? As long as Lin Fong doesn't forget to talk about the book. Lin Fong looked at them suspiciously. What is it with these guys and not listening to the book today? Could it be that my books no longer appeal to them? So I'm really leaving then? He asked. Let's go. Go early and come back early. Ringo, brother Lin, let's forget about today. But don't forget about the storytelling tomorrow. Happy eating, Ringo. The faces of the spirit beasts all looked as if they couldn't wait for him to leave quickly. It's over. My book really isn't appealing anymore. Lin Fong was a little lost. Then let's go, he spoke in a low tone. Monkey gave him a somewhat puzzled look, not quite understanding how he had suddenly closed himself off, but stepped forward anyway. The surrounding spirit beasts also followed them. After all, there is only one way down the mountain. While on the road, a spirit beast curiously asked, "Brother Lin, why does the ancestor think so highly of you?" Then quite a few spirit beasts looked at Lin Fong. This is a question that they are puzzled by. Maybe I faked a pussy? Regarding this point, Lin Fong hadn't figured it out either. He was planning to use the reasoning within Buddha as the way to explain the teachings of Buddhism from a different perspective. But before he could even start pretending, Ancestor Bodhi looked like he already understood everything. His attitude toward him had even taken a 180-degree turn. Pretending? How big does one have to pretend to be a pussy that can make even an ancestor want to be on equal footing? The spirit beasts were in reverie. At the very least, it should be as big as the sky. Ringo is simply amazing. So, Ringo, what kind of a pussy did you put on? The spirit beast stared at him expectantly. This, actually isn't something I'm very clear about. I was just casually saying a few words, Lin Fong said with a smile. However, the surrounding spirit beasts were all lost. Brother Lin, we know that this matter is related to the ancestor, and you don't want to talk about it. But you can't be so perfunctory with us. Yeah, we can understand that. We can't talk about it. Just say we can't talk about it. We were just curious. You're a fool to believe that. Lin was relieved to be aggravated. No, I'm telling the truth. Don't believe me, you guys, ask Monkey. He was also present at the time. I really just said a few random words. The spirit beasts all looked at Monkey, who nodded. Could really be the case? What kind of luck is that? The spirit beasts looked at Lin Fong with envy in their eyes that was already overflowing. See, I told you that I didn't lie to you guys. And you all actually don't believe me. Where's the trust between beasts? Lin Fong said. The spirit beasts were also guilty in their hearts. Ringo, don't say it. I'll be generous and forgive you. Spirit beast. When they came to the fork in the road, all the spirit beasts reluctantly bid farewell to Lin Fong. Ringo, don't forget in the morning. Ringo, don't forget in the morning. Ringo, tomorrow morning. Lin Fong. He suddenly couldn't understand these spirit beasts even more. Are you guys trying to read a book or not? When the spirit beasts were all gone, Monkey grabbed Lin Fong out of his shoulders and put him into the clothes of his chest. The road might be a little bumpy the rest of the way, so hold on tight. Lin Fong? After a familiar and exciting spinning of the sky, Monkey finally stopped. Lin Fong poked his head out of the collar. In front of us is a peach orchard. The peach trees in the garden were full of big, red peaches, each one looking so juicy and delicious. And Lin Fong seemed to see countless little pennies beckoning to him. Stop! Just as the two were trying to get inside. In the land at the entrance to the peach orchard, a large bag suddenly bulged and a small person in the shape of a peach sprang up. Who are you people? How dare you trespass on the peach garden? Don't you want to live? The villain pinched and glared angrily at the two men. It's just a shame that it's so small, only about a dozen centimeters tall, and it looks very kawaii, with a kind of cute version of the villain. It's really not very threatening. Hey, what kind of a thing are you to get in my way? Get out of the way. Monkey looked at it curiously and took his hand and nudged it on the side of the head. The villain immediately fell to the ground. Agu, you're bold. How dare you make a move? The villain rose from the floor with a look of exasperation. Monkey explained at this time. I am the ancestor's seated disciple, Sun Wukong, and it was the ancestor who told me to come over to eat the peaches today. If you don't believe me, you can ask the ancestor. Sun Wukong? You are the Monkey King? The villain looked at Monkey with an odd expression. I, Lao Sun, do not change my name when I walk, and I do not change my name when I sit, and you, a little doll, also know me. Lao Sun? Monkey was happy. It's amazing how randomly you can run into someone who knows you. Looks like he's still famous. Yes. The little man, however, didn't listen to what he was saying, and his expression grew more and more excited. When the peach that the ancestor said was ripe, a monkey will come over to eat it. Guess that monkey was you. The little man walked up to Monkey and excitedly tugged on the hem of his coat. I'll show you inside. Monkey and Lin Fong had to follow it inside, and on the way they saw quite a few grass and tree elves. There are peach blossom spirits, peach tree spirits, and all kinds of insect spirits. These grass sprites work together to manage the entire peach orchard and help those fairy peach trees to produce better fruit. We were approached by the ancestor a year ago to manage this peach orchard, just waiting for you to come over and consume the peaches once they are ripe. The ancestor has said that this matter is very important, so let's make sure we do it properly. Lin Fong and Monkey were also a little surprised when they looked at so many grass and tree elves. A year ago? That's not when Monkey entered the mountain. If you do that math, Wouldn't it be true that after Monkey entered the mountain, he had already started working on planting this peach forest? Monkey, taste it. The peach tree spirit, on the side, handed over a peach. None of the peach tree spirits here bore fruit. Only those immortal peach trees did, and their role was more to provide the immortal peach trees with sufficient energy. Monkey took the peach and nibbled right into it, splashing juice all over the place. It's delicious to look at. And Monkey's eyes lit up after taking a bite of the peach. It was the first time he had ever eaten such a delicious peach. This peach is really good. It tastes a little better than the flavor of my hometown. Rinpoche looked on. Monkey, give me a bite. Too, a bite. Monkey laughed as he placed Lin Fong on a rock to the side, and broke half of the peach off and placed it in front of him. You eat slowly here. Then he couldn't wait to explore this peach forest. Lin Fong looked at the peach in front of him. He couldn't wait to nibble on it. The peach fragrance was overflowing. A stream of pure spiritual energy separated from the fruit flesh and was directly devoured by Lin Fong's dantian, transforming it into his own spiritual energy. Lin Fong's spirit was shaken. The peach was a tonic for him. Although it wasn't as good as Master Bodhi's immortal tea, it was much better than the ones he had eaten before. Lin Fong took a few more bites and couldn't eat anymore. Hiccup. Ha ha ha. This peach is the result of a year of cultivation on our part, and although it is hyped, it is after all an immortal. And you little turtle can't even withstand the energy in it. You couldn't eat half a peach if I gave it to you. The villain had a smug look on his face. Lin Fong, on the other hand, began to continue eating, but this time he didn't swallow it. Instead, he directly converted it into points. Points plus 500 points plus 500 points plus 500 points. A mouthful of 500. Not as good as immortal tea, but it'll do. Lin Fong continued to take a big bite of the peach. Instead, the villain was astonished. How strange. You obviously have a low cultivation level. How can you eat so much fruit meat? Don't you feel anything? What does it feel like? Lin Fong swallowed a mouthful of fruit meat and turned his head to look at him. It's that bloated feeling. As if you're about to blow up after taking a bite. No. Lin Fong took another bite in front of him. The villain looked at Lin Fong, somewhat puzzled. He ingested so much energy at once. It is reasonable to say that he should have exploded and died a long time ago. But he is still eating. And he is just like a person who is fine. Is your stomach bottomless? Lin Fong didn't bother with him. He tapped on the system panel and looked at it. Points, 355647 at this moment. His points had reached 355,000. Of this, those disciples contributed more than 80,000. Master Bodhi's cup of immortal tea provided 260,000. This half peach provided 7,000. And that strange stone provided more than 5,000. Lin Fong's heart was filled with excitement as he looked at so many points. Now for a long time, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough points. Lin Fong beautifully turned the system off, and his sight went back to the peach kernels that had already been eaten cleanly. This thing seems to be redeemable for points too, right? Try. Without waiting for him to do so, though, the little man picked up the walnut, then turned and walked over to the ground next to him, and after finding a suitable spot, began to dig a hole. It looks small, but it's not slow to plow a hole. In the twinkling of an eye, he plowed a hole about as big as he was. The walnuts were thrown in by it, buried in the earth, and crouched on the ground, with their hands dangling over the small, not very large bag of earth. Lin Fong watched its movements curiously. The little man's hands glowed green, and dots of green light drifted down. Then a shoot broke out of the earth in the earth bag on the ground, and the shoot became longer against the wind, and soon it was as tall as a small man, and a branch drew out, and it already had the appearance of a tree. That's a good ability you have. It's a bit of a loss to use it for trees. It would be better used for land, Lin Fong said from the bottom of his heart. The villain turned his head and blankly glanced at him, disdainfully saying, although my Dao in Lingtai Mountain is not high, I have already had 900 years of cultivation. Letting me go to farming? I won't do it. It's embarrassing. You don't underestimate farming, it's just as meritorious when it's done well. Lin Fong looked at him with a twinkle in his eyes and said, it's not possible to say that your chance to become immortal should be on this. Become immortal. The little man crouched on the ground, his eyes full of yearning. Then tell me how this kind of ground can be immortal? Although reason told him that Lin Fong should have been fooling around. But what if? In case Lin Fong really knows something. Once you miss it, it's something to be regretted. So it asked the exit anyway. The human race has many afflictions, one of which is hunger. When you are hungry, you will feel that time is slow. Your stomach is empty. Your limbs are weak. And this feeling will stay with you. No matter what you do, it's impossible to get rid of that feeling. Even if you are sleeping, you will wake up hungry. At the end of the day you'll feel your stomach start to eat your body, eating you away little by little. And people go crazy. They'll do anything to keep from starving to death. Lin Feng's voice suddenly became heavy. The villain didn't know whether he was being frightened or touched. His body couldn't help but tremble. Then what does this horrible thing have to do with my chance to become immortal? You can help someone else with that. I settle? The villain was a little bewildered. It was only a grass sprite with 900 years of Tao. How could it solve such a horrible difficulty? Right. If you want to eliminate hunger, you need to be able to eat. The ability you just had should be able to create quite a bit of food if you use it for farming. Lin Feng looked at it very seriously. The villain, however, remained confused. But I have limited abilities. I shouldn't be able to help much. Even if you can save one person and 100, it's still not much use. Then do you know about hybridization? Lin Feng suddenly said. The villain froze. It was a word it had never heard before. It's taking two different varieties of plants and artificially combining them in order to get an even better plant. And wouldn't it be meritorious if you could create a food crop with a higher yield? Lin Feng looked at the villain. The villain thought about it for a moment, and his eyes were glowing. Feasible. It actually did hear feasibility from Lin Feng's words. If it could really use its ability to create the kind of crop Lin Feng was talking about, and then promote it when it did, that would definitely be a thing of great merit. Not to mention becoming an immortal. It was not something that could not be thought about even if one directly became a heavenly immortal. This is good. This is good. The little man clapped his hands in delight, as if immortality was near, and Lin Feng laughed along with him. After the villain stopped clapping, he bowed directly towards him. I have benefited a lot from listening to your words today, and I hope that my brother will bear with me if I have offended much before. Lin Feng looked at his little adult look and thought it was really cute. He waved his hand and said, It's fine. It's fine. As long as you remember to give me more benefits after you become an immortal. The villain smiled back. That's a good one. Just give me a minute. It ran a pit directly on the ground, and the whole thing disappeared by burrowing into it. Feign no time at all. It came out of the hole again, dragging inside its hand a gourd larger than even it was, which shook and seemed to store a lot of water. I have an ability to extract the essence from grasses and trees, so this year when I had nothing to do, I secretly saved up some spirit liquid to brew wine. It smiled nervously, reaching out to open the mouth of the gourd. The fragrance of the fruit was overflowing, and in the midst of that fruity aroma, there was also a hint of intoxicating wine. Lin Feng only sniffed it for a moment, and his entire body became a little fluttery. How long has it been since I smelled this? He couldn't wait to take a sip straight away. The wine was a little light and sweet tasting, but it was still delicious. Lin Feng was mesmerized. You can have them all if you like. That's a good feeling. I'll take it. Lin Feng didn't make any pretense and directly accepted it. He took another sip. Both eyes subconsciously narrowed. Just at this time, Monkey also came over from the distance, and he was still holding a large pile of peaches in his arms, each one tantalizing. As he walked, he ate, basically a peach that he devoured in 3 or 2 bites. Throw the leftover peach kernels directly on the ground, and they will be picked up by grass and wood elves to catalyze them into saplings. Looking at those growing saplings, Lin Feng's eyes were burning for a while. Surely this ability thief is suited for farming. When Monkey arrived in front of Lin Feng, he placed the peach in his arms on the ground, and the rolling peach nearly hit the villain. On the contrary, Lin Feng was calm. When the fruit stopped rolling, he climbed out of the pile on his own. Monkey, why are you back so soon? Hey, I thought you wouldn't have anything to eat, so I brought you some. Lin Feng also laughed, picking up a random one and directly nibbling on it. And Monkey was sitting next to him, eating a peach. When he saw a gourd sitting on the side, he took it over and opened it and smelled it, and an aroma of wine came over him. Monkey's eyes blinked with intoxication. Good stuff. He took a direct sip and his expression became even more intoxicated. Brother Lin Feng, where did you get this treasure from? Lin Feng poked his head out of the peach, then pointed his head at the little man next to him. He brooded himself. It says it's for me, so if you like it, Monkey, take it. With one hand, Monkey picked the little man up and looked at him. You kid look not so big. I did not expect actually have such a craft. The taste of this wine is really good. Can you tell me old son how to brew? After struggling for a while, the villain felt that he could not break free and did not resist. This one uses my natural aptitude. You can't learn it, but if you like it, I can brew you some more. But not until next year. I only brew this wine once a year. Monkey thought for a moment. Then it's settled. Then he had his drink and ate his peach with a look of pleasure. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was still nibbling on a peach. The peach in his hand had been gnawed out by him with a head-sized opening, and with his head sticking in, he continued to gnaw on it, waiting until he had gnawed on the kernel before he stuck his head out and proceeded to gnaw on the pulp elsewhere. Just at this time, the voice of weak water once again came from his mind. Was what you just said true? What? Lin Feng gnawed on a peach while not moving, and returned a sentence in his mind. It's about that hybridization of whatever. It's true. And if it can be researched, it would certainly be great. And it's not just for food, but other plants can do it too. And there's even a simpler, cruder means called grafting. Grafting? And what is that? Weak Water was as if she was a curious baby. It's a technique of intercepting a portion of two plants, before forcibly fusing them together. Using the plant's own self-healing ability, two originally unrelated plants grow together and end up forming a new plant. Lin Feng explained it all to her. These things, which he himself knew little about, could only be explained in this way. Chapter 101, The 100 Flowers Fairies Distress. Oh, is that grafted plant stronger than the previous one? Not sure about this one. Suck it up, Lin Feng said while eating a peach. This thing is more about luck. It belongs to one of those things where the master leads the door and the cultivation depends on the individual. What happens to the plant after grafting? That's all up to God. Wouldn't that be useless? Weak Water's voice was a little disappointed. Not really. If you can't do it once, then twice, and you can breed a large number of experimental subjects at the same time as a way to expand the chances of producing a good breed. Lin Feng explained without skipping a beat. As long as one is persistent, one can always obtain the desired plant. Weakness thought again. How do you know all this? This. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, I heard this from someone else. When I didn't join the Spirit Platform Mountain, I heard it from a scholar among the human race. That must have been a scholar of great wisdom. Weakness spoke from the heart. She felt that this knowledge was particularly new and profound, and that it must have been a scholar of great wisdom to come up with such marvelous knowledge. That's for sure. Lin Feng returned with great pride. I'm not going to chat with you. I'm going to ask the dead Fatso to get Sister 100 Flowers over here. After saying that, Weak Water unilaterally hung up the phone again. Sister 100 Flowers? Could it be the 100 Flower Fairy? Lin Feng thought for a moment, then thought about what this had to do with him, so he continued to nibble on the peach. And the villain was staring at him in dumbfounded disbelief. Had a peach? It's still okay. What a bottomless pit this guy's stomach is. And at this point in time, the Heavenly Court. Weak Water suddenly emerged from the Heavenly River and called out to one of the distant Heavenly River sailors. That who? Come here. That sailor wasn't sure at first that it was himself who called, but when he saw Weak Water nodding, he immediately ran his ass over. That one has met the Weak Water Upper God. What are the orders of the Upper God? Where's Fatso? Fatso? Who is it? But soon he realized who Weakness was talking about. The marshal went to the bathroom. Then go and drag him out of the toilet for me. I want something from him. This is not good. The sailor was a bit worried. Why don't we wait for the marshal to come back, and then I'll be looking for him to come over? Weakness, on the other hand, glared at him. With a wave of his hand, a mass of weak water gushed out from the Heavenly River. Are you afraid? Of course the water army is afraid of. This is weak water. A drop of his 100 years of cultivation can be lost. If this ball poured body, his cultivation which is enough to eliminate. Afraid. Fear. If you don't hurry over. The sailors immediately were nimbly flying towards the outside. By the time he found Canopy, the scene looked a little awkward. Sailor, Marshal, don't you go to the bathroom? Canopy, ah. The sailor raised a finger and complimented. Marshal is really great. Actually dare to go to the toilet here. Is that done? Canopy. That's about what the scene looked like. By the time Canopy stinks and follows the sighing sailors back to the Heavenly River Water Division, Weakness was still waiting for him. There was a prohibition in the Heavenly River, so she couldn't go up to the shore or come into contact with anyone. So to do anything, she needed the Heavenly Canopy Marshal to help her with the message. What are you up to this time? The Heavenly Flower Marshal asked impatiently. It's a wonder he's in a good mood when he's called back just as he's having a good time watching the prom. You get me the 100 Flower Fairy. Just this matter? The Heavenly Fluffy Marshal looked at her with a depressed expression and said, this matter you can just ask your little soldier to go directly. What do you have to let me go over there for? The little soldier can't. Sister 100 Blossoms might not see it. She's in the middle of the Queen Mother's birthday. Right now. Canopy's face still stinks. Weak Water looked at him. Her eyes rolled and a flirtatious smile appeared on her face. Brother Tian Peng. A voice of Brother Canopy almost called into Canopy's heart. Fuck. What for? Brother Canopy is the best. You'll definitely help with this, right? Weakness blinked toward him. The Heavenly Flower Marshal's face reddened and his heart trembled. I don't give a shit. Ahem. I know about this matter. I'll go get the 100 Flower Fairy for you. Tian Peng Yuan Shui coughed lightly twice before getting up and leaving. Go Brother Canopy. Love you. Canopy, who was walking on the road, was so weak that he almost fell to the ground. Looking at his awkwardness, Weakness laughed extraordinarily happily, without a moment's effort. Sister 100 Flowers followed the Heavenly Flower Marshal and walked up to Weak Water. Sister 100 Flowers, Weak Water's face immediately revealed a smile upon seeing the 100-flower fairy. In the heavenly court, she doesn't have many friends, but the 100 flowers fairy is among them, and the rest are Chang'e, the 7 immortals, the weaving maiden, the moon sun, the 9 heavenly mysteries, and so on. Weak Water sister, I heard that Tianping Marshal said that you were looking for me? The 100 flowers fairy said with a smile. Sister 100 flowers, I have thought of how to solve your difficulty. Weakness Hammed and hawed. Really? The 100-flower fairy looked at her excitedly. In a few months' time, it would be the birthday of the Queen Mother. But the 100 flowers fairy, who was one of the decorators of the banquet, was in some trouble. Although the flowers in heaven are pretty, they will be meaningless to look at for thousands and thousands of years. Especially the flowers used at parties are all over the place. That's why the 100-flower fairy is thinking of innovating. But no matter what flowers she changed, they lacked a sense of freshness, so she'd been struggling with this for a while. What's that way? The way to do that is to graft and hybridize. Weakness Hammed and hawed. Grafting? Hybridization? What's that? The 100-flower fairy was dumbfounded. That's either something or. Weakness repeated Lin Feng's words, and the 100-flower fairy's eyes brightened even more after hearing this. Is this one still available? Nope. Weak Water said. That's all I know. But you can cultivate a large number of experiments at once, and you'll definitely cultivate very pretty flowers in time. The 100-flower fairy was a bit lost, but she still looked at Weak Water gratefully. Thank you so much. I'm going to go back and try it out, and if it works, I'll be the first one to bring it to you. With that, she turned away in a hurry. Obviously can't wait to try out the grafting and hybridization techniques. After she left, Tianping Yuan Shui looked at Weak Water with puzzled eyes. We are also considered old friends. How come I didn't realize that you still have this brain? Hey, that's not what I came up with. Not you? Tianping Yuan Shui frowned slightly and said, it can't be a small soldier in this heavenly river water division of mine, can it? Weak Water is trapped in the river of heaven all day long. She couldn't touch the outside world at all, and the celestial court wouldn't let her touch the outside world. It's my Sunda. Chapter 102, the son of Weak Water. You have a son? Canopy's heart was even more shocked. When did Weak Water have a son? He actually didn't even know. And what can impregnate a weakling? This is Weak Water that even Buddha couldn't cross. What? Can't I have a son? When Weak Water saw his shocked face, she was a bit displeased in her heart and stared at him with an exasperated look. I don't mean that. Tianping Yuan Shui immediately explained. I'm just curious. You don't go out of this heavenly river all day long. Where did you get a son? It can't be a seed left over from ancient times? He, the heavenly river sailor, was largely used to watch over the Weak Waters, and his weekday job was to coax weakness. As long as the Weak Water is not making waves, and peacefully living as the moat of heaven's court, then his work is considered to be well done. Humph, this son of mine is awesome. Speaking of Lin Feng, a touch of pride involuntarily appeared on Weak Water's face. The pride was like an old mom looking at her own silly boy. Although he was conceived by me and shares the same source of power as me, he was not conceived by me personally, and should have been conceived by a section of the branch left outside when the heavenly court took me into the heavenly river in the ancient times. In reality, how Lin Feng had gotten out, Weak Water didn't know. She pondered this as well. In the end, it was felt that the most likely answer was that when she was captured by the heavenly court's people back then, her body was broken up once, and it should have been that time that made a part of her body stay outside. When she first entered the heavenly court, she prospered all day long. It was also at that time that the Heavenly River Water Army was established, which was used to cooperate with the Heavenly River Grand Formation to suppress her. Then she gradually figured it out. No longer do you want to make waves all day like you used to, but you make waves depending on your mood. But His Majesty did not revoke the Tianhe Water Army. It's just a new straw marshal. However, it turned out that this marshal, although a straw man, had done a good job, at least after he took office. The Weak Water did not once make waves. And do you know where he is? Canopy suddenly asked. Weakness turned her head to look at Canopy, a dangerous look in her eyes. What do you want? I'm telling you, if you dare to act against my son, even if my old lady hasn't moved much in these thousands of years, it's still more than enough to beat the likes of you. The heavenly pompous marshal immediately scrunched his neck. No, look at you. I'm just curious. Curious. Humph. Weak Water snorted coldly, then said, Old Mother hasn't been making waves for the past few thousand years, so it looks like the heavenly court has forgotten about my danger. Back then, the casualty rate of the Heavenly River Water Army was even higher than that of the Southern Heavenly Gate Defenders. The three worlds were in turmoil back then. The South Heavenly Gate Defenders bore the brunt of the attack, but even so, the casualty rate of the Heavenly River Water Army was still far ahead. Canopy shivered. Indeed, he had almost forgotten that back then, The lord in front of him had killed without a second thought. I'll stop. All right. Poof. Weak water snorted coldly again. Then said, this matter of me having a son. You must not say it, or else. Look at you. I wouldn't dare. Canopy smiled sarcastically. He didn't stay much longer, but left quickly. Weak water also sank under the water. I wonder how that little guy is doing. I'll take a look. And at this time on Lingtai Mountain, the two of them, Lin Fong and Monkey, hooked shoulders and backs, had a bite of fruit wine and nibbled on peaches. Lin Fong realized that a mouthful of fruit wine and a mouthful of peaches was actually not bad. No worse than peanuts on beer in a previous life. Monkey brother I'll tell you, brother me, I'll definitely become a very strong and powerful existence in the future. At that time I'll step on the Taoist ancestor with my feet, punch the Buddha, and I'll just fuck whoever I see who's not happy with me. Ha ha ha, bro, hiccup, bro good ambition. No, nothing. Lin Fong waved his hand and said, I'm with, compared to you, brother Monkey, it's nothing compared to you. You're my big hero. You know, brother Monkey, I adore you. Look at you. Although you are not good looking, but you are powerful. And there are a bunch of monkeys and monkeys. The most important thing is that you, the monkey, is not extraordinary. Your future that is magnificent. But, it's a shame the brother can't go with you. Monkey, why? Why? I'm afraid of dying. I'm going to live and die until I'm invincible. Then I'll come out. When I storm the demon ancestor. Monkey, hiccup. Lin Fong brother this is your fault. How can a great man be afraid of death? Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. You stay with me and I'll beat up anyone who hurts you? Lin Fong smiled back. That's a good feeling. We have a deal. Hey, then it's a deal. You'll follow me from now on, and we'll experience that rippling future you talked about together. Good. When Lin Fong was in a daze, he actually did agree. Why don't you? Monkey, let's make a pact. And from now on, you'll be my big brother and I'll be your second second brother. Then use the 3 peaches as a sacrifice. Little doll you give us a witness. Monkey set 3 peaches on the ground, even as an offering, while the little man watching the play acted as their witness. The villain was a little speechless, but he did as he was told. Monkey, yellow sky above. Lin Fong, the yellow sky is above. Monkey, thick earth underneath. Lin Fong, thick earth underneath. Today, I, Sun Wukong and Lin Fong brother love to throw hands and righteousness not. As a brother of different surnames. From now on have the same blessings to enjoy the same difficulties to be the same. Lin Fong, we share the same blessings and difficulties. The two men snapped to the ground and kowtowed. Then both stopped moving. Before Lin Yu completely fell asleep, he habitually shouted out 2 words. Hang up. It was something he almost always did before going to bed. So even though he was delirious, he still said those 2 words out of habit before losing his mind. Ding. You have turned on hang mode. Ding. The host has ingested a large amount of aura substance. It is being continuously digested, and the universal points are continuously growing. Ding. The host is hanging out in an aura-rich environment, and there is a chance of triggering a blitz as the almighty points continue to grow. Detecting the Dao Feet Great Piece of Heavenly Immortal Technique, Great Completion. Hanging in acceleration. The system's icy voice rang out in Lin Fong's mind. Lin Fong, Hook the villain looked at a monkey and a tortoise that fell asleep on the ground, and scratched his head with some difficulty. He greeted a few peach tree spirits and carried the 2 to a cooler place. Boss, what are these 2? A peach blossom spirit looked at the huffing and puffing monkey and turtle with some confusion. Chapter 103, After Drunkenness Drunk. How much did they both drink? The villain said helplessly. I drank all of my year's reserves. So what now? The wine brewed by the villain. They had tasted it before. Basically 1 small cup would make them drunk for 3 days and 3 nights. Even though Lin Fong and Monkey had a high level of cultivation, it was inevitable that something would happen if they drank that much. The villain shrugged. Then said, cool it. Let the 2 lie down in the shade first. I'm going to brew some spirit liquid to cure the alcohol. There wasn't much the rest of the grass sprites could do. Had to do that first. Lin Fong had slept so comfortably. By the time he woke up, it was early the next morning. Facing the blazing sun, Lin Fong, who had opened his eyes, looked at Monkey, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. At this moment his body was shrouded in a layer of white light, and the golden sunlight shone down, adding a layer of sacred feeling. Lin Fong looked dumbfounded for a moment, but what shocked him even more was that Monkey's aura was even stronger than before. Could it be a breakthrough in cultivation? Then wouldn't Monkey be precisely stepping into the realm of Earth Immortal now? Awesome! Then he was busy opening the system panel. Cultivation level, Shinzine 2 heavens, liver and wood pass, plus, universal points, 17,954. He had raised his cultivation twice in a row before, leaving him with just over 2,000. And then he drank the ancestors' tea to increase it by 7,000. But now it was 17,000. That means he added more than 8,000 cardinal points in one night yesterday. Awesome. But today's situation was an exception, after all. Peaches didn't come along every day. And it wasn't as if he could eat them whenever he wanted. Brother Lin Fong, you're awake? When Monkey opened his eyes from meditating, he saw a smiling Lin Fong next to him. He cupped Lin Fong in his hands and then placed him in his arms. I'll walk you to the mountain pool. Don't keep everyone waiting. Oh, it was only then that Lin Fong thought that he had to talk about books today. He grabbed Monkey's collar with his hand and then poked his head out before he saw Monkey bend his knees slightly before bouncing and rising straight up into the sky. Boom! A golden figure slammed hard into the ground. Splash countless dust. Ahem! Scared the hell out of me. Are you guys exercising so vigorously this early in the morning? A voice came over Monkey's shoulder. Lin Fong stuck his head out to look. Then he saw yesterday's villain picking at Monkey's shoulders, his body swinging in the wind as Monkey moved. But though his body was panicking, his grip was steady. Why are you here too? Lin Fong asked. The villain didn't have the good sense to say. It's not because you guys got drunk yesterday, causing me to take care of you all night. I'll just plop right down in the middle of you and go to sleep. Who made the fur on this monkey so soft and warm? So good to sleep on. And then I ended up waking up in the morning like this. Then when we were drinking last night, did we say anything? Lin Fong blinked and asked tentatively. Don't say anything you shouldn't. Otherwise, this is a leak. It doesn't say much. You're just saying that you'll definitely be very bullish in the future. So bullish that you'll punch the Taoist ancestor, kick the Buddha ancestor, and violently beat the demon ancestor. And you're also saying that you especially admire this monkey, saying that he'll also have a future. And then you two were married. Lin Fong, no more? Villain, it's gone. Lin let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Thankfully I didn't do anything embarrassing. Had ha. Monkey couldn't help but snicker. Brother Lin Fong, how come I didn't realize that you adore me so much, and say that I'm your great hero, and have to pull me into a friendship? Come and call me big brother to hear it? Lin Fong blushed. Nonsense. Drunken talk. Can that be taken seriously? Anyway, you've already tied the knot with Press Old Son. So from now on you're my second brother. If anyone bullies you, I'll beat him up for you. Lin Fong instantly stopped talking. In no time at all, the two had reached the mountain pool. There were already quite a few spirit beasts gathered here. The villain was very surprised to see so many spirit beasts gathered together. Why are they all gathered here? Waiting for someone? Of course. With a single leap, Monkey leapt into the crowd of spirit beasts. When the spirit beasts saw him come over, they immediately became energized from lethargy. And one by one, they stood up and excitedly looked at Monkey in this direction. Waiting for someone? The villain looked over to Monkey's side. Waiting for you? Monkey shook his head. Not waiting for yours. That's waiting for. Before the villain could finish the sentence, his eyes snapped open. He only saw Monkey put Lin Fong on a rock to the side. And then the crowd of spirit beasts immediately surrounded him. Ringo, you finally came over. Brother Lin, I heard that you didn't go back to the mountain pool for the whole night last night. Ringo, here's my share for today. Speak quickly. Speak quickly. I can't wait. Looking at Lin Fong, who was like a starry night, surrounded by everyone to curry favor, and even quite a few people were holding heavenly treasures, as if they were going to contribute gifts. The villain was confused. This is, you'll see in a moment. Monkey didn't explain, but led him to the rock he had crouched on earlier. Lin Fong looked at the spirit beasts that surrounded him and he smiled. Thanks for the love. Then I won't delay my efforts, and I'll start straight away today. Everyone did well at once. Lin Fong began to talk about the book, and the crowd quickly entered that fantasy world, falling into a state of mesmerization. The villain, after listening for a while, was also a bit mesmerized. He instantly understood why those people were pushing Lin Fong so hard. This little turtle still has it? Shoo! Monkey shushed. A few of the spirit beasts around the villain, who were listening as if they were mesmerized, shushed him when they heard his words. The villain immediately stopped talking. The plot was now nearing the point where Xiao Yan had honored his promise. All the spirit beasts present were looking forward to Xiao Yan stepping onto the Yunlan sect and uttering the sentence that had been uttered at the beginning. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. One must not deceive the youths into poverty. A hard slap in the face of Nalin Yenran, who had looked down on him in the beginning. As the plot continued to advance, the emotions of all the spirit beasts were mobilized, especially after Xiao Yan had already stepped into the Yunlan sect. They were holding their breaths nervously, with both anticipation and excitement in their hearts. Even the villain, who had only joined the pit today, was up in arms at this point. His small hands subconsciously gripped. Go for it. Monkey turned his head to look at him, then smiled. It's not just these spirit animals. Weak Water in the heavenly court had wanted to see if Lin Fong had woken up yet and then give him a good talking to. How can you drink at a young age? When she went to find Lin Fong yesterday, he was drunk. It was only when she opened her communication that she heard the novel Lin Fong was speaking about, and then she was drawn into it without any surprise. Chapter 104, Shopping. Weak Water was already extremely bored being trapped in the heavenly river. Faced with a novel as phenomenal as Dry Over Cthulhu, it was even more defenseless, and was quickly drawn in, as the story gradually reaches high superlatives. Weak Water's emotions, too, were mobilized. She moved with a thought. That originally calm heavenly river then rushed up, turning into huge waves that slapped the banks. The original stationed on both sides of the heavenly river water army, altogether a few steps back, a face with fear, as well as several thousand years have not seen the Weak Water so turbulent. Canopy also woke up in a dream and ran out of the room. Quickly, activate the Heavenly River Grand Formation. What are you all staring at? Stupid? The Heavenly River Water Army immediately took action, and countless water armies flew into the sky. They gathered their spiritual energy together, and a huge spiritual energy net emerged above the sky. The giant net pressed down towards the heavenly river. The momentum of the originally agitated Weak Water gradually decreased. Seeing this scene, the heavenly Puff Marshal wiped his head full of cold sweat. Luckily, he didn't get angry. He was just a bit emotionally agitated, or else he would have died again this time. A little bit of time passed. By the time Lin Fong finished speaking, the sky had already darkened. It's getting late. Let's call it a day. Lin Fong looked at the crowd with a smile. We all can't get enough of it, but it's really been quite a day. It's so cool. He. This Xiao Yan is really powerful. I thought he was going to hit Nalin Yenron's face, but I didn't expect that he would actually directly hit the face of the entire Yunlan sect, making them dog-eared. That reaction from Nalin Yenron was hilarious. Comfortable. Finally, I'm so curious to know what Xiao Yan will go for next. It should go to collect the foreign flames. After all, that thing is considered the foundation of his path of becoming. The crowd of spirit beasts excitedly discussed the plot. After putting down today's heavenly treasures, they left in droves. Lin Fong put away all the heavenly materials. Points plus 2,145. Another 2,000 in. Lin was relieved. Although he was now sitting on more than 300,000 points, who would mind having too much of such a thing as money? Of course more was better. It's time for my old grandson to go back to practicing. See you tomorrow. Lin Fong waved his hand and smiled. Brother Monkey, see you tomorrow. When the people are gone, Lin Fong then plunged into the pool. When he had reached the bottom of the water, he pushed the mud with his two hind legs, and the cold mud gradually covered his body. Lin Fong squinted his eyes comfortably. Then, he opened the system panel up. Cultivation level, Shenzong 2 Heavens, Liver and Wood Pass, plus, Universal Points, 17,954. He tapped on the cultivation with his consciousness. 10, 000 minus 10, 000 cardinal points. Cultivation increased to the divine hidden triple sky. The system's icy voice came. Lin Fong's eyes narrowed slightly. That soothing feeling once again spread all over his body, giving him an overwhelming sense of comfort. He could clearly feel himself getting stronger. And under the reinforcement of the mysterious power, his physical quality once again took a qualitative leap. And his appearance, too, was noticeably changed. The turtle shell behind it became more and more crystalline, while the golden lines on it became more dense. The size is also growing. The body was clearly beaten up again than what he had been before. Lin Fong was almost the size of Monkey's head at this point, although still not very big, but compared to him before, that size had taken a qualitative leap. The only bad thing was that Lin Fong always felt as if he had gotten even cuter. When will I just be able to be bossy too? Lin Fong thought of Monkey, and then thought of the way he was playing with his stick in the Tibetan scripture pavilion at that time. If Monkey was in a golden home, wearing a red cape and juggling with a golden rod in his hand, he would have been even more powerful and dominant. But that's still a couple years to wait. When the breakthrough was complete, Lin Fong opened the system panel again. Cultivation level, Divine Hidden Triple Heaven, Spleen Earth Pass. Points, 7954. Then he opened the system mall again. He's still got over 300,000 unused points. Now that's a good way to find out if there's anything good. Preferably the kind that comes standard with the main character. Lin Fong thought for a moment. Then he suddenly froze. Protagonist standard? There is a search engine for the system mall. So will there be a label for the protagonist standard? Lin Fong did what he said he would do. Straight away, he searched the system mall. Ding! There are no items detected that come standard with the protagonist. So please don't leave it to chance. Your only standard can only be the system. Well, gave a direct warning. The main character doesn't come standard. So the system comes standard? Lin Fong searched again. Drawing system plugin can be used to draw things from other worlds. 10 consecutive out of purple. 90 out of gold. Shipment rate 0.6%. Happy paradise for gambling dogs. Price 100000. System comment, kiss, I want it. Lin Fong. Then below that are a variety of system plugins. What with the reels up, the slots, the system space that can store outside items, and the virtual guide pixies, and the ability to customize the image. Lin Fong flipped backwards through the various features. There's even something about one-click invincibility. Unfortunately, looking at the zero behind that one-key invincibility, Lin Fong decisively chose to give up. Invincibility is still carried by practicing it yourself. The system gives it away. He doesn't want it. It's just so confident. After Lin Fong closed the search page, he thought about it for a while and thought that he could try something else. So he searched again for the skills that would suit me best. And then a whole lot more refreshed. Sea Turtle Crown, the crown of the otherworldly Sea Turtle King. Ordering 10,000 turtles. No one dares to disobey. Price, 80,000 inch system comment. Son, take it with you. And you are the male turtle who will become the king of turtles. 10,000 turtles decision. Turtle Clan's inherited technique. Cultivation can lead to immortality. Price, 40,000 inch system comment. You don't seem to need it. Lin Fong scrolled down. It took several pages before I finally stopped. 5 Thunder Positive Technique. Divine Hidden Realm can be practiced, using the 5 organs to raise the 5 thunders. Infinite power. Price, 15,000 inch system comment. It is it. Lin Fong was indeed satisfied. He was now practicing the 5 elements transportation technique. And the 5 Thunder Positive Technique happened to also be a 5 elements spell. So he could practice with half the effort. And the Thunder technique was generally stronger. But, Lin Fong thought it was better to let it go. Wait and ask Monkey tomorrow. I guess he has it there too. System. After finding the right skills, Lin Fong thought about buying himself a few more magic treasures in Last Battle. The various kinds of magic weapons in the hands of those disciples had left a deep impression on him. And if they hadn't been there, Lin Fong would have packed them up a long time ago. So he was going to buy some for himself to have on hand as well. After he encountered an enemy in the future, he would be able to smash the other party with a magic weapon as well. Chapter 105, Blood Transformation Divine Blade, Imitation. Lin Fong entered the spell again. Soon, a whole bunch of things were swiped out of the system mall. Golden Bell, can be covered in front of the body to block enemy attacks. Price, 2000 inch rebound shield. When an enemy's attack hits it, it takes the same amount of damage. Price, 5000 inch smoke haze sword. It can release smoke to block the opponent's divine sense. Price, 6700 inch lunar blade. Contains a fierce blood poison that can kill an enemy with a cut. Price, 9200. He swept past them one by one, his eyes finally landing on a long knife. Blood Transformation Divine Blade, Imitation strangely poisonous and incomparable. It can cut down immortals, but it's still a ways away from the main body. Price, 20,000 inch. Lin Fong's eyes lit up. This thing was good. Not only was it powerful, but it didn't require much spiritual energy to activate it. As long as it was casually sacrificed, it would be God stopping God, Buddha stopping Buddha. Lin Fong gave it a direct buy. Points, 20,000. After sacrificing the magic weapon for a bit, Lin Fong left a mark that only belonged to him. Then he put it into his dantian, so that when he wanted to use it, he could directly summon it out. After that, he bought some more talismans. These things likewise didn't require much spiritual energy to be powerful. The male protagonists in many novels in his previous life had relied on talismans and elixirs in the early stages, sweeping the 4 directions and defeating one strong enemy after another. The talismans he chose were all 5,000 apiece, 10 in total, another 50,000 points spent. Up until now, Lin Fong had directly spent 70,000 points, and now only had over 200,000 points left. Lin Fong then closed the system panel. After shouting hang up, he fell into a deep sleep. There was no talk all night. Wait until early the next morning. When Lin Fong woke up from his sleep, he habitually opened the system panel. Cultivation level, Shinzong Realm, Lung Jingguan, plus. Universal points, 12038. A night of hanging out gave him an additional 4,000 cardinal points. Lin Fong nodded again in his cultivation without saying a word. 10,000 minus 10,000 cardinal points. Cultivation increased to the 4th heaven of the divine hidden. That familiar power, once again, surged out from his body, and Lin Fong narrowed his eyes with pleasure, the muscles of his body tensing up. Cool. Lin Fong couldn't help but shout. Only after the power subsided did Lin Fong reopen his eyes. It was at this time that the voice of Weak Water popped up again in his mind. Little turtle. Turtle, are you awake? Lin Fong, Sister Weak Water. I'm awake. Do you need something? It's okay. It's just time for you to talk about the book. Lin Fong, Sister Weak Water. How come you've started hyping up the shifts as well? Lin Fong had a helpless look on his face. It seemed like every single person who heard about his dry over Tsung Dome would come over to rush for more. Stop beeping. I can't wait. Weakness looked a little impatient. Yesterday, after listening to Lin Fong's dry overturning of the dome, she had been captivated by the contents. It led to staying up and just waiting to listen to it after it got to be in the morning before continuing. Okay. Lin Fong stretched and shook the turtle shell. The mud on his back fell. He then traveled upstream and was soon above the water. At this time, the surrounding spirit beasts were also waiting. And there were even some disciples as well. And Yang Chan, who hadn't come for a long time, came over as well. But she was in a bad mood. Obviously something was bothering her. When they saw Lin Fong come over, their faces immediately blossomed into bright smiles. Ringo, you've finally come out. We can't wait. Yeah, what's going to happen next coming up? Looking forward to it. Speak up. Speak up. Yesterday's big climax clearly had the effect of getting all these people excited. Many of these spirit beasts also had dark circles under their eyes. Obviously didn't sleep well last night. Lin Fong climbed onto the pool's boulder and laughed. Thanks for coming over to support us. So let's start now. He then proceeded to tell the rest of the story. The crowd was mesmerized by what they heard. A little bit of time passed. When the sun was about to set, Lin Fong stopped once more. The people all looked at him with reluctance. When Lin Fong collected his share for the day, he didn't wait for the crowd to leave as usual, but took the initiative to call out to Monkey. Monkey, wait, brother Lin Fong, is there something wrong? Monkey turned his head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. I would like to ask, do you know the secret of the 5 thunder positive technique? Monkey nodded. The 5 elements thunder method was an authentic Taoist thunder method, and it was included in many Taoist sects, and it was also found in Ancestor Bodhi's collection of scriptures, and it was very complete, almost as good as the original version on Longhu Mountain. Can I have it then? Lin Fong immediately looked at Monkey with excitement. This is no problem, but this spell requires you to cultivate it only after the 5th heaven of divine deposit, and before that, you can only cultivate a single attribute thunder spell at most. You now? Lin Fong hurriedly said. I'm already at the 4th level of divine hidden heaven. I'll be able to ascend soon. Okay then. Monkey told him what the 5 thunders were about. Lin Fong hurriedly began to hang up. Ding! The host is in hang mode. Ding! The host is listening to the Monkey King's teachings, and is in the process of automatically comprehending them. Wait for Monkey to finish. Lin Fong glanced at the system panel. Skill, 5 thunder positive technique, skin. Comprehension interrupted 52%, well? Monkey asked. It's quite simple. If you say it again, Monkey, I should be able to get started. Lin Fong laughed. Monkey said it again. When he stopped, he once again looked over to Lin Fong's side. How about this time? Lin Fong looked at the system. Skill, 5 thunder positive technique, introductory, plus, it's okay. Lin Fong nodded and smiled. Brother Monkey, thank you. Nothing. Monkey scratched his head and laughed nervously. Anyway, it's useless for the time being for my old grandson to memorize so many spells, so if you need anything, you can tell me all about it. Anything I know, I'm sure I can give it to you. Lin Fong smiled even more broadly. It's still Monkey who's good, strong, great personality, and so generous, just the best friend ever. Lin Fong was just thinking about it. Something suddenly occurred to him. That Monkey, there's something else I really want to ask. You say, Monkey, who was about to leave, immediately stopped in his tracks. Lin Fong pulled out the blood-transforming divine blade, imitation, from his dantian and handed it to Monkey. This is the thing. I wanted to ask if I can use the sword skill. Monkey took the knife. His eyes flashed with essence, and his expression became serious. This stuff, where did you get it? Picked it up at the bottom of the pool. Is there a problem? Lin Fong blinked, his face putting on a look of bewilderment. This stuff is dangerous and hurts people. Monkey gave a direct verdict. Chapter 106, I seem to have found a bug. Of course Lin Fong knew that this thing was dangerous, but there was an antidote exchange in the system mall, so he wasn't even worried about hurting his own. Monkey, don't worry, when I found this knife, I also found a bottle of antidote, so it definitely won't happen. Such a thing as this knife of mine being a poison blade coated with poison. Monkey blinked, somewhat not quite understanding what Lin Fong was talking about. It's just a guy who robbed with a poison blade and ended up saying this by juggling and licking the blade. Lin Fong explained. Then this must be a stupid thief. Lin Fong said. I do think he's being held up. Monkey returns the blood transformation sword, imitation, to him. Although this sword is made of special materials, it is ultimately a sword, so it is possible to use the imperial sword technique. Do you need me to find you a door? Lin Fong nodded of course. Although he was already able to use it freely after sacrificing the blood transformation divine blade, if it was paired with a complete set of sword techniques, the power would definitely not be weak. So is there one like the 10,000 swords? 10,000 swords? Monkey thought for a moment and said, is it the 10,000 swords decree? Refining spirit swords with spirit power and then dividing them into aura sword blades. The more spirit power you put in when you catalyze the sword technique, the more aura sword blades you can divide. And these aura sword blades will also carry the characteristics of a spirit sword. That's why the power of the 10,000 sword decree is directly linked to the quality of the refined spirit swords. This one seems really good. Lin Fong nodded his head and smiled. Then this is it. Monkey then gave Lin Fong the content of the 10,000 swords decision, and it was only after 2 more times that Lin Fong fully comprehended it. Skill, 10,000 swords decision, introductory, plus, Lin Fong looked at the panel with satisfaction. Monkey looked at the sky. By now the bright moon was high in the sky. I'm going back to practicing. See you later, Monkey. Lin Fong waved his little paw towards him. Monkey laughed, turned and leapt, and disappeared into the night. Lin Fong yawned as well and turned around to enter the pool. However, as he burrowed into the mud and sand, he was planning to use the 10,000 swords decree to refine the blood-transforming divine blade, imitation, a bit, so that in the future, waving his hand would be a piece of blood-transforming divine blade chi, which would be able to frighten his enemies to death. Weak Water's voice sounded in his head. Are you short of feats? It's not really a lack. For cultivation there's the ancestors' great piece of heavenly immortal technique. For catching up there's the yin-yang 5 elements transportation technique. For offense there's the Dharma phase heaven and earth. And just now there's the 10,000 sword decision and the 5 thunders positive technique, which are already very comprehensive. Lin Fong counted it down and realized that there seemed to be really a lot that he knew, and it's already comprehensive. But Weak Water acted as if he hadn't heard it. Then do you want to cultivate my Weak Water Dharma? This Dharma can't make you immortal, but it will allow you to condense weak water with the power in your body. That's something I spent a lot of time working on for you. Her words were very attractive. Lin Fong was attracted almost instantly. If he added in the weak water, he wouldn't have to be in a hurry for a short while when it came to attacking power. I want to learn, so read it to me. Lin Fong couldn't wait. Weak Water laughed. Don't bother, I have a better way. After saying that, Lin Fong's head felt a swelling pain, but this pain wasn't strong. Ding! Foreign divine thoughts invade the host's sea of consciousness. Detecting divine thoughts is harmless. Canceling backup concealment means. Ding! Feet Weak Water decree detected. Host in automatic comprehension. The host is in automatic comprehension. The system's voice sounded continuously in Lin Fong's sea of consciousness. Along with that bloated feeling, Lin Fong felt that inside his head, unfamiliar knowledge kept popping up. Obviously he didn't even know what they were, but he was able to comprehend them. Wait for the bloating to go away. Ding! The host's self-comprehension of the Weak Water decree is complete. Lin Fong digested what he had gotten before he opened his eyes. I'm going to bed now, so take your time to figure it out. Weak Water's voice seemed a little weak. Sister Weak Water, are you alright? Lin Fong asked with concern. It's fine. It's just that I haven't used this way in years, and I'm a bit off my feet for a while, so I'll be fine with a little rest. Weak Water explained. Seeing that she was really fine, Lin Fong also let go of his heart. That's good. By the way, don't stay up too late researching. We have to talk about that fuck over Cthulhu thing tomorrow. Lin Fong was dumbfounded. You're like this and you still don't forget to push for more. Good. Weak Water then unilaterally hung up the phone. Lin Fong, on the other hand, moved his body twice in the mud and sand, and after changing to a more comfortable position, he opened the system panel. Mind technique, Weak Water decree, great success. Lin Fong froze. This actually went straight to greatness? Sister Weak Water is bullish. This was the first time that Lin Fong had directly obtained a skill at the grand completion level. I don't know how Sister Weakness did it. He roughly went over the contents of the Weak Water decree in his head. This technique was indeed tailor-made for him, allowing him to utilize his own power to condense weak water and store it in his dantian and spirit sea like spiritual energy. When it's time to use it, just dump the weak water right out. Moreover, this technique also had the effect of tapping into the potential of the bloodline. Lin Fong didn't say anything and directly started hanging up. Ding! You have turned on hang mode. Ding! Merit technique, great grade heavenly immortal technique, great achievement, detected. Hanging acceleration in progress. Merit technique Weak Water decree, great achievement, detected. Hanging acceleration in progress. Lin Fong froze. Am I onto something? Did If the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique and the Weak Water Decree could be hung together, wouldn't that mean that he could learn a lot of feats and hang them together? If there was no cap, it would easily be possible to will a large number of universal points. System, come out and explain? Ding. The maximum number of feats to learn is 5. Please consider carefully. The system suggests the Tai Sheng Forgetfulness Decree, the 8-9 Xian Gong, and the Heavenly Tao Scripture. Lin Feng. Spoken like I'm getting it if you suggest it. These 3 books above. One is the watchword of Taishan Lao Jun, one is Yang Jian's Untold Secret, and the last one is unheard of, can be named after the Heavenly Tao, and the system suggests that the source is bound to be a strong one. Where is he going to find it? Don't be discouraged, host. It doesn't matter if you don't have it now, there will always be a chance in the future. The system's voice came again. Lin Feng thought about it for a while, but in the end, he felt like waiting for a while first. Although unlikely, but what if? People all have a fluke. Lin Feng is no exception. Even if you don't want these 3 books, it's good to return 3 bulls in the future. There are only 3 spots left in total. Definitely can't pick some trashy feats to come over and fill in the blanks. Chapter 107, White Dragon Horse is born day by day. Lin Feng's life also tends to be calm. Every day is to talk about the book, hang up the machine, occasional time and weak water chat. Weak water to him about the ancient times of the great powers iteration. And Lin Feng will interject a spit, make weak water straight laugh. This day, Lin Feng had only just woken up when he heard Monkey calling out to him. Swimming slowly to the surface, he glanced at the would-be brightening sky and yawned widely. Monkey, Monkey, what's up in the morning? At this time, it was still early in the day, and the spirit beasts listening to the book hadn't even arrived yet. Ancestor gave me a task today, saying that the Dragon King of the West Sea had given birth to another Dragon Prince, and the Dragon King personally sent someone over to invite Lingtai Mountain to go over and celebrate. An ancestor gave this job to my old grandson. Monkey hemmed and hawed, still slightly amused. The Dragon King of the Western Sea? The Dragon Prince? Is it Prince Mon? Lin Feng subconsciously asked out loud. After all, the Dragon King of the Western Sea is most famous for his 2 sons. One Prince Mong and the other is the White Dragon Horse. No, it's the 3rd Prince of the Dragon. Dragon? The 3rd Prince? The 3rd Prince of the Dragon King of the Western Sea. White Dragon Horse. Lin Feng's sleepiness instantly disappeared. Then, Monkey, when are you leaving? I'll see you off then. He looked at Monkey. The grin on Monkey's face grew even wider. That's exactly what my old grandson wants. Then he grabbed Lin Feng and put him into his collar. Then let's go down the mountain now. Senior brother Ling Suzi is already waiting. Lin Feng? With a quick eye, he grabbed Monkey's shirt and hung onto it. Then that familiar lurching sensation reappeared. The scenery around him was flying backward in his eyes, and they were shrinking fast. When Lin Feng came back to his senses, the 2 of them were already above an unknown number of meters in the air, facing the sunrise, Monkey's golden monkey hair all over his body, swaying in the gusty wind. The entire monkey was as if it was covered in a layer of golden flames. Lin Feng looked dumbfounded for a moment. It was only when Monkey's body gradually descended and slammed heavily into the ground that he reacted. Without a moment's effort, Monkey had landed at the foot of Lingtai Mountain. Lin Feng also finally let out a sigh of relief. It's always so thrilling whenever I follow Monkey on his journey. At the foot of the mountain, there was already a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe, waiting for the 2 of them. His face was white and beardless. His face was like a crown of jade, and his body revealed an immortal aura. He would be the spirit voider. It was just that for some reason. A few points of depression were revealed between his expressions. Senior brother son, you're here. Ah, Monkey answered. Then he looked towards his surroundings. Although this was the bottom of Lingtai Mountain, there was no road further down. In front of them was a white foggy barrier. Lin Feng jumped down from Monkey's arms with some curiosity and touched the barrier in front of him. It felt incomparably hard. He pushed hard and the barrier in front of him didn't budge. Mount Lintai is a very large cave and is not in the 3 realms. This is the cave barrier. No one can forcefully break it except the ancestor. Ling Suzi looked at Lin Feng and kindly explained. For this son senior brother's good brother. He had also heard about it, only that he had not been allowed to meet. But for that dry overturning of the Tsang Dome, he was still very fond of it. Only he hadn't finished that sentence. Lin Feng's virtual reality transformation kicked in, and his palm directly passed through the barrier. The white mist outside the barrier, however, seemed to have sensed this outsider and immediately converged towards this side of his palm. Lin Feng immediately retracted his hand. God knows what that white mist is out there. It's better to have less contact. Spiritual voider? You went through? Right. Lin Feng shook his hand and said in a very cloudy manner. Isn't it quite simple? Simple? This is a cave barrier. And it's still a cave barrier reinforced by the ancestor himself. It was reasonable to say that the existences in the entire three realms that could break this barrier could be counted on one hand, and which of those people were not existences whose prestige shook the three realms? The little turtle in front of me actually did it easily. How did he do it? Spirit Voider was shocked to the core. He stared at the little turtle in front of him, his eyes gradually deepening as if he was trying to see through him, but no matter how he looked at it, Lin Fang was just a little turtle that hadn't yet become immortal. How did you do that? Just put it on and get out. Lin Fang put his hand up again. His hand passed through the barrier without a hitch, but only just before it did. He immediately retracted it, shrinking back before those white mists could react. Still wearing it? Spirit Void Z watched him dumbfounded at this thrust and jerk, feeling that three views are at stake. What about the promise that only a few people within the three realms can break the cave barrier? One little turtle actually wore it twice. What the hell? Lingshu Z even wondered if this barrier in front of him wasn't as hard as it was said to be at all. So he pressed his hand down on it as well, but with all his effort, he was unable to break the barrier. So Lingshu Z was even more shocked as he looked at Lin Fang, who was shuttling freely. This little turtle is a bully. No wonder I heard earlier that many of those initiated disciples of the ancestor were hitting on him, and some of them had even done so more than once. If it were me, I'd be tempted too. While Lingshu Z was thinking about it, the ancestor's figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. Lingshu Z immediately bent down and arched his hand. Greetings, ancestor. Monkey also immediately bent down and bowed. Greetings, ancestor. Lin Fang, on the other hand, was simpler, as he directly lay down on the ground. Properly. The ancestor looked over to Lingshu Z's side. Lingshu Z, as a direct disciple, on this trip to the West Sea, your words and actions will represent Mount Lingtai, so don't degrade the face of Mount Lingtai. The disciple keeps this in mind, Lingshu Z immediately said. The ancestor nodded in a more satisfied manner, then looked back at Monkey. Wukong, you're stubborn by nature, so don't cause any trouble this time when you travel to the Western Sea. The disciple keeps this in mind, Monkey also said immediately. Then the ancestor looked at Lin Fang again. What are you looking at me for? It's not like this thing has the slightest bit to do with me, and I'm not going. Lin Fang felt the gaze of his ancestor and muttered in his heart. The solemn ancestor looked for a while before withdrawing his sight, and with a wave of his big hand, a vortex appeared in front of the barrier in front of the three of them, and the vortex continued to get bigger and bigger, and the sight of an ocean appeared on the opposite side. Lin Fang also started waving his little hand at this time. See you later, Monkey. I'm going to miss you in your absence. His look was full of dismay. Monkey looked at his expression. His heart was also incomparably moved. Don't worry, brother Lin Fang. It won't take me long to go out this time. The ancestor stood beside the two, watching them as you and I were together. This time you go too. Lin Fang? Chapter 108, Who actually hit the rock? Lin Fang was confused. Me too? No. Why should I go? Too? Lin Fang couldn't figure it out for a moment, but the ancestor didn't give him much to say, and threw him out when Lin Fang froze. Looking at the ever-shrinking exit in front of him, Lin Fang's heart was speechless for a while. How did you get me out too? I still want to live in the spiritual platform mountain until the invincible in the emergence of the world. This early emergence of the world, and I think it is not the same and does not meet my invincible male protagonist persona but since it was already like this, there wasn't much Lin Fang could do. He glanced at the Spirit Voider. This time, he was going to attend the White Dragon Horse's birth banquet, and there was still this ancestor's direct disciple guarding him, so there shouldn't be any danger. As for him, just be a good boy and be a spectator. Spirit Voider gave them a look. Then silently, he took out a large red gourd out. The gourd grows long against the wind. It soon became so huge that even carrying two people was no problem. I don't think Senior Brother Sun has a flying magic weapon. Then how about sitting with me? Monkey said. Thank you, Senior Brother. Then he grabbed Lin Fang with one hand. The three men climbed the gourd. Lingshu Z pinched his hands together and the gourd underneath him lit up with a spiritual light, moving towards the West Sea at an extremely fast speed. Lin Fang, who was sitting on the gourd, looked at the rapidly receding clouds around him in novelty. Reach out and touch it. Then, without knowing what he was touching, a cold, clammy touch came to his paws. Meanwhile, the sea of clouds, a large blue whale leaps out of the clouds. A frightened hiss. It fell back heavily. Lin Fang, on the other hand, retracted his hand in fear. There's still fish in here. Ha, Kuan Pang. Spirit Void Z explained a sentence, saying, this thing ascends to the sky as a rock and enters the sea as a koan. The one you just touched was probably asleep and forgot to switch forms. Lin Fang looked at the waves rising from the sea of clouds behind him, his eyes glowing. Are you going to the Western Sea? Just at this time, Weak Water's voice rang in his head. Lin Fang returned without moving and said, Sister Weak Water, Are you also interested in the Western Sea? Nothing of interest, just something I have somewhere. Stuff? Lin Fong returned doubtfully. In the ancient times, I was rather stubborn and did a lot of wrong things, and then in the battle with the Heavenly Court, I was broken up once, and part of me landed in the Western Sea. There's some treasure in that. You can take it out if you go to the Western Sea this time. Weak Water's voice sounded again. Got a baby? Lin Fong's two eyes immediately let out a glow of wealth and said, Sister Weak Water, you want me to help you retrieve your body? No. Weak Water said, that part has been lost for thousands of years. It's no longer a big deal to collect it or not. I was thinking that you learned the Weak Water decree and could just absorb it. I absorbed it? It's not good. Nothing to do with it. Anyway, even if you don't absorb it, I can't take it back. Rather than leave it as a backhand for you, if you encounter an enemy that you can't beat, you can just use me to lull him in the face. Weak Water had said so Lin Fong couldn't say anything else. Then I know. Sister Weakness. Thank you. The corners of Weak Water's mouth curled into a smile. It's good that you remember me well. Lin Fong also laughed. Sister Weak Water, look at how you're saying this. As if I'm some kind of womanizer. I'm devoted to Sister Weak Water. I like Sister Weakness the best. Weak Water. The two of them are connected to each other. She was well aware of the seriousness of the watering down of Lin Fong's words just now. It was almost like pouring a sea into it. She immediately grimaced. Make believe. I'd be surprised if I believed you. Also, did you forget that I can sense your mind? How did I forget about this? Lin Fong immediately became a little embarrassed. Ahem. Sister Weak Water, how am I going to find that part of your body after I arrive at the Western Sea? I can roughly sense the range. And you, as my descendant, will have some sense as well. So when we arrive, I'll point out the rough range to you, and you can just follow the sense to find it. Lin Fong thought for a moment and felt that this was the only way. That's fine. Weakness then hung up. A few moments later, Lin Fong was a little bored of watching the clouds, so he began to look at the spiritual voider. For some reason, he always felt that Spirit Voider was not in a good mood. The spiritual voider X. Don't call seniors. Without waiting for him to get the last word out, Ling Shuzi suddenly interrupted him with a fearful face. The ancestor is your equal. If you call me senior, you will compromise my Tao. Oh. Lin Fong scratched his head. He didn't care much for them either, and didn't realize there was such a thing as preaching. Just ask if you have anything. Spirit Voider spoke again. I just want to ask. You don't seem to look very happy. Is there something wrong with this trip to the West Sea? Monkey also pricked up his ears at this time. Alas, it is not because of this trip to the Western Sea that I am unhappy. Ling Shuzi sighed softly and said, rather, the stone I rested on Lingtai Mountain was shattered by something unknown, and several years of hard work was wasted. Smashed? Lin Fong wondered. Is there anyone else here who likes to hit rocks? What a strange fetish. Yeah, it's kept in a small courtyard, and that stone was supposed to be used by me to make things. I don't know who hit a gaping hole out of it, and all the aura inside leaked out, and the stone was ruined. Spirit Voider sighed again. I was going to follow the trail and find who hit it. It just happened to coincide with a clash between you and the disciples, destroying the scene, and the trail is broken. At this time, Monkey suddenly said, doesn't the ancestor's disciple have the art of circumstantial arithmetic? Why doesn't senior brother count it? I forget. But it didn't compute. Monkey thought for a moment. So then, it's still a not-so-weak cultivation. Ling Shuzi also nodded in agreement. That's what I thought. Only Lin Fong shrunk his neck. Hit the rocks? A small courtyard? The aura's all leaking out? Full of vestiges. It can't be. That hard rock in that little yard. What makes me wonder though, there's nothing else about that stone of mine other than it's hard. And there's actually not much aura in it. Who would have nothing to do with bumping into him? Lin Fong scrunched his neck again. Without a moment's effort, Ling Shuzi led them to the Western Sea boundary. The gourd slowed down a bit, then swept towards the water. The moment they entered the water, a transparent barrier was propped up outside the gourd to ensure that the three would not be soaked by the water. Gourd all the way down. The light in the water faded, and there were more aquatics around. However, they all dispersed towards the surroundings when they saw the powerful aura emanating from the three of them. Chapter 109, Pets to stay outside. A few moments later, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of the three. In the depths of the dark ocean floor, a huge palace suddenly appeared. The palace was brilliant. The whole body was made of crystal, inlaid with countless night pearls. Under the effect of crystal and night pearls, even without using spells, this palace still lit up brightly. Outside the crystal palace, two crabs guarded the doorway with forks raised. Some of the aquatics and immortals were in long orderly lines. These were all nearby demonic immortals and water clansmen who had heard that the Dragon King of the Western Sea had given birth to a dragon son and had come over to congratulate him. The three entered within 3 miles of the Crystal Palace. The water around them suddenly all dissipated. The spirit voider drove the gourd until it came to a stop in front of the 2 crab generals. WH, who's there? One of the crab generals shouted towards the trio. Ling Suzi and Monkey came down from the gourd, while Lin Fong was directly placed on his chest collar by Monkey. Lin Fong grabbed his collar and poked his head out. We are the seated disciples of Ancestor Bodhi of Lingtai Mountain. I've heard that the Dragon King of the Western Sea has been blessed with a dragon son, so I've come here today to celebrate. Ling Shuzi clasped his fist towards the crab general, and with a smile on his face, he gave his own heel. The ancestor has instructed. He was now the face of Lingtai Mountain, and he couldn't afford to lose the face of Lingtai Mountain. The surrounding water clans and immortals waiting to go in. When they heard his words, their gazes towards the 3 of them turned envious. These were the disciples of Ancestor Bodhi, so it's the ancestral master's disciple who has arrived. I have the eyes to recognize MT. Tai. A smile piled up on the crab general's face. You come in quickly. The spirit voider took a step inside. However, he had only walked over when Monkey, who was carrying Lin Fong, was stopped outside by the crab general. Pets, come with me. There is a special place for you. When faced with them, the crab will not look so good. When Monkey heard this, a handful of fire directly sprang up in his heart, and with a raised eyebrow, he was about to give this crab general with no eyes a stick, so that he would know why the flowers were so red. Ling Shuzi immediately stepped forward. Before the crab general could react, he took out a jade ring ruler and knocked him on the head. Eyeless thing, this is my little brother. The crab general had been wondering what Ling Shuzi was doing by hitting him, and when he heard what he said, his face had a look of dismay, and his heart was fearful to the core. This great immortal, I'm really sorry, I have no eyes. You mustn't take it personally. I have an old man and a small family. My whole family is counting on me to eat. You spare my life. It is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. He quickly bowed towards Monkey and apologized. Monkey still had some fire in his heart, but he looked at him pitifully. Felt like bullying the weak by hitting it. Forget it. You should pay attention next time. Not all demons are pets. Got it, little one, the crab general said in a hurry. Seeing that Monkey really didn't intend to pursue his faults, the crab general let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent sweat from his head, following the example of the human. However, just as the 3 of them were about to leave, the crab general saw Lin Fong. That daffodil, this one. It pointed at Lin Fong. This time, I don't even dare to say all the words. Ling Shuzi smiled and shook his head as he walked over to it and said, this is the ancestor's forgotten friend. Although his cultivation isn't high, he is deeply pleased by the ancestor, and he is friends with his peers. Release, absolutely release. When the crab general heard this, that attitude was dry as a bone. What an international joke. Friend of the ancestor, and a friend who was deeply pleased with the ancestor, and who had made friends as equals. This kind of existence, not to mention a small turtle with low cultivation, even if it's a mortal turtle, it can't have the slightest offense. The 3 headed inside. The immortals and water tribes waiting outside also looked at each other when they saw the scene. The 3 people who came from Lingtai Mountain this time, one is heavier than the other, and in the Dragon Palace, the 3 of them walked on the jade crystal paved road. Monkey thinking about what just happened. The mood is more or less a little depressed. He dang Bodhi ancestor sat down disciple actually give recognized as a pet. If that crab general hadn't been so wimpy, he's going to show Krabby his stick. Lin Fong, on the other hand, was curiously looking towards the surroundings. This is the legendary Crystal Palace, and it's really luxurious. The coral planted on the side of the road, stepping on the stone, each of which is worth a lot of money. Not to mention that a brick and a tile, randomly knocked down a piece of, put aside in the past life or old knows worth money. I sense it. Suddenly, Weak Water's voice rang in his head. In that strange rock to the west. That should be it. You should be able to sense it more clearly when you get closer. Lin Fong looked to the west. Sure enough, he saw that there were quite a few strange stones erected there, each one oddly shaped and densely arranged to form a huge stone forest. Spirit Void Z saw Lin Fong looking towards the stone forest. He also looked toward the stone forest. The placement of this stone forest seems to have some kind of doorway. Monkey sniffed and looked over as well. Well, I can also see something. It seems to be a big formation, but I didn't look closely enough to see the specific function. I can only see that it's a trap formation. Ling Suzi didn't expect Monkey to actually read it as well, and looked at him with a rather surprised look. Senior brother. Good eye. But senior brother was wrong about one thing. That's not a trapping formation. It's a sealing formation. Monkey was a little surprised. A sealing array? Something sealed in the Dragon Palace? Who knows what it is? Maybe it's something that the dragons are all afraid of. Or simply some sinner of the dragon clan? Ling Suzi laughed. Lin Fong took in both of their words. Seal. What else could it be? Weak water. Humph. The West Sea Dragon clan actually dared to seal me. I'm furious. At this time, the weak water in the heavenly court heard this passage. Also a burst of anger. She is the weak water. How can she be sealed? Not even a section of the body. Little turtle. You must take out the weak water. But the seal? Lin Fong looked at the stone forest and was also in a difficult situation. With his current cultivation level and his research on formations, he was basically considered a meatbag when he entered the stone forest. It's okay, it's not mine. Weak water sneered. After you get close to the stone forest, I'll teach you to use the weak water decree to influence the weak water that's been sealed underground, to piss it off so that it keeps impacting the seal. The dragons can seal a senseless me, but they can't seal an angry me. You'll see what happens when the time comes. Weak water's voice was full of confidence. And that's all that can be done. Subsequently, as Lin Fong and the three of them were walking, a young man with dragon horns walked towards this side in the distance. The three immortal masters have come to visit. Imoang has been remiss in welcoming them. Prince Mon led the three to the banquet hall. There are already people coming over early. Both sides of the banquet hall were basically filled with people. And there were some humanoid demons that retained their demonic features sitting among them as well. Every single one of them revealed a huge aura. The weakest ones are at the immortal level. Seeing Prince Mon leading the three over, everyone present looked over intentionally or unintentionally. Ha ha, let me introduce you all. Prince Moang pointed to the three with a smile on his face. These three are under the seat of Ancestor Bodhi of Lintai Mountain, and they have come over to congratulate Father today after hearing that he has been blessed with a dragon son. Once the crowd heard that they were under the seat of the Bodhi ancestor, they instantly looked at the three with different gazes. So it's under the seat of Ancestor Bodhi. Long time no see. I have long heard that Master Bodhi's Tao is profound, and there are 12 direct disciples under his door, each with great powers, and today I see that what he said is not false. Disrespectful. The people present greeted towards the three. Compliments were coming out of my ears. When Prince Mong saw this scene, he was quite pleased in his heart. Father purposely asked someone to ask Ancestor Bodhi to send someone over. It is really a wonderful move. Not only pulling in the relationship between the ancestor and the West Sea, but also raising the face of the West Sea in front of these guests. Three of you please follow me. Prince Mon led the three to the seat closest to the main seat and sat down, and he just happened to be positioned next to the three as well. When the three talents sat down, there were clam women swaying their waist and walking slowly to the three of them, delivering wines and delicacies. Monkey also took out Lin Fong and placed him on the table, and gave him a bunch of grapes, and he himself was munching on an apple. Seeing this scene, Spirit Void Z smiled apologetically towards Prince Moang. Prince, don't be offended. This senior brother of mine has a lively and active character, but he is a good monkey with a pure nature. Mong laughed along with him. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is Immortal Master's son, right? I heard that it was only a short while after joining the Spirit Terrace Mountain that he had developed a good skill. When Monkey heard this, he stopped eating apples. You know about old son? He looked at Prince Mon with an excited face. That's of course. Immortal Master's son lured away the Tiger Clan's great general Tiger Vigorous with the power of a single person, which even made Ancestor Bodhi so enraged that he directly rushed up to the Lingxiao Palace, and the two direct disciples under his door also went out to eliminate Tiger Vigorous' forces. With this storm, the Tiger Clan alone has lost 300,000 good men. A lot of people in the three realms can look dumbfounded. Prince Mon smiled and gave Monkey an explanation. For this most favored disciple under the ancestor's seat, he was also moved to befriend him. With the ancestor's favor towards him, Monkey is likely to be the 13th direct disciple under the ancestor's seat in the future. So if he befriends him now, he will be rewarded in the future. Monkey also clapped his hands. I didn't realize that I, Lao Sun, was already so famous in the three realms, but in the future, I, Lao Sun, will definitely make a name for myself in the three realms once again by virtue of my strength. Though fame is a good thing, but Monkey didn't earn this fame on his own. Rather, it is the reason for the ancestor. That's why Monkey felt that when he learned a skill later, he must make a name for himself again, instead of living under the shadow of his ancestor all the time. Immortal Master's son, good ambition. Prince Mong smiled and poured him a glass of wine, right in the middle of several people's conversation. The Dragon King of the Western Sea also walked out smilingly. Seeing the Dragon King come out, the originally bustling banquet hall instantly became silent. Everyone stopped talking and stood up to look at the Dragon King's side. Today I am happy to have a dragon son, and it is an honor for my Western Sea that all of you have come to celebrate. The Dragon King looked at everyone with a smile. You could tell that he was in a really good mood today. The Dragon King is flattering. It is only an honor for us to come over and participate in this banquet. Thank you Dragon King for giving this face. Some of the weaker demon immortals had already begun to kiss their asses. We are flattered that the Dragon King would invite us. Congratulations to the Dragon King for his happy dragon son. The West Sea is getting more and more prosperous after all from now on. The Dragon King was in a better mood in the face of these people's compliments. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't all stand. Quickly sit down. All sit down and drink. Today we won't get drunk." The crowd then resumed their seats. Lin Feng nibbled on a grape and looked at the Dragon King curiously. "How come we don't see Xiao Bai, the third prince of the West Sea, come out? I don't know." Monkey nibbled on his apple and shook his head. "Oh." Moro smiled and explained. "My brother was just born. He's still whistling in the crystal basket. And there's a recent rumor in the West Sea that someone is trying to disadvantage the West Sea. Father was worried that they were targeting my third brother, so he wouldn't let him out. Anyone else want to turn on the West Sea?" Lin Feng nibbled on the grapes as he pricked up his ears and listened. "It feels almost like listening to gossip. Has the form on this side of the Western Sea gotten this dire?" Ling Shuzi asked with a frown. Prince Moan laughed bitterly and said, "In the past, there was Erlang Xianshengzhenjun who openly called out to the heavenly court, and after the ancestor master, he went straight up to the 33 heavy heavens. So there are always some jumping clowns who feel that there is an opportunity to take advantage of it. I'm not afraid of these minions, but my brother was just born, so I really had to defend myself." During this period of time, a series of turmoil was caused by Yang Jian's rebellion against heaven, causing panic in the three realms, and some guys who don't have their heads on straight, or who think they can capitalize on the situation and make a profit, have jumped on the bandwagon. Even this side of the Western Sea is not at peace. Lin Feng listened to Prince Mong's words and became even more mesmerized by eating melon. Yang Jian is really worthy of being the god of war. To actually muddy the waters of the entire three realms with just the power of one person. This strength could be called terrifying. The most crucial thing is that this matter is still a family affair of the Heavenly Emperor, and I'm afraid that many bigwigs just don't want to care, or simply don't care, as long as Yang Jian is not the Jade Emperor himself, so let him be. Monkey was also a little concerned. Then how is Yang Jian's recent situation nowadays? Monkey's heart was full of admiration for this topsy-turvy man. Naturally, I don't want anything to happen to him. The true Lord has been doing well lately, sitting at the mouth of the irrigation river, beating the South Heavenly Gate defenders alone. And there are still quite a few people in the three realms who don't want the true Lord to lose too quickly. Some time ago, the demon race of the Northern Club continent openly approached True Lord, saying that they wanted an alliance. True Lord agreed? Ling Shuzi tensed up. No, the True Lord directly took those demons and sacrificed them to the flag. And he also put out the word that although the Heavenly Emperor is lawless, he can't be as shameless as the Heavenly Emperor. If the demon race dares to compel him again, he will kill one that comes. Lin Feng sniffed and directly burst out laughing. Yang Jian's mouth is really bad. The Celestial Emperor sends people of the demon race to infiltrate Lingtai Mountain and attack Yan Chan. Yang Jian's words were obviously meant to refer to this matter, saying that the Heavenly Emperor was shameless and impudent. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Lin Feng looked at Monkey's side after the time was almost up. I'm in a hurry. I'll go and have a quickie first. Monkey waved his hand, not really caring. Go on, go on. Lin Feng turned around, climbed off the table, and walked towards the outside of the banquet. And after he left, someone else walked out of the ballroom as well. Moan glanced at Lin Feng's back, turned his head to Ling Suzi's side, and asked with a smile, Immortal Master Ling Suzi, is that little turtle a pet kept by Immortal Master Sun? Ling Shuzi shook his head and said, that's Master Sun's brother, and a friend of the ancestor, who treated him as a peer. Moan? Originally, he thought that among the 3 people of Lingtai Mountain this time, Ling Suzi was the highest in status, but he didn't realize that this little turtle had a higher status. Friend of the ancestor. In the 3 realms, who are the people who can be friends with the ancestors? Which one of them was not a towering, mighty existence that shook the 3 realms? The ancestor treated him as an equal, practically stretching Lin Feng's seniority infinitely. I didn't expect it to actually be such a high person. I actually didn't pay my respects just now. Imoang is terrified. Imoang wiped his sweat with a terrified face, thinking about what he just did. There shouldn't be much of a jetsu. The crown prince is not to be blamed. This brother of mine is unconventional and not a small-minded person. Monkey was still impressed with him and kindly explained. With him saying that, Prince Mong was quite relieved. This way, after Lin Feng left the banquet hall, then he followed that inexplicable sense in his heart and hurried in the direction of the stone forest. 5 elements transportation technique was activated, allowing him to be like a fish in water in the Dragon Palace, and in conjunction with the transformation of reality and falsehood, it was even more bizarre and incomparable, and no one was able to detect his traces. It was only after walking for a while that Lin Feng had to stop, because he realized something was wrong. He seems to be lost. Nope, not as if, but indeed lost. Although he could sense that the power of the weak water was in a place not far from him, it was full of high walls and buildings, and with all kinds of prohibitions flashing one's eyes blind, making it impossible to find one's way. Things have come to this. Lin Fong also had no choice but to continue with a stiff upper lip. Earthen evasion is activated. Lin Fong's figure flickered away, and when he appeared, he had already arrived outside a courtyard. What made him a little surprised was that there wasn't a single guard here. The Dragon Palace is now in a state of martial law. Not to say that there is one guard for every 5 steps. Right, but there are indeed many guards. Basically walking for a while, you will bump into a few of them, and there is no one who is acting alone. If he didn't have the transformation of reality in 5 elements yin yang transportation technique, I'm afraid he would have been captured long ago. I feel like this place is close to the sealed land. Weak Water's voice sounded in Lin Fong's mind. Lin Fong also had this sense. The closer he got to the weak water, the more he could feel that feeling of blood connection. But something about this weak water felt wrong to him. The weak water in his mind gave him a warm feeling, like a mother, while the one he sensed now was much more grim and aggressive, like a fighter. Even if this fighter is now in a deep sleep, but the fight in her heart never dissipated. Sister Weakness. What? You said before that you did a lot of wrong things in the ancient times, causing your body to be broken up once. Well, what's the problem? Weakness sounded a little off up. Then can I ask what's going on? Lin Fong was curious. Weakness lapsed into silence. Lin Fong waited for a long time, but he didn't hear her opening her mouth. Just when he thought that Weak Water wasn't going to say anything, Weak Water suddenly spoke. Because of love. I've been alone since my birth in the ancient times, and all living beings that come close to me will die. So for a long time, I was transformed into a big lake and stayed still. But then people came to my territory. They were weak in those days, struggling daily with death and subsistence. But their hearts were full of light and they were never discouraged. I've never seen such a being before, and I was instantly captivated. I have watched them go from weakness to strength, from eating raw meat to controlling fire, from ignorance to civilization. Then a little girl came to me. People found me. They feared me and tried to make me leave. But this is my territory and I have been here since the ancient times. So we had a confrontation. Weak Water's voice gradually lowered. And to top it all off, that little girl died unexpectedly during the conflict. And then I left. Gone? Lin Fong was a bit surprised. According to this development, isn't it going to be a big kill to avenge that little girl? Gone. The reason why people choose to settle there is because there are no powerful demonic beasts nearby. And the reason why the demonic beasts don't dare to come is because of me. Also, what do you think will happen once the weak water runs? Lin Fong thought about it. A lot of beings should die. Weak water's ability is pretty buggy, and as soon as it comes into contact with her, then it's basically dead. And once the weak water rushes, the consequences are unimaginable. So then the heavenly court wanted to crush me. So I fought them, and when I didn't, I was imprisoned in the heavenly river. The place is actually pretty good. I was just going to find a place to be quiet. Listening to Weak Water's narration, Lin Fong could feel the sadness and loneliness in Weak Water's heart. Then I'll stay with you later. Yeah. Weakness smiled again. Lin Fong smiled back as he continued to walk forward. After passing through a courtyard, countless white smokes appeared in front of Lin Fong, and the air became moist and hot. What is this place? Lin Fong muttered. Then, what person? A startled cry rang in Lin Fong's ears. Then there was a crackling sound, and a sizzling sound. No, I'm not a person. I'm a guest to the Dragon Palace. I'm lost. Lin Fong also got nervous. I didn't expect to run into anyone here. One can only use getting lost as an excuse. Guest? The voice visibly relaxed. Then, the white mist in front of Lin Fong suddenly churned, and a large white leg appeared in front of him, and on the white leg there were some black scales that were flashing with a 7-colored light. Is this the legendary colorful black? Lin Fong looked at the large white leg and lamented the wonders of the creator. I can't believe that I can even solve this kind of open-ended problem. Oxymoron. Just as he was lamenting, a pair of plain hands picked him up and placed him in the palm of his hand. It's a little turtle. The dragon lady stared at him with 2 big watery eyes. Little hands were still running over his back shell. That's cute. Are you the pet of any guest? I can't believe you're lost. It's really pathetic. I'll take you back when I'm done with my bath. Okay? She looked at Lin Fong expectantly. Taking a bath? Lin Fong's line of sight gradually moved down. And sure enough, he saw a white cloth. The white cloth covered the pale, delicate skin. What a treat for the eyes. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Just swim here for a while. I'll be quick yo. The dragon lady casually released Lin into the pool. The warm water wrapped around Lin Fong's body, making him feel incredibly relaxed. But Lin Fong hadn't forgotten his mission. He spread his 4 little short legs and began to slide in and out of the water, disguising himself as a little turtle with a low cultivation level that had not yet transformed into a form. After he turned his head, the dragon lady stood in front of him and slowly removed the white cloth from her body. Lin Fong looked at this scene and suddenly froze. It seems like it's okay to stay here for a while. If you go back later, just say you have diarrhea. Yeah, diarrhea. It's not too much for me to pull for an hour or two. Lin Fong was staring at the dragon lady's snow-white skin that was like cream while thinking in his mind. Weak water. She suddenly had the feeling that 10,000 grass horses kept galloping in her heart. You colorful turtle. But Lin Fong's mind was all focused on the beautiful scenery in front of him, and he didn't hear her words in the slightest. Sucking slippery. This looks good. The dragon lady sat in the pool and also noticed Lin Fong's gaze. However, she didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Instead, she took Lin Fong back into her hands and played with it, giving Lin Fong the illusion that he was a little yellow duck. That's cute. The turtle shell is crystal clear and small. I don't know what kind of turtle you have. I seem to want one too. She took Lin Fong in her arms as soon as she could. Lin Fong was confused, clueless in the physical sense, and the kind of clueless where you can't breathe. Ah, happiness. It's not that I don't want to leave. It's really that the enemy is so powerful that she actually used a physical mental double strike on me. Lin Fong felt so miserable. It's simply too painful. The pain was so great he was really going to suffer no more birds. Just when Lin Fong was in deep agony, unable to extricate himself and breathe, a strange ringing suddenly came from outside the courtyard again. Did you find it? No. This West Sea Dragon Palace is too big to find. Find it even if you can't. We've had a hard time blending in this time, and the plan definitely can't be the slightest bit off. Lin Fong pricked up his ears and listened. Blending in? A plan? Someone really wants to hit the Western Sea Dragon Palace? Lin Yu muttered in his mind, poking his head out for a breath of fresh air in the process. The dragon lady naturally heard the conversation outside the courtyard. Her demeanor was immediately serious. Turtle, you stay here. I'll be right there. The dragoness stepped out of the heated pool. Water droplets kept rolling off her body, and in a moment her body was dry as a bone. She quickly dressed and then headed out towards the courtyard. When she left, Lin Fong also appeared outside the courtyard with an earth escape technique. Those thieves outside. Lin Fong actually recognized them. They were the ones who had just walked out of the banquet. They disguise into the West Sea Dragon Palace must be very big, and the dragon lady was already up against these thieves by now. You and other thieves. How dare you plot against the Dragon Palace in the Western Sea? What should be the offense? The dragon lady was holding a long cold sword, and she crossed her eyebrows at the few thieves in front of her. Her face was written with ice coldness, and her eyes were all filled with anger and killing intent. It was a stark contrast to the gentle little girl from earlier, and the few thieves on the opposite side of the street. At first they were a little scared, after seeing that it was only the dragon lady. The murderous intent in that one's eyes couldn't be hidden. The atmosphere between the two sides became scorched in an instant. The dragon lady released all of her spiritual energy almost immediately, causing as much commotion as possible to attract the surrounding guards and the experts in the dragon palace. As soon as she made her move, the thieves did too. Two of the thieves revealed their true forms, a black wolf and a silver lout, all surrounded by black aura. Between the rolling black gas, figures seemed to be visible wailing. After the two demons displayed their true colors, they grew longer against the wind and soon became several times larger, lunging towards the dragon lady's side. Since it has already been exposed, it will have to be a quick battle. You guys go ahead. We'll hold back here. The rest of the thieves, seeing this, did not have the so-called depth of feeling and turned away. The dragon lady looked at the distant enemy behind her, and had the intention to catch up, but the one wolf in front of her blocked her retreat, and the dragon lady spread her body in the same way in order to get out of the way. A silver dragon rose up into the sky. Roar! As if a roar from the distant past, it resounded in Lin Fong's ears, resounding through the clouds. The three behemoths then began to attack. Lycanthropy tried to control the silver dragon with his claws and then went up to his mouth to tear it, but he was controlled by the silver dragon with his claws and took a bite on the black wolf's waist. The black wolf ate the pain and was also energized with blood chi, biting down on top of the silver dragon. A silver lout took the opportunity to pounce on the silver dragon as well. The three battled to a standstill. These two demons have done so many sins and still dare to come to the Dragon Palace in the Western Sea to cause trouble. Are they from the north? Weak Water's voice suddenly rang out. From the north? Lin Fong asked curiously. It's the demons of the North Club continent, where the demon kingdom, the purgatory of man, and the 10,000 races contend. Did you see the blackness on them? That's sin. Weakness explained. Lin Fong looked at the black chi that kept coming out on the two men's bodies. How many sins does it take? However, The cultivation of these two people is not high. They have only just become immortals, but that body full of sins is difficult to deal with. That dragon is going to be at a disadvantage. Weak Water's words just fell. The black chi on the two demons was seen starting to climb towards the dragon lady. The dragon lady's expression also turned into panic. It was as if she had seen something horrible. Her eyes were empty and she froze in place. And the two demons would not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The two of them took advantage of the fact that the dragoness was temporarily unconscious and bit down towards her body. And immediately blood and flesh flew. And dragon blood rained down like rain, falling to the ground. But the dragon lady was still unmoved. Seeing that at this rate, the dragon lady would really die. In order for Lin Feng to repay the kindness of his riposte just now, he directly rushed out. A red light shot straight towards the two demons' side. The black wolf demon's heart was shaken, and he jumped back in a hurry as the blade grazed his body and shot past, almost piercing his body. And the silver lout beside him was also shocked by this turn of events. Both of them felt a familiar and unfamiliar terrifying power from that red bizarre blade light. They thought it was an expert from the Dragon Palace coming. But when they saw clearly that the owner of the knife was actually a small turtle that had not yet become immortal, the tension in their hearts dropped quite a bit, but not completely. The blood-transforming divine blade, imitation, flew to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng looked up at the two demons who were far too powerful than him and raised his head, looking at them with a serious expression. I'm taking her away today, and I'll see which one of them has the guts to stop me. Lin Feng pointed at the dragon lady who had fallen to the ground covered in blood. After finishing a sentence, Lin Feng felt that he was really handsome. Simply awesome. He lifted his neck and slumped to the ground. An eerie red light surrounding him as he stared at the two demons with great vigor. And the two demons looked like they were shocked by his words. It actually froze in place for half a second. But half a second later, their faces revealed endless sounds of ridicule. A little turtle. And it's still a mortal turtle that hasn't achieved immortality. Even if that red light was weird and gave them a sense of threat. In their eyes Lin Feng was still a child breaking into the downtown area with a knife. No matter what, he would not be an adult's opponent. Much less a match for strong adults like them. The two didn't laugh for long. Though, after all, they were still in the Dragon Palace of the Western Sea, and they were all on a mission. Although the moment they were left behind to break the back, they realized that they were in mortal danger. But who doesn't want to live? A few moments later, the two stopped laughing and looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. The sin-ridden silver dragon had also regained some sanity at this time, and seeing the two great demons staring at Lin Feng, he said in a weak tone, "You go, I'll hold up here." Lin Feng glanced at her and skimmed his lips. "Come on. You're holding up your ass with that big gasp and increased bleeding. It's still up to me when it matters." Lin Feng looked at her big white leg again. It couldn't be called a big white leg anymore, but a big silver leg. Above the silver leg, there was a black, 7-colored scale. It was the same scale he had just looked at. Still a skewer? At this moment, in front of life and death, Lin Feng is actually concerned about whether the dragon lady is a skewer. "If you two leave now, I can still spare your lives." "Well, I can first say good. Not I can't kill you guys, but I don't want to expose my own strength that is so powerful that I am afraid of it. In addition, heaven has the virtue of good life. Although you guys have committed countless sins, you can still have a chance to reform afterward." Lin Feng looked at the two men and spoke again. He's trying to stall. The Dragon Palace was now heavily guarded. It was reasonable to say that as long as it was delayed for a while, the support would soon be able to come over, and then he would be able to hand these two demons over to Prince Moong. And he just happened to take advantage of the chaos to go open the seal, take the stuff and run. However, his words, in the eyes of the two demons, it was colorful and weak. "Kill." Without the slightest hesitation, the two rushed towards him. "I duck." Lin Feng dodged. Then the red light that surrounded his body split into two and shot straight toward the two men. But the moment the two demons came into contact with the red light, one suddenly accelerated and the other directly transformed into a cloud of smoke, both dodging Lin Feng's deadly killing move. Then the two demons rushed towards Lin Feng without hesitation. No matter how bizarre Lin Feng's attacks were, his main body was still vulnerable. Just kill him. That red light was strong and not a little bit useful. Lin Feng watched as the two men approached him, and the red light that was shot out split into 4. 4 turned into 8. 8 turned into 16. And by the time the red light turned back, it was already 64. If he wasn't afraid that firing a map cannon would injure the already severely injured dragon lady, Lin Feng would have shot the two demons long ago. 64 blood-transforming divine blades, imitation, shot towards the two demons. And the two demons didn't care. They were still charging towards Lin Feng. In their opinion, they could finish Lin Feng off before the red light hit them. So Lin Feng only had two choices. Run away now to save his life, or burn with a stone. No fool would choose the latter. It's not good to have a life to live. However, Lin Feng thought the same thing, and the voiding avatar directly opened. He waited quietly for his opponent to attack. When the two demons saw this, a few moments of surprise showed in their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so rigid. But now it's an arrow that has to be shot. Kill him. With him dead, the red light behind him will naturally lose its target uncontrollably. The two demons looked at each other. Then the decision was made. Their speed was faster, and the murderous aura on their bodies was thicker. Are all monsters so rigid nowadays? Lin Feng looked at the two men suspiciously before drowning in their attacks. A huge boom resounded through the entire Western Sea Dragon Palace, accompanied by smoke and dust. The earth shook, and the place where Lin Feng was torn apart in its entirety. The red light kept flipping in the dust, bringing out a line of blood. The two demons wailed at once. At the last moment of their lives, they finally knew what the blood-red shadow was. That was actually a blade chi that had been refined with the blood-transforming divine blade. Pitiful. What an extreme loser this is. Taking a heaven-defying thing like the blood-transforming divine sword that chopped the world and the earth on the top and the human emperor in the middle. He would actually use it to cultivate something as lousy as the 10,000 swords skill. Doesn't he smell good when you take a direct cut? Unfortunately, the two demons were dead, and they never spoke again. When the dragon lady saw this scene, her heart was shocked, but also full of grief and emotion in her opinion. Lin Feng must have long held the intention of certain death. That must be it. In order to be able to save her, Lin Feng had willingly sacrificed himself, and at the cost of his own life, he had forcibly pulled the two great demons as his backs, opening up a path of life for her. I didn't realize that the short encounter had caused the little turtle to do such a thing. What a great turtle with pure character and integrity. Little turtle, I have no teeth for your kindness. The dragon lady's eyes glistened with tears and her tone was sincere as she looked in the direction of the smoke. You called me? Without waiting for the dragon lady to finish her sentence, Lin Feng's voice sounded once again. Dragon lady, give me back what I just touched. Asshole. Lin Feng walked out of the smoke slowly and leisurely, and there was actually not even a little bit of injury on his body, and he wasn't even dirty. And those two big demons were lying behind him, collapsed in a pool of blood. Ahem. These two demons are okay. I almost thought they couldn't carry it off. Lin Feng spat out. The scene just now still startled him, but fortunately it was a false alarm, and he was as steady as an old dog in his virtualized state. And the dragon lady was so shocked to see this scene. Doesn't that kill you? Is this still a human? Yuck. Is this still a turtle? All the emotion that filled her heart was replaced by shock, and she looked blankly at the little turtle that was alive and kicking in front of her, her heart filled with doubt. What are you looking at me for? Lin Feng noticed the dragon lady's line of sight and was a little shy. Didn't see anything. The dragoness came back to her senses. She knew very well that now was not the time to be shocked. The enemy had not all been dealt with yet. The group that had just walked away had no idea what they were going to do, and she had to act immediately to bring the entire scene under control before these enemies got their hands on her. Turtle, you go back alone and inform the others. I'm going to catch those thieves. The dragon lady struggled and still tried to get up, but without waiting for her to get up, Lin Feng spoke, saying, it's better for you to go inform the Dragon Palace crowd. I'll go after those thieves. Having said that, Lin Feng then didn't say anything more, and with a flash, he rushed towards the direction where those thieves had left. At this moment, he looked like a fearless warrior stepping into battle. Just before he could get much farther out, he came back in a flash. By the way, if you see a monkey, tell him I'm okay, my life won't be in danger. And if something does happen, I'll give him the word. Then Lin Feng disappeared once again. The dragon lady looked at his back, a touch of puzzlement surfacing in her eyes. Monkey? No problem? What the hell? But without waiting for her to figure it out, Prince Mong rushed over with his men. The spirit voider and monkey were also there. Prince Moang looked at the dragon lady who had fallen to the ground and had already transformed into a human form, went up to her and helped her up, and fed her an injury pill. Feeling that the dragon lady's life was not in danger before he let go of his heart. What's going on? I found thieves sneaking in and fought them. After the dragon lady swallowed the wound medicine, she felt in a much better state. Big brother, how's it going over there? Where is father? Prince Moan looked helpless and said, father went to the third brother's side. This time the enemy is obviously prepared. The Dragon Palace is not only this one place that has gone wrong. Many places are inexplicably flooded with enemies. The manpower in the Dragon Palace is scattered all over the place, and our drinks have been poisoned. If it wasn't for Immortal Master Ling Shuzi's superior attainments in Dan Dao, who stepped in to detoxify us, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me right now. Ling Shuzi also smiled. This is the second princess of the Dragon Palace, isn't it? It's true that natural beauty is hard to abandon. The dragon lady nabbed a Wanfu towards Ling Shuzi. Dragon Lady Ao Tong has met Immortal Master Ling Suzi. Thank you for your help. Ling Shuzi, on the other hand, waved his hand. A show of hands is not enough. After the Dragon Lady finished speaking, she looked over to Prince Mong's side again. Do we know if it's the enemy over there? It should be someone from the Demon Kingdom and the Northern Club continent. Prince Moong replied. The Dragon Lady's eyes were filled with anger when she heard the Northern Club continent. How long has it been? Are those guys still thinking about the glory of the ancient past? In the past, my dragon clan was not too kind to them, and they actually hit their attention on our heads. Which demon battles of yesteryear? Nowadays the human race is in charge, but the demon race in the North Club continent is always restless. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of this. Prince Mong gripped the weapon in his hand, and this time, Monkey came forward and asked nervously, have you ever seen a small turtle? About this big. He compared it with his hand. Ever since the accident, he had been worried about Lin Feng's safety. When the Dragon Lady saw this monkey that suddenly jumped out, she immediately thought of what Lin Feng had just said. You're the monkey? Then she gave a general account of what had just happened. It also described Lin Feng as a good turtle who sacrificed himself for others and had a fearless spirit. It's close to making him a saint. Monkey, however, didn't care about that. After hearing that Lin Feng actually went after those enemies, his heart was so tense that he also wanted to rush out to find Lin Feng, but he was stopped by Spirit Void Z. Don't worry, you don't know where those people are yet? Monkey stopped then, and Prince Mon was also tense. Immortal Master Lin Feng actually went after those thieves alone. This is too dangerous. We need to head there as soon as possible. The Dragon Lady looked puzzled and asked, Big brother, is that little turtle coming from a big place? Prince Mong's tense demeanor caused some doubt in her mind. Although that little turtle's cultivation is not high, he is a friend of Ancestor Bodhi, who treats him as an equal, and is deeply favored by the Ancestor. This time, the Ancestor purposely allowed him to come. It's to give face to our Western Sea Dragon clan. If something happens to him, it's really going to be a disaster. Mong explained it to her. The Dragon Lady was naturally shocked. I didn't realize that a small turtle that I had casually picked up actually came from such a big place. No wonder he was able to survive just now. It should be that the Ancestor had given him some kind of protective treasure to keep him safe. Then we should have gone after them immediately now. The Dragon Lady spoke up. Prince Mong nodded. But don't go. Go back and heal your wounds first. Or go to father's side and help guard third brother. Then I'll go over to third brother's side and help father. The Dragon Lady knew that her battle power was now greatly damaged, and she could only be a drag on the past, so it didn't say much. However, at the time of parting, she still said to Ling Suzi, Immortal Master, that little turtle has saved my life with me, and this matter will definitely be kept in mind by the West Sea. Spirit Voider smiled and didn't say anything. The crowd split in two, and at this time, Lin Feng's side. He advanced on the trail of those thieves, and the closer he got, the more doubtful his mind became. Those guys seemed to be approaching the seal, and in his mind, Weak Water's voice suddenly rang out. Why didn't you let that little Dragon Lady follow along just now? You're going to be a lot safer if you have her in the lead, and it looks as if those people are aiming for the same thing we are. We're just in time to take advantage of the chaos and grab the treasure. Humph. One by one, all of them are thinking of her. Do you really think she's made of clay? Lin Feng, on the other hand, had a helpless look on his face. Oh my dear weak sister. She's like that, and I'm letting her take the lead. That's not wanting her to die. Am I like that? Weak Water said. I see that you just can't let go. Lin Feng then said, Sister Yo, after all, she has a ripoff with me, and she's not bad-hearted. She's not an evil person. How can we do this? So what are you going to do now? Weakness said. Lin Feng thought about it for a while, but he couldn't think of anything too good. Soldier on, or will it be a trick? Let's make it count. Weak Waterway. Then it will be a trick. By the time Lin Feng chased the few thieves to the outside of the stone forest, they had all gone in. And Lin Feng who stepped in here. It was also the first time that he had truly made spiritual contact with the weak water. It's kind of like having a personality in your head that's schizophrenic and you're normal. Two similar, and different, spirits coexisted in his mind. Lin Feng felt it again. He realized that this new spirit that had appeared was not only weak, but dull, like a baby. It is? She is a part of me. Naturally she is guided by me, but not having returned for thousands of years, a new will has begun to be birthed in itself. And you can understand that this spirit, which you now feel, is the me of thousands of years ago? Oh, Lin Feng responded. He activated the weak water decree, and that spirit in his mind did indeed sense it. She followed her instincts towards Lin Feng's side. The moment the two spirits came into contact, the power of the same origin gave both spirits a feeling of having the same heart. Lin Feng felt a little deeper towards it. This spirit can't actually be called a baby. because she has no real autonomous will, just some residual instincts. Weak Water watched the two make contact before softly saying, "I'll take over from here." Then the spirit began to become unstable. It seems to be in pain. For a moment, Lin Feng's spirit seemed to have traveled to the ancient times, and he saw many people wearing animal skins, holding torches and looking at him with fear. Then he felt anger. Infinite anger. Before the flames of anger burned his spirit out, Lin Feng's spirit returned to itself once again. Everything just now seemed like an illusion. Is that the memory of the Weak Water? A memory from the ancient past? Just as Lin Feng was wondering, that spirit suddenly exited his sea of consciousness. The next moment the earth moved. The demon tribe in the stone forest is still cracking the seal of the stone forest, and their mission this time is to unseal the Weak Water and bring it back to the North Club continent. For this they have been carefully preparing for years. Today was deliberately chosen. Mapping out all of the Western Sea Dragon clan's battle forces, they made a thorough arrangement to ensure that no human hands would be able to disturb them. But just as they were still breaking the seal, the lead fox demon, however, suddenly realized that the seal had actually broken on its own. It was just so sudden. The next moment, they saw a scene they will never forget in their lives. The huge water tornado rose up from the ground. The earth was collapsing. The spiritual energy was collapsing. The vitality was escaping. And death shrouded everything. And the originally vibrant dragon palace of the Western Sea seemed to have been transformed into a Jedi at this moment. In fact, the Western Sea Dragons were not capable of sealing the Weak Water at all. They had only repaired a sealing formation on it after making sure that the Weak Water wouldn't move. This formation is not sealing the Weak Water, but sealing the place where the Weak Water is. After that they felt uneasy, so they simply built the Dragon Palace on top of it so that they could guard the Weak Water at all times and prevent it from coming out to cause trouble. The Demon Kingdom of the Northern Club continent didn't know about this from there, so they plotted this, for the sake of getting this part of Weak Water's body. After all, this is the Weak Water that even Buddha Rulai didn't cross. The numbered quills are not to be floated. The gods come and kneel. If he could control the Weak Water, it would certainly be a great killer. It is just that the demons of Beiju Luzhou also did not expect that the Weak Water that had not moved for thousands of years actually moved at this moment. The sealing formation that the Western Sea Dragon clan had made with great effort was like papier-mâché in front of the power of the Weak Water. Those thieves bore the brunt of it. One of the snake demons was directly rolled into it and disappeared in an instant. The fox demon, on the other hand, immediately pulled out a box. Don't be afraid, everyone, as long as this box is here, the Weak Water won't harm us and will protect us and follow us. He hauled the box up. The surging Weak Water around them really dispersed towards the two sides after getting close to the box, and all of this Weak Water surged towards the crowd around them, looking as if it was guarding them. The fox demon was finally relieved to see this scene. When he took out the box, in fact, he did not have a bottom in his heart, and at this time, when he saw that there was an effect, he regained some courage. Now the Weak Water has been recovered by us. Even if the North Sea Dragon clan's experts come out in full force, we don't have to be afraid. The fox demon spoke again. The remaining demons, too, were relieved. With the Weak Water protecting their bodies, they were now afraid that even if they were to walk horizontally in the Western Sea Dragon Palace, no one would be able to stop them. That's good. Our mission is finally accomplished. Humph. With the protection of this Weak Water, the entire Western Sea Dragon Palace can't do anything about us. Shall we try the power of this Weak Water? As the first step of our Demon Kingdom's counterattack on the three realms, how about using the lives of all the living beings in this North Sea Dragon Palace as a signal? At the moment, they had drifted. The Weak Water is in my hands. The world is mine. There was nothing left in the North Sea Dragon Palace that could hold them back. The fox demon was also moved by the words of the crowd. A pair of narrow vertical pupils revealed a bizarre light. Jie. Then let me try to see if this Weak Water is as powerful as the legends. He dragged the box. Let's go. Then the demons followed them out. The Weak Water that surrounded them left with them, and at the edge of the stone forest. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the disappearing gigantic water tornado, and a puzzled expression flashed in his eyes. At that moment just now, he felt that the anger in Weak Water's heart had all dissipated into nothingness, and was replaced by attachment, fondness, and a lingering attachment to the past. What's going on here? But not before he figured it out. The stone forest in front of him was strangled by the Weak Water. The few demons that were wrapped in the Weak Water also appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes fell on them. Quickly, he looked over at the box. Weakness saw the box through him as well. It was just that unlike the Weak Water in front of him, the Weak Water in Lin Feng's mind surged with endless anger after seeing that box. Lin Feng, bring me that box. Weak Water pressed down the fire and uttered the sentence, and the being in the middle of the heavenly river followed suit and flooded, huge waves sweeping the entire river. Once again, The heavenly pompous marshal woke up from his sleep and started to command with a bitter face. Damn! What the hell is this weak water up to? 3 days of flooding. Can't anyone sleep anymore? The heavenly river's sailors quickly got busy. Countless soldiers linking their spiritual energy together to form a huge spiritual barrier, trying to suppress the weak water back. But the madness of the weak water at this point was no worse than when it was first captured and returned. What's going on here? Lin Feng was a bit confused. The weak water in front of him wasn't angry anymore, but the one in his own head blew up. What the hell is inside this box? That good? And the few demon clansmen who walked outside the stone forest also noticed Lin Feng, who was lying outside the stone forest. Humph. I didn't expect that the first enemy we encountered after we came out was actually a small turtle. It's so boring. Looking at him, it seems like he still has some cultivation. Could he be the heir of the turtle prime minister? He. I've long seen that turtle in a bad light, so I'll just slaughter this little turtle now today, and then I'll go and slaughter that big one together, so that they can be companions on the road to the Yellow Springs. Lin Feng, you're the one who's the heir to the turtle chancellor. Your whole family is the heir of the turtle chancellor. I'm so poised and graceful. Can't you see I'm extraordinary? A few demon clans from the northern club continent held a great killing weapon like weak water in their hands. It was chopping power lines with a kitchen knife in hand. Sparks and lightning all the way, almost writing the words "I am invincible" on my head. Don't say that it was Lin Feng standing in front of him. Even if the Dragon King of the Western Sea came over, then they were not cowed. Little turtle, don't blame me. Blame yourself for being unlucky and running right into the head of my gun. The fox demon narrowed her narrow eyes, and the corner of her mouth curled into a bloodthirsty smile. It held the box in its hands high. In the next moment, the weak water rushed towards Lin Feng in a vast manner. Then, the weak water circled around Lin Feng, isolating him as well. What's going on? The fox demon was slightly stunned when she saw this scene. That's not what was promised. Wasn't the weak water directly crushing through, drowning Lin Feng in the weak water and causing him to die in endless pain? What's with the detour? Lin Feng, on the other hand, was looking at this scene very calmly, as if everything had long been in his expectations. Look at the shock in those people's eyes. His face was full of disdain. That's shocking? Next, there's an even more powerful one yet to be shown. Only to see Lin Feng directly stick his claws into the weak water, the black claws still shaking inside, setting off a burst of water splashes, and he acted like it was nothing. Even he didn't find that enjoyable and pulled his hand out again. Lin Feng stuck out his little tongue and licked on his paw in front of these demons, and smashed his mouth twice. It seemed like he thought this tasted good, and Lin Feng even had a satisfied smile on his face. The strangeness of this picture in front of him made the few demons present feel that their 3 views were going to be shattered, and a burst of heavenly thunder rolled in their hearts. What the hell? Pitiful. This weak water is fake, right? Report, weak water playing a fake match. How could they not have imagined that after all the hard work to recover the weak water, they actually met their Waterloo in the first battle? This little turtle is simply anticlimactic. The weak water is not even afraid. So, Lin Feng wasn't very strong. He was just a cultivator who couldn't even be considered a god. He hadn't grown up yet, so he still wasn't a big threat to them. The fox demon stared at Lin Feng with a murderous aura. Go kill him. If you're not afraid of weak water, aren't you afraid of something else? Several of the demon clansmen around the fox demon had sardonic smiles on their faces as they looked at Lin Feng with murderous aura. But just for a moment, Lin Feng actually dodged and took the initiative to rush towards their side. He charged forward, and weakness stepped back. Soon the 2 circles merged into one large circle. Between the 2 sides, there was not the slightest obstacle in the also. Just without waiting for those demons to laugh and strike, densely packed countless red rays of light appeared around Lin Feng's body. Each ray of light made the demons present feel threatened. Crap! The blood transformation divine blade. The fox demon holding the box's pupils suddenly shrunk the moment she saw the blood transformation divine blade. He couldn't figure out how. What was the origin of this little turtle that hadn't yet become an immortal? Not being afraid of the weak water was not even a problem, but now he was actually equipped with a great killing weapon like the blood transformation divine sword. Could it be that the force was sent here specifically to sabotage their plans? The fox demon thought about it. Suddenly this seems very likely. How else did it just so happen that when they got the weak water, they had one that wasn't afraid of it waiting for them out there? Even the real purpose of this little turtle was to try to pick the peach. Fox demon, this flurry of thoughts. It really did give him a good guess. As they watched, the blood-transforming divine blade spread out and shot straight towards them. Without saying a word, the fox demon held the box and was going to escape upwards. Even weakness didn't want to care. He was now thinking about surviving and reporting this matter to the people behind him. Tell them someone's trying to screw them. Just where was Lin Feng willing to let him go? Yang Tan activated. Lin Feng's figure quickly appeared right above the fox demon. A red light converged on his small left paw, and countless red lights converged into a light blade that was almost as solid as a substance. The fox demon looked stunned. Boom! The red light shot straight down towards his face. The strike was almost a face-to-face attack. However, when the attack was over, there was no fox demon's body at the scene. There were only a few fox furs floating down from the air, and the creepy box. The box swaps fall to the floor. A piece of bone fell out of it. The bones were painted with spirit patterns, which also emitted a scarlet glow, looking eerie and unsettling. A large puddle of weak water in front of him moved gently around the bones. As for those demons abandoned by the fox demon without the shelter of the box, they were instantly devoured by the weak water, turning into puddles of blood and water that merged into the weak water, turning into its nourishment. Lin Fong dropped from the air and walked over to Bones. He realized that those spirit patterns actually formed a word. Yeah, it's a woman's name? Lin Fong asked in disbelief. It's that little girl's name. And this bone is also her corpse, and they're utilizing demonic techniques to mimic that girl's life fluctuations in conjunction with this corpse. Weakness just mistook this bone for a little girl to protect those demons. Weak Water's voice rang in his head. There was sadness in his voice, but soon the sadness was replaced by anger. I didn't expect that group of guys in the north to actually dare to do such a thing. I'll take this revenge. So what now? Lin Fong said. You should absorb the weak water first, then put the bones away and find a feng shui place to bury her. Weak Water's voice sounded again, and after saying that, it was completely silent. Like autism, Lin Fong had no choice but to activate the weak water decree, and a huge amount of weak water slowly flowed into his body. As the weak water entered, Lin Fong's body was like an earth body that had been in a drought for a long time. He even had the feeling that every cell in his body was cheering, even his blood boiled. If nothing else, Lin put down that he would be able to obtain a new bloodline talent the next time he made a breakthrough. And this bloodline talent is bound to be related to weak water. Well, Weak Water's voice sounded again. Sister Weak Water, you didn't leave? Lin Fong said. Gone. Back again. Weakness was still not in a good mood. How are you feeling right now? That's pretty good. Lin Fong waved his little paw and said excitedly. I feel like I'm so powerful now. If an immortal cow was in front of me, I could give it a direct hit. Weak Water, that's all you're after. As the only descendant of my old and weak family, how can I just beat an immortal cow to death? Lin Fong, then how many should be killed? At the very least, 10 heads. Weak Water said with a proud face. Lin Fong. After absorbing so much weak water, Lin was assuredly excited. For him, this is a new undercard altogether. Once he encountered an enemy that even the blood-transforming divine blade, imitation, couldn't solve after that. He didn't even worry about it and just took the weak water and neglected his face. By the way, the place that sealed me should have so many treasures. If you're interested, you can take them all. And if you don't take them anyway, you're still leaving them to the Western Sea Dragon clan. Baby, this one I like. Hey, I'm welcome then. He opened his short little legs and ran excitedly towards the sealed place, his little tail still wagging frantically. When Lin puts it in, it's already a big hole here. It was in this pit that the weak water had been silent before, and at the bottom of the pit, countless magical artifacts that shimmered with precious light caught his eyes, and although they were very old, they were all still usable. There were even some spells that were extraordinarily simple and crude precisely because of their age. Powerful not to mention simple to operate. Both of Lin Fong's eyes began to glow as he looked at these magic weapons. He couldn't wait to jump inside the pit. This is good. This is good too. There's really a lot of precious light on this one. It's extraordinary at first glance. This I like. One spell after another was put inside the incense pouch around his neck. These artifacts he does not intend to all exchange into points. Some of the eye-catching treasure all put away. Go back to find the Bodhi ancestor check. Maybe there is hidden in the treasure of what bullish and coaxing. That's what they say in the novels. The male lead is defeating strong enemies and acquiring magic treasures that are pretty unbelievable, able to make the hero's next load very silky smooth, and a whole bunch of shock monsters can be harvested. Lin Fong felt that he might also have this kind of luck. Maybe there was a treasure in here that was dusty and looked unremarkable, but was actually dangling. He continued to collect the treasure. But there are so many treasures here. Even if he was already fast, he still couldn't finish collecting it in a moment. Sister Weak Water, how did you get so many treasures? Lin Fong asked curiously. Weak Water, on the other hand, was all proud. I'm Weak Water. How many immortal bigwigs do you think have fallen into my body? And of course all their treasures have been put away by me. Why else do you think heaven went to so much trouble to crush me? Still coveting my family fortune. This little stretch of Weak Water is such a home run. Then wouldn't the heavenly court have more family assets in the heavenly river? Where is this the moat of heaven? This is clearly a huge treasure trove. In an instant, Lin Feng incomparably wanted to jump into Weak Water's embrace and feel that care and warmth from his mother. Weak Water naturally felt the sensation. She blankly glanced at Lin Feng and turned her words around. You don't need to think about it now. Those things have long been taken away by the people of the Celestial Court. I'm even poorer than you now. The thought that Lin Feng had only just risen was instantly dashed. Ugh, that's a shame. When he thought of those things leaving him like that, Lin Feng's heart ached. Forget it. Better to take advantage of these babies now. He was still too young, and the waters of heaven were too deep for him to grasp the treasures there. Lin Feng worked even harder to collect the treasure. In the meantime, Prince Mong brought his men and finally arrived. While on the road, those enemies were sending death rushing towards them, seriously slowing them down. The crowd had gone to a great deal of trouble to settle the enemy, but by the time they arrived, still late, the sealing spell set up by the Western Sea Dragon clan had been destroyed. Apart from the very strong demonic aura at the scene, all that was left was a large pit. Still late, Prince Mong's heart stuttered. He had heard the Dragon King of the Western Sea talk about the weak water before, so when he learned that these thieves were heading this way, he understood the other party's purpose. But the rush was still late. The rest of the people saw the scene's mess and assumed that the thieves had gotten their hands on it. Ling Xiuzi sighed. Alas, it's still a step too late. It looks like those people got their hands on it after all, and I don't know what exactly they were scheming about that they would actually do something so big. Prince Meng calmed himself. Today's matter is all the fault of my Western Sea Dragon Palace, letting all of you be frightened. Next, I will arrange for people to send everyone back to rest, and I will also prepare a shock-absorbing gift. Right then the West Sea Dragon Palace's little bit of small intention. Of course if all of you wish to leave, I, West Ocean, will see you off. He clasped his fists toward the crowd. At this time, the situation on the Dragon Palace side of the West Sea had stabilized. Next he had to report this matter to the Heavenly Court as soon as possible to know about it, and in the meantime pacify these guests. The crowd saw what had happened. The West Sea Dragons can handle the next thing as well. The thought of leaving also arose in his mind. So be it. So it's good. We'll just go back to crush the shock. The Dragon Clan of the West Sea has suffered a great calamity. If there is anything we can be of use to them, please feel free to ask. Only Monkey frowned and said, Brother Lin Feng hasn't been found yet. I'm not leaving. I'm going to find Brother Lin Feng. Ling Xiuzi also nodded. Lin Feng is a friend of the ancestor. I still hope that the Western Sea Dragon Clan can give some convenience in this matter. Prince Amoan nodded and said, Immortal Master Ling Xiuzi, Immortal Master Sun, don't worry. Senior Lin Feng's matters are our matters in the Western Sea. We will definitely help out. Just as the crowd was talking, some movement suddenly came from that big pit in the original sealing place. Those present could all be immortals with not weak cultivation, and although the commotion was slight, it still didn't escape the ears of the crowd. Prince Mong's eyes changed. All of you, be careful. What's sealed in here is weak water. I'm afraid there's a scam. Hear that? The people who originally wanted to go and see what was going on were all scared and took a step back. The name of the weak water is as terrifying as it is. Everyone looked at the large pit in front of them with scornful eyes. Then, in the midst of everyone's fearful, scornful gazes, in the midst of that large pit that originally contained weak water, a small turtle slowly plopped up. Ouch! I'm exhausted. There's just too much stuff in here for me to carry. Everyone else is counting their money until their hands cramp up, and Lin Feng is to collect the baby received panting exhausted. Climbed up, then lying on the ground, is a step do not want to move. Everyone looked at him with a speechless face, thought it was weak water. What I didn't expect to come up was a little turtle that hadn't yet become immortal. All that tension for nothing. Only Monkey's two golden pupils were glowing, and he said excitedly, Brother Lin Feng, I, Lao Sun, was about to go looking for you, but I didn't expect you to be here. Lin Feng also noticed the gazes of the people around him at this time. He was a little shy being stared at by so many people. Where is everyone? Crowd. On the other hand, Prince Moang smiled and said, I didn't think that Immortal Master Lin Feng would actually be here. It's really a case of stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, but getting there without making any effort. Lin Feng then turned his head and glared at him. If you can't say the old poem, don't say it, and talk like he's something. Lin Feng, why are you here? Also what happened here? Where did all those thieves go? Ling Xiuzi was like 100,000 reasons. Ever since Prince Moang had just said that what was sealed inside was weak water, he knew that this matter was afraid to be a big deal, and naturally wanted to salvage as much as he could before things got completely out of hand. If those thieves don't go far, it should still be possible to recover it now. I came over here to chase those thieves. Lin Feng's eyes rolled, and he thought of something to say. I wasn't going to the restroom at the time, and then I got lost, and I happened to bump into the dragon lady fighting with the thieves, so I stepped in to save the dragon lady, and then came here after the thieves. Spiritual voider, and after that, the weak water came out. Didn't you guys see it? The scene was old and scary. Lin Fong blinked. The crowd's ears perked up when they heard that the weak water was out of the world. And where did the weak water go now? Taken away. Lin Fong said without turning red in the face. Those people didn't know what method they used to take away the weak water. And they also took away the treasures inside. And you? Prince Mong looked at him. Lin Fong had just come out of the pit in full view of everyone. I wimped out. I didn't make a move. I came out when they left. Lin Fong looked at the crowd with a straight face. Crowd. It would be odd to call yourself a wimp in such a sensible manner. They asked themselves that they could not do it, although they also wimped out in the face of the weak water. But let them admit it so frankly and freely. Or forget it. Really can not afford to lose this person. Any more questions on that one? Lin Fong, do you know where those people ran off to? Ling Shuzi asked. Lin Fong shook his head. I don't know where they've gone. They all disappeared after recovering the weak water. And any idea what they look like? This I know. Lin Fong laughed. They're led by a fox, which is what a normal fox looks like, covered in brownish yellow fur, with long ears, walking upright and wearing human clothes. Lin Fong told them all what they looked like. Ling Shuzi and Moon were both deep in thought. Lin Fong looked at them and thought that they had some kind of clue, but after contemplating for a moment, Ling Shuzi helplessly shook his head and said, "These foxes all look the same. It's impossible to guess who they are, but what is certain is that these people must be related to the demon kingdom of the North Club continent." His statement was no different than bullshit. Prince Moon clasped his fists towards Ling Shuzi's side at this moment. Immortal Master Ling Shuzi, you've all been shocked by this incident. So let's leave the next matter to the Western Sea Dragon clan. I've already prepared a banquet. I hope that the three of you will definitely show your face, especially Immortal Master Lin Fong. You saved my sister. Please definitely show your face so that I can thank you properly. That was said as if it were a threat. However, Lin Fong knew that Prince Mong didn't mean this, but really wanted to thank him. It was just that Lin Fong's mind was a little puzzled by his change in attitude. Monkey laughed. He knows that the ancestor is your equal. Lin Fong immediately understood in seconds. Then go sit down. When Prince Moong saw Lin Fong agree, a smile immediately appeared on his face. And then he had a look at the rest of the people. I, the Western Sea Dragon clan, have set up a banquet to suppress the shock for all of the people. So if all of you don't give up, all of you can go over and sit down. It's just that not many people go. After all, we just went through the party poisoning incident. A lot of people are a little psychologized and are more resistant to things like banquets for a short time. Prince Mon led the scattered people back to the banquet hall. The clan ladies once again brought a serving of wine and food, and everything looked no different from before. This time my sister was able to live peacefully, but it was thanks to Immortal Master Lin Fong. Here, I'll toast you. Prince Mong personally poured a glass of wine for Lin Fong. Where? Lin Fong stood on the table, stuck his head into his glass and took a small sip. Although the wine of the Dragon Palace is not a fairy brew, it is also a rare spirit wine, sweet and mellow in the mouth, so it is good to drink. Lin Fong's eyes lit up after he took a sip. Monkey, this wine is really good, hey, try it. He spoke towards the back, and Monkey certainly wasn't going to go easy on him. In fact, he had long been carrying a jug of wine, pouring it directly into his mouth, drinking with scarlet cheeks and misty eyes. Everyone else was also toasting towards Lin Fong. They already knew that Lin Fong and Old Man Bodhi called themselves brothers and sisters, so naturally they wouldn't let go of this good opportunity to flatter them. Except that the scene looked a bit comical as a group of people toasted to a turtle lying on the table, and Lin Fong was just too small. Everyone else takes a drink and he takes a sip. A round of toast down. The crowd was drinking with a red face, while Lin Fong hadn't finished a glass of wine. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ao Tong, the previously injured dragon lady, walked over with a pale face. Although there wasn't much blood on her face, she was in a much better state than just now, and it looked like she shouldn't be in any serious trouble anymore. Senior Lin Fong, Dragon Lady Ao Tong also toasts you. Thank you for saving my life. Ao Tong also carried a glass of wine and walked to Lin Fong with a smile on her face. Lin Fong looked at her. The delicate figure automatically came to mind. Blush. But, soup? You call that simmering soup? Ao Tong looked at him with puzzled eyes, not quite understanding what was wrong with his name. Is there a problem with my name? Nope. Lin Fong also drank a bit too much and mouthed. It just sounds quite delicious and tasty. He means the simmering soup is good. But Ao Tong thought Lin Fong was molesting her, especially since what the two had just done made her pretty face blush. Lin Fong didn't notice the difference on her face and continued to flirt. What kind of soup are you? Ao Tong said. The tong of begonia. Hi. Ah. This tong ah. Lin Fong's tone lurched, and only then did he realize that he had actually misunderstood. Then, not knowing which tendon had gone wrong, a strong feeling of wanting to act like a bully welled up in his heart. Thus, Lin Fong topped off his two drunken eyes and began to shake his head. Last night's rain and wind. Early morning. Lin Fong climbed up from the bed with a dumbfounded face, staring blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings. What is this place? Why am I here? Lin Fong shook his little head, but he couldn't think of anything. His memory of last night was finally fixed on the dragon lady's good-looking smiling face, as well as her delicate figure. And vaguely he seemed to have proceeded to flirt with the other party drunkenly, and also pretended to be a pussy. Am I loaded? Lin Fong thought about it and felt that it should be loaded. It wasn't clear if the pretense had been successful, though, after all, after the pretense, he didn't know anything about it. He looked around again. Still not quite sure what this place is though, but looking at the luxurious decoration, it should still be in the West Sea Dragon Palace, presumably after last night and rip-off. It was put to rest here. I hope I didn't say anything last night that I shouldn't have, Lin Yu muttered in his mind before climbing off the bed. Slowly, he made his way to the door, intending to find someone to ask where Monkey and Spiritus were. Just don't wait for him to open the door. The door was then pushed open. Ao Tang, dressed in white, appeared in the doorway, staring with two watery eyes as she looked inside, and did not see Lin Fong on the bed, her brows frowning slightly as her sight swept around. Finally, at his feet, he found Lin Fong, who was craning his neck to look online. So you're already awake. I thought about coming over to call you. The dragon lady smiled slightly and lowered her head, grabbing Lin Fong up before walking over to the bed and placing him there. Lin Fong, but fortunately for him, he went out and asked for someone as well. Now that the dragon lady came over, naturally, there was no need to be going out and asking. How convenient to ask her directly. How did you feel last night? It's pretty good. Lin Fong looked at her with some surprise, always feeling that this sentence was asked in a somewhat odd way. By the way, I didn't do anything weird yesterday, did I? Well, the dragon lady thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. Do you count on taking Immortal Master Sun's hand and discussing with him about waiting to return to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits in the future? Motivating him to develop and grow, and take down the Ari Kingdom first before plotting for the Eastern Victory Divine Kingdom? Lin Fong, scared. Did I really say that? That's not all. You also said that the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture is nothing. As long as you brothers are of one mind, the entire three realms is not impossible. When the time comes, Immortal Master Sun will be the Heavenly Emperor, and you will be in charge of the earth. You also said that when that time comes, you'll choose a consort for Immortal Master Sun from the three realms. Pick 300 big beautiful monkeys. Say what you will about Immortal Master Sun being too straight. There's little chance of marrying a pretty little she-monkey in this life if you rely on his words. The dragoness thought about how he looked last night and laughed as she said it. Lin Fong didn't remember any of this. So what did Monkey say? Immortal Master Sun said that you have really big ambitions, so you can think about it later. When you guys return to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits together, you'll be able to dominate the area by then. Lin Fong blinked. Back to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits? Right. The dragon lady looked at him in surprise. Didn't you worship with Immortal Master Sun? Aha! Lin Fong nodded. Does this have anything to do with returning to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits? Immortal Master Sun said that you promised him that you would return to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits when you worshipped him, and that you would be the second head of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits at that time, which must be very impressive. Lin Fong was dumbfounded. He felt a little short of brains. No, you let me stroke it. Lin Fong thought for a moment. He paid his respects to Monkey and told Monkey he wanted to go back to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. And then now he's planning the future with Monkey. What with dominating the three realms and having to choose 300 big beautiful monkeys for Monkey. Lin Fong felt his heart get really tired when he thought about this. By the way, according to Immortal Master Sun, you should have endowed heaven and earth when you were worshipping at that time. That's a bit of an odd word. Though, yellow sky above, thick earth below. Haven't heard of it. It also endowed heaven and earth. Oh. Lin Fong wanted to cry. Drinking is horrible. Don't drink in this life. After that, what else did I say? Lin Fong said slowly. It's already happened. What else can we do? Lay flat. It can't go back on its word. It didn't say anything else. It was all nonsense. Saying that you're actually a seer, able to know the past and the future for 500 years, and that you said that Immortal Master Sun's future will be extraordinary, and that there will be a cataclysm in the three realms, and that this havoc was brought about by Immortal Master Sun. Say what you will about peeking through the river of time and seeing the path of destiny. Duh, this pussy made him pretend. Is that all? It's more than that. The smile on the dragon lady's face intensified. And Lin Fong was stunned. How many other pussies did you play last night? So what else did I say? You also say that you want the sky to be unable to cover your eyes. You want the earth to be unable to bury your heart. You want the Buddhas to go up in smoke. And you want all beings to know your will. The dragon lady's eyes lit up as she said this. Although this was said in an arrogant manner and with a somewhat unknowing meaning. But she loved it. There's always a sense of shock. And I said that? Lin Feng of course knows this sentence. The previous life of the Wukong biography. That is definitely his Enlightenment Network novel. Although at that time he was not on the middle two. But still by this sentence to stimulate the heart of the middle two soul. Afterward. You also pointed to a mortal master son and said that 10,000 years from now, the three realms would remember his name. But not the monkey king of the waterfall cave on Mount Huagua. Lin Feng shrunk his neck. And then what? Then, you fell asleep but immortal master son still wants to hear about it later. But after calling you twice and seeing that you couldn't afford it, I stopped. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily it didn't come out. But it was only when he let out a breath that he realized it seemed as if saying the name of the great sage of Qi Tian, Sun Wukong. Now, like maybe it wouldn't matter, right? After all, the last time he let Monkey use the stick, he didn't see any action from Heavenly Tao. It's a shame it's such a great opportunity to play hard to get. Lin Feng lamented again. By the way, what did you come to see me about? Oh, after his reminder, the dragon lady also finally remembered the purpose of her coming over. I came over to thank you for the poem you gave me yesterday. Poetry? Lin Feng froze for a moment. He only remembered that he had pretended to be a pussy yesterday, but he didn't even remember what this pussy was. And before that, listening to the dragon lady, he thought that he had just blown a few bowls. I didn't realize there was such a thing as poetry. Last night's rain was sparse and windy, and the thick sleep was not spent on leftover wine. Ask the man who rolls the curtains, but the begonias remain the same. Knowing, it shall be green and fat. The dragon lady read out the poem that Lin Feng's mouth had gotten high on last night, and gave it a direct reading. I love it. So that's the poem. Lin Feng also finally had a little bit of an impression after hearing this. After hearing Ao Tan's name last night, the poem came to my mind, and then proceeded to read it out to the drunkenness. After the dragon lady finished speaking, she arched her eyebrows and held him up. After scrutinizing it for a while, it was the more I looked at it, the more I liked it. You're obviously not too big. I didn't expect that you actually have such a good poetic talent, even better than those and the first entrance of the human race. My father and king all said yes after hearing it. I heard Immortal Sun say that he picked you up. You must have lived in a human country before, and must have had a great husband. Lin Feng listened to the dragon lady's words, although he copied the poem. But after all, it was him that the dragon lady was praising. By the way, my father wants to meet you and thank you for saving me, and Lingshu Zi and Monkey will be there as well. The dragon king thanked me? Lin Feng froze. Then both of his eyes turned to look like little money. The dragon race was notoriously rich in all three realms. When the time came for the dragon king of the Western Sea to thank him, he would give something along with him, and it would definitely be worth a lot of points. Yeah, let's hurry up. We can't keep the dragon king waiting. Lin Feng immediately became excited. The dragoness looked at him quizzically, but put him on her shoulder so that he could hold on to her shoulder and not fall off. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked at the dragon horn on the dragon lady's head with some regret. When he was a kid he watched an anime. In it, the hero rides a golden dragon with his hand resting on top of those two horns. So from that time, Lin Feng had the idea of riding a dragon. Unfortunately, it has never materialized until now. What a shame, he muttered, then withdrew his eyes. What? The dragon lady looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Lin Feng shook his head, then smiled. Let's go. Then he shouted in his mind. Da, heave. The dragon lady led him to walk in the dragon palace, and when the shrimp soldiers and crab generals and clam women they encountered on the way saw them, they all hurriedly nodded their heads and bowed. Some of the bold ones were looking at Lin Feng curiously. By the time the two arrived at the dragon palace hall, both Monkey and Lingshu Zi had already arrived. The dragon king of the Western Sea was full of smiles as he was chatting with Lingshu Zi. Monkey, on the other hand, was beside him, digging his ears out in boredom, not hiding the look of utter boredom on his face. Prince Mon was also beside himself with a smile. Seeing the dragon lady and Lin Feng come over, everyone's eyes looked over, especially Monkey, who took a few quick steps and walked over to the dragon lady, resting Lin Feng on his shoulder. Brother Lin Feng, you've finally come. I, old son, am about to be bored to death here. The dragon king also looked over to Lin Feng's side at this time and smiled. This is the ancestors' forgotten friend, little friend Lin Feng, right? I heard that with your cultivation at the divine hidden realm, you killed 2 thieves from the northern clubs. What a teenager. Lin Feng had only just gotten up and was still a bit tired, so he waved his hand and said, Key fuck. Do not 6. Dragon King. Ha ha ha, that's a modest statement. Little friend. Immortals and mortals are different. Even in the 3 realms, it cannot be said that there aren't any that can make it this far, but there are definitely very few, and it is even more uncommon to see those who can retreat in one piece like little friend. When the few people around them heard it, they all felt it made sense. Those 2 great demons joined forces, but they were able to defeat Dragon Lady Aotong and almost killed her. So it was evident that their strength was not weak, and Lin Fong was not only able to solve them, but he was also able to retreat in one piece. That already says a lot. It was just that Lin Fong didn't feel that way. He truly felt that he was a small shrimp. After all, compared to the Supreme Lord, Bodhi Laozu, and several saints, he was nothing. Even compared to Monkey, he felt weak. That this is really nothing. You don't know, Dragon King, that this kind of operation is completely as easy and relaxing as eating and drinking for an existence called the Son of the Heavenly Tao. Even more exaggerated ones are done. Son of Heaven? The Dragon King of the Western Sea frowned slightly, not quite understanding what kind of existence this was. That's an unheard of name. Seeing that he wasn't clear, Lin Fong explained. It's the son of a world's chi. Such an existence is often incredibly lucky, belonging to the existence that can see supreme treasures when walking on the road. And such an existence is even more extraordinary once they start cultivating. Breaking the realm for them is simply like eating and drinking water. Even if some of the sons of the Heavenly Tao were suppressed early on and acted like scum, once they were allowed to start rising, their momentum was unstoppable. It was almost as if they were open for them to cross the level of the challenge. It's simply not worth mentioning. Even breaking a realm during a duel is a trivial matter of ease. And that's not even the worst of it. Once you make an enemy of this kind of existence, you will be forced to put on an intelligence-lowering aura that will turn your IQ into a negative number. Lin Fong's words caused everyone present to listen in awe. I didn't realize there was such a thing in this world. It's just horrible. Lin Fong swept around, satisfied with the expressions of the crowd, and said, compared to such an existence, my operation is really not worth mentioning. Ugh, look at me, I've been practicing for a year now and I haven't even become an immortal yet. He sighed in a slightly pretentious way. Monkey stroked his little head and laughed. Cheer up. You can do it. Lin Fong looked back at Monkey's smile. Very moved, he nodded. Aha! The spirit voider on the side saw this image, and for some reason the more he looked at it, the more he felt gay, so he shivered and shook away the frightening thought. The Dragon King also reflected at this time, and he looked over to Lin Fong's side with a smile. Then we'll leave this matter alone for now. Little friend Lin Fong. This time he stepped in and saved my daughter's life. This favor I, the West Sea Dragon Palace, must repay. Lin Fong, on the other hand, looked at him with an expectant face. Is it finally time to pay the chump change? I can't wait. That's why I decided to open the Western Sea treasure trove. What's in the treasure trove? Little friend Lin Fong can pick one item at will. In addition, the 2 of you, Spirit Void Z and Sun Wukong, have worked hard, and likewise you can pick one item as well. Lingshu Z raised his hands in a bow. Thank you, Dragon King. The Dragon King of the Western Sea is indeed higher than him in terms of seniority, not in terms of force. Monkey followed suit and bowed. My old grandson also thanked the Dragon King. Lin Fong was laughing even more. This was the Dragon Palace treasure trove, and the goodies inside were definitely worth a fortune. The Dragon King smiled and waved his hand. Ha ha ha, no need, no need. This time it should be my Western Sea Dragon clan thanking you. How come it's still you guys thanking me? The crowd then arrived at the treasure trove of this Western Sea Dragon Palace. Lin Fong looked at the treasury door in front of him that was made of gold all over with immense anticipation. I should say it's not bad for a dragon. The gates are forged in solid gold now. Simply trenchant. The Dragon King operated in front of the gate for a while, again with the mechanism and the spell formation, and wasted a lot of effort before the gate was completely opened. The crowd then entered it. In the Dragon Palace treasury, it wasn't like Lin Fong imagined that there were gold jewels everywhere. Instead, it was very empty. There were only a few dozen tables in the middle of the large space. On each platform, there was an item placed, heavenly materials, weapons and magic weapons, talismans and pills, everything. Lin Fong's eyes went straight as he looked at so many good things. Monkey, this is nice. Monkey, look at that one. It's not bad either. This is so handsome. Crap, how do you get your hands on something like that? I can't figure it out. What the hell is this? He's like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, seeing everything and thinking it's so awesome. Monkey was also very cooperative in stopping at each station for a while. After Lin Fong had had his fill of looking at it, he began to pick out the treasures in earnest. The entire Dragon Palace treasury is divided into 3 levels. The outermost layer had the most things, but they were also the least valuable. They didn't even need the Dragon King to introduce them. Lin Feng could feel it just by his sense of spiritual energy. The further in you go, the better the stuff gets. Of course Lin Feng wanted the best. Ling Suzi and Monkey, however, carefully looked over the first 2 levels as well. It's better to pick something and pick the best than to pick the best fit. In the end, Ling Suzi picked a jade folding fan. This folding fan was made from the best quality Heavenly Mountain Yin Underworld jade. Its body was incomparably cold, and with the ice attribute technique, it even had the effect of increasing the power of the user's moves. It can be seen as a damage multiplier. As for this Yin Underworld jade, it was generally a resource produced by the Hell, black in color, and was an excellent auxiliary material for cultivating Yin attribute techniques. Can be absorbed directly. The effect is stronger than normal spirit stones, but smoking too much of it can lead to insanity, increased violence, and other ills. Still, it was prized by many Yin attribute technique practitioners. The Tianshan Yin Underworld Jade was a variant of the Yin Underworld Jade, which had been baptized by the astral winds of Tianshan Mountain for many years, and the Yin attribute aura in the jade had been replaced by an ice attribute aura little by little, and the effect of directly raising cultivation became increasing the power of the move. For ice attribute cultivators, this thing was simply a divine weapon. That's why the prices are high. I didn't expect that the Dragon Palace would actually have it, and it was the best quality kind, and it had been made into a magic weapon. Ling Shuzi's face showed joy. Lin Feng looked at him with some surprise. I didn't expect your kid with thick eyebrows to be an ice attribute cultivator. Between this different attributes of the practitioners, from the character to the image will have a very obvious difference. Like the fire attribute practitioners, often short-tempered, and even some also a red hair. Like that red boy isn't all red hair. Neza, who practiced water, wood and fire together, was said to have a screwed-up personality. Before that, look at Spirit Voider's character and demeanor. He had thought that Ling Suzi was either a water attribute cultivator or a wood attribute cultivator, but he didn't expect it to be an ice attribute one. People with this attribute tend to be very cold. How did you come up with such a decent guy for people? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. Monkey, on the other hand, was a bit drier, and he chose a stick, still juggling wherever they keep going, trying my hand at it. However, after Lin Feng saw it, he asked one more question. Dragon King, I've heard that there's a sea-defining needle iron in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. I wonder if you've ever heard of it. The Dragon King nodded. That sea-fixing needle iron is a divine weapon left behind by Great Yu when he was ruling the water, weighing 18,000 pounds. It can be big or small, long or short, and it's hard as hell. And back then, Daiyu used this iron to measure the sea level. The bright light in Monkey's eyes didn't go out after he heard that it could be long or short, big or small. Later, when Daiyu was successful in curing the water, this iron also had some merits. These merits, however, only gave it the ability to control the water, so that the sea water would not flood into disaster. And after Daiyu left, this iron lost its owner. It's been thrown in the back garden all these years by that brother of mine as a piece of decoration. I made a trip to the East China Sea a few years ago, and I've seen it before. That iron is covered with green rust, water plants and algae, and looks undoubtedly like a piece of scrap metal. So I think it is because it has not been seen for a long time by the Great Yu, and the sacred object has obscured itself. That brother of mine is an eyesore to look at, but as it is in the way of the things of Daiyu, I do not dare to dispose of them at will. Lin Feng's eyes turned to Monkey's side. Monkey, I think this stick is related to you. Maybe you have a future weapon. Monkey nodded back. From what the Dragon King said, this stick is indeed good. If you have the chance to go to the East Sea in the future, you can go and see it, and you might be able to become the new owner of this sea-defining needle iron. But except for Lin Feng, the rest of the group laughed at his remark. The Dragon King of the East Sea had tried to take in this divine iron before, but it ended in failure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be placed in the back garden. As for the words about not touching that divine iron because it was for the sake of Daiyu, it was just putting gold on his face. Even the Dragon King of the East Sea can't do anything with this iron. Monkey was only a demon immortal who had only just broken through to Earth immortal. It was even more impossible to take in. And is there pretty much anything in the West Sea? Lin Feng asked tentatively. He had previously read a claim on the internet that there was a stick similar to the golden hoop in each of the 4 seas, and it just so happened to be the weapon of the 4 monkeys of the mixed world. So he wanted to ask the Dragon King to verify the truth. Monkey sniffed, then looked at the Dragon King's side expectantly. This one doesn't. The Dragon King shook his head and said, that sea-fixing needle iron was only used to measure the sea level in preparation for Daiyu to channel all the water into the East Sea. There's no need to stick one in all 4 seas at all. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. It looks like you can't trust a lot of things on the internet in your former life after all. That's too bad. Monkey, you might as well use this stick first. Lin Fong turned his head to look at Monkey. Monkey also flashed a touch of disappointment in his eyes, shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's fine, knowing that the sea-setting iron, there will always be a chance to see it in the future. Besides, this is a nice stick I have." Monkey shook the stick in his own hand. This stick in his hand was equally extraordinary. Having been refined with 1,000-star marrow, the weight alone reached a terrifying 12,000 kilograms. Although it was said to be not as heavy as the golden rod, it was not light either, and when it was slightly danced, it was a whistling wind. Moreover, star marrow was a metallic wonder material. It allows metallic cultivators to channel their spiritual energy with near-zero loss. What was even more peculiar was that the stick came with a sharp attribute. Even without a gun, it would be easy for Monkey to stab anyone to death with a stick. Monkey was still satisfied with this stick in his hand. He kept playing with it. Only after he had almost finished playing did he turn his gaze to Lin Fong's side and smiled. "Brother Lin Fong, what are you planning to take?" "I haven't thought about it yet." Lin Fong's line of sight subconsciously looked towards the third floor of the treasure trove, where to store things that are undoubtedly the most precious. But it is because it is too precious. Lin Fong is not a good choice. If it is possible, he would like to have all of them. But the Dragon King of the West Sea will certainly not agree. Just when he was at a loss as to what to choose, the Dragon Maiden suddenly spoke up. "Father, isn't there a collection of the turtle shell of that divine turtle from back in the day in the treasury? How about giving it to immortal Master Lin Fong?" "Turtle? Turtle shell?" Lin Fong looked over to the Dragon Lady's side with a puzzled expression. The Dragon Lady smiled and explained, "It's the divine turtle that chopped off 4 feet while holding up the 4 poles when Mother Nuwa mended the heavens back then. Back then, after the divine turtle died, its body fell into the sea and was obtained by my dragon clan, and my lineage was lucky enough to get hold of the turtle shell of the divine turtle, which has been passed down until now. I thought that since you're a turtle, you'd like this spell, and if you really count, this ancient god turtle is still considered your old ancestor." Lin Fong's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is good, though it was not yet known what the turtle shell had the ability to do. But since it could be selected by Nuwa to support the 4 poles with 4 feet, it must have been considered a party in the ancient times, and the turtle shells left behind by such an existence must have been extraordinary. Whatever he's capable of, let's get it first. Lin Fong looked at the Dragon King excitedly. "Dragon King, I want this. Dragon King." This turtle shell is indeed collected in the Dragon Palace treasury, but no longer in these 3 layers, but in the most secretive 4th layer. Here is the place where the Dragon Palace really hides treasures. Every collection is precious. He hadn't wanted to take the contents out. "I didn't expect to be backstabbed by my own daughter." Straight out of the gate, he glared at the dragoness with slight chagrin, and the Dragon Lady wasn't afraid. Instead she glared back, her cherry mouth pouting in a cute way. The Dragon King sighed. He said to himself, "Ugh, a woman is not a man." He turned his head to Lin Fong's side and smiled. "Since immortal Master Lin Fong likes it, then of course I won't be stingy. Everyone please follow me." After saying that, he walked towards the depths of the 3rd floor. The rest of them looked at each other and followed, even though they didn't know what he was up to. The Dragon King walked over to a wall carved with a golden dragon and ran his hands over the relief for a while, finally clasping a scale and slowly prying it up. As he did, all the scales of the golden dragon slowly trembled. The Dragon King stopped moving and took 2 steps back, while the original embossed golden dragon on the wall was as if it had come to life. The 4 golden claws gripped the wall, and its body was completely detached from the wall. The golden dragon shook his body and moved slowly. "Password, please." Although the golden dragon's eyes were lifeless, a very clear and nice female voice came to mind in his mouth. Lin Fong stared blankly at this scene. What's this black technology? Spirit Void Z looked at this scene, pondering, and finally the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he had figured out what was going on. Monkey looked at him for a while before scratching his head. "Are all you dragons this ruthless? The golden dragon on this door is the real deal." That voice is real too. However, it wasn't alive, but was refined from the corpses of the ancient dragons after their deaths, and possessed great power. Even the Dragon King of the Western Sea wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat it. That's why it's perfect for guarding the door. The Dragon King explained. "It can't be helped. Even if these corpses are not used by my dragon clan, other foreign clans will salivate over them. The corpses of my dragon clan's ancestors have been stolen frequently over the years, and at the most rampant time 30 corpses of my ancestors were lost within 100 years. Then we, the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas, put our heads together and thought it would be better for us to use it for ourselves rather than have it stolen. So it was refined directly into a puppet weapon." He said it with an understatement. But things were 100 times harsher than he made them out to be. Dragon ancestors that each is a great power. After the fall of the body does not rot for millions of years, flesh is comparable to the divine weapon, has always been the black market on the sought-after goods, and the fallen dragons out there were a minority after all. If you really want to dig up a dragon corpse, it would also have to be in the royal mausoleum of the dragon clan. That's why the huge dragon mausoleum attracted the prying eyes of countless greedy people. And the long decline of the dragon race also made these guys who would long ago put their heads on their pants choose to take desperate measures. Even some mole crickets who hadn't yet become immortals dared to come to the dragon clan's mausoleum to take a stroll. It would have been an absolute wave of riches if we hadn't gotten caught. The dragons were also annoyed enough, and in the end, we all agreed to simply give the old ancestor directly all refined. Ling Shuzi also sighed at this time. The dragon clan has declined over the years, and I didn't expect to be embarrassed to this point. Although he also knew that the current dragon clan was sunsetting, and there was no longer the scene of the great powers of the past, he still didn't expect the dragon clan to actually fall to this level. For the bones of our ancestors not to be stolen by others. Simply give it a direct refinement. Is this the legend of walking in someone else's way and leaving them with no way out? Although it's a bit immoral to do so, it's still effective. And over the years, as the bones of our ancestors have been refined into puppets in droves, the stealing of corpses has been effectively controlled. And the strength of my dragon race has been greatly replenished. The Dragon King of the Western Sea actually had some pride in his tone. Lin Fan was dumbfounded by what he heard. The heart was thundering. It's almost filial. If the old ancestor of the dragon clan could come back to life, I'm afraid that I would have the heart to kill this group of ungrateful descendants. The Dragon King of the Western Sea, however, didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. He stepped forward and fed his spiritual energy into it, and the golden dragon's two eyes began to glow with a faint light. By the time he removed his hand, the golden dragon with glowing eyes was back in action. It transforms into a large circle, head to tail. A gate appeared right in front of the crowd. The crowd entered one after another. The thing's shelved in here. That's the real home base of the Western Sea Dragon Clan. Ooh, this thing actually exists. Ling Shuzi walked over to a piece of stone that was equal in height and half as wide as a man. His face filled with astonishment. Monkey was attracted to it and led Lin Fan to follow him. Senior Spirit Voider, what is this? Monkey stared daggers at the crystal stone, his heart fluttering for no reason. The stone that Nuwa used to mend the sky. Ling Shuzi explained a sentence. After Nuwa mended the heavens, there wasn't much of this stuff left, and as I recall, most of it was taken by the Celestial Court and refined the gate of the Southern Heavenly Gate, and a little bit of material remains, scattered throughout the flooded world. I didn't realize there was actually a piece here. When the Dragon King of the Western Sea saw that Ling Shuzi knew what he was talking about, some small thoughts of showing off a bit arose in his heart. Ha ha ha, you know your stuff. This is indeed a stone from when Nuwa mended the heavens, but it's not that leftover edge. It's a piece that was secretly left behind by the great powers of my clan back then when they took advantage of Nuwa's time to mend the heavens. Look at this texture. Even though it's not the best quality of heaven-mending stone, it's still excellent. Ling Shuzi really looked at it carefully. This piece of heaven-mending stone is extremely well preserved, and even the heaven-mending power within it has some reserves, and has not been consumed in the passage of years. There was no doubt that this was a piece of supreme treasure, and it's still a supreme treasure that has a price and can't be bought even if you want to. Ling Shuzi swept around the treasure trove again. The things that were placed in here were actually clear of the ancient period, and even if they were placed in the ancient period, they were still first-class good things. This dragon race is thinning out though, but a thin camel is bigger than a horse, and the bottom line is still very deep. Monkey, on the other hand, froze and subconsciously placed his hand on top of the stone. The moment his fingers touched, his consciousness went into an uncontrollable trance. Then, when he came out of his trance, all of his surroundings had changed, and he had gone from the Dragon Palace of the Western Sea to an unfamiliar shore in an instant. Shoreline. The sea roared, the wind roared, and heaven and earth lost their colors at this moment. The air all seemed to smell like death. The black water lapped frantically against the black reef, and solid white waves rolled in. At this moment, there is no more safe place in heaven and earth. Directly above Monkey, the dim sky was densely covered with clouds, and countless lightning bolts were constantly traveling and shuttling through the thick clouds, as if they were silver snakes that made one's scalp go numb. And where the lightning was densest, a huge, black void hung in the sky. The sky is broken. Monkey watched the scene in disbelief. Looking at this hollow, it was as if he was facing death directly, as if he saw countless living beings wailing, as if the destruction of the world was just around the corner. A fear that penetrated deep into his bones enveloped Monkey's heart. He subconsciously shivered. By the time he reacted, Monkey's forehead was covered in cold sweat, obviously terrified. What the hell is this hollow? Lao Sun, would actually be afraid like this? Monkey doesn't get it. And in the middle of the sky, a snake demon of unknown length was struggling to mend the holes in the sky. and a large AO carried a stone to the shore, where it was refined and propped up into a pile of golden liquid. The unknown snake demon in the sky saw this scene and a smile appeared on his tired face. Monkey froze in place. It was as if he could see his mom smile. Female, Manhwa? He subconsciously pronounced the other party's name, and only after the name was out of his mouth did he realize exactly what he had said. Monkey was in a daze. He actually saw the scene of Manhwa mending the sky in ancient times. And after this shout, Manhwa in the sky also glanced this way. First it was puzzling, then it was dawning. Finally smiled. Two beings separated by thousands of years of time and space saw each other at this moment. Manhwa sighed and said, "Little stone, I don't have the extra power to shelter you for the time being, but your fate is not set in stone, and I see a possibility." Manhwa said something unintelligible. Monkey was even more puzzled in his mind. Is she talking to me? But without waiting for Monkey to think carefully, a pair of big golden hands pressed down towards him. Then Monkey's vision was plunged into darkness. His consciousness returned to his body once more, and his hand subconsciously left the heaven mending stone. And as he moves, the energy in the heaven mending stone all rushed into his body. A heaven mending stone that had existed since the ancient times shattered in front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Along with the stone shattered the heart of the Dragon King. Motherfucker, my child is unfilial. Family heirlooms are being hobbled. The Dragon King of the Western Sea felt his heart break as he looked at the heaven mending stone that had quickly turned from a supreme treasure to a waste product. This is really going to be a big loss. And Ling Shuzi didn't expect this to actually happen. He hastily looked over to the Dragon King's side. Upon seeing the Dragon King's face that was as black as a pot of ash, he smiled apologetically. "Which Dragon King you see? I'm really sorry. This senior brother of mine is also unintentional. This stone is going to be fine. If you don't, what else can you do?" It couldn't be that he was looking for a heaven mending stone and was compensating the Dragon King of the Western Sea. There's no place to look. The Dragon King of the Western Sea looked at the apologetic Ling Shuzi, took a deep breath, in a deep breath, 3 deep breaths, and finally managed to suppress the urge to lash out. "Senior nephew Ling Shuzi doesn't need to worry about it. My dragon clan is a large family. It's just a mere heaven mending stone. I don't put it in my eyes. Not yet." The Dragon King tugged at the corner of his mouth, resisting the urge to cry, and spoke the words through clenched teeth. Ling Shuzi was even more embarrassed. "I'll definitely report this matter to the master. And the master will definitely give the Dragon King an explanation." The Dragon King's heart was dripping blood, but he still put on a look of ruthless generosity. "No, really, this stone has been sitting in the treasury for a long time without movement. Once Master's son-nephew came, this object took on such a change. So it is evident that Master's son-nephew is the person to whom this object is destined." It was not that he was puffing up his face, but he knew that things could not be undone, and choosing to turn the tables with Ling Shuzi and the others would only result in more losses than gains. So it would be better to be generous and still sell the ancestor a favor. Ancestors don't owe favors well. It was not possible to say that this favor would save the Western Sea Dragon Clan once in the future. And this way, after Monkey got all the energy from the heaven mending stone, his consciousness fell into a trance for a long time. Those heaven mending energies disappeared after entering his body. Meanwhile, in an unknowable place in the flood world, Manhwa, who was perched in the void, slowly opened her eyes. "The backhand I left behind has finally kicked in. Little Rock, I wonder if the surprise I have in store for you will startle you straight away." She then waved her hand and beckoned a side scroll. It's the mountain and river map. Although the mountain, river and Jigong diagram appeared to be a painting on the surface, it contained a complete, illusory and real world. The world is real in the painting, but when the contents are taken out, they dissolve into nothingness. And in the mountain and river map, a monkey identical to Monkey, clad in golden armor, leads countless demon tribes to rise up and attack the heavenly realm in a counterattack. He is not the Monkey King of Qi Tian Dishang. Instead, it was the Qi Tian Demon Emperor Sun Wukong, a first demon emperor since the ancient times, since the 3 realms were first established. Aloha mist, flowers and fruits, a stick in the fixed sea will bring all the demons towards it. As the golden hoop cudgel slammed down, the Monkey King rushed up to the heavenly palace, followed by countless black Qi, and countless demon clans revealed their hideous claws and teeth in the black Qi. The heavenly soldiers and generals were beaten to death. The entire Lingxiao Baodian was given to pieces under Monkey's stick. Ha ha ha. Sons and daughters, charge with me. Kill that heavenly emperor, old man, and the entire 3rd realm will be ours. Long live the demon emperor. Long live the Qi Tian demon emperor. The demon emperor's strength is earth-shattering, and the heavenly emperor's old man will surely die. Countless ancient demon clans stood behind Monkey, those who could be named and those who couldn't. All of them were only looking up to Monkey at this moment. He was the king of the entire demon race at this moment. What a moment he had at this moment. Monkey's face at this moment was filled with a bratty expression. If Lin Feng could see this scene, he would definitely spit out that the monkey at this moment was simply the spokesperson for the wild, dazzling, cool, and heavenly profession. The words were practically made for him. The demon race and the heavenly soldiers mixed together. The battlefield was a mix of black and white. On this chaotic battlefield, the gods and immortals were not even considered ants, and countless dead gods and immortals fell towards the mortal world like raindrops. And the demon race paid an equally painful price, but they don't take half a step back. Right in front of us is the Hall of Heavenly Jade. Right in front of them is their emperor. As long as Monkey never fell, they would always follow, even at the cost of their lives. Immortals bathe in blood, demons fall, and it was as if the world pressed the pause button the moment Monkey smashed the heavenly palace. All the fighting stopped, all the people were fixed, time was not flowing at this moment, and space was in a frozen state at this moment. Then, the next moment, time began to rewind. Everything that had happened before went up in smoke in an extreme amount of time, and Monkey became that immortal stone on the mountain of flowers and fruits in the Ari kingdom, bathed in the spiritual power of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and the moon. I don't know how much time has passed. Ka-ching! The stone violently shattered, and countless stone chips tumbled. A golden stone monkey came out of nowhere. His eyes were clear and blank, looking curiously at the world before him, which he had never seen before. Manhwa looked at this scene and sighed softly. Alas! I have simulated the future direction of the entire floodplains no less than 100 million times over the years with the mountain, river, and Jigoku diagram. But for Little Rock, the outcome just now may be the best possible outcome. Unify the demon realm and be named Demon Emperor. At a realm like hers, as long as someone reads her and misses her, or even spies on her, it will be detected by her. Even once before she had stepped into this realm, she had the ability to do so. So she senses a peek from the future through the long river of time and sees the karma that is entwined in Monkey. Then she began to deduce the journey to the west after the three worlds were first settled. At the beginning of the projection, every time Monkey becomes the Buddha of the west, the Buddha of the battle. But that kind of monkey was not her favorite. As a pawn, you can't help it. In a time of sharpening, was worn out all the edges. No longer when the Qi Tian de Shang's heart and ambition became his most hated appearance. She felt sorry for Monkey like that. So she wanted to help Monkey out, at the very least so that he wasn't a pawn anymore. That's what gave rise to the Qi Tian Demon Emperor. This was the monkey with all the ambition and hostility in his heart ignited. But whether it's the Qi Tian Demon Emperor or the Fighting Buddha, both are too extreme. They are like the positive and negative sides of Monkey, and together they are the real Monkey. Manhwa wanted to see what this Sun Wukong in the three realms would choose, so she gives Monkey a chance to change his destiny. But it all depends on Monkey's choice. But Manhwa's sight saw Lin Feng through the world. I have deduced billions of times, and countless medium possibilities have unfolded before my eyes, and never met him. Who the hell set him up? At this moment, that is, after Ancestor Bodhi, Manhwa also became intensely curious about Lin Feng's origins. Lin Feng didn't come to shiver. What the hell? Suddenly there was a good scary feeling, and Monkey, sensing a strange movement on his shoulder, turned his head in confusion. What's the matter? Not feeling well? I don't know. It always feels as if there's a very scary guy staring at me. Lin Feng shook his head, but he never got rid of that feeling. Maybe it's an illusion? Maybe. Lin Feng said with a palpitating heart. The three of them did not stay in the Dragon Palace of the Western Sea for long. After all, they had only just broken someone else's greatest treasure. Ling Suzi really didn't have much face to stay on. After Lin Feng had gotten the turtle shell of the divine turtle, they bid farewell to the Dragon King of the Western Sea and drove towards Lingtai Mountain in Ling Shuzi's large gourd. On the road, Ling Shuzi looked at the cloudless landscape and suddenly chanted at a high altitude. Last night's rain and wind. Lin Feng just froze after hearing that. Why are you reading my poem? Because it's good. Duh. With this reply, Lin Feng didn't even know how to retort. The poem is certainly good. Ling Shuzi suddenly looked at Lin Feng again and laughed. Lin Feng, look at this sky with no clouds. What a nice scenery. Don't you want to be reciting a poem? Lin Feng looked at him. Why are you making me recite poetry again? Because I won't. Spirit Void looked at him expectantly. Lin Feng was surprised. There's nothing wrong with that. Then I'll be reading one. He thought for a moment. Then said, the sun shines on the incense burner and produces purple smoke, and the waterfall is seen hanging in front of the river in the distance. It was a poem he learned in elementary school, the absolute best of the best, which I remember even now. It was just that Lin Feng had only recited 2 sentences before he suddenly realized a very serious problem. He had actually forgotten what was behind him. Pitiful. Ling Shuzi, on the other hand, looked at him with an expectant face. What's back there? Back. Lin Feng's little brain was spinning frantically. followed by laughing and asking where the guests came from. The shepherd boy pointed to the apricot blossom village. Lin Feng's brain was a mess, so he simply said whatever came to mind. Hopefully, I can muddle through. After listening to it, Ling Shuzi recalled it a little and thought that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the poem. Which, I found out about. Who's Zhao Xiangfu? Lin Feng froze. He blinked and looked at Spirit Voider with a look of not understanding. Zhao Xiangfu, who is it? Wasn't it you who just said, Day, Zhao Xiangfu, born, Zi Yan? Ling Shuzi said in a serious manner. This Zhao Xiangfu and Zi Yan are mother-daughter relationship, right? Lin Feng. So what do you think the sunrise river flowers are? Spirit Voider gave him a look. Then a look came on that all men know how to give. Nuwa. She silently averted her gaze. When the three of them returned to Mount Spiritus, Ling Shuzi stopped at the large gourd at the foot of the main peak, and the three of them came down from the gourd. Ling Shuzi looked at Monkey and smiled. I have to go and report to the ancestor about this trip next, so I won't stay much longer. You two are also tired, so you can go back and rest a bit first. Monkey clasped his fists. Thank you, Senior Spirit Voider. Lin Feng also followed Monkey's example and held his little paw in front of Ling Shuzi. Thank you, Spiritual Voider. Hey, that's all there is to it. Don't you dare talk about it backward. Ling Shuzi directly interrupted Lin Feng. Only then did Lin Feng remember that he was the equal of his ancestor. If he exited with a sentence of senior, then Spirit Void Z would have to lose his Dao, and maybe even fold his Qi. Almost forgot about it. But, why do I have the feeling that I would be X-cursing now too? Is this the same reason why Jiang Zia read whoever was unlucky back then? Lin Feng suddenly had the feeling that he had solved the case himself. Pitiful. Childhood doesn't tolerate it anymore. When Spirit Void Z left, Monkey casually cupped Lin Feng in his hand. Brother Lin Feng, I'm going to go back and cultivate. I've been out for a while. I haven't had time to cultivate. My cultivation is going to be wasted. Lin Feng also nodded. I'm going back to bed too. I haven't slept well the last 2 days. As he spoke, he yawned in tandem. Monkey, Brother Lin Feng, although you always say that cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current without advancing, but how come I've never seen you actually cultivate? Yet your cultivation has always been soaring? Is it really gifted? He subconsciously scratched his head. Lin Feng thought for a moment. He himself wasn't gifted, but he had the system. Hang the system and be salty for life. Ha ha ha. This, in fact, is a special cultivation means I invented, called the sleeping cultivation technique, which allows me to cultivate in my sleep, and the longer I sleep, the higher my cultivation will be. Wah. Lin Feng explained. So you really do practice in your dreams? Monkey's eyes lit up as he looked at him with immense anticipation. Then can you teach me? Who wouldn't want this kind of awesome technique? In reality, I can only use this technique for myself. I tailored it to my own situation, so I can't teach it to you. It's not like you can say anything about the system. It's just a trick, so that's what it looks like. Monkey lost his head and then he sent Lin Feng back to the mountain pool. You stay here and be good. Lao Sun, will see you tomorrow. When he finished, he turned to leave. Lin Feng stood in front of the boulder, waved his little paw towards Monkey, and smiled. See you tomorrow day. Wait for Monkey's figure to disappear. He turned and leapt into the water, returning once again to the long-lost mountain pool, feeling the cold water roaming over his body. The dry heat in his body due to rushing and exposure to the sun was leaving his body little by little like a cocoon. In its place was an unbelievable coolness. Lin Feng subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Ha, Brother Lin, you're finally back. We've missed you. A water tribe noticed him with a gleam in its eye. Aqua swam to him excitedly. Lin Feng saw how excited the other party was. His heart was also overjoyed. I didn't realize that my reputation in the Spirit Platform Mountain was actually so high, and that I had only left for 2 days, making these spirit beasts think about me so much. I was simply overwhelmed. Lin Feng was being touched, and the water tribe over there was looking at him expectantly. Ringo, when will the novel be renewed? You are unaware that the spirit beasts on Spirit Terrace Mountain went crazy yesterday when they learned of your absence. We can't live without your novel. Lin Feng, so you guys are so concerned about me that you want to hear a novel. Could it be that my Lin Feng's charisma is not as powerful as a book of dry overturning the dome of the sky? Lin Feng looked at him speechlessly, and Aqua was still looking at him with excited anticipation. Ringo, when does it start? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Then let's start straight away today. I still have some things to do tomorrow. I don't know if I'll have time to give you guys a novel. I'll go inform everyone then. Aqua immediately swam away in excitement. Without a moment's effort, the spirit beasts in the entire mountain pool knew that Lin Feng had returned and was going to speak about the novel. Not only that, This news also spread throughout the entire spirit platform mountain through flying spirit beasts. As Lin Feng's first return since he had been absent from work for 2 days, everyone was still giving face. Even Yang Chan, who had been absent for many days, had rushed over. The disciples of the ancestor also came in numbers. Lin Feng saw that so many spirit beasts and disciples actually came over to support the show, and his mood became very good. Ha. Thank you all for coming over to support the show. I really appreciate it. I guess everyone looked at him too. Cut the crap and get started. I can't wait. Yeah. It's been 3 days of not being able to find anyone, and I don't know how long it will take to finish this book. I'm told I have to take a day off tomorrow. The pit. Ringo. I've been waiting for the flowers to leak. The bottom looked at him all talking. Lin Feng laughed. Then I'll stop talking nonsense and proceed to tell you what's coming next. He began to talk about the rest of Dry over Cthulhu. The crowd soon listened as if they were mesmerized, all immersed in whichever metaphysical world he had constructed, following the protagonist Xiao Yan on his adventures. And for the reason that the author changed the map next. The content is a change of pace though, but due to the bigger maps, more powerful experts and more powerful crises, the crowd didn't care about the repetition of content. They only wanted to follow Xiao Yan to act tough and defeat one strong enemy after another. In this moment, they felt the charm from the modern world, called pretending. Pretending makes them happy. Now they're all over the place as long as they don't pretend for a day. However, there is no chance for them to pretend in Lingtai Mountain. So these spirit beasts and disciples can only listen to Lin Feng's novels to soothe the desire to pretend in their hearts. A little bit of time passed. Lin Feng's story had also finally come to an end. After speaking about Xiao Yan's ride in the alchemy competition, defeating many opponents, he was about to face his final strong opponent. He stopped. Ahem. It's getting late today, so all of you should go back for now. Lin Feng spoke lightly, and the spirit beasts and disciples present all returned to their senses as they were still reminiscing about the story they had just heard. The intention is not exhausted, especially since Lin Feng was actually stuck on the eve of the final battle. Previously, for Xiao Yan, this final opponent, but with a large amount of saliva, this was definitely a desperate opponent. They were too eager to find out what was coming next. Ringo, just a little bit, what exactly is down there? Yeah, Ringo, you're too pitiful with this break. What exactly will happen next? Although I know that Xiao Yan will definitely not lose, I so want to hear it with my own ears. The crowd was talking. But this final battle is the high point of this little spin-off. Not in a sentence or two. And it was really late today. Lin Feng was also really tired. Today was already a boat ride. Plus there was a half a day's worth of novels for the crowd. It was even more exhausting. It's just too late in the day. Tomorrow, if there is time, I will tell you. The crowd listened, though reluctantly. But still, they left in droves. It's just one night. They can afford to wait. The crowd handed over today's genius Earth treasure and then left, where they were still excitedly discussing today's plot as they left. Hey, this is about to get to the best part. Looking forward to it. I also want to know who will win. It's Xiao Yan. It must be Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan is simply my favorite person. I think Xiao Yan's kind of life is what I like the most. Unrestrained, there is simply no one who is his opponent. Unfortunately, that's all we can think about. And when we think about it, we know that kind of life is impossible. It's a novel. After all. Then the crowd all left the place. After dismissing these people, Lin Feng gathered all the genius Earth treasures piled up on the ground. Points plus 1962, another nearly 2,000 in. Although Lin Feng already had a lot of points now. But who can have too much of something like pennies like points? It's never just too little. At the very least, no matter how many points Lin Feng had, he felt that it wasn't enough. Especially when he thought of the millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of divine weapons in the system mall. Lin Feng then felt even more that his little points were simply not enough. Still have to work on it. It's a long way from that unattainable freedom of points. Lin Feng swam all the way to the bottom of the pool, and after finding a suitable place to lie on the sand, he opened the system panel. Cultivation, 4th Heaven of Divine Hiddenness, Lung Jing Guan, plus. Universal points, 18357 before he left Spiritual Terrace Mountain. He also hung around for a few days. Originally thinking that he wanted to raise his cultivation to reach the realm of 5 organs and 5 elements consummation on the morning of the day he left. When the time came to cultivate the 5 thunders orthodoxy, it would be logical, but it was sent out by the Bodhi ancestor, and the matter was put on hold. It wasn't until today that Lin Feng finally found the time to raise his cultivation level. He nodded at the cultivation. Universal points minus 11,000. Cultivation increased to the 5th sky of divine deposit. That familiar power appeared in his body once again, transforming his body in all directions. Lin Feng's body became larger than before, and his skin began to become thicker. At the moment he was finally looking like he should as a turtle. It always seemed too small before. After transforming his body, the remaining power all converged on his kidneys, causing Lin Fong to have this mental boost. It was like taking vortex, can't stop at all. The dark bottom of the pool. Lin put lying sand in the earth bag. Suddenly two big gleaming eyes are bright. That radiant gaze at the bottom of the pool. It seems to be extraordinarily bizarre. This feels good to think it's kinda cool. Lin Fong felt that he was simply energized to the extreme right now. The effect of this kidney. We all know. I will not explain more. This thing has been strengthened. That is much more obvious than the previous 4 effects. The heart governs the flow of blood. Liver is for liver. The spleen is the storage of blood and blood production. The lungs go without saying. This thing is directly linked to breathing. And the most mainstream gong methods nowadays are almost exclusively breathing methods. This kidney, on the other hand, controls the energy of the whole body. Now Lin Fong had finally strengthened all of his 5 organs, all 5 elements. He opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fong race, weak water turtle, non-evolvable, cultivation, Shinzong realm, kidney water passage, alteration, mental technique, great heavily immortal technique, great achievement, weak water decree, great achievement, skills, 5 elements escape technique, grand completion, plus, yin-yang escape technique, grand completion, plus, Dharma phase heaven and earth, minor completion, 5 thunders orthodox technique, introductory, plus, 10,000 swords decision, introductory, plus, natural avatar, alternation of reality and void points, 276855 universal points, 7357 Lin Fong's eyes fell on the points and universal points. How he wished the two could be switched. If he had 270,000 universal points, then his cultivation would definitely have reached the spirit rhythm realm by now. And even the divine immortal realm was not impossible. But that's not going to happen. Lin Fong's eyes looked upwards again, and finally landed on his cultivation level. Mutations? I guess this is what Grandpa Turtle called gaining the ability to open up the body's mizang, or awakening a bullish bloodline and going to the peak of life. But what will I gain? Although there was a hunch that it was related to the weak water, but what exactly Lin Fong was still unclear. He tapped on the mutation. Ding! The host's universal point balance is insufficient to activate. Lin Fong froze. What do you mean by writing a mutation when there are not enough universal points? Are you kidding me? Ding! The host is not funny. The system does not have such a low level of interest. Please do not slander the system. Lin Fong. Nice guy. Even my heart's voice. Ding! The host and the system are one. What's yours is mine and what's mine is still mine. So I am able to hear you. Lin Fong completely stopped talking this time. System hang up. For the time being, cultivation is not going to rise. So you can only hang up. Ding! You have turned on hang mode. The system's voice came. There was no talk all night. When Lin Fong woke up from his sleep the next morning, he habitually opened his system and took a look. Cultivation, Shinzong realm, kidney water pass, alteration. Universal points, 11, 857 inch. It was a full 500 points more than yesterday, which meant that the weak water decree had provided him with 500 cardinal points. Not bad. Lin Fong tapped on the mutation again. Unsurprisingly, the system's emotionless voice came again. Ding! The host's universal point balance is insufficient to activate. System, how much does this take to activate? Lin Fong couldn't help but ask. Ding! 20,000 to activate once. If the host feels unsatisfied, he can spend another 20,000 universal points after activation to activate once more. And so on, until the host is satisfied. Good man. Shaking the dice? Lin Fong blinked. He actually had the illusion that he was playing a game of kryptonite from a previous life. This feature is still trying to be really good though. The price was a bit high, but if he really awakened a rather scrappy ability and used that feature in exchange for one, the price wasn't unacceptable. Afterwards, Lin Fong turned the system off. Then he got up out of the mud and sand, after shaking it off his back, stretching his 4 little short legs, sort of. When that was done, Fish Trail suddenly swam up to him. After not seeing Fish Xiaolu for a long time, Lin Fong almost didn't recognize her. Now the Fish Xiaolu is more than a few times bigger than before, swimming over like a behemoth. Lin put in front of her small don't want, and a number of spirit patterns were born on her body. His cultivation had actually reached the peak of the spirit sea realm, just one step away from entering the divine hidden realm. Fish Xiaolu was unusually excited to see him. Lin Fong, do you see that I'm not very powerful now? Well, extraordinarily awesome, Lin Fong said heartily. Although this cultivation level of Fish Xiaolu was still very insufficient compared to him, but in this acre of the mountain pool, she was just like she was already the strongest expert besides Lin Fong, and the previous number 1 expert, Grandpa Turtle, was now in 3rd place. Hey! Hearing Lin Fong's praise, Fish Xiaolu giggled. After laughing enough, she suddenly asked, "So are you doing anything today?" She wanted to invite Lin to put on watercress. Lin Fong said, "I'm going to make a trip to my ancestor's place today. I have some harvests after my previous trip to the West Sea. I hope that my ancestor can help me with them." So, Fish Trail was lost in thought. Seeing this, Lin Fong comforted. "I shouldn't be able to spend much time. I guess I still have free time today." Fish Xiaolu immediately had a happy up. "Then be sure to come find me when you return." "Aha." Lin Fong nodded. "I'll give you a ride then." Fish Xiaolu laughed. Then without waiting for Lin Fong to speak, she directly pushed her head against Lin Fong all the way out of the water. Facing the sun, a turtle leaps out of the water, bringing out a cascade of crystals. Snap! Lin Fong fell heavily onto the stone, his body tumbling over it for a while before he managed to stop. "Then you go early and come back early." "Okay." Lin Fong waved his hand towards Fish Xiaolu. He then made a flash, and the 5 elements transportation technique was activated, advancing towards the main peak. A few moments later, Lin Fong then appeared outside the main hall of the main peak. Looking at the vermilion red gate, without saying a word, he directly activated the virtual reality transformation, intending to directly barge in and find the ancestor. But without waiting for him to act, the door simply opened. "Come in." The ancestor's voice rang directly in his ears. "Ooh, is this foreknowledge, or is it just divine sense covering the whole place?" Lin Fong felt both. However, since the gate was already open, there was no need for a false transformation. He directly stepped into the main hall, and under the introduction of the 2 young children, he found the ancestor. At this time, the ancestor was still meditating in the house. Not much changed from before. "Little friend Lin Fong, what is it that you came to see me about?" The ancestor looked at him with a smile. He. "Ancestor, my little one has occasionally gained something in the West Sea, so I want to ask Ancestor to help give it a look." Lin Fong had a request, so his attitude was naturally different. The ancestor nodded and said, "I've already heard from Ling Shuzi about your experience in the Western Sea, so bring over the shell of that ancient divine turtle and I'll show it to you." Okay. Lin Fong nodded his head in a hurry. The ancestor is much stronger than him in cultivation, and with his guidance this turtle shell will be put to good use. Lin Fong hurriedly took out the turtle shell. A flash of light. A turquoise turtle shell that was only the size of a palm appeared on the ground in front of Lin Fong. This turtle shell was initially obtained by the West China sea dragons. They were simply refined, and the use of spells to narrow the road to this point, or else a dragon palace treasure trove cannot be stuffed with it. The ancestor's hand made a move and the turtle shell flew into his hand. He scrutinized the turtle shell. The shell of the turtle is turquoise in color, and the tortoise shell pattern on it is dense and mysterious. This turtle shell is indeed a treasure. If it is refined into a weapon, it can become a divination artifact that may have its own unique wonders. And what if you want it to attack? Divination spells. Lin Fong didn't need them at all. After all, he was a little turtle who had read the script. If it is used to attack, then it can only be used to win by force, following the example of that heavenly seal, directly using its enormous size to crush the enemy. You can also use its defense to make a treasure of offense and defense. Lin Fong thought about it for a moment and thought this was good. Still, he asked, "Then what does the ancestor think? What should I choose?" Ancestor Bodhi, however, shook his head. "You choose neither." "Choose neither?" Lin Fong frowned slightly. "Right." The ancestor nodded and said, "Besides refining magic weapons, this object has another use, and that is for you to refine it into your own turtle shell. That is, body refining." "Body refining?" Lin was relieved. "There's still this kind of kung fu? It always feels like it's still trying to be evil." "What kind of kung fu is this?" Lin Fong asked. "This is a technique of the human race that has been lost. In the ancient times, the human race sought to survive in the gap between the witch and demon races. In order to gain power, there were people who researched the idea of incorporating the bodies of witches and demons into their own bodies in exchange for power that was enough to rival the witch and demon races. It's just that this power is very harmful. Practitioners usually die from rejection. Even if they succeeded by chance, they would be affected by the body of the witch demon and their temperament would change drastically. So after the human race gradually grasped the power to cultivate immortality, they were gradually abandoned. I'm afraid no one remembers such feats anymore." When Lin Fong heard that this kind of gong method was actually so terrifying, his heart immediately became afraid. "Will this thing go wrong if I cultivate it as well? I'm young. I don't want to die yet." The ancestor shook his head and said, "After I obtained the gong method later, I also studied it, and the biggest reason for their failure was because of the different races and the phenomenon of bloodline rejection. A drastic change in temperament, on the other hand, is due to a fluke fusion of bloodlines, and being affected by the demon bloodline in his body. You're a turtle yourself, and the fusion is still a turtle shell, there won't be any problems. By then you should be able to inherit some of the abilities on this turtle shell. And at the very least getting a pair of Dala Golden Immortal level turtle shells would be enough for you to walk horizontally in the 3 realms. But Lin Fong was still a little worried. Really? The ancestor glanced at him before saying, if you're afraid, I won't force you to do so, and it wouldn't be a bad choice to refine you into a magic weapon. This, Lin Fong pondered for a moment before clenching his teeth. Come on, train me into a turtle shell. Although there are risks, the rewards can be high. The ancestor smiled faintly. Then with a wave of his hand, Lin Fong also flew into his hands. He had Lin Fong in one hand and the turtle shell in the other. By the way, this spell hurts a bit, so bear with it, the ancestor suddenly said. Lin Fong froze. Then a bad feeling sprang up in his heart. No, wait. Before Lin Fong could even finish a sentence, the ancestor had already begun to fuse the turtle shell with Lin Fong. A mournful scream resounded through the sky. I don't know how long it's been. Maybe it's a moment, or maybe it's a lifetime. Lin Fong, who had drowned out all reason in the endless pain, finally came to his senses. His eyes were still filled with fear, and a layer of cold sweat instantly rose on his head. By the time the reaction came, 2 seconds had passed. Lin Fong let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. The process just now felt even more terrifying to him than the last time he was soul-searched by his ancestor. Well, okay. The ancestor saw him wake up and looked over with a smile. The fusion was so successful that not even the slightest bit of repulsive reaction arose. It's simply a miracle. Why does that sound like a very successful surgery? Lin Fong shook the turtle shell on his back. He could clearly feel the difference in the turtle shell. This one was obviously a bit heavier than the previous one. Stretching his neck, he glanced back. The turquoise turtle shell was like a large piece of emerald, and the lines on it were extremely dense and complex, as if it contained the principles of heaven and earth. This pattern is so hard to understand. Lin Fong lamented a sentence. Ancestor Bodhi laughed. Turtles are known for their defense and longevity, followed by this turtle armor. In the ancient times, there were foreigners who divined the number of heaven by tortoise armor, because those who are powerful in the tortoise clan often have tortoise armor patterns on their backs that contain the supreme principles of heaven and earth, and they can sense with heaven and earth. Among them is the most widely circulated river diagram and Luo book of the human race, and this Luo book refers to the turtle armor of one of your turtle race's great powers. Nice guy. Hopefully, the turtle clan's turtle armor can still be used as a book. It doesn't matter if you can't read it, as long as you can use it. Feel it with your heart. Fused so well, you should inherit some special abilities. Lin Fong closed his eyes. Then, he opened the system panel. What are the abilities? Just look at the panel. Name, Lin Fong. Talent, alternating reality and good fortune. Uncertainty? What kind of power is this? Lin Fong subconsciously tapped with his spirit on this extra innate divine ability. Good and bad luck. Good and bad luck. Good fortune. Bad luck. Success or failure. Misfortune or blessing. Unforeseen, unpredictable. Divinatory. Unable to predict whether it will be a blessing or a blessing. A success or a failure. Watch this explanation. Lin Fong was taking a deep breath. Are you here to play me with the annotations of the new Chinese dictionary? I don't know what that idiom means. Are you playing me? Ding. The system once again reminds that the system does not have such low-level interests. Please do not slander the system. If the host really wants to do so, then pay a certain amount of universal points. The system reluctantly try. Lin Fong. He suddenly had the urge to dismantle the system. Ding. System prompt. Host, please give up your horrible thoughts. After a while, Lin Fong finally slowed down, and he raised his head to look over at Ancestor Bodhi. Since the system couldn't be relied on, we had to rely on the ancestor. Ancestor, little one here has indeed obtained a gifted divine ability, but the name of this divine ability is a bit strange. I don't understand it very well. You see, why don't you show it to me? Yeah, Ancestor Bodhi agreed without even thinking about it. He had been curious as to what talent aptitude Lin Fong would obtain from the shell of this ancient divine turtle. Since Lin Fong had taken the initiative to ask, he of course agreed with his mouth full. Lin Fong then spoke about his natural aptitude, and also the explanation given by the system. The ancestor frowned even after hearing this. What kind of talent is this? Unheard of. This natural ability. I've never heard of it before, so I can't help you, little friend, but you can try it yourself, and maybe you'll know what it is. Ancestor came right out and confessed. Lin Fong didn't think that actually even the ancestor didn't know what this ability was. So rare? Lin Fong suddenly had the feeling that he had hit the jackpot. I seem to be taking off. Lin Fong's mood was so excited. Then let's get started quickly. Afterwards, the ancestor led him to a side room next to him, and the moment he entered Lin Fong's eyes were bright. A white world where he couldn't see anything. Only after the light dissipated did Lin Fong see clearly. It's actually a world inside. He's meowing. I've seen a golden house to hide a woman. And I've seen a golden house to hide a man. But what is the operation of the golden house to hide the world? The Bodhi ancestor is as terrifying as he is. Is playing with the world all the rage these days? However, when Lin Fong fixed his eyes on it, he realized that it wasn't a complete world. At best it was a realm. Better than a cave. It's a big place here. So I'm not afraid of what you'll get up to. The ancestor smiled. Lin Fong, on the other hand, looked towards the surroundings like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. It's a meadow, sunny and green. However, other than grass, no other creatures existed here. At the very least, Lin Fong didn't see any traces of creatures. How big is this place? About 5,000 acres. Ancestor spoke lightly. 5,000 acres? An acre is 60 square feet, or 666 square meters. Those 5,000 acres. 333 million square meters. That's too big. If placed in the modern era, Bodhi ancestor just with this small world, that can become a big landlord. Living to see who was not happy with the life of the money to hit him off. Lin was relieved that he was shocked, but soon he adjusted to his state and began to experiment with his abilities. Ability to turn on. The spiritual energy in Lin Fong's body disappeared at a terrifying speed. In just an instant, half of the spiritual C's spiritual energy was gone. Lin Fong's mood became even more excited. Just turning it on required so much energy, so it could be seen that the terror of this ability was bound to be very extraordinary. He subconsciously closed his eyes, his nervous little tail still wagging. But, nothing happened? Lin Fong confirmed it again, making sure that he had indeed turned on his ability, but the surroundings really hadn't changed at all, and he himself hadn't changed at all. So what's the point of this ability? Lin Fong was a bit confused. When Ancestor Bodhi saw this scene, he also frowned slightly. The moment Lin Fong started his ability just now, he did catch an unusual energy fluctuation. However, this energy only appeared for a short period of time and then disappeared. But there was no mistaking that feeling that made one's heart palpitate. The ability that Lin Fong had obtained this time was bound to be very uncommon. But the function was still unknown. Ancestor, do you feel anything? Lin Fong turned his head to look at the ancestor. The ancestor shook his head and said, I only felt an unusual energy that was very disturbing. Disturbed? Lin Fong thought for another moment. Could it be that this ability of mine is a deterrent type? Bully color? But why an instant? Is it only a deterrent for a moment and then nothing more? What the hell kind of power is that? Want to try again? Ancestor asked again. Lin Fong clenched his teeth. Try. If I don't try out what this ability is today, I won't go back. He activated the ability once more. Another half of the spiritual C's spiritual energy instantly disappeared. But still nothing happened. The ancestor once again felt that energy fluctuation that made even his heart palpitate. Or it disappeared in a flash. But the energy in Lin Fong's body was literally depleted. What the hell kind of power is that? The curiosity in the ancestor's heart at this moment was even greater. Why don't you do something about it? Maybe something unexpected? Ancestor suggested. Lin Fong thought this made sense. Since it wasn't energy release and body strengthening, it would have to be some arcane ability, or it wouldn't even be easy to explain where he got so much energy. It can't really just be a shock for a moment. Lin Fong still tries. He suddenly stood up, then stiffly posed out in a turtle pie qigong pose. Kamehameha. He suddenly threw his top two short legs forward. Hoo-hoo. Wind whistling, nothing happened. The clouds are light. Lin Fong turned his head to look at Ancestor Bodhi with some embarrassment. The ancestor was watching him attentively, but there was still a flicker of doubt in his eyes, not quite understanding the meaning of his gesture and words. Lin Fong continued to try. Gas-guzzling heel. Pegasus Meteor Fist. 1,000-year kill. Open sesame. Eat grapes without spitting out their skins, and spit them out instead of eating them. Mizuki transforms. Bala energy. In just a few minutes, Lin Fong had said all the names of the moves he could think of. But this gifted aptitude of his own that was not moving at all. Lin Fong gave up. Not whole. This is going on in the whole thing, and I won't be able to do it before the ability is tried. Not that he was tired. Rather, it's too embarrassing. Just now that bunch of moves, each one of them he also gave matching actions, tone, and demeanor. When no one was around, it was fine to do this alone, but there was a Bodhi ancestor standing next to him, and the Bodhi ancestor was looking at him with increasingly strange eyes. Actually, there's still time to try, but do you still have your psychic powers? Lin Fong felt it. 2.5 spirit C's of spiritual energy reserves, which means it can be used for another 5 strokes. Then let's use up all of it in 5 strokes. The ancestor said indifferently. You have to finish what you start, besides it's all here. Will you be willing to try it out if you don't? Lin Feng thought for a moment. 5 more tries then. Hopefully. He turned on his powers once more. And this time he was more serious than even before. But still nothing was felt. It's as if his gift is practically non-existent. Maybe it's a curse type. Or a blessing type. Or else you try in that direction? The ancestor suddenly thought of this possibility and spoke up. A curse? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He hastened to experiment. I wish I. At this point, he suddenly lurched. Before figuring out what the ability is, it's a good idea to experiment with yourself. So you want to be a bit of a death wish. In his previous life, many American blockbusters and The Doctor is so leadbox. Lin Feng as a read countless old driver. Of course, will not make this kind of low-level mistakes. He turned the tables. I hope this place will get better. Chop chop. Lin Feng's words had just fallen. The earth then tore a deep gully. Countless soil overturned. Grass were not buried in the mud. What had been a vibrant meadow was instantly unwatchable. The ancestor was a bit surprised to see such a commotion and asked, "What have you done?" Lin Feng was also confused. I didn't do anything. Lin Feng still wanted to argue something, but then a sudden light came into his head. I hope it gets worse here? Chop chop. The earth is actually slowly healing. All those grasses that were buried in the earth were also exposed, and the earth actually recovered in front of the two of them, and became what it was before again. Lin Feng was stunned. Is this poisoned milk? What kind of Jiwiz ability do I have? It's actually poisoned milk. No wonder you have to call it a Jiwiz. It's all poisoned milk. How else to divine? Poisoned milk? The ancestor didn't understand the meaning of this word, so he asked, "Little friend Lin Feng, what does this mean?" It means that nothing works in Crow's first place. Lin Feng then explained it to him. Ancestor, you see I just said I hoped this place would be good, and this place cracked right up, and I said it would get bad, but it recovered. This one is just poisoned milk. The prayers are all reversed. The ancestor understands. Then he asked the fateful question, so you just said it twice. Lin Feng laughed. There is a limitation to this ability. After activating the ability, I only have one chance to use it, and it has to be the correct way of speaking for it to work. It's just I think, I hope, I wish, or simply something that's a compliment, a curse. Otherwise, the skill wouldn't have been activated. The ancestor was now completely clear. So it seems, little friend Lin Feng, this ability of yours is quite something. Lin Feng nodded. That's what I thought. With this ability, I feel as if I own the whole world. The road to rise is right in front of me. In the future, let's see who dares to mess with me. Whoever messes with me I will bless him to death. Wah. Lin Feng was laughing on his side when Weakwater's voice in his head suddenly came. No more compliments. Got it? Lin Feng immediately stopped laughing. Am I being disliked here? It must be. Lin Feng was so aggravated that he could blame him for having this ability. And it's a really strong ability. Okay. It was only a pity that Weakwater had unilaterally hung up the phone once more after saying this, leaving him no time to say a word. Ancestor Bodhi gave him a look. Now that we already know what the natural ability is, let's go. Aha. Lin Feng followed him out of the room. Once outside, the two sat down again. The ancestor smiled. Little friend Lin Feng, since this matter has been closed, do you have anything else? If not, please leave for now. I still have some things to do next. That's a banishment order. This is really something else? Lin Feng smiled in embarrassment. Ha. I'll just wait a little longer then. The ancestor smiled slightly. Lin Feng laughed. Which, ancestor? I have a friend. Who has some small questions that he wants to consult. Friend? The ancestor looked at Lin Feng again and said, then you and tell me about this friend's confusion, and I'll see if I can solve it. Lin Feng slightly organized his words. Ancestor, this friend of mine got drunk earlier and promised someone something, and this is a pretty serious matter, so I'd like to ask if I can reverse it? The ancestor frowned slightly. Oh, things like vows, they are most mysterious. If it is light, nothing will happen, but if it is heavy, you will die and not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Maybe even get on Tendo's blacklist. Like the Buddhist sect has the practice of the Great Vow, where one makes a vow that can benefit the world in exchange for the power granted by the heavenly Tao to gain greater strength. For example, the Earth Bodhisattva of the Earth's capital said that the hell is not empty, vowing not to become Buddha. This is the most famous grand wish, and with this great wish, the Earth Store King also obtained power comparable to that of a Buddha. But not just anyone is entitled to do that. If the divine principle is likened to a bank, then the great vow is a loan. What you need for a loan is a guarantee. You have to make sure that you can afford to repay your loan before the bank will give you the money. The great wish, on the other hand, is that you have to prove that you are capable of fulfilling the great wish that you have made before the heavenly Tao will grant you the power. So how serious is what your friend promised someone? It's probably endowed with the appearance of heaven and earth. The ancestor's brow furrowed again and said, this is not a good idea. If it is endowed to heaven and earth, then it will be recorded by the heavenly Tao. As the saying goes, if you don't forget it, it will come back to you. The heavens are selfless and will record everything that happens in the world, and those related to the heavenly way will be recorded at the top of the list. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. What then? The ancestor was also helpless. We can only try to fulfill what we promised. If we try and don't complete it, the heavenly Tao won't say anything. But if we don't try, the heavenly Tao might take a note of it. Then what happens when you're memorized by the heavenly Tao? Lin Feng then asked. It feels so much like it's scary. There isn't much going on, if things are insignificant. It's just a matter of fracturing some of the Qi and Tao. In serious cases, direct heavenly punishment. Crap. God's wrath. Lin Feng was directly stunned. That's a serious wrath of God. This is a big game. Lin Feng thought about it a little more. He thought it would be better to follow Monkey down the mountain. Monkey treated him pretty well, and there shouldn't be any problems in a short period of time if he followed him. The big deal is that after Monkey goes to heaven, he leaves, just in time to stagger the Great War. We're all actors anyway, and it's not like Monkey really has anything to do with it. Then I'm going to go tell whichever friend. That's fine. The ancestor smiled. Do you have anything else? If not, I have some things on my side. Which? And one last thing. Lin Feng was embarrassed. And, the ancestor said, then tell me more. I didn't take a walk in the West Sea. I had some small gains, so I want you to help me palm my eyes. Small gains? The ancestor gave him a look. Didn't they get backstabbed on the trip to the West Sea? Where's the catch? Except for the turtle shell? Then bring it here and see. The ancestor smiled. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked towards the surroundings and then disgustedly said, Ancestor, this place is a bit small. Let's go to whichever place we were at just now in order to get it. The ancestor frowned slightly. What a haul and a trip to the side room. Still, he didn't say anything, and behind him, with a wave of his hand, Lin Feng's body was suspended in midair. The two came to the side room. It's still the same bit from earlier. Lin Feng sank his mind into the scented bag and then wrote down that pretentious sentence. Heaven did not give birth to my little turtle, and traveling west for ages is like a long night. The scented bag then opened. Endless amounts of precious light almost blinded Ancestor Bodhi at this moment. There were just too many of these things. A full half a quarter of an hour down. It was only after the contents of the scented bag were poured clean by Lin Feng. He made a casual move. The scented bag flew to his neck once again at the whim of his heart and wrapped itself tightly around it. Lin Feng then looked at Ancestor Bodhi with an excited expression. Ancestor, palm your eyes and see if there's that kind of bullish thing with lightning inside this pile, and help pick it out if there is. The ancestor looked at the piles of treasures. He suddenly had some regrets. The promise was early, but since he had promised, he wouldn't go back on his word. The ancestor really did look up. Although the things here had a bright treasure light, great energy fluctuations, and the materials used were all good, the refining techniques and methods of operation were a little too primitive. It was naturally at a considerable disadvantage compared to the current magic weapon. Of course these spells have their own advantages. That's good enough material, powerful enough, easy to learn, just easy to get wrong. That's your little haul? The ancestor looked at him, then said, I'm afraid that quite a few of the things you have here are much better than those in the first 3 floors of the Dragon Palace's treasure trove. Lin Feng hemmed and hawed. Hey, luck, pure luck. The ancestor gave him a look, but he didn't say anything more than that. Ling Suzi had already given him a report of all the experiences of this time, without any details, and the most suspicious of them all was Lin Feng's whereabouts. At this time, he came over with so many treasures, plus he had awakened the bloodline of the weak water turtle, and what happened in the West Sea was precisely the matter of the weak water seal. With these 3 in tandem, it's not hard to guess everything. I'm afraid those people didn't get anything out of it. It was all cut off by you. Your kid is resourceful. This kind of means of taking chestnuts out of the fire. Even I might not have done it back then. Lin Feng laughed again. Ancestor, look at what you said. What was that situation back in your day? It was the ancient period when all the powers were rising up. For the ancestor to be able to rise up in such a dangerous situation and live until now, he is definitely much stronger than me. Ancestor Bodhi looked at him again. However, I'm curious. The demons of the northern club continent are not easy to deal with. How did you manage them? Lin Feng, how could I solve them with my small arms and legs? All of them were solved by the weak water. The ancestor understood. He then began to look at the piles of spells. It was very simple and quick for him to look at these spells, directly controlling one to fly in front of him, and then dividing it into 2 piles for placement. A bunch of them make the cut, and the other bunch don't. Soon, the ancestor finished reading. However, he also had a spell suspended in front of him, which should be a piece of paper to be precise. This stuff, ancestor, is there a problem? Lin Fong also came over. After looking at it for a while, the ancestor also had some scorn in his eyes. A curse-type magic weapon with good power. If you haven't heard of the name, it's called the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nail-Head. But here's just one of the pages. The Book of 7 Arrows on the Head of a Nail. How could Lin Fong not know about this thing? One of the 2 major magic treasures of the land pressure Taoist in the battle to seal the gods. Although it did not appear for a long time, but the battle record is quite unsophisticated, and directly let Zhao Gongming lead the box. Only the thing then fell into the hands of the Western Zhou and disappeared. I didn't expect to see it here. Ancestor, can this thing be used now? Lin Fong looked at the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, which was only one sheet of paper, and his eyes were filled with suspicion. He only had one page in his hand, after all, and he didn't know if it would work now. It can be used, but the power will be greatly reduced. The spell of the Nailhead 7 Arrow book is practically worthless. It is the very primitive sorcerer's technique of descending the head, or what the human race jokingly calls tying up a small straw man. But the book itself is a thing of supreme yin and evil. That's why both Jiang Zia and Zhao Gongming used to steal books to break the spells after they were struck in the first place. Lin Fong immediately put his heart down. It's good that it works. Then, ancestor, how should this be used? The ancestor took another close look at the paper and laughed. Sacrifice is fine. Simply put, you treat this book as a statue of a god. Light the lamps. Put on the tributes. And in the will be the name of the person you want to curse, the birth date, and 8 characters ready. Next thing you know, the Book of 7 Arrows on the Nail will work on its own. This Lin Fong also understood. But after looking at the paper and thinking for a moment, he asked, is there anything simpler to do here? After all, the battlefield was ever-changing, and it didn't give him a chance to light a lamp and worship. There is that too. The ancestor laughed. After all, there's only one, so you can just sacrifice it into your own magic treasure, then force the power of the curse on it. But doing so is tantamount to killing the chicken to get the eggs. The curse power on this piece of paper is very powerful and ancient. If it is used properly and sacrificed, it may not be impossible to restore the state of the peak period. Lin Fong thought about it a little more. Then what if I use the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead with the talented avatar GG? Ancestor Bodhi froze. What a path never envisioned. The ability Lin Fong had obtained this time was poison milk, or reverse prayer, and the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nail's Head was considered an extremely powerful cursed magic treasure even in ancient times. If these two skills are put together, after thinking for a long time, Ancestor Bodhi said, why don't you give it a try? He couldn't fathom what would happen. Lin Fong looked at the black piece of paper suspended in front of Ancestor Bodhi, then nodded solemnly. Then try it. Then the paper slowly floated to him. Lin Fong stretched out his 2 small claws to gently clamp the paper in front of him. The moment he touched it, he felt an unprecedented power. That kind of power is very powerful. Is this the Book of the 7 Arrows of the Nail? A black light suddenly shot out from among the paper, and Lin Fong instantly felt his consciousness was like a lonely boat, struggling in a raging storm. It was like being in the depths of hell, as if all around were deadly dangers, and in that unknowable being, it was as if an absolute devil was staring at him intently. If Lin Fong's mind was the slightest bit lax at this time, then he's finished. A lesser case would be washed away all of his will under this power, turning him into a vegetable, or a heavier case would simply turn into a monster that only knew how to kill. I should say that it's not bad to be a famous ancient artifact. This thing hadn't even been used yet, and Lin Fong had already deeply felt its terror. But the next instant, Lin Fong then felt a warm power rising in his heart, and at the same time, this power was dispelling those regal energies around him. Seeing this, Ancestor Bodhi, who was preparing to strike outside, slowly withdrew his own hand. He looked deeply at Lin Fong. At that instant just now, he felt a divine sense fluctuation that wasn't much weaker than his, erupting within Lin Fong's body and expelling those cursed forces for him. Next time you don't understand these things, don't touch them. When Lin Fong came back to his senses, the voice of Weak Water came to his ears. It turned out that Weak Water had been paying attention to Lin Fong all along and had stepped in to save him during the crisis. Lin was relieved and grateful. Thank you, Sister Weakness. Sister Weakness is the best. Weakness didn't answer. Lin Fong was already quite accustomed to her unilateral hanging up the phone, so he took it upon himself to examine the remnants of the nail-headed 7 Arrows book in his hand. It was all fine before. How did it suddenly get out of control? Lin Fong was just wondering. He suddenly realized that there was actually a faint connection between himself and the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead, and he seemed to have been given partial access to the paper. Lin Fong followed that feeling. He first activated the geezer's uncertainty, and the aura of half of the spirit sea quickly evaporated. Then he forcefully activated the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead again. A very strange feeling suddenly filled in his heart. Endless vitality surged out from his body, and then with him as the center of the circle, the surrounding earth bloomed with flowers. In an instant, flowers bloomed throughout the entire realm, all over the earth. There was even a large tree rising out of the ground. Lin Feng was stunned. What an awesome ability. Where is this the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nail's Head? This is clearly the divine skill life recovery. What a negative. When Old Man Bodhi saw this scene, his eyes also flashed with a burst of surprise. He didn't expect it to come true. It seems that Lin Feng's ability to predict good and bad fortune should be linked to the Tao. If not, it would be impossible to forcefully reverse the power of the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead, even if it's just the remnants of a chapter. But the power inside was the power of a real curse. Lin Feng looked at the Nailhead's 7 Arrows book at this time, and that was also a burst of joy. Compared to cursing others, it is obvious that this ability similar to life revival is more generalized. Just by virtue of this hand, he mixes the position of a top-level milkmaid. That is more than enough. But, he glanced at the stump in his hand. After all, it was the forceful activation of the curse power that had caused some damage and depletion to the sheet. It looks like it's going to take some warming up when we get back. Lin Feng put away the remnant chapter in his hand. He then looked at the 2 piles of spells in front of him again, and put the pile of still good treasures back away. Then he looked back to the pile that wasn't eye-catching. He gave a direct recharge into points. Points plus 258936, it directly added a full 200,000 points to him. Not bad. I'll go first, then. Lin Feng smilingly waved his hand towards the ancestor. The ancestor sent him out the door with a smile on her face, then turned and closed the door to the room behind her. Lin Feng came down from the mountain. It was still early in the day, so he walked towards the direction of the pool. Yesterday he promised those people that if he still had time after he was done with his work, he would give them the rest of the lecture. He can't go back on his word. After Lin Feng returned to the pool, there were actually quite a few spirit beasts surrounding this place, all waiting for him to return. After seeing Lin Feng, these spirit beasts immediately lit up. Brother Lin, you're finally back. Brother Lin, you waited for me so hard. What can I do without you? Can't live. A male leopard pounced directly in front of him. Lin Feng, let's get one thing straight. We're clean. I'm not good at this. Ringo, don't dawdle. Hurry up and start. I can't wait. Me too. But without waiting for Lin Feng to react, he was surrounded by countless spirit beasts. No, what do you want? Don't. Flax fall. Accompanied by Lin Feng's terrified screams, he was carried by the spirit beasts and sent to the big rock where he usually spoke. Lin Feng stood on the rock with a stunned expression, but after scanning the circle, the faces of the surrounding spirit beasts all had expressions of anticipation. So let's get started? He said in a dubious tone. Hurry up and get started. That's just it. What the hell is going to happen next? Good to know. Do you guys think Xiao Yan will fail? I don't think so. All of you stop talking and listen to the book. The best part is coming up next. Lin Feng directly began to speak down the line. The spirit beasts also showed mesmerized expressions. Time just goes by. After Lin Feng had finished telling this dramatic, flip-flopping, and stirring match, everyone was still held in their minds by his story. They followed the hero through thick and thin and finally defeated the strong enemy. Lin Feng stood on the rock and swept around the spirit beasts present. A few moments later, the spirit beasts also reacted. They looked back for a moment, then looked at the sky. At this time, there was still some time left before the setting of the mountain. So someone suggested, Brother Lin, I heard that you encountered a crisis on your trip to the West Sea this time. Why don't you tell us about it while there's still some time left? Lin Feng looked at the sky. It was indeed still some time before the mountain set. Okay then. He readily agreed to come down. The spirit beasts that were originally planning to leave also stopped when they saw the scene. It's not a story about Xiao Yan, but there's no harm in listening to it. The spirit animals were seated. Lin Feng cleared his throat and opened his mouth to say, Our experience that day can be said to be thrilling and exciting. Even if I'm such a bold person, from time to time when I think about it, I'm afraid. Are you guys sure you want to hear this? He swept his eyes over the crowd of spirit beasts. Everyone all subconsciously nodded their heads. The more Lin Feng said this, the more they wanted to hear it. Listening to stories isn't all about thrills and spills. Then I can say. Lin Feng began to tell the story of that day. Of course some artistic processing is also essential, like he sensed the difference in advance. With his own cleverness to resolve the crisis, such a bridge is filled with the whole story. Lin Feng in the story was simply a savior. The spirit beasts present though all felt that this matter could not be so exaggerated, but the story is still good. It was pretty cool to hear. As it turns out, if the story is cool enough, then the listener doesn't care about the bugs that may not stand up to scrutiny. Lin Feng spoke coolly, and the crowd listened coolly. The more he talked, the more excited he was. By the time it stopped, the moon was high in the sky. Lin Feng cleared his somewhat dry throat. It's already very late today, so everyone should go back first. If there's anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. The crowd handed over all the heavenly materials and treasures, and then left in excitement. Lin Feng looked at their backs and smiled at the corner of his mouth. He put away all the heavenly materials. Points plus 1758, that's 200 less than yesterday. But that's a normal fluctuation of more and less. After everyone had left, Lin Feng also plunged into the pool with a jerk, accompanied by countless white bubbles as the cool pool water surrounded him. Lin Feng quickly dived. When he got to the bottom of the pool, he found a random spot and prepared to lie down on the sand. But just at this time, Fish Trail came looking for him. Lin Feng. Fish Xiaolu looked at him with a puff of air. Lin Feng's movement stalled. Then he looked at Fish Xiaolu with a bewildered expression. But then he thought of the fact that he had also promised Fish Xiaolu to eat water plants together today. As a result, this came back after focusing on talking about the book, so I forgot about it. This is awkward. Lin Feng looked at her in embarrassment. I'm sorry, this is something I forgot about when I got busy. In his 2 lives as a creature, it was the first time he had stood a female up. Fish Trail looked at him. But then, she sighed softly. Forget it, just don't forget it in the future. Lin Feng froze slightly and looked at her with some surprise. That's it? Fish Xiaolu looked at his dumbfounded look and said without any good humor. What? Not satisfied? If it wasn't for the fact that you're a bit labored, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. She still had that puffed up look on her face. Lin was relieved, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Satisfied. So, I find a time tomorrow. Accompany you to eat watercress how? Only then did Fish Trail deflate his cheeks. Lin Feng then arched into the mud and sand with his 2 hind legs, and in no time at all his entire body shrank in, the cool mud and sand covering his body. Lin Feng subconsciously narrowed his eyes. It was true that no matter how high one's cultivation level was, crouching sand was the turtle's favorite. But just as Lin Feng was planning to hang up, a darkness suddenly enveloped the top of his head. He poked his head out and looked at it suspiciously. Then he saw Fish Xiaolu's huge body hovering above him. Lin Feng. He shook his head and shrunk back. System hang up. Ding. You have turned on hang mode. The system's voice came. Lin Feng then closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. In the meantime, North Club Continent, Demon Emperor Palace. That fox demon who had decisively abandoned all her companions and had fled despite Lin Feng's face-palming attack had finally returned here after a lot of hard work. Above the snow-covered earth, he looked up at the majestic snowy mountain in front of him with a look of awe on his face. Beiju Luzhou is the continent with the harshest living environment among the 4 continents. And the demon emperor who can have a place here. None of them are easy characters. Since the ancient times, witch and demon fight exhausted the vitality of both sides. The witch tribe chose to intermarry with the human race. Only a very small witch tribe still maintain a pure bloodline in the southern border to survive. The surviving forces of the demon race, however, all chose to disappear into the North Club continent. After thousands of years of development, this continent, which was originally the richest of the 4 continents, has been transformed into an earthly demonic country and an earthly purgatory. The fox demon gritted her teeth and walked up the snowy mountain with the same steps. It didn't take long for a demon patrolling the mountain to discover his trail. Only after they saw the fox demon, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, because the fox demon had a large wound on its abdomen. The wound went straight through his chest, directly able to see the scene behind the fox demon. From his front, with such severe injuries, the fox demon was actually still alive. Scary. A small demon that had only just transformed into a form, covered in fur and with a head that was more of a cat, trembled as it walked over. Commander Fox, you're back? Aha. The fox demon hummed and said, where's the emperor? The emperor is in the Great Hall. Do you want to go there now? He answered and looked at his injuries again. Do you need me to call a doctor for you? Instead, the fox demon waved her hand. Take me to the emperor. His own injuries, he knew very well, had long since returned. When Lin Feng's fatal blow was first dealt, he had actually not dodged it at all, but had only relied on his natural aptitude to forcefully pull himself back from the line between life and death, and had fled far away from the scene. But as strong as that talent is, it's not everything. He could only suppress the injury, not heal it. Coupled with the fact that he had been in a hurry for the past 2 days and hadn't bothered about his injuries, it was even more so that his last hope for life had been cut short. The little demon naturally didn't dare to resist and led him towards the top of the mountain. When the fox demon entered the demon emperor's palace at the top of the mountain, in the huge demon emperor palace, there was only one woman who was charming, who could seduce one's heart with just one look, and who exuded fatal seductive power all over her body. The fox demon knelt down directly after seeing this woman. Emperor. The woman gave him a look. Upon seeing the injury on the fox demon's chest, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and with a wave of his hand, he pulled the fox demon to him. Only she observed for a while before sending the fox demon down again. What a terrible injury. You're hopeless. Go yourself later to the fox mound in the back of the mountain and find a smooth place to bury yourself. The fox demon still had a lowered brow. Yes. The woman picked up a red fruit on the table and took a bite. Red juice dripped down the corners of her mouth. The scarlet juice slid under the white, flawless skin. A strong visual impact that made you look wherever you wanted. The woman subconsciously licked the corner of her mouth. Then a flirtatious smile. And behind her, 9 long fox tails slowly stretched out. 2 golden fox ears also showed on his head. So tell me, what's going on here? Didn't I tell you to go get the weak water? This injury doesn't look like the weak water did it. The fox demon looked down, not daring to look at the woman. He told everything that happened that day, one by one. The introduction of Lin Fong was especially detailed. From the first time the two sides encountered each other, to his bizarre performance, and that terrifying strength all spoke out. Interesting. The woman's 2 fox ears twitched. In that case, not only were you guys massacred by a little turtle, but the other party wasn't afraid of the weak water, and was even immune to it to a certain extent? The fox demon shook her head. Emperor, I think it's more likely that he's weak water. The woman's eyes lit up. You mean, in ancient times, there was a beast that fell into the weak water and did not die, but after that, the beast seemed to be possessed by a demon, and its temperament changed drastically, and it was later killed by a god. After that there were legends circulating that the weak water had taken over the beasts and was making waves with the world. The woman had also heard of this matter, but at that time she could not have much ability to deal with the weak water, so it was just as a gossip to listen to. But I never thought that the gossip of the year would actually be of use today. If that little turtle was really a weak water taking over, then everything would be explained. The more the woman thought about it, the more likely it seemed. And do you know where that little turtle came from? The fox demon hurriedly said. I once saw him at a banquet with a disciple of the Bodhi ancestor. Bodhi? The woman's brows furrowed slightly. If that little turtle is a disciple under Bodhi Z, then things will not be easy. Bodhi's Lingtai mountain is independent of the flood world. Jump out of the 5 elements, not in the 3 realms. If he didn't want people to find him, there would be nothing in the world that could find him other than the few big shots that could be counted on one hand. And if weak water and Bodhi are stirred up together, they won't be able to do it well. It looks like this is a matter of taking the long view. The woman thought for a moment, then sighed softly. One of the most important things nowadays is still to prepare for the once-in-a-century 10,000 Demons Conference, when the demon emperors of the Northern Club continent will all be there. We can't be left behind either. As for you, give me the portrait of that little turtle and find a place to die. The fox demon nodded with a lowered brow. Then using the little spiritual energy left, he transformed into a living image of Lin Fong, but this appearance was still the same as before he changed his shell. The woman took a closer look at Lin Fong and recorded him in her mind. The fox demon respectfully exited the great hall, looking for a place to wait to die. The woman, on the other hand, stared at Lin Fong, her eyes flashing with a strange luster as she said, "Humph, little turtle, if you're really the body that weak water took over, that could be a good thing for us. The body of the weak water is in the heavenly river in the heavenly realm. If this barrier could not be broken through, no one could truly threaten the heavenly court." And now the woman felt she had found the key to breaking through the river of heaven. There was no talk all night. Wait until early the next morning. When Lin Fong woke up from his sleep, he subconsciously looked at the system panel. Name, Lin Fong race, weak water turtle, non-evolvable, cultivation, Shinzong realm, kidney water passage, altered, mental technique, great grade heavenly immortal technique, great achievement, weak water decree, great achievement, skills, 5 elements escape technique, grand completion, plus, yin yang escape technique, grand completion, plus, Dharma phase heaven and earth, minor completion, plus, 5 thunders orthodox technique, beginners, plus, 10,000 swords decision, beginners, plus, natural avatar, alternation of reality and void points, 537549 universal points, 16357 points are now at the point of over 500,000. That's 16,000 universal points. 2. If there were no surprises, after having a night of hanging out, he would be able to save up 20,000 universal points. At that time, he would be able to undergo a mutation and obtain his 3rd natural aptitude, or directly awaken his 2nd bloodline. Lin Fong, you're awake. Fish Xiaolu sensed the movement and also woke up from his sleep, eyes still a little misty. But when she saw Lin Fong, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Let's go eat watercress. Yeah. Lin Fong agreed with a smile. The two ran back to the spot that was full of watercress and gorged themselves on it. When he finished eating the water plants, Lin Feng didn't go out to talk about the book. Instead, he asked Fish Xiaolu to notify everyone that there was a prior book today, and walked out of the mountain pool alone, heading towards the distance. He had one more thing left to do. With a flash, Lin Feng's figure disappeared into the jungle outside the pool. Fishpath poked his head out and looked in the direction he disappeared, confusion written in his two large eyes. What is he going to do when he goes out at this hour? However, without waiting for her to think about it carefully, there was already a spirit beast walking slowly over. Upon seeing Fish Xiaolu, a pleasing smile appeared on the spirit beast's face. Sister Xiaolu, morning tea. Is Lin still awake today? Fish Trail turned his head to look at him. Lin Feng has something to do today, not to talk about books. Something? The spirit beast was shocked in its heart, and an aggrieved expression immediately appeared on its face. So when is he coming back? I wouldn't know about that one. Fish Trail shook his head. The spirit beast's good mood was immediately in tatters as it sighed. I'll just wait here for a while then. When he finished, he found a place to crouch down, and in the following period of time, more and more spirit beasts rushed over. After learning that Lin Feng had stood them up again, they all found places to squat nearby. Gradually, the spirit beasts that came gathered more and more. However, these spirit beasts didn't make any trouble and just waited quietly. When Fish Xiaolu saw the scene, he didn't know what to say, so he could only listen. And Lin put in after the pool in the mountain that he left. He then traveled all the way. After spending most of the day basically strolling through the entire Lingtai mountain, he finally stopped at a bamboo forest outside the main hall of the main peak. This bamboo forest was wrapped in white spirit mist all year round and looked quite mysterious. This should be the place with the best feng shui in the entire Lingtai mountain, Lin Feng muttered, and a voice came from his mind. Not bad, the aura is abundant. It has almost reached a qualitative effect. It's a very high quality aura. The setting is nice, too. Weakness looked through his eyes at the neighborhood. The environment is quite nice. Lin Feng also smiled. After all, it's the ancestors' residence. This feng shui, this environment, that's all great. As I said before, to find feng shui or to come here. After all, how can we know as much as the ancestor? Weakness sniffed and frowned slightly. You mean I'm not as good as that old guy? Weak water, was considered a dominant party back in the day, and when my old lady reigned supreme, he still didn't know where he was playing with mud, but he is now a party hegemon. You are at best a party prisoner. Lin Feng didn't dare to say. A smile immediately piled up on his face. Which can be? I mean, the ancestor would definitely use the place with the best feng shui as his residence. Humph, oily mouth. In the back of his mind, came the disgruntled voice of weak water. Lin Feng somewhat wanted to scratch his head. Why does it feel like this conversation? Like it's coaxing a girlfriend? Forget it, I'll spare you for today. Quickly take out Ye's bones, and after giving her supernatural blessings, let's dig a hole and bury her. Super? Lin Feng, who was planning to pull out the bones, stalled in his movements. Sister Weak Water, I don't know this one. Weak Water laughed. It's okay, I'm familiar with this one. I'll read it to you when the time comes and you'll say it as I say it. Okay then. Lin Feng took that bone out and gently placed it on the ground. The soul is like a dream, returning to its homeland at night, and when the wanderer comes, he should bury his soul and bones. The soul is like a dream. Weak Water said one thing, and Lin Feng said another, and as the two of them spoke, the white spirit mist around them suddenly stirred and a gust of gloomy wind surrounded the two of them, as if something unimaginable was about to come out. Lin Feng's little heart was beating even faster. Motherfucker, there can't really be a problem. Ancestor Bodhi, who was sitting next door, also frowned slightly, but he didn't care. Solely by the time Lin Feng finished reading, nothing weird had happened. Only the aura on that bone dissipated. Weak Water sister, what was it that you just recited? It feels as if it's not quite the same feeling as the Buddha's mantra for the afterlife. Lin Feng asked curiously. After all, most of the Buddhist stuff is in Sanskrit. This is the ritual text of the ancient soul burial, so after reciting it, you can go into hell and reincarnate? Weakness, however, shook her head. No, after all, the Hellmouth was established later, and before the Hellmouth it usually went to the kingdom of the Taishan prefects, or to the returning ruins, which is the land of the dead. This piece of sacrificial text is to guide her to the returning ruins. Returning to the ruins? Lin Feng looked at the bone. Dig a hole for this bone and bury it. Weak Water's voice came again. Don't you need a monument or something? Lin Feng asked curiously. No need. The human race in the ancient times didn't have such good conditions as now. It's already good enough for the dead to have a whole body and a place to bury it. Oh. Lin Feng used his little paw to start digging on the ground. He was so fast that the dirt tumbled. Without a moment's effort, a pit larger than him appeared in front of Lin Feng. He dragged the bones in and covered them with dirt. That'll do it. Lin Fong made his body a bit bigger and then stomped on it, leveling the ground before stopping. Aha! Weakness looked through Lin Fong's eyes at the place where the bones were buried. The eyes were a little complicated. Go ahead. I'll be alone. Weakness finished the sentence and did not say a single word. Lin Fong turned around and descended the mountain. Ancestor Bodhi watched all of this, and when Lin Fong had moved away, his figure appeared at the place where the bones were buried in a flash. His eyes flickered for a moment, and following the threads of causality, he quickly figured out a few things. He followed suit with a sigh. A wave followed. A hidden prohibition then appeared on the ground of the buried bones in front of him. The ban will protect this land of buried bones. He then disappeared again, and when he appeared he was already in the middle of the Great Hall. As he had left, Lin put down the back of the mountain. Weak Water's last words were constantly ringing in his head. There was not only sadness in those words, but also exhaustion. That tone that seemed like the final release of relief when one was about to meet death after exhausting all their physical strength in the desert, making Lin Fong's good mood vanish. After leaving the main peak, he didn't rush back. Instead, I'm walking around Spirit Mountain. Ha! Brother Lin Fong, why are you here? A voice suddenly sounded above his head. Lin Fong looked up. It was Monkey and he was accompanied by Yang Chan. Lin Fong's eyes swept over the two, eyes playful. Monkey, on the other hand, said with a smile, Lao Sun, was thinking of going over to listen to you, but I didn't think that my brother would actually be here, said the words and held him in his hands. This turtle shell. Monkey instantly noticed the turtle shell on Lin Fong's back. This turtle shell seems. Be confident. There's no need to seem like it. It's that turtle shell I got in the Dragon Palace. The ancestor helped me integrate it into my body, and it also enabled me to obtain a new innate aptitude. Lin Fong explained. Monkey, on the other hand, curiously touched Lin Fong's new turtle shell. Slippery to the touch. It felt like touching a polished piece of jade. So, brother Lin Fong, what's this new ability you've acquired? Monkey was curious. Poisoned milk. Toxic. Milk? Monkey had a quizzical look in his eyes, not quite understanding the term. Yang Chan was also thoughtful, but she had also never heard of this name's talent aptitude before. It means that nothing works. Then what's the use of this ability? Monkey was even more confused. This ability sounded like a chicken rib, but looking at Lin Fong's demeanor it didn't seem to be the case. Of course it works. Lin Fong heatedly smiled and said, say what you want, but crow's mouth first name Tell you what. I'll show you. You put me down first. Monkey sniffed and also put him as straight down. Lin Fong stood still after taking a few steps forward. On the other hand, Monkey and Yang Chan were standing still, their eyes staring at him without blinking, wanting to see what this so-called poison milk talent avatar actually did, only to see that after standing still, Lin Fong's body displayed an extremely appalling energy fluctuation. The volatility quickly faded. Then he smiled slightly. It's a beautiful day. Don't let it rain. Chop chop. A thick thunderbolt fell from the sky. The originally clear sky instantly became cloudy, without a moment's effort. In the eyes of Monkey and Yang Chan's surprise, bean-sized rain fell from the sky, and in less than half a minute what was originally a clear sky turned into a pouring rain, and it was just a matter of Lin Fong's words. Monkey, how was it? Lin Fong said smugly. That's awesome. Monkey gave a thumbs up with a smile on his face, while hundreds of Poly-Yang transformation talismans surrounded his body, shielding him from the pouring rain. On the side, Yang Chan was drenched in water. She turned her head, glaring at Monkey. Monkey was at a loss, not having the slightest idea what he had done wrong, also adding fuel to the fire. Miss Yang Chan, why don't you use your spiritual power to avoid the rain? This kind of heavy rain, even if you are a non-mundane person, it is easy to get sick. Cindy Young. Seeing this scene, Lin Fong forced down the urge to laugh in his heart. He saw it clearly just now. Yang Chan had wanted to hold up a spiritual shield, but she gave up when she saw that Monkey had summoned the talisman first. But who would have thought that Monkey would only protect himself? Pressure didn't pay any attention to Yang Chan. Yang Chan didn't say anything and held up a spiritual power shield to isolate the rainwater. And in the process, she used her spiritual power to vaporize all the rainwater on her body into white steam. Only after this was done did Yang Chan look over to Lin Fong's side. Can you stop this rain in? Sure. Lin Fong activated his ability again. This rain mustn't stop. Then the sky cleared. After seeing this scene, Yang Chan's eyes brightened even more, and a strange uncle's smile appeared on her face. Turtle, you're activating your powers. Fuck. What? Points were immediately born in Lin Xian's mind that it was not good. That expression can be too familiar to him. In his previous life. Bah! Monkey had shown that expression before when he had brought him to Lingtai Mountain. Not for anything, just to get a compliment. Janshan smiled again. Who? Heavenly Emperor? Ha! If we were to say Yang Chan's enemy, then the first in line would definitely be the Heavenly Emperor. Yeah, Jan Chan nodded. Lin Feng, Sister Yang Chan, you can spare me. Let me praise the Heavenly Emperor. Why don't you just let me praise the Taoist ancestor Buddha? It's all a dead word anyway. I won't do it. The light in Yang Chan's eyes instantly dimmed. No compliments or no compliments. Then do something else for me. After the darkness had passed, her eyes rolled back in her head and a smug smile appeared on her face once more. What? Lin Feng said. Curse me twice. Ha. Lin Feng suspected that he had heard wrong. It's just using your ability to curse me a few times. She instantly caught on to what Lin Feng was doing with this ability. Lin Feng got it this time. Then I wonder how you want me to scold you. Sister Yang Chan? That's an odd thing to say. How it sounds. But there's still nothing wrong with it at all. Cursing on command. Yang Chan laughed. You just scolded me for my bad skin, bad looks, bad figure, bad temperament, lack of charm, and bad hair. That's all for now. Lin Feng. Oh, woman. Lin Feng obediently cursed, at first with trepidation. After seeing that Yang Chan didn't mind, he got a lot of guts, and cursed that freely. By the time he was done cursing, Lin Feng was still pretty cool, and Yang Chan felt the changes in herself and felt good. That's a good ability. I'll come over and get a scolding from you later if I'm not doing anything. It's good that you're happy. What else could Lin Feng say? Then in his heart, Weak Water's voice also rang out. When you go back later, say what you said before, to me as well. Lin Feng. Sister Weak Water, why are you joining in the fun? You magnificent. Knew it. Good boy. Weakness hung up the phone with a grin. Ugh, always thought I had the potential to be a women's friend with this ability. Monkey laughed. That's a nice ability. Can you use it in combat? Of course. Lin Feng laughed. Although it can't directly cause damage, but if it comes to interference assistance, this ability is definitely at the top level. Try it? Monkey got interested. It's okay. Lin Feng said. Then, Monkey, why don't you try flying up into the air first? Monkey did as he was told. His body slowly rose into the air. It was about 4 or 5 meters off the ground before it stopped. It's okay. Lin Feng called out to him, then took a deep breath and said, Monkey, you have to fly higher and higher. His voice hissed, with some accent. It actually sounds good. Then, with Lin Feng's song, Monkey fell through the air. One head is stuck in the ground. Crap. Lin Feng looked at Monkey, who had touched the ground with his head, and hurriedly closed his mouth with a scared expression. Monkey, are you okay? Of course Monkey was fine. He couldn't be dropped at this distance. Even if it was 10 times more than that, it couldn't possibly injure him. Even if it means touching the ground with your head. Brother Lin Feng, this is a weird ability you have. My old grandson actually felt that the spiritual energy in his body was suddenly out of control just now, and he directly fell down from the air. Monkey stood up and then looked at Lin Feng with emotion. That's a hell of an ability. With Lin Feng's cultivation level of an unimmortalized immortal, he was actually able to affect Monkey, an earth immortal. That's a bit of a wide range of abilities. Lin Feng, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed. It's all a carve up. I actually have a good luck song I haven't sung yet, and the way I think about it, if I sang that song with skill, I'd probably be able to screw over a whole lot of people. Good luck? What's this? Brother Lin Feng. What kind of good luck is this? Monkey was curious. Yang Chan also looked curiously at Lin Feng. That's it. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Good luck to you all. Good luck to you. Lin Feng sang directly in front of these two. Monkey shivered after hearing that. There are such horrible songs in this world. Although the tune of this song was strange and sounded festive, if it was combined with Lin Feng's bizarre abilities, it was simply ferocious. This is not good luck. It's bad luck. Even Yang Chan's pupils shrank. In her psyche, Lin Feng's danger level skyrocketed, even surpassing Monkey. The crowd then chatted for a while. Just as Yang Chan was planning to leave, Lin Feng finally found an opportunity and smiled. Sister Yang Chan, don't be in a hurry to leave. I want to talk to you about a deal. Yang Chan stopped and looked down at him, her eyes playing up. So what else do you want to talk about? Lin Feng hemmed and hawed and said, Sister Yang Chan, do you want the ancestors' earthly 72 changes? Yang Chan's pupils shrunk. One of Yang Jian's purposes of sending her here was to see if he could get the ancestors' earthly 72 changes and then create a new set of gongfu by combining it with his own 8-9 Xian Gong. Ancestors' untransmitted secret. Who wouldn't want it? Yang Yan said without moving. But as far as I know, not a single person in the entire Spirit Platform Mountain has had the honor of being taught this feat by the ancestor. Of course there's no one. After all, this gongfu was for Monkey. He. So I have to say I know who's going to get this feat? Lin Feng laughed again. Who? Yang Chan glanced at him, It can't be you, can it? She was going to say no way, but on second thought, this little turtle does not know what is going on, so that the Bodhi ancestor impressed, and now even peer-to-peer, in the status of the spiritual terrace mountain, higher than those full disciples, to say who at Lingtai Mountain had the most hope of being taught the earthly 72 transformations. He's still very much a possibility. Even Monkey sniffed and looked over at this moment. However, Lin Fong shook his head and said, "This person is certainly not me." "But Monkey, him?" Yang Chan turned her head to look at Monkey. Monkey was also at a loss. "How did this even involve me?" "Yes, it's Monkey," Lin Fong said in an affirmative tone. Monkey was conceived by the immortal stone on Mount Huagua, and was born as an immortal monkey, and then carefully coached by Grandmaster Bodhi. His future prospects are unlimited, but that's not the reason he'll be chosen to be the mantle bearer. To say genius, Master Bodhi's direct disciple, that one is not a genius? Why don't we make a bet then? Bet? Jan Chan looked at him. "I bet that within 6 years, Monkey will be taught the 72 changes. If I win the bet, you promise me one thing. If I lose, just pretend I never made this bet." Lin Fong didn't talk nonsense and directly opened the door. "Monkey, Cindy Young, what's the first thing you want me to agree to?" Lin Fong nodded and said, "I guess Yang Jian should be very interested in the ancestors' 72 changes. If Monkey has really obtained these 72 changes, why don't we have a gongfu sharing for mutual benefit? Whether it's for Monkey or Yang Jian, this is a good thing. And Sister Yang Chan, you just have to help pull the strings. That way, he could just rub it in." One of the 3 choices the system provided him with was this 8-9 Shin techniques, which was also the most likely technique for him to obtain. Yang Chan was in deep thought. Monkey also turned his golden pupils in a pensive manner. What does Yang Jian want with these 72 transformations? A few moments later, "I will be able to promise you without having to inform second brother," Yang Chan suddenly said. "You?" It was Lin Fong's turn to be a bit surprised. "Yes, it's me." Yang Chan raised her head, a small touch of smugness on her face, and said, "Second brother had taught me the 8-9 Shin Gong. I know how to practice it." Lin Fong raised his head and sized her up. Didn't see that coming. Yang Chan actually practiced the 8-9 mysteries. Yang Chan, on the other hand, took a step back and stared at him warily. "What are you looking at? This robe is loose." Although the hemlines were all long, they couldn't help that Lin Fong was too low. "Ahem, I didn't see anything." Lin Fong denied it without blushing. Yang Chan glared at him. Monkey, on the other hand, scratched his head in confusion, a little curious as to what they were saying again, what they had seen and what they hadn't. "Then let's make a deal and exchange feats after 6 years. Lin Fong changed the subject. Yang Chan, on the other hand, looked to Monkey's side and said, "Senior son, what do you think?" Monkey thought for a moment. "If I really became a direct disciple and was taught the 72 transformations by the ancestor, it's not that I can't teach it to you. After all, I originally came here for the monkey son to seek the law of eternal life. So there's no harm in teaching one more person. Then we have a deal." Yang Chan said, Hey, 8-9 Shin Gong is done." Lin was ecstatic in his heart, not expecting it to go so smoothly. "It's a deal. It's a deal. Sister Yang Chan, just put your heart in your belly. Monkey will definitely be able to learn the 72 changes." Lin Fong patted his turtle belly and said, "Yang Chan, what are you doing patting yourself on the turtle armor?" "I'm tapping my chest." "Then, when you pat your chest, how did you pat it where your stomach is?" Monkey was also puzzled. "I can't find where my boobs are." Lin Fong was in a serious mood. Both of them were speechless. They then chatted a bit more and went their separate ways. Monkey led Lin Fong to walk in the green shade. This time there was no rush, so Lin Fong was standing on Monkey's shoulder. Walked away for a few moments. "Brother Lin Fong, you used to step on my shoulders sometimes. Not trying to shoot me, are you?" Lin Fong nodded. "Right. After all, I've got 4 short legs, so what else can I do if I don't step on you?" Monkey thought for a moment. "Also right. Soon, though," his brow furrowed again. "Then brother Lin Fong, how can you be so sure that I, Lao Sun, will definitely be able to be taught those 72 transformations by the ancestor? Because you're a monkey." Lin Fong said it almost without thinking. "Monkey doesn't learn the 72 changes. Who learns?" "Monkey, just trust me. You'll definitely be taught the 72 changes in the future. This thing is nailed on. No reason." Lin Fong's tone was firm. A little bit of time passed. By the time Lin Fong and Monkey walked to the pool in the mountain, it was already very late in the day. The spirit beasts that were waiting at this time had already left. The entire pool in the mountain was a quiet one, and apart from some spirit beasts that came out at night to hibernate in the darkness, there were no more living beings. "See you later, Monkey." Lin Fong stood on the boulder and waved his hand towards Monkey. Then get some early rest and I'll see you tomorrow. Monkey gave an explanation and left as well. Lin Fang looked at Monkey's back and waited until he had completely disappeared before walking backwards with his 4 little short legs. When he came to the bottom of the water, he buried his entire body in the mud and sand, adjusted his posture slightly. Lin Fang plopped down in the middle of the mud and sand with a cozy face and started hanging out. Ding! You have turned on hang mode. The system's voice came. Lin Fang closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. There is no Koshi in the mountains. 6 years passed in a flash. Early morning. Lin Fang woke up from his sleep and stretched lazily. Then opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fang Race, Weak Water Turtle, Non-Evolvable, Cultivation Level, Earth Immortal Third Turn Mental Technique, Great Grade Heavenly Immortal Technique, Peak, Weak Water Decree, Peak, Skills, 5 Elements Escape Technique, Peak, Yin Yang Escape Technique, Peak, Dharma Phase of Heaven and Earth, Peak, 5 Thunders Positive Technique, Peak, 10,000 Swords Decision, Peak, Talent, alternating between reality and falsehood, Uncertainty of Fortune and Misfortune, Clouds and Steamy Sea Points, 864935 Universal Points, 9632 Lin Fang looked at the system panel and a few moments of complacency rose in his heart. In these 6 years, he was a dedicated sleeper, especially after the end of the dry dome, but also in addition to eating and sleeping every day. His habits and a pig. It was with such perseverance and diligence that he was able to achieve Earth Immortal Fruitfulness in 7 years, and also will be able to system panels to rise no more. As for that cloudy steamy greatness, on the other hand, it was a natural aptitude that he had acquired when he was in the divine hidden realm. The effect of the divine ability was ordinary. It was only able to break down water into water vapor in a very short period of time, and it quickly enveloped Lin Fang's surroundings. That's not useful in itself. But what if Lin Fang used weak water? Lin Fang had also specifically experimented before. If he were to unleash it at full power, he would be able to manage to envelop 100 miles in a second. Enough weak water vapor to envelop the surrounding 100 miles. That effect Lin Fang himself was afraid of. This was why he would choose such a lethal talent aptitude. Brother Lin Fang, are you awake? A sudden call came from above his head, interrupting Lin Fang's thoughts. He uses all 4 of his little short legs in unison. The figure was like a flying shuttle, and soon came to the surface of the water. Outside the pool in the mountains, a Taoist-robed monkey, squatting on a boulder by the pool, looked at him and giggled. Monkey, what's up? Lin Fang swam towards him. Monkey put his hand into the water and caught Lin Fang before casually placing him on his shoulder. Today is the day of the ancestors' Dharma talk, and even though we've already cultivated the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique to its peak, we still can't be absent. Oh, well, let's get a move on. Lin Fang stretched out his small claws and firmly grabbed his shoulders. Without saying a word, Monkey directly leapt up, his golden figure rushing up to the sky against the blazing sun. Then in the heavy fall, it stirred up countless dust and mountain birds and animals. Lin Fang stood against the gale. Standing on Monkey's shoulder, was looming over him. He had long since ceased to be the Lin Fang of that year, now certified as an Earth Immortal Fruit, has long mastered the ability to remain as immovable as a mountain in the gusty winds. Even if Monkey is tossing and turning, it is impossible to let him experience the roller coaster-like excitement, without a moment's effort. The 2 of them had arrived in the middle of the Great Hall. As usual, the ancestor was sitting on top of the main seat, with white light curling up from his body and his immortal aura floating, and the disciples in the Great Hall had complicated eyes when they saw the 2. During these 6 years, Monkey's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, entering the Heavenly Immortal, breaking through the Xianxian Immortal, and was now at the peak of the Golden Immortal, just 1 step away from attaining the Tai Golden Immortal Fruit. And what about them? One of the best disciples was only at the human immortal realm at this point, and that disciple had been in the mountain for 30 years. Monkey used absolute strength to madly slap the faces of those disciples who had once looked down on him. The disciples' faces were going to be swollen. Monkey didn't look at them as he walked straight through the crowd of disciples to a position at the very front of the hall, then silently sat down on his knees. The surrounding disciples looked at him, though they had the intention to come over and repair the broken relationship between the 2 sides. But it wasn't until the ancestor began to speak the Dharma. Still not a single person came over to initiate conversation. After all, none of the people who had tried before had succeeded. All of them had put their hot faces on their cold asses and lost in Monkey's indifferent expression. After a few times, no one dared to come. Lin Fang looked back at those people. Humph, yesterday you treated Monkey with disdain, but today Monkey will make you climb high. He had no sympathy for these people. When Monkey first came to Spirit Stage Mountain, all of these people were all high and mighty, looking down on Monkey's origins. But now, seeing that Monkey's cultivation has soared, and his future is unlimited, he is thinking of coming over to climb the relationship again. Can there be anything so good in this world? Dream on. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze after a moment of bellyaching in his heart. System, hang on. Ding. You have turned on hang mode. The emotionless voice of the system rang in his ears, and Lin Fong had fallen into a deep sleep. Nowadays, he really answered what Monkey had said on the canoe. Besides eating and sleeping, he was simply a sleeping turtle, and as he slumbered, the great piece of heavenly immortal technique in his body automatically operated. The aura around him swarmed towards him and it was as if Lin Fong's body had transformed into a black hole, constantly devouring all the spiritual qi. The suction force was so great that even the spiritual light coalescing around his body began to distort. When the crowd of disciples saw this scene, it was even more envious and jealous. This was the peak realm of the great piece heavenly immortal technique. It was a realm that none of them had ever reached, and longed for but could not reach. Ugh, I'm kind of really convinced. This Master Sun can still be said to be a foreign species of heaven and earth. But this little turtle was only a mortal turtle when he came here, and I didn't expect that in just 7 years' time. His cultivation had already reached Earth Immortal, and the great piece of heavenly immortal technique had also reached the peak realm. I don't believe it. It's impossible. What the hell for? Even now, I can't figure out why their cultivation can grow so fast. The disciples had different expressions. There's frustration, there's doubt, and there's giving up on treatment. If Monkey's realm had skyrocketed, it could still be explained by the fact that Ben was a foreign species in heaven and earth. That Lin Fong's rise to prominence, it's the removal of their last piece of cover. Blow the disciples out of the water. Every time the ancestor passed on the Dharma, they looked at Lin Fong's cultivation level, and when they looked at their own, they no longer had the heart to listen to the Dharma, and all they had was a deep sense of frustration. The ordeal is always a long one. Little by little time passed, and the disciples finally made it to the end of the ancestor's Dharma talk. Lin Fong opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. Unlike those disciples, he was pretty cool. The more those disciples were struck down, the better he felt. It was a pleasurable feeling for him. Do I, in fact, have the potential to be a pleasure criminal? Lin put it in his mind. If in the future the true God's power became great, and lived the life of being able to fuck whoever he looked at, that day must be very boring. After all, there was no longer any running. When the time comes, find a place and scout out a few targets. Play them for fools first, then jump in and reveal all the truth, and finally watch them suffer. It seems to be really cool. It's just easy to roll over. Usually those who dare to do so are beings with more intelligence than demons, and even then, it's still inevitably a rollover. Lin Fong thought seriously again. Or forget it. Really doing this doesn't match my characterization. This is something the villain should do. I'm a decent person. He would never say it was because he felt intellectually inadequate to hold. Monkey also woke up at this time. He got up and left as usual, but right at this moment, Ancestor Bodhi, who was seated on the main seat, suddenly looked his way with a smile. Goku! Monkey stopped immediately. He turned his head to the ancestor's side and said, "Hey, the ancestor called me?" "Aha." The ancestor nodded and asked, "How many days have you been in the mountains?" Monkey scratched his head and laughed. "I don't know how many days I've been here, but I only remember that the mountain peaches ripened a total of 7 times, so I ate them 7 times. 7 years. The ancestor lamented. Lin Fong's expression stagnated as he listened to this vestigial conversation. "Is it time? In that case, you've been with me for some time, and you've learned some doors with diligence. What do you want to learn about Taoism?" This is the first time since Monkey joined the mountain that the ancestor took the initiative to ask him what he wanted to learn. Monkey naturally cherished it. Whether or not he could learn the art of longevity could depend on this time. "Ancestor, disciple wants to learn that art of longevity." Monkey ran to the ancestor and crouched down. "Then I'll teach you the art of seeking immortality and divination, and exorcising evil spirits. Okay? May I have everlasting life? Can't. Then don't learn. Don't learn. Then I'll teach you to chant the Buddha's sutras and make a pilgrimage to the truth. Okay? May I have everlasting life? Can't. Then don't learn. Don't learn. Then how about I teach you Zen meditation and precepts and fasting? May I have everlasting life? Can't. Then don't learn. Don't learn." The ancestor asked 3 questions in a row. Monkey, on the other hand, waved his hand and refused all of them. The ancestor's face was already in a state of rage, and Mingyue, who stood next to him in attendance, had the good sense to take the ruler aside. The ancestor took the ruler with one hand. Then on Monkey's head, he knocked 3 times in a row. The knock made Monkey's eyes bleed and his feet weakened. Sitting directly on the ground, Lin Fong took in this scene with his eyes. If he didn't know the original, Lin Fong was now afraid that he would have to assume that the ancestor was really angry. That's okay acting. So much for old theater. "You rats, you don't learn this or that." Humph. The ancestor left in anger. Monkey, on the other hand, was pondering and subconsciously followed behind the ancestor, but was stopped by Manhwa. You monkey, you've made the ancestor angry now. She made a face toward Monkey, then followed the ancestor. Monkey still wanted to say something more, but without waiting for him to open his mouth, the disciples around him all gathered around. You monkey, you've made the ancestor angry, haven't you? The ancestor was kind enough to teach you your skills, but you're good. You don't learn anything. It's over. I haven't seen the ancestor angry since I joined the mountain. You've really gotten into big trouble this time. If you ask me, it's better to get off the mountain as soon as possible. Maybe there's still a silver lining. I told you a long time ago not to be too crazy, but you didn't listen, so now you've caused trouble. The disciples were talking. It sounded like they cared about them, but the words were blaming him, and when they finished, they dispersed. Just the corners of his mouth were all smiles, and even his mood was a little more pleasant. Monkey's previous surge, although everyone did not say anything, but the heart that are old uncomfortable, at this time to seize the opportunity, how can not properly vent? Lin Fong looked at the backs of these people and skimmed his lips. Kinda think it's Monkey who's going to be unlucky this time. How do you know that this is Monkey's greatest chance? After tonight Monkey will be the real great sage of Chi-Tian. Monkey didn't take the crowd's words to heart, but instead pondered what the ancestor had just said. 3. Monkey's mind was like lightning, and he instantly figured it out. His mouth smiled. Turtle, let's go. Two men walked out of the great hall. After waiting until they reached the mountain pool, Monkey put Lin Fong into the water and turned away in a hurry. And Lin Fong lazily climbed into the pool to find a place to hang out. Tonight is Monkey's chance. It has nothing to do with him. He just had to wait until tomorrow, when Monkey learned the 72 changes. And then he would find Yang Chan to trade the techniques. And then he would be able to rub off on 2 of the top techniques as well. During these 6 years, Yang Chan's cultivation had also skyrocketed. But for some reason, it's been stuck at Heavenly Immortal. No breakthroughs. Monkey had also asked about this topic with concern. But Yang Chan was secretive and had refused to answer. So Monkey stopped asking. And in the past 2 years, Yang Chan was even more immobile and closed down. The time out of the customs is less and less every day. But the cultivation is not to see growth. Not only that the body is getting weaker and weaker, the cultivation is even more signs of falling. All the signs indicated that something was definitely wrong with Yang Chan's body. But she won't say. Monkey didn't get a chance to help her either. Lin Fong thought about this and gradually fell into a deep sleep. A little bit of time passed. Midnight. Lin Fong, who was hanging out to sleep, was suddenly kicked out by the system. Ding! Sensing human interference in the outside world, the system automatically exits the hanging state. Lin Fong woke up with a bewildered face and looked towards the surroundings. Brother Lin Fong, are you awake? There was a huff from the top of his head. It's Monkey. Lin Fong was even more confused. Shouldn't Monkey be in the ancestors' chambers at this time? The 2 of them doing unspeakable things? Why is he still here? Lin was assured of his doubts, which quickly surfaced. Monkey, why are you still here? Didn't the ancestor tell you to go to his chambers in the middle of the night and talk about life's philosophies? Monkey gave him a blank look. After spending a lot of time with Lin Fong, he had learned some modern phrases. Know what this philosophy of life means. Don't talk nonsense. How could the ancestor be that kind of person? He is going to teach my old grandson Kung Fu alone. Time is running out. My old grandson will take you there now. After saying that, Monkey grabbed Lin Fong in his hand and placed him on his shoulder. Of course Lin Fong knew what the ancestor wanted to do. He grabbed Monkey's shirt firmly. The 2 of them traveled swiftly through the night, and in no time at all, they arrived at the door of the ancestor's room. The door to the room was left open. Monkey saw the scene and a smile appeared on his face. He stepped in gingerly. In the middle of the room, Ancestor Bodhi was sleeping on his side with his back to the 2. Ancestor. The ancestor did not answer. Monkey scratched his head and knelt in front of the ancestor's bed. A few moments later, as if he had sensed someone in the room, the ancestor slowly opened his eyes, and without turning around, he said, "You rats, you don't sleep in the middle of the night. What are you doing here in my place?" Ancestor, disciple has been waiting for a long time. Monkey immediately got excited. The ancestor hit me 3 times during the day and closed the center door, clearly wanting me to go into the back door and learn the way at the 3rd hour. The back door? Is this the earliest back door in history? Lin was relieved. The ancestor laughed out loud, never disappointed in Monkey's intelligence. He sat up. Ha ha ha, then I'll teach you the art of change, which is divided into 72 changes and 36 changes, exhausting the wonders of change in the world, and is an indispensable method of avoiding the 3 plagues. You have now cultivated to the level of Tongxian. If you learn this technique, longevity will not be a problem. How was it? Monkey got even more excited. I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn. The ancestor looked at him with a smile and asked, then will you learn the 36 changes, or the 72 changes? Can I have them all? Lin Feng suddenly interjected at this time. If in accordance with the original development, at this time the monkey must say 72 changes. After all, this number is more. But that 36 changes is not worse than 72 changes. It would be a shame to just miss it. Monkey is a sight for sore eyes. 2. He had never learned brain teasers, so naturally he didn't understand the reasoning that only children make choices. And of course adults want them all. But Lin Feng said this, instantly waking him up. He looked at the ancestor expectantly. The ancestor looked at Lin Feng. Little friend Lin Feng. That's a wonderful answer. Unfortunately not. A flash of loss immediately flashed within Monkey's eyes. Then it will be 72 changes. I want to learn more. Lin Feng saw that the ancestor was determined not to teach the Big Dipper 36 changes, and knew that it was useless to say more. So he had to keep his mouth shut. The ancestor then taught Monkey that earthly 72 changes. Lin Feng hung around the entire time. Ding! You are listening to Ancestor Bodhi's explanation of the essence of the earthly 72 changes, and are in the process of automatically comprehending it. Ding! Ancestor Bodhi's explanation is too detailed. Comprehension is accelerating. Is there still this operation? Lin Feng had thought that it definitely wouldn't work once, and that he would need to go back and have Monkey teach it a few times before it would work. I didn't realize there was actually a comprehension acceleration feature. And as the ancestor explained, Lin Feng clearly felt something different. The ancestor looked at Lin Feng, who had also realized something. He didn't say anything. To him, as long as Sun Wukong didn't learn that heavenly deity 36 changes, it would be fine. As for this earthly fate 72 changes, it wasn't much of a big deal for one more person to learn it. By the time the ancestor had finished speaking, it was dawn. Lin Feng woke up from his sleep, opened the system panel. Name, Lin Feng race, weak water turtle, non-evolvable. Skills, 5 elements escape technique, peak. Yin-yang escape technique, peak. Dharma phase heaven and earth, peak. 5 thunders positive technique, peak. 10,000 swords decision, peak. 72 changes of the earth's fiends, introductory, plus, in the skills column, there was indeed an additional earthly 72 changes, and due to accelerated comprehension. This time, you reach intro straight away and can add points upwards with universal points. He glanced at the cardinal points again. Universal points, 18,965. That's a full 9,000 points more than yesterday morning. Monkey also woke up at this time. He felt the changes within his body with a surprised look on his face. After learning the 72 changes, he was finally no longer a reckless man who only knew how to utilize his strength. There was also an esoteric feeling about that nebulous heavenly opportunity. Thank you, Master, for passing on the law. Monkey said Master this time, not Ancestor. He bowed towards the ancestor. The ancestor then looked at him with an expressionless face. Since you've finished learning, then go down the mountain. It's a long way to go. I'll teach you another cloud-taking technique, so that you'll have to exert less effort. Motherfucker. Almost thought the somersaults were going to be gone. Rin relaxed with a sigh of relief. And Monkey was dismayed. Even though he had come to Mount Spiritus to learn the art of longevity, now that it has been learned, there would have been no need to stay here, but really want him to leave. Monkey's heart is also surging out of the 10,000 reluctance. After all, he has lived here for 7 years' time. In addition to the flower and fruit mountain, it is here to live the longest time. He had long since made this place his home. Master, there is no need to say more. You and I, master and disciple, have finished our destiny. Ancestor's cold expression made Monkey's next words all swallowed into his stomach. Disciples at your service. Monkey bowed again towards the ancestor. The ancestor looked at him and continued. If you go down the mountain this time, you won't have to come back, and you are not allowed to mention my name in front of others. Monkey's heart was even more astonished. However, he saw that his ancestor's mind was made up, so he said no more. Then can the ancestor forgive the apprentice for a few more days, so that the apprentice can say goodbye to a friend? Of course the ancestor knew who Monkey was talking about. Under his deliberate indulgence, it can be said that Monkey does not have a single friend on the entire Lingtai mountain, and the only one who can talk to him is that Yang Jin's sister. Think of Yang Chan's situation today. The ancestor said, in that case, I will give you 1 more day. Monkey kowtowed 3 more times toward the ancestor. Afterwards, the ancestor taught the somersault clouds to Monkey as well, and Monkey left the ancestor's room with Lin Feng. Road, brother Monkey, don't be sad. There is still me. I will accompany you. We will go back to the mountain of flowers and fruits, inherit our mountain, our big house, and the Monkey King's position. Lin put in to comfort Monkey. It's just that it always feels like a licking dog taking advantage of a situation. Monkey, on the other hand, gave him a blank look. Brother Lin Fong, I, Lao Sun, am not that sniveling generation, although my ancestor drove me away and made me sad. But since things have come to this, all we can do is to grasp the moment. Grasp the crotch? Lin Fong looked at Monkey with a fearful expression. Monkey, he looked at Lin Fong with a speechless face. Lin Fong hemmed and hawed. Hey, don't look at me like that, Monkey, I'm just trying to liven up the atmosphere. And this time, going down the mountain is also a good thing for us. If we don't go out of the mountain, Monkey brother, you have all these heavenly means, won't you have no place to put them into practice? The two talked and arrived outside Yang Chan's cave. As Yang Jian's own sister, Yang Chan's treatment at Lintai Mountain is comparable to that of a direct disciple, with a small courtyard of her own, and usually Mingyue would come over to take care of her more. When the two of them came over today, they happened to run into Mingyue sweeping the yard. The little girl took a broom bigger than her person and swept the floor with one motion. Upon seeing the two, a smile immediately appeared on that small face. Tai, you monkey, you made the ancestor angry only yesterday. Instead of thinking about how to apologize to the ancestor, you actually dare to come here. What do you want? The little girl held a broom, pinched, and glared at him with wary eyes. When Lin Fong heard this, he blanked her. Ancestor, already kicked us out of Lingtai Mountain. We came over to say goodbye to Yang Chan. Drive out the spirit platform mountain? The little girl was clearly taken aback. She looked over to Monkey's side. It's true. Ancestor Ben told me to leave immediately, and I begged Ancestor for a day to come over and say a few words to senior sister Yang Chan. Monkey explained in a low tone. So what are we waiting for? As soon as the little girl dropped the broom on the floor, she pulled him towards the house. You monkeys usually look stupid. I didn't expect that when it came to the end of the matter, you actually dared to be so inky. Don't come in yet. Monkey froze. Not to mention him, Lin Fong froze. Akatsuki, don't you usually hate Monkey? How now? Before Lin Fong could finish, the little girl said without looking back, I hate him now too. Then you, aren't you guys leaving? As the little girl walked, she said, you're all leaving. What do I still hate him for? And Sister Yang Chan will definitely be sad when he's gone, so it's good to see him one more time. When she finished, the three of them arrived at the cave where Yang Chan was in seclusion. The little girl put Monkey's hand down, then she knocked 3 times on the stone door, and the place she had knocked on lit up with light. The light connected. It formed a very subtle pattern. The stone door opens. Inside was a long tunnel with long lamps neatly arranged on both sides of the tunnel, and the darkness disappeared without a trace as the light shone through. Let's go in. The little girl led the two inside. The three of them walked through the tunnel. Inside was a modest stone chamber. The decoration in the stone room was extremely simple, with only a lamp and a modest stone bed. Yang Chan was sitting on top of the stone bed. Compared to 6 years ago, she had a little more mature flavor, but her condition was worse. Her skin showed an unhealthy miserable white color, rather like a sick beauty. She glanced at Monkey. By the looks of it, you really have obtained the 72 changes of the ancestor. Aha! Monkey answered. When Mingyue, who was on the side, heard these words, her eyes were glazed over and her face was filled with an unbelievable expression. You've obtained the 72 changes of the Earth's Fiend? Well, scared? Lin Fong was lying on Monkey's shoulder, looking at her with a smug expression. Let you look down on Monkey. Now you know how good Monkey is. Mingyue swallowed her saliva, but she still said with a stiff upper lip, if you get it, you still have to be driven out of Lingtai Mountain by the ancestor. What's the big deal? Yang Chan's eyes twitched as she sniffed. You're leaving? Master kicked me out and said I wasn't allowed to mention his name in front of others. Monkey's eyes lost. Maybe Master is disappointed in me too. Perhaps the ancestor doesn't want to get involved in karma. Yang Chan suddenly said something inexplicable. With these words, not a single person present could understand them except for Lin Fong. Don't want to dabble in karma, but trying to take advantage. However, Monkey was not at a disadvantage. Having obtained that 72 changes, somersault clouds and the great piece of heavenly immortal technique, which were all skills he would need to settle down in the future. Monkey didn't say anything. Yang Chan, on the other hand, looked over to Akatsuki's side. Go out for a moment. I have some personal matters to talk to senior brother Sun. Akatsuki froze. Oh, then you take care of yourself, and if this monkey tries to do anything bad to you before you leave, just scream out loud and I'll be right outside on guard. Akatsuki gave an explanation. Hey, you little girl, what are you talking about? Lin Fong immediately quit. Is Monkey that kind of person? Don't look at the monkey's looks, but he's also a good-looking monkey. Suave and elegant. The Monkey King, do you understand the meaning of this title? If Monkey wants a woman and hooks his finger, I don't know how many female monkeys would be willing. Akatsuki, however, bristled. In pretty, it's not still a monkey. You. Lin Feng wanted to say something else, but Manhwa didn't give him a chance to speak and turned around to leave the cave. Yang Chan watched the two of them bickering and suddenly covered her mouth and laughed gently. Ha ha ha, it is said that a lover's eyes are the only thing that matters. How come in the eyes of this little turtle of yours? Senior brother's son looks as if he is very handsome. What else could it be? Iconic filters. Sister Yang Chan, you patted your wide breasts and said, isn't monkey handsome? As far as human aesthetics are concerned, monkey really isn't that handsome. Of course, to monkey's aesthetics, hairless people don't look good either. Yang Chan was still looking at monkey very seriously, and the watery waves in those beautiful eyes seemed to contain something else. She suddenly ruffled a smattering of hair at her temples with her hand, cheeks slightly flushed. It's handsome. Lin Feng froze. Why does it feel like the atmosphere has suddenly become a little different? Aren't we here to trade? Lin Feng turned his head to look at Monkey. Monkey similarly stared straight at Yang Chan with his eyes, and those golden eyes were flooded with some other emotions. Yang Chan's face turned even redder. Two people, neither of whom spoke first. A few moments later, Monkey spoke. Senior sister Yang Chan, can we start trading? Aha. Yang Chan, who was originally shy, looked up sharply. The look was as if to say, is that what you're going to tell me? Monkey scratched his head and said, Lao Sun, had looked for master before and learned from him that senior sister Yang's illness was caused by the strong practice of the great piece of heavenly immortal technique and the 8-9 Xiangong. If you want to be cured, these 72 changes are essential. Although I don't know why the ancestor didn't teach you this technique, but since you're my friend, I can't stand by and watch you suffer. Monkey laughed heartlessly, and Yang Chan's eyes were overflowing with emotion. I'm afraid that now with a word from Monkey, she can live a small life with Monkey Club Huagua Mountain. Invisible flirting. It's scary. Lin Feng's eyes kept running over the two people's faces. Then thank you, senior brother's son, for your help, Yang Chan said in a gentle tone. The two of them then exchanged their respective gong methods, and Yang Chan, who had obtained the Earthly Fury's 72 changes, had finally perfected the flaws in her gong method, so that the two forces, which had originally been as strong as water and fire, coexisted peacefully in her body. Monkey, who had obtained the 8-9 mysteries, also had a glint in his eyes. Although there didn't seem to be any difference, Lin Feng always felt that Monkey was different, but it was different there, and he couldn't tell. He opened the system panel. Name, Lin Feng race, weak water turtle, non-evolvable, cultivation level, earth immortal third turn heart technique, great product heavenly immortal technique, peak, weak water decree, peak, 8-9 Xiangong, 29% of skin. I'm sure it won't work. It looked like it would have to wait until we got back to the mountain of flowers and fruits. Lin Feng looked over to Yang Chan's side again, and then a froth. If Monkey was a divine splendor that was internalized, then Yang Chan at this time was a thick accumulation of energy. Having obtained the 72 transformations, she had finally filled in the last piece of the puzzle, and all the power accumulated over the past 6 years exploded out at this moment. Her realm, which had been suppressed in order to save her life, had still loosened. Xian, Golden Immortal 1 turn. It was only until the 9th turn of the Golden Immortal that the aura on her body finally began to fall back. And finally her cultivation stopped at the peak of the Golden Immortal, half a step to the Taiyi Golden Immortal. Her cultivation level was even half a step higher than Monkey's. Yang Chan opened her eyes, the same light flashed in her eyes, and her body's vigorous strength violently erupted. It was as if a strong wind was blowing in the cave, blowing the surrounding area around, and the walls all around appeared to have traces of knife-like cuts. The gale struck Monkey's body with the sound of clashing gold and stone. Lin Feng even subconsciously hid in the turtle shell. Motherfucker. This bitch is a bullseye. Seeing this, the corner of Yang Chan's mouth hooked into a smile as she clenched her fists, feeling that illusion as if heaven and earth were in the palm of her hand, turning her hand over to the clouds and turning her hand over to the rain. The power that had originally erupted began to fall back without any warning. In a few moments, it went up in smoke. Everything seemed as if it was Lin Feng's own illusion. Only the marks on that wall indicated that what had just happened was real, and Yang Chan herself seemed to have washed away all the lead, and her essence returned to its peak state. She smiled and looked over to Monkey's side. Yang Chan thanks senior brother son for saving her life. From now on, as long as it's something for senior brother son, no matter how big or small, as long as you ask, I will definitely help you. Anything. Can I have you as my wife? Lin Feng poked his head out of the turtle shell and looked over to Yang Chan's side. Monkey scratched his head and giggled. Senior sister Yang doesn't need to be like this, and I'm no longer a disciple of master. Senior son has always been senior son. Without waiting for Monkey to open his mouth, Yang Chan interrupted him in a serious tone. Monkey swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Just then, Akatsuki ran in from outside again, still holding the broomstick that was given away by the set, her face visibly angry, her little brows furrowed and her cheeks puffed out. Tai, you monkey dares to be reckless, don't stop, she exclaimed. The expression was extraordinarily serious, as if Monkey had really done something heavenly. She nervously ran to Yang Chan's side. Sister Yang Chan, are you okay? It's okay. Yang Chan smiled and rubbed her little head, laughing. Don't worry for me. Senior brother Sun is not the kind of person you think of. He, is a wood. I'm a rock. Monkey returned with a straight face. He was a stone monkey birthed from immortal stones, so he was naturally a stone, not a wood. Then Jan Chan froze. She smiled helplessly, then looked to Akatsuki. You watch. Mingyue turned her head to look at Monkey with a look as if she was saying again, you fool, Monkey, but Akatsuki's focus soon stopped on Monkey. She looked at Jan Chan. Sister Yang Chan, your body has recovered? Yang Chan smiled and nodded her head, saying, this matter is also thanks to senior brother Sun. He was the one who helped me cure this persistent disease and also allowed me to go one step further, reaching the peak of the Golden Immortal. Half a step to the Taiyi Golden Immortal. Akatsuki was also happy for Yang Chan. She walked over to Monkey's side and smiled brightly. You're pretty good. Of course Monkey is awesome. Lin Fong gave her a blank look. Then Mingyue glared back at Lin Fong. The two men were just staring at each other, almost as wide-eyed as a king's asshole looking at a green bean. Monkey, on the other hand, looked over to Yang Chan's side and clasped his fists. Since this matter is over, I won't bother you anymore. Take care of yourself in the future. Senior sister Yang and I, old Sun, will leave first. It's been delayed quite a bit. It's time for him to leave. Senior brother Sun, wait a moment, I'll go with you. Yang Chan suddenly said. Lin Fong, are you really going home with Monkey? Monkey also looked at Yang Chan with a puzzled expression. Yang Chan smiled and explained. The battle between second brother and the heavenly court is over. No victory, no loss, no one has been pleased. He continues to be the Erlangshan who listens to the tune but not to the declaration of the irrigation river mouth. And I have to be ordained a third virgin. Sort of a means for heaven to appease Ergo. I was thinking of leaving in a couple of days. But since senior son is leaving today, would it be alright if we traveled together? Yang Chan looked at Monkey expectantly. Monkey scratched his head and finally nodded. So Jan Chan laughed. By the time the four of them stood at the foot of Lingtai Mountain, every single one of them, except for Mingyue, was still in a good mood. Akatsuki was sad. She looked at Yang Chan, dismayed, looking at Monkey again, angry. Sure enough, it's still annoying. Annoying for the monkey. It's a feeling like your best friend being taken away from you by someone else. In addition to them, there was also Ling Suzi present. He came to open the door. He looked at Monkey inside. Senior son, I've heard about what happened regarding you, although I don't know why the ancestor did this, but I'm too small to be of much help. Take care of yourself as you go. Monkey, on the other hand, clasped his fists towards him as well. Senior brother doesn't need to worry about me. It just so happens that I haven't been back to the mountain of flowers and fruits for a long time, and the monkeys and grandchildren in the mountain probably shouldn't recognize me. Spirit Voider didn't say anything else. He cast a spell to open the exit of Lingtai Mountain. Monkey brought Lin Fong with him, and with a single heel, he flipped out, his body turning into streams of light and disappearing. Is that Master's somersault cloud? I didn't realize that Master actually handed over all the somersault clouds to Master Sun. Ling Shuzi's eyes were surprised. On the side, Akatsuki bristled. Yang Chan rubbed Mingyu's little head again. Alright, don't be angry. Even without Senior Sun this time, I won't be staying at Lingtai Mountain for long, and there's still a chance I'll come back when I'm the third virgin. Akatsuki lowered her head and didn't say anything. Yang Chan smiled helplessly and said, it's time for me to leave. This time, I have to thank senior brother Ling Suzi for seeing us off. She took a million blessings towards Ling Shuzi, then also turned into a stream of light and disappeared. When the two were gone, the exit slowly closed up. The ancestor's figure suddenly appeared. Ling Shuzi hurriedly arched his hand and bowed, saying, greetings, master. Mingyue also hurriedly bowed her head and made a bow. The ancestor didn't pay attention to the two, but instead looked towards the already closed exit and leisurely said, inform down, the Spirit Terrace Mountain will be closed for 500 years. Ling Shuzi was shocked in his heart. See, one heel from Monkey is 100,000 miles. After he stood slightly still, he looked at the azure sea in front of him, and in his heart, he thought about the hardships he had experienced when he had gone out to sea for a few years in search of immortality. 7 years have passed. Now it is finally learned. He couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky and whistled in a quick and joyful manner. I already have the strength of 1,000,000 men. Ask if there is an enemy in the world today who can fight. Lin Feng was standing right on Monkey's shoulder. Feeling the unbridled feeling in his voice, he laughed along with him. Facing the sunrise, both of them looked ahead at the vast expanse at the same time. The hearts of both men at this moment were filled with hope for the future. Just then, a stream of light appeared beside Monkey. Yang Chan looked at Monkey, who was spirited as if rejuvenated, and his eyes lit up with a feeling that he couldn't take his eyes off of him. Senior brother son, where are you going next? Go back to Mount Huagua. Monkey laughed. First, I'll go back to see my monkeys and monkey sons. Then it's just as well we're on our way. Janchan laughed along with her. She was going to Mount Hua this time to become the three holy mothers, and she was also going to go to the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture, and the Aolai Kingdom was on a sea island off the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture. Then go with them, Monkey said. Yang Chan laughed even more. The trio moved on. While on the road, Yang Chan suddenly asked, Lin Feng, how did you know before that Monkey would be taught the 72 transformations after 6 years? In fact, she hadn't gotten her hopes up in the first place. But I didn't expect Lin Feng's prophecy to actually come true. Didn't I say it all? I'm a prophet. I know 500 years before and 500 years after. Lin Feng said helplessly. Granted, it was a drunken remark, but it's true what he says. It's just that no one believes him. Monkey also thought at that moment of the incomparably pretentious words that Lin Feng had said back then. What with him peeking into destiny from the long river of time, and what with himself being awesome in the future. At the time it was just drunken talk. But now, Lin Feng actually really was right that after 6 years, he would be taught the 72 changes. Then you tell me in detail how I can be a bully in the future. Yang Chan also pricked up her ears. Lin Feng looked at the two and cleared his throat. Cough. That monkey is definitely going to be great in the future. Not only did he recover the 72-hole Demon King of Huagua Mountain, but he also became the Great Sage of the Demon Clan. Seal the title Chi Tian de Shang Sun Wukong. And Monkey will have to fight with the Heavenly Court in the future, and beat the heavenly soldiers and generals. Monkey heard that he would be so awesome in the future, and a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, that's a good title. Then I'll take brother Lin Feng's good advice, and if I really become a demon great sage in the future, I'll be called the Great Sage of Chi Tian Sun Wukong. Yang Chan's ears twitched as well. Chi Tian de Shang? You say that? Seriously? Naturally it can't be faked. Lin Feng see her still do not believe. Directly everything will be Monkey out of the mountain. The things that happened after all said again. From how he and the hell, the dragon palace, and even the heavenly court of the things are said again. But after talking about the Great War, he stopped talking. Unfortunately, Monkey ended up losing. Lin Feng shook his head. During these 6 years, he also did some experiments and found that the heavenly Tao didn't care about him at all. That's why he dared to dramatize it in such detail. That really seems like something I would do. Monkey scratched his head. No wonder brother Lin Feng. You were dead set against returning to Mount Huagua with me in the beginning. Is it because you think that I, old son, will be defeated sooner or later? Lin Feng was a bit embarrassed. Still, he nodded honestly. Don't mind if I do. Monkey. He looked at Monkey nervously. I don't mind, but now that you've told all of this, will it really be alright? Didn't you say that heaven's secrets can't be divulged? It should be fine, right? Lin Feng looked up at the sky. After all, with the chaos in the heavens today, many things have begun to go out of control. Yang Chan's eyes twinkled as she asked, then if you tell all this now, won't brother son's fate change? That's what I'm here for. Lin Feng said, we can put this heavenly court on hold first, or wait before we fight. But the golden rod? According to Lin Feng, that golden rod is obviously the most suitable weapon for Monkey. This is actually simple. We can show mercy and reason. And in fact, according to the results I've seen, the reason why the Dragon King of the East Sea went to sue was because Monkey made him lose face. Not only did he take the baby, he didn't give him a good look. If it were me, I'd be pissed too. Monkey hemmed and hawed, scratching his head in embarrassment. I can't help it. Yang Chan's eyes turned and laughed. Then this is a good thing to do. When the time comes, I will walk with you through the Dragon Palace. That old dragon is not afraid of you, but may not be afraid of me. Next, it's hell. That black and white is indeed difficult to deal with, but this matter is not without room for maneuver. She looked over to Monkey's side. I won't destroy that life and death book is all. The Kung Fu and Master's hidden scriptures is enough for those monkeys and monkeys' grandchildren of my family to attain immortality. And I don't care about that book of life and death. Jan Chan nodded. She looked over to Lin Feng's side again and asked, any more? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Nope. Then let's go to the mountain of flowers and fruits first. And when brother son's business is done, I'll go to Mount Hua to be that third holy mother. She hadn't wanted to be this third virgin in the first place, now that he had learned from Lin Fong that Monkey would be in danger in the future. Of course I'm staying. That's a good feeling. Then when we arrive at the mountain of flowers and fruits, I'm going to sleep in the same room as Sister Yang Chan. Lin Fong immediately branched out. Monkey, brother Lin Fong. This is what you call having an opposite sex without humanity. Yang Chan, on the other hand, gave it a blank look. Beauty for you. Lin Fong immediately put on a weeping and sobbing expression. Sister Yang Chan, look at how cute I am. Can you bear to reject me? Bear with me. Jan Chan answered without even thinking. Lin Fong. Monkey laughed out loud. Yang Chan turned her head to Monkey's side and saw that he had nothing to say. A slight frown. Would. The three of them talked and laughed as they flew in the direction of the mountain of flowers and fruits. And right at this moment, Weak Water's voice came from Lin Fong's mind. Little Lin Fong. What you said just now. Are you telling the truth? Yeah. That's strange. This monkey is flat out weird. Why does he have the feeling that the sky wants him to rebel? Weak Water's puzzled voice came out. Monkey is not something mediocre. He is an immortal stone left over from Manhwa Maiden's year of mending the sky, and was conceived in Mount Huagua for millions of years before coming out of heaven and earth. So, Weakness thought again and asked. That would be interesting. Although he didn't know where Lin Fong had gotten these things from. The heavens were not as clear as they should be. If she thought well, then Lin Fong couldn't save that monkey if he did that. The Ori Kingdom, the mountain of flowers and fruits. A few monkeys were picking fruits in the mountains, while a wolf demon with a whip stood under the tree. The wolf demon stared sinisterly at the monkey in the tree. Don't be lazy, you guys. Hurry up and pick all the ripe fruits from the trees. With those words, he waved the whip in his hand. There was a snap. The several monkeys on the tree were all trembling, a look of fear in their eyes, and the movements of their hands accelerated by a few points, picking all the fruits on the tree and putting them into the basket behind them. The wolf demon smiled smugly. Mom, what's that thing over there? A baby monkey, held in the arms of its mother, pointed in a westerly direction. The mother looked to the west. There were two little black dots over there coming this way at a rapid pace. Duck and cover. That's strong. The mother monkey subconsciously protects the baby monkey in her arms. The west side of the mountain of flowers and fruits was a sea, and an existence that could cross the sea from the air must be a strong person they couldn't afford to mess with. Many monkeys stopped and looked at the two black shadows, eyes expectant. What are you looking at? You guys didn't think that this kind of strong person would come over to save you. The wolf demon flicked the whip again. The monkeys in the tree looked fearful, obviously scared by the beating. If only the great king were here. Yes, the great king said that he would definitely seek out the immortals and learn the art of eternal life. Then he would come back, and if the great king was there, he would definitely be able to defeat that mixed demon king. Come back soon, my lord. The wolf demon, however, scoffed. He had taken over these monkeys for a few years now, and naturally he had heard about the great king they spoke of. At first it was thought to be some kind of badass presence. Then I heard more about it and realized that their so-called king was a fool. A monkey goes out to sea to visit the fairies. The ride is still on a raft built by the monkeys for the monkeys. Not to mention whether or not they can find the immortal mountain. Just in the sea to survive is already very difficult, and their king has been out for 7 years without news. Maharaja? That great king of yours? He may have died at sea. The wolf demon looked at them with disdain. You're bullshitting me. My lord, it's not going to die. Yes, the old monkey said that our great king is a foreign species of heaven and earth, born with supreme might, and as long as he comes back, he will definitely beat your mixed demon king to the punch. The monkeys swarmed. They could tolerate the wolf demon bullying them, but they couldn't tolerate the wolf demon insulting their great king. In the minds of these monkeys, the Maharaja is perfect. Then let your great king come out. I'd like to see what kind of heaven and earth exotic species that can eat or not eat this whip of mine. The wolf demon arrogantly raised his hand with the whip. The monkeys were all fearful-eyed. The wolf demon was really angry this time, so I guess when he went down later, he wouldn't be able to avoid a beating. But the wolf demon did not swing down with this whip. A pair of large hands gripped his whip. I heard that you want to compete with my old grandson? Monkey reddened his eyes and bared his teeth as he stared dead at the wolf demon in front of him. The wolf demon was confused. You're the monkey king? What do you say? Monkey was so angry in his heart. He hadn't been back for 7 years, and had only just returned. But he actually saw that a small demon dared to bully his monkeys and monkeys' grandchildren, and even threatened to compete with him. Well, then, let's compare notes. The wolf demon, however, was already scared to death at this point. Fight? Beat the shit out of it. That monkey king on the opposite side didn't know what kind of monster he was. Just his aura scared him so much that he didn't even have the strength to fight back. If this was a fight, he was probably going to get hammered into a puddle. Spare me, big man. The wolf demon decisively knelt down and begged for mercy. But without waiting for him to say a second word, Monkey swung his stick over and hit the wolf demon directly on top of his head, knocking his head into his stomach. The wolf demon's body fell limply to the ground, and the monkey demons on the tree all got excited when they saw the scene. The Great King is back. The Great King is mighty. The Great King is so powerful. We are no longer afraid of being bullied. They cheered. Yang Chan also rushed to Monkey's side at this time. Just now when the two of them were almost to the mountain of flowers and fruits, Monkey saw that there were actually small demons over here bullying his monkeys and monkeys. He directly accelerated and flew over, so he left Yang Chan behind. Yang Chan looked towards Lin Fong. It should be the mixed demon king, the strongest demon king of the mountain of flowers and fruits. Cannon fodder for Monkey to stand up. Yang Chan's heart dropped into her stomach when she heard cannon fodder, and at that moment the monkeys on the tree all climbed down and surrounded the three. King, you've gotten handsome. King, you're so strong. I love it. My lord, you must do it for us. The monkeys chattered around him. Monkey, on the other hand, looked at an old monkey. Arms master, what's the situation? The old monkey told the story. It turned out to be in the monkey brother left. The flower and fruit mountain came to a mixed demon king. This demon king's strength is not bad, but the flower and fruit mountain on the demon king many. 72 holds demon king unity and united against the world. He also cannot eat the benefits. After that the mongrel king had his mind on their group of monkeys who were the only ones without a big king, and the 72 cave demon kings turned a blind eye to this. Monkey listened in exasperation. That mixed demon king should be killed, and the 72 cave demon kings should be punished. The old monkey, however, had a worried look at Monkey. King, this matter has to be considered in the long run. That the mixed demon king's strength is not bad. Can a demon pressure to the 72 holes of the flower and fruit mountain demon king to unite together to fight against? Let's. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Monkey. Monkey looked at Lin Fong on his shoulder. Brother Lin Fong, you say it's cannon fodder for me to establish my authority? Right. Then I, Lao Sun, will use it to establish my authority. Monkey directly grabbed the wolf demon's corpse and rushed up into the sky, but only after flying out. He came back in. It made Yang Chan, who was planning to follow up, fail to lift up with one effort and almost fall to the ground. My old grandson is angry and confused. Old warlord, lead the way for me. I want to go to that mixed up demon king's territory and see what kind of god it is that dares to bully my monkeys. The old warlord saw that Monkey's mind was made up, thinking about the fact that the great king had probably really learned all the tricks of the trade. Plus he had two friends marauding the battlefield. Even if that mongrel king was strong, he probably wouldn't be able to eat the benefits. I'll lead the way for the great king. Monkey beamed. He waved his hand and laughed. Monkeys and grandchildren, all follow me. Let's go over there and meet that bullshit mixed demon king. Maharaja, great king, mighty. The young monkeys all cheered. They don't think as much as the old monkey. It seemed to them that the great king had returned and had easily defeated the wolf demon, so he must be able to defeat the mixed demon king as well, so that they could live happily ever after. The monkeys walked through the mountain of flowers and fruits, and while walking, they were still excited that blindly screaming, as if they had come across something great. Monkey, on the other hand, was surrounded by them. As for the other demons of Mount Huagua, all of them were puzzled. Are these monkeys crazy? What's with the blind yelling? Shouldn't they be picking fruit for the mixed demon king? How come all of them ran out? It seems like their great king has returned? Monkey King? Oh, the Monkey King who's nothing but good looking? The Monkey King is back? I also had the honor of meeting that Monkey King once back then, and his posture really deserved the title of Monkey King, but it's a pity that he went out to sea later. The news of the Monkey King's return quickly spread throughout the mountain of flowers and fruits. Those who had seen Monkey and those who had not seen Monkey's little demons all came out to join in the fun. Where are they going with this? It seems like it's at the mixer. A mongrel? There is a good show to see. I heard that the Monkey King that year is out to visit the immortal. Now back. Is it already learned itself? Got the Tao. Watch the show. Watch the show. As the monkeys continued to move, more and more small demons gathered around them. There was even no lack of some demon kings who would come out to watch the fun. That's the Monkey King. The fur on his body is so beautiful. A flower beaver demon king stared enviously at Monkey's golden fur. Pretty indeed. How do you guys think he maintains it? Several demon kings gathered together to discuss it. Surrounded by monkeys, Monkey soon arrives at the mixed demon king's cave. The water dirty cave. At this time, outside the water dirty cave, there were quite a few small demons guarding it. Is all the fruit picked? You've done well today. You actually finished picking so quickly. Leave the back basket behind and you can all get lost. When the young demons saw the monkeys coming, they thought they were handing over the fruit. A particularly condescending attitude. Monkey directly threw the wolf corpse in his hand, landing heavily on the outside of the waterfall cave. Tell your great king that I, Sun Wukong, the Monkey King of the Water Curtain Cave of the Flower and Fruit Mountain, have come over to beat him to death today, and if he is too scared to come out, I'll tear the whole cave down for him. Monkey took out the iron rod that he had gotten earlier in the Dragon Palace in the West Sea. The iron bar hit the ground hard. The earth couldn't withstand it, and it directly cracked through the cracks. Looking at the cracks that were so deep that they could be seen from the bottom, the little demons present were all startled. Motherfucker! What a heavy stick! What's with the monkey? Don't talk about them. The demon kings who saw the scene also had their pupils shrink. The weight of the stick equally subdued them. Where exactly did this Monkey King go? How is it that after only 7 years of absence, he actually already has such terrifying strength? He must have met an immortal with real skills. It looks like this Huagua Mountain Monkey Group is going to rise in the future. It's over. It's over. We sat back and watched before. And now that the Monkey King has returned, won't we be doomed? The Demon King's minds were spinning. And while they were thinking, a figure rushed out from that water-dirty cave. The curmudgeon from there. Dare to be arrogant in the cave of your grandfather, my mixed devil king. A devil king in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Inquiring to find out who was the father. Only to see that the mixed demon king, holding a steel sword, stood right in front of Monkey. When the monkeys saw him, that scared them so much that they only cowered behind Monkey. It was this devil who had intruded into their peaceful lives, and enslaved them, and whipped them, and was just plain bad. Great King, he's the one who bullied us. Great King, watch out for his steel blade. I've suffered losses before. Great King, cut him. The half-breed stood and sized up Monkey. The more he surveyed the more shocked, although Monkey does not look good, but just stand there as if in heaven and earth is one. This is extremely high cultivation, and has reached the realm of return to the realm of a characteristic will only have. Although his cultivation was not high, his eyesight was not bad. Recognize it at a glance. And as he sized up Monkey, Monkey sized him up. It was discovered that he was just a great demon of the human immortal realm. Brothers, seeing that his opponent was unbeatable, the mixed world demon king immediately was changing his expression to one of kindness. Only Monkey didn't give him a chance to speak at all, and directly swung up his iron rod, and with a single blow, he knocked the mixed demon king to the ground, dead beyond repair. The surrounding demon kings who had gathered around were stunned. What the hell? This is the mixed demon king. The mixed demon king who beat the entire 72-hole demon king of Huagua Mountain without temper. Fake, right? One stick and that's it? The monkeys, on the other hand, were all astonished when they saw the scene, though they had faith in the great king. But it never occurred to me that the great king had actually solved it with a single stick. It was too strong. The old monkey, on the other hand, had a tearful expression on his face. God bless my monkey tribe, the great king is mighty. He held up his hand, and the rest of those monkeys raised their hands subconsciously. The great king is mighty. The great king is mighty. The great king is mighty. The voices gradually joined together in a deafening chorus. Seeing this scene, Yang Chan laughed. It looks like your reputation in the hearts of these monkeys is really high. Lin Feng, on the other hand, laughed. That's monkey among monkeys. That is definitely a combination of beauty and talent. With such a great king, who wouldn't die to follow? Monkey, on the other hand, squeezed his hand. All the monkeys stopped, then stared straight at Monkey, waiting for him to give the order. Monkey's eyes then looked into the jungle behind the monkeys. In the middle of the jungle, those small demons who were originally watching the scene all felt a palpitating sensation when Monkey's line of sight looked over. And those demon kings were all shocked. They could clearly feel an overwhelming aura had locked onto them. Pitiful. Watching the fun kills you fast. This is really fucked up when you're being targeted. Monkey took the stick and then walked out into the jungle. And those demons in the jungle were actually so frightened that they didn't even have the courage to run away. And each one of them just looked at him over with their eyes wide open. And Monkey favors going slowly. Every step felt like it was stepping on their hearts. It's simply not too torturous. Monkey walked to a demon king's side and stopped. Then said expressionlessly, "Surrender and I won't kill you." The snake demon that had dominated the mountains and forests directly prostrated itself. "Monkey King, spare your life." Then Monkey scanned the circle again. "You likewise, surrender without killing, and those who dare to resist, not one of you will be left behind." Then those demon kings didn't even think about it and all knelt down. The great king's divine power has unified the mountain of flowers and fruits. The great king's divine power has unified the mountain of flowers and fruits. The great king. Monkey looked at those demon kings and put away his stick with satisfaction. "You guys take me to the rest of the demon king's caves. I'm going to recover the 72 cave demon kings of Huagua Mountain today." According to Lin Feng, these were his squad. Naturally, it's better to recapture it sooner rather than later. Great king, I'll show you the way. The snake demon king from earlier immediately assumed the appearance of a lapdog, nodding his head in surrounding monkey. And when the snake demon king's minions saw this scene, they only felt a wave of heavenly thunder roll over them. Is this still their sinister and cunning Maharaja? Fake, right? My lord, if he threatens you, just blink and we'll help you. The snake demon king, on the other hand, was slightly relieved at this moment. Motherfucker, this monkey king is also too strong. I can't beat them anyway, so if I can't, I'll join them, and as long as I do a good job of dogging them, no one will be able to threaten my personal safety. Dignity is not as important as life. The snake demon king smiled even more flatteringly. And now that the rise of the monkey king can't be stopped, joining early is meta. The remaining demon kings also thought of this at this time. They all ran to monkey. My lord, I'll take you there. Great king, I know the way too. Let me take you there. There was also a fox demon king, looking at monkey with charming eyes. King, your fur is so beautiful. People like it so much. You are still so strong. As she spoke, she also used a hint of charm. Jab. A long sword reached out to her. Yang Chan looked at her coldly. Messing with my senior brother's mind. Looking for death? The fox demon king felt the sharpness of that long sword and was so frightened that she lost her color and froze in place for a moment. Lin Fong shook his head slightly. If people don't die, they won't die. How many lives are enough for you to die if you hit on Monkey in front of Cindy? Monkey, on the other hand, didn't even look at the fox demon king. He is a stone monkey with a heart of stone. Male and female love, for him is just a passing cloud, is a kind of uninteresting thing. Not to mention the fox demon king, he doesn't have much interest in female monkeys. Let's go, Monkey said. Yang Chan put away her sword and glared at the fox demon king. I'll let you off the hook for today. She followed Monkey away. It wasn't until this moment that the fox demon king was finally able to catch his breath. The pressure Yang Chan gave her was even stronger than Monkey, and in that moment just now, she really thought she was dead. What a horrible woman. And the remaining demon kings all had their pupils shrunk. I didn't realize that it wasn't just the monkey king, but this human woman by his side was equally powerful. The point is that they are still siblings. This is so desperate. All the demons followed Monkey's lead and joyfully went to trouble the other demon kings. In their view they were already the Monkey King's own people. Tiger Demon Cave. Your Majesty, it's not good. It's not good. A small demon hurriedly broke into the Tiger Demon Cave and knelt in front of the Tiger Demon King. The Tiger Demon King, on the other hand, had a displeased look on his face. The king is well and good, and the moment I hear you say a word about the king being bad, I'll rip your head off and play with it as a urinal. The little demon was trembling with fear. Great king. No, great king. The monkey king of that year has returned. If he comes back, he comes back. The Tiger Demon King said without a trace of anger. What's with all the fuss? It's not like he's going to learn a skill and still plan to find me in trouble, right? Regarding Brother Monkey, the Tiger Demon King had also heard a little about it. But it's also just nice to know that monkey hair is nice and better looking. Great king. Anticipate things. The little demon, on the other hand, gave a thumbs up with a look of admiration. Expect things? The Tiger Demon King looked at the little demon with a confused expression. That monkey king not only learned a whole lot of skills, but he also killed that Water Curtain Cave's mixed demon king in a single move. And now that he's recovered a few demon kings, he's on his way over here. The Tiger Demon King was stunned. Is my mouth open? What took you so long to say something so important? The Tiger Demon King glared at him with an eager face. The little demon, on the other hand, looked at him with an aggrieved face. It had been talking about this matter all along. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me out. The Tiger Demon King hurriedly stood up and greeted his men as he was about to head outside. The little demon rushed over to him with gusto. King, are we going to fight that monkey king to the death? Knock your grandma's leg off. The Tiger Demon King looked at the small demon beside him and was furious. That the monkey king killed the king of mixed demons, but also recovered a few demon kings on the spot, on his point of strength, are not enough to give people stuffed teeth. Quickly open the gate for me and greet the co-lord of the mountain of flowers and fruits. Demon, what are you waiting for? Bunch of losers. The Tiger Demon King kicked the younger demons in the ass, disliking them for moving too slowly, and actually opened the two large stone doors himself. When Monkey arrived with his men, he saw a whole group of demons kneeling. The Monkey King is so powerful that he has unified the mountain of flowers and fruits. The Tiger Demon King shouted. Then he seemed to resent his men's lack of concurrence and turned his head to scold. All of you are stupid. Shout together for me. The little demons all started shouting too. The Monkey King is so powerful that he has unified the mountain of flowers and fruits. The Monkey King. The Tiger Demon King smiled and stood up, trotting over to Monkey and nodding his head. My lord, we submit. As long as you don't hit me, anything is negotiable. And Monkey scratched his head with the feeling of a punch in the cotton. At least it's the Demon King. How about a little backbone? But where did he know that a half-breed Demon King had already forced the 72 cave Demon Kings to join together to barely suppress it? And Monkey had killed the half-breed Demon King as soon as he returned. These Demon Kings had long been scared out of their wits. There was no need for Monkey to exert any force at all. And one by one they all lay flat. Monkey was a little offended. But the Tiger Demon King's attitude made him unable to find the slightest opportunity to lash out. So he could only wave his hand. Go ahead and join the team. We'll go to the next one. With so many Demon Kings in the mountains, surely they could still encounter a few hardcore ones. Then, the White Rabbit King. The Great King's divine power has unified the mountain of flowers and fruits. Does the king want a bunny girl? The Black Wolf King. Great King, give me face. Don't hit my face. I'll last 2 moves and surrender. But Monkey hadn't even swung his stick yet. My lord. I was wrong. The king has mercy. Monkey. Leopard King. Don't do it. My lord. I surrender. I would like to be the trailblazer and sweep away the mountain of flowers and fruits for the Great King. Visiting dozens of Demon Kings in a row. The result is that each of them lies flat. Lying that is called a comfortable. That is called a silky smooth. Lin Fang could sort of see it. Each of these Demon Kings is talented and speaks well. After only half a day's time, the 72 whole Demon Kings of Huagua Mountain, Monkey recovered 71 of them, and the team became voluminous. The last Demon King was the Rat Demon King. When the Rat Demon King huffed and puffed and poked his head out of the ground, he saw 71 Demon Kings staring at him, straight up scared out of his wits. When he managed to wake up, he learned what happened. Directly with tens of thousands of cubs, he knelt in front of Monkey. Oh Monkey King, we are also considered neighbors. When you were still around, I even went to the Water Curtain Cave to steal your fruits to eat. You can't kill me. I just slept. Who would have thought that you would have recovered 70 all the way to the Demon King? You say you're too fast even to give me a chance to defect. The Rat Demon King looked at Monkey pitifully. What can Monkey do? The other party was like this, so he couldn't beat the Rat Demon King. In this way Monkey took only half a day to recover the 72 cave Demon Kings of Mount Huagua, reached the record for the fastest time to become the co-owner of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. But Monkey couldn't be happier. He thought there would be a big battle to come out of the Lingtai Mountain when he was all fastidious in his heart, thinking of trying the world's heroes of the caddy, but also to try their own caddy. But the reality is that in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits he is already invincible. How? How lonely is invincibility? Ringo grunted next to him. Monkey. The vast army then followed Monkey back to the waterfall cave. Since he has become the co-owner of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, it is natural that the new official should first come to give a lecture and set up some rules. The 72 Demon Kings, too, all looked straight at Monkey. Monkey scratched his head. The first rule that I, Lao Sun, have set up here is that you must not hurt anyone in the future. Today this world is the world of the human race. Our demon race has long been in decline, and since you can live in this paradise of the Flower and Fruit Mountain, you must not do more killing to avoid getting into trouble. Monkey actually had his own considerations in doing so, since it was already known that there would be a battle with the Heavenly Court in the future. It could not be left in the dust. In addition, you and others should intensify your practice in the future and not slack off. Although I, Mount Huagua, don't cause trouble, I'm not afraid of it either. If someone dares to come over and look for trouble, they are looking for death. Monkey is dominant. The Demon Kings present all clapped their hands. The Great King is mighty. Long live the Great King. The king is so good looking and says everything right. Face value is justice. It seems to be mixed in. Something odd. Monkey squeezed his hand. The originally boisterous Demon Kings all stopped speaking. Monkey then looked at Yang Chan, as well as Lin Fang on the table, and asked with a smile, I've finished, do you have anything to add? Yang Chan smiled. Whatever senior brother says is right. Live a sage's stance, making quite a few female demons who had their hearts set on Monkey, that were all obediently putting away their little thoughts. This woman is so tactful. Strong strength and such a posture. I'm afraid I can't fight. And Lin Fang thought for a moment and laughed. I do have an idea. Your slogans just now weren't good. I'll change them for you. In the future when you're shouting slogans, don't always be mighty, long live, or something like that. These are badly used. In the future, when you guys run into Monkey, just call out that the Great King has 1,000 generations, when Chang Wu De, and that he has unified the demon race, and that I am the only one who will not be defeated. That's a really bossy thing to say. The Demon Kings pondered over it for a while, and also felt it was really domineering. This is good. The Great King will have 1,000 generations, and will be able to unify the demon race in a civilized and virtuous manner. The Great King. The Demon Kings shouted out, And all those lesser demons subconsciously followed their great king and shouted as well, their voices gradually joining together and deafening. Monkey sat on a stone bench in the waterfall cave, with uncountable shouting demon clans below him. He was like a true demon emperor at this moment. The mountain of flowers and fruits has ushered in a new co-owner. And such a good thing is naturally to beat the gongs and drums and hold a big banquet, with all kinds of fruits and melons, and all kinds of home-brewed juices, or liquor bought from the land of the human race. All 72 demon kings attended and sent congratulatory gifts. The feast went on for 3 days and 3 nights. All the demon kings were drinking and eating happily, not caring whether they were sincere or not. All of them were vigorously expressing their loyalty to Monkey, almost carving the word loyalty on their brains. Lin Fong also ate a lot. On the contrary, Yang Chan didn't eat too much. During this time, there was also a crane demon king that came up to Monkey's side. My lord, there is something I need to talk to you about. That water dirty hole of the mixed demon king is not small. Is the South Alimony cattle demon king's henchman, used to expand the strength of the outpost to the east Chung Shenzhou. You are so powerful that you have defeated the demon king of the mixed world. That bull demon king won't stop. Monkey frowned slightly. Beat the little one. Come to the old one? Hiccup. Brother Lin Fong's dry over Tsung Dome is really something. The crane demon king didn't know what dry over Cthulhu was, but this hit the young. Come to the old. He did understand. Not to mention quite figurative. So what do you intend to do? My lord, soldiers come to stop the water to cover the earth. Now that I have returned from my studies, I naturally want to test my own weight. That bull demon king, since he can subdue the mixed demon king as a henchman, I think that his strength is not weak. Monkey drank as much as he could, using his drunkenness to express the wariness in his heart that had nowhere to be vented. Seeing that his mind was made up, the crane demon king did not say anything more. A feast for guests and hosts. 3 days later, the banquet was over. The old monkey took Monkey and his party to the waterfall cave iron plate bridge. Your Majesty, the water here leads straight to that East Sea Dragon Palace. If you want to find that Dragon King, entering from here is the fastest path. When Monkey saw this pool under the bridge, he was even more convinced of Lin Fong's words. It's connected to the East China Sea. He doesn't even know anymore. And yet, Lin Fong was able to accurately say it, so it was evident that he really wasn't faking when he said he could see the future. We'll go in first. You guys wait here, Monkey commanded. The monkeys naturally only look up to him. The king said wait. They really all stopped the work in hand, squatting next to the obedient wait. Monkey smiled helplessly. You don't really have to crouch down and wait around. Just send 2 or 3 monkeys on guard. The old monkey left to make arrangements. Monkey, on the other hand, took Yang Chan and Lin Fong and jumped into the pool together. After entering, Monkey performed a water avoidance technique to isolate the surrounding seawater, while Lin Fong slowly followed behind Monkey's ass. If he is a turtle, he is a fish out of water in the sea. No need to avoid the water trick. The 3 of them went straight downstream and soon found the crystal palace at the bottom of the sea. The shrimp soldiers at the gate stopped them. What man? Without waiting for Monkey to speak, Yang Chan jumped ahead. Yang Chan? Yang Chan? The shrimp soldier was still a little confused. But soon, they thought of who Yang Chan was. After all, the war between Erlangshan and the Heavenly Court had only ended a short while ago, and the news that Yang Chan had been ordained as the 3 holy mothers had spread throughout the 3 realms. So it's supreme immortal here. We'll go report to the Dragon King. The 2 shrimp soldiers ran away in a hurry. In no time at all, the Dragon King of the East Sea personally rushed out, accompanied by all the dragon sons and grandsons. Little King didn't know that it was Fairy Yang Chan's great visit, so I'm sorry to have missed the welcome. Please bear with me. The Dragon King bowed towards Yang Chan. The dragon sons and grandsons behind the Dragon King all bowed towards Yang Chan as well. However, they were not worshipping Yang Chan, but rather Erlangshan, and that common lord of the 3 worlds who sat in the heavenly court. Although Yang Chan was a human-god hybrid mongrel, what she mixed with was after all the bloodline of the heavenly emperor. Within the 3 realms, apart from the heavenly emperor, no one dared to look down on Yang Chan. Not to mention she has a brother who was a force to be reckoned with. When he had paid his respects, the Dragon King of the East China Sea looked at Monkey again and saw that Monkey's divine splendor had converged within him, and his cultivation had obviously reached the realm of realization. This is, Yang Chan laughed, this is my senior brother. Although the ancestor had previously said that he would not allow Monkey to report his name to the outside world, he had not said that he would not allow others to do so. Bodhidharma. Oh, so it's the ancestor's senior disciple. Disrespectful. The expression on the Dragon King's face immediately warmed up. Monkey also gave a hug towards the Dragon King, trying to make himself as amiable as possible. The old Dragon King is polite. Speaking of which, you and I are still neighbors. I live in that water curtain cave in the mountain of flowers and fruits. And there is a pool that can lead directly to the Dragon Palace, which is quite a coincidence. The Dragon King laughed. That's very good. In the future, the Monkey King can often come to my place to walk around. Good talk, good talk. Monkey climbed down the pole. Just as they were talking, a small 1-meter long dragon that couldn't yet take shape noticed Lin Fong lying on the ground, and his eyes just lit up. What a pretty little turtle. She swam over and bared her teeth at the little turtle. Little turtle, are you afraid? Lin Fong gave her a look. After seeing that it was just a small dragon, he put his heart down, then raised his hand and said, "Look at my claws. Are you afraid?" The little dragon looked at his claws and shook his head. No fear, no fear. You're so cute looking. Are you from that flower and fruit mountain or something? Lin Fong nodded. The conversation between the two had attracted the attention of everyone present, and the Dragon King was first stunned when he saw Lin Fong. He didn't recognize Lin Fong, but recognized the turtle shell behind him. Then it became clear who he was. Nui Nui, don't be reckless. This is fellow Taoist Lin Fong. He even saved your Ao Tong sister in the Western Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon King picked up the little dragon with one hand. Lin Fong looked at the little dragon struggling in the old Dragon King's hands. Ha ha, this kid is cute. Xiao Long was grabbed and still defiantly said, "You don't look too big. Why are you talking like an elder? Can't I be older?" If he really counted, Monkey would still have to call him senior uncle, but the reality is that he calls Monkey his brother. The two of them argued about each other. This child is cute. I wonder what his name is. The more Xiao Long hated Lin Fong for acting like an adult, Lin Fong had to pose as an elder in front of her. It's not swinging for nothing anyway. This is my youngest daughter, who has yet to be named, and is usually called Little Dragon Lady by everyone. It's the same thing as a human child, called a brat, but Lin Fong did blink. Little Dragoness? So this is the Little Dragon Lady. He looked at this little dragon that was only a meter long and had not yet taken form, and really didn't expect her to be the Little Dragon Lady that had even shown her face in the journey to the west. But come to think of it, it's only now that White Dragon Horse was born. It seems to make sense that the Little Dragon Lady isn't big. Ha ha, let's all stop standing here and do it inside first. The Dragon King smiled and led the crowd into the Dragon Palace. Waiting to sit in the Dragon Palace hall, the Dragon King is very interesting to let the clam woman send up a delicious food. Wine and fruits. Lin Fong was eating with pleasure. The rest of them didn't eat much. After all, it wasn't like it was dinner time. The Dragon King laughed and looked over to Yang Chan's side. Fairy Yang Chan came here today. I'm afraid she didn't just want to come over to catch up with this old dragon of mine. The Dragon King is too modest. Yang Chan arched his hand toward him. I came here this time to beg old Dragon King to give this senior brother of mine a weapon to use while he is here. The three of them came in earlier and talked things over. This time, when he asked for the golden hoop, he let Yang Chan take the lead in dealing with the Dragon King. In this way, even if the Dragon King has a grudge, it is still a grudge against Yang Chan, who is backed by Erlangshan Yang Jian and is the niece of the Heavenly Emperor. So the Dragon King can't still go to the Heavenly Emperor to complain. In this way, Monkey both got the golden rod and escaped this first calamity. The Dragon King sniffed and laughed. How hard can it be? There are quite a few treasures in my Dragon Palace. Giving the Monkey King a handful of weapons is not a difficult task. He then told his men to get their weapons. Everyone waited, except for Lin Fong. He is still eating. Just now he was eating tuna. Now he is eating a big crab. This big crab is really tasty. Nothing to put. Just use boiling water to cook, all delicious. He got on all four legs and clutched a large pincer bigger than he was and gnawed on it. The pincer shells are all chewed up by him. The crabber standing behind him looked dumbfounded. Lin Fong noticed his line of sight and felt as if it was so unethical to gnaw on a crab in front of the crab general. So he handed the pincers to the crabber. Do you eat? Crabby. He didn't say anything. Lin Fong scratched his head and said, You don't eat it. It's old and delicious. If possible, the crab would like to waste the little turtle. Soon, four crab generals came forward carrying a humongous sword. Seeing their strained appearance, this knife is obviously not light in weight, but this is normal. After all, after a high level of cultivation, every move will have the power to destroy the city and the earth. The weapon is light but not good. Monkey grabbed the humongous knife and swung it twice. Too light, not crisp. Monkey shook his head back and forth. Monkey King, good arm strength. The Dragon King waved his hand, and the four crab generals walked on carrying their humongous swords again. Not for a while there are 6 eels carrying a 9-stranded fork came up. These 6 eels' meat is firm. A tendon meat, is obviously not small strength, but still tired and panting. These are the eel rexes in my Dragon Palace, each with the courage of 1,000,000 men. The Dragon King explained. Monkey, on the other hand, jumped out again, holding that 9-stranded fork. Still light, Monkey swung it twice and felt that it still didn't fit his hand. The weapon was too light. The Dragon King was shocked in his heart. This 9-stranded fork had been 3,600 pounds, and the average deity was just fine with a weapon of that weight. I didn't realize that the Monkey King actually felt light. The Dragon King waved his hand again. Without a moment's effort, 8 Kark chiefs came over with a square halberd. This halberd weighs 7,200 pounds. The Monkey King may try it on. Monkey King received the square sky painting halberd, took it in his hand and carried it. Is relaxed and incomparable, and already about to be exhausted Kark chiefs in sharp contrast. The Dragon King had a new perception of the Monkey King's chi in his heart. Lin Fong also finally stopped eating. The best part of the Dragon Palace borrowed treasure can be coming up. Is the Monkey King satisfied? Monkey shook twice. On the spur of the moment even juggled. 7,000 kilograms of the square sky painting halberd quickly waved up, although did not use any spells, but the sound is still scary. Monkey's martial arts were not bad in themselves, plus the glittering and precious light of the Feng Tian painted halberd. The crowd looked stunned for a moment. Those dragon sons and grandsons of the Dragon King were even more shocked. This monkey head really deserves to be out of a famous family, although all the gangster, but that body skill's appalling. Good baby, good baby. Unfortunately it's still a little too light to be sharp. After Monkey had juggled for a while, he threw the square sky painting halberd up to the sky. The painted halberd drew circles in the air and landed on the ground. It was lodged right in front of a Kark chief, right between his legs, and the Kark chief, that was so frightened, was only relieved when he could see it. They didn't even care about their square halberds. They turned and ran. The Dragon King looked at them with a slight frown. Shame on you. When Monkey saw this, he was heatedly smiling and arched his hand towards the Dragon King. Old Dragon King, these weapons are all too light. Do you have any better ones here? The Dragon King had a difficult look on his face. But this Feng Tian paint halberd is already the best in my treasury. If even that doesn't work. Before he could finish this, he was pulled by the dragon lady behind him. Dang it, did you forget? In this dragon palace of ours, there is still a good treasure that might be able to satisfy this Monkey King's heart and make that fairy Yan Chan happy as well. The dragon's sons and grandsons followed suit. Yeah, isn't there another piece of divine iron in that garden? This iron weighs 13,500 pounds, and no one in the entire dragon palace can lift it. If this monkey's head can pick it up, just give it to him. It's not something of great importance anyway. The Dragon King also remembered at this point, but that's just a stater left behind when Dayu was ruling the water. Although it's divine iron, it's useless, and to use it as a weapon, wouldn't that be fooling them? That Monkey King is already not to be messed with, let alone Fairy Yang Chan. The Dragon King's side was worried that the divine iron was bad, but they didn't know that Lin Fong's 3 people were waiting for this moment, and that the purpose of their coming over was originally that divine iron. Seeing the Dragon King's side exchanging words, Lin Fong's 3 people all pricked up their ears. Hear them say the sacred iron. Do you? The heart is clear. The 3 of them looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. Finally, it's time to get to the point. When the Dragon King finished his discussion, he smiled sarcastically and said, "This king does have another weapon here, but it's so heavy that no one in the Dragon Palace can lift it, and the Monkey King has to go and have a look at it himself." Monkey was immediately interested. He wasn't pretending, but he was really interested, wanting to see what the golden hoop rod that Lin Fong had said was so magical actually looked like. Then take me there. Okay, Monkey King, please come, the Dragon King said. The crowd clamored toward the back garden. In the depths of the back garden, a sky-rushing iron pillar suddenly let out a million lights. The crowd was momentarily shaken. The Dragon King muttered in his heart, "Strange, this iron rod has been here for thousands of years. There has not been if different movements. Today this is what happened." Not waiting for him to think about it, he saw that Monkey had already taken a big step towards that iron rod. "Monkey King, this iron rod is unusual. You have to be more careful." Monkey, however, turned a deaf ear. He looked around the iron bar, which was stuck in the ground and was as thick as 3 men's arms, and as for the length, he didn't know how long it was. Monkey swam upstream a few times, but never saw the head of the stick. He then swam back. "Doesn't this iron rod stick out of the sea all the time?" No, the Dragon King explained. "This iron rod only reaches the surface of the sea, but the seawater has rises and falls, and this iron rod will then change with the change in the height of the sea, but never grows out of the sea." Oh, Monkey nodded. He looked at the stick again, and sure enough, he saw a text on it. "Rui Golden Hoop Rod, 13,500 pounds. Sure is a good baby." Monkey looked at this iron rod. His heart rejoiced immensely. I don't know why after coming to this place, he fell in love with this iron rod at a glance, and it was as if he felt that there was something different about this iron rod in the netherworld. "Monkey King, can you lift this iron rod? If you can, I will give it to you, not counting the fact that you borrowed it. The Dragon King looked at Monkey with a smile. Just now, Monkey rejected the divine soldier a few times, and it also stirred up the competitive spirit in his heart. It's as if his baby was criticized for being worthless, so he pulled out a mass murderer to show it off. Monkey's eyes rolled back. He, this is what you said. You're not allowed to go back on your word. Old Dragon King. No backsliding, no backsliding. The Dragon King waved his hand repeatedly. He had no use for this iron rod anyway, so he gave it away. Monkey, on the other hand, had walked up to the iron bar, grasping it with both hands so as to lift it, but not lifting it. It's heavy. The moment he entered his hand, he realized that this iron rod could not be shaken by brute force. Divine objects, for those who are destined to have them. The Dragon King had been watching nervously from the sidelines. At this time, when he saw that Monkey did not pull out the iron rod as easily as before, his heart was finally relieved. It's okay. If this iron rod, the Monkey King is still not satisfied, then he really can't get anything out. Monkey King, don't be discouraged. We have plenty of time. You can take your time to try. The Dragon King immediately branched out. In his opinion, since the Monkey King didn't lift up the first time, it would be futile no matter how many times he tried. So let him try, and give up himself when he got tired. When the time comes, just give it away with a good word. It's over. The Dragon King thought about it some more and thought it was handled really well. Not only did you save a great treasure, it hasn't hurt either side yet. The main thing is to save the baby. And Monkey was not discouraged when he could not do it once. He put his hand on the iron rod, and said to himself, "Oh iron rod, if you are really mine, be obedient, and let my old grandson pluck you out." When it was all said and done, he tried again. This time Monkey used all his 12 points of energy. "Get up for me." The entire dragon palace began to shake. It was as if Monkey was trying to uproot the entire dragon palace together. Everyone stared at Monkey in disbelief. This outlaw is how big the chi actually can shake the foundation of the entire dragon palace. This monkey head is not to go to the force to prove the way of the road? And what shocked them even more was that under Monkey's full power, that iron rod really moved. Ka-ching! The iron rod was raised inch by inch in front of everyone's eyes. The Dragon King had a shocked look on his face. This monkey, it's really come true. Boom! Monkey fought to pull it off at the end. The iron rod was pulled out of the ground in its entirety. 10,000 feet of golden light burst out of the iron rod, and countless amounts of dust and dirt, along with seaweed and kelp, came off the iron rod. Less than a moment. What had been a black, dirty iron rod became new and flawless. The iron rod automatically becomes smaller. Good treasure, indeed. Monkey got the Rui golden hoopstick. His heart was excited, and for a moment he actually had the urge to juggle weapons again. Except that this Rui golden hoopstick was no better than the previous weapons. That dance was a whirlpool that swept through the entire dragon palace. Plus the fact that Monkey had just pulled the stick, which itself shook the foundation of the dragon palace. When this was played, the entire dragon palace shook with it. The old Dragon King hurriedly shouted, "Monkey King, immortal, please immortal collect the divine power. This dragon palace cannot withstand in the toss." Monkey snapped out of it, got himself into trouble. Obviously, before he came, he was told 3 times that he couldn't cause any trouble, but in the end, he still couldn't hold back. "You're not to blame, old Dragon King. Monkey didn't mean it." Lin Fong hurriedly rounded off the conversation. Yang Chan also hastened to say, "This senior brother of mine has a splendid nature, and got a good treasure on the spur of the moment. If there is any abruptness, I am here to apologize to the Dragon King." Once the two of them opened their mouths, the Dragon King couldn't say anything even if he had anger in his heart. Ugh, the Monkey King is not to blame for this. The old Dragon King had to suppress the fire in his heart. Since Monkey had already gotten the golden hoop, there was no need for the crowd to carry it in the back garden. So they all headed towards the main hall. Only on the way, many of the dragon's children and grandchildren looked to Monkey's side. This monkey is so great. After everyone had returned to the main hall to get ready, the Dragon King had the people remove the already cold meal again. Lin Fong looked at the seafood that he hadn't eaten a few bites of yet with some regret. Too bad. The Dragon King smilingly picked up his wine cup. "This stick is here in me for thousands of years. Never had anyone pull it out." The Monkey King actually became. This skill should have the ability to pass through the heavens. Right. Monkey waved his hand. "No, I have only just come out of the mountain. I have not yet fought with the heroes of the world. After the battle, only then will we know if there is the ability to pass through the heavens." Yang Chan also picked up her wine glass at this time. "I also have to thank the Dragon King for being able to cut through this incident today. If it wasn't for the generosity of the Dragon King, This senior brother of mine wouldn't have been able to obtain such a good treasure. I drink to the Dragon King. The Dragon King laughed out loud and also felt face in his heart. The little stigma that he had just had dissipated. Fairy Yang Chan is not saying anything. This divine object is for those who are destined to have it. The Monkey King deserves this treasure. Then the crowd had some more drinks. After waiting to drink his fill, the Dragon King looked over to Monkey's side and said with a smile, "Monkey King, I observe that although your clothes are made of good material, they are not considered to be imposing. Now that you have returned to the mountain of flowers and fruits, of course you should change into something majestic. How about I give you a set?" Monkey froze. Not to mention him, even Lin Fong and Yang Chan were stunned. Regarding the episode of the Dragon Palace borrowing the treasure, the three had studied among themselves that a big reason why the Dragon King would go up to the heavenly court to complain was because Monkey was too arrogant. It's not just about the baby, it's about the armor. It's like someone coming to your house to borrow salt. After borrowing it, he said, "I have salt but no chicken here. It is not good. You are sparing me a chicken. You say arrogant or not?" So from the beginning, they were running for the golden hoop. As for the armor, it wasn't even going to be necessary, but now this they didn't want. This armor was instead sent over by the Dragon King of his own accord. What does the Dragon King mean by this? Monkey suddenly asked. Since you and I are neighbors, we should take care of each other in the future. This armor is considered a token of my appreciation. The Dragon King smiled and explained. Lin Fong immediately understood. It turned out to be trying to pull him in as an ally. This Dragon King is shrewd. Seeing Monkey's divine power immediately intends to be courteous. That's a good feeling. I'll take the armor. Monkey smiled. Yang Chan didn't stop it either. In no time at all, there was a clam woman holding a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, locks of golden armor, and lotus root silk walking cloud shoes coming over. Each of the three treasures was resplendent with precious light. After Monkey puts it on, while holding the ruby golden band, it's so handsome. Lin Fong looked straight up. The monkey at this moment, overlapping with that image in his memory, was simply the same. Yang Chan was also a bit unable to move her gaze when she looked at it. There was just more affection in her eyes. The Monkey King is only decent in this outfit. It's really good. The Dragon King also complimented Monkey wearing this outfit. The same heart excited, jumping around in the middle of the hall, and finally landed in front of a crystal mirror, looking at the inside of the heroic and extraordinary self, not to mention how happy. But what pleased him the most was the alliance with the old Dragon King. In this way, the Dragon King completely eliminated the possibility of going to the heavenly court to complain. The Dragon King has a heart. From now on you and I will be allies. If there is anything wrong with the Dragon Palace, you can find me at any time. Monkey laughed. The Dragon King also had a big smile on his face. He had endured this gift for more than that. This monkey had cultivation of Xianxian, all of the heavenly skills, and got the golden hoop stick, will certainly achieve a career. The most important thing is that his water curtain caves straight through the East China Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon King, faced with such a powerful neighbor, of course had to pull ahead. Even if you can't pull the strings, you can't be offended. With this matter out of the way, the three of them did not stay any longer, and after bidding farewell to the Dragon King, the three of them returned by the same route. Beyond the pool at this time, a few monkeys were still waiting patiently. You guys say the king has been in there for so long. Is he better yet? No. It is said that the Great King is going to that Dragon Palace to look for treasures this time, and I don't know if I can find them. That Dragon King is famously stingy. Our Great King's that divine power is overwhelming. It will definitely work. As they were talking, three people popped out of the pool. Monkey landed on the ground and lifted the water avoidance trick. Lin Fong, on the other hand, shook his head, and when he had shaken it dry, he shook his body again, and finally his little tail. It didn't take long for all of them to dry off, and the few monkeys immediately surrounded Monkey with glee after seeing him. My lord, what a handsome cloak. Great King, that's not a bad stick you've got there. The Great King is awesome. Monkey, on the other hand, laughed out loud and said, I went to that East China Sea Dragon Palace this time, but I got some good treasures, and also became an ally with that Dragon King, so in the future, this part of the East China Sea will be free from worry. The monkeys heard that both the Great King and the Dragon King had become allies. More adoration for Monkey. A few moments later, Monkey brought the two back into the waterfall cave. He was on the main seat, and in front of him was a table full of fruits and melons, all of which were contributed by the 72 cave demon kings. Lin Fong and Yang Chan sat on the second seat. Monkey laughed. Now that this golden hoop cudgel has arrived, and instead of turning against each other, I become an ally with that old Dragon King, what do you think we should do next, brother Lin Fong? To build up strength. Of course, there's that Ghostbuster hook next, and it's not really safe until you get past that. Until then, we still can't take it lightly. Lin Fong didn't even think about it. After Lin Fong had dramatized monkey, he was thinking about what he should do next, how he should do it, all of it in his mind. That's a good idea. I'll mime out the feats in that hidden scripture pavilion, in spreading throughout the flower and fruit mountains. When the sons and daughters get the kung fu, their strength will surely increase greatly. Monkey had originally intended to pass on all the techniques he had learned to his monkeys and monkey sons, so that they could also learn the everlasting life method. Even if they were to add in the 72 cave demon kings, it wouldn't be a big deal, and the feats can also be used to enlist demon hearts. As long as monkey always maintains absolute strength, then the 72-hole demon king will not be able to rebel. That is, monkey's hand is the most solid force. It still won't work if it's just feats. Yang Chan frowned slightly. I'm afraid there aren't many mountain demons who can read. Senior brother, if you pass down the gong method but don't explain it to these demon kings, I'm afraid they'll practice out of order, and then the good thing becomes bad instead. The more profound this was, the more profound the truth contained within it. And there is also a lot of specialized terminology involved in both Taoism and Buddhism. If one is not a knowledgeable person, even if one gets the gongfu and luckily practiced some of the doorways, one will end up in trouble because of the poor performance of the gongfu. As for monkey, it's a hangover and comes with gnosis max. Lin Fong, on the other hand, was directly relying on the system to comprehend. Monkey scratched his head as well. So I'll puzzle them? No, you're the great king. It's impossible for you to do everything yourself. If you do that, you'll instead degrade your own prestige and make the other demon kings look down on you. Monkey was completely clueless. What should I do? Why don't we start a school in Manhwa and teach them to read and write? Lin Fong suddenly proposed, but he was just saying that casually. After all, demons are wild in nature and inherently dislike those holy books of the human race, so letting them read then killing them makes them feel uncomfortable yet. In the words of the demon, killing is nothing but an endless torture to read. It's too painful. School? Yang Chan looked at him and asked, is it something like a schoolhouse? Lin Fong just thought, this era does not seem to be popular. What elementary school, middle school and so on, at most divided into a monk's school and formal schoolhouse. More is at home to learn on their own. Right. He explained, it's a term I coined myself. I'd like to roughly categorize schools into 4 levels, elementary, middle, high school, and college, and then for each level, teach a different kind of learning. Like elementary school just teaches a little bit of reading and literacy. Being able to read and write and know simple arithmetic is enough. Middle school is a little more complicated. High school is even more complicated. And college is almost enough to go for the merit test. Yang Chan listened and pondered a little. Then we will know what kind of benefits there are in this kind of arrangement. That's good. That way you can separate people at different levels and have them learn what they need to learn. After saying that, Yang Chan looked at Lin Fong. If you were a human, you'd be an educator. Lin Fong laughed and shamelessly took all the credit. This is just an idea on my part. It's still Monkey who really wants to implement it. And the demons don't always agree. Yang Chan nodded. That's true. She mused for a moment. If this matter is to be implemented among your men first, so that after the demon clans of the 72 holes have all seen the results, they may change their minds. Monkey scratched his head and said, I'll get on with it then. Say it and do it. Monkey quickly gathered all the monkeys and monkey sons and then brought them above a clearing. And the monkey group so big action also caused the flower and fruit mountain other demons idea. One by one all hide in the dark. Want to see the monkey brother want to do what ghost? Open space. Monkey stood directly in front of him and Yang Chan stood behind him. Lin placed on his stomach at Monkey's feet. Great king, is there anything you wish to command? The old monkey walked up and asked. Monkey looked his way with a smile. I intended to teach you the superior techniques, but thinking that most of the monkeys and monkey sons are illiterate, I thought to teach you to read first, and then give you the techniques afterward. The old monkey frowned slightly. That's a problem. So does the king intend to teach it himself? Monkey shook his head and said, I want to find some literate demon clans, and after giving them the gongfu, who will teach it to the rest of the demon clans? I won't do it myself. The old monkey thought for a moment and nodded. But I should be the only one in the clan who can read and write. But I have no idea about some of the terminology. There's no harm in that. I'll arrange for one of you who knows about that to clear up your confusion. And in charge of running the whole schoolhouse. After Monkey finished speaking, he looked at Lin Fong. Lin Fong? Monkey, you don't want me to go, do you? Monkey nodded and laughed. Brother Lin Fong, in the entire mountain of flowers and fruits, the 3 of us with the highest and deepest cultivation are the 3 of us. And senior sister Yang Chan will always have to go in the future. And it was your idea. So if you don't do it, who will? Lin Fong scratched his head. He actually didn't want to be one. After all, after doing this principle, there wouldn't be much time to hang out. Without time to hang out, his cultivation growth would slow down. And when his cultivation growth slowed down, he would be invincible even later. His wish to punch the Nanshan home for the elderly and kick the Beihai kindergarten is going to be out of reach. But looking at Monkey's eyes, he finally agreed. Okay then. Lin Fong nodded. Monkey laughed. Lin Fong also stood out at this time and said, since I'm acting as your administrator, I'll make a few rules first. First of all, you have to call me principal. Secondly, not just you. The academy is open to the whole of the Flower and Fruit Mountain. Anyone who wants to learn Kung Fu can sign up for it. And it's even better if there's an application for a teacher. His eyes swept beyond the clearing, where countless pairs of eyes were staring this way. And when Lin Fong said that the academy would be facing the entire mountain of flowers and fruits, it was obvious that some breaths erupted uncontrollably in the jungle. Clearly they were not at peace in their minds. Finally, I hope that anyone who joins in can read for the rise of the mountain of flowers and fruits. Let's work together to build a better home in the Flower and Fruit Mountains. Snap! Snap! Immediately after he finished speaking, there was a crackle of applause from below. When the old monkey heard Lin Fong's sentence about reading for the rise of the mountain of flowers and fruits, in his heart he immediately felt a flame burning. The flame called fighting spirit. It was as if he had seen that bright future. That's a great thing to say. After Lin Fong finished speaking, although his face was calm, in his heart, he let out a long sigh of relief. That was all he could say. If you say more, you won't know what to say. Solely, it worked out pretty well. Lin Fong enjoyed the applause from the crowd of monkeys. And at this time, Old Monkey spoke up. Headmaster, what should we call our schoolhouse? Well, Lin Fong thought for a moment. Then let's call it the first affiliated school of Flower Fruit Mountain. Except for this, he couldn't think of anything else. The old monkey, however, frowned slightly, reciting this somewhat strange name in his mind. First affiliated school of Flowery Fruit Hill? First, could it be that the principal will have to build a second, third, or even unknown number of schoolhouses in the future? This ambition is really big. Maybe not just Huagua Mountain, but also in the future to establish branch campuses in other places. The old monkey looked at Lin Fong in shock, shocked by his ambition. And Lin Fong just because he couldn't think of anything too good to call himself. So, principal, when do we start? There's no rush on this one. First organize the open space and put up some sheds. They don't have to be too good to keep out the wind and rain. Lin Fong gave an explanation. The old monkey nodded and went down to get ready. The monkeys and monkeys went to get ready at the command of the old monkey. While they were busy, Monkey had already left the place with Lin Fong and Yang Chan and re-entered the waterfall cave. Then the next step is to prepare the material that should be taught. Lin Fong looked over to Monkey's side. Monkey, on the other hand, handed Lin Fong the gungfu that he had prepared long ago. 5 books in all. Lin Fong took the small paw and roughly flipped through it, finding that they were all introductory feats. But since they were the collection of Ancestor Bodhi, they were considered good amongst the introductory feats. He pocketed these 5 feats when he was at Spirit Platform Mountain. Since he had too many points, he simply redeemed the literacy function. So for this kind of characters written in seal script, it is already readable. After Lin put it away, Yang Chan looked at Monkey and said with a smile, Master Sun, I've been here for some time. I haven't strolled around this mountain of flowers and fruits. Why don't we go out for a walk? Lin Fong's movement stalled, and his little ears immediately perked up. Monkey thought for a moment, feeling that it did trouble Yang Chan during this time. Moreover, the matter of borrowing the treasure from the Dragon Palace wouldn't have gone so smoothly if Yang Chan hadn't followed. He owed Yang Chan a great favor, both in love and reason. Moreover, Yang Chan came to this Mount Huagway of his. He naturally had to do his best as a landlord. Then let's go now. Senior sister Yang Chan, what place are you planning to go? Yang Chan smiled even more brightly. It's all up to senior brother. Wherever senior brother goes, where do I go? Lin Fong shivered. The air all seemed to be filled with the sour rot of love. Looking at the backs of the two, he shook his head slightly. It's only Monkey, this wooden head, who doesn't understand sister Yang Chan's heart. If it was someone else, it would have been a long time ago. But having fallen in love with Monkey, Yang Chan was unlucky enough. Just as he was lamenting the relationship between the two, old Monkey suddenly walked in. Principal, the enrollment tally is in. That fast? Lin was relieved. Then he asked, what about the list? There is no list. The old monkey shook his head and said, there's no such thing as paper in the mountain of flowers and fruits, so I'll bring the people directly to you. Lin Fong slapped his head. Inertia has set in. Of course there is no paper in a place like the mountain of flowers and fruits, and there is no paper and naturally no list. Where's the man? It's all waiting outside. Afterwards, the old monkey led Lin Fong out, outside the waterfall cave. Demons that could not be seen at a glance stood guard at the entrance of the cave, all eagerly waiting for Lin Fong to appear. When Lin Fong appeared, they looked over in unison. So many demons. Lin Fong casually swept a glance. Just the ones he could see were almost over 100 demons, and the entire circle swept down. Several hundred didn't run away. Did we build enough school buildings before? The old monkey shook his head. Headmaster, that's one of the things I'm going to tell you. There are too many people and the previous preparations are simply not enough. Lin Fong scratched his head as well. It looks like the schoolhouse thing is going to expand a bit, but fortunately there are enough people. In this case, you go down and count them first. Roughly first divide these demons into 3 categories. Demon cubs that need to learn from literacy, adult demons that can teach literacy and introductory feats, and those that can be teachers. The old monkey nodded in agreement and went down to get ready. Lin Fong, on the other hand, was lost in thought. Originally, he thought that none of the demon race liked to read, but he didn't expect that so many demons had actually come. This can't be a casual fobbing off like I thought before. Soon, the old monkey then set everything in motion. Lin Fong looked at the 3 rows of people standing neatly in front of him. The largest number of adult demons that could be taught introductory feats, followed by demon cubs that needed to start with a literacy semester. The number of demon races that could be teachers was instead the least. After all, in the entire mountain of flowers and fruits, the number of demons who could read and write was really low. This was the biggest difference between the demon race and the human race. Lin Fong looked at these people and said after thinking for a moment, "We're going to build 2 schoolhouses next. One for you to teach your feats. The other one teaches demon cubs to read and write. These 2 schoolhouses, both of which were built with all due diligence, will be where you will study and cultivate in the future." After he finished speaking, all the demons cried out towards him, "Read for the rise of the flower and fruit mountains, and work to build a better home in the flower and fruit mountains," with hundreds of demons shouting together. The sound was still appalling. Lin Fong was taken aback. The old monkey smiled and explained, "I think these 2 lines of the principles are very good, so I'm using them as the publicity slogan of Mount Huagua." Lin Fong looked at the enthusiastic demons, thought I could add a little more fire to the fire. He lifted a small paw and pressed down. All the demons stopped and looked his way. Lin Fong laughed, "As long as you guys are willing to work hard, I'll make sure that everyone has kung fu to practice and dharma to learn." And the faces of those demons showed a bright vision of the future. They are all wild demons of the mountain of flowers and fruits, and even if they cultivate, they are all figuring it out on their own, and most of them gobble up the essence of the sun and the moon with their instincts, and cultivate by watering down their skills. Those with lesser natural talent couldn't even absorb the essence of the sun and moon, just have to swallow the clouds. And now that there was a chance to learn a gongfu in front of them, of course they wouldn't easily give it up. "Go ahead and get busy then. Those teacher applicants, come here." He pointed to the handful of demons that were the least. Their cultivation levels were generally not low, and there was even a demon king. Fox Demon King. That's the Fox Demon King who intended to seduce Monkey, but was almost chopped up by Yang Chan. Lin Fong intended to test the level of these people. After all, teaching this kind of thing, especially teaching gongfu, that the gap between a good teacher and a bad teacher was still huge. He can't afford to mislead people. These demons, those are Monkey's future squad. But solace, the professionalism of these demons is still quite hard. It's all over. The best performer was the Fox Demon King, followed by the old monkey. Although the remaining demons were all literate as well, their understanding of Taoist and Buddhist theories was still a bit poor. However, with a little bit of teaching, there shouldn't be much of a problem in imparting gong methods. Lin Fong, on the other hand, looked at the Fox Demon King with some surprise. "You know so much. You don't look like a demon king at all, but like a well-read scholar." The Fox Demon King bristled. There's a sad look on her face that's characteristic of a mature woman. "When I was young and ignorant, I loved a reader. I learned all this from him." Lin Fong revealed a look of understanding. He didn't ask too many questions and took out the 5 feats. "It's these 5 books. They're all basic introductory techniques. You guys can take a look at them first and ask me if you don't understand anything." Several people couldn't wait to take the feats. Although these 5 books are introductory techniques, but they are also very subtle. If you learn well, you can lay down a good foundation, and in the future you will be able to cultivate with half the effort. That's a good gong method. Alas, if I had this technique back then, I wouldn't be a small demon now. Ha ha, with this gong method, I'm on track to become an immortal. Immediately, some people decided to practice their gongfu instead. None of them had practiced any kung fu anyway, and their usual cultivation was just crude breathing techniques that they had figured out on their own. The Fox Demon King read all 5 books. "It's a good book. It's not a waste of time for me to put myself down and come over here to be your teacher. Tomorrow I'll bring all the juniors of the clan here. That schoolhouse of ours is still built small. The rest of the demons nodded as well. With these 5 books out, I expect more people to come over tomorrow. Lin Feng, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all. Then it's good to expand the schoolhouse in a little bit. You guys work a little bit harder in the beginning, and when you step into the regularity in the future, after some of you get out of the school, you'll be able to clean up quite a bit. The Fox Demon King then looked his way. What about you, Principal? Of course I'm sitting in the center, strategizing. The Fox Demon King bristled. That's what it means to be a shirker. In this way, the first affiliated school of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits began to build in full swing, and just as the Fox Demon King had said, after Lin Feng took out those 5 secret books, the number of people who enrolled on the second day doubled again. With the efforts of so many people, it only took 7 days. The school then took on a shape, and Lin Feng was likewise not idle these past few days. In addition to hanging out, he also took the time to teach these 5 secret books to the Fox Demon King and other demons. The aim was that after the school was built, these people would be able to take on the burden of teaching the Gongfu. In the meantime, unlike the euphoria of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, King Yama had been very unhappy lately. Why hasn't this monkey made a mess of the East Sea yet? King Yama sat in the Hall of Hades and kept thinking about this question. As the Master of Hell, he was in a position to know the whole plan of the Western journey and, like all those in the know, he had been assigned an important task, hooking up after Monkey's Great East Sea Rumble. Throughout the pre-Western episodes, Monkey's truly unforgivable sin was tampering with, and destroying, the Book of Life and Death. Compared to this, the so-called fuss over the Dragon Palace is child's play. The cause of all this is that the black and white irregulars have hooked Monkey's soul away. You know that Monkey is now a golden immortal. It has long been an immortal existence. It was already weird that the black and white irregulars were able to hook his soul away without him realizing it. And even weirder was that the reason used was that his lifespan had expired. So all of this was actually arranged by King Yama. He did it on purpose. He just wanted Monkey to make a scene in hell, and also handed him the Book of Life and Death, so that he could tamper with it and destroy it at will. Only then will Monkey step into the path of no return for good. But this Monkey back to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits has been a period of time, but the delay has not come from him to cause havoc in the East China Sea, resulting in the Dragon King of the East China Sea to heaven to report things happen. This left him a little uncertain, and as the days passed, he felt a twinge of unease. It even creates the illusion of a mission card bug. No, it's not an illusion. Instead, it's really stuck buggy, and it's the troublesome kind. Just as King Yama was thinking about how to solve this problem, a black figure suddenly floated in. Great King. It's black and unpredictable. He seemed to have come back in such a hurry that he was gasping for breath when he stopped. Well, Yama looked at him nervously. There are some discrepancies in the situation. You asked me to inquire whether that Monkey had gone to make a fuss in the East Sea. I have inquired clearly. He did go to the East Sea, but did not make a fuss. No fuss? King Yama was shocked in his heart. Sure enough, something happened. According to my understanding at that time, Yang Chan also went along, and it was also her who begged for weapons for that monkey. So not only did that monkey not make a scene in the East Sea Dragon Palace, but instead became allies with the East Sea Dragon King. Nowadays, the relationship between the East Sea and the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits is quite good. You're an ally now? King Yama wasn't shocked anymore this time, but the sky was rolling with thunder. Motherfucker, it's a mess. It's all messed up. This is not how the script is written. What the hell is going on? How can there still be something about Yang Chan in this? Didn't she go to Manhwa to become the 3 Holy Mothers? How come she's still involved with that monkey? What's that monkey doing now? Black Impermanence paused for a moment and said, that monkey is running the school now. Schoolhouse? There were more question marks in Yama's head. What's he doing running a schoolhouse? It seems like they want to read for the rise of Mount Huagua and work hard to build a better home in Mount Huagua. So the demons are required to read and write in order to better teach their skills. Black Impermanence thought about what he had seen and heard in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, and there was also a burst of heavenly thunder. Demons? That's all synonymous with savagery. He's seen demons there who yell about reading and having to work hard to build a better home. Is this still a demon? Yama? Reading for the rise of the flowers and fruits? To build a better home in the flower and fruit mountains? What the hell is this? What the hell does this monkey want? King Yama was completely confused. Great King, do you think we still need to supervise that monkey? Black Impermanence asked cautiously. Yama. He was silent. After a long time, accompanied by a ghostly sigh. Keep monitoring and keep me posted on anything. You go out first. I'm a little tired. King Yama's tone revealed a strong sense of exhaustion. As you wish, Your Majesty. Black Impermanence bowed towards King Yama before exiting the Yama Palace. When he's gone, King Yama immediately stood up. and then rushed towards the heavenly court. This matter must be reported. If it is not reported, it will really be a big problem. Early morning, Lin Fong woke up from his sleep, opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fong. Universal points, 28, 635. Alas, Lin Fong sighed softly. Recently, I've been so busy with school matters that I haven't even hung out and slept properly. This universal point growth is too slow. How long will it take to become a saint? Before, he was ascending a few levels a day. Later, he was a few days up a level. And now, Lin Fong would have to hang around for dozens of days and months before he could move up a level. Although this speed was already fast, Lin Fong was still not satisfied. The present form is becoming more and more dangerous, especially after following Monkey back to the mountain of flowers and fruits. Maybe one day the heavenly court will fight down. Had to save for a rainy day. He slammed the system panel shut. Then he stretched his 4 little short legs with a soothing expression on his face. When he had finished stretching, he stood up and moved his body again. That's the way out the door. Today's Mount Huagui is completely different from before. Under the encouragement of Lin Fong's 2 slogans, the whole Mount Huagui seemed to be revitalized, and the 72 whole demon kings were all screwed together by Monkey while he was at it, and were no longer separate forces. As he walked along the road, Lin Fong saw many demon cubs walking along the dirt road towards the school. In the beginning of the demon, the nature is wild, the nature is close, the habit is far away. They were carrying their backpacks, reciting a demonic rewritten version of the 3-letter word, and bouncing along. When they passed by Lin Fong, they all took the initiative to let look. Hello, principal. Well, hello there. Lin Fong greeted them with a smile, and these demon cubs all stood timidly in place until Lin Fong had walked away. Then they jumped and ran away. Lin Fong continued to walk forward, passing by a couple of demons carrying a log passing by. Good morning, headmaster. Principal, is my boy obedient at school? If it skins, just tell me and see if I don't cut him at home. Headmaster, come sit at my house someday. A few demons laughed and looked his way. Morning, your little brat is not bad, literacy a little more. You can consider teaching some Gongfa theory. Sit down. Forget it, there's a lot going on lately. It's almost graduation. Lin Fong greeted towards them as well. A slight frown was raised at the sight of a log they were carrying. Where are you guys planning to go with that log? It's not like the school is overflowing with people again. So the old monkey warrior felt the need to expand a little bit in. Someone gave Lin Fong an explanation. Full again? If Lin Fong does not remember correctly, this schoolhouse since the completion of the schoolhouse has not stopped the expansion. Roughly counted down should have a 7 or 8 times. The schoolhouse was now more than 10 times larger than before. I can't believe it's expanding. Who says it isn't? So many of my compatriots have signed up after seeing a demon around them go and learn. And it worked out pretty well. That's a lot of demons to count. And this number of demons is still small. So many of them, after inquiring about the teaching materials, secretly practiced by themselves inside their homes and did not go to the schoolhouse. It's even bigger if you count these demons. Lin Fong realized, but he quickly thought of another problem. By the way, what's the total population of the entire flower fruit mountain? This is not much. One of the demons thought for a moment and said, probably less than 100 or so, and these are all still the population of the nearby villages. Lin Fong, so let me rephrase the question. How many demon mouths are there? That's a lot. Almost several 100,000. A demon lamented. Hundreds of thousands? Lin Fong didn't think that there were actually so many demons in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Oh, I know. Then principal, you are busy. We will leave first. A few demons said with a smile, then carried the log and left. When they're gone, Lin Fong took small steps and walked to the waterfall cave. This is not that he likes to take small steps, but that his small short legs, simply cannot take a step. In order to be able to quickly take a flying step, it looks like a small step. In fact, he stepped up to the max. Once you enter the waterfall cave, Lin Fong then saw Yang Chan walk out from inside with a hint of weariness on her face. Lin Fong looked at Yang Chan, somewhat confused. This early in the morning, coming out of the waterfall cave with a hint of weariness on your face? Have I been too busy lately? Or are you guys growing too fast? Yang Chan also saw Lin Fong and picked him up off the ground with a smile. It's been a long time. Are you doing anything today? Lin Fong was still a bit dazed. I'm looking for Monkey. He's inside. Go in yourself. I have things to do, so I won't keep you company. Yang Chan yawned and set him down before turning to leave. Lin Fong looked at Yang Chan's back and scratched his head. He turned and entered the waterfall. Inside, Monkey sat on a stone bench, looking listless. Obviously didn't sleep well last night either. Monkey, you're awesome. Lin Fong saw him like that and immediately had an expression on his face that all men understood. Monkey, however, was puzzled. I've always been very good at this. Which aspect are you talking about? Lin Fong, on the other hand, squinted at him, his smile more visceral, and pretend. Monkey, with your thick eyebrows, I thought you were honest, but I didn't realize that you also betrayed the name of the song and said that you were pretending here. Was Sister Yang Chan at your place last night? Right. Monkey nodded. But what's wrong with that? So did you guys not sleep much, but did some lovemaking instead? Monkey thought for a moment. Half right, I guess. I don't think there's much love in that thing. Lin Fong's smile grew even wider. It's okay, this kind of thing that are one back to two back. I tell you I used to be before you picked back up. That is definitely the old driver. No 3 meals a day? I eat 8 meals a day. Lin Fong stretched out his 2 little paws and compared an 8 out. As for why he didn't use one hand to compare, because he couldn't make that gesture with one hand. As good as it is to be a turtle, there's always a price to pay. That's the way it is in this life. There are losses and there are gains. Monkey was even more confused. 8 meals a day. Then brother Lin Fong, you eat a lot. Why didn't I realize before that you can actually eat so much? Lin Fong, this 8 meals a day refers to time. Time? Monkey doesn't get it again. Well, other people eat 3 meals a day. I eat 8 meals a day. Monkey still doesn't get it. But does discussing things in the middle of the night have anything to do with it? And what does that old driver mean? Is it a kind of chicken? I've never heard of the name. Is it a different species from heaven and earth? Race, old driver, Fae of heaven and earth, natural ability, 100% chucking and driving past someone's face. Discuss things? It was Lin Fong's turn to get confused. You and Sister Yang Chan spent the night in the waterfall cave and just discussed things and did nothing? What else? Monkey scratched his head and looked at him quizzically. Do. Lin Fong's tone lurched. And in the end, his stomach full of grooves turned into a deep sigh. Alas, Monkey, a girl, going home with you in the middle of the night, going into the room, alone. What does this indicate? That means we're close. Monkey smiled. Put. Lin Fong only felt a mouthful of old blood rushing up his throat and directly sprayed out. Brother Lin Fong, are you alright? Monkey's expression immediately tensed when he saw him spitting blood. What's gotten into you? Lin Fong. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a weak tone, I'm fine. I have one last question. You guys talked all night. What exactly did you talk about? This. We didn't talk about anything. We were just wondering why the black and white invincibles hadn't come yet. Monkey saw that he looked weak though, but the breath is steady. So it was put down. Now quite a few days have passed since I went to the Dragon Palace to borrow the treasure, but there has been no movement on the hell side. So I headed over to find Senior Sister Yang Chan to discuss it. It's a thing. Lin Fong smiled and said, what else could it be? Mission card bugs. Card bug? That's another word that Monkey doesn't understand. It means something is wrong. It's stuck. It won't move. Lin Fong explained, Brother Monkey, if you look at the events leading up to your Great Havoc as a series of tasks, then in order to reach your Great Havoc, you need to go through 3 stages. This first stage is the Dragon Palace borrowed treasure. The conflict between the Dragon King and you made you appear in the Heavenly Court for the first time. Immediately followed by a hell of a hook. This step is to expand the impact of the incident, so that you have no way back at all. That book of life and death is a very important thing. Not only have you tampered with it, but you have also destroyed it. It's no secret that at this point you're as sinful as you can be. And this third step is the most crucial one. That's retreat for advancement. Even so, the Heavenly Court still didn't blame you, but instead recruited you into the Heavenly Court and gave you an official position. Who do you think could be treated like this in the whole world? And when has heaven ever been so generous? Monkey thought about it for a while, and also felt that Lin Fong's words were very reasonable. This book of life and death controls the lives and deaths of all living beings. If I really give it away and destroy it, the Heavenly Court will indeed have another good reason to attack me. But it is indeed unthinkable that they would let me go up to heaven as an official. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Lin Fong went on to explain. That brings us to the other one, Tai Bei. It was his idea to let you go to heaven. Him? Monkey thought for a moment and said he didn't recognize it, had never seen it, had never heard of it. And what was he for? Retreating as advancing, so as to show the generosity of the Heavenly Court, and in doing so completely label you as a villain, while the Heavenly Court stands firm on the side of justice. In this way, the Heavenly Court will have a reason to go to war with you, and we will be the first step of the Dragon Palace to borrow the treasure to the direct play into a peaceful settlement ending. The remaining 2 steps naturally cannot go on, but Monkey still doesn't get it. Isn't it a bit too much of an act for them to do that? That I don't know. Lin Fong paralyzed his hands and said, after all, the perspective I saw followed you, so I'm not very clear about the reasons why they did it. But I guess it has something to do with the Great Tribulation. and I have a vague feeling that this great calamity is directed at the demon race. Monkey suddenly looked at him. Are you sure? Lin Feng nodded and said, now that the rise of the human race has become unstoppable, the sorcerer race has long been integrated into the human race, with only a small portion remaining committed to the poisonous and miasmatic land of the southern border. The only ones in this world who can still threaten the human race are the demon race. If this calamity is truly directed at the demon race, then after this calamity the human race will prosper greatly, and the demon race will never recover, and will be completely reduced to material and food for the human race. That's why, Monkey, you mustn't fall for the trick, and you mustn't let them have the chance to lay their hands on the demon race. Monkey's expression also became serious. I, Lao Sun, will not allow this to happen. Since my old grandson came out of the world, I haven't thought of hurting anyone, but I won't let others bully me either. If it's really like what you said, then for the sake of the demon clan, we'll have to put up a fight as well. Even if there is a great catastrophe, I will still blog my way out myself, Monkey said in a firm tone. After Lin Feng heard that, there were little stars inside those little eyes. That's the monkey I know. Go Monkey, let's work together to dry up the Tsung Dome, and give that what's his name Heavenly Court a direct dry up, so that both the divine and human realms can see the strength of our demon race. Monkey pulled a grin that bared his teeth. Good, then let's fuck over Cthulhu together. Monkey extended his hand towards Lin Feng, who placed his small paw on it. Two disproportionate hands, printed together. At this time, in the Heavenly Court, King Yama hurriedly went up to the sky and headed towards the Palace of Heavenly Jade. When he passed by the southern Heavenly Gate, the four Heavenly Kings, the guards of the southern Heavenly Gate, stopped King Yama. Who is here? Give his name. Yama stopped, and although his face was unhappy, he still obeyed obediently. Yama. Then I only saw the growing Heavenly King slowly flip open a book, and then picked up a pen and dabbed it in his mouth. So it's King Yama in person. I don't know what King Yama is here for. I begged to see the Jade Emperor. Yama was even more upset. It's all 100,000 times more urgent, and he's actually stopped at the southern Heavenly Gate, seeking an audience with the Jade Emperor. Ah, so do you have an appointment? Reservation? Yama's eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed to his nose and said angrily, I, King Yama of Hell, I have to make an appointment to see the Jade Emperor. You, the appointment. The Heavenly King of Growth was scolded for no reason, and there was some fire in his heart. But King Yama is in a higher position than him. Even if he was angry in his heart, he still had to endure it. If you can't do it in a small way, you'll lose your job. Don't blame King Yama. This is a new rule out of the Heavenly Court. All those who see the Jade Emperor have to register, no matter who they are. I'm just making a living, so you'll just take it as a walk in the park? King Yama's face still stank, but he suppressed the fire and said, no appointments. Oh, you can't see the Jade Emperor without an appointment. The King of Growth wrote in his book, if you are in a hurry, King Yenluo, I can give you a number on my side, and I will see that you are coming after 3 days. Yama, he wanted to curse. You can't see the Jade Emperor without an appointment, so what's the point of shelving and telling me so much? In the end, King Yama met the Jade Emperor, because the rules say that anyone who wants to see the Jade Emperor needs to make an appointment. But technically speaking, King Yama is not a human being, he's not even an immortal, he's a ghost, so the four Heavenly Kings had no reason to stop him. Walking in the middle of the Heavenly Court, King Yama's face was still dark. Taibei Jinxing passed by head-on. After seeing that it was King Yama, he wanted to say hello, but Yama simply didn't give him the chance. Carrying a large plume of black smoke, he swept past Taibei Jinxing in a hurry, didn't even look at Taibei Jinxing. What the hell? Taibei Jinxing looked at Yen Luowan's back with a dumbfounded expression. Then it was like he thought of something. Hey, King Yama, please stay back, he cried out anxiously. However, King Yama still ignored Taibei Jinxing's shouts. He was now full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Just, attention officer ahead. Your exhaust fumes are grossly excessive. Please pull over for inspection. A few heavenly soldiers appeared out of nowhere and rushed over towards King Yama's side. Yama, he didn't pay any attention to these heavenly soldiers, and even accelerated with a single acceleration, shaking off these heavenly soldiers for a few blocks, so that the heavenly soldiers could only look at his ass and eat dust. Attention officers ahead. You are speeding. Please pull over for inspection. Those few heavenly soldiers were still dutifully chasing after them, and their speed had increased. Taibei Jinxing, ugh. He rode a white cloud and rushed towards King Yama. Stop the few celestial soldiers. Don't chase after them. That's King Yama in front of you. Are you guys in a hurry to be reincarnated and want to go ahead and enroll? Taibei Jinxing looked at the few heavenly soldiers. The heavenly soldiers looked at each other. Finally, they bowed towards Taibei Jinxing. Thank you, Lord Taibaijin. Tai Jinxing waved his hand toward them and laughed. Thanks are not necessary. Next time put your eyes a little brighter. A few of the sky soldiers are gone. And Tai Jinxing looked at a flash of black smoke in the distance. He sighed again and charged in the direction of Yama. It didn't take him a moment to catch up with King Yama. Yama King buddy, who messed with you here? Why do you look so bad? Tai Jinxing said smilingly. It was only then that King Yama noticed Tai Jinxing. So it's Tai Jinxing buddy. I was planning to meet the Jade Emperor and have something important to say to him. Tai Jinxing's eyes rolled. Ha ha ha, you say this is not a coincidence. I happen to have something to discuss with the Jade Emperor. Then how about we go together? That's good. Yama didn't think much of it. When the two of them arrived at the Palace of Heavenly Jade, the Jade Emperor was sipping a small drink and watching the Heavenly Maiden dance. That little expression was quite a leap of faith. The Queen Mother next to her, on the other hand, was sulking while glaring at the Jade Emperor. Yama King broke into the hall. Saw this scene, that the heart is more angry their side of the fire over. The Jade Emperor is good. Actually here drinking a little wine to see beautiful women dancing. The huge psychological fallout caused Yen Lo Wan to freak out. Jump for what? Get out of here. All of you. He felt that he was still qualified and told all these heavenly maidens to get out. The celestial maidens were also taken aback. The Jade Emperor, on the other hand, was frowning tightly as he looked over to King Yama's side. Wise brother, who's messing with you here? Why are you so angry? King Yama said, reporting to the Jade Emperor. I have something urgent to talk to you about. The Jade Emperor hemmed and hawed. I to what things it? So is to talk about things talk about things can also enjoy the dance well. He smiled and waved his hand at Yama, gesturing for him to sit over. Then he said to those celestial maidens again. It's all right, go on with the music, go on with the dance. It's not easy for King Yama to come up here, so let him enjoy your dance as well. It's a beautiful dance that can't be appreciated in hell. When he finished, he smiled and poured himself another glass of wine. Yama, Jade Emperor, what I want to talk about is about that monkey. The journey to the west might not be going ahead. Pust. The Jade Emperor almost spat out a mouthful of wine. What? He glared at Yama, and Tai Jinxing, who was standing next to him, pricked up his ears. King Yama's expression was serious and didn't look like he was joking. The Jade Emperor barely calmed down as he waved his hand towards those heavenly maidens and said, Ahem. You guys go down first. I have something to talk to King Yama. The celestial maidens left in droves. After everyone had left, the Jade Emperor looked solemnly to King Yama's side. What the hell happened? Only then did King Yama explain. That monkey has been back to manhwa for some days, but there was no news of the Dragon King's complaint to heaven. So I sent Black Impermanence to probe for news. According to Black Impermanence, during the time that monkey borrowed the treasure, there was Yang Chan following him, and it was Yang Chan who asked to borrow the treasure for monkey. That's why the Dragon King didn't choose to flip out because of you and Yang Jian, and even became allies with that monkey. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor was incredulous. Allies? Monkey and Dragon King became allies? What is this unfolding? Then Yang Chan, didn't I tell her to go to manhwa to be her three holy mothers? How come she got involved with the monkey? Yama shook his head. This one he's not sure about. At this time, Tai Jinxing, who was standing on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. Yang Jian had sent Yang Chan to Lingtai Mountain before, when monkey happened to be learning the art there, and perhaps it was at that time that the two of them developed some kind of affinity. The Jade Emperor looked to Tai Jinxing. That Spirit Mountain. Elder Bodhi has closed the Spirit Platform Mountain, so we shouldn't be able to get in now. Jade Emperor. This old piker is a fast runner. His brow furrowed as he looked over to King Yama's side and said, You go on. What else did that monkey do? Yama went on to say. That monkey was still running the school at Mount Huagua afterward. And those demons even shouted out slogans like reading for the rise of Huagua Mountain and fighting to build a better home in Huagua Mountain. I've really never heard of that. Yama still finds it mind-boggling when he thinks about it now. Is this still the same demon race? After the Jade Emperor heard this, he was also confused. Reading for the rise of the flowers and fruits? What the hell? You're demons. Don't you want to drink blood, kill people and get by? To actually have to read? To actually have to work at it? The Jade Emperor looked over to King Yama's side, and the meaning in his eyes was already clear. You're teasing me. But the expression on King Yama's face really didn't want to joke anymore at all. The Jade Emperor took a deep breath. Something is really going to happen. The Jade Emperor panicked. It was supposed to be a good westward journey, but it ended up getting messed up and suddenly it's a mess. What's to be done about this? The Jade Emperor looked over to Tai Jinxing's side and said, Tai Jinxing, you usually have the most ideas. Tell me what to do about this matter. No nonsense allowed. The Jade Emperor couldn't think of a way to break the situation, so he simply dumped the pot on Tai Jinxing. Tai Bai. He glanced at the Jade Emperor, who was dumping the pot, and sighed quietly in his heart. This leader dumped over the pot and definitely took it. He thought for a while and said, reporting to the Jade Emperor, the old minister thinks that there can be no need to dwell on whether or not there is a conflict over the Dragon Palace's borrowing of the treasure. As long as that monkey destroys the Book of Life and Death in the earthly realm, it is a major sin. My heavenly court will then have reason to suppress this monkey. The Jade Emperor looked at King Yama again. King Yama nodded and said, then I'll go back and prepare. With these words from Tai Bai Jinxing, then he could go and hook Sun Wukong's soul without worry. After that, he was about to leave. However, he was stopped by Tai Bai Jinxing. King Yama, please stay. I haven't finished saying this yet. Yama stopped and looked his way. The Jade Emperor also looked over. Tai Bai Jinxing cupped his fists towards the Jade Emperor and said, reporting to the Jade Emperor, although this matter could have been handled as such, that monkey head's behavior was just too bizarre, and the old minister felt compelled to investigate. Then who do you think is the right person to check? The Jade Emperor said. Tai Bai Jinxing laughed. How about informing the West of this matter and asking them to investigate on their behalf? The Jade Emperor thought briefly, then nodded with a smile. This is good. Then he looked to the side of King Yama again. Wise brother, you and temporarily go back to press the troops, waiting for the people of the Buddha's country to find you. At that time, the two of you first explore the monkey's realities. In the hook soul is not too late. Yama nodded. I honor the decree. This time, he was really leaving. For the next few days, everything was quiet. The mountain of flowers and fruits is still hot. According to the daily intelligence sent over by Black Impermanences, the demons of Mount Huagua seem to be planning to build a large platform. And I don't know what they were trying to do with it. Is there going to be a tournament? And the person from the Buddha kingdom that King Yama had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. Just after he saw the visitor, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart as well. I don't think it's the Bodhisattva in person. Yama was full of enthusiasm as he bowed towards the other party. And a white dress, the precious solemn Guanyin Bodhisattva, lowered his eyes, as if the temple clay sculpture general face of compassionate phase, tone bland, Yen Luowan polite. I'm here for a purpose that King Yama must already know. Yama nodded. Then let's not tarry. This great journey to the west is obscured by the heavens, and now that the variables have risen, there will be more changes if we are late. It was mainly the Buddha's side that was still waiting for her to return to resume her duties. The journey to the west can be about the great revival of Buddhism. There shall be no loss. King Yama didn't expect Guanyin to be so thunderous, so he put away his politeness at that moment. This way then, Tai Shur. The two turned into two rainbow lights. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived on the sky within the territory of the mountain of flowers and fruits, Guanyin overlooking the entire flower and fruit mountain. While flower and fruit mountain in the many changes in the eyes, the line of sight ultimately rests on the magnificent scale of the school above. Today, the school can accommodate thousands of students, even that the largest human country in South Alimony, Han State Prison, but also just so. Bodhisattva, can you see anything? Seeing the glint in her eyes, King Yama couldn't help but ask carefully. The Bodhisattva leisurely retracted his sight, but in his heart were many thoughts flowing, and only then did he open his mouth and say, just looking at it like this, one can only see a surface, and cannot touch the inner being underneath the surface. So what should we do? Kanon thought about it. In that case, I'll make a trip into the mountain and see what that monkey king really wants. Yama may meet here. After saying that, the goddess of mercy turned into a stream of light and fell into the mountain of flowers and fruits, and when she landed on the ground, she still became a little pink and jade girl, only to see this little girl covered in snow white, a light veil wrapped around her body, bare feet, and a date red mark on her brow. The growth is fat and delightful, a pair of pills on her head and a lotus leaf in her hand, not in the least like the general demon as a burst of dirt that cannot be removed, but instead there is a kind of silt and mud, Mondi League and not demon temperament, like a lotus flower in the water. At that exact moment, a small turtle in the distance took small steps and came this way. Seeing this, Guanyin smiled and greeted her. Little turtle, is this the mountain of flowers and fruits? Lin Fong stopped and looked up to see a pair of fat thighs. It was also very fattening. Then he took a few steps backward, and only then did he see clearly that what was standing in front of him was actually a little girl, only that by looking at her appearance, she didn't look like an ordinary person in any way, looked like it was awesome, and at that moment, Guanyin also noticed the unimpressive nature of this little turtle in front of her. It was actually already at the earthy mortal realm, and the turtle shell on its back had already reached the hardness of the Dala golden immortal realm. Waki! At this moment, both of them rose a few degrees of vigilance. Weak water, this old bitch is awesome. There's a feeling I hate. She should be from the Buddhist sect. I don't know which bodhisattva descended to earth. Sister Weak Water, you're awake. Lin put in his heart. For the past few years, Weak Water had spent most of her time sleeping, often for months at a time. Then he can even sleep. Lin Fang even had a feeling that if this system of his was given to Weak Water, I'm afraid that Weak Water would be able to hold the sun, moon and stars in his hands and fight all over the world right now, awakened by your sight of the scent. This old bitch. Even I wouldn't dare to mess with her easily. But it's the current me that I dare not mess with. If it's in its heyday, she's no match for me. Lin Fang froze. Then the eyes that looked at the little girl sharpened. So hung over? Buddhists, bodhisattvas, and Weak Water dare not provoke. There really aren't many that fit all three criteria. Lin Fang put away his small thoughts and said without moving, "This is the mountain of flowers and fruits. What is your business?" Guan Yin laughed. "I am a 10,000-year-old lotus flower becoming a spirit. And I happen to hear that the Monkey King of the Water Curtain Cave of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits was a powerful person with high strength. So I came here to pay my respects." "Pay your respects." Lin Fang's eyes twinkled and he said, "So did you bring a gift?" "Gifts?" Guan Yin froze, then laughed. Naturally, she brought it. With a flip of her hand, several lotus seeds appeared in her palm. "I'm a wild demon. I don't have much of a family. These are the lotus seeds that grow out of my own body. I just don't know if the Monkey King would mind." Lin Fang looked at the lotus seeds. Superior quality. But it wasn't anything too uncommon. After all, he had seen too many good things during that time at Spirit Platform Mountain. There were truly not many things in the three realms that could enter his eyes today. "It's okay." Then he extended his hand again and said, "I need traveling expenses to take you there, so you should give me more or less some lotus seeds." Guan Yin. Lin Fang didn't care who the other party was, as long as the other guy was playing him for a fool. Then he couldn't take the heat. Guan Yin looked at Lin Fang's little paw that reached out. The expression on her face was simply wonderful. But in the end she suppressed the fire in her heart and took out 2 lotus seeds and handed them to Lin Fang. Lin Fang was holding the lotus seeds with an expression of having stolen a chicken. "This lotus is still good." He dropped one directly into his mouth. And it was incredibly refreshing and flavorful. Just a bit hard, like gnawing on dried beans. The flavor was okay, but the texture was a little off. His expression was as bitchy as it could get. A look of having gotten the better of him. The goddess of mercy couldn't help but have a few moments of fire in her heart. Although this lotus seed was only an unusual object for her, if she were to take it to the world, it would be considered a good treasure. If you eat one, you can prolong your life for 100 years. I don't know how many emperors and generals have begged for it. This little turtle is actually picking and choosing. It's just abominable. Lin Fang chewed for a while before throwing another one into his mouth as well. And when it was all swallowed into his stomach, he didn't forget to pat the turtle armor on his belly with a satisfied expression. Guan Yin looked at him and said word for word, "Can you take me now?" "Sure." Lin Fang led Guan Yin through the mountain of flowers and fruits. Everyone who passed by greeted Lin Fang enthusiastically. "Hello, Principal." "Principal. Who is this little girl?" "Principal. You look so handsome today." Lin Fang also spoke back enthusiastically. "You too. She, a lotus spirit, came over to visit our great king. I'll take her there now." "You say that? When am I not handsome?" Canon followed him, her eyes always resting on his body. "This little turtle is quite high up in the mountain of flowers and fruits. I heard that Monkey King established a schoolhouse in Manhwa to educate the demon race and make them literate and read, and even made the slogan of reading for the rise of Manhwa. But is it true?" Lin Fang nodded and smiled. "Of course it's true. Now that my demon race is in decline, I should strengthen myself and use it for endeavors. If we continue to be so muddled, as if we were scattered sand, sooner or later we will be slaughtered by the human race." Canon, however, shook her head. "All living beings in this world can become demons if their hearts are directed toward cultivation. Even if the human race is too powerful to be defeated, the demon race won't go extinct." Lin Fang nodded and said, "Having said that, but rather than being a fish for a man's knife, it would be better to try to blog a way out for the demon race. That would be considered meritorious." He suddenly looked over to Canon's side. "I, Mount Huagua, preach that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. The Monkey King does not allow the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits Demon Clan to take the initiative to harm the human clan. But if the human clan takes the initiative to provoke us, we are not easy to bully. And this schoolhouse is prepared for this purpose." Guan Yin was surprised. "Indeed, it deserves the 4 words of immense merit. It's just that this merit is for the demon race, but for the human race and the heavenly court. You are the great enemy." Lin Fang smiled. "My heroes, the enemy's thieves. But being born a demon, the Monkey King has no choice. All we want is to defend ourselves." Guan Yin thought for another moment and said, "Nowadays in this world, I'm afraid I can't allow you to live in peace. And if you do so in the end, it will be nothing. That's better than doing nothing." Lin Fang laughed. "I came, I saw, I conquered. even if I fail, I have no regrets. This is a famous line from Alexander. Lin Feng used it directly. Kuan Yin, however, was surprised by his words. If it is really like what Lin Feng said, then the Sun Wukong and the great ambition in his heart, I'm afraid that it has already reached an appalling level. If they really let them make it, then the order of the three worlds that has only stabilized, I'm afraid that it will be broken again. Solely not too late to find out. Everything is still redeemable. Lin Feng brought her to a large platform in the middle of the mountain of flowers and fruits. Guanyin said, "The Monkey King is here?" "Not in." Lin Feng looked at Guanyin and laughed. "The Bodhisattva has traveled all the way and has gotten the answer you wanted, right?" There would have been no hiding about their purpose. So after determining that the other party couldn't fight, Lin Feng simply opened up. Canon looked at him. "You recognize me?" Lin Feng nodded. So Guanyin was even more wary of him. And what she actually used was not the art of change, but one of the 3,000 incarnations, an image that was really a lotus spirit. But he was still recognized by the other side at a glance. And now that I think about it, the other party should have recognized her from the beginning. Earth Immortal? No kidding. The Earth Immortal could recognize her at a glance? This little turtle in front of her was bound to be a great power as well, and its cultivation was definitely not lower than hers, or else how could it make her unable to see any depth? When Guanyin thought of this, she suddenly felt some fear. He himself had been too adventurous in entering the mountain of flowers and fruits this time. If this is not careful, if the other party gives such a blow, then it will not be the end of the game. The Bodhisattva has asked all the way, so I would like to ask a question as well. Lin Feng looked at her. In fact, he was now very apprehensive in his heart, although he didn't know who this Bodhisattva was now. But if she were to give himself a blow now, wouldn't that be the end of the game? That's why it's risky to pretend. Only he didn't know that the canon in front of him was thinking similarly to him. "What do you want to ask?" Lin Feng said without changing his face. Buddha said that all beings are equal. So what do all beings refer to? Beings are naturally the billions of living beings in this world. Lin Feng then said, "Then I would also like to ask the Bodhisattva not to come to the flower fruit mountain after he goes back. I can assure the Bodhisattva that my flower fruit mountain will never take the initiative to cause trouble." Guanyin frowned slightly. She now finally understood what Lin Feng wanted to do. The demon race is also among the living beings, and the rise of the demon race is a bad thing for the human race. But if the Buddha targets manhwa for this reason, he is slapping himself in the face. That line about all beings being equal is bullshit. Is the Bodhisattva still unwilling to give up? Canon didn't say anything. The Buddha says that karma is a matter of retribution. So can the karma of the human and demon races be accounted for? Lin Feng spoke again. Canon's head was already covered in sweat. She thought along with Lin Feng's words for a moment, and then images of demons eating people and people killing demons appeared before her eyes, and so on and so forth, and the karma grew. This karma is not to be dabbled with lightly. Isn't the Bodhisattva leaving yet? Lin Feng looked at her. "Oh, let's see you die this time." The explosion of counseling in a previous life gave a person access to almost any message he wanted, and Lin Feng just happened to have seen some problems that were simply unsolvable. These questions, if asked to someone like Monkey, he would just scratch his head and say he doesn't know, but used to ask Guanyin. In relation to Buddhist righteousness, it's a slam dunk, and the reason why he had revealed so many messages to Guanyin before, it's all about drawing the canon's mind to the issue and then hitting it out of the park. Really think he's being nice? Today's Guanyin has been wound into a logical dead-end loop. He asked a question that was never meant to be answered. The weak and the strong, is the law of nature, whether it is human or demon is right, but it can also be said that both are wrong. After Guanyin thought hard for a while, she still hadn't sorted out the cause and effect. She felt as if she were in a layer of fog. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find the answer. And the more she dwelled on the question, the deeper she fell, even to the point of ending up in a quagmire she didn't even know she was in. Until finally, she came to her senses, not dwelling on that, but by now she was in a cold sweat. If she hadn't come to her senses just now and continued to die on this issue, she would have even fallen into a demonic barrier. This little turtle. I can't believe I was unknowingly wrapped up in him. Guanyin didn't dare to be in the slightest bit lax. Lin Feng was still smiling, even though his heart was already panicked. His face was still stoic, and he even had a sense of planning. But just then, Monkey suddenly walked over. "Brother Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Everyone is looking for you." Lin Feng turned his head without moving. "Ah, nothing, just talking about something." And Guanyin also noticed Monkey at this time. Just a glance, she found some differences. This monkey in front of her was a little less hostile and wild, but a little more calm and collected. After all, Monkey had read 90% of the books in the cache. Long ago, He was not the same monkey who did not know the sky, and the wildness in his heart had been worn away quite a bit, coupled with the company of Lin Fong and Yang Chan. Although the disciples on Ling Tai Mountain still looked down on him, they didn't make him feel hostile in his heart. It could be said that the monkey in front of him was already completely different from the one in Journey to the West. Guanyin frowned slightly. Monkey also noticed Guanyin at this time. A golden light flashed in his eyes. With just one glance, Monkey could tell that the lotus spirit in front of him was not a bad person. I met him on the road. Said he admired your talent and came over to see you, and brought you a gift. Lin Fong smiled. Guanyin also reflected. She presented the prepared lotus seed. I have nothing to give. This lotus seed was grown by me, so I will give it to the Monkey King as a gift. Monkey took it with a smile. That's just as well. We're having a party. Why don't you come along? Lin Fong wanted to stop it, but Guanyin had already laughed. Since the Monkey King has kindly invited me, I'll stay and have a look around, just so I can have a look around this mountain of flowers and fruits as well. Lin Fong, let's get over there then. Everyone's waiting. Monkey smiled. He led Lin Fong and Guanyin towards the stage that had been set up earlier. More and more demon clans gathered on the road. These people all greeted Monkey warmly. Their faces were all worshipful and loyal, so it was evident that Monkey's status was very high in these people's hearts. Monkey also greeted warmly towards them. Guanyin took it all in, and Lin put and looked at Guanyin. Two people each with their own agenda. By the time the three of them made their way to the front of the stage, it was lined with rows of tables, chairs and benches. There were also some rabbit spirits with rabbit ears, but otherwise human figures, carrying portions of fruit and drinks, interspersed between these tables and chairs. And those rabbit girls, of course, were Lin Fong's idea. It was just his bad taste at first, but the moment this type of transformation that retained the characteristics of the demon race but also had the appearance of a human race appeared, it directly burst into flames in the entire mountain of flowers and fruits. It's not just the rabbit spirit. All of the goblins in the mountain of flowers and fruits basically looked like this when they took form. Nowadays it's a big part of the flower and fruit mountain. The three of them came to sit beside Yang Chan. Yang Chan looked over to Guanyin's side and said with a slight frown, "This Taoist friend is." Brother Lin Fong came across it on the road. Said he admired my talent, so he came over to see me and gave me some gifts. You see. Monkey handed over the lotus seed in his hand. What a smile on your face. But he didn't see the killing intent that had begun to rise in Yang Chan's eyes. Admiring senior brother's talent, she took the lotus and looked at it, smiling. It is indeed a rare and good thing. Although it is of little use to us, it is still good to stay and reward our men. That's what I thought. Monkey smiled and put the lotus away again. Yang Chan's eyes, however, looked to Guanyin's side. I don't know what is the name of this Taoist friend and where did he practice before. Fellow Taoist mustn't misunderstand. I don't have any other meaning. It's just that the mountain of flowers and fruits hasn't come to outsiders for a long time, so I want to ask. She smiled brightly. Guanyin was a bit puzzled as to why Yang Chan was so warm in her attitude towards herself though. But still, he said what he had thought of saying before. I was originally a wild demon, with no name or place, and have always lived nowhere. When I heard that the Monkey King of the Water Curtain Cave in Mount Huagua had built a schoolhouse with a teaching that was quite like that of the Interceptor Saints back in the day, I was so delighted that I came over to visit. Joy to the heart? Yang Chan's originally smiling eyes narrowed, and the hostility in her eyes increased. But she pressed on without moving. A small-minded woman is not liked by a man, let alone this one of him who is a carrier straight man of steel. That's good. Since you're not familiar with the area, why don't you follow me from now on? Stay under the eye, just to keep an eye on her. Although Guanyin didn't want to stay longer, her mouth smiled and agreed. That's a good feeling. She smiled back. In the eyes of outsiders, these two were like those affectionate good sisters, talking and laughing, with a good relationship. However, Lin Fong felt a slight chill. This woman, but this is good. With Yang Chan watching over the Bodhisattva, there is no need to worry about her getting into trouble. Lin Fong also didn't poke the other party. The preparations for the feast were soon over, and the old monkey walked slowly up to the stage. Today, we are gathered here to celebrate the graduation of the first batch of students from the first affiliated school of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Here I would like to thank you all again for taking time out of your busy schedules to come here. The manuscript was naturally written by Lin Fong. In his previous life he listened to it almost once a year, and for hours at a time. What a memory! After the old monkey finished speaking, all the demons that were already ready to graduate walked onto the stage. Lin Fong also walked up. He stood on a 1.5-meter dais next to a demon carrying a tray with a large pile of built-up iron plaques. The iron plaque had the name of each demon, as well as their education. They graduated from middle school today. These demons lined up and waited for Lin Fong to hand out the iron medallions to them, an expectant look on every demon's face. Congratulations on your graduation and keep up the good work in the future. Lin Feng's face was filled with a bright smile as he smiled at every demon. And after those demons got their iron medals, they walked to the stage with excited faces, sharing their happiness and excitement with their family and friends. After all the cards were dealt out, Lin Feng was also tired, but he fought on. Turn around. Everyone, be quiet for a moment. I have something I want to tell you. All the demon clans were quiet. Lin Feng scanned the circle, then smiled. Here I would like to announce one thing first. The next first affiliated school of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits will be opening the senior high school. The high school division will teach advanced techniques, Buddhist and Taoist theories, as well as formations, weapon smithing, talismans, and elixirs. Advancement techniques in Buddhist theory are mandatory classes, and the rest are electives. And we will have a credit system. In addition to the major, all electives will also provide some credit, and upper school students who wish to graduate must choose an elective in addition to their major. Lin Feng spoke at length. All of what he said was copied from the school model of his previous life, and the demon race underneath. They were all a bit confused. Not to mention them, even Guanyin was in a daze, but she was still quick on the uptake and immediately figured out the benefits of this practice. It's a gesture to mass-produce all kinds of talent. Those demons who join the upper school are free to choose electives that interest them. In this way, in addition to cultivation, they all have a skill. Monkey and Yang Chan also reacted. However, the two of them frowned again, because there was a very fatal problem with the model Lin Feng had described. That is, there is no talent in the flower and fruit mountains. When they first started the school, they didn't even have many literate demons. Although after this period of time, they had produced a group of students who were literate and knew some cultivation theories to teach other demon races about cultivation, but want to complete Lin Feng's vision. Then they have to have a wide variety of talent. Formations, pills, talismans, refining. Such a talent was rare even in the human race, let alone in the demon race. Canon thought of that one too, and she let out a long sigh of relief. As of now, although Lin Feng's proposal was good, it was only a flower in the water and a moon in the mirror. If he wanted to realize it, he didn't have to think about it without a few decades of cultivation. By that time, I'm afraid the Monkey King will already be pressed up against the mountain. But Lin Feng's next maneuver stunned her. People, I have a dream. Lin Feng's tone suddenly lowered and became magnetic, and everyone's minds were attracted to his words, including the goddess of mercy. In this moment, he was the center of everyone's attention. During the ancient times, my demon race flourished and even established the heavenly court to take charge of the flood continent. But then the witch-demon war, the battle of sealing the gods, so that my demon race greatly injured. Countless experts fell in the great calamity. My demon race gradually thinning, no longer once brilliant, even reduced to the existence of everyone in the three realms. Are you willing? Lin Feng looked at them in a low tone. His eyes seemed like the sharpest sword, piercing into everyone's hearts. Ungrateful, ungrateful. All the demons were also infected by Lin Feng's words and their emotions gradually rose. Lin Feng was satisfied with their performance and said, then do you think the human race is powerful? Not powerful. The demon said it almost without thinking. Then why is it that the human race is able to bully our demon race recklessly, while we are beaten back and can only hide in the deep mountains and old forests to survive? All the demons were silent, although they all felt that the human race was winning weakly. What Lin Feng said was indeed the truth. That's because they know how to practice. Not only cultivation, they also know how to refine weapons, pills, talismans, and formations, so they can constantly mass-produce cultivators, and they can constantly mass-produce magic treasures, pills, talismans, and formations. And what about us? Lin, you looked at them here. This time the demons present didn't dare to meet his eyes for anything. Are you willing? The demons shouted this time without even thinking about it. Not willingly. Not willingly. Lin Feng looked at them again and said, then what should you do if you're not willing? All the demons were silent again. They all looked over to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng also felt that the time was almost right. He took a deep breath and said, we have to learn like the human race. We have to learn their knowledge, cultivation, pills, weapon refining, talismans, formations, all sorts of knowledge. We need to look them in the eye and recognize their strengths and see our weaknesses. Be in a constant state of criticism and self-criticism. Lin Feng's voice was like a nail driven into their hearts. Everyone felt a shock in their hearts. This was a kind of solution they had never thought of before. In their view, the weak creatures of the human race, except for a small group of them that were more powerful, the rest were all trash. But this small handful of people beat them up and made them cry. We have to learn from the barbarians to control the barbarians. Lin Feng continued. But this knowledge, the human race will not give it to us. But it doesn't matter. If the human race doesn't give it to us, can't we learn it on our own? Does my demon race not have such talents? So next, the Monkey King will issue a recruitment order, where my demon race, with like-minded people, can come to the mountain of flowers and fruits. The Monkey King will teach them what they want to know, and all special talents will have special treatment. In addition, there will be a 10,000 books pavilion in the mountain of flowers and fruits. There are thousands of books in the pavilion, and anyone who contributes to my flower and fruit mountain can redeem them with their contribution points. In the pavilion of 10,000 books, you can find everything you want to learn. Spells, top-level feats, books on various professions. The demon clans at the bottom were dumbfounded. Lin Fong was still talking incessantly. Everyone, I have a dream. I want to establish a demon nation like in the ancient times. After he finished these words, the demon clans present all boiled over, and Guanyin was hearing chills down her spine. When the banquet was over, Guanyin found a random excuse and hurriedly left the scene. How is it, Bodhisattva? King Yama asked hurriedly after Guanyin returned. He couldn't see very well from the air, and although Guanyin's face was as normal, there was still a faint shock in her eyes as she looked over to King Yama's side and said, "We must take care of that monkey's business as soon as possible. Also, the little turtle must be gotten rid of." Guanyin still had some chills in her heart at this time when she remembered those plans. Arrangements of Lin Fong. If we really let him succeed, the scattered sands of the demon race will in a very short period of time, was integrated together, was twisted into a rope. To that time the whole flower and fruit mountain will leap into the three worlds' top power. And if this head is opened, then the demon race will follow suit in the future. There will be no end of trouble. But when King Yama heard what Guanyin said, he was dumbfounded. A baby turtle? What little turtle? Didn't we come here to see what that monkey is up to? What's with the little turtle? A series of question marks appeared on King Yan's head, visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Guanyin explained, "I just waded into the danger and have already probed everything clearly. The reason why that monkey has become so strange is all thanks to a small turtle. And this little turtle's cultivation is extremely deep. Even I can't tell how deep he is. Although he looks like an earthy mortal on the surface, his true cultivation is definitely more than that. And this Fong is so cunning that even I almost fell for it." Guanyin remembered Lin Fong's question just now. Still in a cold sweat. Can't think. Definitely can't think. There's a big hole here. Yan Luowan was even more confused when he heard it. A baby turtle? Earthy mortal? Extremely deep and cunning? But Guanyin's last sentence was something that he kept in his mind. Even Guanyin almost fell into the path? When was there such a terrifying as hell little turtle in the three realms? Is the Bodhisattva okay then? I'd be fine. But this has to be resolved soon. Kanon looked at him seriously. King Yama nodded and said, "How about this? Disher first follow me to the heavenly court, and give the Jade Emperor a detailed account of this matter, to be good enough for the heavenly court to take it seriously." Guanyin agreed after a little thought. The two then came to the heavenly court, and by the time the Jade Emperor had finished listening to Guanyin's description, there was a herd of grass mud horses running around in his heart. Over the hill, over the sea, there's a herd of straw horses. The Jade Emperor looked at the Tai-Bai Jinxing standing next to him. At this time, don't be in the dubbing sound effects. Give me thought over the way. This monkey head actually want to develop power. He has that ability? Your Majesty. It now appears that he does. Tai-Bai Jinxing was also speechless. All this way? Think what way, Lu? According to the routine, we can't have an army on our side. That makes us the villains. Jade Emperor. He glared at Tai-Bai Jinxing, and if Tai-Bai Jinxing wasn't usually quite competent, he would want to slice and dice Tai-Bai Jinxing right now. Chop him up into a mincemeat kind of thing. Your Majesty. In fact, the old minister feels that it is imperative to hook that monkey head into the hell. If everything goes according to plan, then the matter will turn out well. Feeling the Jade Emperor's murderous gaze, Tai-Bai Jinxing shrunk his neck. The Jade Emperor looked at King Yama again. King Yama clasped his fists. "Minister, I'll go down and do it later." Well, the Jade Emperor's expression was finally eased some. Said, "Sien brother, you do things I still rest assured. But this thing you still have to be careful and careful. Never elsewhere fork." "Don't worry, Your Majesty," King Yama said with a serious expression. The Jade Emperor looked at Guanyin again. "And is there anything the Maharishi would like to say about that little turtle?" In the room, she was the only one who had contacted Lin Fong. "Ask her." "Of course. Very strong. This is the definitive statement given by the Goddess of Mercy. That little turtle's true body is unknown. His strength is unknown. His purpose is unknown. And even this information was intentionally leaked out by him. And I was almost put on the spot by him. So mysterious?" Tai-Bai Jinxing frowned slightly and asked, "Does Goddess Guanyin really not see anything?" Guanyin pondered for a moment. "I suspect that this little turtle might be someone arranged by sect leader Tong Tian." Lord Tong Tian. In the Three Realms, it had been a long time since anyone was mentioning this name. As we all know, Ever since the battle to seal the gods and the bloodshed of the Interceptor sect leader Tong Tian has been in self-imposed isolation and has been honestly staying at home until now. And if nothing else, he'll stay nerdy. After all, today's world was no longer his time, and there was no use for him. The demon clan have all become demons for everyone. Who else remembers the scenery of the Interceptors? But now Guanin's words reminded the people present of sect leader Tong Tian and the Interceptor sect. Teachable? The Jade Emperor muttered. Guanin nodded her head and laughed, reporting to the Great Heavenly Father. That is exactly why I have this speculation. Looking around the three realms, there are very few people who have the ability to do such things. And that little turtle's arrangement has forced me to think in that direction. Guanin looked at the Jade Emperor, her face serious. Great Heavenly Father, if sect leader Tong Tian truly has the intention to rebuild the entire Interceptor sect with the help of that monkey head, then the arrangements that we have made all these years are suspect of lifting a stone and stoning our own feet. The Jade Emperor didn't say anything. This thing is just too big. And what should be done? In the opinion of the Daishonin? Guanin said, since that little turtle should be eradicated as soon as possible, strangling such things in the cradle. The Jade Emperor looked at King Yama again. King Yanluo shook his head. Your Majesty, I still have a mission on my side. If I were to act on two fronts, I'm afraid that there's a bit of a shortage of people on hand. Your Majesty, you'll have to find another way. Where's the lack of manpower? It's a total wimp. To really involve Tonto, then really kill that little turtle. Tong Tian still not at least play with him. By the time Tong Tian does not do anything, just put the immortal execution sword formation to the 6 reincarnation disc in front of a swing. The entire hell are going to be a big mess. Even if it is the Queen Pingxin to intervene are not necessarily good. The Jade Emperor looked at Guanin again. Guanin also shook her head. Great Heavenly Father, my Buddhism preaches the equality of all beings, and the demon race is among them. If I, Buddhism, make a move, it is a refutation of the teachings of our religion. These were the words Lin Feng used to frame her. Now it's being taken right over by her to reject the Jade Emperor. Jade Emperor. Of course he knew what these people were thinking. No one wanted to get involved in karma, and there was still the possibility that it was a saint's karma, which was no different from playing with one's life. Even Ka has to be a little bit abashed. So, he looked at Tai Bai jinxing again. Tai Bai, over the hill, over the sea, there's a herd of straw horses. Your Majesty. Ah, the old minister is terrified. You can't even take this job. If you don't take it, you'll die at most, and you might be able to come back later. If you do, it's not as simple as death. The Jade Emperor's eyes flicked over the three men's bodies before finally resting on Tai Bai jinxing. Tai Bai jinxing's mind was also spinning fast at this time. Your Majesty, this is not really a matter that can only be left to us. The Jade Emperor frowned slightly. If not us, then who else? Tai Bai jinxing laughed. There are two candidates on the side of the old minister. One is the bold demon king of South Alimony. This person has always had the ambition to unify the demon race. If we promise some favors, it won't be hard to drive the wolves away. And this second candidate is Erlang Shun. Erlang Shun? The Jade Emperor glared at him. A name that was not entertaining with him lately. After all, it's only been a fight. It's a family matter, but it's a rip-off. Yes, that Yang Chan stayed in the mountain of flowers and fruits for a long time. It's not justifiable in both sense and reason. As long as this matter is told to Erlang Shun, doesn't he still care? After all, that's the only family Erlang God has in this world. The Jade Emperor glared at him again. It was only then that Tai Bai jinxing remembered that it seemed Yang Jian still had many relatives, such as the one in front of him. He scowled. The old minister has broken his word. The old minister has broken his word. The Jade Emperor retracted his gaze without any good humor. Then after a little contemplation, then go ahead and reach out to the King of Ox Demons, so that he can first test the depths of this mountain of flowers and fruits. Remember one thing, that monkey is not allowed to die. As for Yang Jian, wait a minute. The Jade Emperor wouldn't want to ask Erlang Shun for help until it was absolutely necessary. Tai Bai jinxing, who had successfully shaken off the blame, breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Luckily, if I'm a little slow on the uptake, I'm going to lose this job. Then the minister will do so. He bowed toward the Jade Emperor and turned to leave. Seeing this, King Yama also bowed towards the Jade Emperor and said, Your Majesty, then I will also leave for the time being, as I still have to prepare for the hooking of souls next. Well, go on. Go on. The Jade Emperor waved his hand. Guanin similarly said toward the Jade Emperor, Then I'll leave as well. I'm still needed on the Buddha's side to resume my duties. All three then walked away. Mount Huagua, the highest peak of a tree in the branches. Monkey sat on it, shaking one leg, and said suspiciously, That lotus spirit is strange, leaving without saying a word, as if it came over just to give a gift. What does she figure? Lin Feng plopped down next to him and scratched his head like monkey. Probably figure you're good looking. Jianshan perked up her ears. Monkey still couldn't figure it out. And he played with the lotus seeds, but in the end, he couldn't figure it out. He put these lotus seeds away. By the way, what you said earlier at graduation, was it true? Those? Lin Feng asked. It's that you have a dream. Which that's a dream. It's best if it can be realized. And if it can't be realized, it can be used to make a name for itself, and converge on a not-so-small thing in a short period of time. Most importantly, we gave the demon race a way out. This is a thing of great merit. Monkey thought for a moment and said, I don't want any meritocracy, but if we can make a name for ourselves because of this, and also come into contact with some powerful people, this is not bad. Lin Feng laughed along with him. Monkey, just don't worry. From today and beyond, our challenges will not stop, since the banner of revitalizing the demon race has been raised. Next then, whether we want to or not, we have to keep going, absolutely not stopping, while the unknown outcome awaits us ahead of this road. That's better than a future you already know. Monkey refers to his defeat by heaven. That does. Lin Feng lamented a sentence. He thought of a saying from his previous life. He only knows the flower and fruit Qi Tian Shang, but he doesn't know the spirit mountain fighting Buddha. Then Monkey scratched his head again and said, by the way, there's still one thing I can't figure out. Since you need so many talents, why don't you go to the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea to ask for people? Lin Feng froze. This seems like it could actually be available. Then the East Sea Dragon Palace shouldn't be lacking in such talents. And aren't we allies with them? Jianshan pondered as well. Indeed. Although the strength of the dragon race has been in the midst of being weakened since the ancient times, the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. The inheritance is unbroken. And it's much stronger than we can be. She had substituted herself into the flower fruit mountain forces. And I think as long as the means are reasonable, that Dragon King doesn't mind helping us revitalize the demon race. After all, only when the three worlds are in chaos will the forces be shuffled. Lin Feng then looked at Monkey. That's a good idea. Then this matter will be led by you, Monkey, and the two of us will just follow when the time comes. After all, you're the king of the mountain of flowers and fruits. We're all just your followers. The three said they would do it. They jumped down from the tree, then followed the pool under the waterfall cave to the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. The shrimp soldiers guarding the doorway saw the trio and immediately got out of the way. The three men fishtailed, not waiting to come to the main hall. The Dragon King of the East Sea hurriedly walked out, with a warm smile on his face. Rare guest. Rare guest. A few people came. How not to say a word in advance? I can also make preparations early. Old brother Dragon King is polite. It's only when we come here uninvited that we are being abrupt. Monkey smiled and waved his hand. Yang Chan stood behind Monkey, not saying a word. The Dragon King swept his eyes over the three, and finally his eyes landed on Monkey at the front. So, Monkey King, what is the purpose of this visit again? Ha ha ha, I came to borrow someone this time. Monkey smiled sarcastically with some embarrassment. The 2 times he came over before and after, he had something to ask for. Although he said he was an ally, he was the one who sought help from the Dragon King. A loner? The Dragon King was a little confused as to what that meant. Then Monkey roughly described Lin Feng's previous plan. The Dragon King was a little happy to hear it at first, finding it quite interesting, but his brows furrowed tightly when he heard it later. This is not a good thing to do. If it were easy, I wouldn't have to beg on the Dragon King's side. Monkey gave a hug toward him. I hope that the Dragon King will be able to fulfill it. The Dragon King was silent again. Reason told him that there was a big hole in this thing, and that a bad move was a danger of a rollover. But the sensibility says, are you willing to do that? The flood world was first established. The ancestral dragon, the phoenix, the unicorn 3 tribes, and then experienced the dragon and the great tribulation. The 3 tribes began to decline, witch and demon 2 tribes to take advantage of the opportunity to rise. The dragon race had been weakened in the several great cataclysms that followed. Until now, the strongest person in the clan was only a heavenly immortal, and there hadn't been a golden immortal in how many years. Finally the Dragon King agreed. Just as Yang Chan thought, the Dragon King of the East Sea was not willing to let the Dragon Clan decline like this, and if there was an opportunity to shuffle the major powers, he would definitely not give it up easily. And he saw a glimmer of hope here in Monkey. Then I'll send some of the Sea Clan over. Hopefully I can help the Monkey King. A smile immediately appeared on Monkey's face. Then thank you, old Dragon King. Lin Feng followed suit and laughed, saying, Dragon King, I can give you my word that your investment this time will definitely blow your mind. With these talents of yours, the mountain of flowers and fruits will have the possibility of taking off. I hope so. The Dragon King is still pessimistic about this. he's just along for the ride to invest. It belongs to the category of having dates or not, playing 2 shots first, in case if he really wins the jackpot, it will be a big profit. Even if he fails in the end, he has nothing to lose. And the dragons are already like this. How bad can it get? Monkey then returned to the mountain of flowers and fruits with a group of seafood. The sea people sent over by the Dragon King this time were all highly cultivated and experienced, and would not have too many problems staying on land for a long time. Of course these sea people still prefer to be in the water. Afterwards, Lin Fong led them to the old monkey. Give these sea people to the old monkey. Although he was the principal of the first affiliated school of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, it was still old monkey who really managed the school. As for him, he deals with things that the old monkeys can't handle, so for the most part, he's got nothing going on. The old monkey was naturally shocked at the arrival of these people. He was still fretting before what to do if no talent came over when Lin Fong said this plan. As a result, over here, Lin Fong brought the talent to him. These people are all yours. You also put more effort into expanding the school, as well as the 10,000 books. I'll bring you the textbooks you need for the senior high school in a couple of days. And after that it's all about enrollment, plus the publicity about us can't stop. Did you bring over the stuff I asked you to write last time? The old monkey nodded and said, I was about to tell you about this matter. He brought a large leaf over. There were some words written on that leaf, and the content was a summary of what Rinpoche had spoken at the graduation ceremony. Lin Fong nodded after sweeping a glance. Not bad. That gives this thing to spread out, focusing on taking care of the East Shung Divine State. South Alimony also sends some. As for the West Nuga continent, even if spread this is looking for death. What about the North Club? The old monkey asked. There? Not yet. Lin Fong spoke in an emotional tone. Then I'll go down and do it. The old monkey took the leaves and left. Lin Fong, however, was thinking, it looks like this paper still needs to be made as soon as possible by groping for it. Otherwise it would be too troublesome. And there isn't much paper left in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. I wonder if that 10,000 books is enough. If that wasn't possible, they would have to have the demons disguise themselves and go to the forces of the human race to buy some back. The next few days, with the tens of thousands of demons in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, no effort was spared in sending out tabloids. Information about the Monkey King of Mount Huagua's intention to rebuild the glory of the demon race, as well as about the business model of the first affiliated school of Mount Huagua, spread throughout the entire Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture and the Ao Lai Kingdom. And although South Alimony has not invested much manpower, the response has been considered good. Many loose cultivators of the demon race all rushed over after seeing that they could learn the techniques for free on the side of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. The first group to come over was the demon race within the Arai Kingdom. Even some of the great demons in the territory of the Arai Kingdom had come over to probe the reality of Mount Huagua. The old monkey kept an eye on the number of demon clans pouring in almost every day. The joy is unbelievable. Evaluating the power of a force. There is a very simple way to see how much manpower this force has. Before the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits is not bad. There are hundreds of thousands of demon audience, whereas today's Mountain of Flowers and Fruits is close to breaking 1 million demonic congregations. Headmaster, your method is really good. Now half of the demons in the entire Arai Kingdom have all become our people. We've more than doubled our power. He was now admiring Lin Fong to the extreme. In fact, the old monkey was a bit displeased with Lin Fong at first, because although Lin Fong had a high level of cultivation and was also very thoughtful, he was just too lazy and never took the initiative to do anything. Every time he went to find Lin Fong was either sleeping or on his way to sleep. Only on the rare occasions when Lin Fong wasn't sleeping, but even at this time, Lin Fong was still yawning. But it was only now that he had finally seen Lin Fong's magic. Just by virtue of a few leaves, he had been able to more than double the power of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits and revitalize it. The first affiliated school of Mount Huagua, which he had single-handedly created, was a constant source of talent for Mount Huagua. It's just getting started. Lin Fong, however, smiled and shook his head, saying, talent coming is the first step, while the second step is to be able to retain people, and only after that can these demons create value for Mount Huagua. And the key to all of this is the point system. How are you doing with the account I gave you earlier? The old monkey nodded. All of the new monsters have been registered, and the basic information is under control, but some of them are more resistant to providing their cultivation and natural abilities, and have protested to us. Is there a large number of people? There's a good number of them, but they're nothing compared to the demons that are pouring through. Lin Fong waved his hand and said, then leave these demons alone for now. And the arrangements for these demons? The old monkey laughed. All of them have been arranged into temporary accommodation, and have been introduced to our teaching system at Mount Huagua, as well as the points contribution system. This point contribution system was something that Lin Feng had established individually during this time. It's a system built around the 10,000 books. All demons who joined the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits would be given identity credentials, and if they contributed to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, they would be given points, which could be used to exchange for books in the Pavilion of 10,000 books. Even in the future, such as Flowers and Fruits Mountain gradually on the right track, points can also be used to exchange heavenly treasures, magic potions, talismans, etc. This was the ultimate means Lin Feng used to retain talent. Junior Yo, do you want to have the ultimate power? Teenager Yo, you want to go to the top of your life? Teenager Yo, do you have a dream? Come to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Come and join our big family, where you can show your ambition and you can wield your talent with abandon. Even if you're nothing, we'll provide you with a full range of teaching services. Join us and hold hands for success. Trust me, you are definitely the next star of tomorrow. Lin put just like a paschow head. Will be all kinds of wash lively words spread throughout the Flower and Fruit Mountain, Ao Lai Country, East Victory Divine State, as well as part of the South Alimony continent. It wasn't that he didn't want to spread the news wider, spreading it directly across the 3 worlds and 4 continents. Rather, it was that the Flower and Fruit Mountain, which was not yet completely developed today, could not yet digest too many demons. It's very easy to take too big a step, and it's very easy to rip your balls off. And for old monkeys, these old men of Mount Huagua, it was already very satisfying to see this thriving Mount Huagua today. Even the 72 whole demon kings have become much more active, taking the initiative to cooperate with all the work of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Even the dirty work's up for grabs. It's like a hard-working little bee. At one time they had some small minds. It was only because of Monkey's overwhelming power that he didn't show his little heart. But now, as they looked at the momentum of the Flower Fruit Mountain, they had no second thoughts at all. And today's Flower Fruit Mountain that definitely had the potential to become the top power in the 3 realms. As long as they could stabilize their current position, then in the future they would be the patriarchs of the top powers of the 3 realms. It's probably as high as they'll ever get in their lives. There's also a ball of duplicity. It's too late for them to show their loyalty. Long live the little turtle. Long live the Monkey King. I will bow down and die for the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Throw my head and spill my blood. Contribute every ounce of my strength, and squeeze out the last ounce of blood. The Flower and Fruit Mountain is also growing rapidly through the efforts of all. The old Huagua Mountain that was a mountain. And nowadays, the Flower Fruit Mountain already has the appearance of a part of the human city-state. The whole city is built on the mountain, and a high wall at the foot of the mountain was raised up by the Earth Demon with its natural magic ability. It was consolidated with the indestructible formation pattern engraved by the Dragon Race's formation master. A wide dirt road leads to the top of the hill, and on both sides of the road, there are rows of newly built-up houses of all styles. Open air, not open air. There are even birdhouses and treehouses built directly into trees. Since the influx of demon races in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits was just too much, Lin Feng decided to let these demon races solve their own housing problems and build their own houses in the places planned for the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. And the houses that these demons build, that's certainly as comfortable as it gets. And as soon as the population on the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits grew, that correspondingly generated all kinds of business. The ones with a skill set started a business directly out of their own house. There are even restaurants. Lin Feng had also specifically gone to eat, and the flavor was surprisingly good. It is said that the demon who runs the restaurant had been adopted by a human restaurant before, and had sent away 3 chefs before and after, and had learned a good hand at cooking under the influence of his ears. On top of that, the Fox Demon King has found a business. She didn't know what means she used to gather a group of white-skinned, long-legged demonesses, and approached Lin Feng to grant her a piece of land for some kind of service industry, facing the oldest profession ever. All Lin Feng had was awe. Just say yes or no, and if you shake your head, believe me when I scream that you're plotting against me right now? The Fox Demon King slapped the approval papers on the table. The old monkey who was handling the documents sniffed, looked up, then silently walked out of the room, and after he went out, he also gave Lin Feng the door to the room to close it. Lin Feng, he looked up at the Fox Demon King. It's not like I said I didn't agree, so don't get so worked up. Humph, count on you to know what you're doing. The Fox Demon King looked at Lin Feng triumphantly. And where did you say you plan to grant the land? Lin Feng picked up the plan of the entire Flower Fruit Mountain and looked at the places that were still left, finally choosing a location that was still considered prosperous. It's crowded, not to mention surrounded by shopping streets. Right here. After the Fox Demon King looked at that area, his eyes just lit up. You can make a fortune doing anything in this neighborhood, let alone doing her kind of business, and you'll be counting your money till your hands cramp up. You're so kind? The Fox Demon King looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. There must be a demon when things go wrong. There is nothing between the two of them. Lin Feng granted her such a big piece of land for no reason. There must be something odd. You'd be doing the Flower Fruit Mountain a favor by doing this. 2. It's a great way to pull up purchasing power. And it's also a great way to get energy out of guys who have nowhere else to get their energy out. It's good and harmless for the flora and fauna. Why I don't approve. The Fox Demon King understood. Lin Feng continued. And with this business of yours, you can also cooperate with the owner of the restaurant, and have him provide you with meals and drinks when the time comes. And all you have to do is put a price on it and just sell it. It's a no-brainer. When the Fox Demon King heard this, both of his eyes were glowing awe. If really according to what Lin Feng said, when the guests drink a little wine, eat food, beauty demon in the arms, the wealth is not rolling in it. That's a good one. Do you have any more ideas like that? She looked at Lin Feng expectantly. And of course, since the service industry can be done, so can a business like playing craps. When the time comes, you'll open this kind of business as well and do a one-stop shop. While the Fox Demon King was excited, a flash of doubt flashed in his eyes. But I'm so without dragons? There are some in the East Sea, but I don't have the ability to convince a dragon to do this kind of business. The dragons are high-minded and proud people. They can't look at us. Lin Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. It's not a matter of dragons or not. Forget it. You can get this business up and running first, and the rest later. The Fox Demon King nodded, but she didn't leave. Still looking at Lin Feng. Something else? It's not really a thing. It's just that you've done me such a big favor. I want to repay you a little. The Fox Demon King's expression became shy. Repayment? Lin Feng had a head full of little question marks. Ah, that's the one. The Fox Demon King became even more shy. Lin Feng's expression also turned odd. Aha! After all, people are women. If they don't have a backer on the mountain of flowers and fruits, it's very disadvantageous. I don't want to do it. The Great King, you're actually not bad. Strong, still young, high-ranking and talented. Is this about me? It seems like it's still really me. Wow. Lin Feng drifted a bit, but he still righteously rejected the Fox Demon King. It wasn't that he couldn't look at the Fox Demon King, but his heart was in the right place. Hard conditions are not enough. Although he was already an earth immortal, just like Monkey, Lin Feng hadn't transformed into a form until now. He still maintained the appearance of a small turtle. The Fox Demon King is the standard 1 meter 8, white skin and beautiful long legs, body good, no words, but also with a thick mature women's charm of the big beauty. If you really don't feel comfortable with it, give me 10% of the dry shares. You're a business I guarantee no demon will dare touch. Although 10% of the dry shares is not much, but cannot stand this business, money is too good. When the time comes, after the Fox Demon King's business is up and running, Lin Feng will definitely be able to leap to become a large sum of money in the entire Huagua Mountain. And it is a large sum of money that has money drilling into his pockets without doing anything. That's fine. The Fox Demon King nodded, his eyebrows smiling into a curved crescent moon. Lin Feng wrote the approval document quickly, before pressing his paw prints, and left a trace of spiritual energy on the paw prints. That way, no demon could impersonate his signature. Here, Lin Feng handed him the document. After the Fox Demon King received it, the smile on her face got even better. She looked at Lin Feng with her charming eyes and said, "You just really don't think about it. When the time comes, people and money get two things. Isn't that good?" Lin Feng spread his hands. "Look at me like this. Can I handle you?" The Fox Demon King looked at him like that and actually nodded in a serious manner. "Indeed, the old lady is just lying down and you can't ride her." Lin Feng, "If I'm pushed, do you believe I'll change into a big man and show you what it means to gallop a horse?" The Fox Demon King, however, smiled disdainfully. "That would just be fooling yourself. It's not like you feel anything." After saying that, she sighed again and said, "I don't know what kind of breed you are. You're obviously already an earth immortal, but you actually haven't transformed into a form until now. And the same goes for the Great King. So perverted. The later a demon transforms, the more potential it has and the better its bloodline. Like Lin Feng, weak water bloodline, the whole 3 worlds just this one soul seedling. Later grow up, at least is also 3000 weak water level. If there's a strange encounter in, letting him reach 100,000 weak waters would be a bullseye. Buddha even fucks you over. And Monkey is needless to say, heaven and earth heterogeneous species. Born by the creation of heaven and earth, comes with infinite merits, immortal destiny, and natural talent are all good in a mess. The key is that Monkey is still willing to work hard, and in a few years he has traveled the path that others have traveled for thousands of years. Lin Feng spread his hands. "Do you think I don't want to take shape? But this strength doesn't allow it. Ah, what can I do? I'm helpless too." "Okay, King Fox Demon. Pretend. It's so damn pretentious. That's a proper Versailles master. Then let's switch. Seeing as you're in so much pain, why don't you let me bear this pain of not being able to transform? Lin Feng, don't. It's better to let me suffer alone with something so painful. The Fox Demon King gave him a blank look. Humph. Transform early and let sister have a taste. Then picked up the approval documents, turned around, twisted that delicate waist, slowly walked out of the room. That tail is still twisting and twisting. It looks to be quite tempting. Lin Feng, on the other hand, silently drank a cup of tea, calm and quiet. It's really stressful to talk to such an open-minded big sister. As the news about the mountain of flowers and fruits spread wider and wider, it was finally no longer just some minor characters. Even the dignified existences in the three realms had noticed the place. This day, a black bear came with heavy steps to the bottom of the mountain of flowers and fruits. With every step he took, there was an additional footprint on the ground that was clearly defined and sunk a few inches into the ground, and the ground around him would tremble incessantly. That body weight is horrifying. Many of the surrounding peer lesser demons were all very eagle-eyed and dispersed in all directions, not daring to get too close to this peerless great demon, so as not to be taken as a provocation by him. And what amazed these little demons even more was that there was a young girl sitting on the black bear's shoulder. The young girl was petite, very thin, with large breasts, short white hair, a long, sharp mouth, and some blonde fuzz on her nose, but she had large, watery eyes, and 2 white mouse ears on her head. At the moment, she was licking her flawless white hand in boredom. The long nails on her slender fingers glistened with sharpness. Hoo, this day is so hot. I really can't take it anymore, old bear. How much more road do I have to walk to get there? It's hot, old bear me. The black bear kept gasping for air, and the young girl slapped him on the head. Cut the crap and get going. Black bear glared at her and said, don't pat me. I'll get stupid if you do. You're not smart anyway. The teenage girl spat a word. The black bear huffed and sulked. A snorting sound came out of his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that this white-haired mouse's background was too big, would he, the black bear, have put up with her? Hey, as promised, don't forget to give me a drop of Tiani divine water when we arrive. The black bear spirit spoke again. That was the price he had negotiated with the young girl. When they first met each other on the road, the young girl was ashamed to accept him as a mount. The black bear spirit of course did not agree. The two fought a big fight. In the end the maiden was no match for him. But the black bear spirit couldn't stop him if he wanted to leave, so the maiden made a deal with him. She would give the black bear spirit 3 drops of Tiani divine water if the black bear spirit entrusted her to the mountain of flowers and fruits. After the black bear spirit checked to make sure there was nothing wrong, he let the young girl sit on his shoulder, and the two had a few conversations while on the road. The young girl called herself the half-broken goddess of mercy, Madam Earth Surge. Relationships are hard as hell. Whether it was in the western heaven or the heavenly court, there were great people as backers, the result of their own wild nature. Do not want to honestly eat the official meal, have to go down to the world of mischief, now is considered to be running away from home in. When I heard that the mountain of flowers and fruits wanted to become bigger, I ran over, intending to stir up the wind and rain. The black bear spirit, on the other hand, is a loose wild demon, but the natural talent is terrible scary. Early in life got the field of creation, and since then by their own fumbling, hard for him to cultivate to the realm of the golden immortal, and the fighting strength was in the golden immortal realm. That was also top-notch. This means to occupy the mountain in South Alimony, whether as a demon saint, or as a demon emperor, is stable, but he favors reading. When I heard that this mountain of flowers and fruits was going to establish the pavilion of 10,000 books, I went there with joy, and so it was when the two heard the other's reasoning. The black bear spirit cursed a bear child, while the young girl spat out a nerd. When the two of them finally arrived at the foot of Mount Huagua, looking at the long line in front of her, the young girl frowned slightly, rather dissatisfied. Hey, black bear, cut me in line. She kicked the black bear's broad, hard chest. The black bear, on the other hand, had a naive face. This queue is not too long. I see that they are handling it quite fast. Wait for a while and then it will be ours. You are too anxious in your nature. You need to collect your heart more. For her part, the young girl's frown tightened. I don't care. Who is this crooked guy to stand in front of me? I'm Mrs. Earth Surge. Speaking of the name Mrs. Earth Surge, the black bear is a burst of speechlessness. This kind of mature name, is it really good for you to use as a half-grown child? Let's just say it's scary to be uneducated. Why don't you change your name? It's too mature. Am I immature? The young girl defiantly rested the plumpness of her breasts. The black bear looked at it and was speechless. If there's anything else on this teenage girl that has to do with maturity, it's this pair of very big darn things. Motherfucker. Are kids this well developed these days? And you may not even be as old as me. Don't be old-fashioned all day. I'm small that's eaten the Buddha's lamp oil, have shed my bones, the life cycle is too long, and growth is extremely slow, but that doesn't mean I'm really young. When she finished, she thought of something else. I've been feeling lately that the time is coming, maybe in a couple years I'll be an adult. By that time, I'll have the body of a mature woman. Could that be any bigger? The black bear spirit suddenly asked. The young girl froze, then laughed. No more. This one was forcefully ripened by me. You can understand that this part developed first. Is this still hyped? The black bear spirit looked pleasantly surprised. Can you teach me then? I also want to rush it. The young girl looked at his hard chest and was a little confused. What are you rushing this for? It's not this one, it's the bottom part. The black bear spirit laughed, with a hint of lewdness in his smile. Down there? The young girl's eyes shifted downward. Then, shameless, nasty, I'm not going to teach you that, so just die. The black bear spirit had an innocent look on his face. What's the point of scolding me if you don't teach? There weren't many people left in front of them as the two chatted away. The black bear spirit had an expression of having stolen a chicken and waited with a smile. While the young girl also noticed the scene, her sharp-tongued face immediately bulged into a big bun, and her big watery eyes glared at the black bear spirit. Humph, fooled by this nerd again. The young girl's little foot viciously kicked the black bear spirit's chest, but it didn't hurt at all for the black bear spirit. Wait for the turn of the two. The little demon in charge of the rank looked up at the two, then handed each of them a form, which was very simple. Name, cultivation level, talent aptitude, and specialties. Cultivation, talent aptitude are optional. The black bear spirit filled in his name. His cultivation and talent aptitude were not filled in, and on the last column he wrote well-read poetry. Instead, Mrs. Earthsurgeon filled in her name and cultivation level. She felt that with her cultivation at the heavenly immortal realm, she would definitely be treated at the VIP level at the mountain of flowers and fruits. But wait until the little demon looks at the two men's forms. He looked up to the black bear spirit's side. You read books? I've read it, and I've even worshipped a great human scholar as my master. If it weren't for the fact that demons can't take the imperial exams, I'm sure I could have been a scholar. The black bear spirit spoke proudly. So awesome. The little demon was stunned. A smile of excitement immediately appeared on his face as he stood up, and as soon as he did, he took hold of the black bear spirit's large, fat hands. Welcome, welcome. My manhwa needs talents like your excellency. Welcome to the mountain of flowers and fruits. The young girl who was so confident that she thought she would be treated as a VIP didn't even look at it. Mrs. Groundswell. Hey, snap. She couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table. Look carefully. Lao Mai is a celestial immortal, and her strength is top-notch among the celestial immortals. Her means, and her magic treasures are not lacking, and this is the attitude you have? The little demon immediately smiled sarcastically when he saw that she was angry. Hey, sorry, I was just so excited. Here are your ID credentials. You take it. As a celestial immortal, you will have 10,000 points at the start. Later on, someone will introduce you to the use of the points. Please keep them. The registration demon had a respectful attitude. This made the young girl feel good, and she even looked at the black bear spirit provocatively. The black bear spirit scratched his head. Bears. Then he pulled out another ID credential. This identity voucher is yours, and as a special talent, we will also provide some preferential treatment on our side, and someone will also give you a talk about it later. The young girl's ID credentials are gold in color, and the black bear spirit's ID credentials were not only gold, but they had crystal-crafted patterns on them. It looked a little more delicate than the one she had. Mrs. Earthsurge, degree, pissed off. The black bear spirit, however, hemmed and hawed and smiled. You are also angry. You can still have 10,000 points there. I'm good looking on the sign. Or we change? Teenage girls certainly don't change. Humph. I'm not stupid. No change. She waved her hand. The black bear spirit laughed, then carried her again. Let's go inside. Stupid bear, have you forgotten that we agreed to deliver me to the mountain of flowers and fruits? And I won't pay you for the Tiani divine water for this journey. The young girl sitting on the black bear's shoulder flailed for a moment, very nonchalant and more than a little restless. I know. Count me in for sending you. No money. Still exasperated, the young girl skimmed her head. Do you think I'd be grateful? It would just make you look even more stupid. Good people don't survive in the world of demons. Okay, I'll get myself a coffin tomorrow. Black Bear, on the other hand, was too lazy to talk much to this capricious little girl. Don't want to sit. If you don't want to sit, you go down. I can't go on, and I'm saying this kind of thing. I don't know how the adults at home taught me. This character is terrible. Definitely can't find a husband. The two talked and walked towards the inside of the mountain of flowers and fruits. When they entered the city, the black bear spirit showed the identity credentials of the two demons, and a rabbit spirit came over to receive the two with a smile on his face. This rabbit spirit had a delicate goose-egg face, long hair, two big white ears, and a bulbous tail behind her, and was wearing a cool long dress that showed off her exquisite figure to the fullest. It's not top of the line, but it's a little bit of a family. The black bear spirit, which has seen this kind of demoness, immediately gave to be fascinated by the soul. Hala are flowing all over the place. Hey, that's pretty. This mountain of flowers and fruits is really a good place. He. Where are the holy books left in his head now? Just two big love hearts. Mrs. Earthquake hates it. Exasperated, he kicked him in the head. Ka-ching! The black bear spirit's head directly gave a clicking sound to the kick. The whole fell to one side. After receiving such a heavy kick, he also finally reacted. He wiped the harump from the corner of his mouth and enthusiastically walked over to Miss Rabbit Spirit. Hello. My name is Black Bear. I'm unmarried and single this year. Miss Rabbit Spirit was also embarrassed. Although as a receptionist, you can see any person, but like so direct, up to indicate that single, or unheard of. Look at the information that is still a well-read poetry. Is that what happens to all the well-read ones? Hello. The rabbit spirit smiled awkwardly. Mrs. Earth Surgeon gasped and kicked again. Can you be more competitive? Don't disgrace me here. More competitive? Can you get a wife if you're more competitive? The black bear spirit gave Lady Earth Surge a blank look. Little fart. No shit. Then he had a smiling look at Miss Rabbit Spirit. That miss. What are we going to do now? And what's your name? Do you have any contact information? Snap. Mrs. Groundswell, that's the third kick. But the black bear spirit, which has thick skin and flesh, doesn't care at all. This. The rabbit spirit looked at Lady Earth Surge on the black bear spirit's shoulder and laughed even more awkwardly. We will first arrange for you to live in temporary accommodation, and then assign your house locations. And since there are simply too many demons in Mount Wagwa, the houses will need to be built by you. You can all stay in temporary housing until the house is built. If you feel good about the temporary shelter, you can also stay there permanently. All of these are provided free of charge by the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Afterward, I will introduce you to some of the systems, and some of the places in the Flower and Fruit Mountain, to help you better understand and integrate into flora and fauna. MS. Bunny Girl has a great voice. The black bear spirit is still giggling. Miss Rabbit Spirit then took them first to the temporary housing distribution office, where she purposely asked for 2 adjoining rooms, and then gave the 2 a tour of the house. The houses here were manufactured under the supervision of Lin Fong. Although it was a hole dug in the mountain, the amenities were similar to those of a studio apartment in a previous life. Each piece of the house is 60 square meters. It was also accompanied by a formation stone painted with a water-generating formation pattern, which could constantly produce cool water, and a formation stone painted with both hot and cold formation patterns, which was used as an air conditioner. Mrs. Groundswell looked at it and couldn't pick any faults, and the black bear spirit was even more amazed. Although raw water, heat and cold, these formations he also knew, but he used them all as a means to kill the enemy. Who would have thought that there is actually such a use for it? That's pretty good. The rabbit spirit laughed. These were specially developed by the principal who asked the formation department to develop them, and although they aren't anything profound, they can provide a very comfortable life. The principal also said that nothing can be bitter about talent, so make sure you make the talent feel at home in the flower and fruit mountains. Mrs. Earthsurge curiously touched the cold ice formation stone. This what principal? Very thoughtful. Well, if in the future the mountain of flowers and fruits overturned, it is possible to consider tying home. Have him in the words, my bottomless pit should be very interesting. MS. Bunny Girl wisely pretends that this statement doesn't exist. Now that we've finished the tour, we'll, next, go and look at the addresses assigned to you. And on the way we'll also be able to introduce you to the systems of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Yeah. The black bear spirit laughed as he carried Lady Earthsurge outside, walking to the door. Ouch. Stupid bear. I knocked my nose on the doorframe. Pay attention to me. Sorry. The 3 of them walked in the middle of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. On the streets, there were demons everywhere, and there were even some demons on the side of the road hawking something, and Mrs. Earthsurgeon was excitedly looking from side to side, but after seeing all the unusual stuff for sale, they lost interest. Finally she called out to a popsicle vendor. This popsicle was made by that little demon with her own natural aptitude in juice. The flavor couldn't be said to be much better, but in this kind of summer weather, it was something that couldn't be beat. She was kind enough to buy 2 for herself and Blackbearer, 2 taels of silver in all. When paying, the little demon saw Mrs. Earth Surge's identity credentials and was so scared that she didn't even want the money. This flower and fruit mountain is developing really well. The black bear spirit ate the popsicle in one bite. On the side, Miss Rabbit spirit laughed. It's all thanks to our great king, the Monkey King, as well as the wisdom of the principal. The great king is strong in force and is armed with all kinds of great skills, which is the basis of our establishment in the mountain of flowers and fruits, and the ingenuity of the principal to lead us in our continued growth and development. The few people then walked a little further and came to the front gate of the first affiliated school of Flower Fruit Mountain. This is the first affiliated school of Flower Fruit Mountain. Any demon race that joins the mountain of flowers and fruits can come in and learn for free, and all the learning content is free, and there is absolutely no charge. So far, we've created 3 tiers: elementary school, middle school, high school. Elementary school only learns to read and write. Middle school teaches some introductory techniques and theories of Buddhism and Taoism to build a solid foundation for future cultivation. And high school learns some advanced techniques, as well as a technology. In the senior middle school, apart from the major classes, you can pick one of interest to cultivate from pills, refining weapons, formations, and talismans. Those formation stones you saw earlier are the masterpieces of the formation department. Also, to graduate from upper school, you need a passing elective in addition to your major. The black bear spirit listened with some fascination. Although this system has been known before on the propaganda leaf, but hearing it again, I still lament the excellence of this system. And is there any benefit to graduating from high school? Not at the moment, but the principal has plans to build a university department in the future. And it said that that department specializes in how to become immortal. And one of the requirements to enter the university department is to graduate from high school. Miss Rabbit Spirit explained with a smile. Let me show you inside. Yeah, the black bear spirit laughed again. And Mrs. Earth Surgeon was yawning incessantly. This business model is good, but the mountain of flowers and fruits is still too flashy. If it really becomes a climate in the future, then the 3 worlds will be full of enemies. She knew the pissiness of those immortal Buddhists too well, but it's a good way to stir the pot a bit, and it's not a bad place to stay. Wait for a few people to go inside. In the middle of the academy, there were demons holding books everywhere. It was hard to imagine that a demon could actually hold a book one day, casually find a tree to sit under, and start reading with great interest, more like a reader than a human reader. These are the demons from the high school. They have adapted to the atmosphere of the academy, so they can study their studies quietly. The 3 walked for a while longer. In a clearing, a few demons are seen holding a small book, and in front of them a young demon is performing his gift of magic. With a bit of green light, a small plant above the ground began to grow continuously, and the few demons with small books kept taking notes in their books. This is, the black bear spirit frowned slightly. A natural aptitude was the foundation of a demon's existence, a card that could never be easily revealed to others. This is the Gifted Avatar Research Society. It's a department that is completely under the control of the principal and is directly responsible for their role in helping other demons better study their natural aptitudes and develop them to their potential. The principal gave them a slogan for that. There are no trash talent aptitudes, only people who won't use them. As long as you put your heart into it, everyone can have a powerful talent aptitude. Miss Rabbit Essence followed Lin Feng's example and said, by the way, that little demon you guys bought popsicles from earlier, his natural aptitude is freezing, but his development potential is limited, so the principal came up with this for him. Now he's on his way to buying popsicles and achieving financial freedom. 1 popsicle for a couple of silvers and still in short supply. You can't be free. The 3 of them walked inside for a while longer, finishing the elementary and middle school sections, and then headed towards the high school section. By the way, isn't that what's-his-name principal of yours going to establish the 10,000 books pavilion? Why don't I see you taking us there? Couldn't it be a lie? Mrs. Earthsurge sat on the black bear spirit's shoulder and looked at Miss Rabbit Spirit provocatively. From just now, the black bear spirit's eyes had never left the rabbit spirit young lady. His sight had been lingering on legs, butt, breasts, above. What's the big deal? I'll be an adult in 2 years. I'll be better than her. Pissed off old lady. She felt a twinge of frustration, and it was the same frustration she felt in a rabbit spirit who hadn't even become immortal. The 10,000 books is still under construction. There are already some books that have been sent into the pavilion to be treasured, and everyone in the mountain of flowers and fruits will be able to redeem the books by virtue of their points. Points are a system built around the 10,000 books. All the demon clans of the mountain of flowers and fruits can borrow the books in the pavilion by virtue of their points, but they can only borrow them for a week at a time, and they have to return them after a week. Mrs. Earthsurge's eyes rolled. And what if you don't give it back? It'll be blackballed from the flora and fauna, and we'll get the lost books back. MS. Rabbit Spirit's voice is good though, but both of them heard a hint of killing intent. Although the flower in Fruit Mountain looks peaceful, but it does not mean that the flower in Fruit Mountain is good to bully. Hidden under the piece is enough to make all the people surprised by the strength. So how do I earn this point? This was the black bear spirit's main concern, and he had come over to read the book. The most mainstream method of earning points now is doing tasks and contributing wealth. And the mountain of flowers and fruits will regularly release some long-term tasks, which for the time being are all about construction, like digging mines, planting trees, etc. And contributing wealth is even easier. Just give money for points. Mrs. Earth Surgeon wondered, what about the non-mainstream? Mainstream representatives are under competitive pressure, is not going to earn many points. Whenever a powerful demon joins the mountain of flowers and fruits, it will receive a certain amount of points, and you have 10,000 points among your identity credentials. In addition to that, we also encourage the demon race's research on various feats. If you can write a good cultivation tip, you can also get a certain amount of points, and when other people borrow these tips, the writer gets a small amount of credit, but the borrower is eligible to rate the tips, and the number of borrowers of tips with low scores is reduced. Mrs. Earth Surge's eyes rolled. In this way, you will acquire more and more books, and this is a good method for you to establish yourselves. What a chicken. Did that principal of yours come up with that idea too? Miss Bunny Girl nodded. Also those like Big Brother Black Bear are rewarded with points every month if they can join the academy as teachers, and we don't prohibit trading of points, so you can buy points from others as well. The Black Bear spirit smiled. It's not impossible to stay and teach if you can read. Then after they had visited for a while longer, the Black Bear spirit suddenly saw something and stopped in his tracks, only to see that in the middle of one of the academy's small courtyards, several demons were surrounding a black silhouette, which wore a high hat with the words "Peace in the World" written on it, and held a wailing rod in its hand. Black Vagabond? It is? He looked over to Miss Bunny Girl's side. The Black Impermanence? It comes a couple times a month. You can't get rid of it. Miss Rabbit Essence had a strange expression on her face and laughed. The people in the formation department have researched a modified version of the soul-locking formation, which can temporarily trap even powerful ghosts like Black Impermanence, so he's not much of a threat to us. Every time we caught them, they were sent straight to the principal's office. The Black Bear spirit scratched his head again. So, aren't you all going to find out why the mountain of flowers and fruits attracts ghosts so much? The principal said he knows, and the Great King also put out the word that as long as he catches the black and white irregulars, he'll just send them there directly. So I guess he really knows something, but he's not at liberty to say. Ms. Bunny Girl said, so you don't want to find out? Mrs. Earth Surge asked, what's the point of knowing this? Miss Rabbit Spirit blinked. If the principal doesn't say anything, that means that what's going on here isn't something a small demon like me can get involved in. So if I do learn about it, it's not good instead, right? You're quite through, Mrs. Earth Surge said. After coming out of the academy, Ms. Rabbit Spirit took them to see their assigned addresses again, or 2 neighboring houses. This was, of course, Miss Rabbit Spirit's arrangement, but it was also because the Black Bear Spirit and Lady Earth Surge had value and were worth doing this for them in the mountain of flowers and fruits. My work is done, so I'll take my leave. If an investigative team comes over and asks me about my service attitude, remember to give a 5-star review. When it was time to part ways, the Rabbit Spirit Lady bowed towards the 2 and left. The Black Bear Spirit, on the other hand, was a little sad. The contact information was not asked for. Woo-hoo-hoo. Mrs. Earth Surge looked at him with exasperation and, really angry, kicked him in the head again. Virtue. The Black Bear Spirit turned his head to glare at her. What are you looking at? Want to fight? Mrs. Earth Surge wasn't afraid of him, but the Black Bear Spirit just placed her on the ground, then stretched out his hand and said in an urn, payment, 3 drops of Tanny Divine Water. Humph. Here you go. Lady Earth Surge pulled out a bottle of Tanny Divine Water and took 3 drops and gave them to him. The Black Bear Spirit took the 3 drops of divine water and smiled. Come on, let's build a house. What do you want to build it like? I can help you. Seeing as you're poor, I'll help you for free. I have use for your pity. A drop of Tanny Divine Water. Mrs. Earthquake held out a finger. The Black Bear Spirit knew that it was a happy one. He. Thank you, boss then. Mrs. Groundswell had the feeling of being set up. Hey, stupid bear, hurry up. You're not being sharp at all by dawdling. It's a waste of such a good body. Lady Earth Surgeon stood in the clearing with her arms wrapped around her chest, her eyes falling on the Black Bear Spirit who was moving the wood, her small brows frowning slightly as she looked at him from side to side. As soon as the Black Bear Spirit placed the dozens of large logs on his body on the ground, he gasped. This building can't be rushed. If you don't do it right, the foundation of the house won't be stable, and you won't be comfortable living there. Mrs. Earth Surge, however, snorted coldly. Dawdling is too slow. The black bear spirit hemmed and hawed. It's better for male demons to slow down. Too fast is not good. Groundhogov was a puzzled man. What is the solution? Black bear spirit, however, was just laughing, not giving her the slightest intention to explain. Angry Mrs. Earthsurge viciously kicked him in the thigh. Only her attack, to the black bear spirit, is still not painful. Just as the two men were talking, a large bald man approached in the distance. Excuse me, how do I get to the first affiliated school of the Flower and Fruit Mountains? Mrs. Earthsurge froze. This voice, she actually sounded more familiar. Turned her head to look, only to see that in front of her actually do not know when stood a young monk wearing a golden robe, white beardless face, a Buddha's light, the solemn appearance of the treasure. It's you, Mrs. Earthsurge lost her voice. The monk, on the other hand, surveyed Lady Earthsurge, his eyes turning from puzzlement to realization. So it's you. I heard in the Western Heaven that you stole the Buddha's lamp oil and went down to the world privately, and that the Buddha had the virtue of good life not to bother with you, and let the Toda Heavenly King accept you as his righteous daughter. What are you doing here if you're not staying in heaven? The monk's tone of voice was gentle and good to listen to, and when matched with those handsome looks, it was able to mesmerize an individual. It was just that Mrs. Earthsurge was not treating him well. What do you care what I do? And what are you doing here again? Could it be that the Buddha kingdom is worried that the mountain of flowers and fruits is getting bigger and really recreating the glory of that ancient demon kingdom, and letting you come down to the realm to be the executioner and snuff it all out in the cradle? The monk shook his head and said, No, I also came down to the realm privately. You, ha 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 ha, it's so funny that you would be selfish down here. Mrs. Earthsurge was shocked at first, but then she burst into dumbfounded laughter, and the more she laughed, the more unrestrained she became. The monk, on the contrary, was not sad and looked like a log. After Mrs. Earthsurgeon had laughed enough, she pointed at the tall building in the distance and laughed. Seeing as you've made me so happy, I'll make an exception and tell you that that's where the first affiliated school of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits is located. Monk looked at the building in the distance. Merit, in his eyes, he saw a steady stream of chi gathering above that building, and chi mixed with merit. The chi was the remnants of the demon race's chi, while the merits were new. It's good to know that the meritocracy is there. Mrs. Earthsurge snorted coldly. The monk didn't reply to her remark and bowed toward the two, saying, Thank you, sure ho. Then he headed towards the academy. After the black bear spirit waited for him to leave, he touched Mrs. Earthsurge twice with his elbow and curiously said, Who is that guy? It looks quite familiar to you. The big man of the Buddha kingdom? The golden cicada. Lady Earthsurge skimmed her lips and said, A monk from the Buddhist kingdom. Very pedantic. Jean, the golden cicada. The black bear spirit looked at the monk's back and said in shock, Isn't that a disciple of Buddha? You're really great. You dare to talk to him like that. Not afraid that he'll take us both away in a fit of rage? He gave a thumbs up towards Mrs. Earthquake. Mrs. Earthsurge waved her hand and said irritably, Bothered to death. I didn't read the yellow calendar when I went out today. I actually ran into a monk. Bad luck. Really bad luck. Sooner or later I'm going to eat him one day. Be careful what you say. The black bear spirit looked at the back that hadn't disappeared in the distance, and his little heart trembled with fear. Auntie, just cut the crap. You want to die. I want to live. Mrs. Earthsurge looked at him that wimpy, skimmed his mouth and said, Look at you scared. He won't kill life. The whole Buddha country is the most wimpy, obviously strong, but never move with people, and never kill life. All day long you talk about how Buddha is all about forgiving all people. The black bear spirit thought about it and said, That's a good point. Not bad my ass. If Buddha really forgives all people, then the demon race can still be in this situation now. The West Nuba continent is full of believers. What do you think about those beings who are not believers? A bunch of moralistic beings. Mrs. Groundswell was still muttering, and at this point, Lin Fang's office. He looked at the black and white figures tied up with soul-locking ropes in front of him, and was quite helpless. And you guys are so persistent. You've been caught for the 10th time this month. Can't you save me the trouble? The black impermanence on the ground struggled to arch up on the ground. Woo woo woo. Lin Fang scratched his head. Ungag him and see what he has to say? The two demon kings beside him stepped forward and ripped the seal off of black impermanence's mouth. Ouch! Almost suffocated me. Black impermanence panted heavily, then looked up at Lin Fang and said angrily, I will not give up. That monkey king's lifespan is over, and should be hooked by us to enter the wheel of reincarnation again. Lin Fang frowned slightly as he listened to his cliched words. He waved his hand. The two demon kings regagged him with another seal. Black impermanence, this burst of struggle. But the body of the soul-locking rope naturally restrained him. This kind of soul body even if he has become immortal, but still cannot change the soul nature. You say you're not messing around. My monkey brother is now a golden immortal. Half a step into the Tai golden immortal realm. He'll be on the book of life and death? Do you know what kind of spells monkey has learned? That's Master Bodhi's 72 transformations. Jumping out of the 3 realms, not being in the 5 elements, dodging the 3 plagues, and removing karma, all in one place. Lin Fong looked at black impermanence. This would not be something I would care about. My duty is to bring the Monkey King away. Black impermanence was still insisting. The 2 demon kings on the side were frowning slightly. These 2 are really some do not know what to do. Are already prisoners, actually dare to be so arrogant. Really think they do not dare to hit them to beat them out of their minds? Principal. Should we? Lin Fong shook his head. We in the mountain of flowers and fruits are all about peace and harmony. So how can we do something so ferocious? Then he tied the tongues of the black and white together. And it's still a dead button. This is only right. You see how standard tongue kissing. In the 3 worlds only the 2 of them can make such a high degree of action. This entanglement is simply indistinguishable from each other. Lin Fong said extremely ferocious words in a serious manner. The 2 demon kings looked at Lin Fong fearfully. It was as if they saw the horns of an imp on Lin Fong's head. Simply the devil. And the black and white invincibles are sick to their stomachs at this point. Wha? Oh, Lin Fong suspected that the 2 people were too noisy, and one of them gave a kick, angrily saying, "Don't make a noise, we'll send you to hell later. If you keep making a noise, we'll let you stay a little longer in the young world." The black and white impermanence immediately stopped talking. Going to hell? Hurry up. I don't want to stay in this world any longer. It's horrible. Lin Fong looked at them with great satisfaction. But just as he was planning to send the 2 down, a small demon outside hurriedly ran in, screaming as he did so, "Headmaster, there's a monk outside. So powerful. You go and see." Lin Fong froze. Monk? The Westerners are here? He couldn't care less about the black and white irregulars and immediately walked towards the outside. When he went out, he saw that in the open space outside, a handsome monk with white skin and a dignified precious appearance was standing there reciting Buddhist scriptures under his breath. A group of demons around him looked at him warily. "Monk, you there? Monk, what do you want to do here? We are not going to let you destroy the mountain of flowers and fruits, so we advise you to leave quickly. What's the point of talking to him? Charge." Seeing that things were going to suffer, Lin Fong hurriedly did a 5 elements escape technique and appeared in front of the monk. The goblins all stopped when they saw him appear. The scene was also free of saber rattling. "Headmaster, be careful. Headmaster, don't stop. None of these bald guys are any good. Let's just finish him off. Headmaster, watch out for him playing tricks." Lin Fong didn't pay attention to those people, but craned his neck to look at the monk, and the golden cicada looked at him with interest. "My name is Golden Cicada Z. I have heard that there is a great aspirant here who has made a grand wish to open up a path for the demon race that no one has ever seen before. So I have come to meet him. I didn't expect it to actually look like this, but it was unexpected. Your Excellency has great wisdom. A grand wish? I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. But, the golden cicada? Then he's the Tang monk. You're not dead yet?" Lin Fong looked at him very seriously. Golden Cicada Z froze. How could he not have thought that Lin Fong's first words when he came up would actually be this? "What makes you say that? Your Excellency? It's fine. It's fine." Lin Fong smiled, but in his heart, he was calculating that the golden cicada would have to die 10 times. Once by 50 years of life, that would be 500 years. It was true that it wasn't enough, but it was getting close. That is, if you look at the blackness of the Master's seal, you may not have long to live. Golden cicada, I've recruited you and pissed you off. 2 words are not far from life and death. Your Excellency is joking. Although my cultivation is not good, I still have some understanding of what's at stake, so I know exactly how much life I have left. Lin Fong, however, had a sigh on his face. That's hard to say. Who hasn't had an accident? I'm being kind. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, do what you can, or you won't be able to do it in a while. Golden cicada. It's not a matter of 3 times. Spare the golden cicada Z this good cultivation. At this time is also some slight anger. When Lin Fong saw this, he had an innocent look on his face. I'm trying to be nice. Why don't you believe me? You're really dying. Really, believe me. I'm sincere. The surrounding demons were also looking at Lin Fong with admiration. The principal is mighty. Ha ha ha, dislike this dead bald ass. I can't. I'm going to be laughed to death by the principal. You guys, look at his seriousness. That innocent expression. I can't. It's killing me. Ouch. I just realized that the principal is actually so funny. You guys, look at the look on that bald ass's face. It's even funnier. That's a hell of an act. Principal. The demons shouted excitedly. Golden Cicada Z, on the other hand, was speechless, and he even wondered if he had come to the wrong place this time. Principal. That's. While Lin Fong looked at the Golden Cicada, he had a twinkle in his eye. This guy seems like he's pretty good at fooling around. He was instantly calculating. Then let's cut the small talk short. Since the Venerable Master has come to Mount Huagua, he is a guest of Mount Huagua. What does the Venerable Master think of this Mount Huagua of mine? That's naturally wonderful. Speaking of what he had seen along the way, Golden Cicada Z was truly an eye-opener. Everything in the mountain of flowers and fruits is out of place in the three realms. But this change, instead of being a bad thing, is a great good. Especially the struggle, hard work, self-improvement, and the concept of equality between demons and devils conveyed by the mountain of flowers and fruits, which is an eye-opening experience for him. Even he had the feeling that if he perfected this concept, he could completely start another new religion amongst the Tao and Buddha. Since it's wonderful, can I ask the mage to do me a small favor? Oh, what's the matter with the principal? The Golden Cicada smiled. When it was really charming, Lin Fong finally knew why so many demons in the Western journey, letting Monkey, a big handsome man in the demon world, not want to, had to fornicate with this monk. That's too foul looking. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside and talk in detail. Lin Fong made a gesture of invitation. The Golden Cicada was glad to go. The group of demons around them, however, were all looking at the two in confusion. What's this principal got going on that he needs to ask a bald ass for help? Who knows? The vultures are all bad. They are always using us to make a point to trick those mortals into believing. It's so bad. Yes, you can't trust the word of a bald ass. The demons have an equally bad attitude towards the Buddhists. But, it seems the demons aren't really nice to any of the races in the three worlds anymore. When Lin Fong and Golden Cicada entered the house, Golden Cicada looked at the black and white invincibles on the ground who were tied up in 5 different ways, and he had a step in his footsteps. Principal. This. Sorry to make the Venerable Master laugh. I'll put it away. Put it away. Lin Fong immediately made a wink with the 2 demon kings. The demon king carried the 2 men and left. After the black and white irregulars left, Lin Fong had someone pour a cup of tea for the Golden Cicada again. Come, mage, taste the specialties of Mount Huagua. This is a tea tree elf from my flower fruit mountain, using its own body to cultivate a spirit tea, although it's still a bit inferior to the ancestors' immortal tea, but the flavor is quite good. The Golden Cicada took a sip, and it really tasted good on his lips. Good tea. He put down the teacup in his hand and laughed. Headmaster, calling me in and treating me to such good tea. What the hell is going on? It's not a big deal. Lin Fong laughed. It's just that lately, I don't know why the ghostly messengers from hell are always hanging around our flower fruit mountain. The mage just saw it too, so I used some tactics, and that's how I realized that they actually came to hook the Great King's soul. Monkey King? Golden Cicada Z frowned slightly and said, as far as I know, the Monkey King of Mount Huagua's cultivation has already reached the peak golden immortal realm, and is considered a good fighter in the 3 realms. This kind of character should have already had his name removed from the Book of Life and Death. Lin Fong nodded. That's what I'm wondering. I was explaining to them in a nice way before, but they were not reasonable, and they were still messing around, so I had no choice but to tie them up. This Monkey King is the pillar of my Mount Huagua and must not be lost. If the earth is like this, Mount Huagua, will have to go to the extreme, and I'm afraid that at that time it will be a great chaos in the earth. When the Golden Cicada heard this, his heart tightened. This hell is in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation and is very important in the 3 realms. If the hell is in chaos, then the 10,000 ghosts may take advantage of the situation and break into the Yang world to make waves. In this way, I don't know how many living souls in the Yang Wang world will have to suffer. Headmaster. No, he hastened to advise. Lin Fong saw him take the bait. His heart was secretly happy, but on his face, he sighed quietly. Alas, Venerable Master, actually I don't want to be like this. But the Great King is too important to us. If the Venerable Master is merciful, why don't you communicate with that hell? The Golden Cicada froze. It was then that he realized the purpose of Lin Fong calling him in, and after a little thought, he agreed. Then I'll just promise you, I'll go and be the conciliator as long as the principal can suppress that terrible thought. Although he was well aware that Lin Fong was using him, but if he could, as a result, eliminate an impending disaster for the 3 realms, Golden Cicada Z felt that there was no harm in him being utilized. As long as there is no chaos in these 3 worlds, all is well. Lin Fong, on the other hand, had an expression of having stolen a chicken. Sure enough, the Tang monk, who is one of the main group of characters in the journey to the west, doesn't know about the journey yet. At the very least, he didn't know the exact arrangements for the western tour. Then how about we pick a day and head over here? Yeah, Golden Cicada agreed readily. Lin Feng then brought the Golden Cicada to Monkey. However, Monkey was a bit uneasy about this bald guy, and came over to Lin Feng and whispered, "Brother Lin Feng, is this guy reliable?" Lin Feng, on the other hand, nodded. "It's okay, this time we are going straight to hell in the flesh. Something's really wrong, big deal to fight it out. Besides, as far as that situation in hell is concerned, if this matter isn't resolved, the further we drag things out the more troublesome it will be." Monkey thought about it and was right. "Then I'll go too," Yang Chan suddenly said. However, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "This won't do. If all three of us leave, there will be no one to sit on this mountain of flowers and fruits. I don't feel at ease. You might as well stay here now," Monkey also advised. "Yeah, someone still needs to watch over this mountain of flowers and fruits." Although Yang Chan was reluctant, she had no choice but to agree. The three of them then hoofed it to hell, walked across the Three Paths River, and came to the Three Lives Stone. "Can this stone really illuminate past lives?" Lin Feng took a curious look, but there was no reaction at all on that stone, as if it was an ordinary stone. Monkey also took a look at it, and there was no reaction either. The two men looked at each other. By the looks of it, this should be hell to brag about. It's not working at all. Just two people did not notice that the Golden Cicada Z never went forward. As a Buddhist, for this past life is still very taboo. Cannot touch it. But why can't these two be photographed? The Golden Cicada's eyes swept over the two. The crowd walked further inside, passing a sea of red pigeon flowers. Is this the place where he and Kishi were martyred? Lin Feng was kind of an eye-opener. Golden Cicada Z nodded and said, "Flowers blossom without seeing the leaves. Leaves are born without seeing the flowers. And this flower on the other side of the shore is the most miserable love in the world. Pity. Then Master isn't going to save them?" Lin Feng laughed. The Golden Cicada shook his head. "The little monk can't do that. The karma inside this Payan shore is too great. And if I were to easily wade in with my minuscule Taoist skill, I would most likely get trapped and not be able to get out." Monkey was all aghast at his words. Although this Golden Cicada was kind, his cultivation was very strong and should not be much different from him. "I can't believe that they all claim to be trivial Taoist practices. This other side. Forget it, it's better not to look at it. Who cares about this kind of stuff? Let's just keep doing what we're doing." Lin felt relieved to go around the road. In the meantime, the black and white irregulars had already helped each other back to the Yama temple. "My lord, we are back." King Yama glanced at them and sighed. "Failed again. What is it this time?" "Black, we got into the trap carelessly." "White, yeah, we got screwed by them." "Black, they also treated us inhumanely." "White, I'm not clean anymore." "Yama, at least you are the black and white irregulars of the hell. What's the situation of you all looking like little daughters-in-law who have been beaten up? Stand still and speak properly." Only then did the black and white irregulars put away their pitiful doings. "Your Majesty, it's not a good idea to go on like this. That flower and fruit mountain has become more and more forbidding in its defense of us, and has developed a series of magic treasures against us. We used to be able to see the Monkey King, but now we can't even see the Monkey King's face." White Impermanence also looked at King Yama with a look of recognition. "Yeah, it's really not a thing. King, do something." King Yan looked at the wimpy appearance of his two men and was furious in his heart. The way? If he had a way, why would he need to let the black and white irregulars go over and humiliate himself? "I thought that although the monkey has learned some skills, but the wild nature has not been trained, cannot turn over what the wind and waves. Hook soul is not a matter of hand to hand. But who would have thought that this thing would just meet its Waterloo?" Several times they made a move and were beaten back. The black and white invincibles were more miserable than once, but the shadow of the Monkey King was nowhere to be seen. That monkey, allow me to think. You guys." Yama was lost in thought, and just as he was contemplating, a familiar voice came from behind the black and white irregulars. "Yo, hello again." Lin Feng stood behind the black and white irregulars and greeted them warmly. "Crap, little turtle, crap, Monkey King, crap, bald." As soon as the black and white impermanents turned around, they saw Monkey, the Golden Cicada, and Lin Feng standing behind them. Lin Feng. The two of them instantly fell into a huge panic, and the abuses that Lin Feng had been inflicting on them during this time surfaced in their minds. The two of them yelled right back and hugged each other. "But, bald, why is there a bald head here? And what's so scary about being bald?" King Yama was interrupted in his thoughts by the shouts of the two men. He came back to his senses, and when he saw the disgraced black and white irregulars, his heart was furious. "This is hell. What are you afraid of? Hell? Yeah, this is hell. This is our home turf, and not the mountain of flowers and fruits." The two immediately branched out. "Monkey King, you actually threw yourself into the net. Ha ha ha, after entering the hell, it won't be so easy to get out." We're going to double the humiliation we suffered before and give it back to you. Go to hell, the two shouted together. After shouting, the two charged towards Monkey. As they did, two chains with curved hooks, like vipers roaming in the air, rushed towards Monkey with the same urgency. Seeing this, Monkey's hand flashed with golden light, and the Polyang transformation talisman had already coalesced in his hand. But it was at this time. Amitba! Dang! A Buddha's cry. A bell ringing, two kinds of sound resounded in the Yenluo hall. Countless Buddhas light blossomed, dispersing the yin chi in the hall, and also sending the black and white invincibles flying out. Ouch! The black and white invincibles fell heavily to the ground. Monk, you! How could they not expect that this bald head would suddenly strike? And the means were actually so eloquent. It was simply appalling. The poor monk is here today, and no one is allowed to deal with the Monkey King. This Monkey King, I'll bail. King Yama was also looking serious at this time as he sized up Golden Cicada Z. A moment later, his expression suddenly relaxed, and there was still some excitement in his eyes. But Venerable Golden Cicada? It is precisely Little Monk. Golden Cicada nodded. King Yama, on the other hand, was even more excited, and he asked busily, has the Venerable Master already subdued the demonic monkey? And knowing that his lifespan has expired, he has specially sent him to my hell? I really can't thank you enough for doing me such a great favor. Mage, in King Yama's view, since the Golden Cicada was a member of the Buddhist sect, he was one of his own. He came here with the Monkey King and Lin Fong, so naturally he came here to promote the development of the plot of the journey to the west. He can't come here to persuade him not to arrest the Monkey King, can he? However, the Golden Cicada shook his head. King Yama has misunderstood. The little monk has just said, Monkey King, I'll bail. The young monk has come here this time to reconcile the conflict between the two sides. As far as I know, the Monkey King is still into the golden immortal realm and should have been removed from the Book of Life and Death long ago. How come the King of Hell still has to send his men to hook the Monkey King's soul? What is the meaning of this? He looked at King Yama with a questioning look. Yama froze. What do you mean? That's what the script says. King Yama was completely confused this time. He really couldn't imagine that the Monkey King would actually bring the Golden Cicada Z this rash, and it looked like the other party didn't know anything about the journey to the west at all. Pitfall. Yama might as well say what he has to say. Golden Cicada Z and Yama long time did not open his mouth. Cannot help but kindly said, open your mouth. What are you talking about? What am I supposed to say? That this is all a big game between the heavenly court and the western heaven? That the Taoist and Buddhist religions intend to use all living beings as pawns to completely bury the last bit of the demon race's destiny? I say adeh. I'm afraid that when you finish, your faith will collapse and you will doubt your life. King Yama looked at the Golden Cicada and suddenly had a feeling that he wanted to vomit blood. I heard that this guy is still a disciple of Buddha. How come Buddhism has produced such a rash? And at this point, Lin Fong and Monkey were also paying attention to the Golden Cicada. Monkey, this guy looks stupid. I didn't realize that he's still a straight boy. In the future, we can get in touch with him more. He's a man to be a brother. Lin Fong, on the other hand, rolled his eyes. If this is said 500 years from now, do you believe that he can recite the tight band incantation and make you roll all over the place? But with this guy stirring things up, there should be no need to worry about things in hell. Golden Cicada Z was still waiting for King Yama's reply. He's got good stamina and patience. And once such a person has decided on something, they can become very annoying because they can be very stubborn and won't hit their head against the wall. I don't know about that, but that Life and Death book does have the Monkey King's name on it, and he did have his lifespan expired. King Yama had to play the rogue. Then why don't you lend me the Book of Life and Death? Golden Cicada said. This, okay. King Yama handed the Book of Life and Death to Golden Cicada. Golden Cicada Z looked at the fact that it was indeed Sun Wukong's name on it, and that his lifespan had indeed expired, and his brows furrowed slightly. Wacky. Lin Fong's young escape activated and came to Golden Cicada's shoulder. He looked down and saw the name, place of origin and longevity on it as well. Mount Huagua, Monkey King Sun Wukong, lifespan 340 years. That's true, he muttered. Of course it's not a lie. King Yama snorted coldly and said, now that you know that I'm not lying, then give me the monkey. He deserves to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. With those words, King Yama beckoned and a group of soldiers appeared around him to forcefully capture Monkey. The golden hoop has come out of Monkey's hand. Lin Fong then looked at the Golden Cicada and said, Monk, what do you say now? Since the young monk has promised the scholar, he will not fail to keep his word, and now he can only try his best to regulate it. Golden Cicada had a helpless look on his face. Lord Yenluo, I do not know if you can give the little monk a face. The Monkey King, this matter is just. If the Hell and Huagua Mountain war, that the hell will be in turmoil. then 10,000 ghosts to take advantage of the opportunity to break into the Yang. But it is going to be a big deal. Just how did he know that King Yama couldn't wait for this to happen? The more the Monkey King makes a big deal out of it, the more the Heavenly Court will have an excuse to arrest the Monkey King and take the opportunity to eradicate the mountain of flowers and fruits. And it would be even better if there is another big mess in the Heavenly Palace as a result. Up. Yama didn't dare to delay for a moment, afraid of what's going on. But, ugh, a sigh. However, it was not from Monkey, but from the always meek golden cicada in front of him. Why do they all have to push me? Ugh, I've made it very clear. I'll protect this Monkey King today. No one can move him. If this matter of Yama wants to beg today, just come at me. Buddha's light shines through. Boom! Countless Buddha lights appeared in the Great Hall. Any Yin soldiers touched by the Buddha's light all let out a miserable scream. But none of them are dead. But the scene was shocking enough. Lin Fong was stunned. Not to mention him. Even Monkey looked at the golden cicada that had such a big gap between this before and after. He was all confused. Honest people get angry? That strong? Hey, brother Lin Fong. Is the golden cicada's temper so divided? Lin Fong spread his hands. How would I know? He suddenly thought of what he had done earlier when he had advised the golden cicada to arrange the aftermath as soon as possible, and could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Luckily he had not pissed this guy off. Otherwise, he might not have seen the sun tomorrow. This golden cicada is also too scary. One moment you are talking to you in a nice manner, looking like a good bully, and the next moment, you are directly starting to do it. And the first time you come up as a big move. And even more clueless would be Yama. This is not the right script. Didn't we want the Monkey King to cause havoc in hell? How come the golden cicada is charging forward? Ba. Golden cicada Z scored a hit, put one hand together, chanted the Buddha's name, and stomped to the front of King Yama. Lord Yama, for the sake of the world, please stop. He smiled, his tone still gentle. However, King Yama at this time is like seeing the evil ghost Shura General. His heart actually gave birth to a few points of fear. For a moment actually do not know what to say. Right about this time. Bold monk, let go of my king. Unbridled. One black and one white. Two figures suddenly rushed over from both sides of Golden Cicada's body. They stood in front of King Yama, their eyes vigilant as they looked at Golden Cicada Z. And the two soul hooking chains drew an arc in the air and hooked towards Golden Cicada Z. Seeing this, Lin Fong decisively pulled Monkey to the side to stay. Watch the show. Watch the show. This Golden Cicada is really wonderful. Simply a model of self-sacrifice. Pitted the western heaven and saved the mountain of flowers and fruits. Awesome. According to the development of this plot, this big mess in the hell with the flower and fruit mountain half a penny relationship is not. The beating is the Golden Cicada and not them. When the time comes for the heavenly court to look for trouble, it will also look for trouble in the western heaven. Pressure can't be found on Flower Fruit Hill. Brother Lin Fong, is it appropriate for us to pit the Golden Cicada like this? I think he's quite nice. Monkey scratched his head. A little too much. What's inappropriate? Not pit him. By then it's the heavenly court that will pit us. Huagua Mountain. As the saying goes, death of a poor man is not a death of a friend. I can't help it. Lin Fong shrugged his shoulders, his tone revealing a few points of helplessness just which one of the corners of his mouth is smiling. All happy and blooming. Monkey looked at him with a bemused expression and said, "Put that smile on your face and don't be so obvious." Did I laugh? Lin Fong froze before noticing that he seemed to be smiling quite brightly. Sorry, can't control this one. And while the two of them were talking, the Golden Cicada had already finished off the black and white irregulars, and the two of them were lying on the ground, with only their twitching legs left on their bodies that could still move. Golden Cicada Z looked at King Yama again. Please also ask Yama to stop. Yama. He slightly weighed the battle strength of both sides and felt that even if he charged upwards, he probably wouldn't be able to beat this monk, so he resolutely wimped out. But at that very moment, another Buddha's light appeared in the Great Hall. Ba. A bodhisattva with eyes tightly closed, covered in gorgeous robes, and with the same dignified and benevolent appearance suddenly appeared. Kitagarbha? Lin Fong frowned slightly after seeing him. It looks like this whole thing is really getting out of hand. According to the original, Monkey made a big mess in the hell. No matter how fierce the mess, people like the king of the earth, the queen of the flat heart, the old man of the river Styx did not intervene. But now the king of earth has come out. It looked like the Golden Cicada's intervention had caused the Buddhist sect to change its attitude. Daesh. After seeing the Earth Store King, Golden Cicada Z stopped his hands, clasped his hands together, and bowed toward the Earth Store King Bodhisattva. Golden Cicada Son, once you and I parted on Spirit Mountain, I didn't expect that we would actually meet under these circumstances now. The Earth Store King's voice was like a loud bell and a drum. Each sound was deafening. and Yama immediately branched out again after seeing Earthstore King Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, you have to do it for me. This netherworld of mine was almost demolished by Venerable Golden Cicada. He has gone too far this time. The Spirit Mountain must give me a statement. Earthstore Bodhisattva was also helpless at this time. He swept his eyes over the people present, his sight finally resting on Lin Fong. Variable. And Lin Fong shrunk his neck. What are you staring at me for? I'm just a harmless, cute little turtle, not at all inconspicuous. Solely, after looking at it for a while, the Earth Storekeeper Bodhisattva withdrew his gaze, and he looked back over to the Golden Cicada Sun's side. Golden Cicada, now that you're making a scene in hell, do you know what your offense is? Golden Cicada folded his hands. I know. And do you know the error of your ways? Golden Cicada Z shook his head and said, if I can thus save the earth from a catastrophe, I, Golden Cicada Z, am willing to take on this karma today, and I alone will bear all the blame. Earthstore Bodhisattva sighed when he saw that he was bent on doing this. Ugh, in that case, then you will go to the Spirit Mountain, and all results will be determined by the Buddha. Golden Cicada Z bowed toward Earthstore King Bodhisattva. If this matter ends here, then I will go to the Spirit Mountain. You, Earthstore King Bodhisattva's tone lurched as he stared deathly at Golden Cicada Z, while Golden Cicada Z similarly stared deathly at him, neither of the two letting anyone in. A moment later, Earthstore Bodhisattva sighed again. He looked over to Yama's side. King Yama, let's leave this matter as it is for now. I, Spirit Mountain, will bear all the consequences. There wasn't much he could do when it came down to it. Yama froze for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay. With a wave of his hand, Monkey's name on the Book of Life and Death disappeared. From now on, the Monkey King will no longer be subject to the limitations of the Book of Life and Death. Life and death have their own destiny, wealth and riches, and everything will really depend on the will of God. Since Spirit Mountain was willing to take the consequences, this matter wouldn't have much to do with him. Naturally, he wouldn't bite the bullet, and from the looks of things, that's not a bad outcome for him. Only Monkey frowned slightly and thought. Golden Cicada Z said, in that case, I will head to Spirit Mountain. After saying that, he turned into a golden light and disappeared. Seeing that the good show was over, Lin Fong skimmed his lips and shouted at Monkey, Monkey, we're leaving. But just as they were about to leave, both of you please stay. Earthstore Bodhisattva suddenly appeared in front of them. What does the Bodhisattva want? Monkey looked at him with a wary face, the golden band rod already in his hand. Are you not planning to go back on your word and leave us brothers here? Nonetheless. Earthstore Bodhisattva shook his head and said, I stopped the two of you actually because I wanted to give this fellow Taoist a great opportunity. He pointed at Lin Fong. Me? Lin Fong was puzzled. The Earth Hidden King nodded and smiled. I see that you have a destiny with my Buddhist sect. Why don't you join my Buddhist sect to cultivate? And with your potential it won't take much longer. You will definitely be able to gain something. As soon as Lin Fong heard the words, he immediately waved his hand. Forget it. I'm just an insignificant little turtle. I'm not so blessed. Bodhisattva, you must have been mistaken. Are you kidding me? There's a karma with you Buddhist. This trick has been used from the feudal gods to the journey to the west, and it's still being used today. Don't you Buddhists have any innovative principles? Why don't you know how to do something different? Fellow Taoist, don't be presumptuous. Earthstore Bodhisattva looked at him with a smile, looking like he was eating Lin Fong up. As far as I know, the Monkey King's ability to be where he is now can be attributed entirely to you. And it was you who single-handedly built up the present-day mountain of flowers and fruits. And your reputation on the mountain of flowers and fruits today is no less than that of the Monkey King. The Earth Hidden King's tone was gentle, but there was a killing intent in these words. Is this provocative? Lin Fong looked up at him and said, I don't need the Bodhisattva to be concerned about this. The entire mountain of flowers and fruits knows that the Monkey King is our true pillar. Without the Monkey King, there would be no mountain of flowers and fruits. This is a phrase that even the demon cubs on the mountain of flowers and fruits can recite. The Bodhisattva doesn't know it, does he? The Earth King froze, and Monkey scratched his head. Brother Lin Fong, didn't you say before that demons and devils are equal, and that the mountain of flowers and fruits is everyone's mountain of flowers and fruits, and that only by working together can we build a better home? These were the slogans that Lin Fong had put out during this time to mobilize all the demons. Well, that's got to be prioritized, too. As the first combatant, you are of course the most important existence in Mount Huagua. The Earthstore King, on the other hand, was muttering these two words of Lin Fong's. For some reason, a few moments of fear actually arose in his heart, as if he saw a starry fire, burning on the mountain of flowers and fruits. The fire was weak, but the vitality was strong. Who knows if the fire would have consumed everyone if it hadn't been contained. I don't need the Bodhisattva to worry about the affairs of my mountain of flowers and fruits. Monkey, let's go. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took advantage of his stunned effort to decisively go outside. This if you stay for a moment may not really go away. As good as Spirit Mountain is, it's still not as good as Monkey. Monkey puts Lin inside the collar of his room and then flips out 100,000 miles on his heel. By the time Bodhisattva reacted, Monkey had gone nowhere. Alas, in a moment of inattention, I actually let them get away. Seeing this, King Yama said curiously, Bodhisattva, although that little turtle has some intelligence, it's not necessary for Spirit Mountain to do so, right? During the period of sealing the gods, what kind of characters could be taken under the banner of Spirit Mountain? Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit, Kong Xian. These were all great powers from the ancient times. Lin Feng was an earthy mortal. Even if he had hidden his identity and cultivation, his true identity couldn't be any higher than the two in front of him. That you don't know. That little turtle is not simple. Jizo still has a heart of gold now, like the golden cicada. He also saw in the business model of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits the possibility of starting another religion in addition to Buddhism and Taoism. And this teaching will surely last for all time. The whole of the three worlds could be changed in its entirety as a result. Has the Bodhisattva not sensed something? Yama said. This time, however, the Earth Store King did not reply, and turned his words around and said, King Yama should also go to the Heavenly Court, and on my side, I should also make a trip to the Spirit Mountain. So let's bid farewell for the time being. After saying that, without waiting for King Yama to react, the Earth Store King also turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Yama was at a loss. This 1 and 2. Why are they all going so fast? And then he's gone. 2. Heaven. King Yama stood on top of the heavenly palace. The Jade Emperor waved off the dancers and said with a smile, Your brother is here. Is it possible that the matter of hooking souls has made progress? It did make some progress. Yama's face was a bit embarrassed, but he still answered, Oh, that's a good thing. The Jade Emperor said with a look of surprise, This monkey is a monkey. Last time it can only be said that it was a fluke. With that bastard Yang Chan following, now without Yang Chan, it's still going to do whatever it wants. He had a happy look on his face, and Yama's face became even more embarrassed. Your Majesty, that monkey didn't cause trouble in hell, nor did he tear up the Book of Life and Death. No? The Jade Emperor froze. I thought you said you were making some progress. It's progress. Alas. King Yama sighed, then told the Jade Emperor all about what happened. When the Jade Emperor heard that the golden cicada actually took the place of the Monkey King in causing havoc in hell, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his face was filled with a speechless expression. This thing is so pitiful. It's just a mess. No. How did this golden cicada come to be with the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits? Yama shrugged. You're asking me? Who do I ask? I'm still trying to figure out how the golden cicada got involved with that monkey. Last time it was Yang Chan. This time it's the golden cicada. Monkey has twice destroyed the established route of the Western Tour. At this rate, the entire Western Tour is going to be a complete mess. Once the great calamity is out of control, then who knows what will happen. Your Majesty, what shall we do? The Jade Emperor frowned as he looked to the side. Tai Bai Jinxing was not there. He's gone down to the world to find the Bull Demon King. Since the matter has come to this, the matter of the hell can only be so. The Western Heaven side will give us an explanation. The rest of the matter will wait until Tai Bai Jinxing returns. Things had come to such a pass that the Jade Emperor didn't know what to do. Your Majesty, it actually doesn't matter if these first 2 steps fail, as long as this 3rd step works. I see that Monkey Head is getting more and more vocal these days. Sooner or later, there's going to be a conflict with the heavenly realm, and all we need to do is to recruit them when the time comes. And after angering Monkey as planned, and drawing him into committing the mischief of destroying the Peach Party, we'll have just as much of an excuse to attack the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. King Yama gave a word of caution from the sidelines. The Jade Emperor nodded and said, I hope it's as you say, but before that, it's better to let the Bull Demon King test the depths of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, and as things have developed to this point, we should pay attention to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. His tone was surprisingly full of emotion. District of Flower and Fruit Mountain, as well as a playful monkey, surprisingly really give him to play flowers. It's amazing how out of control the pieces feel today. The Jade Emperor finally came to his senses. I'm afraid if we keep this up, we're going to have a real problem. It must be taken seriously. Every next step should be extraordinarily cautious. Absolutely cannot give the Flower and Fruit Mountain a little bit of the whole moth opportunity. Only by nipping everything in the bud will westward journey get back on track. Okay, you can step back. I want to be quiet. Yama, who is Jing Jing, Jade Emperor. After King Yama had left, the Jade Emperor brought in Clairvoyant and Shun Feng Air, asking the two to keep a close eye on all the movements in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, and to report to him whenever there was any movement. The next step is to let that monkey head into the heavenly court. And I don't know what kind of moths will appear again. Definitely can't be passive this time. Heaven must take the initiative. The Jade Emperor's mind was full of thoughts. This time he must make a final decision. As long as that monkey came to the heavenly court, he would have a way to make him suffer. This is his home turf after all. He had that confidence. In the meantime, Spirit Mountain. Golden Cicada Z stood in the middle of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, facing the accusations of the gods and Buddhas in the sky, but his face did not see the slightest movement. How dare you, Golden Cicada, to make a scene in hell? Oh Golden Cicada, you are confused this time. What does this mountain of flowers and fruits have to do with you? Why do you want to wade through this mess, and cause my spirit mountain to get into such a big karmic mess? Do you know the sin? Golden Cicada, do you know your sin? A supreme Buddha in the mouths of mortals, sitting on a lotus platform, his voice like a loud bell, angrily stared at the Golden Cicada Z. Silence. Sitting on the main seat, the Buddha with his precious appearance opened his mouth. The Buddhas present all shut up. Buddha looked to the Golden Cicada's side and asked, Golden Cicada, do you have anything to say? The Golden Cicada shook his head. No, it was indeed my fault for the big fight in hell. Buddha lowered his eyes and looked at Golden Cicada. Then tell me, why did you do it? Golden Cicada Z folded his hands and said, this time, my disciple went down to the realm and saw many sights that were not seen in the Spirit Mountain, or even in the Western Nuga continent. When the disciples came to the mountain of flowers and fruits, they were attracted by the sights of wherever they were. There, all the demon clans have big smiles on their faces, and even though they do heavy work, they never cry out of fatigue, and life seems to be full of energy and a bright future. When Golden Cicada Z said this, all the Buddhas present began to talk. In their impression, the demon race were all greedy and evil, savage and cunning people, and the demon race described by Golden Cicada Z were simply two extremes. The disciple was puzzled, and so he made many inquiries. The Buddha was also attracted to the mind. You know why? Golden Cicada nodded and said, disciple has finally found the answer. Because of hope. The mountain of flowers and fruits gave those demon clans hope and made them believe that their efforts would be rewarded. Those demon clans are working for the mountain of flowers and fruits as well as for themselves. On the mountain of flowers and fruits, I saw the wonderful qualities of self-improvement and hard work. It was a heyday of demon and demon equality, where all demons were striving for one goal. For the mountain of flowers and fruits, for the rise of the demon race. With these words, he directly shocked all the Buddhas present. What the hell? Hope? A demon would actually believe in such a thing? Just kidding. Are they out of their minds? But the Golden Cicada's face didn't have a bit of joking on it as he continued. And the reason for reaching all of this is the hatred in the hearts of the demon race. For thousands of years, the clans have suppressed the demon race. The hatred built up in the hearts of the demon race. They hate this world and all races. The principle of the mountain of flowers and fruits. Little Turtle Lin Fong accurately grasped this mentality, and he put out the slogan of revitalizing the demon race and the method of having a teachable moment, attracting countless demon races to him. And the bottom line is that they really do have the ability to do all of this if it continues at this rate. At this moment, the whole room was silent. The Buddhas present all looked dumbfounded. When the demon race is no longer ignorant, when the demon race is no longer divided, then they will become immensely powerful. You have to know that the ancient heavenly court is the heavenly court of the demon race. Buddha also looked serious. Who would have thought that the two major powers of the three realms would actually attract attention because of an earth immortal? A little turtle. Lin Fong was considered unique in the three realms. What does this have to do with your big fight with hell? Buddha then asked. After I came to Mount Huagua, I met Lin Fong, and he asked me to deal with the matters between Mount Huagua and hell. I promised. Monks don't lie. And since I promised, I have to do a good job. The Golden Cicada said. Then in that case, you've seen Lin Fong and that monkey head? Disciples have met. Golden Cicada Z folded his hands. So what do you think of these two demons? Golden Cicada Z paused for a moment this time before saying. Disciple feels that the Monkey King is a born demon sage, but for the time being, he is not demon emperor material, he is too impulsive, doesn't make sense of the big picture, and likes to fight. What about Lin Fong? Buddha said. The principal is one of the rare demon race wise men. He has thousands of gaps in his chest. I am not as good as that. The present scene of the mountain of flowers and fruits is all his doing. That Monkey King got his help. Being a great sage is too big to be a demon emperor. Being a demon emperor is logical. Or the Monkey King who got Lin Fong. Not being a demon emperor doesn't even make sense. Oh demon emperor. The Buddhas in the Great Thunder Sound Temple all looked at each other. Buddha said, do you know what you're talking about? Since the fall of the Eastern Emperor Tai, there has been no more great emperors in the demon race. But Golden Cicada just folded his hands. The Monkey King will be the new demon race emperor. The spirit mountain was in an uproar. If these words were to be proclaimed today, I'm afraid that the entire third realm would be in an uproar. Who is that East Emperor Tai Chi? It is not comparable to a monkey. With a wave of his hand, Buddha silenced the voices of everyone present and said, "Then you and go down first. As for your punishment, we'll talk about it after a while." Golden Cicada Z clasped his hands together, bowed toward the Buddha, and turned to leave. When he was gone, there was much talk in the Great Hall. This Golden Cicada Sun is simply talking out of his mouth. Does he know who the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi is? To actually say that that Monkey King will become an existence comparable to the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi? Even though that's a bit too much. That Monkey King is truly extraordinary. If we really let the demon race produce an extraordinary character, then the three realms will be in turmoil again. That monkey is only a great saint's life even if he is powerful. Wanting to be the demon emperor, is he worthy of it? The Buddha deliberated. But most of the Buddhas had a dismissive attitude. Today's flower and fruit mountain, although already some climate, but not in their eyes, belong to the existence of only hand can be destroyed. The monkey is even more a mole cricket. Buddha looked at these people and frowned slightly. He looked over to Kanan's side. I wanted to ask Guanyin about her attitude, but just then, Earthstore Bodhisattva actually appeared on Spirit Mountain. World-honored one. Earthstore Bodhisattva looked at the Buddha. I have something important to say to the world-honored one. What is it? Buddha had to swallow the words that came to his mouth. Regarding the flower fruit mountain, I see some possibilities. The Earthstore King then told all that he had felt and seen in the great Thundersound Temple in front of all the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas. In the midst of his narrative, a new religion will emerge from the fires of the mountain of flowers and fruits. It would sweep through the entire three realms with a wildfire-like stance. All the Buddhas were stunned. If the Golden Cicada had compared Monkey to a future demon race emperor, it would already be considered appalling. And the words of the Earthstore Bodhisattva were a bolt from the blue. Protestant? And a wildfire sweeping through the three realms? You're afraid you're not out of your mind. On the three worlds nowadays this situation, which power behind the saint-level existence is not sitting in the town? On the flower and fruit mountain, that bullet place, the ants of the place, actually there is a new religion across the sky, is simply ridiculous. The Buddha's eyes were also somewhat dissatisfied with the way he looked at Earthstore Bodhisattva at this time. He had thought that the Earth Hidden King had come out of the hell without authorization this time. Was something out of the ordinary? But he did not expect that it would actually be such a ridiculous thing to the extreme. There's no way this thing could have happened. He can assert. It is no longer possible for a new religion to emerge in the three realms, and even if it did, it would not be able to sweep through the three realms. Taoism and Buddhism would not allow this kind of thing to happen, and the Heavenly Court and the Spirit Mountain would even less allow such a sect to divide their authority and power. If you have nothing to do, leave for now. Buddha looked at him with a hardened attitude. Earthstore Bodhisattva, however, his face stiffened. How could he not expect the Buddha to actually pay so little attention to this matter? Buddha, the mountain of flowers and fruits must be taken seriously. It will be the source of chaos in the three realms. But Buddha was still in that state at this time. Huagua Mountain is not enough to fear. It won't take long. That monkey will cause havoc in the heavenly palace. At that time directly suppressed is Huagua Mountain without the Monkey King. But also talk about sweeping the three worlds. You'd better go back to hell quickly. Sit well where you are. You don't need to worry about the matters of the mountain of flowers and fruits. Even though he said that, the Earthstore King was still uneasy in his heart. But see the Buddha's strong attitude. All his words dissolved into a sigh. Hopefully. After saying this, the Earthstore King left. After Lin Fong and Monkey returned to Mount Huagua, Yang Chan hurried over. Things work out? Her look of worry, her eyes fixed on Monkey, not daring to relax for a moment. She was relieved to see that Monkey wasn't injured and there was no sign of a fight with anyone. It's settled. Then King Yama won't be bothering us from now on. Monkey smiled. What about Venerable Golden Cicada? Yang Chan didn't see the Golden Cicada and asked curiously. Him, Lin Fong said with a despondent and worried face. This matter today is also thanks to Golden Cicada. If it wasn't for him, this matter wouldn't have ended so simply. But unfortunately, he has returned to Spirit Mountain. I wish I could see him again. Then see if there's a chance at fooling him into doing something. Such a straightforward and bullish boy is a rare find in the three realms. Wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't take advantage of it? Monkey nodded back. This time, it is indeed thanks to Venerable Golden Cicada Z. Next time I see him, I must thank him properly. I think he's right up my alley, and it would be nice to worship him. Yang Chan blinked blankly as she looked at the two men with different expressions. What the hell? Forget it, let's go back first. Since the second step of this heavenly court has also been resolved, the next step is the third step of the heavenly court, and we need to think of a solution as well. The three of them returned to the waterfall cave and went to discuss their strategy. A few days later, On the sea off the mountain of flowers and fruits, a large mass of dark clouds came towards the side, and the clouds covered the sky as if it were a doomsday scene. Countless demon soldiers flew through the dark clouds, all of them holding weapons and wearing armor, looking no different from human soldiers, clearly a transformed demon race. However, unlike the incarnations of the mountain of flowers and fruits, they all retained their animal heads, and although their bodies were humanoid, they were covered with thick hair, looking like animals that had learned to walk upright. And the head is the 6 demon saints of South Alimony. Big brother, I still don't feel right. The Zhao Demon King came to the Ox Demon King's side and muttered in a low voice. That heavenly court is bound to have the idea of driving wolves and devouring tigers. And even if we are docile and obedient, they may not honor their promises afterward. And that flower and fruit mountain has been competing for victory in the wind lately. And it's rumored that its power is expanding very quickly. It's a tough bone to break. When the time comes and we really fight with that mountain of flowers and fruits, once we both lose, the heavenly court might end us all together. Big brother, this matter still needs to be planned early. The remaining 5 great saints also pricked up their ears when they heard the commotion over here. This time when the heavenly court suddenly found them, it was indeed an opportunity, but it was also an opportunity that would take the life of the demon. The Bull Demon King looked at the Zhao Demon King and laughed. Lao I know all of what you've said, but the situation is so strong that the heavenly court wants to use you. Can you refuse? We are demons. And we must recognize them if we are demons. People are giving you face by giving you this opportunity. If you give a refusal, you are not giving them this face, and then it will truly be our downfall. And I had my eye on this part of the flower and fruit mountains. A half-breed demon king was sent over earlier, only to be finished off by that monkey king. I haven't settled this score with him yet. When we take this flower fruit mountain, then our forces can use it as a stepping stone to enter the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture, so we can attack and retreat. Wouldn't that be great? The Zhao Demon King frowned slightly and said, but, King Bull Demon waved his hand. No buts. This time, I've already thought of all the things that the 6 great saints will do to besiege the mountain of flowers and fruits. That Tai-Bai old man named to kill Lin Fong, but shall not hurt the Monkey King a bit. I guess the 2 people must be very important to the heavenly court. As long as we catch these 2 people, there is room for negotiation with the heavenly court. What I, the Bull Demon King, want is not much, as long as he, the heavenly court, will do what he promised. I'll make sure to make things look good for him, but if he's really playing with the idea of the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow being at the back, I'm not afraid of the barefoot one who wears shoes, so the big deal is to change it up, kill the Monkey King, and let Lin go. The remaining 5 great saints all gave a thumbs up when they heard this. Big brother wonderful. Good thinking, big brother. That heavenly court is really arrogant, directly revealing its soft underbelly, forcing us to directly kill the Monkey King. No matter what heavenly court is plotting, we'll make him chicken and egg. None of those who could become the demon clan's great sage were cowards. None of the existences that had become great saints of the demon race under the sharpening of life and death, blood and fire, were not to be messed with. It's really a matter of life and death. What they thought of was never to run away, but to fight back. Even if I'm bound to die, then don't think you'll feel better. I'll bite off a piece of your flesh even if I bite. But that flower and fruit mountain is not to be messed with. The Zhao Demon King was still a bit worried. The Bull Demon King consoled. This is also why I brought out all of my men this time. There is a saying among the human race that there is no use in killing a chicken, but I have chosen to use it. If our 6 great saints' men are added together, who in the 3 realms can be defeated? A district that has only just risen to the top of Mount Huagua can be broken at the snap of a finger. He's confident. This kind of confidence comes from the fact that he has 1,000,000 soldiers that can be used in battle. And these are all elite soldiers, not just a rabble that has been gathered casually. According to the human race, these are the elite soldiers of 100 battles. Big brother is right. That Mount Huagua can be broken at the snap of a finger. We 6 great saints join hands. In the 3 worlds that is also considered a great power. That flower and fruit mountain is not enough to worry about. Maybe after we go over there this time, the mountain of flowers and fruits will just be scared and beg for forgiveness on its knees. They say that Monkey King has a world-class cultivation. I don't believe in this evil. Today I'll just go and weigh his weight, to see if it's true, or a big watery bastard. The 6 great saints were all confident as well. The 6 of them were all the weakest at the peak of Xian Immortal, and the 6 of them together could even have a go at Tai Golden Immortal, and they are accustomed to rampage in South Alimony. There is no power in the entire South Alimony continent that dares to mess with the 6 of them. District a just rise of the flower and fruit mountain, not at all in their eyes, belong to the existence of only hand can be destroyed. When the 1,000,000 army arrived, just take the demon can fill them to death. And at this time the mountain of flowers and fruits also discovered the group of uninvited guests. After all, The Bull Demon King and the others had no intention of hiding their tracks. They just wanted to crush through openly and honestly. The end is arrogant. The king is in trouble. There are a lot of dark clouds coming from outside. A small monkey hurriedly broke into the water curtain cave, and both Monkey and Yang Chan inside were startled, immediately stopping what they were doing and looking over to the small monkey's side. Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. Yang Chan stood up and comforted. The little monkey gasped and said, The sea is blowing a lot of dark clouds. There are demons in the dark clouds. A lot of demons. Demons that you can't see at a glance. He stumbled over his words a bit because he was in such a hurry, but he made his meaning clear. Yang Chan and Monkey looked at each other. The two men frowned. Go out and see what it is. Monkey stood up. Not the slightest bit of panic was visible on his face, and there was even some excitement. Since coming back, he has been staying in the mountain of flowers and fruits. The previous kind of desire to fight all over the world is not to think about. Now it is not easy to have a looking for trouble. Of course, cannot miss it. Yang Chan also followed him. The two walked out of the waterfall cave. Outside, the entire mountain of flowers and fruits had become a mess. Countless small demons were screaming in terror, their expressions horrified as if the world was coming to an end. As for some big demons with some cultivation, they all rushed towards the dark cloud outside of the flower and fruit mountain. They were living happily in the flower and fruit mountain, and naturally they didn't want any demons to ruin their lives. By the time the two of them arrived at the bottom of the city wall outside of the mountain of flowers and fruits, it was already filled with demon clans. Lin Fong, on the other hand, was on the city wall, commanding these demon races that had rushed over. Monkey also came to Lin Fong's side. Brother Lin Fong, what's going on here? The 6 saints of the demon race in South Alimony. I do not know what's going on. Actually pouring out. Come over to besiege our flower and fruit mountain, Lin Fong said, and on the city walls, a few moments of fear were shown in the eyes of the flower fruit mountain demon clan. The black cloud is pressing down on the city. The opposing side's troop strength was more than double that of theirs, and every one of them was an elite soldier, and there was even a shocking fluctuation of the Shu Road coming from the dark clouds, so there were obviously great cultivators. A demon race that could have this power was considered a phoenix in the entire third realm. Many of the demon clans present guessed the identity of the other party. The 6 great saints of the demon race in South Jambudvipa. Facing this kind of long famous big shot, the flower fruit mountain demons who were originally just scattered wild demons, or small powered demon kings, did not have much of a bottom in their hearts, but they came anyway. Standing on the city wall, he faced the incoming enemy with the demons. At this moment, they have already put life and death at risk, and all they think about is to protect the mountain of flowers and fruits, to protect the mountain of flowers and fruits that belongs to them. At this moment, Lin Fong's tireless publicity from before had finally played his part. These demons who came forward were all good demons who truly considered Manhwa their home and were willing to fight and risk their lives for it. Even if they would die, they were willing to die in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Soon, dark clouds became enveloped in the sky over the entire mountain of flowers and fruits, and countless demon soldiers in the dark clouds were foolishly moving. I am the Bull Devil King of South Alimony. You submit. From the dark clouds came a majestic voice, but without waiting for him to finish speaking, a golden stick plunged straight into the sky, followed by a golden stream of light that was like lightning. King Bull Demon, my old grandson is here. A violent shout exploded in the air, and the golden figure still rushed into the clouds. Then amongst the black dark clouds, a golden light appeared, accompanied by a sound as if it was a thunderous explosion, and countless storms swept around. The golden stick grew longer against the wind, and countless demons fell like rain. What a monkey! What a handsome divine ability! It's a pity that I, the 6 saints, have joined forces. You can only drink hate. Another voice, the voice of the Bull Demon King. It was just that compared to a moment ago. It was obviously a little less calm and a little more hasty, and it was obvious that he hadn't been able to curry any favors under Monkey's hands. When the Huaguashan demon tribe saw their boss being so fierce, a demon single-handedly challenging the 6 great saints, they all shouted their approval as well. The morale that had dissipated came back quite a bit. Ha! With you guys? Monkey taunted. I, Lao Sun, haven't used martial arts against anyone since I came out of the mountain, so I'll use you guys as my first battle today. Lin Fong looked at the battlefield in the air that was already a mess and turned his head to Yang Chan's side. Sister Yang Chan, aren't you going to help? Jan Chan turned her head to look at him. Then why don't you go help? I'm not enough of a fighter to give them a gap between their teeth, and I've always felt like a support coming in. Fighting and all that isn't for me. Lin Fong smiled sarcastically. Yang Chan, on the other hand, ruffled the hair on her temples, her mouth smiling. Elder brother has wanted to fight this fight for a long time. I have to let him have his fun. While the two were talking, Countless demon clans in the black clouds had already begun to attack the mountain of flowers and fruits. Countless spells and rains falling down, smashing on the entire mountain of flowers and fruits. All of a sudden, the mountain of flowers and fruits was as if it had been cleansed by artillery shells. After a round of spells to wash the ground, it was time for countless fighting demons to fall, intending to level the mountain of flowers and fruits. This bull demon king has some style in leading his troops. Lin Feng muttered. The mage washes the ground. The warrior pushes flat. This has a few points of modern war artillery shells wash the ground. The infantry pushes horizontally, especially the tan step joint. Steady and steady, although the speed is slow, but the way of playing is very Lu rogue. And the demon clan on the flower fruit mountainside of the city wall began to counterattack as well. They followed suit and a spell flew towards the dark clouds in the sky. This is when the disadvantage of being outnumbered comes into play. The magic demon clans on the side of Mount Huagua didn't even need to aim. As long as they blasted their spells into the dark clouds, there were demons in the dark clouds that were hit, while this side of the spells were blasting against each other. Inside and outside of the flower fruit mountain city, those fighting types of demons were already white-knuckling each other. Lin Feng swept the battlefield. Sigh. If this had the mountain guard formation, protective shield and such things from the metaphysical novels, this battle wouldn't have been fought so miserably. It looks like we'll have to try to develop it after the fight. But after this battle, the cohesion of the mountain of flowers and fruits can be taken to the next level. When the time comes, we can have a civil military, all-volunteer army, and at last, I can practice with honor. And I have to thank the Bull Demon King for this matter. What a good reason I was given. King Bull is such a good guy. As Lin Feng spoke, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And outside of the battlefield, there were quite a few people in the three realms who were also paying attention to the battle here. In the heavenly court, on the hall of heavenly treasures, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, the Great White Star, were closely watching all the movements of the battle through a huge round mirror. And after seeing the heavy losses of the mountain of flowers and fruits, the Jade Emperor was finally able to stretch his brows. Oh, Tai Bai jinxing. Remember to go over and save the day later. Tai Bai nodded with a smile. My lord, I understand. Just as the Bull Demon King feared, the heavenly court wanted nothing more than to kill people with a borrowed knife. And when the purpose was accomplished, the knife would be useless, and naturally it would have to be broken. When the great power of the mountain of flowers and fruits is gone, the heavenly court will step in to be a good person and clean up the mess. Both can take out the Bull Demon King and other demonic forces in one pot, and can sell the Monkey King a favor. Take the opportunity to invite him to become an official in the heavenly court, and then facing the already ruined Mount Huagua. What else can the Monkey King, whose heart is as dead as ashes, do? The Jade Emperor smiled at the thought. That feeling of being in control and seeing all beings as pawns was back. Even if the Monkey King is bouncing around, he is still just a mole, and being a pawn should have the awareness of being a pawn. Not only the heavenly court, even Spirit Mountain was paying attention to this battle. Although Buddha never felt that the mountain of flowers and fruits was a big problem, the two successive losses in heaven, coupled with the words of the golden cicada and the king of earthly treasures, still caused him to take an interest in the mountain of flowers and fruits. But when they saw the mountain of flowers and fruits, which was already in a losing position in the face of the Bull Demon King's and other demons' attack, they saw the mountain of flowers and fruits. All the Buddhas on Spirit Mountain felt bored. Although this Monkey King is strong, but after all, the mountain of flowers and fruits is only a party of small forces. Even if it has recently developed, compared to the Bull Demon King, it is still far from being the same. That golden cicada bragged about how powerful the Monkey King was, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. Nowadays, it seems that this flower fruit mountain and the Monkey King are not enough to worry about, and that the left and right are not pawns. This kind of battle is quite boring. My Buddha is compassionate. So many demons died and were injured. It's a great waste. I so want to go over to Pudu to save the dead and injured, and add bricks and mortar to my Buddhism. As they were discussing, another change appeared above the battlefield. It turned out to be Yang Chan who made the move. With a roll of her large sleeves, an alabaster lance was still in her hand, and with the flash of a stream of light, a bright silver lox armor was already on her body. The young girl with white robes, white armor, and a white spear, raised her willow eyebrows and rushed up to the sky. The end is a valiant one. At this moment, I don't know how many demon races looked at that Inchi's stunningly beautiful young lady, and it was actually as if they saw Yang Jin arriving. Same look, same weapon. The difference was that Yang Chan's moves were more agile. As a woman, she didn't have the brute strength of Yang Jin, but her figure was more flexible, and what she lacked in strength, she made up for in speed, and she was like a fighting angel, killing her way through the dark clouds. Countless demon clans chattered blood and fell from the air. There was a lot of screaming. When the 6 great saints saw Yang Chan stealing home, they wanted to return to help, but a golden rod crossed their path. Monkey looked at the 6 long-established bigwigs of the demon world and pulled the corner of his mouth. Hey, if I didn't let my old grandson return to help just now none of you guys will be able to leave. All of them stay for old son. The golden hoop cudgel grew in response to the wind, and the huge rod stirred up the dark clouds in the sky, smashing down towards the 6 great saints. The bull demon king's body also grows in the wind, transforming into a white yak, and crashes over towards the golden bandstick, making a loud noise between the two, and the sweeping waves of air cut through the dark clouds. Boom! A loud ringing sound resounded throughout the battlefield. The earth trembled. All the demon clans in the fierce battle subconsciously trembled for a moment, and looked in the direction from which the voice came. Their 2 overwhelmingly great demons were wrestling with each other. Through the dark clouds cut by the airwaves, the Monkey King could be seen holding a golden hoopstick that penetrated the sky and the earth, smashing into the white giant bull, which was walking as if it were flat in the air, with its 2 horns on top of the golden hoopstick. Neither side would let anyone. I'll hold back here. You guys go stop that pussy, King Bull Demon shouted. After letting Yang Chan kill on like this, even if their side won against the Monkey King, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. By the time the people under his hand died out, it would be useless to rob the mountain of flowers and fruits. Walk away? Monkey let out a cold laugh, and countless Poly-Yang transformation talismans flew out from his body. These talismans were arranged one by one as if they were a chain, charging towards those 5 great saints. The Utamaran King and the Rhesus Monkey King were inadvertently entangled in the talismanic chains, and were temporarily unable to get out of the way, and the remaining 3 great saints all rushed towards Yang Chan's side. Seeing this scene, the Jade Emperor in the heavenly court let out a long sigh of relief, although he didn't count on the fact that Yang Chan's battle power was terrifying. But these 6 saints were really worthy of being the long-established experts of the demon race. It looks like this wave is solid. This is where the air stops for the flower and fruit mountain, and it's up to them to perform next. The Jade Emperor gave Tai Bai Jinxing a scowl, and Tai Bai Jinxing understood, turned around and headed outside, intending to get ready and go down to the realm to receive the fruits of victory. As for the next fight, there was no need to watch it anymore. All the battle power that Huagua Shan could have was now out, and they had no possibility of flipping the game. But at this very moment, Lin Fong stood on the city wall, looking at the tragic battlefield, and silently took out a piece of paper, remnants of the Book of the 7 Arrows of the Nail. Alas! It looks like I'm still needed. He sighed and turned his natural aptitude GG undecipherable on, then used his spiritual power to force the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailed Head to activate, cursing the entire demon race on the target's own side. With the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, an appalling fluctuation came from the remnant pages of the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead. That's a curse from eternity. It's one of the most insurmountable forces in the world. The feeling named fear rose in the hearts of every demon race that felt this fluctuation. They had sideways glances. Even Yang Chan, Monkey, and the 6 great saints who were in the entanglement were looking at Lin Fong's side with astonished eyes. It was hard to believe that such a horrifying energy fluctuation was done by a small turtle at the Earth Immortal realm. What the hell is this? What a terrifying power. Never let him send it out. Everyone follow me. Countless demon races rushed towards Lin Fong's side. On the other hand, the demon race of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits defied life and death to resist Lin Fong, forming a demon wall. There are quite a few people in the heavenly court and the western heaven who know what they're talking about. Is that the Book of 7 Arrows on the head of a nail? Just scraps of pages. I didn't expect this little turtle to actually hold the remnant pages of the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead in his hands, so don't pay the price to use spiritual power to catalyze it. I'm afraid that the 6 great saints are going to suffer a great loss. At this moment the gods and Buddhas that roamed the heavens all turned their gazes towards Lin Fong, but to everyone's surprise, the target of this appalling energy wasn't the 6 great sacred demon clans, but instead landed on the head of the Flower Fruit Mountain Demon Clan. At this moment, everyone was confused. What's he gonna do? Instead, the Bull Demon King laughed out loud. It looks like that little turtle betrayed you. I heard that he is still your brother. Even the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits was built by him to help you. It's not good to be betrayed by your brother, right? King Bull Demon's words were like knives shooting towards the Monkey King. But Monkey just laughed. Stupid cow. Take a good look. What the hell is that? He had once seen Lin Fong's weird kind of reverse operating aptitude. Of course he knew why Lin Fong had chosen so. This kind of powerful and bizarre energy, once it was completely reversed, it would be an incomparably powerful gain spell. Powerful enough to turn the tide of battle kind of thing. The Bull Demon King fixed his eyes, only to see those terrified demon clans that were originally shrouded by the curse actually reveal expressions of surprise one by one. And instead of getting worse, they are getting better. These Huagua Mountain demons were as if they had eaten gunpowder. One by one, they were excited, wailing and screaming, rushing over towards the 6 holy demons' side, and each of them was fierce. Bullwinkle was stunned. What the fuck kind of curse is this that's so strong? Can I have one too? And even more shocked than him were the roaming immortals and Buddhas who recognized that it was the remnants of the Book of the 7 Arrows of the Nailhead. Jade Emperor, is this the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead? Queen Mother, is this the Book of the 7 Arrows of the Nail? Yama, is this the Book of 7 Arrows on the head of a nail? Kuan Yin, is this the Book of the 7 Arrows of the Nail? Rudra, what a bizarre means. Please stay in line. Thank you. The battle between witch and demon severed the ancient era, and the battle to seal the gods laid down the order of the 3 realms and the division of power nowadays. As the immortals and Buddhas who had experienced the battle to seal the gods, they certainly knew what the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead was. That was the first curse-type magic treasure since the beginning of time. It is one of the 2 major magic treasures of Taoist Lu Ji. Anyone cursed by the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nail's head has not a single solution except to snatch the book to lift the curse. One of the few unresolved forces in the 3 realms. A power that even they would find tricky to deal with even if they touched it. But what they see today, the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead can actually be used to add buffs, and positive gain buffs at that? Taoist Lu Jue said that he didn't even know that this kind of operation existed. But no matter how shocked they were, the event was real, the real deal, and that fact put a new spin on the whole war. The reinforced Flower Fruit Mountain Demon Clan, sent forward and backward, quite a kind of hundreds of thousands of demons, surrounded by millions of demons of the majestic situation, fighting that is called an uncontrollable. Seeing the sky full of gods and goddesses is a heavenly thunderbolt. And that's not all. Lin Feng scored a hit and once again used his spiritual energy to forcefully activate the power of the Nailhead 7 Arrow Book. That horrifying fluctuation swept over. This time the target was no longer the demon race of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, but rather, it was those under the banner of the 6 Great Saints. The demon race of the 6 Great Saints saw the cursed energy falling towards them. I can't believe they're not even hiding. They could see the changes in those Huagua Mountain demons before. Never mind why this energy fell on their heads. There was no harm in it anyway. Only this time they all thought wrong. The moment the energy fell on them, each of these demons fell straight to the ground. Countless demon races fainted. And in the eyes of the scouts arranged by King Yama, these fallen demons, there is a soul and a spirit have disappeared from their bodies. This means end is bizarre and incomparable. It's not bad for a book of 7 arrows. When King Bull Demon saw this scene, his 2 huge bull's eyes were filled with blood. Little turtle, I, Bull Demon King, will kill you. A furious shout resounded through the clouds. The Bull Demon King's heart was burning with rage, and he gave up his whole body. For the first time, Monkey felt some forcefulness in the midst of the wrestling, but instead of being afraid, he laughed out loud. Ouch, King Bull Demon. Since I was born, you are the first one to fight me for so long. He didn't hit a couple of them properly either. Monkey similarly riveted his full strength. Those Polyyoung transformation talismans that had originally entangled the 2 demon kings all surged into his body once again, and Monkey's body similarly began to skyrocket. Dharma heaven and earth. In an instant, Monkey's body swelled 100 times, and the immensely large stick in his hand became thin and short, but always smooth. Ha! Ah! A powerful and incomparable aura erupted from Monkey and Ox Demon King's bodies at the same time. A wave of invisible chi burst out from those two demon race great saints, who had only just freed their hands from the harassment of the Polyyoung transformation talisman, rushed over towards Monkey's side upon seeing this scene. You Tamarin, boss. We'll help you. Kiwi King, boss. Hang in there. Both men could see that the battle had reached a fever pitch on both sides. A little outside force at this time can be the last straw that breaks the camel's back, and they are the straw. Seeing this scene, Yang Chan's eyes were wide with anger, and the lance in her hand instantly came out, finding an opening and rushing towards Monkey's side, but without waiting for her to leave. Those 3 demon saints were like dog skin. Get out of the way. Yang Chan flicked her spear and said in an icy tone. Jiao Demon King heated and laughed. Good cold little beauty. Follow a monkey is too bad. Why not follow this king? This king where big live good. 18 kinds of flowery samples are proficient. Guarantee. Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Chan had already handed over a gun. The lance moved instantly, but it was easily dodged by the Jiao Demon King. At this time, Yang Chan's men had no more rules, and her attacks were straight. Not a star and a half worse than the level just now. And with this delay, the Utamarin King and the Rhesus Monkey King had arrived at Monkey's side. It looked like the 2 were about to attack Monkey. A song rang out from the battlefield. Good luck to you. I wish you good luck to you. Good luck brings joy and love. The demonic voice resounded on the battlefield. Lin Feng's eyes were slightly closed, and his face still wore a serious expression, while along with his words, a bizarre energy fluctuation wrapped around the body of the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King immediately felt that the operation of spiritual energy in his body suddenly went out of control. The galloping spiritual energy was suddenly like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, crashing around in his body. He directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. There was no strength in his hands, and at this time he and Monkey were wrestling at the last moment, this side of a disengagement. Monkey also stumbled, but he quickly adjusted over. In his hands, the golden hoop stick changed from a smash to a sweep. Gimme a go. Monkey swung his golden hoop rod in a large circle, swinging the unresisting Bull Demon King behind him. And behind him, was planning to take advantage of your disease to kill you tamarins and macaque king? See this situation that is also a look of liver and gall, eyes with trepidation. By the monkey brother also swung to the stick. The golden rod is powerful, and these two are again the existence at the bottom of the 6 great saints row. Just upon contact, he was shaken by that huge force and spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to resist at all. The trio spun around the golden hoop once, twice. Monkey seems to be whirling happily, one circle after another, and finally actually gave him a golden tornado, and then the 3 black shadows flew out. The 3 men fell heavily to the ground. King Bull Demon's wide body slammed into the ground, smashing a large pit in the ground. Ahem! He spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up from the ground, but in the next moment, a huge golden rod was inserted on top of the earth in front of him, and the earth simply couldn't withstand such a large rod, and it directly cracked. Bull Demon King, you've lost. Monkey's golden eyes lit up with radiant light. The whole person was spirited, and his spirit was actually better than just now, not wanting in the slightest to be a demon who had only experienced a great battle. I'm not convinced. If the power inside me hadn't suddenly gone out of control. The deer is yet to be seen. The Bull Demon King was not at all convinced, and Jiao Demon King, Peng Demon King, and Lion Hunchback King all rushed to Ox Demon King, blocking the middle of the 2 demons. Monkey King, we lost this battle. Release our big brother and we'll retreat now. All 3 of them looked at Sun Wukong warily. This battle, although they still have the power to fight, but the defeat has been finalized. Even if the dying struggle will not help, it is better to retreat for the time being, in seeking to rise again. Is this your first day out? Without waiting for Monkey to speak, a lance was also stuck in the ground. Yang Chan and Monkey landed on the ground in the same position, their lances pointing at the 6 demon great saints present. The winner lives, the loser dies. Her eyes were sharp. Lin Fong didn't go forward, but just watched from a distance. Although at this time it seemed that it was Flower Fruit Mountain that had gained an overwhelming advantage, and those remaining forces of the 6 great saints were all merely resisting. But the 6 great saints were not without a fighting chance. He didn't want to be in the gutter. This is the kind of thing that is meant to be left to the professionals. Yang Chan, although the 6 great saints, have been defeated, it's not like we don't have the power to fight. If we want to die, let's die together. Seeing that she doesn't agree, the Rock Demon King's eyes gradually went crazy. They would have had no choice between folding their hands and fighting to the death. Yang Chan's eyes grew sharper, but at this very moment, Monkey suddenly put away his golden hoopstick and said in a cold voice, "Okay, I'll let you guys go, but you must leave now with all of them and take a heavenly oath that you shall not start a conflict with my mountain of flowers and fruits for 100 years. If Flower Fruit Mountain, have any need, you must help unconditionally." The Jiao Demon King was filled with indignation. In that case, won't the 6 great saints, become your lapdog? Don't you dream, a man can be killed, but not. Without waiting for him to finish, the Bull Demon King kneeling on the ground slowly stood up and said, "I promise you, big brother." The Jiao Demon King wanted to say something else, but he was stopped by a look from King Bull Demon. He looked at Monkey and said, "Monkey King, I'll remember this favor today, whether you recognize it or not. From today onwards you're my Ox Demon King's brother, and you can look for me for anything in the future." Then he swore the heavenly Dao oath in front of Monkey. When the remaining 5 great saints saw the scene, although they were very reluctant, they all swore the heavenly Dao oath once more. During this period Monkey had a wooden face the whole time, not seeing the slightest emotion, and although Yang Chan was puzzled by his decision, she didn't say anything more. The vows have been made. We will leave now. King Bull Demon looked to Monkey. Monkey gave little indication, and he was then assisted by his 2 brothers as they flew up into midair. After the bosses had finished breaking up, the small demons above the battlefield naturally stopped fighting. The small demons on the side of the mountain of flowers and fruits were all elated, while the small demons on the side of the 6 great saints were downcast. Soon after, King Bull Demon took all his men who could still move and left on the dark clouds. Wait for them to leave. Monkey turned his head, his golden pupils looking towards the demon race on the battlefield. When the demons noticed his gaze, one by one they all stopped their movements and looked at him blankly with complex eyes of admiration, longing, loyalty, yearning, Enjoy. We won. Monkey raised the golden rod high in the air and raised his arms. We won. Asterisk and the sound of a single call is like a mountain of voices. Above the battlefield, all the demons that were still conscious, standing, lying down, sitting, all of them extended their hands high up, and one fist shot straight up into the sky. At this moment, all the demons all looked at Monkey with joy on their faces. Monkey, on the other hand, was more spirited. The golden sunlight fell in the air and sprinkled on top of his golden fluffy fur, setting him off like a golden monkey. Yang Chan stood behind Monkey and watched the scene in awe. So handsome. Lin Feng sighed with emotion. He had come to Yang Chan's feet at some point. Yang Chan picked him up and clasped his hands to his chest. Lin Feng's turtle shell resting right on top of some very large, very soft part. Of course the man I'm looking at is handsome. She smiled brightly. Correction. It's not a man. It's a male monkey. And monkeys aren't people. Cindy Young. This battle is the first voice of the Flower and Fruit Mountain to the outside. With the failure of the 6 saints of the South Alimony, so that the whole 3 worlds to recognize the Flower and Fruit Mountain, and the profiles of the 3 most colorful people in the war spread throughout the 3 realms, the most notable among them would be Lin Feng. An earthy mortal had actually become the key to turning the tide, as well as his strange and inexplicable ability, which had caused many people to speculate on what exactly his natural ability was. The mountain of flowers and fruits had also become the target of attention by countless forces, and many of the demon clans that were reluctant to come over before. After learning about the battle in the mountain of flowers and fruits, they all moved to come. One can imagine that the future of the mountain of flowers and fruits will be a stormy one, but these are all afterthoughts. Now all the demon clans up and down the mountain of flowers and fruits were in the throes of moving corpses. Before the battle was chaotic. No demon paid attention to how gruesome this battle was fought, but when it was over, facing the corpses that converged in all directions, only then did the demons finally have an intuitive performance. A full 200,000 or so demons died in this battle. There are enemies and there are our own people. All the corpses were piled up, and the blood was clattering so much that it was almost a stream. The Earth Demon Clan used their abilities to create pits to house the bodies of their own people, carving a monument for those with a name, and just chipping away at an unmarked monument for those who didn't have a name. Monkey stood on one of the slopes of the mountain of flowers and fruits, looking down at the demons carrying the corpses. Lin Feng walked up with small steps. Monkey, what are you doing here? Thinking about life? Ha? Monkey didn't look at him. Have the casualty counts come in yet? The statistics are out. 200,000 casualties. We died 130,000. The opposite side folded more than 70,000. And most of them were still killed by Monkey Brother Yu and Sister Yang Chan. Lin Feng's expression was somewhat emotional as he spoke. This demon race's 6 great saints are indeed powerful. This combat power of our Flower Fruit Mountain is nothing but scum compared to them. If it wasn't for you and Sister Yang Chan being powerful enough, this battle would have been up in the air. Lin Feng said it easily, but the reality was much more cruel. 130,000 demons died when they said they would. Many of them didn't even have a chance to react. They just hung up in a blur. The entire mountain of flowers and fruits was devastated. The originally beautiful mountains and waters, like a paradise in the world of Huagua Mountain, is now like being plowed over by a rake. Those demon clans that managed to survive were quite calm. Not too many demons were immersed in the grief of the deaths of their family and friends, and most of them began to spontaneously clean up their messes once they were sure it was safe outside. Most of the people collected by the mountain of flowers and fruits were scattered wild demons. Before joining the mountain of flowers and fruits, they lived a precarious life of wandering as well. This group of demons might not have a high cultivation level, but their ability to resist pressure was absolutely top-notch. Are the graves of those demons dug? Dig in. Let's go then. Monkey turned toward the bottom. At this time, in an unavoiding valley at the foot of the Flower Fruit Mountain, all the demon clans of the Flower Fruit Mountain stopped the work in their hands and converged over. In front of them were the bodies of 130,000 of their fellow soldiers. All the demons didn't say anything. The atmosphere also seemed a little heavy. The Great King is here. I don't know who shouted, and everyone looked behind them. A golden figure floated down. Monkey still had the same cold face. His body was bursting with battle spirit, as if a supreme divine weapon had descended upon the world. Everyone seemed to have returned to the previous time when Monkey fought the 6 saints with one demon. That overwhelmingly arrogant figure was a sight they would never forget. The Great King is mighty. Another bang. This time the crowd of demons were no longer obsessing over who actually said this. They all raised their fists and shouted at the top of their lungs. The Great King is mighty. The Great King is mighty. The Great King. Although this battle had resulted in heavy losses, it had also made Mount Huagua more united. After the ordeal of extinction, A sense of cohesion truly arose in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Monkey's hand pressed down. All demonic silence. They all looked at Monkey, but Monkey just scratched his head, and after thinking about it, he laughed. Although we won today, it was a tragic victory. So I had this cemetery built to put these dead demon clans to rest, and I want to make sure everyone remembers the shame of today. Today's shame, we will personally take it back later. Lin Fong brothers have a saying, called backward on what comes. Monkey turned his head to look at Lin Fong. Lin Fong whispered, if you fall behind, you will be beaten. Right, if you fall behind, you will be beaten. Monkey laughed. That's why we must be even more furious. In order for this not to happen in the future, we have to work harder. After he finished speaking, he scanned the demons of Mount Huagua. The eyes of the demons were all revitalized. The king is right. We have to work harder. His grandma, somehow it blew up a bit. I can't swallow this breath. Yeah, I was still sleeping and the house collapsed. That's a lot of death. It's scary. You're all still good here. Look at me. I'm crippled now. Someone treat me. They murmured. Monkey pressed his hand again and looked at Lin Fong. Regarding the injured, everyone can go to brother Lin Fong. He's better at this. Lin Fong also stepped forward. The academy side has already arranged for demon clans with healing abilities. Everyone can go over there if they need anything. It's all free of charge. There was another cheer from the demons. Monkey then said a few more words and let all the demon clans leave. Most of the demon clans had left, but some had stayed behind to pay tribute to the loved ones of those dead companions. Lin Fong came up to Monkey. So, Monkey, about the 70,000 or so enemy corpses? All burned, Monkey said without thinking. All burned, ah? Lin Fong had that little bit of flesh pain. These demon clans were all demons with a high level of Taoism. Their bodies were all treasures. It really burns. Burn, and when you're done, scatter the ashes into the sea. Lin Fong saw Monkey insisted. Did not say anything more. Burned. Burned. Anyway, Huagua Mountain is Monkey. Defeat is defeat. I'll arrange to go later then. Right at this moment, Yang Chan, who hadn't made much noise, suddenly opened her mouth. I may have to leave Flower Fruit Mountain for a bit. Monkey was on his feet. When? The sooner the better. Yang Chan said softly. Now that the situation in the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits is getting more and more serious, I would like to make a trip to the mouth of the irrigation river to get an item from where my second brother is. Lin Fong suddenly said offhandedly at this time. Pauline Lamp? Yang Chan turned her head to look at him, her eyes surprised. How do you know? Lin Fong shrunk his neck and said, I guessed. After all, it's not like you have that thing in your hands. Plus Yang Jian was fighting with the Heavenly Court when we were at Lintai Mountain. It's not hard to guess when you give him the Pauline Lamp to use. Yang Chan nodded. Well, I'm just going to retrieve that. What is this Pauline Lamp? Monkey wondered. Yang Chan laughed. It's my magic treasure. It's sort of an innate magic treasure. I got the treasure from Tai Yizhenjin. It's very powerful. If I get it, my senior brother won't be a match for me. Monkey laughed out loud. That's not bad. When the time comes, you and I will spar and see who is not a match for whom. I'm not going to fight senior. Yang Chan revealed a little girl-like do-gooder gesture. Lin Fong shivered as he watched the two flirting. Monkey scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Why don't you fight again? Is it because I did something wrong again and made you angry? Cindy Young. Never mind. I'd better go first. After saying that, she flew straight away. As Monkey looked at her back, the doubt on his face became heavier. Brother Lin Fong. What's wrong with senior sister Yang Chan? Ugh. Lin Fong sighed softly. Let's do it and cherish it. Monkey. With those words, he too walked away. Monkey looked at his back and still didn't understand what he had said wrong. Why one or two of them had left. Tai Bai Jinxing stood in midair, looking at the mountain of flowers and fruits in front of him. He was a little despondent. Pitiful. Before this departure is still good, the flower and fruit mountain is still in danger. How do I just down 6 saints directly back? This speed is also too fast. Not that the Bull Demon King is more durable? Ugh. It looks like the job is kind of a lost cause. Tai Bai Jinxing felt helpless. He was also considered a wise general in the Heavenly Court, or else he wouldn't have been honored by the Jade Emperor. But these times in the matter of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, he was repeatedly met with Waterloo. All kinds of Waterloo. Only he couldn't think of it. There was nothing that Flower Fruit Mountain couldn't do. All sorts of tawdry maneuvers. Yo, you're Tai Bai Jinxing, aren't you? Why have you come down to earth this way? Just as he was thinking about the pitiful encounters he had had during this period of time, a voice with some disdain and its contempt suddenly resounded at his side. Tai Bai Jinxing came back to his senses, and then he saw a small turtle levitating in front of him. Headmaster of the first affiliated school of Mount Huagua. Lin Fong? Ha ha, I didn't expect that. A small shrimp. could still be remembered by Lord Tai by Jinxing. It's really a great honor. Lin Feng smiled brightly as he looked at the old man in front of him with a gold star on his head. He didn't have any good feelings towards Tai by Jinxing. In the original, this is the guy who is trying to fool Monkey one by one. First the pilgrim and then the Great Sage's house, obviously making a game to get Monkey into it. And what's most unfortunate is that Monkey actually just eats peaches after he fixes the 7 immortals. Nothing. If he had been there, then he would have absolutely searched all of the 7 immortals' magic treasures. Headmaster is modest. You are not a small person, single-handedly contributing to the present flower and fruit mountain. I don't know how many people in the 3 worlds are paying attention to you. Tai by Jinxing looked at him with a leathery smile. Then I'm terrified. Lin Feng immediately made a scared expression, but the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Tai by. When he looked at Lin Feng's face, there was always a feeling that Lin Feng was saying have the guts to hit me. You wimp. I just want to wave. Wave you no way. See if you're angry. The more Tai by Jinxing looked at it, the more angry he became, and he was so angry that his face turned blue. Oops. Lord Tai by Jinxing, what's wrong with your face? Why is it green? Could it be a hidden disease? You say you're old enough to matter. Will it kill you? I can say this first. If Lord Tai by Jinxing dies here, we at Mount Huagua will not be responsible for it. We at Mount Huagua can't afford such a big person like you. Lin Feng was talking sass with an innocent face. Tai by Jinxing looked at him and suddenly had a feeling that he wanted to spit out blood, but he was able to hold it in. A loser is not a loser. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile. It's fine. My body is fine. So I don't need the principal to think about it, but rather, it's the principal who needs to pay more attention to it. The mountain of flowers and fruits has only just gone through a great battle, so maybe a demon will take advantage of the situation. Lin Feng still had that bitchish smirk on his face. This is not for Lord Tai by Jinxing. Your Excellency should still care about your own body. This old man should not run around. It is easy to get into trouble. I'm speaking from the heart. Finally, Tai by Jinxing couldn't take it anymore and turned around and flew away directly. And as Lin Feng looked at his back, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He really thought that he couldn't guess why the Bull Demon King would come over, and wanted to come over to receive the fruits of his victory. I'll beat your grandma's leg. If I don't dislike you, I'll take your name as Tai. Lin Feng turned around and left. By the time he returned to Mount Huagua, the academy side was already working overtime to heal the wounded. But the injured casualties of this battle were indeed a bit too much. Even if all the healing demons of Mount Huagua hoofed it, they could only take care of the seriously injured demons first. There are still many demons that go untreated. When Lin Feng saw this scene, after a little thought, he walked towards the old monkey's side. The old master at arms. The old master at arms. When he arrived, the old monkey was also busy. A great war is over. The whole flower and fruit mountain is waiting to be rebuilt. Everything needs him to preside over the big picture. Strategizing. Ah, principal. What do you want to see me about? The old monkey looked at Lin Feng with a respectful face. Just now, Lin Feng's performance on the battlefield was all in his eyes. Although Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't high, his methods were definitely considered terrifying. This battle definitely didn't end so easily if it wasn't for him. It's even possible for Monkey to be injured. There are too many wounded here. I want you to gather the demons that haven't been treated yet. I have a way to get them treated. When the old monkey heard this, he looked at Lin Feng with a surprised expression, but he didn't say anything and nodded. I'll go arrange it then. Soon, all the wounded were gathered by the old monkey, and they converged on top of the school playground, and as far as the eye could see, they were all densely packed with demons, and Lin Feng stood on the stage in the playground, the nail-headed 7 Arrows book in front of him, as well as some candles, which, come up one by one later. There's something for everyone. I'm a nailhead 7 Arrows book. It's so effective that everyone is guaranteed a copy. Lin Feng said, and then organized people to line up and come up, and the following demon races all obediently lined up, and then one by one, they took the numbered cards that were distributed and waited for Lin Feng to curse them with the book of 7 arrows of the nail's head. The scene was bizarre for a while. The first demon to come up looked at Lin Feng with an apprehensive expression. Headmaster, won't something go wrong? He looked at the paper laid out with some fear. It was the book of 7 arrows on the head of a nail, who was not afraid to put aside. Don't worry, before the war, I'm not also used it. You do not all see. The effect is absolutely no problem. I guarantee that you have used after the refreshing. Lin Feng was very confident. The demon looked at Lin Feng's expression and barely settled down. Then principal, be gentle. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Relax. Lin Feng's tone was gentle, and a bright smile appeared on his face. When the demon stood still, he then followed the proper use of the nailhead book of 7 arrows with a flourish. The scene is also in situ. A very weird and unpleasant feeling lingered in the hearts of all the demons. Their moods couldn't help but be apprehensive, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Lin Feng shot an arrow at the straw man in front of him, and likewise, the demon standing on the stage felt shot by something. But not only did he not feel anything bad, instead he felt that he was refreshed, and the injuries on his body were healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. I'm better. I'm really better. The demon looked at himself with an excited face and immediately danced around. The demons waiting to be treated under the stage also had a shocked look on their faces when they saw it. It works too well. It is simply immediate. You're done. Now go down and let the other demons come up and heal. Lin Feng looked at him with a smile. The demon collected the smile on his face and looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Headmaster, you're simply too omnipotent. Thank you for saving me. I'll go down now. He bounced down to the bottom. Next, the second demon came up quickly. Come on, principal. I'm all set. Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. Come on. He looked like he was lying flat. Jasmine? Lin Feng looked at the roughly 700 to 800 pound physique. You're a mountain of a man. And you're a flower? However, he didn't talk nonsense and directly shot another arrow over. And immediately the demon had the feeling of being shot. He let out a gasp throughout. The picture was so beautiful that Lin Feng really didn't have the face to look at it anymore. Still, the effect was obvious. And the demon that had been shot at felt refreshed all of a sudden. No more back pain. No more leg pain. One breath up to the 5th floor. Thank you, principal. Headmaster. You are wonderful. Save my dog's life. He went down on his ass too. The rest of the people that were even more enthusiastic. This effect is really too good. Even the topmost healing spells will have this kind of effect. Next, Lin Feng shouted again and another demon came up. Just like that, in a whole day's time, Lin Feng had directly treated thousands of people with the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Even the whole mountain of flowers and fruits is spreading. The principal's wonderful hands are really a generation of saintly hands. And the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead is simply the most powerful healing artifact in the 3 worlds. Many demons even wondered if the legend about the Book of 7 Arrows on the head of a nail was false. Where is this a horrible cursed spell? This was clearly a healing spell, or the kind that could add buffs. However, after a whole day of using it, Lin Feng's spiritual energy and the Nailhead 7 Arrows book had both reached the limit of their use, and he really couldn't squeeze out a single drop of spiritual energy, so he had to let the rest of the wounded come back tomorrow, or see if there are some manpower openings on the school side. He, on the other hand, followed the old monkey after the crowd dispersed, and walked to a clearing on the mountain of flowers and fruits. There are countless captives here who have been placed under restraints. There were some hands around to guard it. Back then, Lin Feng used the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead to curse the uncountable demon clans under the 6 great saints. And these demon clans were not taken away by the Bull Demon King after the battle. After Lin Feng lifted their curses, he left them here for now. These demons, I've seen them all before. Each of their cultivation is not bad, even though they are all under a ban. I'm still a bit uneasy, the old monkey said fervently beside him. As far as he was concerned, prisoners were meant to be killed. Don't talk about preferential treatment of prisoners. Do you know how many rations it takes to feed so many demons? And in order to prevent them from rebelling, how many demon soldiers would need to be fed? And how much would be the expense? This account is down. The old monkey couldn't wait to kill all these demons now. This is not a captive. This is a gold-swallowing beast waiting to be fed. Did they say anything? Lin Feng was curious. Said, want to eat, want to drink, and want a banshee. Damn. Angry. I really want to just kill them all. If not for the principal you didn't open your mouth, I would have killed them all right now. The old monkey can't get away from killing them all 3 times. The mountain of flowers and fruits is now in ruins. All kinds of business have stopped, and it's a struggle to feed their own people, not to mention feeding them. Then ask how many of them would like to stay. Those who don't want to stay, let them go on their own. The old monkey was confused when he heard this. What? You want to keep them? These are all prisoners. It's already a mercy not to kill them, but to leave them behind? You have just said, their cultivation is not bad. Each is a good hand in combat. If you can stay, my flower and fruit mountain is not more a big wave of help. And it's all demons, so relax. In saying that, Bull Demon King made a heavenly oath that he shall not make a move against our mountain of flowers and fruits within 100 years. What else are you worried about? As soon as Lin Feng took a look at the old monkey's expression, he knew what he was worried about. The old monkey thought about it and felt that Lin Feng had some sense, but he still felt that it wasn't right. Just go and ask. It's not like you're all cooped up. Lin Feng spoke again. When the old monkey saw him insist, he had to go over and ask. As a result, those captured demons were also looking at each other. They originally all felt that they had luckily recovered a life, but the next step was definitely still a death. The flower and fruit mountains certainly couldn't trust them and couldn't afford to feed them. Many people were waiting for death with a look of despair. But what they didn't expect in any way was that they waited until they were actually going to be released and asked if they wanted to stay. This little turtle is afraid he's not in his right mind. We don't stay. We're going back. We want road money. All the captives instantly clamored. The old monkey was so angry. Still need road tolls? I'll sit your ass down and send you straight to Hades. Lin Fang's attitude was also resolute. If you want to go, hurry up. There's no money for the road. If you guys don't leave before then, I'm going to change my mind later. When those captives heard this, they immediately stopped bickering, and then they walked away. Although the ban that Lin had put down was very strong, it would only take a few days if it was cracked. Before was no witch time. It's all going away now. So naturally I don't care. But there were some demons that stayed behind, probably a few thousand of them. These people Lin Fang let the old monkey deal with all of them according to the ordinary demon race, registering information, arranging accommodation, and explaining some of the rules of being on the mountain of flowers and fruits. Lin Fang, on the other hand, yawned and went back to sleep. It's just that he had only been asleep for a while when he was woken up by the old monkey. What is it, headmaster? I'm still uneasy. The old monkey looked at him with a worried expression and said, those demons are all of high cultivation. If they want to retaliate against us, that would be a major problem. Lin Fang then yawned and impatiently explained, this is impossible. Think about it, even the 6 great saints joined forces and were beaten away by us. They must be very scared. Just now you also saw a little bit of morale is not, so they now the most want to do should be to run back to find Dad. Yuck! Find the organization. The only way to feel safe is to be around the 6 saints. The old monkey still doesn't get it. Then isn't this adding strength to the 6 great saints for nothing? Lin Fang yawned again. Let me ask you, what would you say if it was you who had just lost a battle, and it turned out that all of the previous captives had come back, and they were all intact and nothing had happened to them? There's something weird. There's something wrong with these guys. The old monkey said it without even thinking. Congratulations on your correct answer. The 6 saints think so too. Come on, leave me alone. I have to sleep. The old monkey still didn't quite understand what Lin Fang was trying to do by releasing those people. However, listening to Lin Fang's words, it seemed like these demons really couldn't make any waves, and he put his heart in his mouth and left happily. Headmaster, I'll go first. Lin Fang yawned and looked at him in an unkind manner before decisively entering the hang-up state. System hang-up. Ding. The host enters the hanging state. The system's voice came. Universal points plus 10, universal points plus 10 1. During this period of time, because he had been busy with the construction issues of the mountain of flowers and fruits, Lin Fang's big hanging business had been pulled down, causing his cultivation to progress slowly. Looking at the little by little growth of the universal points, and looking at the astronomical breakthrough figures, Lin Fang sighed. There's still a lot of work to be done. Sleep. Sleep. A night without words. When the next morning came, Lin Fang woke up and stretched comfortably. Looking at the system first, it was one step closer than yesterday. And if he carried on at this rate, he would only be 3 or 4 days away from a cultivation breakthrough. Not bad. Lin Fang closed the system panel and then walked out of the room. Outside, the demons were still nervously busy, rescuing disaster victims, rescuing people, while more were searching the ruins for all sorts of supplies that could be used. Or demons. Lin Fang looked at this scene and was also sighing. A great war, originally prosperous, vibrant flower and fruit mountain, then once returned to liberation. But to the point where I can't say it's not rewarding. At the very least, after this battle, the mountain of flowers and fruits has completely made a name for itself, stepping on the name of the 6 saints of the demon race, and leaping to become the newest big power in the 3 worlds. But next, it's time to develop some heavy industry. Lin Fang first returned to the academy side and got all the gentlemen over. He looked at the men and smiled. Most of you are borrowed manpower from the Dragon Palace, said to be borrowed, but in reality, you're kind of given. I just want to ask about that water closing cover of the Dragon Palace. What is the principle? And can it be used for defense, or to build a large cover that can encompass the entire mountain of flowers and fruits? All the demons present were a bit confused. Big hood? What big hood? However, there were also those who had a quicker turn of mind and immediately comprehended Lin Fang's meaning. Does the principle mean a defense spell formation that can defend the entire Mount Wagwa so that we won't be passive when there is an incoming enemy in the future? Yeah, that's what I meant. Immediately, Lin Fang's eyes lit up as he looked towards the demon that had spoken. It was a large crab with eyes, not very high in cultivation, divine hidden realm, not yet transformed, but it's considered a senior talent in the Dragon Palace, called Crab Tough. Are you getting ideas? Crab Tough nodded and said, the principal wants to borrow the Dragon Palace's water closing shield. this is a good idea. But it's hard to realize because the principle of the water closing shield is a huge spiritual power shield unfolded with the East Sea Spirit Pearls. We don't have any East Sea Spirit Pearls for one thing. And secondly, this is too much of a waste of spiritual energy. We are poor in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Although this is a bit unpleasant to say, but it is indeed very true. Compared to the Dragon Palace, the Mount Huagwa poor batch. And the Dragon Palace is probably poor with mountains of money. And what should be the solution? Lin Fang looked at him expectantly. In fact, why don't we try the spirit vein of the mountain of flowers and fruits? Crab Tough pushed up his glasses and said, after I came ashore, I examined the entire terrain, topography, and all the places in Mount Huagwa. This really is a feng shui treasure. Do you need to tell me that? Mount Huagwa is the ancestor of the 10 continents, the 3 islands of the coming dragon. Since the opening of the Clear and Turbid and the Hongmeng judgment after the establishment, in the entire 3 realms, you wouldn't necessarily be able to find a few places that were better than this place. If it is not for the westward journey, I am afraid that this place has long been occupied by the gods and goddesses as a training ground, which can be left to these wild demons and loose cultivators. Ah, you mean? Lin Fang vaguely guessed what he wanted to say. Formations and refineries combine with each other to regulate the aura of the entire mountain of flowers and fruits and turn it to their own use. Let's refine the entire mountain of flowers and fruits into a great formation. Crab Tough looked at Lin Fang excitedly. In fact, he had wanted to do this for a long time. But he had never found a very suitable opportunity, and he simply couldn't do this thing just by himself. But today Lin Fang proposed to give him a chance. That's good. Lin Fang also felt that this operation was feasible and had a high chance of success. Then let's get the design of the grand formation out first. In addition, since it's about forming a grand formation, defense alone won't do. It better still have some offensive goodness. Crab Tough nodded. That's fine, but you'll need to give me some manpower. Headmaster. Lin Fang didn't refuse. He directly appointed Crab Tough as the chief leader of this project, handing over half of the manpower and teachers of the formation and refining departments to him. Professional things are better left to professionals. These talents from the Dragon Palace, although their cultivation level is not high, but their eyesight is superior, and their professional knowledge is even better. All of them have been systematically cultivated by the Dragon Palace, and the Dragon Palace was also a great power in the ancient times. They may be decaying, but the knowledge passed down is unique. After Crab Tough left with the demon, Lin Fang looked at the remaining group of people again before asking, as for you guys, I want you to help research a weapon. Here's the model, check it out. He pulled out some of his weapon styles from his previous life. After the teachers present looked at it, they were all a bit confused as to what Lin Fang was drawing. Principal, is this a burning stick? A demon asked. Lin Fang shook his head and explained, the quality of the demon race in our Huagwa mountain is generally lower than the quality of the demon race outside. So before they grow up, I want to research a weapon. This weapon must be simple to use and powerful. Look here, you guys. He pointed to part of the burning stick. This is the energy reserve place, used to stock up on spirit stone type high-intensity energy aggregates. And the patterns on this weapon are various spirit patterns. The spirit pattern is connected to the spirit stone. And as soon as the demon snaps this place, he pointed to where the trigger was again and said, it will be able to stimulate the energy in the spirit stone. And the energy follows the spirit pattern to form a spell, which is fired from here. Lin Fang patiently explained to them once again the laws of operation of this weapon. Isn't this just a small array disc? Yes, the array disc draws the array pattern, places the spirit stone, and after it is stimulated, it can directly use the spells drawn by the array pattern. It's just that the shape is a little weird, still looks like a burning stick. How about shaping this up? After hearing his explanation, those demons also figured out what it was that Lin Fang wanted them to do. And one by one, they all discussed it. Honestly, what Lin Fang wanted, the craftsmanship wasn't that difficult. It's just a little difficult to mass produce. Headmaster, this thing isn't difficult. Let's combine our efforts. But we need those from the talisman department to come and help. The people from the talisman department said, we have some ideas. Lin Fang nodded and said, this isn't difficult. The refining and formation departments were both occupied, and the potion department was doing its best to save the patients. The talisman department is fine as far as it's concerned right now, so it's fine to lend it to them. Then you guys should make one first to see, and then think about mass production later when the technology matures. Lin Fang encouraged. If this thing really comes to fruition, then the future of the Huagwa Mountain demons on the battlefield can be a demon a burning stick. After arranging these people, Lin Fang let them all go down. When the demons are gone, Lin Fang looked at his own painted airplanes, tanks, cannons, thought for a while. Think also on the cannon is still somewhat possible. The road should be taken one step at a time. Want to climb the science and technology tree? The foundation should be laid. The flowers bloom twice. Those demons that Lin Feng had let go, as he had expected, didn't want to stay in the mountain of flowers and fruits for a moment longer. They went all the way to the west, along the original road to South Alimony. During this period, there were constantly demons breaking through the prohibitions set up by the mountain of flowers and fruits and speeding up quite a bit, and by the time they caught up with the large force, they had all broken through the prohibitions. These demons, looking at the black clouds in the sky, were so excited that tears were falling from their eyes. Tay motherfucker, finally back. God knows what they've been through in the meantime. The tiger falls down and is bullied by the dog. Having their cultivation sealed, their single combat ability was initially not even as good as the beasts in the mountains, and if not for the fact that there were many demons, they might have been bitten to death by the beasts. Soul is always back. Just when they were full of joy thinking they had found the organization, the attitude of the 6 great saints, however, was a bit odd. Pang Demon King, second brother. Lao San, I always feel that something is not right. Do you think that the mountain of flowers and fruits will be so kind as to send all the demons to us? Jiao Demon King, Lao San, I think so too. This Monkey King could never send these demons over unless his brain is wired. Look at these demons. Aside from being tired from the rush, I'm surprised I'm not hurt at all. There's something weird. Both of them look like their big brothers sighed at the same time. Since the Bull Demon King inexplicably lost to the Monkey King last time, after these days of recuperating, his strength has recovered quite a lot, and the whole demon is not so deflated. What do you say, big brother? King Bull Demon also thought there was something odd. It was reasonable to say that the Monkey King had been kind enough to let them go. These demons fall in his hands, even if they do not die, that will never be put back just like that. Not to mention that after the recruitment, the strength of the mountain of flowers and fruits will surely rise. Even if you don't think you can handle it, it's always okay to be a slave. It's a way to work as a slave. Moreover, Bull Demon King is known as righteousness. To brothers that is notoriously good. Otherwise there would not be so many brothers die to follow him to mix. Later on, we can still use these demons to exchange favors with him. King Bull Demon, which is not better than putting it back. But the Monkey King didn't do any of them. And now that the facts were in front of him, it was no wonder that the Bull Demon King didn't believe it. At this time, the Lion Hump King suddenly opened his mouth and said, if you ask me, these guys are the bait that Monkey King put out. And even if they aren't all anti-boneheads, there must be some anti-boneheads in there. When we receive these demons, he will be able to set the nail in our power. The Bull Demon King's few demons' eyes lit up. Fourth brother, that makes sense. Senior, that makes sense. It makes sense to me too. This Monkey King has a truly sinister mind. Only the Bull Demon King frowned slightly and said, although I've only met with that Monkey King once, I know that he's a bright and upright man, and would categorically not be able to do such a thing. The Jiao Demon King retorted, the Monkey King won't. What about that little turtle? Lin Feng. King Bull Demon's frown tightened. If these demons were really his arrangement, then it would make sense. This demon had superior intelligence, and had repeatedly performed feats that amazed people since his emergence. That the mountain of flowers and fruits also rose only in his hands, but also the banner of revitalizing the demon race. Looking at every step Lin Feng took, this was definitely a ruthless character who dared to fight. The Bull Demon King was not at all afraid to be careless with him. It looks like this group of demons really can't be wanted. The Tamarin King sneered and said, if you ask me, it would be easier to just kill them all and save the trouble. We don't have the energy or the heart to discern who is a rebel and who isn't anyway. The Macaque King, on the other hand, was a bit reluctant, but didn't say anything. The 5 saints all turned their gazes to their big brother. The Bull Demon King pondered for a moment and said, after all, they were all self-brothers before. Killing them is a bit too much. Get rid of it. In the end he chose a compromise. The remaining 5 saints didn't have any objections. After the previous battle, they were also a bit balked at Lin Feng. Although this little turtle didn't have a high cultivation level, he had a lot of tactics, a lot of magical treasures, and he was also very smart. Have to be on the defensive. In this way the group of prisoners, who had only just returned to the main body of the army with great joy, were driven back. The captives are all in a daze. 2. No. What's going on here? The captives all looked at their former brothers with dismay. And the brothers all stared at them with wary eyes. The 6 great saints have already informed the entire army that among these demons that ran back, there are hidden eyes of the mountain of flowers and fruits, and that no demon shall touch them without authorization, or else it will be considered as betrayal. The lords have spoken, and there are spies among you, but the lords are mindful of former brotherhood, so get lost. A small leader looked at them with icy eyes, but these deported captives felt wronged. After they woke up, they have been staying together. In addition to Lin Feng, There is no one from the mountain of flowers and fruits in contact with them. As for the word of spies, it is nonsense. My lord, we are unjustly accused. Yeah, we're all good demons. Our loyalty to the great king, that's what we are. I can testify that none of the demons present have ever come into contact with the demons of the mountain of flowers and fruits, and they were trying to recruit us before, but none of us agreed. Yeah, none of us agreed. The captives immediately screamed. But when the young leader heard that they had actually been recruited by the mountain of flowers and fruits before, he felt even more that they could not be trusted. Don't say anything, either leave now or die now. Saying this, the young leader had drawn his own weapon, and with his movements, those former comrades who had originally been staring at them with wary eyes also drew their own weapons without mercy, with an air of starting a fight at the drop of a hat. Those captives saw the situation and knew it was useless to say more. They all stood lost and watched the hordes right away on the dark clouds. The dark clouds quickly disappeared. What do we do now? The silence was broken by a question. But then they were greeted with a longer silence. They had thought that if they could catch up with the large group, then they would be able to return to the warmth of the harbor. Many demons even fantasized about washing away their shame once again under the leadership of the 6 great saints. Lin Fong was right. They were terrified and were trying to find the 6 great saints to seek comfort. But that doesn't mean they're going to forget the shame of this one. As the elite under the 6 great saints, the first half of their lives could be said to have been dramatic, experiencing countless great battles, and under the leadership of the 6 great saints, they had always been invincible. Now that no one was leading them, all the demons were at a loss. Why don't we go back to the mountain of flowers and fruits? Another voice. All the demons looked in the direction of the voice. It was a young demon, only selected up not long ago, usually lively and lovely. Everyone took care of him. It was considered a group favorite. I'm just saying, now that the king doesn't want us, we have nowhere to go. Didn't Flower Fruit Mountain say they wanted to take us in before? He looked at the demons somewhat timidly. In fact, in his heart, he still admired the mountain of flowers and fruits, being able to develop in such a short period of time and winning the war with the 6 great saints. Even that monkey king alone could single-handedly challenge the 6 great saints without losing. As long as there were no surprises, the future Flower Fruit Mountain would surely soar to the heavens and sit firmly on the throne of the top power in the 3 realms. Now the 6 saints don't want them. They do nothing but occupy the mountains and wreak havoc. Flower and Fruit Mountain is not a bad choice. What are you talking about? That mountain of flowers and fruits has only just defeated us and humiliated us severely. How can we go back and grovel to that monkey king again? I won't do this thing. That's right. Whoever of you wants to do it. I can't stand the anger anyway. Going back now. Does the old man still have a backbone? Many demons shouted, but more of the demons fell silent. In the past, when the 6 great saints hadn't abandoned them, they had indeed been loyal, but now that they knew they couldn't go back, their hearts began to waver. It's not a bad idea to go back to the Flower and Fruit Mountain. Why aren't you all talking? What do you mean? You guys don't really want to go back to the mountain of flowers and fruits, do you? The noisy demons looked at their fellow robes with an incredulous expression, as if they had only just met them, but the response to them remains silence. A disconnect is created. It's not impossible to go back to the Flower Fruit Mountain. I've heard that Flower Fruit Mountain is thirsty for talent. As long as people with talent come over, they can get good development. Even if they don't have any talent, they'll cultivate them for free. And the Flower and Fruit Mountain has only been through a great war. It's just the time it needs to be built. If we go over there, we can just fill in this gap of insufficient low-end combat power in Mount Wagwa. I've also heard where you can learn great feats for free. Yes. As long as there are enough points, then even the Monkey King's feats can be learned. And the banner they put out is that there is no difference between teaching and learning. Those demons whose hearts were in the right place were excitedly discussing it. Their voices grew louder and their expressions became more and more excited, as if joining the mountain of flowers and fruits was the right thing to do. More and more of the swaying demons faltered. Gradually, the original group of demons that had converged together split into 2 different groups of demons, one large and one small, with the large supporting joining the mountain of flowers and fruits, while the small was frantically opposing the decision. Neither side could convince anyone. In the end, it simply didn't work out, and the demons who wanted to join the mountain of flowers and fruits went back along the same path. The smaller group of demons, on the other hand, looked at them with hatred. In the eyes of these demons in front of them were no longer fellow soldiers, but betrayers. Just a moment later, they were in a daze again. Where to go from here? The 6 great saints don't want them anymore, and they can't go back to the mountain of flowers and fruits, so they can only occupy the mountain. But who is the king? This is another problem. By the time the old monkey saw these demons that had folded back and returned, his face was also filled with shock that he couldn't hide. He couldn't have imagined it. After a few days of not seeing each other, all these demons actually returned and were crying out to be taken in by the mountain of flowers and fruits. And then he thought of Lin Feng's words that night. Could it be that this was all arranged by the principal? The old monkey was puzzled. He hurriedly informed Lin Feng of this matter. When Lin Feng realized that all of these guys had returned, he was also stunned. How come you're back? The reason why he let these guys go was partly because Flower Fruit Mountain really couldn't afford to keep so many idlers, and partly because these guys couldn't make waves after they left, and they couldn't even go back. But Lin Feng didn't expect all these guys to actually come back. But that's a good thing. The mountain of flowers and fruits is supposed to be all comers. As long as they are willing to come over, they are all brothers without asking where they come from. Then stay, Lin Feng said with a calm expression, and when the old monkey saw how calm he was, he felt even more that this was all in Lin Feng's calculations, and that the reason he let these demons go before must have been because he used the human race's trick of trying to catch them. The principal really knows what he's doing. For a moment, the old monkey couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. In his mind, Lin Feng's image was instantly taller. The principal really anticipates things like a god. Before I thought that the principal was rather lazy and didn't care about things. Now it seems that I'm not patterned enough to be careful. The old monkey took a rainbow fart. Lin Feng naturally accepted it with a smile, although he didn't know why the old monkey was kissing this ass. What did the old military master say? You deserve a lot of credit for this flower and fruit mountain being able to have the pattern it has today. How can it be that the pattern is not enough? Old military master's pattern is also considered to be above 10,000 people and below 3 people in manhwa, right? Hey, I dare not. I dare not. It's still the principal who's great. The old master at arms isn't so bad. The two just complimented me and I complimented you for a few moments, each feeling great. So, headmaster, what are the arrangements for these demons? Register all of them, and record their race, cultivation, specialties, and natural aptitudes in special detail, and then organize them into combat units. Afterward, when our new weapon is developed, we can give it to them for experimentation. It's not one of our own anyway, so it doesn't hurt if anything happens. The old monkey nodded and went down to get ready. Previously, the flower and fruit mountain is no combat troops, the surface of the war on the monkey, Yang Chan and him, but after this battle, the flower and fruit mountain also learned a lesson, finally began to form their own combat troops. As the news of the 6 great saints faltering in the mountain of flowers and fruits spread wider and wider, pretty much the entire power of the 3 realms had heard about this matter. Those 6 great saints were no small forces. 6 demons join hands. In the entire South Alimony continent rampage for many years, no one dares to mess with, has long been the 3 worlds' resounding number 1 figure, especially that bull demon king. Called the party lords are not too much, but who would have thought that the 6 of them would actually capsize in the gutter at Mount Huagua? And the flip was extraordinarily thorough. It is said that the 6 demons cannot help the Monkey King. The Bull Demon King was defeated by the Monkey King. If not for the 6 saints to withdraw their troops as a condition, perhaps the Bull Demon King is now dead. Hey, how high do you guys think that Monkey King's cultivation is? Has it reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal? On Flat Top Mountain, in the Lotus Cave, a group of small demons were in a heated discussion. I don't know. I think it's about time. The 6 saints couldn't take it down. If it's not a Great Luo Golden Immortal, what is it then? No. If it's a Great Luo Golden Immortal, then will the 6 saints have a chance to live? That would be Tai Golden Immortal. Not too far off. Flower Fruit Mountain has really made a big name for itself this time. And I don't know when our Lotus Cave will also make such a big name for itself. The Great King just wants to make fun all day long, and doesn't want to expand his power at all. Be careful what you say. If you let the 2 Great Kings in on that comment, you'll die a living death. Lotus Cave 2 Big King, a golden horn, a silver horn. These 2 Big King cultivation is not high, but the baby is powerful. In this area is also considered a fierce reputation. But the 2 Great Kings only cared about enjoyment and did not think about developing their power at all. Oddly enough. And at that moment these 2 Great Kings, taking advantage of their little brother's absence, all came together to mutter, Silver Horn, Big Brother. Down before the master also did not say that the Monkey King so fierce this Bull Demon King are given to dry waste. By the time in this baby if you cannot lower him, can be how to do Golden Horn, though he shared this concern, acted a little more calmly than he did. Have faith in the master. I feel that master could not possibly harm the 2 of us. In addition to our usual sneaky laziness, often sleeping past the hour resulting in master's hard work to refine pills null and void, but also have not done anything wrong. Silverhorn thought about it and also felt that Goldenhorn was right. Big Brother is right. As powerful as that monkey is, he's no match for master, and master's treasure will definitely be able to restrain him. Goldenhorn concurred. Don't think so much. We've had a hard time coming down this time. We must enjoy life on Earth, all at the behest of Big Brother. Silverhorn also gave a big smile. The two demons were back on their drunken rampage. And such things happened in almost every power in the three realms. The little demons are just having fun. Those big demons, demon kings, on the other hand, have to be much more serious. And the demon forces close to Mount Huagua are more worried about this new force that has risen strongly. The demonic forces that were far away, on the other hand, were all considering whether or not to make friends in advance. Otherwise, when the mountain of flowers and fruits gets up later, it will not be able to look at these pipsqueaks and small forces of theirs. Although all three realms felt that the demon race was foolish. But if you can be the king of a power, you're all human beings. As for the forces within the Ori kingdom, it was awkward. When Mount Huagua only initially raised the banner of revitalizing the demon race and having a religion, they did not choose to submit to Mount Huagua for various reasons. But nowadays, the mountain of flowers and fruits is growing, and they have become a lying power. What's that saying about the human race? Don't let others snore on the side of the couch. There was only one path before them. Once these forces combined their efforts, before Flower Fruit Mountain made a move, they still directly gave up their resistance and dragged their families to directly defect to Flower Fruit Mountain. At this point, the entire demonic forces of the Ari kingdom were all recaptured by the mountain of flowers and fruits. Though Flower Fruit Mountain has not said anything since the beginning, the human people in the territory of Ari kingdom, who woke up and realized that the demons were all gone, were also puzzled. But this was a good thing. And many people even thought that it must have been the God of heaven who had descended to earth and destroyed all the demons. And for a while many people prayed, thank the God of heaven for saving them from the fire. The prayers of these people produced wisps of merit, all of which also converged on the mountain of flowers and fruits, the flower and fruit mountain, to educate the demon race, so that the demon race is not in the mutilation of the human race living beings, in addition to the demonic merit, but also can get an additional humane merit, belongs to both sides of the good job of making money. And today the post-war reconstruction of the flower and fruit mountains is in full swing. Every day, a large number of demons enter the mountain of flowers and fruits, and when they fill out their information, they are even more cooperative, and they are eager to show all their specialties. After all, so much of the flower and fruit mountain is not what it used to be. In the past, it was the flower and fruit mountain that begged and flattered them, but now that the flower and fruit mountain has become bigger, the situation has reversed and it has become them flattering the flower and fruit mountain. And the flower fruit mountain doesn't always see them. After all, talents like them had been taken in too many times in this period of time by the mountain of flowers and fruits. This is probably what the human race often says. Yesterday you treated me with love and disdain. Now I make you climb high. Which take your time. Come one by one. Don't rush. In front of the wide city wall, the little demon held a stone painted with a sound amplification spell and shouted loudly at the unending swarm of demons. Those who want to join the mountain of flowers and fruits, come this way to register. Just here for sightseeing. Go over there and show your pass. He roared loudly, and the demon swarms all dutifully split into two parts. However, in this world, there will always be some fools who can't get their brains straight exist. In other places there may still be demons who are afraid of their identity, but the mountain of flowers and fruits will not. Do you know who I am? My father is a heavenly immortal. How dare you banish me? What's wrong with not having a pass? I don't need a pass to go anywhere. Old man. A dangling cockney-like weasel demon huffed and puffed as he looked at the two little demons in front of him who were stopping him. Get the fuck out of here. Believe it or not, I'll make you look good. Ha! The two small demons at the main entrance were calm. They had seen too many of these kinds of demons during this period of time. At first they might have been a bit terrified for fear of kicking the bucket, but now they had become accustomed to it. There wouldn't really be a few iron plates in the three realms that were harder than their Mount Huagua. I heard there was a disturbance. Just then, a buzzing sound came. The two little demons turned their heads to look and could only see a wide body, but an amiable bear face. It's Mr. Black Bear. Mr. Black Bear, what brings you here? The Black Bear spirit scratched his head and laughed. Originally, it was that old boy, the Golden Cow spirit, who came over, but it turned out that he had diarrhea halfway across the country, so he called me over. Where's the troublemaker? I have to hurry back. The Black Bear spirit looked toward the surrounding area, but there were so many demons around that he really didn't know which one was which. The two little demons pointed at the weasel spirit and said, "That's him." He said his father was a heavenly immortal. He didn't have a pass and didn't pay. He had to barge inside, and wouldn't listen to anything he said. So it's you. The Black Bear spirit looked at him. That weasel spirit looked at the Black Bear spirit's wide body and was a little frightened, but as a good second son, he was sure that no matter what difficulties he encountered, his dad would take care of them for him. So he braced himself and looked at the Black Bear spirit with a disdainful expression. It's me. How? Boom. Without waiting for the weasel spirit's last word to come out, the black bear spirit had already huffed over with a slap, directly sending him flying. The body spun 2.5 weeks in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Or the face on the ground kind. Oh, just don't hit the wrong demon. The black bear spirit looked at the weasel spirit, who had fallen to the ground and whose body was still twitching twice every now and then, and said very calmly, and all the surrounding demons had a dumbfounded look on their faces. This weasel spirit dared to be so arrogant. Naturally it had arrogant capital, except for the fact that his dad is a sky fairy. He himself also carried a heavenly immortal level life-preserving magic weapon, which was passively triggered and withstood the full force of a heavenly immortal strike. Attacks below the heavenly immortals were absorbed in their entirety, but this unimpressive black bear spirit in front of him just slapped half of the weasel spirit's life away. The protective spells couldn't even do a little bit of blocking. That meant that the strike he had just made had exceeded the full force of a heavenly immortal strike. How strong is this guy? And the guy with such a high cultivation level is actually the teacher of the Flower and Fruit Mountain. This Flower and Fruit Mountain is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. It is really not to be underestimated. Just as the crowd was still in shock. My son! My son! A mournful scream suddenly rang out. Only then did the crowd realize that a middle-aged weasel spirit had appeared next to that weasel spirit at some point. The middle-aged weasel spirit was first sad, then angry. He glared angrily at the demon race around him. Who is it? Who is it? Who dares to hurt my son? If you don't tell me, I will kill all of you to bury my son with you. The black bear spirit suddenly opened his mouth and said, your son isn't dead yet. He's just half crippled. He doesn't need to be buried with him. Middle-aged weasel sperm. I don't care. I want you all to be buried with me. Come on. Who the hell hurt my son? All of the demon's eyes looked over to the black bear spirit's side. The middle-aged weasel spirit also looked over, and was furious. So it's you. No wonder you have sharp teeth. I'll make sure to break you into pieces and tear your mouth apart first. He charged towards the black bear spirit. Boom! Another slap. Same action. Same scene. The difference is that this time the presence of 2.5 weeks of airborne transitions changed from a son to a father. The middle-aged weasel spirit fell heavily to the ground, or the face on the ground kind. The black bear spirit looked at the father and son who were lying side by side, their bodies still twitching from time to time, and scratched his head. It's kinda neat, but the principle always says that when you come to the little ones you come to the old ones, and when you come to the old ones you come to the ancestors. Which, any of you are the ancestors of the two of them, just come right out. I'm in a hurry. The black bear spirit shouted directly towards the demons. The goblins were silent. It is not that the ancestor did not come, but the ancestor looked at the situation, and very decisively chose to shrink. Not to be a wimp, but to be a small man who can bend and stretch. You Flower and Fruit Mountain today so humiliated. When I get back, I'll draw a circle and curse you. After waiting for a while, the black bear spirit saw that no one had come out and thought that perhaps the ancestors had not come. You can go back. Stupid bear, where have you been? Just as the black bear spirit was thinking about going back, a small foot behind him had jumped up and kicked him in the head. The black bear spirit turned his head. He saw Mrs. Earthsurge holding her chest and staring at him with an exasperated face. I looked everywhere for you and couldn't find you. I thought you were out fooling around again. Why are you here? The demons saw that this young girl actually dared to directly hit the black bear spirit. That was even more shocking. You want to die? He. That's not the golden cow spirit. That old boy had diarrhea and asked me to come over to help him settle the dispute. Black bear spirit did not get angry. He. I'll be right back. Mrs. Earthsurge was still glaring at him. So how did you solve it? It's settled. Let's go home. The black bear spirit giggled. Mrs. Earthsurge bristled and said, shoulders. The black bear spirit had the good sense to pass his shoulder, while Mrs. Earthsurge dutifully did so, and the two just left in front of a large crowd. He was now not at all resistant to Mrs. Surge riding him. Anyway, by the end of the night it was the other way around. That, Mrs. Do you think the baby we have later on will be a bear or a mouse? How do I know? I've never had one. So let's experiment? Nasty. The two demons were just spreading dog food in such a grand manner, not caring at all about the eyes of other demons. And of course no demon dared to gossip. Soon, the scene regained order. As for those two ungrateful weasel demons, they were tacitly avoided by the demons, as if they were the plague. Pretty much the same, actually. Daring to openly offend the mountain of flowers and fruits. What is this if not a plague? Next. He. Hello little brother. This is my pass. Take a look. An honest green ox spirit handed over his pass. After the little demon guarding the door checked that it was correct, he handed it back to him. Seeing as you don't have a high cultivation level, don't cause any trouble when you go in. There are quite a few bigwigs coming from the mountain of flowers and fruits in the past 2 days. I know. Thanks, little brother. The green ox spirit took it with a smile and then walked into the mountain of flowers and fruits. Next, here's my pass. A brooding young man handed over his pass as well. The little demon's eyes lit up after examining it. The augurs? From the East China Sea, I think. The brooding young man stared, then nodded. The little demon's smile became a lot more sincere and said, our flower and fruit mountain and your East Sea are allies. After you go in, you can go look for your East Sea people. There are quite a few of them in the flower and fruit mountain. Oh, the brooding young man took the pass and walked into the flower and fruit mountain. Next, the man in the back immediately stepped forward. What the little demon didn't see was that which green ox spirit that went in the earliest didn't actually go too far, and had been waiting for that augur spirit to come over. And these two demons are King Bull Demon and King Zhao Demon. The entire three realms thought that they had returned to Mount Jiele to recuperate after the defeat. But who would have thought that these two great demons actually killed a horseback, changed their faces, single-handedly returned to the mountain of flowers and fruits? Big brother, will it be a problem if we just come back like this? The Zhao Demon King was still a bit uneasy. He now thinks about it. Still feel very crazy. How he was obsessed with promising his big brother to come over it, which if the identity is exposed, that can be a turtle in a jar. Want to run are difficult. Don't worry, that monkey and I are only in between in strength. Even if we run into each other, I can cover your ass. The Bull Demon King, on the other hand, had a confident look on his face. He was already very unconvinced about the last battle. If he hadn't somehow managed to suddenly lose control of his power at that time, and his spiritual energy had collided within his body, it was still uncertain who the deer would be. Then does Big Brother know what that battle was all about? Regarding that battle, Zhao Demon King was also puzzled. For the strength of the Bull Demon King he was very clear. Even if he was not defeated by the Monkey King, he should not have fallen so completely. There are cats. I have some guesses. King Bull Demon muttered in a low voice. Do you remember that little turtle? Remember. The Zhao Demon King nodded. Of course he wouldn't forget Lin Feng. If it wasn't for him playing out the 7 arrows of the nailhead with one hand, they wouldn't have lost so many men. I suspect that he was responsible for the out-of-control psychic energy at the time. Do you remember how he used the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead? The Zhao Demon King froze. He had always thought that it might have been his big brother who had fallen in the gutter, but he had never thought about Lin Feng. And now that he had been reminded by the Bull Demon King, his thoughts had been opened up all of a sudden. As I recall, he was singing a song. Looks like, good luck? King Bull Demon nodded and said, I suspect that his natural aptitude is to reverse some kind of power. He sings about good luck. I have bad luck. He uses the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead, but the demons of Mount Huagua are like chicken blood. When you put it that way, it seems to be true. But, didn't he also subdue so many of our brothers with the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead? The Zhao Demon King was still a bit puzzled. You're stupid. Since he can use his natural aptitude, he can cancel it. The Bull Demon King had an expression of why are you so stupid? The Zhao Demon King thought for a moment and sucked in a breath of cool air. That's a weird enough ability. Then won't we have to guard against him from now on? And if he's singing about good luck, won't we be in bad luck again? King Bull Demon had a look of emotion on his face. I'm not afraid of him singing about good luck. I'm a little worried about him saying world peace. World peace? The Zhao Demon King thought for a moment, then shivered. Big brother. He looked at Bull Demon King very solemnly and said, for the sake of world peace, let's simply poison him. If it's really as you think, then he's simply terrifying. Bull Demon King then waved his hand. And don't scare yourself. Generally the stronger the ability, the harsher the conditions for activation. With this ability, he probably won't use it easily. However, the Zhao Demon King was still worried that if one day Lin Feng really couldn't figure out what to say, wouldn't all living beings have to follow his bad luck? Don't think about that for a moment. Think about where we're going to land today. Don't forget what we came here for. Zhao Demon King, this I certainly haven't forgotten. We came over here to learn the management system and development plan of Mount Huagua, and then copy it to Mount Jiele. He, the Monkey King, a previously unknown little man, has managed to develop. If we can learn them all, then with Big Brother's reputation in the 3 worlds, a wave of the arm will surely be 10,000 demons to respond. When the time to do the Demon Realm co-owner, when the Demon Emperor, revitalization of the Demon World's big task, can be Big Brother shoulder to shoulder. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen the scene where the Bull Demon King sat on the throne. And naturally, he was the veritable second in command of the Demon Kingdom. The Bull Demon King also nodded his head in satisfaction and said, although we lost this battle, it has also sobered me up a bit. We must change. The management model of Flower and Fruit Mountain has been revitalized to an infinite degree. They've only been developing for a short time, but look at how many demons are willing to throw their heads in the sand for them. I've been thinking about it a lot these days. There are even times when I wake up in a panic. It's as if I saw the future manhwa sitting on millions of demon soldiers, the Monkey King waving his big hand, a torrent of black steel sweeping all around, and Mount Jiele being crushed without resistance. I will never let that day come. Only change can bring Jareth Mountain to life again. The Zhao Demon King was all flabbergasted by him. Although they lost the battle, it was a bloodbath of high-end battle power. If you count the comprehensive strength, they were crushing the quantum of the Flower Fruit Mountain in terms of battle power and numbers. Big brother, aren't you being a bit alarmist? The Bull Demon King, however, shook his head seriously. Oh Elder 2, let me ask you, before the emergence of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, could you have imagined that there would be such an unheard of power that would have risen at such a fast pace? And even now it is ready to ask for a place in the three realms. The Zhao Demon King's expression froze. He didn't reply, but swept his eyes at the sea of demons coming and going around him. Looking around, almost all of them were demons in the realm of immortals. There were even a few with extraordinary auras that had obviously reached the realm of heavenly immortals, and there were a few high-minded ones inside that didn't even give a damn about their Jiele Mountain. But yet, he was willing to come to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. It really fulfills the saying of the human race that the gods are worse than dogs and the heavenly immortals are all over the place. He shook his head. What the present Flower and Fruit Mountain has is a pomp and circumstance that not even we in Jiele Mountain have ever had. The Bull Demon King looked at him solemnly and said, Lao you also need to leave your preconceived notions behind. The Flower Fruit Mountain has already risen to power, and surpassing the accumulated Thunder Mountain is only a matter of time. The Zhao Demon King was completely speechless. It's still Big Brother who has the foresight to learn this time. The two demons spoke in voices only they could hear, playing their own little game, and a beggar on the side of the road watched them with interest. Bull Demon King and Zhao Demon King? Ha! These two little guys actually came here as well. This Bull Demon King is capable of bending and stretching. It's just a pity that he doesn't have that life to be the demon realm co-lord. I'd better see how that monkey does, the beggar muttered, then fell back asleep. The Bull Demon King and the Zhao Demon King continued to walk towards the front, not realizing in the slightest that a demon had noticed them. And as countless demons converged on this side of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, the sightlines of the entire three realms were also drawn over. There's no way. There were tens of thousands of demons and monsters just coming over to congratulate the Monkey King on his victory and making a name for himself in the three realms. And each one is a dominant party. These demons gathered at the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. If they wanted to do anything, I'm afraid they could level any power in the three realms.